Stick with me, you and I are about to witness an incredible rebirth. He reached the ultimate Sword Venerable tier, almost becoming God King, but he got jumped. Countless experts ambushed him at Yunjue Peak and he fought until his bitter hate-fueled end. Luckily, heaven favors the bold. The ultimate proof, our main character, Wu Fu, just opened his eyes for a second chance. Waking up, he found himself staring at the ceiling of a Yunhai University dorm room. He actually reincarnated. The only problem, the spiritual energy in his body is completely wiped out. 30,000 years of hard-earned cultivation gone up in smoke. Those cowards who jumped him were absolutely ruthless. But heaven just handed him a fresh start, which means absolute doom for the villains who crossed him. Wu Fu swears that the next time he sets foot on Yunjue Peak, every single one of those traitors will pay. They will bleed for their mistakes. Right as he plans his revenge, the dorm room door suddenly swings open. A pretty trendy but seriously arrogant girl strolls right in. "Oh, Wu Fu, you are finally awake." She stares at him with zero emotion. That face, that annoying voice, Wu Fu instantly recognizes Li Mengjiao, his toxic college ex-girlfriend. He realizes he traveled back to when he was recovering from major injuries in the dorm. So why exactly is Li Mengjiao here? He already knows the answer, and right on cue, she proves him right. She rudely chucks a bunch of stuff onto his bed, bags, phones, all the expensive gifts he bought her back then. Then she proudly announces, "We are totally over, and I am returning all this worthless trash to you. Now pay attention, because the real reason he got injured will absolutely make your blood boil." He wanted answers. She dumped him for a rich kid named Xia. Wu Fu clearly remembers being publicly humiliated in front of everyone. Just for offending Xia Tianhao, the rich kid's dad actually fired Wu Fu's father. The memories just spark pure rage. Li Mengjiao is still standing there, and just looking at her face annoys him. "Do you need something else?" he asks in an icy tone. Frowning, she starts running her mouth, absolutely trashing him without holding anything back. "Wu Fu, who do you think you are? With your pathetic skills, you dared to mess with Tianhao. Wake up. You should take a good look in the mirror." She also came to deliver a message from her shiny new boyfriend. If Wu Fu and his father dropped to their knees and begged, Tianhao's dad might graciously give the old man his job back. "Do not forget, your whole family survives on your janitor father's tiny paycheck." She spits the words out with zero respect. His heart turns completely cold. In his past life, he was hopelessly in love with her. He remembers that stupid feeling perfectly. But after living for thousands of years as a god, this girl is literally a speck of dust, totally irrelevant. Plus, a real man's pride is worth gold. Kneel for garbage, never gonna happen. Go back and tell Xia Tianhao this. Whatever he wants to try, bring it on. Wu Fu snaps back, and this total lack of fear makes her completely lose it. "I only warn you because of our history. If you want to die, fine," she screams, then storms out and slams the door. Good riddance to a gold digger. Honestly, he has way bigger fish to fry right now. Time to grind and gain some serious power before the enemies strike. Thank God he still remembers every secret technique. You and I both know what time it is. Time to activate the 9 Nether key gathering art. Reaching the chi gathering tier is guaranteed. But first, there is one more urgent thing to handle. He needs to heal those injuries. Yet the second he sits and focuses, glowing sword chi materializes right above him. His eyes fly open in pure shock. He thought his sword spirit was totally stolen during the ambush. Yet here it is. Before even hitting the first tier, his divine weapon is already manifesting. It is crazy bright. If other cultivators spot this massive flex, it will bring way too much heat. He tries to hide the energy, but the second he touches it, the blade shatters into pieces. Okay, maybe things are not that easy. The sword took heavy damage, leaving only the hilt intact. He quickly absorbs the raw essence leaking from the shards. Boom. In no time, his injuries are completely healed up. Next on the list, testing his brand new strength. He stands up, walks straight over to the solid dorm wall, and throws a massive palm strike. Crack. A huge fissure splits the concrete. By the way, destroying public property is classic anime logic, kids. He smirks, feeling pretty good about it. A basic low-level strike just caused massive wall-breaking damage. Trust me, you and I are going to love watching his revenge. Next, he leaves the dorm. He finds a quiet park near campus, hops onto a high branch, and starts cultivating. Stick with me here, we're diving into a wild story. Our main guy hides up high to avoid attention, but Earth's spiritual energy is absolute garbage. Hitting the chi gathering tier, sure, no problem. But if he actually wants to level up, this pathetic amount of energy just isn't gonna cut it. While Wu Fu is racking his brain trying to fix this mess, he suddenly hears his old roommate calling out his name. Since he's chilling way up high, he gets a perfect bird's eye view of all the drama happening down below. His roommate is wandering around with a bunch of tough-looking thugs clearly searching for him. Wu Fu usually hangs out right here. It's so weird he isn't around today. Maybe you guys should just come back tomorrow, he stammers. "I'll totally help you look for him," the nervous roommate says. "Sounds to me like you're just playing stupid games with us." The thugs snap back, sounding incredibly annoyed. Wu Fu obviously recognizes his buddy down there, the super loyal chubby guy named Wang Meng Meng. his college roommate and literally his only real friend on this entire planet. Looks like the angry goons working for Xia Tianhao are finally here to hunt him down. But Wang Mengmeng was way too terrified to lead them straight to their dorm, so he dragged them here. Boss Wu Fu just recovered from his injuries. I'll personally go beg Xia Tianhao for mercy, please just let him go this time. Wang Mengmeng keeps begging, but these guys have absolutely zero intention of backing off. They sneer, saying their boss, Xia Tianhao, isn't the forgiving type. Last time, they only spared Wu Fu's legs because Wang Mengmeng actually paid them off with some serious respect money. Now watch closely, this is where it gets wild. Wu Fu acted completely arrogant in front of Li Mengjiao and sent a cocky message back. Xia Tianhao is absolutely furious, so he sent his lackeys here to track him down. And this time, no amount of crying or begging is going to save Wu Fu. Then they just straight up start beating Wang Mengmeng, accusing the poor guy of wasting their time to cover for his best friend. Wang Mengmeng has zero fighting skills, so he gets knocked right into the dirt. Even their little pet Urha becomes a target for these absolute scumbags. Wang Mengmeng frantically throws his own body over the dog. Don't hurt him. He's just a tiny puppy, you guys really don't have to do this. Plus, Wu Fu has been unconscious for days now. If you guys beat him up again, he could literally lose his life. Poor Wang Mengmeng just became a human punching bag, all because he lied to lead these goons away from the actual dorm room. But just as they raise their fists for another brutal hit, Wu Fu finally makes his grand entrance. He uses his right hand, which is literally still wrapped up in bandages, to easily block the attack. And he doesn't stop there. Wu Fu severely bends the guy's wrist backward, making the punk scream in absolute agony. Finally, Wu Fu finishes him off with a flawless high kick that leaves the thug bleeding all over the pavement. The guy's massive heavy body goes flying backward for several meters, leaving absolutely everyone watching the fight in complete and utter shock. Before I actually lose my temper, you all better get out of my sight. Wu Fu threatens them, his face totally ice cold. Seeing him out of bed and acting so aggressively out of nowhere, Wang Mengmeng immediately starts panicking like crazy. He loudly screams for Wu Fu to run away, genuinely believing there is no way his friend can take on all these thugs. You and I both know what's coming, right? These idiots haven't realized yet that something is completely different about Wu Fu today. They only care that he finally showed his face and hurt their buddy, so now they definitely want him dead. Get out of here before they kill you to settle the score. Wu Fu run, Wang Mengmeng yells out, totally desperate. But Wu Fu just stands there super calm and says the ones who should actually be running today are these useless punks. These guys play extremely dirty. Clubs aren't enough, so they start pulling out blades. A dude with silver hair whips out a shiny dagger. He viciously lunges right at Wu Fu. But quick as lightning, Wu Fu leans backward and completely dodges the deadly sweeping strike. Missing the stab makes the silver-haired guy totally lose his balance, giving Wu Fu the absolute perfect opening to punch him square in the face. The punch is brutally heavy. Boom, another absolute idiot bites the dust. It's only then that the chubby Wang Mengmeng finally manages to stand back up. He looks absolutely hyped up. Bro, you are amazing. How in the world did you just pull that off? But Wu Fu doesn't have the time right now to explain why he suddenly got this insanely overpowered godlike upgrade. Because the last two goons are already charging straight at him. They want a 2-on-1 fight aiming to severely cripple him as payback for their buddies. Too bad Wu Fu isn't feeling very generous today. He simply swings his arm and gifts the guy on the right a massive punch that sends him flying. The last remaining red-haired thug sees this absolute massacre and immediately freezes up, way too terrified to charge in. He just keeps nervously gulping down his spit. Impossible, he mutters in shock. Just a few days ago, you were nothing but useless trash. Oh, so you do realize that was days ago? Wu Fu smirks right back. Well, hate to break it to you, but the times have officially changed. Both his casual tone and the ruthless expression on his face are so freezing cold that it makes the thug visibly shiver in fear. So what do you and I take from this? Don't mess with Wu Fu. He channels his energy, intentionally missing the guy's body just to cleanly slice off his hair. Stick with me here, look at that fluffy lion mane. It's totally supposed to be intimidating. But Wang Mengmeng takes one look at this humiliating display and just bursts out laughing. Wu Fu is completely done wasting his time. He literally told these losers to get lost. The red-haired punk finally realizes he is hopelessly outmatched, so the thugs just limp away together. But they barely take 5 steps before Wang Mengmeng's tiny dog starts furiously barking at some trees. Wu Fu notices the puppy freaking out, and the exact second he turns his head around, a single leaf shoots out like a deadly weapon. He casually dodges, letting it stab the tree. That flying leaf strike was pinpoint accurate. Whoever threw it is definitely no joke. Then the attacker steps out. It is some older guy cracking his knuckles right at Wu Fu. He actually scolds Wu Fu for bullying the weak. He wants to avenge those pathetic thugs. Time for a lesson, apparently. Hurry up and scram, the old man yells at the punks. Even though he does not know them, those 3 beaten-up guys do not need another warning. They bolt immediately. Seeing this overly aggressive old dude, Wang Mengmeng starts panicking all over again. Let's pause and watch closely. Wang Mengmeng whispers they just provoked a legit martial arts master. Knowing this fight gets real, Wu Fu tells his buddy to grab the dog and run. Basic survival logic, right? Wang Mengmeng is super worried, but then he sees his friend smiling confidently. He decides not to be dead weight. He scoops up the pup and runs silently, cheering Wu Fu on. All the extras have left the stage. Now it is just Wu Fu and the older man. They face off. A cultivator attacking normal people is pretty shameful, the guy mocks. Just one glance and this man instantly figured out Wu Fu is no ordinary kid. Wu Fu politely explains that those bozos literally came looking for trouble in the first place. He only fought back. It is the absolute truth, but the boomer thinks is a weak excuse. A chi refinement expert being harassed by normal punks. Yeah, that sounds completely ridiculous to him. The old man clenches his fist, packing it with spirit energy and launches straight at Wu Fu. A fellow cultivator. That punch is perfectly aimed, but Wu Fu casually blocks it cold. He looks completely bored. Then Wu Fu counters fast. The exact second the man gets knocked back. He totally panics. There is no way this is normal. Chi refinement stage power. You saw that coming, right? He severely underestimated him. Flying backward, he suddenly freezes. He feels an intense agonizing pain spreading from deep inside his own body. Seeing him kneel, Wu Fu realizes it wasn't his punch that caused this, so he temporarily drops his guard. He stops his attack. The man sees this and thinks, wait, he is not exploiting my moment of weakness. Maybe the kid was telling the truth after all. Wu Fu stares intently, sensing this senior is literally 2 realms higher, yet his spiritual energy is incredibly pathetic. He clearly had prior internal injuries. Wu Fu's eyes just see through everything, moving lightning fast. He slips behind the man and strikes, but it is not an attack, it is an examination. Spot on prediction. The guy's meridians were already heavily damaged, preventing him from using full power. Initially terrified of his sneak attack, the older man suddenly realizes something absolutely mind-blowing about his body. His wrecked meridians are mostly healed. The kid actually just cured him. A mere chi refinement rookie cannot do this. Wu Fu must be hiding an insane secret, boss. Suddenly, random dudes in suits and sunglasses run over screaming. Looks like the senior's personal bodyguards. Seeing the blood trickling from their boss's mouth, these bodyguards completely lose their minds in panic. Blaming Wu Fu, instantly the whole mob surrounds him before the boss can even say a word. Seeing him gather chi in his hand, they are not surprised. They know he is a cultivator. Trust me, this is wild. Their counter for a cultivator, they literally pull out handguns. The first shot fires, but Wu Fu completely dodges it. His speed is actually faster than bullets. Let's dive right in. This speed catches the guy totally off guard. Wu Fu uses that exact momentum to rush the shooter. But before he can even counterattack, the older guy suddenly screams out loud, "Get the hell out of here, all of you!" The bodyguards turn around completely clueless. The dude who just fired the gun even gets a massive slap right to the face. Zero mercy shown. Then this older man turns toward Wu Fu, respectfully bringing his hands together in a classic greeting. "Thank you for healing me, little brother. It seems like I completely misunderstood you during that whole mess just a second ago. I am so sorry." The bodyguards in the back are super confused why their boss is suddenly acting so respectful to some young kid. Wu Fu doesn't even sweat the previous misunderstanding. He only stepped in to help because he saw the older man had zero bad intentions, just stepping up to fix an unfair situation. Honestly, if the guy was actually teaming up with those punks, things would have ended a whole lot differently for him. Seeing Wu Fu so young but packing insane strength and keeping totally calm, the older man feels he can truly rely on him. So he takes a gamble and asks a huge favor. Back at his home, he has a daughter whose meridians are completely blocked, just like his were. He begs Wu Fu to heal her the exact same way he just helped him out. As he finishes speaking, the bodyguards standing nearby instantly freak out and react. "Boss, the young lady's meridians have been blocked for a long time. Even the great Taoist master Xuan Yuan had absolutely no way to cure her. Now watch closely. How could he possibly do it? I bet this kid is just a wandering scammer playing tricks. You need to think this through, boss." Wu Fu gives a couple of fake coughs. These guys are openly bad-mouthing someone, and they don't even bother lowering their volume. Are they trying to make sure he hears it? But that same guy who shot at him earlier has the most intense reaction. He points straight at Wu Fu's face, rudely snapping that even a half-step grandmaster was helpless against the young lady's illness. So who is a low-level chi condensation cultivator like him trying to fool here? And then smack, the older guy slaps him a second time. "You little brat, are you the boss around here, or am I? He's an absolute expert. Does he really need your approval?" Wu Fu has zero interest in watching them bicker in front of him, so he coughs again, signaling the older man to knock it off. Seeing this, the guy actually looks pretty embarrassed. He scratches his head. "I'm so sorry for the disrespect, little brother. Please don't take it to heart." You guys, I'm pretty sure I never actually promised to help you out, did I? Wu Fu replies coldly. I know what you're thinking. That cheeky attitude makes the bodyguard want to swear again, but right as he opens his mouth, his boss shoots him a deadly glare, forcing him to shut up instantly. After that, the man starts trying to persuade Wu Fu, saying he sees the kid's natural talent, but the spiritual energy in this park is too weak for training. And hey, he owns a villa at Tianfu Manor. The energy there is super rich and he can go train there absolutely any time. The bodyguard gets angrier the more he hears this. That villa is the young lady's favorite spot, yet the boss is ready to hand it over to a rookie chi condensation cultivator to use totally for free, but he's terrified of getting slapped again, so he stays quiet. Once Wu Fu hears the detail about rich spiritual energy, he starts to waver. The older guy totally notices this shift, so he ramps up the persuasion even more. He points out that the villa is completely quiet with zero interruptions, and if Wu Fu manages to heal his daughter, then guess what? Forget just the villa, he would do literally anything in his power to repay Wu Fu for the massive favor. Ultimately, Wu Fu just agrees. After all, dealing with blocked meridians is really not a big deal for someone like him, so he casually leaves his phone number with the older man. The guy is absolutely thrilled, like he just struck pure gold. Meanwhile, his angry bodyguard mutters under his breath that if Wu Fu fails to fully cure the young lady, he will definitely end his life. Later, while Wu Fu is chilling on his way back to the dorms, he gets a call from an unknown number. He picks it up and asks, "Who is this?" A shrill, piercing voice shouts from the other side. "You've got nerve, Wu Fu, no apology, and you dare hit people. You have exactly 10 minutes to get here. If you don't show up, who knows what will happen to your dog and friends." Wu Fu immediately recognizes Li Mengjiao's annoying voice. Looks like she has completely shown her true colors. He can hear his silly husky barking loudly in the background, which definitely means Wang Mengmeng. And Erha got kidnapped by Xia Tianhao's crew. Fine by him. He was actually worried he couldn't track them down. Yet they practically delivered themselves right to his doorstep. Right now, Li Mengjiao and Xia Tianhao are cuddling up close, drinking wine together inside a private karaoke room. And right beside them, two massive, intimidating bodyguards are standing on watch. But it doesn't stop there. Hiding right next to the room's door are two sketchy thugs. So what do you and I take from this? They are clutching iron pipes to ambush Wu Fu. These idiots actually think that even if he's made of steel, these pipes will easily shatter his bones into pieces. Stick with me, we're diving into some wild payback. These scumbags are laughing, telling their boss to sit back and avoid the blood splatter. They are happily imagining Wu Fu getting beaten to a pulp. Meanwhile, his best buddy, Wang Mengmeng, and a little dog are tied up, gagged and tossed in the corner. A few moments later, Wu Fu walks right into their VIP room trap exactly as they wanted. But what happens next completely shatters their twisted little fantasy, because he just casually raises one single hand and easily catches that solid steel baseball bat swinging right at his head. This kind of raw power, definitely not normal human level. Not even close. Before these street punks can even process their shock, Wu Fu swings back and absolutely clocks the guy who attacked him. Zero mercy in this punch. A broken nose and 3 missing teeth is getting off easy for this guy. That crazy move almost makes Li Mengjiao and Xia Tianhao choke on their expensive drinks. "No way," Mengjiao blurts out in pure disbelief. "You were literally in a hospital bed last night. That was yesterday," Wu Fu replies coldly. Honestly, he is absolutely sick of looking at this cheating girl's face. He never wanted to see her again. Then Tianhao's bodyguard leans in and whispers something to his wealthy boss. He suspects Wu Fu is hiding metal plates under his clothes. There's no other way he could block that heavy strike or attack someone with such a devastatingly powerful punch. Hearing this cop-out excuse, Meng Jiao breathes a massive sigh of relief and mutters, "I knew he was just trash. How could he suddenly get so strong? He just came prepared." Wu Fu does not even care what these losers think, completely ignoring them, as he walks straight toward his buddy. Meng Meng is still tightly gagged, desperately making muffled noises and struggling on the floor. Deep down, he is incredibly touched that Wu Fu risked his life. But watch closely, you and I are about to see something hilarious. Wu Fu completely ignores him, unties the Erha, instead gently scoops the dog up and asks, "Are you okay, little guy?" The Erha barks happily while Meng Meng is literally wriggling on the floor in absolute frustration. His touching emotional moment lasted less than 5 seconds. Wu Fu is definitely the world's most supportive best friend. Only after freeing the dog does he finally check on his buddy. But while he is leaning down to untie Meng Meng, Xia Tianhao's sneaky bodyguard suddenly launches a dirty sneak attack from behind. Before Meng Meng can even mumble a warning, Wu Fu whips around and casually kicks the living daylights out of that creep. The guy flies straight into the wall, coughing up massive mouthfuls of blood, soaking his expensive suit. Seeing this brutal impact, Xia Tianhao does not even flinch or look scared. Simply because he has the numbers advantage and he arrogantly assumes Wu Fu is nowhere near his power level. Xia Tianhao snaps his fingers, summoning a squad of bodyguards. Now pay attention because this is where everything shifts into pure overdrive. But in Wu Fu's eyes, these guys are literally just annoying bugs. A massive swarm of bugs is still just a bunch of bugs, with zero threat level. If they are in such a massive rush to meet their maker, he is more than happy to show them the way. Wu Fu throws a punch packed with raw spiritual energy, literally tearing through the air in front of him. Those three bodyguards are instantly wiped out at the exact same time, while their boss watches in pure panic. Then Wu Fu raises an eyebrow at Tian Hao and casually asks, "Got anyone else? Bring them all out." Xie Tian Hao is finally feeling genuine freezing fear. Both him and Li Mengjiao shake their heads frantically. Even if they called more backup right now, they would absolutely lose. Better to just surrender early. Wu Fu gives a simple nod and slowly walks closer. If that is the case, it is payback time for us. Time to settle our old debts right. Meng Meng stares at his friend's absolute badass stance, feeling incredibly emotional and speechless. He feels like this is definitely not the same old roommate he used to know. Meng Meng then turns his head toward the Urha, only to see the dog staring proudly at the ceiling looking super smug. Yeah, Wu Fu changing like this is actually great. No more bullying. Even the dog is proud. Meanwhile, our hero finally steps right up to that trashy couple. While Tian Hao desperately scrambles for a way to beg for his life, Meng Jiao completely loses her mind and violently screams right at his face. Wu Fu is fighting the only thing you are actually good at. Let me tell you, trash will always be trash, you absolute loser. Shut your stupid mouth, Tian Hao aggressively roars, leaving Li Mengjiao completely shocked and confused. Honestly, ever since she cheated on Wu Fu for this rich guy, this is her very first time being yelled at. And worse, she's getting blasted because of her ex-boyfriend. Her eyes are absolutely burning with pure hatred. Right now, she only has one single thought in her head: why won't Wu Fu just drop dead? But that toxic thought is instantly cut short when she suddenly feels something suspiciously warm splashing all over her leg. She looks down and realizes the Urha is literally peeing on her foot. This dog seriously knows exactly how to humiliate its enemies. Before he can finish them off, the door gets kicked open. And trust me, you are going to love who shows up. A fierce girl with Neja buns aggressively storms in, yelling, "Who dares to cause a mess in my territory? Alright, stick with me here." This girl yells at him, but Wu Fu just sees a half-pint kid acting tough. The spiritual weapon floating above her head, two giant iron hammers. Honestly, it looks completely ridiculous, and he has to fight a laugh. But she's sizing him up too. Since Wu Fu is the only other cultivator in the room, she instantly notices his power. To her, his sword intent looks like total beginner level. She looks at him with pure disgust. How dare someone this weak cause chaos on her absolute home turf? Hey you, you're just a little brat, yet you have the nerve to start trouble in my territory. She provokes him. Yep, that's the guy. He is the one who completely wrecked my bodyguards. Seeing a strong backer to hide behind, Xie Tian Hao immediately starts pointing fingers at Wu Fu. But our guy just keeps smiling. And it turns out he is not actually laughing at her at all. His Urha is currently hugging the girl's leg, looking completely ready to take another massive leak right there. Wang Mengmeng must have given that dog way too much water earlier. Feeling completely mocked by both the guy and his pet, she absolutely loses all of her remaining patience. She charges right at him. Compared to Xie Tianhao's completely useless goons, a cultivator like her is on a whole different level, not to mention her speed is absolutely insane. Instinctively, Wu Fu crosses both of his arms tight over his chest. He forms a rock-solid defense. But even so, her heavy attack forces him back into the wall. Her striking power is completely off the charts. Watch closely here, fighting someone a whole cultivation tier above you is insanely tough. Meanwhile, Xie Tianhao and Li Mengjiao are stunned. They finally realize Wu Fu is a real cultivator now. No wonder he became an absolute beast literally overnight. It all makes sense to them. They are secretly praying this girl destroys him. Because if she doesn't, they are going to be in deep trouble. After her first strike, she sees Wu Fu isn't fighting back yet. So she unleashes a flurry of fierce, totally vicious attacks right at him. Her punching speed is lightning fast and she moves incredibly well. But there is a catch. She clearly lacks real combat experience. The moment she throws a high kick, she leaves herself completely wide open to a counter. Wu Fu instantly takes the opening to strike back. But his choice of counterattack, highly questionable. The entire room falls dead silent. Because Wu Fu literally just slaps her right on the butt. Gritting her teeth in pure rage, she screams at him for being a pervert. Fueled by pure anger, her next move is totally ruthless. She aims a lethal punch straight at his chest, fully intending to crush his heart. But the second her fist actually connects with his body, the power vanishes. It becomes a totally weak tap and he just stands there unbothered. In that exact second, the girl suddenly realizes she can no longer use her spiritual energy at all. She instantly figures out that Wu Fu's little slap from earlier was not him just being a massive creep. It was actually a precision strike to completely seal away her spiritual energy. Then Wu Fu charges up his own fist with pure raw power. He swings right at her. Now it is her turn to desperately try and defend herself, and she screams, "You coward. Give me back my energy and I will actually let you walk out of here alive." But right when she braces for impact, I know what you're thinking. She's done for right. Nope, his deadly attack completely vanishes, turning into a simple, gentle pat on her head. Wu Fu acts exactly like a senior master who refuses to bully a kid. He smiles and says, "Sure, I will give your energy back. But definitely not right now." After that, Wu Fu slowly walks straight toward that trashy couple. Xia Tianhao. He is sweating bullets, absolutely terrified out of his mind. He practically shrieks at him, "What do you think you are doing?" But the girl instantly steps right in front of Wu Fu. She says she doesn't care about their personal beef, but the rules strictly say no fighting here. Wu Fu just casually points over to the bodyguards he had already beaten to an absolute pulp, cowering quietly in the corner of the room. Then he says who exactly started the trouble here. Just ask those guys, they know best. The little girl glares right at the bruised goons. Feeling an intense invisible pressure, they totally fold. They confess that Xie Tianhao was actually the one who started the whole mess first. He explicitly hired them to come here and purposely teach Wu Fu a harsh lesson. Hearing the real story unfold, the girl shoots Xia Tianhao a look of pure, unadulterated hatred. "You actually dared to lie to me." Wu Fu then smoothly pushes her aside and steps right up to Xia Tianhao. He demands a proper serious apology right then and there. But this guy is a spoiled rich kid used to getting his way. Of course, he completely refuses to apologize, especially to someone he always looked down on and bullied like Wu Fu. "Apologize, keep dreaming," he screams at the top of his lungs. But the second those words leave his mouth, Wu Fu delivers a massive slap to his face. Completely stunned, Xie Tianhao holds his numb cheek and asks, "You dare strike me?" Well, to directly answer that completely stupid question, Wu Fu slaps him again on the other cheek, just for perfect balance. Xia Tianhao's fury instantly explodes, swearing that if he doesn't end Wu Fu's life right now. "So what do you and I learn here? Never threaten someone out of your league." He basically tells him, "Want revenge? Come find me." "Alright, stick with me here, you're about to see a bully get humbled. But first apologize," Wu Fu demands firmly. The girl chimes in, "You started this mess on Henderson family turf, and I haven't even made you pay yet. Is saying sorry really that hard for you?" Cornered by both of them after a massive bitter internal struggle, Xia Tianhao finally grits his teeth and forces out two incredibly painful words, "I am sorry." Getting exactly what he wanted to hear, Wu Fu immediately tells him to get lost. And obviously Xia Tianhao doesn't want to stay there for a single second longer either. As he storms off in a furious rage, Li Mengjiao quickly chases right after him. She grabs his sleeve, desperately asking if he is okay. But how could he possibly be okay? Xia Tianhao violently shoves her hand away and screams right in her face, "Stop annoying me, just get the hell away." Scolded once again, Li Mengjiao is absolutely furious, standing there completely frozen in her tracks, thinking about how hard she worked to bag a rich, handsome guy only for Wu Fu to ruin it all. That absolute bastard Wu Fu. Li Mengjiao curses through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, back in the private karaoke room, Wu Fu suddenly lets out a massive super loud sneeze out of absolutely nowhere. After that, he and Li Mengjiao say their goodbyes to the fierce young Henderson girl because they actually still have classes to attend back at campus. The girl hurriedly chases after them, suddenly remembering that Wu Fu still hasn't removed the magical energy seal he placed on her body. But the moment that private room door clicks shut, she realizes she can actually control her spiritual energy again. Just like that, Wu Fu's insane level of power makes her seriously doubt if he is actually just a base-level cultivator. But honestly, none of that even matters right now, compared to how incredibly furious she is about him spanking her earlier. After completely leaving the karaoke joint behind, Xia Tianhao heads straight to a pizza joint. Now watch closely because this place is packed with literal thugs. Seeing Xia Tianhao's completely swollen and bruised face, the gang can't help but uproar. "Boss Xia Tianhao, who the hell hit you? Let me go beat them up for you." Xia Tianhao doesn't even bother acknowledging the low-level goons. He walks straight up to a massive, heavily tattooed guy, gritting his teeth as he speaks. "Big bro Bill, I need you to teach some punk a lesson." The guy called Bill just laughs out loud, asking which fearless idiot actually dared to mess with the second young master Xia Tianhao. Does he really not know who your powerful big brother Hayden is? He is just a totally spineless loser. How could he possibly know? Xia Tianhao desperately begs this gangster to help him beat some serious sense into Wu Fu. But he insists they must leave the guy with at least one breath left because Xia Tianhao personally wants to show him exactly how miserable things get when you dare to cross him. The next morning, Wu Fu shows up to class like it is completely normal, totally ignoring the super weird stares all his classmates are giving him. Right now, his mind is entirely focused on his past life's epic grudges. His real enemy is a supreme master who has lived for 10,000 years with unfathomable power. Currently, Wu Fu is just in the basic energy tier, so he desperately needs to stabilize his foundation without rushing anything. That is the only way to level up his cultivation later, and finally get his ultimate revenge. Right as he thinks this, the classroom door violently swings open. "You little punk Wu Fu, you actually dared to show your face today." The voice rings out, absolutely dripping with sarcasm. That is when Wu Fu notices a bunch of strangers have entered the room and their exact target is him. But he isn't scared in the slightest, smoothly replying back without a care. "We are all students here, why wouldn't I come to class?" Such an arrogant little brat. Those guys burst into laughter aggressively, throwing a massive thumbs down right in his face. "I know what you were thinking. A basketball threat. Yep, Xia Tianhao is on our basketball team. Did you really think crossing him wouldn't have massive consequences?" Even though Wu Fu's classmates are trying to look totally casual on the outside, every single one of them is secretly eavesdropping super hard. A few kids can't hold back, whispering that since he offended Xia Tianhao so badly they absolutely need to cut all ties with Wu Fu from now on. But these cheap intimidation tactics don't work on Wu Fu at all, because in his eyes, Xia Tianhao is literally just a defeated loser he already crushed, so what kind of real consequences could he possibly cause? Meanwhile, those street thugs aren't stopping. They announced that the punishment for daring to hit Xia Tianhao is that Wu Fu, along with absolutely every single person in this classroom, will now be heavily targeted by the basketball team. And everyone knows that the guys on that sports team get insanely violent whenever they are pushed over the edge. At this point, a few random students simply can't take it and jump right up, arguing back Wu Fu is the one who messed with him, so what does that have to do with us? If you want us to leave you alone, just play a basketball game against us. Beat us and we will let all of you go. The thugs aggressively reply back. Honestly, making a demand like this is completely ridiculous. Wu Fu has never even touched a basketball in his life, so his friends immediately try to warn him not to accept the bet. But the gang starts taunting him. "What, too scared? Fine, let's play." Wu Fu fires back. They definitely didn't expect Wu Fu to actually agree to this madness. Following the classic playground rules, they declare that if he loses every time he sees them from now on, he has to call them daddy. Wu Fu calmly asks back, "And what if the exact opposite happens, meaning you guys lose?" But his question is met with an explosion of mocking laughter. "So what do you and I make of this? They are so ridiculously confident. Us losing to you. That will never happen, but keep dreaming, kid. Stick with me here. If we lose, we will literally call you daddy. Bet locked." Wu Fu casually walks with these guys to the basketball court. A massive crowd of students heard he offended Xia Tianhao, and now they are settling it with a basketball game, so everyone rushes over to watch. But arriving, the crowd gets super disappointed. Just looking at them, the gap between Wu Fu's squad and the official basketball team is way too huge. Besides him and one decent-looking guy, we have Wang Mengmeng, who is literally just a chubby dude plus two super short guys. Meanwhile, the actual basketball team roster is packed with tall, muscular athlete types. The gossiping girls immediately start chanting for Zhou Tan, the varsity team captain, handsome top of his class and a sports star, the ultimate school idol. His dad is the school director, and he is the exact same guy who threatened Wu Fu. But to Wu Fu, this guy is just a peacock flashing its feathers. Zero actual threat level. "You are going to lose terribly, remember my name, Zhou Tan." He announces this publicly. Zhou Tan is Xia Tianhao's best bro, with solid backing. Everyone watching thinks Wu Fu must have a massive death wish, because winning or losing does not matter. Messing with Zhou Tan or Xia Tianhao means his school life is completely over now. Wu Fu totally hears all the gossip behind his back, but he does not care. He is fully focused on the game. The referee signals both sides to take their positions. 30-minute match, highest score takes the win. That is the rule. Now watch closely. The second the whistle blows, Zhou Tan grabs the ball and smoothly dribbles it right to the hoop, prepping for a clean three-pointer. As the team captain, Zhou Tan has absolutely no reason to miss this shot. In just the first 10 seconds, the score is 3-0. The crowd instantly explodes with hype. Every girl is screaming Zhou Tan's name. Wang Mengmeng feels total despair, thinking they are completely doomed, because these guys do not just play basketball insanely well, but even the referee is clearly on their payroll. However, in contrast, Wu Fu does not look panicked at all. I mean, the match literally just started. His eyes are locked on Zhou Tan. Since he is the main attacker and basically handles all the ball control, the other team members are just in charge of blocking Wu Fu's teammates. But this time, when Zhou Tan brings the ball near the hoop, the result changes, because Wu Fu successfully steals it. His speed was so insane that Zhou Tan could not even react. He quickly signals his teammates to block his dribbling path, but right now, the physical skills of a true cultivator finally kick in. Wu Fu cuts through their defense like lightning, jumps ridiculously high, and successfully slams a massive dunk. The spectators on the sidelines literally dropped their jaws in pure shock. They never expected. I know what you were thinking. Total mismatch. He did not just steal the ball, but smoothly dodged every single player on the team. After a few more plays exactly like this, he completely closed the score gap between Zhou Tan's squad and his amateur team. Being pushed into a weaker spot by the guy he wanted to crush, Zhou Tan is getting super impatient, and panic leads to mistakes. Wu Fu knows exactly how to mess with his head, constantly swatting the ball away right when Zhou Tan is about to score. The audience is dead silent now, especially the ones who came to cheer him on. Nobody expected the varsity team to get absolutely dismantled by Wu Fu. Zhou Tan is heavily panting. Even he never expected Wu Fu to be secretly overpowered like this. So Zhou Tan completely changes his strategy. Since everyone else on Wu Fu's team is basically useless and not worth defending, his entire squad pivots to guard Wu Fu, tightly stopping him from dribbling completely, and blocking his passes too. After switching to this dirty playstyle, they actually gain the upper hand, and widen the score again. 2 versus 8, looks like Wu Fu is hopeless. Pulling these tricks, do they think everyone is blind? Some people on the sidelines are annoyed, but Zhou Tan's crew has zero shame, actively provoking Wu Fu instead. Were you not super good? Show us whatever skills you have left right now. In this tense moment, the dog Erha suddenly barks twice, almost like he is trying to boost Wu Fu's morale. And his classmates finally start cheering for him, too sick of getting bullied by these arrogant guys. Wang Meng looks super stressed out, so Wu Fu pats his shoulder to reassure him. Do not worry, 10 minutes left. Trust me on this, the real massacre under this blinding sun is just beginning. Let's dive right into this story, starting with a totally unfair matchup. Zhou Tan gets the pass while his goons completely block Wu Fu. Zhou Tan quickly dribbles past him, throwing out a nasty taunt, "You want to play with me? Keep dreaming, loser." After that, he smoothly takes the ball right past Wu Fu. But Wu Fu just glances sideways, perfectly calculating his next move. Right then, Wu Fu quickly spins to dodge his blocker exactly as Zhou Tan bends his knees to shoot the ball. Like an absolute ghost, Wu Fu slips behind and suddenly sprints right in front of Zhou Tan. Completely clueless, Zhou Tan aims at the hoop and jumps up for a powerful shot, but surprise. At that exact second, Wu Fu reaches out and smoothly intercepts it. He snatches the ball, lands perfectly on the court, and crouches low. Meanwhile, Zhou Tan totally falls for the trap. He jumps to block, thinking Wu Fu would shoot instantly. Realizing he just got played, he completely freezes up. When did he even move? The second Zhou Tan lands, Wu Fu leaps right up and launches the basketball ridiculously far. We are talking a literal full court distance here, but somehow with absolutely unbelievable accuracy, the ball goes straight through Zhou Tan's hoop. Zhou Tan looks like a statue. Crap shooting from that crazy distance, am I seeing things? While the huge crowd watching from the sidelines goes absolutely wild, even Zhou Tan simply cannot believe his own eyes. This is completely impossible. The score is now 35-23. Wang Meng simply cannot hold back and yells out he's way too overpowered. Now watch closely here. Zhou Tan refuses to lose, ordering 3 goons to lock Wu Fu down. You and you defend him. The goons desperately obey and surround him. But Wu Fu does not care at all. You think they can stop me? Like a breeze, he easily dodges right past them. A goon in a blue shirt blocks his exact path, but moving like a literal phantom, Wu Fu spins again and blows past 2 more guys in red shirts. On the sidelines, the crowd keeps cheering for both teams. Block him. Come on, Wu Fu. But right now, Zhou Tan is already near Wu Fu's hoop. The gap between them is pretty wide, and Zhou Tan notices what is happening behind him. Gritting his teeth, he thinks they could not even defend him. Zhou Tan jumps up to shoot, totally convinced that Wu Fu will never reach him in time. But who would have guessed? With one powerful leap off the ground, Wu Fu's silhouette instantly appears right by his side. Slapping away the ball that just left Zhou Tan's hands, the bully freezes like he just got struck by lightning. What? The crowd outside keeps screaming, "Let's go, let's go." Amidst all those crazy cheers, Wu Fu bends his knees for momentum and swoosh, he shoots all the way from this side. He launches the ball hard toward the opponent's hoop, and from that insane distance, it actually goes straight in. The score is now 42-37. The group watching from outside is completely hyped, gossiping loudly about how he actually won a 2-against-8 match. Wasn't Wu Fu supposed to be trash? How is he this good? Zhou Tan's face turns totally dark, grinding his teeth together. Cursing in his head, this damn kid made him lose face, so he will definitely settle the score later. A goon whispers, "Boss, Zhou Tan, let us just bounce." But Wang Meng calls them out loudly, walking away after a loss. "Did you pathetic losers forget something important?" Joey angrily yells, "Get lost," making boss Zhou Tan call you daddy. Can you even handle that? Holding Erha the dog, Wu Fu snaps back, "What is so hard about accepting an unfilial son?" Right on cue, Erha barks too. 2 little barks, woof woof. Joey furiously charges forward, yelling, "You really want to die? I know exactly what you were thinking." Joey confidently throws a massive punch at Wu-Fu, but Wu-Fu easily dodges and spin kicks backward with serious force. That brutal kick hits Joey right in the chest, causing agonizing pain as he gets launched flying backward, crashing straight into Joe Tan's other goons. The bystanders are completely shocked, yelling a fight. No way, really. Joe Tan finally feels some real fear. He grits his teeth to sneak away, but before taking many steps, Wu-Fu and Erha completely block his exact path. Startled, he totally loses his balance and slips backward, but suddenly a strong hand firmly grabs onto Zhou Tan's wrist. Wu-Fu's grip is crazy tight, so no matter how much he struggles, he cannot escape. Wu-Fu glares coldly, running away after losing. "You aren't backing out of our bet, are you?" Helplessly trying to pry Wu-Fu's hand off, he panics internally. Why is this kid so strong? Losing patience, Wu-Fu demands, "Say it now." Zhou Tan tries to stall, yelling it hurts. The whole crowd is literally watching as witnesses. Loving the drama, they urge him on, "Call him daddy. You lost fair and square. Just say it." Sweating from the pain, Zhou Tan stays stubborn. "Wu-Fu, you will regret this." But Wu-Fu does not care about his threats and just squeezes his wrist even harder. Zhou Tan hurts so much he screams out loud. Wu-Fu shoots him one final warning glare, ready to say it now. Grinding his teeth, Zhou Tan quietly hisses daddy. Hearing that sweet victory, Wu-Fu simply lets go of his hand and turns around to walk away. "I do not have a useless son like you, get lost." Zhou Tan kneels on the floor, holding his throbbing wrist, too humiliated to speak. Wang Mengmeng follows right behind, anxiously warning, "Bro, Wu-Fu, Xia Tianhao and Zhou Tan are not just your average bullies. So where does this leave us? Watch out for their revenge." Back in his quiet dorm room, Wu-Fu sits on his bed, silently cultivating. Let's dive into this wild cultivation journey. Next to him, Erha is super confused while spiritual energy and electric sparks crackle in the air. A blinding flash of light, Wu-Fu throws a heavy punch forward as lightning violently crackles right next to his ears. He retracts his stance, muttering to himself. The 9 Nether Key technique has 3 forms matching the early stages of key refinement, middle and late stages too. Wu-Fu is calculating his next move, hunting for a spot dripping with spiritual energy to break through. Right on cue, Meng bursts into the room with some news. "Brother Fu, there is an outdoor camping trip. You in or what?" He reveals the location is near Tianfu Manor. It has mountains, rivers, and gorgeous scenery. Meng is practically bouncing off the walls with hype. But the best part, tons of beautiful girls, yet, out of all that rambling, Wu-Fu only cares about one single piece of intel, Tianfu Manor. Meng nods his head fast. Yep, that is exactly right, Tianfu Manor. It is where all the insanely rich people in Yunhai City hang out. He repeats, but the main thing is the gorgeous girls. Wu-Fu silently rubs Era's head. He is about to break through, and that place is an absolute goldmine. After a brief pause, he nods. "All right, I am in." Meng thinks he is hearing things. Seriously, Wu-Fu nods calmly. "I have some business to take care of anyway, might as well go." Having his roommate tag along makes Meng happier than ever. Awesome. Now this camping spot isn't actually inside the main city limits. It is out by the mountains, meaning the school bus has to navigate these crazy winding roads. The vehicle speeds down the highway, heading straight for their destination. But on the bus, it seems Wu-Fu is not exactly welcomed by everyone. Now pay attention to this drama. One guy complains, "Why is he here? Such a buzzkill." Li Mengjiao's friend just straight up mocks him. "Li Mengjiao, your former boyfriend, sure has some nerve. Offending Xia Tianhao was bad enough, but he totally humiliated Zhou Tan too." Li Mengjiao scoffs coldly. "I was just playing with him before. He is completely beneath me. He won't be acting tough for much longer." Meng hears the trash talk and feels terrible for his buddy. "Brother Fu." Wu-Fu couldn't care less. "Just ignore them." Li Mengjiao glares with a dark expression, thinking Tianhao will put you in a hospital bed forever. Green mountains, white clouds, and golden sunshine. The absolute perfect spot to build luxury villas. The bus finally cruises past the mountain estate. Everyone on the bus starts gasping in awe. Meng stares and sighs. It truly is the most luxurious villa in all of Yunhai City. "Look at this." Meanwhile, Wu-Fu suddenly stands up from his seat. He calls out to the driver, "Hey, please stop the bus." Meng is super confused. "Brother Fu, we aren't there yet." Wu-Fu nods. "A friend invited me to their house." Meng is shocked. Tianfu Manor. Wu-Fu simply replies, "You go ahead, I will catch up later." Seeing him get off mid-trip, the whole class laughs, thinking he is faking it. "I know what you were thinking. What a snob." Li Mengjiao arrogantly scoffs. "Seeing him act tough makes me sick. A loser like him deserves me." The guys in class walk over to mock Meng. "Hey fatty, your boss is quite the actor." One of them even yells out the window at Wu-Fu's fading back. Tianfu Manor is miles away from our campsite. Stop pretending and running away. The bus only pauses for a second before rolling on. Meng frowns at these bullies. What a bunch of arrogant snobs looking down on people. Soon Tianfu Manor slowly appears amidst the cool, quiet mountains. Wu Fu pulls out his phone and calls Xu Yingxian. He delivers a cold, short message. I have arrived. Yingxian picks up and immediately replies. My daughter has been waiting for ages. I am coming right out. Shortly after, inside the insanely lavish villa, someone respectfully invites him in. Please right this way. Wu Fu leaves Erha outside to play, scanning the area as he walks. The spiritual energy here is actually pretty decent. He pushes the door open, calculating in his head. Looks like this is enough to break into the early qi refinement realm. Inside the house, a girl with double hair buns speaks up. Senior Yingxian quickly steps in to introduce them. Wu Fu, this is my daughter. But the second Wu Fu and Qingqing lock eyes, they both completely freeze in shock. The girl loudly points a finger. You pervert, why is it you? Wu Fu stares at her, evaluating the situation. Is she really the person Xu Yingxian mentioned? Meanwhile, Qingqing is heavily scrutinizing him right back. Could the Supreme Master my dad talked about actually be his teacher? Thinking that she immediately peeks behind him, trying to see if anyone else showed up. Wu Fu easily sees right through her thoughts and speaks up. Stop looking, I came here entirely alone. Qingqing gets aggressive like a startled cat, dropping into a fighting stance. What do you want? The girl issues a stern warning. Don't think your little tricks scare me. Wu Fu finds this absolutely hilarious. He just shrugs. Relax, I am actually here to cure your illness. She refuses to believe it. A mere qi refinement guy wants to heal me. Yingxian loudly scolds his daughter. Qingqing shows some respect. Who cares if he is in qi refinement? This young brother has extraordinary power. Qingqing angrily pouts her lips. Extraordinary, my foot. He is just a total creep. A bodyguard suddenly walks up carrying a box for Yingxian. Boss, the medicinal herbs are all fully prepared. He takes the brocade box and hands it over to Wu Fu. The ingredients you requested are all here, young brother. Please see if it is enough. He turns to look at the box, secretly shocked. That must have cost a massive fortune. Opening it up, it is packed with high-tier medicinal herbs. Wu Fu relaxes. These are peak cultivation materials. But trust me, you and I know Qingqing still thinks he is a total fraud. Stick with me, things are getting wild. She's absolutely furious, thinking he's just a pervert and a total fraud. Let's see him try to cure this. Wu Fu turns right to Xu Yingxian. He drops the bomb. Your daughter has a massive problem and these herbs completely useless. Hearing this, Qingqing just rolls her eyes. She is convinced he's faking. Even the elite grandmaster her dad hired couldn't heal her condition. A mere qi-gathering rookie talking this big. Xu Yingxian's bodyguard immediately narrows his eyes. He steps up, shooting a harsh warning glare at our boy. Boss, this punk is an absolute scammer. Do not fall for his tricks. But Xu Yingxian goes quiet, sinking into deep thought about what he witnessed earlier. Could it really have been just a coincidence? But before Xu Yingxian can even react, Wu Fu casually gathers raw spiritual energy into his hand. Assessing Qingqing's brutal condition, he realizes her meridians have been blocked for years. Forget about a basic nascent soul grandmaster fixing this mess. Even a void return expert would fail here. Without warning, he makes his move, his palm glowing with pure, intense energy. He slams it right into a pressure point on her chest. The energy floods her system instantly. Wu Fu smirks. He's a legendary tribulation, venerable after all. Caught completely off guard by the strike, Qingqing coughs up a huge mouthful of blood. Seeing this reaction, Wu Fu just smiles to himself. How could a puny nascent soul ever compare to his skills? But Xu Yingxian absolutely loses his mind. His daughter was just attacked and she might be dying. Qingqing, he screams in pure panic. The bodyguard whips out a gun aiming at Wu Fu. You got a death wish. Xu Yingxian is burning with absolute rage, spiritual energy exploding around him. Tell me the truth, who are you? But then his eyes suddenly widen in pure shock. Now watch this carefully. He instantly orders his bodyguard to drop the weapon. Clasping his hands, he bows with deep respect. I was incredibly blind, little brother. May I ask who your legendary master is? Meanwhile, after coughing up that bad blood, Qingqing suddenly realizes her body feels amazingly light. She tries circulating her internal energy and the constant pain is completely gone. Experiencing this absolute miracle firsthand, she's stunned. It feels so good. I'm actually cured. Right on cue, the Erha comes sprinting over and lets out a loud bark. That totally grabs her attention. Meanwhile, Wu Fu looks deep in thought. My master, he thinks quietly to himself. In my past life, if my master hadn't saved me, I'd just be a pile of dry bones right now. So he looks up and answers calmly, my master isn't on Earth. Xu Yingxian is super confused. Not on Earth, he immediately assumes Wu Fu is just making excuses to keep his master's real identity a secret. Qingqing scoops up the goofy Erha. You really love joking around, huh? She doesn't hold back her sarcasm at all. By your logic, your grandmaster must be a literal alien. Xu Yingxian respectfully hands Wu Fu the keys. Just like we agreed, this luxury villa is all yours. He adds, seriously. From now on, whatever you need from this old brother, I will never refuse. Ching Ching instantly pouts and starts begging. But Dad, I really love this villa. Su Yingxian gives her a strict look. Ching Ching, don't be rude. Luckily, Wu Fu has zero plans to hog the entire place. I am only staying here to cultivate. If you really want to stay, then be my guest. Hearing that she sticks her tongue out, making a super cute happy cat face, Su Yingxian can only sigh helplessly at his wildly mischievous daughter. Meanwhile, over at the beautiful national park, where Wu Fu's class is having their big outdoor field trip, everyone is chilling. The girls are laughing and chatting away, looking as gorgeous as 100 blooming spring flowers. I know exactly what you're thinking. Who is that guy staring from the bench? Obviously, it's our resident girl crazy buddy Meng Meng, completely mesmerized. He's literally drooling while staring at the girls. Man, this is an absolute feast for the eyes. Xiaohong's friend catches his super creepy stare and gets instant goosebumps. Oh, that weird guy keeps staring right at us. Grossed out, Xiaohong quickly grabs her friend's arm and pulls her away. Let's get out of here, walk faster. He's been waiting for Wu Fu forever, and now even the girls are gone. Meng Meng lets out a heavy sigh. Boss is taking way too long. Did he actually get lost? Just then, he suddenly hears a loud, goofy bark. Not too far away, a totally silly dog is happily wagging its tail, digging through someone's stuff. The crazy mutt is even licking the leg of a girl in black leggings. Hearing that familiar bark, Meng Meng's brain instantly goes straight to Wu Fu's pet. The Erha. It's definitely the Erha, and it's running for its life from an angry silver-haired girl. You stupid dog, stop right there, she screams. The poor thing runs and barks wildly, basically screaming for help. Finally, it dashes straight back to its owner. Wu Fu scoops the Erha into his arms, politely apologizing. I am so sorry, I will take full responsibility. But Nana is absolutely boiling with rage. She holds up her designer handbag and snaps. Do you have any idea how much this costs? Like you could ever afford it. The friend standing next to her just laughs. Nana, his friend, supposedly lives in a super luxurious villa, so there's no way he cares about this tiny amount of cash. Some annoying classmates nearby immediately start mocking him too. Oh yeah, he is definitely a rich guy. A rich guy who lives in the absolute slums. I am actually dying of laughter. Some people even cover their mouths, holding back giggles. I can't believe he's still trying to pretend. But Wu Fu literally couldn't care less. He casually turns around and grabs a tasty skewer from the table. Meng Meng sprints over to save the day. Scratching his head awkwardly, he steps up. Hey, I am super sorry, the crazy dog is mine. Right now, the Erha is happily devouring that meat skewer from the table. Meanwhile, Wu Fu reaches in and casually pulls a thick stack of cold hard cash from his pocket. I told you I'd take full responsibility. That stack is seriously thick. It's got to be a ton of cash. He looks at Nana coldly. Is this enough? The classmates standing around immediately start mocking him again. He has money? Is he actually rich? He probably borrowed from a sketchy loan shark. Li Mengjiao sees this and just smirks coldly. How pathetic. The poor kid is still desperately trying to pretend. Trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see his next move. Let's dive right in. After dealing with Nana, Wu Fu shoots Li Mengjiao a deadly glare. Hands in his pockets, he casually walks right up to her. His cold vibe completely freaks Li Mengjiao out. She stammers, what on earth are you doing? Wu Fu leans in and whispers, bother me again and you're done. He coldly warns her to watch her mouth. Poor Li Mengjiao has literally never been this humiliated in her entire life. She grinds her teeth. Enjoy your arrogance while it lasts. I will make you regret this. Right on cue, heavy dark clouds roll in. The sky turns pitch black. Someone nervously points out the obvious, oh no, it looks like it is gonna pour. A rainy picnic, total buzzkill. Someone curses the useless weather forecast while others start panicking about their ride home. What if the bus does not make it before the storm? Right then everyone hears Li Mengjiao loudly bragging on the phone. Babe, it is about to rain, come pick us up. After dropping the pin, she hangs up and dramatically turns back to face the entire class. A car is coming for us shortly. Wu Fu literally could not care less about her ride. Out of nowhere, he makes an offer. I actually happen to own a mansion nearby. You guys can dodge the rain there. Li Mengjiao instantly goes back to mocking him. A mansion in Yunhai. You would probably die if you stopped bragging. Hearing this, the whole class bursts out laughing at him again. Meng Meng looks worried. Boss, is this a good idea? Wu Fu just shrugs. Up to them, I am not forcing anybody to come. Now watch this. Li Mengjiao desperately wants to see Wu Fu humiliated. It's about to rain, so she suggests, why don't we go check it out? Maybe he's actually telling the truth. A little while later, the whole squad gathers at the entrance of Tianfu Manor. Bodyguards are standing watch. Wu Fu leads Meng Meng and the group right up. Li Mengjiao sneers. Let's see how he bluffs his way inside. A few classmates start whispering. Why is he putting on this fake act? So embarrassing, we should just go back and wait for the car. Meng Meng nervously begs boss maybe we should bounce. Wu Fu gives a reassuring look. We are already here. Where are you going? The gate guard spots him and beams. Mr. Wu, did you bring your friends to hang out? The classmates are completely stunned. Mr. Wu, no way. Li Mengjiao is totally horrified. How in the world did he pull this off? The guard bows respectfully. Please come in. Suddenly, the classmates are hyped up. Let's go. Meng Meng throws up a huge thumbs up. Boss, you are absolutely amazing. Wu Fu casually invites everyone inside before the rain hits. The classmates walk in totally mind blown. So epic. I thought he was just flexing, but Li Mengjiao simply clenches her fists, fuming with sheer jealousy. You know what she's thinking, right? She dumped him, thinking he was dead broke. Who knew he was hiding this insane wealth? Her face turns super dark, eyebrows squeezed tightly together. Wu Fu, you bastard. Walking in, Wu Fu does not forget to order the guard. Hey, buddy. The guard bows again. Yes, Mr. Wu, what can I do for you? Wu Fu points a single finger right at Li Mengjiao. Everyone here is my guest, except for her. The guard immediately does his job, completely blocking Li Mengjiao from stepping through the front door. Sorry, miss, you cannot enter without permission. She completely loses it, screaming at the top of her lungs, you absolute jerk. Then the rain finally drops. Heavy rain aggressively smashes down on Li Mengjiao. She grinds her teeth, cursing him under her breath. Wu Fu, you are really gonna regret this. Almost instantly, a sleek black car pulls up right outside the gates of Tianfu Manor. Li Mengjiao jumps in, slamming the door hard and glares at the driver. You have to destroy him. Tianhao just nods his head. Relax, baby. I have already set everything up. Nobody hits me and gets away with it. Just wait. Meanwhile, inside the mansion, the classmates are absolutely losing their minds over the luxury. It is so insanely fancy, though a few are still quietly doubting him. Does he really own this crazy place? Was he just keeping a low profile this whole time? That is what Xiao Hong is thinking. She does not look impressed at all right now. Suddenly, someone shouts, Hey, is that not Xu Tingting up there? Hearing that name, Xiao Hong immediately snaps her head to look at the second floor. A classmate gasps. Wait, seriously. Meng Meng looks up. Xu Tingting, is she not the big boss lady we saw back at the hotel? Xiao Hong mutters to herself. The Xu family of Yunhai do not tell me this is actually Tingting's mansion. Ah, of course, the real rich person. Meng Meng pats Wu Fu on the shoulder, giving him a super knowing look. Boss, you hid this really well. He completely ignores the guy's wild theories. It is getting pretty late, just pick a room and rest. Wu Fu finally explains the situation. It is true this huge place used to belong to Tingting's family. Meng Meng gets super curious. Wait, boss, what exactly is going on here? Wu Fu spins the keys on his finger. But now it belongs to me. He honestly does not want to argue with these clueless, jealous girls. If you don't want to stay, you can bounce right now. Meng Meng, show them out. Meng Meng instantly points straight at the exit. Right this way, please leave. Xiao Hong just smirks, letting out a very cold, sarcastic laugh. Here's where we leave it. Who do you think you are? Tingting hasn't spoken yet. What will you do? Another girl chimes in with heavy sarcasm, lying without even blinking. Up above, Tingting finally looks down. Hey, what are you all doing down there? She crosses her arms, glaring at everyone below. Xiao Hong jumps quickly, looking up with a perfectly fake, sweet little smile. Stick with me here, guys. Ching Ching stares at that totally fake face in pure silence, while Xiao Hong's clueless crew actually thinks they are fully protected. They laugh and joke without a single care in the world. But plot twist, Ching Ching suddenly snaps and kicks them out, yelling, Get out of here right now. Xiao Hong freezes in her tracks. Wait, senior, Wu Fu invited us inside. Her blonde friend quickly chimes in to back her up, saying, Yeah, exactly, he did. But Ching Ching stays completely ice cold. Didn't he just tell you guys to leave? She drops a massive truth bomb right then. Wu Fu actually owns this entire villa. He can easily kick out whoever he wants. The blonde girl is completely stunned. It is really his. A male classmate literally stutters out loud in pure, absolute shock. This massive villa is actually his. Ching Ching glares at them, dead serious. Are you leaving, or should I personally throw you all out right now? Wu Fu points straight at the front door. Please leave. Xiao Hong turns pale with absolute rage, grinding her teeth in anger. Fine, I will go. Saying that, she storms out and slams the door shut with a huge bang. Outside, Xiao Hong sneers coldly, thinking to herself that he'll probably get kicked out while sleeping anyway. The rest of the group really doesn't want to think about how a poor loser could ever own such an insanely luxurious mega villa. I bet this villa actually belongs to Xu Qingqing's wealthy family. Meanwhile, Qingqing just stands up on the second floor, arms crossed, watching her talk absolute garbage. Xiao Hong just refuses to let it go. You say it is yours, so it is yours. The real owner of this place is literally standing right up there. If we are staying the night here, shouldn't we formally greet the actual owner? Her friend finally gets it, saying, Oh, I see now. So this is our senior boss's house? Xiao Hong scoffs coldly. The senior let us take shelter from the rain. What are you even pretending for, you massive fake? Wu Fu just feels like his kindness totally backfired. I was nice enough to let you escape the rain, not to let you stand inside and mock me. Night falls and the rain is absolutely pouring outside. Faint streams of spiritual energy swirl all around the dark villa, sneaking right into the room. Their target, straight into Wu Fu's body as he sits there, quietly cultivating. He finally chased away that totally ungrateful brat Xiao Hong. Wu Fu looks up and notices Qing Qing. Not asleep yet, she just scoffs coldly, saying, "It was way too noisy, it woke me up." Meng Meng then pats his shoulder. He has this ridiculous crying face, mourning his poor single life. "Brother Fu, you are an absolute beast for this. Since when did you rely on women to get this filthy rich?" Floating right above his head is a broken sword with only the hilt section left completely intact. Watch closely, it gets wild here. Wu Fu snaps his eyes open, breaking cultivation. The broken sword above him starts vibrating violently non-stop. It lets out a low humming sound. Right after that, pure spiritual energy explodes outward in a massive perfect circle. Swirling all around Wu Fu's body, he smiles to himself. Mid-stage Qi refinement. In his past life, this took him 3 whole years to finally pass the Qi refinement stage, but incredibly, he just reached the mid-stage after only a few days since his epic rebirth. Suddenly, a sharp crackling noise echoes outside, followed by a huge boom, and the Urha growling aggressively. Wu Fu startles and immediately looks over. He steps onto the balcony and asks Urha, "What just happened out there?" Obviously, a dog can't speak human, so it just barks wildly right at the flashing lightning. Seeing the dog acting so weirdly, Wu Fu urges it, "Let's go." Heavy rain crashes down on the rustling leaves. Urha braves the pouring rain and sprints straight toward the dark forest. Right behind him, Wu Fu follows closely, noticing several massive trees totally leveled by lightning strikes. The sword hilt above his head keeps vibrating like crazy. He realizes something is seriously wrong here. The star sword is fluctuating so intensely. Wu Fu glances over at Urha, asking, "Did you see something?" The husky replies with 2 sharp barks. He looks around, seeing the surrounding trees completely charred pitch black by lightning, their canopies entirely gone. Suddenly, Wu Fu spots Urha acting super weird again. The dog suddenly stops in its tracks, bowing down to furiously digging for something hidden. After digging a bit, it turns and barks twice like it's showing off. Right under Urha's paws is a pitch-black broken sword hilt. You and I both know this is huge. Amidst the booming thunder, Wu Fu is totally stunned. He bends down and picks up that broken hilt. The thick layer of black ash coating the sword starts crumbling away. Following Urha's loud barks, the ancient sword hilt gleams brilliantly, shining so bright after being washed clean by the rain. Wu Fu is utterly shocked. The nebula sword. This piece looks exactly like the broken hilt above his head. In my past life, I traveled across 10,000 stars just to forge 1-star sword, yet I never expected that after my epic rebirth, I would actually find another star sword hilt here. The piece hovering above his head hums loudly, like it is totally resonating with the hilt right in Wu Fu's hand. The surrounding spiritual energy gets aggressively sucked into the 2 pieces and he laughs. "I finally found the 10,000-year-old star sword. I will return to the top." He raises the broken hilt high up. "Once I gather all the star swords, that will be the exact moment of your doom. Even if you are hiding in the highest heavens, I will still totally obliterate you." The very next morning, a slender leg steps right in front of the school gate. Inside the martial arts training room, warm sunlight fills the entire space. Seeing the girl walk in, everyone gets instantly hyped up, shouting, "Welcome back to school, Madam President." That person is none other than Qing Qing herself. A few martial arts girls eagerly swarm around her to ask, "Madam President, you are finally back with us." Qing Qing replies super casually, "I rested for a really long time, so it is finally time to return." "Does anyone here know a guy named Wu Fu?" A pink-haired girl named Xiao Ye immediately raises her hand. "President, I know him. So what do you and I make of this ending?" Qing Qing asks, "Where is he now?" Xiao Ye replies, "He is a new student, and he already completely offended Tian Hao." Let's jump right in. Wu Fu is blocked at the gate and things are looking bad. The girl asks, "President, do you know this guy?" Hearing such a sensitive question, Qing Qing gets totally flustered. She blushes, turning her head away. I do not know him, but deep down, she curses him. At the school gate, Wu Fu suddenly lets out a massive sneeze. Right at that exact moment, a black car speeds up closely, followed by another. Wu Fu squints instantly, on high alert. He notices something is definitely off. It is not just 1 or 2 cars rolling up. It is 4 or 5 of them, completely blocking his escape route. A thug immediately starts yelling at the students gathering to watch the drama. "What are you looking at? You want to die?" Wu Fu just stares at the thugs stepping out of the cars, his expression totally cold. But the Urha in his arms is not nearly as chill. It barks loudly a few times. One of the thugs walks right up to Wu Fu. The Urha barks even harder. The guy is a massive brute named Big Bill. He glares at him. "You are Wu Fu. His lackeys holding baseball bats take one look at the skinny Wu Fu and shout, "Big Bill. Let me handle this little brat." Another guy looks shocked. Tianhao really let a piece of trash like this humiliate him. Wu Fu puts the head down, getting ready to fight. "I will teach you all a lesson." Big Bill's goons swing their bats, beat the hell out of him. "Get him." A vicious swing aims right for his head, meant to put him in the hospital. But Wu Fu casually dodges. Another bat slices right past his face. He simply leans back, easily avoiding it. Immediately after, Wu Fu pivots, stomping his foot hard into the ground. Using that momentum, he launches a high kick, completely snapping the thug's baseball bat in half. The guy is absolutely terrified. He stares down at the totally shattered bat left in his hands. Wu Fu gives a cold smirk. "I honestly thought he could invite a few actual fighters. What a total letdown." "Now watch this closely, guys." Big Bill just sneers. "Is that right? You beat a few weaklings and think you are invincible?" Little did Wu Fu know. Right behind him, two hands reach out to grab him from his blind spot. Big Bill's lackeys successfully lock him down tight. Big Bill beat him up. Big Bill waves his baseball bat around, acting all tough as he declares at Yunhai University, "The person who dares to face me has not even been born yet." Right then, the Erha runs up and bites his leg hard. Big Bill furiously kicks the poor pup away. "You damn dog." The Erha hits the ground hard, heavily injured and barely moving. And Big Bill is still acting ruthless. "I will make sure your owner stays in a hospital bed for life." Up on the balcony, King Ching sees this and orders Xiaoya, "Hurry up, call an ambulance right now." Xiaoya quickly replies, "Right away." No matter how bad Wu Fu might be, he is still a student of Yunhai University. "I am calling them right now." Ching stops watching and simply turns to leave. "No, the ambulance is for those poor thugs." Xiaoya is completely baffled by this. "For the thugs, Madam President." "Why for the thugs?" Ching does not explain, she just gives a faint smile. "He is very strong." And sure enough, down below, those two lackeys are losing their grip on Wu Fu. "We cannot hold him much longer." One of them is totally shocked, thinking to himself, "What is happening?" His strength suddenly spiked. "You and I both know what is coming next." Big Bill angrily curses his useless goons. "Let me handle him." But Wu Fu just furrows his brows, his eyes turning ice cold. "What a shame." He casually swings his arms, throwing both goons backward. Too late, Big Bill swings his bat and charges at Wu Fu, screaming, "Go to hell." Wu Fu dashes forward like a pitched baseball while Bill waits with his bat. As he gets close, the heavy bat comes crashing down. Wu Fu narrows his eyes, calculating for a split second, and immediately unleashes a brutal kick. He completely dents the solid baseball bat right in Big Bill's hands. Wu Fu's leg follows through with its natural momentum, sending both his foot and the bent bat smashing right into Bill's face. He collapses to the ground, the weapon flying straight out of his grip. His lackeys are terrified. "Big Bill, are you okay, Big Bill?" But Big Bill gives zero response, because the guy is already knocked out, cold, foaming at the mouth, ready for the emergency room. But even after crushing the boss, Wu Fu does not relax at all, because these crazy minions totally lose their minds, continuously swarming him from every side. Wu Fu looks indifferent, looking for death. Before the minion can even react, he feeds him a massive punch straight to the face. The remaining thugs see their buddy get wrecked and rush in. "You bastard, let us jump him." So the armed mob charges forward like suicidal moths, diving straight into the fire with him. A few minutes later, the red-haired lackey's face is completely swollen. He mutters, "Tianhao, what kind of monster did he actually provoke?" The beaten thugs are practically carrying each other. Wu Fu commands, "Get up, lift him, and follow me." One of them gathers all his courage to speak up. "Big bro, we were totally wrong today, please spare us." Before he can finish, his buddy cuts him off. "What, big bro?" Wu Fu does not give them a chance to argue, his voice icy. "Let's go." The battered thugs have absolutely no choice but to obey. "Yes, yes, sir." Meanwhile, over on the other side of the campus, a girl from the martial arts class runs back to report to Qingqing. "President Wu Fu is acting so stupid, he actually went to find Tianhao." "So what do you and I make of this?" Qingqing just smirks. She gives a moment of silence for him. "Too bad for you, Tianhao. Let's dive into this wild story." A sunny day at the campus building, but the only weird thing, a bunch of bullies absolutely beaten to a pulp. They are limping right behind Wu Fu through the long school hallways. Upstairs in classroom 3, Zhou Tan pushes the door open. Xia Tianhao and the gang inside turn around completely startled. Zhou Tan is grinning ear to ear. He brought Big Bill. That punk Wu Fu is totally dead now. Li Mingjiao laughs out loud. That is what he gets for disrespecting us. Xia Tianhao just leans back, staring up. No one named Wu Fu exists at Cloud Sea University anymore. Zhou Tan smirks. Pure karma for a total loser. But right then, the door swings open again. Xia Tianhao and Zhou Tan jump. Li Mingjiao sees him and panics. "Wu Fu," he is dragging some guy by the collar, glaring at everyone inside. "Were you guys looking for me?" Wu Fu casually lets go, and the dude instantly faceplants. "I have been looking for you too." Yep, that guy is Big Bill totally out cold, twitching like crazy on the floor. Zhou Tan stares in absolute horror. Big Bill. Li Mengjiao stammers in pure fear. Wu Fu Xia Tianhao finally realizes he is screwed, sweating bullets. How is this even possible? Wu Fu is no joke. One guy 0 weapons, but he absolutely wrecked everybody. Not a single thug could scratch him. Screams of pain are echoing everywhere. Now a few guys stand up. They step toward Wu Fu. He could not care less, just side-eyeing them in complete silence. Some arrogant jerk in a white shirt yells, "Hey kid, do you not know how to knock first? Or do we look invisible?" He points right at Wu Fu. "Get lost right now." Seeing Wu Fu ignore him completely, the guy grabs his collar. "Are you freaking deaf or something? Now pay attention here." The jerk instantly gets a massive slap, losing teeth everywhere. A brutal warning from Wu Fu. "None of your business, scram." Xu Qingqing walks into the classroom, muttering quietly. He is so arrogant. Someone wonders, how did he suddenly get so strong? Wu Fu hears Xu Qingqing speaking. Wu Fu looks over. Xu Qingqing is totally shocked as he walks up and hands the dog to her. "I am getting revenge for the dog, watch him." The pup is thrilled, but Xu Qingqing looks annoyed. Suddenly, a dog sitter, she curses quietly. "Damn him." Zhou Tan sees Wu Fu ignoring everyone. He yells out, "Wu Fu, this is a school. You dare cause trouble here?" Wu Fu stays completely silent, just giving him a deadly glare. Zhou Tan freezes, absolutely terrified. Wu Fu warns him coldly, "Before I get mad, get out." Vince grabs a chair, offering politely, "Sit down, let us talk." But his actions are pure savage. He swings the chair right at Wu Fu. Wu Fu just glares. He activates his aura, one-punch knockout. The chair goes flying, smashing right into the blackboard. We both felt that. Zhou Tan gulps hard at the cracked board. Wu Fu drops his warning, "Get out if you want to live." He turns away, ignoring the guy, trembling and calling out, "Wait. Hold on." Wu Fu walks straight towards Xia Tianhao, but Li Mengjiao jumps in right out of nowhere, blocking his path. "What are you doing?" Xia Tianhao hides behind her, acting tough. "Think a little fighting skill makes you special. To me, you are literally just an insect." Before he finishes, Wu Fu delivers a lightning-fast kick. So ridiculous. Li Mengjiao is stunned. Luckily, the kick bypassed her completely. He walks past her. "Do not play with fire, or it will burn everything you own." Wu Fu walks away, leaving Li Mengjiao standing there. She rushes to check on her new boyfriend. "You okay, Xia Tianhao?" In the hallway, Xu Qingqing leaves with Wu Fu. She explains, "Xia Tianhao is a rich family heir. With your current power level right now, you have 0 chance of beating him. You are in deep trouble." Wu Fu stays chill, barely caring. Who knows who is really in trouble? Xu Qingqing is speechless, scoffing. So arrogant. Scene cuts to a fancy city hospital. Amazing facilities here, basically an elite VIP medical center. Xia Tianhao's name is on the door. He screams loudly, "Dad, you must help me kill him." Inside, Xia Tianhao is lying in bed with a broken arm. Standing by the window is his dad, the boss. He speaks up. "I already contacted your older brother. He is coming back to Cloud C very soon." That's where we leave it. Smoking his cigarette, he calms his son. "Relax, nobody touches our family. Stick with me here, you are about to watch the funniest payback story." They wanted to talk, but the hospital door suddenly opens, dropping a super creepy vibe into the room. Xia Tianhao turns his head toward the door in total shock. The guy walking in, a dude rocking fiery red hair and a braid all the way down to his waist. He starts talking. "Rest easy, uncle. If Wu Fu is really just practicing some basic energy arts." The redhead flashes a super dark, sinister smile. "I will make sure he completely disappears in a few days." Meanwhile, back at the college dorms, bright sunlight is beautifully lighting up the hallway. Inside one of the dorm rooms, a dog is barking like crazy. The husky is causing absolute chaos, knocking over the trash can. And Wu Fu, he does not care at all. Suddenly, his buddy Wang Mengmeng bursts through the door, out of breath and panicking like the world is ending. "Boss Wu Fu, things are bad." Wu Fu is just chilling on his bed, hands behind his head. "Why are you freaking out so much, man?" So Wang Mengmeng spills the beans. Zhou Tan and the homeroom teacher are heading to his room right now. The teacher is actually Zhou Tan's uncle, and they are super close. "You gotta hide." But it is too late. Zhou Tan and the teacher are already standing right at the door. Zhou Tan arrogantly crosses his arms, trying to run. Not that easy. The husky sees these bad guys walking in and starts barking loudly at them. The teacher stares the dog down. His nasty glare actually makes the poor husky back off. Wu Fu instantly looks super annoyed. He shoots a razor-sharp glare at the 2 uninvited guests. The teacher pushes up his glasses, flashes a wicked smirk, and goes straight into throwing accusations. "You dare to bring thugs into school to beat my students, and you are keeping a wild beast in the dorms." Wang Mengmeng tries to step up and explain. "Wait, sir, Wu Fu did not team up with any thugs. Xia Tianhao was the one who actually brought those guys. Zhou Tan immediately shuts him down with a threat. Did I say you could talk? Shut your mouth. Wu Fu looks at the uncle and nephew duo, telling Wang Mengmeng to just drop it and stay quiet. He frowns. These jerks really think money is everything. Fine then. Wu Fu starts channeling his energy and pure spiritual power begins swirling around his hand. Wang Mengmeng knows his friend too well and tries to stop him. Boss Wu Fu, do not do it. Before he even finishes, Wu Fu's fist is already flying right at Zhou Tan's face. Now watch this closely because this is where it gets absolutely hilarious. The punch never actually lands, but Wu Fu moves so insanely fast that he creates a massive gust of wind. The wind blasts right into Zhou Tan and the teacher. And unfortunately for the teacher, that wind is strong enough to completely blow his shiny toupee right off his bald head. Wu Fu points straight at the door. Get the heck out. Zhou Tan is totally terrified now, but he still tries to act tough and refuses to back down. Wu Fu, I am warning you, do not start trouble here. Talk about being completely clueless. Wu Fu grabs him right by the collar. Need me to escort you out? The teacher is already panicking, running outside to grab his sad wig and slap it back on. He yells out a loud threat. Wu Fu, I am reporting this to the school administration immediately. You are going to face some serious punishment for this. And with that, he totally ditches his own nephew and runs for his life. Zhou Tan finally realizes what is happening. Help me, uncle. Do not leave me behind. The homeroom teacher sprints away faster than a rabbit, totally ignoring Zhou Tan's painful screams echoing out from inside the dorm room. The very next day at Cloud Sea University. Inside the classroom, Wang Mengmeng turns around in his seat. Boss Wu Fu, were we maybe a little too reckless yesterday? I mean, after all. Before he can even finish his sentence, the door suddenly swings wide open. The homeroom teacher marches in, bringing several other teachers with him. Quiet down, everyone. He stands up at the podium, gripping the teacher's desk, and prepares to make a major announcement. I am here to notify you all about something very important. The homeroom teacher completely twists the truth right there. You saw the truth, right? He claims freshman Wu Fu disrupted school discipline and completely disrespected his teachers. He violently assaulted student Xia Tianhao, sending him straight to the hospital. Whispers immediately break out across the whole classroom. A red-haired classmate asks, did I hear that right? The girl sitting next to him replies, yeah, it is true. I actually saw it happen yesterday morning. Xia Tianhao tried to block Wu Fu right at the school gate, and ended up getting completely schooled by him instead. The teacher reads from a disciplinary document stating that after discussing it with the school board, they have officially decided to suspend Wu Fu indefinitely. The red-haired guy is super confused, but Xia Tianhao was the one who went out of his way to start trouble. So why in the world is Wu Fu getting punished? The girl sighs. If you want to blame anyone, you gotta blame Wu Fu himself. He messed with some really big shots this time. Zhou Tan is standing just outside the classroom, laughing coldly. This is exactly what you get for daring to cross me. You total loser. Back inside the room, the teacher asks him directly, Student Wu Fu, do you have any final words? Wu Fu stays completely quiet, his face giving off a super murderous aura like he is calculating how to totally dismantle this situation. Right at that exact moment, the classroom door gets thrown open again and someone yells, hold on. The teacher jumps and looks toward the doorway. Seeing who it is, he snaps with a cold voice, Shu Qingqing, we are in the middle of class, get out right now. Shu Qingqing is not scared at all and fires back. Mr. Teacher, the creation of a martial arts club is meant to protect the rights and safety of every single student here at our university, and that absolutely includes Wu Fu. Saying that, she turns around and literally shoves Big Bill into the classroom. Shu Qingqing points right at him. This guy was hired by someone to beat up Wu Fu. We caught him red-handed and we are investigating everything. The whole class is stunned hearing this, barely able to believe the crazy drama unfolding. Since the plot just thickened big time, Wu Fu flashes a sarcastic smirk. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you are going to want to see his payback. Stick with me. Wu Fu stands up and tells Qingqing he'll handle this himself. She gets annoyed. Without my help, how will you even survive? But Wu Fu just focuses his core energy. Dealing with these trash bags is literally nothing to him. Qingqing is completely shocked by his aura. The homeroom teacher furiously points at the door. Wu Fu, you're expelled. I'm calling the cops. Suddenly, Zhou Tan struts right into the classroom. You literally have zero proof of your innocence. Get out of this school. But secretly, he's sweating bullets about Shu Qingqing. Wu Fu, she really pressured the school over Wu Fu. Our boy just walks up coldly. Passing right by Zhou Tan, the rich kid whispers, blame your total lack of a background. Stop showing off and get out, idiot. That definitely hits a massive nerve. Wu Fu immediately darkens. He turns around with a freezing smile. No background, you think so? Watch closely now. He raises two fingers and snorts. Your big mouth ruins you. A lightning strike. Zhou Tan can only blink, completely unable to dodge. His eyes widen, seeing nothing. Suddenly, a cold flash hits his forehead. Like taking a massive flick to the brain, extreme agony hits. He clutches his head, screaming wildly. The teacher absolutely loses his mind. What did you do to my nephew? The whole class starts buzzing. What is wrong with him? Serves the arrogant brat right. The teacher grabs his screaming nephew. Zhou Tan points a shaky finger at Wu Fu. What did you do? But Wu Fu barely moved. He just smirks. Got any proof? Nobody else realizes it, but Qing Qing recognizes pure spiritual power. Out of nowhere, Zhou Tan drops to his knees. I was wrong. Wu Fu coldly glares down. Don't say my name, Zhou Tan pathetically screams out. Daddy, I'm dying. Please spare me. Wu Fu's voice hits like absolute hypnosis. Tell the truth. Crying Zhou Tan exposes Xia Tianhao. I know what you're thinking. That was fast, right? The class is completely stunned, silent. The furious teacher slams the desk. Wu Fu, our guy, just stares. What? He explained everything already. The teacher looks back at his nephew, who is panting hard. The terrible pain finally stopped. But wait, a warm yellow puddle is soaking his pants. The teacher angrily delays the punishment. I'll investigate this fully. Don't celebrate yet. Qing Qing just smiles confidently. I expect full justice for Wu Fu, a proud member of my martial arts club. You get me. Gritting his teeth, the teacher wonders, since when does this punk know the Shu family? He stays stubborn. Don't worry, student Shu. The teaching department will enforce the school rules perfectly. We'll never show favoritism. After that speech, he storms out and aggressively slams the door. Wu Fu turns to the girl next to him. Since when am I in your club? Qing Qing gives him a playful look. Little pervert, I did that to protect you from them. She laughs. I'm from the Yunhai Shu family, after all, an absolutely unmatched existence here. But someone taps her shoulder. Boss Wu Fu already left. She turns totally red with anger. Does he really think he can handle this alone? So arrogant. Meanwhile, nearby, a hand reaches out to open a dorm room door. Erha, the dog barks and runs. Looking at the room covered in garbage, he sighs. Erha, what did you do? Right before punishing him, Buzz. Wu Fu checks his phone. Meng Meng texted Brother Fu, I need my shoes fixed, that dog. Grabbing Erha, he sighs. Let's go. The guy and his chaotic dog leave the dorms. Cut to a massive luxury villa pool. Qing Qing and Xiaoya are just chilling, sunbathing. Because Wu Fu hates being bothered, this place is empty. Perfect for an intruder. A red-haired guy jumps in. He completely breaches the villa. Hearing a weird noise, someone shouts, Who is there? Erha barks. Seeing the goofy dog, Qing Qing drops her guard. Oh, it's just Erha. She glances over. She thinks, wait, is Wu Fu actually here? Her face flushes with excitement. I'll catch you. Total pervert. At the front gate, Wu Fu slowly walks in. Something feels incredibly wrong here. He searches around. Erha, come here. Suddenly, 3 deadly darts fly out. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Alright, let's jump right in. He turns his head and instantly spots 3 deadly throwing darts flying straight at his face. He gets startled, but come on, this is Wu Fu. He just steps back. Dodging effortlessly, the 3 darts slam right into the wall. He turns to see exactly who just tried to end his life. The attacker smirks, impressed by his skills. It is a red-haired guy sent here on a mission to assassinate Wu Fu. Too bad you ran into me, you are going to die anyway. Wu Fu narrows his eyes, quietly analyzing his opponent's actual strength. This red-haired assassin is dripping with heavy bloodlust and killing intent. Out of nowhere, he pulls out even more, throwing darts. No more talking. The redhead throws the darts right at Wu Fu. Our guy just stands there calmly, watching the blades approach. In a flash, Wu Fu wraps his hand in pure qi. He casually sweeps his arm in an arc, knocking every single dart away. But the redhead instantly closes the gap, swinging a long red blade for a sneak attack. Wu Fu blocks the heavy strike with his qi-covered bare hand. Twisting his wrist, he uses his hand like a sword to deflect the blade. Under the sunset, the 2 fighters quickly jump apart. The redhead gets super excited. Sword qi. This kid is actually strong. Meanwhile, Wu Fu circulates qi around his body. Watch closely because Wu Fu finally speaks up. Since his rebirth, this is his first decent opponent. He promises to play around a bit. Gripping his blade tight, the redhead erupts with explosive bloodlust. He loudly acknowledges the kid's impressive power. But it is way too early for you to act cocky. After saying that, his eyes turn incredibly cold and sharp. His voice drops, full of pure death. Die. The redhead dashes right behind Wu Fu, swinging his arm for a dirty sneak attack from the back. But Wu Fu is way too fast. He spins around and blocks the strike bare-handed, barely surviving the deadly wave of attacks. A second later, the redhead slashes right at his head. Wu Fu leans back just in time to dodge the fatal blow. Furious, the assassin yells, Can you dodge forever, coward? Fearless Wu Fu talks right back. I am just worried you cannot survive 1 hit. The redhead charges forward. You are dead. Still bragging right before you die, he closes in fast, but Wu Fu glares at him seriously. I am done playing with you. The redhead freezes in confusion for a few seconds. Wu Fu immediately forms a massive qi sword and hurls it at his enemy. Luckily for the redhead, he dodges right as the sword takes shape, but Wu Fu's follow-up attack finally lands a solid hit. It smashes into the wooden pillar right behind him. He glances back in pure terror. This cannot be the power of a kid, under 20 years old. The redhead stares at him, asking, "Who the hell are you?" Wu Fu answers coldly, "You do not deserve to know." Nearby, a small figure has been watching this entire fight unfold. Shu Qingqing thinks to herself in shock. He is clearly only at the mid-chi gathering tier, but he easily overpowers a peak chi gathering expert. Insane. She stares intensely at Wu Fu. This guy is absolutely not simple. Suddenly, the redhead notices Zhu Qingqing hiding there. "You and I both know this is bad." She realizes he is targeting her, but reacts a second too late. His blade presses against her throat. Wu Fu is caught off guard. The pathetic redhead takes Shu Qingqing hostage and starts threatening him. "Hey kid, if you do not want your girlfriend to die, you better do exactly as I say." Wu Fu waves his hand. "Do not misunderstand, she's not my girlfriend." Shu Qingqing's face instantly darkens. Furious, she screams out, "You absolute jerk. Do you have any humanity? I am a hostage because of you. If you are not going to save me, at least shut up." The redhead realizes things are going wrong as Shu Qingqing explodes with pure rage. Her raw power constantly radiates out. The redhead shivers another master. A second later, a massive explosion shakes the entire building. Outside, two girls stand there looking at each other in total shock. The pink-haired one asks, "What was that loud explosion?" The white-haired girl quickly replies, "I think the president is inside." Back inside, the redhead is literally begging on his knees. "Spare me, Lady." Shu Qingqing glares down at him. "I could crush you with one single finger. Taking me hostage, you basically asked for a death wish." Meanwhile, the redhead secretly readies a hidden move. He opens his mouth, revealing a toxic needle, and blows it straight at her. Shu Qingqing desperately tries to lean back and dodge. Wu Fu instantly spots the danger. The moment Shu Qingqing leans sideways, he shifts his stance and prepares to launch himself forward. Wu Fu delivers a brutal kick right into the redhead's chest. He smashes into the wall, violently coughing up blood, while Wu Fu simply stands there glaring at him silently. Then he slowly walks toward the assassin, who is coughing uncontrollably, barely able to breathe. Knowing he is doomed, the redhead weakly stammers, Wait, we can make a deal." Clutching his stomach, he struggles to speak. There is no antidote. That girl is definitely dying. He looks at Shu Qingqing and laughs wildly. Tragically, she failed to dodge. The poison needle is stuck right in her neck. "Trust me on this." Wu Fu coldly summons his sword and instantly finishes the redhead off for good. Let's jump right into the madness. The red-haired guy clutches his neck in pure agony, eyes bulging as he screams and groans. No, but Wu Fu. He completely ignores the guy, just casually turning his back and walking away like nothing happened. He then locks eyes with Shu Qingqing. She is sprawled out on the ground right now, using all her remaining strength just to call out his name. Shu Qingqing's eyes are surrounded by dark bruises, her face turning totally purple from the deadly poison. She refuses to die just yet. Wu Fu looks right at her and declares, "With me here, even the Grim Reaper wouldn't dare take you." Then he bends down and pulls out the needle. The poison needle still has a tiny drop of her blood on it. Wu Fu examines it, realizing there's still some venom left in her system, and sighs heavily. A single drop hits the water, creating gentle ripples across the surface. Shu Qingqing closes her eyes, suddenly feeling incredibly relaxed and at peace. This spiritual energy feels so familiar, so warm and comforting. Shu Qingqing presses her lips together for a second, then slowly lets her face completely relax. Wu Fu is actually using his mouth to suck the poison right out of her neck. Shu Qingqing slowly opens her eyes. Suddenly, a panicked scream echoes from outside. Startled, Shu Qingqing's eyes shoot wide open, while Wu Fu just calmly glances toward the noise. Both of them stare straight at the unexpected guests who just crashed the party. The white-haired girl quickly covers her face with her hands, totally embarrassed after walking in on Shu Qingqing's rather compromising situation. "President, please keep going." The pink-haired girl blushes furiously and stammers, "So sorry, we'll just leave now." And just like that, the two girls turn around and bolt. Wu Fu finishes up, stands tall, and says, "You are fine now. I have completely removed all the toxins." Shu Qingqing uses her hands to push herself up. Blushing, she tucks her hair back and whispers, "Thank you." Checking his phone, he casually replies, "No need. I was their real target, so I would feel bad if you died." After dropping that line, Wu Fu hits the call button on his phone. Shu Qingqing freezes on the spot, thinking, does he really have to be that blunt? Now the scene shifts over to the hospital. Xia Tianhao is leaning against his hospital bed with his arm in a heavy cast. Monica grabs her ringing phone and tells Tianlong, "Sir, it is Wu Fu calling." He looks deep in thought and mutters, "Did the hit fail?" Tianlong stares out the window and orders Monica to answer it and put him on speaker. "Watch closely now." Wu Fu's icy voice echoes out. Xia Tianhao Harris has 3 days to kneel at school and beg for my forgiveness. This is his absolutely last chance. Click. He hangs up the phone. The hospital room goes dead silent. Back with Wu Fu, he casually pockets his device. Xu Qingqing stands right next to him, turning her head to ask, does the Harris family really think they can just run wild in Cloud City? Wu Fu's face darkens as he scoffs. The Harris family? They are nothing to me. She pouts and secretly mutters, such a show-off. We cut back to the hospital. Xia Tianhao's hospital room door is cracked open just a bit. He grinds his teeth and snarls, who the hell is he to make me apologize in person? Tianlong lights up a cigarette and warns Xia Tianhao, your older brother returns in 2 days. I guarantee this kid is going to suffer a very tragic death. Back at Wu Fu's apartment complex, someone is frantically yelling for him. Boss Wu Fu Wang Mengmeng shoves the room door open, completely out of breath as he starts talking. Erha is getting way out of hand. Yesterday, he destroyed my shoes, and today, he straight up peed right on my bed. The Erha he is complaining about is literally just a dog. Wang Mengmeng glares at the pup and says, I don't even know you. Meanwhile, out in the hallway, a gang of colorful-haired punks rolls up looking for Wu Fu. Jinga Wu Fu is in this room. Let's go. The whole crew lines up right outside his front door. Wang Mengmeng looks at Wu Fu helplessly and asks, Boss, don't tell me you picked a fight with the karate club. Wu Fu just replies coldly, I literally have zero idea who they are. You and I both know they are messing with the wrong guy. A lackey asks Jin Ji, are you really teaching a freshman a lesson? Jin Ji just scoffs in disgust. This punk has some skills, but he's way too arrogant. He actually dared to attack the president's little brother. Wu Fu tilts his head and asks, so you are Hayden's little lapdog? Jin Ji confidently points a thumb right at his own chest. That's right, I am running the karate club for the president. And with that, his entire gang of disciples charges forward all at once. You little brat, we are getting revenge for boss Xia Tianhao. Wu Fu just smirks in pure contempt. Here they come again. Just a bunch of annoying flies. Wu Fu quickly stands up and builds momentum. He delivers a brutal kick right to a lackey's face, hitting so hard the guy goes flying straight out the door. Seeing this, the thugs scream out, damn it, this guy is way too cocky, let's break him, boys. Wu Fu suddenly glares right at the punk who just provoked him. Instantly, he throws a devastating punch at his face. Wu Fu is going into serious mode here, using pure magic to heavily reinforce his strike. It makes the guy collapse to the ground instantly. Wu Fu completely ignores the unconscious dude and calmly steps toward the rest of the gang. He looks at them and asks, you guys want to break me? Then he coldly demands, come on, let's keep going. The lackeys literally don't know fear, and they all charge forward. Everyone attack. Wu Fu smirks, whispering, you really do not know your limits. He quickly gathers magic, energy into his fist and punches 2 of them away. Wu Fu gives a quick side glance, then smoothly pivots his foot to build power. Then Wu Fu smashes his fist into a guy's face, sending the very last lackey flying out of the room. The final grunt has completely fallen. The only one left standing is Jin Ji. He glares at him and mutters, a cultivator. Beating up normal people is easy, but against me, Jin Ji starts channeling his own magic. You are just walking straight into an early grave. Wu Fu wiggles his finger in a bring-it-on motion. Instantly, the guy swings his arm in a brutal horizontal slash, but Wu Fu easily dodges it. Jin Gei channels magic into his hands, slashing again. Wu Fu smirks, thinking, not bad. That is where we leave it, and trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Stick with me here. Jin Gei attacks with a powered-up strike, but Wu Fu blocks it completely. But our guy is way faster. He finds an opening and punches Jin Gi right in the gut. The dude looks totally shocked. He slides back on his feet just to keep from falling over. A lackey hiding behind the door asks him, are you okay, boss? Jin Gei clicks his tongue. Damn it, you are dead meat. Then Qingqing casually kicks him right in the butt. Even Wu Fu is totally surprised by this. Jin Gei furiously yells, who did that? Coughing and holding his stomach. This guy is too strong. Meng Meng looks worried and says, be careful, boss. But Wu Fu calmly replies, these trashes are absolutely nothing. Wu Fu cracks his wrists, getting ready to destroy them. Suddenly, Qingqing runs over to join the fun. Since when do you dare bully my people? A lackey recognizes her and gets super scared. Wait, what? He is from the dojo. Jin Gei frowns at Qingqing. This has nothing to do with you. Stay out of it if you do not want trouble. She is fearless, snapping back, I am waiting to see what your karate club can do to me. Realizing he is outmatched, he backs away. This is not over yet. Qingqing glares at him. Is that right? Jin Gei mocks Wu Fu. A grown man hiding behind a woman. Fight me outside if you dare. Watch closely now because Meng Meng warns him not to fall for it. Wu Fu smirks. Fine by me. Hearing this, Qingqing yells at him, are you crazy? His power is on a whole different level. The dog suddenly barks. Jin Ji thinks, like master, like dog. He points at the ground, disrespecting Wu Fu completely. We will settle this at the stadium this afternoon. Meanwhile, his lackeys hype him up. Boss, you have to kill him later. Yeah, take him down. Meng Meng anxiously asks Boss, why did you accept his challenge? Wu Fu casually replies, because it sounds pretty fun. The blue-haired girl whispers to Qing Qing, the club president. Is not this acting a bit too childish? She answers, deadpan, how is it childish? Our dojo speaks with pure strength. Qing Qing points right at the dog Meng Meng is holding. Even Erha, here is a proud member of our dojo. Qing Qing turns away and mutters, this is so embarrassing. Even if you do not care about yourself, save some face for our dojo. Wu Fu is so confused hearing this. Since when did I become a member of your dojo? Qing Qing says, seriously, I do not care. I do not care. Point is, you belong to the dojo. Meng Meng cries internally, realizing he is literally less important than a pet dog. Cut to the gym. Tian Hao looks furious as he screams out, I want to see him die right in front of me. Jin Gei holds poison needles and smirks confidently. Relax, I could easily kill him even without using these things. Silence fills the room. Tian Hao tells him, just take them. He orders Jin Gei to use the poison needles as a deadly trump card. A lackey checks his watch for the time, then announces to the group, boss, he is half an hour late. Did he seriously chicken out? Tian Hao grits his teeth, looking absolutely enraged. They mock him. I know what you were thinking, these guys are getting way too overconfident. Haha, why bring so many guys anyway? I am enough. Tian Hao sits there in his wheelchair. He calls the laughing lackey. Come here. What is it, boss? The guy leans in. Tian Hao snaps, radiating intense killing intent. The next second, Tian Hao punches the guy's face with his good hand. He screams, you useless trashes. If you could actually beat him, I would not be stuck in this damn wheelchair. Get out. Suddenly, Tian Hao sees someone approaching. Jin Ji says, they are here. From the other side, Wu Fu and Qing Qing slowly walk up. He stops and asks Tian Hao a question. Are not you here to apologize? He narrows his eyes. Apologize. You will not get the chance to act tough anymore. He coldly replies, oh really? Tian Hao grinds his teeth. You are dead today. Wu Fu stays completely calm. You are way too confident. Meng Jiao stands behind Tian Hao, raising her hand. Kill him. Jin Gei takes the order and steps forward, radiating an incredibly powerful magical aura. He glares right at Wu Fu. A chi-gathering brat acting tough. You want to die? Qing Qing watches and thinks, it is the transformation realm. Looking terrified, she tells Wu Fu, this is bad, you should just surrender. He turns to her. Just watch Erha for me. Jin Gi threatens him loudly. I have absolutely no intention of letting you leave here alive. Wu Fu simply replies, me, neither. Instantly, Jin Ji rushes forward to attack, but Wu Fu smoothly dodges right out of the way. Jin Gei stares intensely at Wu Fu. His palm suddenly flips open. Wu Fu instantly notices something is terribly wrong here. Jin Gei throws his hidden poison needles, but Wu Fu easily blocks them with a dagger. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Let's dive into this wild fight. Jin Gei unleashes another wave of hidden weapons, but Wu Fu just stands there watching the needles flying right at him. Hua Shuang quickly screams out for him to watch out. Jin Gei throws toxic needles straight at Wu Fu's face, but our guy is lightning fast, using a simple dagger to completely block every single poison needle coming his way. Li Mengjiao stands there watching, her jaw totally dropping in pure shock. Is this some kind of magic? Jin Gi quickly dashes right behind Wu Fu. I know you can forge energy into a sword, he says with a massive smirk. Too bad for you. Jin Gei powers up his hand to strike him right in the back, but Wu Fu just stomps his foot hard on the ground. He uses the momentum to leap straight into the air, completely dodging the fatal attack. Jin Gei misses and frantically looks around for Wu Fu. Hovering in the air, Wu Fu yells out Star Sword Art. Instantly, that tiny dagger transforms into an epic, massive longsword. Wu Fu unleashes an absolutely devastating strike right onto Jin Gei. His eyes bulge out in pure shock as the blow lands, completely crushing his heart in one hit. No, impossible. Hua Shuang stares at him in absolute terror, while Li Mengjiao looks like she has just seen a ghost. And Jia Tian Hao, he is just as stunned by the brutal scene that just unfolded. Meanwhile, Jin Ji's useless lackeys start screaming in total panic. He killed him, run away. Xia Tian Hao realizes he is screwed and yells, Li Mengjiao, push my wheelchair now. But she is so terrified she literally collapses onto the floor. Xia Tian Hao knows he is on his own, drops out of the wheelchair and desperately crawls away. Damn it, who knew Wu Fu was this ridiculously overpowered? But suddenly, Erha the husky blocks his path, glaring down at him and barking like crazy. Watch closely here, because Xia Tian Hao feels a chill down his spine as Wu Fu silently steps right up behind him, sword in hand. Where are you going? Xia Tian Hao is shaking, begging for his life. I am so sorry, I was wrong. Wu Fu just glares. Weren't you acting super tough earlier? Xia Tian Hao desperately pleads. Boss, please let me go. I swear I will never bother you again ever. Wu Fu coldly looks down at him. I gave you way too many chances already. Now it is way too late. Out of nowhere, a toxic needle strikes right into Xia Tian Hao's hand. The deadly poison immediately starts spreading through his entire arm. Xia Tianhao is totally panicking now. Li Mengjiao, give me the antidote right now. He reaches out, hurry up, hand it over. But Li Mengjiao completely turns on him, screaming in his face, why are you even alive, you useless cripple? He helplessly tries to force out a few words, you. But then Xia Tianhao coughs up a huge mouthful of blood and instantly collapses. Li Mengjiao sees this and just curses him out. What a loser. Wu Fu suddenly shifts his gaze over to her. Li Mengjiao panics. Please do not kill me, he calmly answers. You do not get to die, yet you need to live and feel pure despair. Wu Fu's face darkens as he thinks to himself. You are going to pay double for everything you did in my past life. We cut to a hidden mountain in the forest where a secret martial arts guild operates. A mysterious voice echoes through the room. This is one of our sect's 3 great treasures. Master White stares at the magical artifact and speaks. Do not underestimate this, it can kill you in an absolute flash. Tyson bows his head and replies, if I cannot get my revenge, I will never be able to focus on my cultivation. Thank you, Master, for helping me out this time. The old man says, cleanse your inner demons, then keep training. He just gives a quick thanks. The next morning at a high-rise building, Li Mengjiao is standing right at the edge of the balcony. We both know what she is thinking here. Ready to end it all, her hair blowing in the wind, Li Mengjiao mutters to herself. Instead of living in constant humiliation, I would rather just die right now. And of course, she curses out our main guy, Wu Fu. Even if I turn into a ghost, I will never forgive you. And with that, Li Mengjiao throws herself right off the balcony. Luckily for her, someone reaches out and stops it. The guy grabs her hand just in time and she looks up at her savior. Who the heck are you? Tyson narrows his eyes and says Xia Tianhao just died. If you end it now, who is going to witness Wu Fu's tragic ending? We cut over to Wu Fu's bathroom where he just finished showering and is casually drying his hair. Suddenly, he opens his eyes and stares at his hands. Wu Fu tests out a quick spell and thinks, am I already hitting the peak of my cultivation realm? He looks in the mirror and flashes back to his previous life. Thanks to my master's magic pills, I could forge high-tier spiritual weapons. In this life, even without those pills, my gear is just as powerful. But suddenly, there is someone screaming out in the other room. Stop licking there, Wu Fu immediately yells out, who is that? He steps right out of the bathroom to see what's going on. Sitting right there in his bedroom is Lu Ling. Erha the dog is licking her face. That tickles, stop it. Lu Ling spots Wu Fu and playfully invites him over. Aren't you going to come sit with me? Wu Fu just points straight at her and says flatly, that is my bed. Lu Ling fakes a hurt expression and whines at him. Your senior classmate came all the way to your room, and you cannot even be a little bit welcoming. Wu Fu gets super suspicious and asks, what is your actual goal in approaching me? She stands up and smiles, obviously. Lu Ling then pulls out a small magic wand and casually spins it in her hand. Then she blasts a spell straight from the wand to attack him. I came here to test your strength. Wu Fu just stands there totally calm. The towel draped over his shoulder gets blown right onto the floor by Lu Ling's attack. She looks at Wu Fu and asks, why didn't you dodge? He coldly replies, why would I? And trust me, you are going to love this. Magic swords have suddenly surrounded Lu Ling out of nowhere. Stick with me here, we're jumping right into the madness. Ready to counterattack anytime she pulls her hand back. A soundless sword shadow. Wu Fu didn't even feel it. Lu Ling blinks in shock. When did you strike? Wu Fu coldly replies, from the very beginning. But suddenly, he realizes something is seriously wrong with his own body. Wu Fu's weird condition instantly catches Lu Ling's attention. His power is surging out of nowhere. This is definitely not good. He's actually about to hit a massive breakthrough, she notices and quickly warns him. The dorm's spiritual energy is way too weak. This is a terrible place for you to level up. Wu Fu just drops onto his bed. If you hadn't completely ruined my original plan, I wouldn't be forced to break through in this cramped dorm. Lu Ling fires back, I'm the student council president, you caused a massive incident. It's my actual job to interrogate you. Wu Fu snaps. Shut up, she blinks completely, ignoring his attitude. Did you even prepare breakthrough pills? Wu Fu closes his eyes. No. Lu Ling facepalms in pure disbelief. Oh my god, I didn't think you were actually this stupid. He smirks. Because I don't need them. Lu Ling gasps in total shock. Suddenly, massive waves of spiritual energy rush into the room. Raw energy completely wraps around Wu Fu. How is a beginner at the key gathering stage pulling off something this insane? Wu Fu focuses his meditation, then his eyes snap open. An endless stream of pure power flows directly into his body. Lu Ling stares blankly. Wait, did he level up already? And then out of nowhere, the shockwave literally shreds all of her clothes to pieces. Lu Ling completely panics. Meanwhile, a bunch of the guys standing out in the hallway are whispering to each other. Hey, let me see, dude, stop pushing, let me look first, damn it. Did Brother Fu actually take down Senior? Su Meng gets super curious and peeps straight through the door hole to check. Now pay close attention because this timing is hilarious. The whole squad bursts in. Meng Meng's jaw drops. Lu Ling is standing right there completely exposed. She freezes, totally mortified as all the guys stare wide-eyed. Wu Fu loses his mind and roars, "Get the hell out." Meng Meng just turns back and gives him a huge thumbs up. "Brother Fu, you're a legend." He walks away and politely shuts the door. Lu Ling's face is bright red. "Are you going to turn around or what? Hurry up and grab me some fresh clothes." The scene cuts to an incredibly luxurious mansion where a fancy wall clock just keeps ticking away. It hits exactly 9 in the morning. Brother Xiao looks super anxious. He's still not here. You don't think he played us right? Just a beginner in the chi-gathering tier, but acting so arrogant. He shrugs. Honestly, how strong can a chi-gathering guy even be? Shu Qingqing crosses her arms. Well, at least he's stronger than me. Shu Yingxian snaps, "Shut your mouth." Kang Yao stares out the window and sighs. He literally saved Shu Qingqing's life. What's the harm in waiting one more day? The group immediately bows their heads. "Yes, sir." We cut back to a beautiful, clear forest trail. Wu Fu is just walking his dog, Erha, when they suddenly stop dead in their tracks. He senses something hiding in the shadows. "You're already here, so come out." Even Erha whips around, growling at whatever is creeping up behind them. Right behind Wu Fu stands Tiangang's loyal crew of thugs, with absolutely pathetic chi, gathering strength like yours. "I know what you're thinking. Run for help, right?" But the middle part guy sneers. "Luring us out here, you're literally begging to die." Wu Fu just smirks at them. "Actually, I'm already at the transformation tier." They instantly bark back. "You think your weak little power gives you the right to disrespect Senior Tiangang?" Wu Fu doesn't even flinch. "Did Tiangang send you guys?" The guy with the top knot steps up. "He just told us to investigate you." The middle part guy glares at him with pure murder in his eyes. "But if we just happen to bring your severed head back?" The top knot guy slowly draws his sword. He probably wouldn't mind. He swings his blade, launching a massive ranged attack right at Wu Fu. He locks his eyes on them. Back at Shu Qingqing's mansion, Shu Yinxian is pacing impatiently. Is Wu Fu here yet? Shu Qingqing clutches her phone, looking super stressed out. This is so weird. He really should be here by now. Suddenly, loud barking echoes from outside the estate. Erha comes sprinting through the doors in an absolute panic. Shu Yingxian scratches his chin. "Wait, is this that guy's dog?" "No way." Kang Yao looks totally disgusted and groans. "Damn it, a weak little chi-gathering scrub like him actually dares to send a stray dog to humiliate us." Shu Qingqing ignores him, dropping to her knees. "Erha, where is your master?" The dog instantly bites down on her sleeve, pulling hard. Shu Qingqing gets the message. "You want me to follow you outside?" Kang Yao gets totally serious. "Looks like our guy ran into some real trouble." Shu Yinxian doesn't hesitate. "Let's move out, back in the forest." Wu Fu is staring down, a flying blade aimed straight at his face. He calmly tilts his head, dodging by inches. The top-knot guy uses hand gestures to steer it. The flying sword whips right back around, launching a sneak attack straight at his spine. But Wu Fu's reflexes are way too sharp. He casually tilts his head again, dodging a second time. The middle part guy uses the opening to strike. Wu Fu stays ice cold, ready to wreck him. The guy slashes down with everything he's got. Bam! Wu Fu literally conjures an energy blade and easily blocks the heavy strike. The attacker freezes in pure shock. Transformation tier. "You actually leveled up." Wu Fu just locks eyes with him, an absolute menace. That's not the only thing you don't know. Just then, Shu Qingqing's crew arrives. "Two transformation cultivators," she yells. "Trust me, you and I know a crazy fight is about to start. Stick with me here." Wu Fu is in danger. Kang Yao stops her and Shu Qingqing confusedly calls the old man Grandpa. Kang Yao speaks up. "Wait, no. Wu Fu actually broke through to the chi condensation tier." Right then, Wu Fu uses his sword to block a massive strike from the split-haired guy. With one brutal shove, he totally shatters the enemy's blade. The bun-haired dude looks absolutely mind-blown. Brother Xia stares with wide eyes. Shu Yingxian is completely frozen in shock, and Shu Qingqing just watches the whole crazy scene unfold. Kang Yao calmly analyzes the situation. Such a ragged chi manifestation, yet it packs this much raw power. Wu Fu's slash is so incredibly devastating that it instantly takes the split-haired guy out of the game. Kang Yao's eyes suddenly widen. Wait a minute. He spots another sword. Hovering silently right in the air, floating directly above Wu Fu's head, is an actual physical sword. Wu Fu glares down at the defeated enemy and speaks with icy calmness. "Looks like I'm being underestimated again, sending pure trash to fight me." The bun-haired guy immediately sprints away. The intel was totally wrong. This kid is way beyond chi condensation. He frantically looks back. Plus, his manifestation technique feels suspiciously like an orthodox sect. Wu Fu just shoots him a sideways glare. Trying to run? Not a chance. He raises his blade high, and then Wu Fu unleashes a devastating ranged slash. The bun-haired guy notices the deadly energy wave, but it's too late. He gets permanently logged out too. Filled with bitter regret, he screams, "No, this is impossible." And then he collapses lifelessly right before Wu Fu. Seeing him, the Erha happily trots over, tail wagging. Shu Qingxing looks over at brother Xia and asks, "Third brother, wasn't this supposed to be 1 versus 10? He just scratches his head and laughs. "The moon sure is bright tonight." Shu Yingxian looks at brother Xia helplessly. What an idiot. Talk about completely losing face. Wu Fu stares at the bun-haired guy collapsed on the ground while the Erha surprisingly digs a spirit stone out of his pocket. Brother Xia gasps in absolute shock. Huh, is that? The dog gulps down the spirit stone in one bite, licking its lips like it was a gourmet meal. The white-haired guy in the group clicks his tongue, totally upset. What a massive waste, brother Xia blurts out in absolute confusion. Such a high-tier spirit stone and a dog just ate it. The Erha happily wags its tail, enjoying the tasty snack while looking incredibly smug. Wu Fu looks at the dog with pure affection. That spirit stone was packed with dense qi. Good boy, you absorbed it perfectly. Not bad at all. The Erha lifts its head and barks loudly. Its eyes shine like a proud hero as Shu Qingqing rushes right over. She asks with deep concern, "Wu Fu, are you okay?" Meanwhile, brother Xia glances down at the dog. He panics and yells. This dog's teeth just mutated. Wu Fu and Shu Qingqing both flinch, looking down at the Erha together as they gasp out loud. Alright then, the dog flashes a huge goofy grin, revealing razor-sharp teeth shining brightly like actual knives. Now watch closely. They're all amused by the dog, but meanwhile in a totally different location, things get wild. Two incredibly luxurious cars slowly pull up right behind each other in front of a massive building. Just seconds later, the car doors instantly swing wide open. A guy steps out furiously, stomping his foot onto the ground. Tiangang furrows his brows, boiling with absolute rage. He thinks to himself, I just told them to investigate the background of that punk Wu Fu. Why the hell is it taking so long? He aggressively roars out, blood for blood. Wu Fu, get your butt out here right now. He then notices people stepping outside. Tiangang freezes in pure shock. The Shu family elder, why is he here at Tianfu Manor? Elder Xia curiously speaks up. Could it be that the brat Wu Fu was actually killed by them? Tiangang replies with an icy tone. That depends on if they even have the skill. If my two junior brothers really did manage to finish him off, it saves us the trouble of doing it ourselves. Meng Yao stands right behind him, glaring coldly, and mocking smirk tugging at her lips. You want to die. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette appears. I know what you're thinking. Yep, they completely freeze in panic. Who are you looking for? She frantically stammers out, Tiangang, you. Didn't you just say Wu Fu was completely dead? He replies in a dead serious tone. Both of my junior brothers are at the form transformation tier. Wu Fu is just a low-level chi condensation kid. There's absolutely no way he could beat them. The Su family must have stepped in to help. Elder Xia glares, fiercely points his finger and yells, well played, Shu family. To think you actually dared to murder Zhong Yang sect disciples. Brother Xia quickly jumps in and defends them. Don't talk nonsense, Wu Fu killed them all by himself. Our Su family has nothing to do with it. Hearing this hilariously blunt truth, the people next to him instantly facepalm, cursing in their heads. This guy really has zero sense of shame. Tiangang's eyes turn dangerously cold as he growls out, what do you honestly think I would buy? That Kang Yao furiously yells right back. Shy Tiangang, you sure act tough. Our Su family has stood proudly in Yunhai for years, always true to our word. You think we would just let you question us so easily? Without hesitating, the old man issues a direct order. Everyone in the Shu family listen up. Anyone who dares to step 1 foot inside the Shu family grounds, kill them without mercy. The entire Shu family shouts in unison. Yes, sir. Wu Fu tightly grips the corpse in his hand, his voice ringing out. Thank you, senior. I gladly accept your kind intentions. However, Wu Fu slowly raises the dead body high up into the air, his eyes blazing with pure killing intent. Please let me handle this matter all by myself. The guy hanging from his grip is immediately thrown down with brutal force. It drops before them. Tiangang furiously growls Wu Fu's name. Trust me, you're going to want to see this next fight. Stick with me here, this showdown is epic. He glares back completely, provoking him. Want revenge? Let's see your guts. Then Wu Fu quickly channels his spiritual energy. Streams of sword aura burst out, swirling around him like razor-sharp silk. The Shu family crowd is totally stunned. Someone gasps. Such powerful sword aura. Xia Tiang grits his teeth, eyes wide open. He is absolutely shaken to the core. How on earth did he break through to the transformation stage in just half a day? His crew immediately steps in to hold Tiangang back. The Shu family's power is no joke, and Grandpa Shu is a true grandmaster. It's way better to retreat today. Furious, Tiangang turns to leave, shooting him a death glare. His voice drips with hatred. Wu Fu, just you wait. I will absolutely make you wish you were dead. Suddenly, those two goons sense extreme danger approaching fast. The sword in Wu Fu's hand heavily vibrates, radiating a ridiculously intense wave of spiritual energy. His eyes turn ice cold. A sharp, chilling voice cuts right through the air. I can feel it. Meanwhile, Li Mingjiao scoffs with pure sarcasm. What skills could a guy relying on the Shu family have? Hao Feng chimes in. Once he steps outside, I will definitely show him. Meanwhile, inside the villa, the Shu family folks are sucking up to him hard. Come on, Wu Fu, have a seat right here. Drink some tea. He sticks to him like glue, flattering him nonstop. Brother Fu, your transformation stage power is seriously gorgeous. If you gave that to me, I wouldn't ever have to worry about finding a girlfriend again. Watching this exact scene play out, Qing Qing is left completely speechless. This guy literally has zero shame. Grandpa Shu looks at Wu Fu cautiously, finally speaking up with total care. Now watch closely. Little brother, your strength is unbelievable. Even I can't see through it. Are you connected to Lord Golden Lion? He answers casually. He will be traveling to Cloud Sea City in a bit. The old man subtly glances at his granddaughter. He ponders in silence. He originally thought this kid was just an arrogant punk who respected absolutely nobody around him. Who knew his backer was this incredibly profound? If the Shu family wants to step up, they might actually need to rely on him. Grandpa Shu hints playfully, Wu Fu is a good kid. I hear you two attend the same school. She blushes hard, reacting fiercely. Grandpa, what are you even thinking? The old man just laughs it off. Meanwhile, back at the dorm. Meng Meng is chilling in bed when the door is suddenly kicked wide open. He jumps up in pure panic. Who is it? One of the goons speaks up. Tiangang besides Wu Fu and Qing Qing. This guy is also incredibly close to him. Meng Meng completely freezes in place, his voice visibly shaking in fear. You are Xia Tiangang. He immediately points his finger right at him, roaring at the top of his lungs. I'll make Wu Fu regret killing my little brother. Beat him to a pulp. Meng Meng backs away, screaming in terror. No, please don't. Over at the Shu estate, Wu Fu waves goodbye. All right, I need to head back to school now. Yingxian tightly holds a small box in his hands, calling out after him. Wait a second. He quickly opens it up, revealing two incredibly glowing emerald green spirit pills inside. You see that right? Brother Xia is absolutely stunned, his heart racing fast. Spirit god pills. He asks, looking totally confused. What's this? Yingxian replies instantly. A gift from my father repaying you for saving our lives. This pill is absolutely nothing. Brother Xia asks with genuine curiosity, Elder Shu, isn't the spirit god pill only effective for cultivators at the profound stage? Isn't giving it to him right now way too early? Grandpa Shu frowns deeply, eyes as sharp as knives, looking completely furious. Qing Qing is my only granddaughter. Wu Fu helped us twice. Are you seriously saying I cannot even give away one spirit god pill without having to discuss it with you first? Brother Xia stammers awkwardly. It's just that they are incredibly precious. Wu Fu points at the treasure, gently declining. Senior gifting me the spirit god pill is honestly a waste. Qing Qing glares in total frustration. Are you stupid? Nobody said to use it right now. Wu Fu calmly replies. I have my own ways to level up my cultivation. Meanwhile, Xia thinks quietly to himself, I guess this kid actually knows his place after all. He pulls out a broken sword fragment, looking at it with deep respect. I don't need pills. Could you seniors help me keep an eye out for more pieces of this broken sword? She frowns angrily, sounding super bitter. A spirit god pill is way better than your garbage sword. Are you an idiot? Hearing this, Wu Fu is genuinely surprised. Garbage sword. He instantly waves his hand, sending a wind-tearing sword aura forward. It blasts straight toward the water tank. The sharp streak of light cuts through space, roaring like absolute thunder. The ground violently cracks open, splitting perfectly in half to form a massive, deep crater. The old man's mind is completely blown by this sight. Just one sword compares to a profound stage expert. No wonder he wasn't even slightly scared of Xia Tiangang earlier. Pure madness. Grandpa Shu sighs softly, his eyes completely filled with both deep thought and worry. He points straight at the blade, looking incredibly curious and probing. This divine sword must probably be Lord Golden Lion's ultimate treasure. Wu Fu just stares right at the blade in his hand, his voice echoing cryptically. It doesn't belong to this world. Grandpa Shu stays quiet, stating firmly, I will keep watch. So what do you and I make of this? He bows in thanks and leaves. Meanwhile, trouble is brewing right outside Cloud Sea University. Trust me, you'll want more. Let's dive into a hilarious campus showdown. A bus screeches to a heavy halt and Clark steps off with his gang looking completely full of himself. With a totally arrogant smirk, he glares at Cloud Sea University. Just a split second later, Chase comes sprinting right toward them in an absolute panic. He sneers, Cloud Sea U is this pathetic now. Clark grabs the guy right by the head, bursting out into a mocking evil laugh. If we beat you all again this time, aren't you going to kneel and welcome us? He doesn't dare argue back, just forcing an awkward laugh. Looking totally pathetic and kissing up, Chase suddenly spots a very familiar silhouette. Ian senses the incoming danger and immediately holds him back. He stares at Wu Fu's back, his eyes flashing with a sneaky scheme. I got it. Instantly, Chase flips his attitude and acts completely furious. Shoving Clark's hand away, he points behind his own back, shouting with total defiance. Winning once does not mean you guys will win this year. Our school has some absolute monsters this time around. Furious, Clark grabs Chase by the collar, totally threatening him. You asking for a beating? With your garbage skills, try getting past my door first. He acts totally terrified, spinning around and screaming loudly. Wu Fu, hurry up and save me. Clark quickly throws a punch right at Chase's face, yelling out, who the heck are you trying to scare? Watching the guy in front of him stagger around clumsily, he scoffs, you useless trash. Hurry up and bring some girls over here right now. To have some fun with us, big bros. Chase angrily stirs the pot, saying, Wu Fu, aren't you supposed to be super tough? Aren't you the great hope of Cloud? See you beat them up. He just stares back in total surprise, asking with pure confusion, what did you say? Seeing things not going his way, he starts panicking inside. Why isn't this punk flying into a massive rage right now? Clark laughs like he just won the lottery, his mocking voice ringing out loud. Cloud CU really is full of absolute losers. Pay close attention here, guys. In this cultivator exchange match, Cloud CU is definitely going to lose. Victor quickly runs up and blocks Wu Fu's path. He barks out, did I say you could leave? Grabbing his shoulder, he growls, bring the senior students out here, you absolute jerk. Wu Fu's face darkens, lips pressed tight, staying completely silent. Without a word, he just lifts his leg and kicks Victor straight in the gut. Crumpling in pure pain, he gets kicked flying way back and furiously screams, you little punk want to die. Wu Fu casually dusts off his shoulder, speaking completely coldly. Use your words nicely, no need to get physical here. Victor clutches his aching stomach, growling out, do you seriously want to die, kid? Suddenly, a blinding golden light flashes, reflecting right onto Wu Fu's face. Spiritual energy starts swirling and surging violently all around his opponent's body. Releasing overwhelming pressure, Jin Gay sarcastically remarks the senior's legendary family Tiger Fist technique seriously packs an absolutely massive punch. Just make sure you don't actually kill anyone. His whole gang quickly chimes in saying, relax man, we are just scaring him a bit. Victor fiercely stomps the ground to build insane momentum. In a single blink, he charges at the kid, moving fast as actual lightning. Wu Fu frowns, eyes turning icy sharp, focusing every ounce of attention on his opponent's movements. Then a massive shockwave from their collision rings out, making the air itself vibrate wildly. The crowd around them goes wide-eyed with curiosity, nervously watching every single second of the intense action unfold. I know what you are thinking. Impossible, right? Jin Gay is stunned too. The kid's hand perfectly and completely blocks Victor's massive fist, making his arm shake uncontrollably. Wu Fu issues a cold warning, you are not even my match, so back off now while you still can. He grinds his teeth, face completely tight with rage, shouting, stop acting tough in front of me. Haley smirks, letting out a mocking laugh. Did he actually mess with a real expert? Jin Jae drops a sarcastic remark, who knew Cloud CU had a few useless guys with actual skills this year. He stays super calm, his gaze darkening deeply. Are you seriously for real? Victor absolutely roars, explosive spiritual energy erupting right from his giant fist. I am going to show you the price of showing off to me. Hearing the chaos, a girl rushes over, braking hard and stopping right behind them. Li Mingjiao goes totally wide-eyed, completely stunned by the fierce face-off happening. She panics and yells at her friends, hurry up and go save him. Meanwhile, the kid stays totally chill, lightly, swinging his hand out to directly counter Victor's incredibly powerful heavy punch head-on. In a flash, bright blue light violently erupts around Wu Fu's entire body. With a perfectly calm, confident face, he instantly spins his body around. Sweeping his leg for momentum, Wu Fu drives a massive knee straight into his ribs in a split second. Li Mingjiao and her gang grab him, looking utterly horrified. He smirks playfully. I told you already, you are seriously no match for me at all. Haley and Jin Gi absolutely lose their minds, screaming furiously. Pointing right in Wu Fu's face, they yell, aren't you a member of the student council? Yeah, we are talking right to you, punk. He pauses, putting a hand to his chin, pretending to think deeply. Sorry, let me remember, technically, I am Wu Fu, but before he can even finish talking, her eyes suddenly flash with total triumph. You really are a student council officer from Cloud CU. Her buddy quickly chimes in right behind her. You are so shady, trying to hide your identity to fool us, huh? He suddenly claps his hands together like he just realized something massive. Pointing a finger straight at Wu Fu, are you a part of the student council? We are talking directly to you. He stops, touching his chin and faking a deep thought. My bad, let me check. If we are being exact, I am Wu Fu. Before he finishes, her eyes instantly light up with total smugness. You really are an officer from Cloud CU's student council. The other guy quickly backs her up too. So shady, trying to hide your status from us. He claps his hands out of nowhere. And that is where we leave it. You guys want more. Let's dive right into the madness. Xia Li smirks, claiming her martial arts club. Cut the crap, she yells. The student council is supposed to be the absolute strongest in your entire school. Never even heard of some pathetic martial arts club. She points her finger straight at President Lu Ling. Her voice drips with pure provocation. President Lu, we came here to teach you a lesson. I really hope this little punk fights too. Lu Ling answers calmly. No problem at all. Wu Fu frowns instantly, his ice-cold gaze snapping right over to the person beside him. Annoyed, he snaps. Did you even bother asking for my opinion? Lu Ling glares right back, completely furious. I am the student council president. Why would I need your opinion? She points right at his chest and keeps going. And another thing. Lu Ling starts listing off her favors. That whole mess with Xia Tiangang. The student council handled that completely for him. That is it. Consider this payback. You don't get a say. Hearing this, Wu Fu furrows his brows in deep thought. No wonder nobody on campus was causing him trouble lately. Wu Fu finally gives in with a sigh. Just this once. She throws up a hand in agreement. Okay, go wait for me in the student council meeting room. Lu Ling watches his back as he walks away, thinking to herself, I never expected this Wu Fu guy to be so insanely strong. She keeps wondering, realizing he just broke through a few days ago. Yet he could defeat the Teachers Academy's fierce tiger Wang Gang, a transformation realm expert. Lu Ling's heart is completely overflowing with smug pride. Maybe our school will actually win the exchange match this time. A bit later, inside the student council room, a loud voice suddenly echoes. Our Yunhai University has never once beaten the Teachers Academy in any exchange match. Their raw strength is just way too overpowered. They even have powerhouses reaching the profound realm. Losing isn't shameful. Lin San points his finger right at Wu Fu, continuing his rant. Now watch this closely. But letting some totally fresh first year join in. Are we treating this tournament like a total joke? Smack! She angrily slams her hand down hard onto the table. Lu Ling answers helplessly. The student council is the absolute strongest representation of Yunhai University. If we lose again this time, I won't care if you all end up quitting the council. Suddenly, Wu Fu speaks up, shattering the tense atmosphere. If we are done here, can I leave now? She coldly reminds Wu Fu before he goes. The exchange match is happening this afternoon. Do not be late. Lu Ling warns him softly. The opponent is even stronger than fierce tiger Wang Gang. You absolutely cannot underestimate them. Wu Fu isn't scared at all. Rubbing his chin, he mutters, It is just the profound realm. What is there to be afraid of? Lin San screams furiously. Kid, do not get cocky. You only beat Wang Gang, the weakest guy at their academy. Do not think you are some kind of big shot. Wu Fu completely ignores Lin San, quickly walking straight to the door and grabbing the handle. Seeing himself getting totally disrespected, he immediately lunges right at Wu Fu. Hey, the president is talking to you, damn it. Wu Fu furrows his brows, his face showing clear annoyance. Suddenly, a massive earth-shattering boom echoes through the entire school building. He drops a dark threat. I suggest you save your energy. Lin San's face turns ghost white as he terrifiedly glances over his shoulder. The entire solid wall behind him is completely shattered into tiny little pieces. Wu Fu violently slams the door and leaves without another single word. Meanwhile, Lu Ling's lips curl up into a super smug smile. Seems like there is actually hope this time. Scene shift to the dorm room where stuff is completely trashed and thrown everywhere. Wang Mengmeng sits on the bed holding his fresh wounds, groaning loudly. So painful. He is totally lost in thought, not even noticing when Wu Fu returned. I know what you're thinking. Payback, right? Wang Mengmeng worries that if Wu Fu finds out Xia Tiangang's power, he'll march straight to his house. Seeing the totally trashed room, Wu Fu freezes in his tracks, his eyes turning incredibly dark. He finally speaks up. Did Xia Tiangang come here? Wang Mengmeng raises a hand, desperately trying to hide the bloody bruises on his face. He stammers, Bro Wu, what are you talking about? I just fell down, that's all. Wu Fu's face instantly darkens, his eyes flashing with pure determination. Stop hiding it, I saw everything. Relax. I will personally make him apologize to you. At the exact same time, the atmosphere over at the tournament arena is absolutely wild. Chatter echoes everywhere. The Teachers Academy is here to challenge the Student Council. Look, it is President Lu. I really hope we finally win this time. A Student Council member asks nervously. President, the Teachers Academy is our major opponent this time around. Are we really using first and second year cultivators? Isn't that way too risky right now? Lu Ling answers with total confidence. It is not risky at all. Yunhai University has plenty of people with insane combat power. Kong Tong speaks up with heavy doubt. Is that really true? We are actually letting a freshman fight for the student council. Ying Lan calmly replies to him. I am sure the president has a proper plan. The guy next to him gets hyped. Hey, if you can beat him, you can go up instead. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appears right behind them. She quickly shouts. He is finally here. Kong Tong coldly scoffs at Wu Fu. I have a duty to protect our student council's precious dignity. Ying Lan panics and tries to warn him. Hey, do not cause any trouble or the president is going to absolutely scream at you. Kong Tong completely ignores her, immediately stepping right up with a super provoking tone. Hey there, little kid. He raises his voice loudly, full of pure disgust. Want to join the exchange match? Then you better get past me first. Wu Fu just stares silently at the guy in front of him. Kong Tong sneers, thinking he scared him. Yin Lan grabs his shirt to stop him. Trust me, you and I know this guy is about to deeply regret this. Ling Du shoved her away, totally annoyed. You are so annoying. While the two of them were struggling, stick with me. Wu Fu turns away. Oh really? Then I quit. Ling Du furiously points right at him, loudly threatening him. Wu Fu, you are not leaving here. Sensing the sudden danger coming his way, he quickly ducks down. From behind, Ling Du spins around and launches a vicious kick right at Wu Fu. He instantly raises his fist, focusing massive spiritual energy into his hand, instantly blocking Ling Du's brutal kick. The guy falls flat on his back, absolute panic flashing in his eyes. In a split second, Ling Du quickly regains his balance, sliding backward across the floor. Sweating bullets, his mind is racing in pure panic. Is this absolute monster seriously just a freshman? Wu Fu raises his fist just to scare him. Want to try that one more time? Ling Du shakes his head in absolute terror. No thanks, his mind is completely reeling. Are all the freshmen this completely ruthless nowadays? Right then, Shu Qingqing finally shows up. She asks in total surprise, did the competition already start? Ling Du is totally shocked. Wait, the sophomore Su Qingqing, she continues, I am not even here yet, why start so early? Seeing her cultivation level, he freaks out internally. Late-stage transformation realm, who the heck got beaten? Suddenly, someone shoves Ling Du hard from behind. He furiously screams, who did that? Tiangang, radiating pure, killing intent, simply growls, Ling Du instantly changes his tune, squeaking out, nothing, absolutely nothing at all. The guy is literally scared pale. Now watch this power scaling get wild. Lower profound realm, Tiangang realizes these freshmen and sophomores are actually absolute prodigies. Spotting Wu Fu, he completely drops his jaw. Oh, did not expect you here. Wu Fu's cold eyes lock onto the figure standing right in front of him. Suddenly, Wang Meng Meng comes sprinting over like an absolute maniac, screaming, Boss Fu. He hits the brakes hard, standing right between the two glaring rivals. Wang Meng Meng desperately tries keeping the peace. The exchange match is way more important. The match is way more important. Suddenly, Wu Fu speaks up. With or without him, the result is exactly the same. His face darkens confidently, adding total victory either way. Hearing that, Wang Meng Meng gets super emotional. Tears stream down his face as he whines, Boss Fu. Suddenly, a massive crash echoes, kicking up thick, blinding dust. Wu Fu loses his temper and instantly strikes. He panics a bit. My bad, I could not hold back, my hand just slipped. Wang Meng Meng is left squished on the ground, trembling and whining, Boss Fu. Meanwhile, Tiangang asks coldly, trying to avenge your bro. Well, what about my little brother's revenge? You owe me a life for a life. Wu Fu furiously snaps back. That guy deserved to die. You want revenge? Come get it anytime. But right now, you mean to apologize to him. I was the one who killed your brother, not him. Tiangang just laughs mockingly. Does an ordinary, totally unarmed weakling actually deserve my apology? He turns around completely, faking a look of deep remorse. Hey fatty, I am so sorry. Do you even dare to accept it? Wang Meng Meng instantly jumps right up and screams, get lost. Tiangang frowns darkly, his voice dropping. So you really have a death wish? He quickly channels his power, pulling out a strange item. We all know glowing artifacts mean pure chaos, right? He stares at it suspiciously, while it violently shakes in Tiangang's hand. Tiangang sounds incredibly smug right now. The reaction from the Zhongyang sect's legendary treasure is actually unbelievably intense. Looks like even this weapon wants you completely dead. Wu Fu scoffed with zero respect. Is that so? I felt exactly like that the first time I met you. Tiangang stares blankly at the Zhongyang sect treasure, getting totally anxious. What is going on? Why is the reaction getting crazier by the second? It feels like I am totally losing control. Wu Fu's eyes turn ice cold. If you actually focus on controlling it, a commanding voice instantly echoes in his mind. Come here and obey. The Zhongyang sect treasure instantly rips itself right out of Tiangang's absolute grasp. It does not hesitate, rocketing straight toward Wu Fu. Tiangang panics, alarm bells ringing in his head. This is really bad. My Zhongyang sect treasure. It instantly resonates with the glowing sword in Wu Fu's hand, erupting into a blindingly brilliant flash of spiritual light, forcing absolutely everyone around them to shield their eyes. They are all stunned. That sword aura is insanely strong. Ling Du actually praises it. What an incredible artifact, Tiangang screams in pure rage. Give my treasure back. Facing such a completely terrifying opponent, Wu Fu does not even flinch. He quickly channels his energy, launching a massive defense against that earth-shattering punch. The insane impact launches Wu Fu flying backward. You can actually see a huge purple bruise forming right on his arm. Someone yells out in total shock, is this the true power of the profound realm? Tiangang instantly dashes forward like a maniac, screaming wildly as he charges. This is my true strength. He readies another devastating attack. His voice ice cold, have a taste of the profound realm. Suddenly, a booming voice shatters the tense air. Everyone stop right now. The two glare at each other, sparks of pure hatred flying. Out of nowhere, a massive shockwave erupts right between the two fighters. Tiangang shudders at the insane power. We are pausing here, trust me, you and I gotta see what happens next. Stick with me here because things are about to get wild. They both get pushed back. Lu Ling just glares, absolutely furious and disgusted. That terrifying look actually makes Wu Fu flinch hard. He fakes a cough. Hey Wang Mengmeng, a true gentleman can wait 10 years for revenge. Wang Mengmeng just stares blankly. Wait, what? Meanwhile, Xia Tiangang is standing there totally lost in thought. It's just a transformation stage toy, yet it somehow attracted the three great treasures of the Zhongyang sect. How is that even possible? That treasure belongs to me. His teammates' eyes go wide in pure shock. Peak profound realm power. Are you kidding me? The person next to him asks, wait, is that guy also a student at Yunhai University? She keeps on talking, completely confused. Xia Tiangang, a sophomore at Yunhai University, already hit the chi refining stage a whole year ago. The woman just stares quietly straight ahead, taking it all in. She sighs to herself. Yunhai University is going to be a huge problem this year. Suddenly, Erha the husky starts digging like absolute crazy. Wang Mengmeng looks totally shocked. Erha, what on earth are you doing? But the dog just keeps digging like a maniac, completely ignoring everyone. He crouches down and yanks Erha right out of the dirt. Right beside him, Lu Ling is absolutely losing it. Hey, I am talking to you. You are only at the transformation stage and you want to fight Xia Tiangang's profound realm power. Do you actually want to die today? Plus, we have the exchange tournament coming up. Suddenly, Xia Tiangang roars, his face completely twisted with killing intent. Wu Fu. Tiangang stomps hard, crushing the solid ground beneath his feet. He hisses, give my supreme treasure back right now. Wu Fu just shrugs casually. This treasure is simply returning to its rightful owner. Tiangang grips his sword super tight, screaming out in pure rage. 3 years ago, those legendary weapon fragments were secured inside our Zhongyang sect. It belongs to us. Now pay close attention here, guys. His eyes go incredibly dark, bloodlust exploding everywhere. Hand that treasure over immediately. Tiangang aggressively charges at him, but right as he yells, he steps straight into the massive hole. Erha, the dog, just dug. Classic comedy timing. Tiangang faceplants, instantly dragging through the dirt. The whole crowd erupts into absolute roaring laughter. Wang Mengmeng quickly covers her mouth to hide her giggles. She is trying so hard not to laugh that tears form. Humiliated, his face goes pitch black with rage. Shut up, his blade flashes wildly, slashing right at him with terrifying, insane speed. Wang Mengmeng panics and screams out loud, oh no, this is bad. In just a split second, Wu Fu brings his sword up to flawlessly block the heavy strike. Tiangang glares at him, absolutely furious. Pure murder shines deep in his eyes. He just narrowly escaped death, looking back with total gratitude. Big bro, Wu Fu, you saved me. He angrily threatens him, you damn fatty, if you want to live, take that stupid dog and get out of here. Wu Fu quickly says, just go ahead. Right now, Tiangang is thinking to himself, this is a literal god-tier treasure. His mind is racing with all the crazy possibilities. If that sword gathers all its shattered fragments, just how much devastating power will it hold? And if Wu Fu gets even stronger later on, then even I won't be a match for him. Suddenly, Lu Ling snaps at them, can you two please drop this petty grudge for just 1 second? She points furiously at the nosy crowd gathering around them, her voice completely filled with anger. Do not embarrass us in front of the academy. Dong on the other hand, is highly entertained, smiling brightly. Oh, is fine. Xia Li immediately chimes in right next to him. Your internal drama is honestly way more entertaining than the actual exchange tournament. Someone else adds on with heavy sarcasm. I never expected their internal politics to be so messy they would straight up fight. She continues, the way I see it, this Xia Tiangang guy really isn't anything special. Dong asks curiously, so who exactly is he then? Xia Li answers quickly. I heard he's a freshman, apparently on the exact same power level as Xia Tiangang right now. I know what you're thinking, but watch closely. He drops a casual comment. Why do I feel like he isn't even using his full strength? Right then, Tiangang charges back and aggressively ready to fight to the death. Wu Fu keeps his cool, totally unbothered, silently tracking every single move he makes. In a flash, he swings his blade perfectly, blocking the brutal incoming attack with absolute precision. Wu Fu flips his wrist and counters instantly, sending a lethal sword strike, flying straight toward his opponent's face. Tiangang quickly leans back to dodge it. He hastily raises his weapon to block the blade that is aggressively pinning him down. After that, Tiangang swiftly pivots, stomping his foot super hard into the ground to gather massive momentum instantly. He throws a brutal kick right at his arm. The sword in Wu Fu's grip is instantly knocked completely out of his hand. It spirals violently into the air while everyone watches in absolute shock. Without wasting a second, Tiangang leaps up high into the sky. He snarls violently, "This ultimate treasure is mine." The sword instantly lands perfectly in his grasp. "Without this godly weapon, you are just absolute trash." Suddenly, raw energy explodes from Wu Fu's bare hands. The ground beneath him immediately cracks open, sending massive shockwaves trembling violently everywhere. Tianjiang tightens his lips, his eyes suddenly looking super tense. Wu Fu immediately unleashes a flawless direct attack at him with zero openings. A deafening boom echoes out, sending shockwaves across the entire area. Blinding light erupts, and from that heavy hit, Tiangang gets thrown straight backward. His feet slide out, kicking up massive dust. And there we leave it, guys. Let's see if he can even survive this insane power jump. Stick with me, let's dive right in. Suddenly, Tiangang's armor completely shreds apart. He frowns, eyes full of tension, thinking Tiangang's sword aura. Looking at the blade in his hand, he is absolutely thrilled. I mean, the legendary treasure is finally his. But in a flash, it spins and shoots right back to Wu Fu. Before you know it, the sword lands perfectly in his grip. Wu Fu just smirks and mocks him. "It lives inside my body, you could never steal it." Seeing this absolute madness unfold, Dong curses out loud. "Holy crap, is he really just a freshman?" Xia Li responds with a serious tone. Just 2 months ago, he got beaten into the hospital by Xia Tianhao over some stupid relationship drama. He asks out of pure curiosity, "Wait, isn't Xia Tianhao actually Tiangang's younger brother? But he's just a totally normal guy." She continues, "My honest guess, either he leveled up insanely fast in just 2 months or he has been hiding his true power this entire freaking time." Right now, Wu Fu's face turns super dark, his eyes absolutely screaming murder. He instantly charges the enemy with his sword, dropping a terrifyingly heavy pressure. Tianjiang just freezes up, completely stunned, his heart totally full of panic, thinking, "I am doomed." In a flash, an invisible, ultra-powerful sword aura slashes right at him. Lu Ling instinctively throws her hands up, screaming in shock. That sword aura is way too strong. He only just reached the soul formation tier. How is he easily beating a guy at the profound connection level? You and I both saw that coming, right? Well, she is absolutely terrified, totally stunned, wondering how is this kid doing this. Right now, his entire body radiates some seriously monstrous power. The violent spiritual energy swirls together, literally forming a massive, terrifying energy beast. Giving off insane pressure, Tiangang mutters, so he is using a secret technique. He immediately turns around to walk away, dropping one last threat on Wu Fu. "Next time I am paying you back for everything." Meng Meng cheers in pure excitement. "Holy crap, brother Fu is actually a beast. He looked so insanely cool just now." Suddenly, a new voice echoes out. "That heaven-sent power is not bad at all, but what a pity." Dong adds, "Way too reliant on divine weapons." Wu Fu asks coldly, "Are you here to start trouble at my school?" The guy just calmly continues, "Junior, this exchange tournament between cultivators right now has always been a solid tradition between the academies. We definitely are not here to cause any trouble." He points right at the teacher academy squad, throwing out a total taunt. "I just beat Xia Tiangang until he ran away, so I will fight in his place this time." "So which one of you is up first?" Dong frowns in total anger. "Brat, do not think. Holding a divine weapon means you can do whatever you want." Shelly warns him, "Your cultivation is only early form transformation. Even with that weapon, if our boss makes a move, you won't last very long at all." Wu Fu just waves his hand with total disgust. "Now pay attention here. I hope you guys all attack together, saves me some time." Fury exploding, he growls with deadly intent. "Way too arrogant. I am absolutely going to make you pay." Donger whips out his weapon, threatening him. "Kid, there is still time for you to regret this." He stares him down, murder vibes spiking super hard. "Do not think holding a divine weapon means you can actually beat me." Wu Fu raises his sword in defiance, then "Bring it on." Suddenly, a hand grabs his shoulder, a voice hissing right through gritted teeth. "Hey!" Lu Ling whispers her own threat. "Originally with Xia Tiangang, we had at least a 60% chance of winning. If you end up losing, I am actually going to eat you alive." Suddenly, Xu Qingxing stands right behind them and frantically screams, "Hey!" She shoves the two of them apart. "Isn't this supposed to be a combat tournament? The enemy is right there. Why are you two sticking so close together? The opponent is going to feel super awkward." "Get it?" Dong quickly waves his hand. "Not at all." Xu Qingqing curses furiously. "You pathetic low-level trash. I'm going to wipe all of you out." He hits back with pure sarcasm. "Are you jealous? This kid's luck with the ladies is pretty solid." She gets so embarrassed, she explodes in anger. "You want to die?" Xu Qingqing instantly stomps the ground for momentum, her body tense like a bowstring, totally ready to snap. She aggressively charges right at Donger, swearing, "Jealous my foot?" He just smirks with total mockery, "But you are still way too weak." Then Donger's entire body instantly stiffens up. muscles bulging like crazy. In a split second, a massive defensive sphere completely wraps around his entire body. Xu Qingqing's attack does absolutely nothing. The guy stands there, not even flinching an inch. Her eyes go wide in pure shock, thinking, his defense is insanely strong. Dong swings his axe to counterattack. You really want to die? Then do not blame me for this. Xu Qingqing's face goes completely pale, absolute panic setting in. I cannot dodge in time. The attack gets unleashed with truly terrifying speed. Massive clouds of dust billow up completely covering the whole area. He stares at the scene, totally confused. Wait, did she just disappear? Dong looks up and immediately sees Wu Fu holding her in his arms. Right now, Xu Qingqing is still shaking, keeping her eyes shut tight. He quickly draws his blade, totally ready to fight. Wu Fu says coldly, your actual opponent is me. Hearing that super familiar voice, she jumps and opens her eyes softly, calling out Wu Fu. The guy grips his axe tight, throwing out a smirk. Kid, you finally decided to step up. Xu Qingqing gently reminds him with total worry, be careful out there. Dong just smirks, his voice packed with supreme confidence. And trust me, this is where we leave it. With my ancestors' defensive divine art, that trashy little sword of yours absolutely cannot hurt me. Stick with me here. He narrows his eyes, sneers. Is that so? And charges straight at Wu Fu. One strike is all I need to crush you. Jin Yun throws his hands up, screaming, beat him, beat him. The two clash violently. Attacks fly at lightning speed. It is a dead tie, nobody giving an inch. After a brutal exchange, they both jump back, dust exploding around their feet. Suddenly, he pulls back his blade and the sword literally vanishes into thin air. Lu Ling's eyes go wide with pure shock. She's frantically thinking, wait, is he actually giving up? She frowns, biting her lip, looking seriously upset. Are we really losing again this year? But then crack, a loud shattering sound makes everyone jump. Dong Hai's defensive barrier just cracked wide open. Lu Ling and Xu Qingqing stare in absolute disbelief while Xie Li panics and yells out. Senior brother's ultimate defense got shattered just like that. Wu Fu proudly tilts his chin up. Nothing can block the Star Spirit sword. The shock is just too much to handle. The academy crowd practically cowers, collapsing straight to the ground. Wang Gang stammers out his defeat. We lost. Wu Fu just says coldly, glad you admit it. Now hand over the spirit stones. He freezes, sweating bullets, and asks in fear, spirit stones, Urha. The Urha runs over, barking loudly, which makes Wang Gang scream in pure panic. What are you trying to do? Wu Fu calmly replies, my dog seems to really love spirit stones. The dog opens its mouth, flashing razor-sharp teeth. He screams in absolute terror, echoing across the arena. Don't you dare come over here. Now watch this transition. The wind rustles the trees, leaves gently swaying under a gorgeous purple sunset. The calm before the real storm. Deep inside the forest, at a tiny hidden cabin, a wooden door slowly opens. That creepy creaking sound echoes through the dead silence. Li Ju is right there on his knees, bowing respectfully. Master, your disciple has sensed the power of the divine artifact over at Tianfu Garden. The man quickly pulls out a piece of a divine weapon. Staring at it, his face turns totally pale and he gasps out in shock. Master, what are you saying? The old man coughs violently, barely whispering out his words. Divine weapons are extraordinary. If it already has an owner, then you must give this sword to him. Li Ju is completely stunned, his heart pounding like crazy. He can't believe it. Refusing to accept it, he still has to play the part of the obedient pupil. He fakes his loyalty. Your disciple obeys. But his eyes flash with deep resentment, already scheming something completely different inside his own head. A treasure that rare belongs only to me. The old man keeps coughing relentlessly and panic suddenly flares up in the room. He jumps right up, totally frantic. Master Jingzong stays quiet for a second before speaking. It looks like my limit is finally here. If I don't reach the Dao Fusion realm, soon my lifespan is going to drastically drop. Meanwhile, over at Tiangang's ridiculously lavish mansion, Meng Yao screams in terror. Is Wu Fu seriously that powerful already? Then he meant it when he said he'd make my life pure hell. Smack. A brutal slap hits her face. Tiangang roars out, damn it, shut your mouth. You and I can see he's getting nervous. He mutters, this kid isn't simple, actually matching my strength just by using a divine weapon. But his death is coming real soon. Meanwhile, on a totally different road, that familiar bus is cruising along smoothly, finally stopping right in front of an insanely luxurious shopping mall. A big heavy-set guy stands completely silent over in the corner, staring at the item in his hands. He's so confused. How do I even read this thing? Turns out it's just a smart map meant to give perfect directions. Xiong Kui clicks his tongue. Whatever, I'll just go find someone and ask. He quickly asks a nearby staff member, hey there, little buddy. Suddenly, loud noises erupt right behind Xiong Kui. Sir, this is a private venue. If you want in, please show your invitation right now. Wu Fu stands there completely motionless and the entire space, feeling like it freezes with every single breath he takes. Then Wu Fu pulls out a terribly crumpled up ticket. My dog totally chewed up my invitation. Can I still use this piece? The security guard just looks at him coldly and says, if the invitation is torn, you absolutely cannot enter. Suddenly, another guy walks up and starts throwing some serious shade. Are you kidding me? A high-class place like this actually lets garbage like him walk through the doors. He flinches, spinning right around to see who this arrogant jerk really is. The guy is holding a beautiful girl tight and mocks him out loud, claiming your dog ate your invitation. Seriously. Why not come up with a better excuse than that? The guard immediately bows with deep respect. Young Master Zhou. Wu Fu casually asks. So as long as I have an invitation, I can go inside, right? The guard quickly replies, that is correct. Wu Fu turns, locking eyes on the guy behind him. A smirk flashes across his face. Well, that makes things easy. Zhou Tan panics, turning to leave. I just remembered something, I gotta go. But before he can even take a step, Wu Fu grabs his shoulder tight. Zhou Tan stammers in fear. Boss, what are you doing? Grabbing people like this out in public really isn't a good look. Wu Fu lets out a soft chuckle, but that smile is completely chilling. He asks, don't you want to go inside? The guy scoffs. Who are you? Ah, Tan doesn't know broke losers like you. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Stick with me for today's hilarious chaos. She whined, oh Zhou Tan, I saw this gorgeous necklace, you absolutely have to buy it for me today. He rushed to pull an invitation from his pocket, bowing low. Brother Wu, this is for you. She exploded voice, pitching up Zhou Tan. What are you saying? Zhou Tan cowardly chimed in. I only came over here to hand you this invitation honestly. Wu Fu quickly grabbed the ticket and walked off. Thanks. The guy fake smiled, just doing my duty. Watching his back, Zhou Tan fell deep into thought. He seems to have gotten stronger. Wu Fu strolled right into the fancy restaurant, instantly greeted by a super cheerful shout from the door. Wu Fu over here. He respectfully cupped his hands in greeting, his voice totally polite. Senior. Is the fragment of that legendary sword really being auctioned here today? The man immediately answered. Spot on, that is exactly why I notified you, my little brother. So you could personally check if it is actually a piece of that specific sword. Xu Yingxian continued speaking. Little brother, you did our Xu family a huge favor, so we must go all out to help you. Wu Fu replied respectfully. Thank you, senior, for lending a hand. If it really is the sword fragment, I will teach a cultivation technique to the Xu family. Hearing that these Xu family members scoff with pure contempt. Bro, I am afraid you have zero clue how much this thing is actually worth. Could any technique really be worth 5 million? The old man angrily shouted at them, all of you just shut your mouths. Wu Fu stood his ground. I see Master Xu has been stuck at the origin spirit tier forever. This technique can help him break through to the void return tier. The old man froze in total shock, thinking to himself, I cannot believe he actually saw right through that. Does he really have a way? Now watch closely. The auction finally began, the heavy gavel slamming down with a really loud thud, signaling the start of the bidding war. The auctioneer's voice echoed loudly across the massive hall. Welcome, you big bosses. You powerful elites, you filthy rich guests. Welcome everyone to the venue today. The auction officially begins right now. He glanced over at him, his voice full of genuine care. Little brother, whatever catches your eye, just tell me. The host continued, introducing today's very first item, top-tier spirit essence. The auctioneer followed up, the starting bid is 500,000. Whoever bids first gets the absolute first claim. Seeing the item up front, the Erha suddenly barked loudly. A 5 million bid placard shot up high. The auctioneer screamed in total excitement. 5 million. Xing Xing leaned in close and whispered, Dad, our family has plenty of spirit stones. Spirit essence is super precious, but it really has no practical use for us. Xu Yingxian replied casually, but Erha likes it. Her face turned super dark, completely filled with burning jealousy. Seriously, even a dog gets spoiled more than her. Besides, what if Wu Fu is just talking big? Xing Xing muttered sadly, Dad, you have changed. He just laughed happily. Little brother, whether it is you or your dog that wants something, all you have to do is say the word. Items were brought out one by one. Dragon Rock Reishi closed at 5 million and channeling pills sold for 3 million. Pewter Stone secured a solid 2 million deal. Down below the grandstand, a man asked eagerly, the final product is coming up next. What do you think this final item could possibly be? The guy next to him replied instantly, whatever it is, I definitely cannot afford it anyway. The auctioneer kept hyping up the crowd. Today's auction is finally reaching its climax. The final item will have absolutely no bidding limit, so get your wallets ready. The next item was quickly brought onto the stage, completely covered by a thick, mysterious cloth. Her voice rang out once more. Here is the final product of today's event. You and I both know this is the big moment. The cloth was ripped away. Blinding light from the treasure immediately forced every single eye toward the front. The divine weapon fragment instantly blasted out a blinding radiant aura. For a split second, the entire hall fell into absolute silence. Even breathing seemed to stop completely. Shu Yingxian immediately asked, "Little brother, is that really it?" Wu Fu finally spoke up. "Yes, it is." Suddenly, right in the crowd, a man stood up abruptly. He shamelessly announced, "I am Li Jiu, and I just arrived here not too long ago. Can anyone help bid on this fragment and then just gift it to me?" Someone cursed at him with sheer disdain. "A broke loser like you dares come to this auction, and you expect people to buy things for you? Are you dreaming right now?" Tiangang frowned deeply, thinking to himself, "I honestly thought Wu Fu was shameless enough. I never expected someone to be even more shameless than him." The person nearby glared at him with contempt. "Hey, are you still asleep or what?" Li Ju's face turned incredibly dark, his expression gloomy as he stayed dead silent. Suddenly, his eyes bulged wide open in a crazy glare, a cold gaze that looked ready to rip through the air itself. The man panicked, his voice shaking. "This is Su Yingxin," flinched eyes wide with pure shock. Wu Fu frowned slightly, his entire body instantly tensing up on high alert. The whole hall violently shook, people screaming. "This pressure is way too strong." He asked again. My master said, "Gentlemen, having ambition is perfectly fine. So is anyone here going to buy this and kindly hand it over to me?" Right as Li Jiu finished speaking from behind him, Tiangang instantly raised his bidding placard. "I will buy it for 10 million. Li Jiu followed up. "My master also said helping someone in need must be repaid exactly twofold. So that is where we leave it. He promised I can fulfill one of your wishes when this finishes. Stick with me here." He calmly states that if you need anything, find him because real treasures belong to the strongest. Just doing what needs to be done. Right now, the old man is super curious, thinking with cultivation, this insane, who exactly is this guy? He carefully asks about their opponent's strength, but Wu Fu quickly reassures him. "No worries, this is way beyond what your Xia family can handle anyway." He then adds, he will hand it over himself. The man is shocked, asking if they know each other. Wu Fu answers, "Nope." His eyes flash with a cold, sharp light. "But I know him." Later, at the Sai Villa, a talisman sits on the table. Tiangang is hyped. "This guy promised me one wish. It will be super useful." His face screams arrogance. "Oh, Wu Fu, did you really think relying on a divine weapon was enough to beat me?" Suddenly, aggressive knocking echoes outside. Meng Jiao quickly opens the door, asking who it is. A massive guy appears, giving off a totally overwhelming aura. Tiangang warmly greets him. "Senior brother, you finally made it." Zhang Kui loudly booms, "Junior brother, master said someone is bullying you. Tell me who and I will snap his neck." Tiangang waves his hands. "No rush. Once we get the divine weapon, we can slowly torture that kid to death." Meng Jiao smirks, thinking Wu Fu is dead meat. Now pay attention because the scene at the dorm is hilarious. Warm sunlight spills through the windows into the room. Cap, the dog, is barking happily all over the place. He wags his tail like crazy, showing off sharp teeth. Wu Fu laughs. Spirit stones really do work. Who knew spiritual essence helped teeth evolve? Suddenly, the door flies open. Lu Ling walks in. Wow, the little guy grew. He sits on his bed, asking plainly why she is here. She suddenly leans in way too close to him. "Can I not just visit you for fun?" Lu Ling crawls onto the bed, playfully teasing him about a boy and girl alone. He smirks with total confidence. "Sure." Wu Fu suddenly grabs Lu Ling by her smooth shoulders. She lets out a panicked shriek. Her face turns completely tomato red, looking away in pure embarrassment. Flustered, Lu Ling stammers, "What are you doing?" He grips her hands, his voice dropping low. "If you are not ready, do not play with fire, because once it burns, it gets really dangerous." He whispers right into her ear. Blushing madly, she quickly shoves him away. Face burning, she fixes her clothes and huffs. "I only came looking for you. To represent Yunhai University in the tournament." Wu Fu just turns away, whistling a long, lazy note. Not interested. She keeps going. "It is fine if you refuse, the opponents are super strong anyway. Yunhai University definitely will not get a good rank." Lu Ling winks playfully and adds, "Oh yeah, there are 10 fighters at the profound spirit tier this time." She pretends to walk away. "Guess I will just find someone else." He instantly grabs her shoulder. "Wait." She smiles a smug, victorious smile. Reverse psychology works every single time. Wu Fu quickly agrees. "No problem, sign me right up for it." "I know what you are thinking, but wait." Before that, Wu Fu literally rips his shirt right off. Lu Ling turns bright pink. She covers her eyes with her hands, screaming out, "What on earth are you doing?" He calmly takes off his black pants. The profound spirit tier is not that hard to deal with. "But I cannot stay in the transformation tier forever." Lu Ling yells at him, "You absolute creep." His voice echoes again. "Gotta break through to mid-transformation tier first." Hearing his actual reason, Lu Ling shuts her eyes and awkwardly covers her mouth. "Oh, he just wants to cultivate. I totally overthought that." She opens her eyes, hands on her hips, yelling, "Big bro. Leveling up is not like buying vegetables. You cannot just break through whenever you want." Wu Fu keeps his eyes closed, answering, "Hitting profound spirit is incredibly easy." He calculates quietly. "Mid-transformation is enough for now." Lu Ling tilts her head, watching sparkling streams of energy. They float in the air. Spiritual energy. Suddenly, Wu Fu's eyes snap wide open. Unleashing an insanely oppressive aura, Lu Ling senses something completely different, startled as she glances over at him. She immediately draws her sword, firing up her power to create a clear protective barrier right around herself. The raw energy blasting from him slams right into her shield. Nobody knows exactly how much time actually passes. Finally, the crazy assault stops. Exhausted, she sighs. Good thing I blocked that, or I would be totally toast. Meanwhile, he sits there with his eyes closed, his entire body glowing with blinding light. Lu Ling is just stunned. Wild right, he actually broke through. He opens his eyes. All right, let's dive into this wild story. He shoots her a look and asks, or what Lu Ling just turns away, totally annoyed. She runs a hand through her hair, super frustrated. I racked my brain over this. Getting past the chi-gathering stage took me 5 whole years. Wasted another 4 on the transformation stage and you just casually broke through. But right at this exact moment, Meng Meng is outside, ear pressed flat against the door, secretly cursing to himself. Damn it, it is way too loud in there. Back inside the room, Lu Ling grabs the doorknob and yanks it down hard. The door swings wide open. She instantly spots the guy standing right outside, and suddenly the two of them just freeze in total awkward silence. Meng Meng frantically waves his hands, playing dumb. Senior say absolutely nothing. You really do not need to explain, I completely understand. You guys are just cultivating. Yep, definitely just cultivating. He quickly crouches down on the hard floor, petting the air his fluffy head. Me and the dog are leaving. Leaving a single guy with a man and woman alone in a room is just too cruel. The Erha totally understands him. Knowing it is about to go outside, the dog gets super hyped and lets out a loud, excited bark. By now, Lu Ling has stepped out of the room. She violently slams the door shut behind her with a massive, deafening bang. Meng Meng peeks at the tense situation and nervously asks, did I just show up at a really bad time? The Era barks again like it is answering him. He stands up, scoops the dog into his arms, and smiles with a suggestion. Wu Fu, today is my birthday. Want to grab some drinks later? Wu Fu casually agrees, just saying sure. Getting the answer he wanted, Meng Meng happily runs right out of the room. I will go set things up, just take your time getting there. Out on the busy streets, towering skyscrapers and all sorts of bustling storefronts line the crowded city blocks. Watch closely now, this is where it gets interesting. Inside a room, a phone sitting on the table suddenly lights up, buzzing loudly. A new text message. Boss Xie is chilling on the sofa with his back to the window, wondering out loud who is calling at this hour. Tiang Yang picks up the phone and replies, it is the guy I planted near Wu Fu. Looks like the fat kid invited him to a bar today. Meng Jiao repeats the location he just mentioned. A bar. Suddenly, a sneaky idea pops into her head. Oh, that is right. Today is Wang Meng Meng's birthday. If we offer him a little bribe, maybe. Tiang Yang already knows exactly what she is getting at and just finishes her thought. So you want to plant someone at the Yunhao bar? Even the powerful Su family has to show respect to the big boss over there. Borrowing someone else's knife to do the dirty work is a solid move. Meanwhile, in another location inside a very simple tile-roofed house, hidden deep in the desolate mountains, Li Ju drops to his knees, desperately trying to wake the man slumped over in front of him. Master, please take your medicine. Jing Song covers his mouth, coughing violently a few times. Seeing this, Li Ju gets extremely worried and gently warns him, Master, take it easy. Jing Song keeps his head bowed super low, but his lips twitch as he forces out the heavy words. I feel my body getting weaker every single day. You and I know exactly what this means. I cannot even sense the divine artifact's aura anymore. If you find the fated person, bring him to me. Hearing this final request, Li Ju drops down on one knee, cups his hands together, and respectfully answers back. Your disciple obeys. Jing Song adds one last thing. Who knows, he might have a way to help me reach the Dao integration stage. Li Ju looks up, his eyes glowing with pure, unyielding determination as he loudly replies, yes. Cut back to the bar, a tall green glass liquor bottle rolls across a stone table. The last few drops of alcohol spill out of the bottle, forming a tiny puddle on the floor. A loud, angry scolding echoes in the background. Wake up, you damn fat kid. Meng Meng with a bright red face is sprawled across the table, muttering, I am not drunk, let's do another shot. He barely finishes his sentence before a pair of legs in black stockings and high heels fiercely stomps right onto his lower back. Get up, you damn fatty. Seeing that the stomp did not work at all, Lu Ling quickly changes her target area, kicking Meng Meng squarely right in the middle of his butt. Get up. His eyes bulge out in shock and he screams out in pure agony. In that exact moment, Meng Meng literally sees his own backside exploding like a blooming flower from the massive impact. He slams his face down onto the sofa, grabbing his butt and groaning out, ow, ow, ow. Lu Ling stands next to him with her arms tightly crossed. She furiously asks him, why the hell did you call us here, you fatty? Wu Fu also speaks up, completely confused. Fatty, why did you run all the way here? Hearing Wu Fu's familiar voice, Meng Meng finally forces himself to sit up straight. "Brother Fu, you made it." Right next to him, a loud dog bark suddenly rings out. He turns his head toward the sound, sees the Erha standing over there, and instantly calls its name. The dog barks a few times right back at him. As he approaches, the Erha lowers its head and drops whatever was in its mouth onto the table. Meng Meng's face drops a little. Pointing at himself, he asks, "For me." The Erha gets incredibly excited about it, nodding its head and giving two loud barks to confirm. Meng Meng nervously stares at the weird thing in his hand. I guess this is a birthday gift. But right before he actually puts that weird thing into his mouth, a blinding, bright golden light suddenly flashes from right beside him. Lu Ling spins around in shock. She screams at the guys, "Things are going bad, run. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Let's dive right in." Wu Fu turns frowning at the ground as a massive, blurry wall of sand starts creeping right toward him. This crazy sandstorm stretches from the floor all the way to the ceiling, swallowing everything in its path. The solid floor under his feet, gone. The entire room has completely transformed into a literal desert. Some mysterious force pulls the sand up, leaving it floating in midair. Lu Ling and Meng Meng stare eyes wide open. Completely stunned by the crazy sight, they look up to see a massive golden snake. Its eyes glow, blood-red tongue flicking out. In a flash, the giant snake opens its jaws wide, trying to swallow Wu Fu whole. Lu Ling panics and screams, "Watch out!" All three of them quickly jump back to dodge the deadly strike. The snake smashes its head into the sand but instantly pulls back up and lunges right at them again. "Think you can easily escape my illusion? Not a chance." Meng Meng grabs the arm of the guy next to her. Terrified, she yells, "Brother Fu." Meanwhile, Erha plants his paws in the sand, grinding his teeth as his power explodes. Instantly, a giant spectral dog materializes out of nowhere, standing face to face with the snake. Lu Ling is completely shocked. What the heck? Before she can blink, Erha lands a perfect savage bite. Now watch closely. This is hilarious. He chomps right onto the giant snake's neck. The beast shrieks, dissolving into spirit stones that scatter everywhere. Erha happily absorbs all of them. Meng Meng smiles, walking over to pet him. "Good boy, Erha." Wu Fu scoops Erha up with both hands. "Not bad, those stones didn't go to waste." Meanwhile, safely hidden downstairs, Tong Tian watches through a hidden screen, totally dumbfounded. It is literally a dog. Li Mengjiao stands next to him, utterly speechless. Even his pet dog is insanely overpowered. Tong Tian starts sweating but quickly tries to comfort himself. "Whatever, this is my illusion. As long as he's trapped, I can destroy him." Meanwhile, Lu Ling spots a lonely dining table sitting in the sand. She asks, "What now?" Meng Meng grabs his shirt. "Brother Fu, where are we?" Wu Fu calmly answers, "We are actually still inside the room." Cradling Erha in his arms, he slowly walks right toward that dining table. He explains, "This illusion is just a classic ghost wall trick. We just have to find the one object that exists in the real world. Break it and the illusion shatters." Wu Fu stops walking, glaring down at the tabletop. "Leaving something this obvious here, do they really think we are blind?" He tightly clenches his right hand into a fist. Then he violently smashes it down onto the table. Startled by the sudden move, Lu Ling screams, "Wait." The stone table completely shatters into countless tiny pieces under his brutal punch. At that exact same moment, "You and I saw that coming, right?" The ceiling above Li Mengjiao and Tong Tian cracks with blinding light. "Oh crap," he yells. Boom! The ceiling explodes, sending massive chunks of rubble crashing straight down to the floor below. Flying rocks shatter the room's glass windows. Without hesitation, Wu Fu jumps straight down into the lower room. He drops right through the explosion hole. Coughing, Lu Ling struggles in the thick cloud of dust. Hiding right beneath us, Wu Fu glares at his enemy. "So you're here." He coldly demands answers. "You and Xie Tiangang set this trap, right?" Fearless Li Mengjiao instantly admits to the whole thing. "So what, Wu Fu, you were completely dead this time." Looking disgusted, Wu Fu shows zero respect. Picking his ear, he sighs, "I've heard that villain line way too much." Tong Qian grips his sword. Stepping closer, he snarls, "Kid, hand over the divine artifact first." Wu Fu just calmly looks up at him. He glances over, casually sizing the guy up. Standing behind him, Lu Ling shouts out, "Wu Fu." Tong Qian has huge backing, and Yunhai, be careful. Ignoring her, Wu Fu hands Erha to Meng Meng with instructions. "Stay down, don't run around, and let Erha protect you." Erha gives a confident little bark. Sweating nervously, she gives him a quick nod. Meanwhile, that guy Tong Qian is already raising his sharp sword. He mutters a dark threat. "Hiding is useless. You broke my illusion, so none of you are escaping here alive today." Pulling out his sword, Wu Fu scoffs, "Are you kidding me? That weak little dollar store illusion. Anyone could walk right through that garbage, and you dare show it off in front of me." Behind his dark sunglasses, Tong Qian's eyes widen in pure shock. He's just been pulled right into an illusion himself. All around Tong Qian is a massive desert with dead, withered trees. Out of nowhere, Wu Fu launches himself high up, hovering effortlessly in midair. At this point, Tongshin starts feeling real fear creeping in, realizing the horrific truth. What did you and I just learn? Never mess with transformation stage power, he barks a deadly command. Let's dive into this. Watch Tony get completely crushed by some invisible force, slamming him straight down onto his knees in pure defeat. He's totally panicking. This aura is way too terrifying. Tony squints his eyes super hard, feeling his whole body just absolutely glitching out. Even me, a top-tier profound stage expert, just lost all my powers. Yeah, this is not looking good at all. Ralgarn head. Right in front of him, Wu Fu channels extra juice into his sword. He swings his arm and unleashes a massive slash right at the paralyzed Tony. Suddenly, a super mysterious voice echoes out of nowhere. Hey little bro, bullying the weak with your power, where's your pride, man? Wu Fu's eyes go wide. He literally freezes for a second hearing that creepy voice, and then the space around them cracks open into a giant void. And get this, a random arm just reaches out from the crack. That hand perfectly grabs Tony right by his collar. It forcefully yanks his entire body straight into the hole. Outside, Leo uses all his strength to pull Tony out of the illusion. Back in the original room, Leo stares right into the illusion and speaks up, trying to act all polite and friendly. I've been looking into you, bro, and meeting you today proves you're a real genius. Wu Fu instantly cancels out his illusion. In his head, he remembers Leo from his past life, the exact jerk who poisoned their master just to level up. This time I'm destined to confront you. I'm going to expose your fake nice guy act. But out loud, he just casually asks him, what do you want? Leo raises his hand, offering an invitation. I wonder if you could take a little trip with me. Lu Ling immediately puts her hand on Wu Fu's shoulder, super on guard. Hold on. Wu Fu tilts his head and gently pats her hand to calm her down. It's nothing, I'll be right back. Saying this, Wu Fu looks straight up. He glares right across the room. Leo bows his head as he hears Wu Fu say, an origin soul stage expert. Now pay attention here, things are escalating. Can you even refuse? Lu Ling's eyes go completely wide, mentally repeating those crazy words, origin soul stage. The scene flashes back to the past. A bloody sword is dripping drop by drop straight onto the ground. Wu Fu calls out, Master. He looks at the white-haired old man slumped against a tree and says, your disciple has been searching for you for over 300 years. Wu Fu's hand lifts the incense burner high up into the air. I can't believe you actually passed the cauldron to a complete outsider. He frowns, his eyes turning absolutely ruthless. Since you were heartless, don't blame me for being cruel. Snap back to reality. Wu Fu secretly vows in his mind, Master, I didn't reincarnate just to play along with this pathetic drama all over again. Outside a tile-roofed house deep in the mountain woods, a voice rings out. Master, look at this, I brought the kid here. Ken is sitting inside, spots the two of them standing by the door and says hurry up and invite him in. The old guy looks at Wu Fu and smiles, praising him. Little bro, you really are a true genius. Wu Fu simply clasps his hands together and directly asks what's on his mind. Why exactly did you summon this junior here? Senior Ken doesn't even try hiding it, laying out his real motive. Rumor says you have a divine artifact on you and this old man can actually sense it. Our fate is pretty huge. I'm hoping this artifact can help me find a way to finally break through. Wu Fu states his own theory. Senior, you're stuck at the void return stage without leveling up. I think the time just isn't right yet. Ken hears this and desperately asks, wait, do you have a method? You and I saw that coming, right? Leo suspiciously side-eyes him, thinking this guy. Right at this moment, Wu Fu actually replies back to Ken. Spot on. He slowly walks over to the small table sitting in the corner. When I walked in here, I smelled a super strong medicine scent. Leo instantly gets furious and curses, you absolute brat. Talking all big like that will get you killed. But Ken snaps right back at Leo. How rude, forcing him to shut up entirely. Wu Fu acts totally unbothered, popping the lid off the incense burner on the table to check it out. I think your body is failing, Senior. He holds up 2 fingers, taking a quick glance to diagnose him. Probably some old illness flaring up. Ken glares in shock, muttering to himself. How can he possibly see my exact physical condition just like that? Who in the world is this crazy kid anyway? Why does he feel so ridiculously familiar to me? Wu Fu turns his face back around and holds up his single finger. Senior, I can actually cure your illness. But I have one condition. Leo simply can't hold back anymore, gritting his teeth and waving his hand. Do you even know my master's true power? You're just a transformation stage noob, yet you dare to brag. Wu Fu narrows his eyes slightly. Leo smirks to himself, deep in thought. This little punk probably realized I swapped out my master's medicine. Wu Fu confidently reaches his hand out. Right at the tips of his 2 fingers, a surge of power is slowly gathering up. Wu Fu moves with absolute lightning speed, swiping his hand right across Ken's face, and instantly these glowing, sparkling characters just light up all over the old man's skin. Leo sees this happening from the side and wants to attack. How dare you hurt my master? Do you want to end your own life? Suddenly, Ken yells out loud to stop him. Wait, the old guy closes his eyes, rests both hands on his legs, and explains. My young friend is just transmitting a technique. Don't overthink this. Leo is super annoyed and calls out Master. He sees Ken isn't changing his mind at all. That's where we leave it. He grinds his teeth secretly, plotting. I need to find a chance to absolutely destroy this kid. Stick with me. If we don't handle this, it's going to be a disaster later. Meanwhile, outside the house, the sky is completely blue and totally peaceful. Inside, Ching's song is literally glowing with this thick white aura. He shuts his eyes, feeling the energy flow. He's only halfway through his training, but his meridians are already super clear. He praises Wu Fu for hiding his true skills. Meanwhile, Wu Fu just points over to the side. I know you've got that divine artifact fragment on you. My hard work should be enough to trade for it, right? Xing Song quickly signals his disciple. Li Ju, didn't I tell you to give the artifact to whoever is destined for it? Li Ju is visibly annoyed, but he respectfully cups his hands and obeys his master. He bites his tongue and says he'll hand it right over. He pulls out the sword, the absolute last piece of the divine artifact. After that, Ching Song heads outside to say his final goodbyes. He tells Wu Fu that in all his long years he has never seen a treasure quite like this one. He warns him to keep it safe. Li Ju supports his master's arm, anxiously telling him to take it slow. Before taking off, Wu Fu promises that he will be careful with it. Cut back to the modern city, where massive skyscrapers and towering concrete buildings stretch way up into the clouds. Li Ju slams a white porcelain bottle on the table, ordering a hit on Wu Fu. Take him out, and this spirit-gathering pill is yours. Tong Tian nods like a bobblehead. Yes, sir, I'm calling my guys right now. By tomorrow morning, that kid is going to be history. Li Ju is cursing Wu Fu in his head. Did that brat really think having his master's protection meant he was completely untouchable? Anyone who steals my stuff has to disappear. Now it's nighttime, and we get a shot of this ridiculously massive 3-story mansion. The giant clock on the pillar strikes exactly 9 p.m. Out in the hallway, you can hear the splashing sound of water running from the bathroom. Hot steam fogs up the glass shower, filling the entire room with thick white mist. Through the frosted glass, you can see a woman's silhouette. Looking super relaxed, she tilts her head up to enjoy the warm water running down her face. But suddenly, someone outside screams Wu Fu's name. They demand he comes out immediately. Xu Qingqing is startled instantly, on high alert as she glances toward the door. She immediately twists the shower valve completely off, then reaches out and grabs a large bath towel hanging right off the rack. Just as Xu Qingqing finishes wrapping the towel securely around her body, 3 shady-looking guys bust right through the bathroom door. One creepy lackey starts making jokes, saying they came to beat up Wu Fu but found a nice surprise. Xu Qingqing calmly asks who they are. She coldly warns them to get the heck out right now. Tong Tian just stares at her and demands to know where Wu Fu is hiding. She frowns and says he isn't home yet. The 2 lackeys start cracking their knuckles and slowly step toward her, seeing their target is missing. They suggest the little lady should play with them instead. A chubby lackey flashes this disgusting, creepy smile and suddenly lunges right at her. Now watch closely, this is pure comedy. The guy yells for her to come here. Xu Qingqing doesn't even move, but her eyes turn totally lethal. With one casual swipe of her hand, she perfectly launches the chubby lackey flying backward. Red syrup just goes spraying out of his mouth. Tong Tian's eyes bug out of his head as he realizes she's actually a transformation stage cultivator. The remaining lackey's face goes completely blank with shock. Glancing over to his side, he watches his buddy literally fly right past his body, and his jaw drops to the floor. How is this tiny girl so overpowered? But while he is distracted, he turns his head and finds a woman's knee hovering right next to his cheek. She mockingly asks him where he's looking. Bam! Xu Qingqing's knee delivers an absolutely devastating blow right to the side of the lackey's face before he can even blink. The lackey's entire body gets sent flying straight into the glass wall, shattering it into a million tiny pieces. Tong Tian tilts his head, staring at his unconscious goon reflected in the broken mirror. Then he slowly turns back to look at the girl. He says with Wu Fu's transformation stage power, there's nothing to worry about. But her? That's a different story. I know what you're thinking. She's going to be insulted, right? Nope. Xu Qingqing just raises her hand, asking if he thinks she's stronger than Wu Fu. Tong Tian smirks and says he'll take care of her first, then they can chat. But out of nowhere, Wu Fu just pops up right behind him. Wu Fu casually asks, "Hey, were you guys talking about me?" Tong Tian reacts with lightning speed, jumping away and pressing himself against the bathtub. Panicking, he screams, "How long have you been standing there?" Tong Tian's entire face is dripping with cold sweat as he stares wildly at him. Wu Fu's expression gets super dark. He admits he's been standing there watching them fight for a while now. Realizing he looks terrified, Tong Tian coughs twice to fake being calm. He tries playing it cool, saying Wu Fu is only a mid-level transformation stage cultivator. He brags that if he hadn't been careless last time, Wu Fu would be dead already. Wu Fu's eyes flash as he says, "You didn't answer. Why didn't he show up?" Tong Tian lowers his head, a threatening smirk creeping onto his lips. Sending me was overkill, but there's absolutely no escape for you. Suddenly, Su Qingqing screams out a warning, Wu Fu, watch your feet. Wu Fu crosses his arms, looking down at his feet. What do you and I think is down there? He's wondering the exact same thing. Stick with me here, we are jumping right into an illusion where golden spiritual chains slowly crawl up Wu Fu's legs. They wrap tightly around his arms, snake across his body, and slide right behind his back. In just a split second, these heavy chains wrap completely around him, pinning Wu Fu down. He thinks back to Tong Qian's move. So that is the trick, jumping up instantly drops you straight into this trap. Without hesitation, Wu Fu summons his sword. He swings it hard, shattering the chains and completely destroying the illusion. Seeing him break free, Qingqing looks worried and asks if he is okay. Wu Fu just fires back, asking where they went. She points at the shattered glass door, saying they all ran. Tong Qian already escaped outside, furiously cursing about how annoying this is. With that divine weapon in his hands, Tong Qian cannot even activate his formation. Wu Fu jumps down, landing right in front of him. So no spirit sword, then Tong Qian smirks wickedly, mocking his lack of a divine weapon before charging in with a heavy punch. Watch closely now. He claims Wu Fu is no match, but his first punch to the face misses and his second hook to the head completely whiffs too. Dodging effortlessly, his flexible body stays totally focused, just waiting for Tong Qian's next move. Sure enough, the guy throws a kick but misses again. Frustrated, he yells, asking if hiding is all he can do. Wu Fu stays silent. He just smiles, casually dodging another fierce uppercut from him while stepping backward in a perfectly rhythmic motion. Suddenly, he accidentally steps right into a mud puddle that Tong Qian created. Wu Fu just glances down at it, finding this whole thing super annoying. Both of his legs sink deep, totally locked in the mud and unable to move. Tong Qian rushes in with a massive punch, shouting to see where he can run now. Wu Fu does not reply. His cold eyes just watch the incoming fist. A massive boom echoes out, creating a shockwave so strong that the wall behind cracks open. But taking a second look, that is not Wu Fu at all, just an empty coat. Tong Qian realizes things are bad. It was just clothes. Right then, Wu Fu appears directly behind him, asking if he is done hitting. Tong Qian turns his head, but it is way too late. Not good. Feeling an overwhelming sword aura, he screams out in terror, demanding to know who he really is. Wu Fu's fist is already right in his face. He coldly replies that he does not need to know. His punch hits incredibly hard, slamming directly into Tong Qian's body. An absolute earth-shattering crash. The wall completely collapses with spiderweb cracks spreading everywhere. The aftershock is honestly insane. Qingqing has to shield her eyes, realizing he actually got stronger again. The only thing left is Tong Qian's shattered pair of glasses. Wu Fu grabs his coat, puts it on, and tells Qingqing to fix the yard. Frowning, she agrees to bring some people to handle it. You and I know this is a mess. Qingqing nervously says that hiding someone as huge as Chu Tongqian, dying in his house, might be impossible. But before she can even finish speaking, her bath towel suddenly slips. The towel drops right to her feet. Wu Fu completely freezes. Qingqing goes totally stiff for a few seconds. She frantically squats down to cover herself, calling him a pervert for staring. The Urha barks in amusement. Wu Fu quickly denies looking at all. Up on the roof, a mysterious masked figure has been watching this entire thing unfold. Looks like things are getting more and more interesting. The figure flashes a cryptic little smirk. Meanwhile, Qingqing loudly storms back to her room, warning him that if he peeked, she will absolutely gouge his eyes out. Wrapping the towel tightly, she stomps into her room, totally embarrassed and furious. Standing behind her, Wu Fu covers one eye and smirks, swearing he did not look. Qingqing slams the bathroom door shut. She gets ready to drop the towel and change, muttering about the pervert, but then notices she might not be alone in there. Looking down, she spots the Urha, happily wagging its tail, watching her expectantly. It has this goofy, perverted look on its face, just staring at her. Qingqing coldly grabs the dog and tosses it out. Calling it a perverted dog, she kicks it out. A moment later, the door opens. She is fully dressed, hair perfectly styled, and looking sharp. Right at that moment, spiritual energy starts fluctuating around the Urha. Qingqing looks at it in shock. Wu Fu watches the dog with complete satisfaction. Looks like this guy is about to break through. After eating so many spirit pills, transforming was inevitable. The Urha lets out a proud bark. Qingqing is totally speechless. She never knew a dog could cultivate. The Urha's breakthrough does not take long, leaving its claws looking much sharper than before. It grinds its teeth, now packing enough bite force to completely destroy the wooden floor. Qingqing's face darkens silently, thinking, sharper teeth and deadlier claws. This dog is perfectly built for wrecking the house, totally like its owner. Just then, two patrolling guards carry Tongqian's body inside and ask if they should take it back for the family head to deal with. Wu Fu stops them, saying there is no need, he already knows who is really behind this. Curious, Qingqing asks who. He just looks up. Hearing that, she immediately opens the door and runs outside. Wu Fu slowly walks out after her, telling her to stop looking because the guy is gone. Ching Ching points at the roof, shocked he was up there. He nods. Wu Fu then orders the body taken away. Makes you wonder what happens next, right? Alright, stick with me, you are about to watch a hilarious payback trip. Since they rarely visit, Xu Qingqing orders her guards to drag Zhu Tongqian to the Xia family. Her bodyguard hesitates, trying to talk some sense into her. Miss, I really think we should get the master's permission before deciding on making a move like this. But she just smirks with absolute confidence. Here in Yunhai, that cowardly Xia family would not dare touch a single hair on Xu Qingqing's head. Realizing there is no stopping her, the guard simply agrees. The black car carrying Qingqing and Wu Fu rolls up to the massive Xia family mansion, instantly catching the front gate guards completely off guard. He frantically barks orders. Go tell the young master right now Wu Fu from the Xu family is here. The guard immediately complies. The car parks at the gates and a guard steps up politely asking, "Excuse me, who exactly are you guys looking for?" The era pokes its head out and barks twice at them. The guard in the passenger seat turns to Qingqing. "Miss, what is the game plan here?" Wu Fu speaks up first. "Have they seriously not noticed me yet? Why are there so many guards swarming around?" Without second-guessing, he casually opens the door and steps out with the erha. Wu Fu mutters, "Hurry it up, we have got a huge welcoming committee waiting." The Russian guards finally recognize him and their faces turn incredibly hostile. Heaven has a road you ignore, yet you crash right into hell's gateless doors. Grab him right now. The Su family guards lose their patience and quickly ready their weapons. Watch closely, this is where it gets crazy. They outnumber us, should we get back up? Qingqing stops them, smiling at the chaos outside. Just sit tight. Let's watch outside. The angry mob charges straight at Wu Fu. Seeing this, the Urha fiercely jumps out, barking wildly, and it even leaps up to chomp a guard's arm, making him scream out in pure agony. Damn it, capture him and that stupid dog too. Meanwhile, deep inside the luxurious high-end mansion, someone loudly reports young master Wu Fu is right outside our door. Tianhao is completely startled by this news. I spared him for now. Yet he actually dares to come find me. Meng Jiao stands beside him, looking extremely worried. What should we do? Tianhao's eyes immediately flash with burning rage. I already stationed a dozen elite guards at the front entrance. All they have to do is drain about 30% of Wu Fu's total energy. He thinks to himself, since you came, do not expect to leave. But reality hits hard. Those so-called elite guards are getting absolutely wrecked by Urha. Loud dog barks echo across the entire massive estate. Seeing Tianhao step out, a badly beaten guard begs for help. Young master, you are finally here. Your loyal men are getting totally bullied by a crazy dog. Furious, he violently kicks the guard aside. You absolute useless trash, get the hell out of my sight. Noticing the person approaching, Tianhao immediately goes on high alert. Wu Fu, you and I are mortal enemies. I did not even come looking for you today. Yet you still dare to show your face. Wu Fu skips the small talk, simply ordering the Shu family guards. Bring it up here right now. Tan Tian's lifeless body is casually tossed right in front of Tianhao. Meng Jiao freezes in pure shock. Zhu Tongqian, Tianhao frantically tries to clear his name. Do not misunderstand, I was not the one who sent him. Wu Fu just crosses his arms arrogantly. Oh, do not be so scared. I just need you to deliver Zhu Tongqian to someone for me. Tianhao asks curiously who. He narrows his eyes and casually drops a name. Li Ju. I know what you were thinking. Is the drama over? Nope. As the sky darkens, Meng Jiao and Tianhao stand frozen, watching Wu Fu's car speed away. Clenching his fists super tight, Tianhao mutters to himself, during this upcoming inter-school tournament, I will absolutely make sure that guy dies. Meng Jiao looks incredibly anxious, but he already managed to kill Zhu Tongqian. Suddenly, someone standing up in the trees looks down and reassures him. Little girlfriend, against Xiong Kui's godly strength, Wu Fu will not stand a single chance. Tianhao suddenly senses a strange presence and quickly turns around, shouting, "Who goes there?" Li Ju suddenly emerges from the shadows with his hood up, recognizing the mysterious man. Tianhao panics over his sudden disrespect. Both he and Meng Jiao immediately bow down in greeting. So is the esteemed senior. I have not even used this talisman yet, but you are already here. Li Jiu casually draws his blade. I have been here since Wu Fu arrived. Hearing that makes Tianhao incredibly anxious. Wait, do you actually know Wu Fu personally? Li Jiu just flashes a creepy smile. Obviously. He is the guy who cured my master's poison. Unsure of what he really means, Tianhao quickly clarifies his firm stance. Listen, senior. Wu Fu and I have an irreconcilable blood feud. Even if you step in to make peace, the Xu family will absolutely never agree. Li Jiu narrows his eyes dangerously. Is that so? He stabs his sword into the dirt, violently cracking the ground, then swings it, unleashing a massive wave of deadly, suffocating darkness. Tianhao gulps nervously. That pitch-black sword energy just barely misses him completely, slicing the massive building right behind his back perfectly in half. The guards finally rush over in a panic. Men hurry up and protect the young master, but after landing just one single strike, Li Jiu violently tosses the sword away. He mutters black as the night sky, slicing iron like mud. Truly a magnificent legendary blade. The sword spins through the air a few times before plunging right into the ground in front of Tian Hao. Li Jiu hints any profound realm expert would definitely want one. Tian Hao freezes in pure shock for a second. He cautiously asks Senior what is the meaning of this. Li Jiu simply turns away. I just need him dead. I was the one who sent Zhu Tongqin, saying that he leaps off, leaving Tian Hao's entire group completely stunned right there on the spot. So what do you and I make of this? Gripping the rare sword, Tian Hao gloats. Wu Fu, blame your own terrible luck for making enemies. Let's dive right into this crazy cultivation manhua. Next morning, over at Wu Fu's massive villa, things are already moving fast. Xu Qingqing is rushing Wu Fu. The big selection is starting and they need to go. But he just looks up totally distracted. Hang on, he says, I have some business to handle first. Take the Erha and go ahead. Wu Fu is just staring intensely at the sky. He feels this massive spike in qi coming from the mountain behind them. Naturally, Wu Fu immediately hikes up there to investigate it. The lush green forest is literally overflowing with raw energy. He's totally confused. Why is the spiritual aura suddenly so incredibly dense here? After walking a bit, Wu Fu reaches a sparkling lake. Spotting the thick aura, he knows this is the exact spot. The water is rippling slightly, but absolutely nobody is around. Wait a second. Wu Fu spots wet footprints right on the shore. Someone was definitely here. Suddenly, he hears the rustling sound of leaves shifting right behind his back. Wu Fu goes on high alert as deadly sword energy blasts straight toward him. This bright blue energy is unbelievably sharp and fast. The blade aura smashes exactly where he was just standing. Luckily, he dodges it with lightning speed. But Wu Fu does not drop his guard at all. In fact, he just frowns even harder. The sword energy strikes at his new position again, and he casually sidesteps to dodge the brutal attack. But the strikes are getting way more intense and incredibly dangerous. Realizing he cannot just dodge forever, Wu Fu wraps pure qi right around his bare hands. Turning his own hand into a blade, he blocks the incoming strike. The heavy impact forces both of them sliding backward, and Wu Fu digs his feet hard into the dirt to completely stop his momentum. He crouches low, finally stabilizing his stance. Meanwhile, just across the clearing, a pure white dress is beautifully fluttering in the wild wind. His attacker gracefully lands right on a massive rock. She lets out a breath, looking absolutely stunning. It is Luoxi, literally looking like a fairy goddess. Holding her sword, she glares at him and demands to know who he is. Wu Fu calmly replies, if I say this is a huge misunderstanding, would you believe me? Now watch this, things are about to get spicy. Luoxi points her sword right at him, threatening to gouge his eyes out with absolute zero hesitation. She is shocked, a mere transformation stage guy dodged her. Without another thought, she unleashes a fierce sword combo at Wu Fu, but he just casually watches her fancy moves. He easily steps aside. Luoxi lunges forward for a thrust, a fake out, but Wu Fu simply tilts his head to dodge her blade. He casually tells her she is overthinking this. Luoxi's blade is incredibly fast, so Wu Fu finally raises his hand, summoning a protective aura to block it. He literally just pinches the tip of her deadly sword, casually pushing it aside. He promises her again that it is honestly just a big misunderstanding. Luoxi gets seriously spooked, recognizing his technique. He is using aura to deflect the blade. Taking advantage, Wu Fu swiftly glides forward to create some distance. Looking back, he swears he did not see her doing anything embarrassing. Luoxi totally does not buy it, gritting her teeth and calling him an absolute creep. She warns him to never cross her path again. The scene cuts back to the academy with the afternoon sun setting in the west. Inside the classroom, his Erha lets out a massive lazy yawn. Mr. Chen Hao is checking attendance, asking if everyone is present. A student loudly snitches that Wu Fu is missing. The teacher gets super annoyed, of course it is him again. Another student mocks him, pointing out that Wu Fu even picks fights with the upperclassmen. He says Wu Fu probably does not care about this cultivator gathering at all. Right on cue, Wu Fu strolls in and the Erha happily barks at him. Hearing the trash talk, he instantly kicks the hater right in the leg. Wu Fu checks his watch, exactly 3 p.m. Technically, he is not late at all. Mr. Chen Hao really wants to yell at him but has zero excuse. He just barks to line up, crossing his arms and glaring at the arena. The big event officially kicks off. Out of the entire academy, only 8 students get to compete, which means the freshman class can only select 2 fighters total. I know what you're thinking, a standard tournament arc. Basically, hearing these elite rules, Wu Fu just narrows his eyes and smirks. This sounds extremely fun to him. He instantly jumps straight into the arena, claiming the high ground. Wu Fu stares down at everyone, arrogantly asking who wants smoke. The whole class gets super triggered. They think this punk is acting way too arrogant. Suddenly, a creepy laugh echoes from the back as a guy wrapped in dark, toxic purple qi steps right up. The crowd immediately recognizes him. It is Fang Kun, a first year at the absolute peak of the transformation stage. The peanut gallery starts hyping up his terrifying stats. Master of hidden weapons, supposedly he never misses his target. Fang Kun just smirks evilly. He says he heard Wu Fu was super cocky, sarcastically asking him to go easy for their first fight. Wu Fu completely ignores him with zero response. Instead, he just wiggles his finger, daring the guy to bring it on. Fang Kun laughs like a maniac as that dark purple aura explodes around him. Like a literal tornado, Fang Kun vanishes from his spot. He blitzes right up into Wu Fu's face, throwing a massive punch, but Wu Fu instantly spots something totally dirty. Bam! Fang Kun lands a brutal punch right on Wu Fu's face, snapping his head sideways. The entire martial arts class is completely stunned watching him take the hit. Mr. Chen Hao watches this looking like he just got struck by lightning. What just happened? Plot twist, Wu Fu only took that hit to get absolute proof of Fang Kun's cheating. He secretly used his ki to block 2 completely lethal poison needles. Actually, those 2 toxic needles are being completely crushed by Wu Fu's overwhelming aura. Fang Kun starts sweating, thinking to himself, no way, this is totally impossible. Suddenly, Wu Fu moves effortlessly, snapping the poison needles in half. My turn! Terrified, Fang Kun frantically scrambles backward, desperately trying to get out of the danger zone. But he barely takes 1 step before Wu Fu viciously stomps on his foot. Trapping him, Wu Fu winds up an attack while roasting him without mercy. Why are you running away now, Fang Kun? Losing your edge already, Wu Fu unleashes a devastating palm strike. So what do we learn here? Karma hits hard. Boom, the brutal palm strike destroys his stomach, leaving Fang Kun literally wetting the tournament floor. Stick with me here, Felix is literally experiencing pants-wetting terror right now. Oliver warns him, we go to the same school. I can spare your life this once, but if you ever dare to use poison again, I will absolutely end you. Felix slumps to the dirt, clothes completely shredded. He survived, but the humiliation is real. Mr. Carter watches this whole mess, secretly furious and totally in denial. Did Felix really just lose? Oliver glares down from the arena. Who else wants some? The freshman class goes completely dead silent. Nobody dares to step up. Oliver flashes a cheeky grin at Mr. Carter. Well, teacher, it really looks like those 2 freshman spots. I definitely have one of them on lock. The teacher just grits his teeth in pure frustration. Right at that moment, the doors are violently kicked wide open. Seeing who just crashed the party, Mr. Carter yells out, what are you juniors doing here? Weren't the names on the tournament list already confirmed? The guy walking in confidently smirks. That is right. Meet Xia Tianhao, a cocky junior rocking long hair, neatly tied up in the back. Looking completely stylish and way too arrogant, he announces. The juniors picked me to compete alongside the 6 presidents. He sizes Oliver up on the arena. Come on then. Let me see exactly who dared to crush the pride of our beloved seniors. Oliver just stares right back at Xia Tianhao, not showing even a single ounce of fear. Xia Tianhao is a total battle junkie, so getting glared at like that only hypes him up even more. The other students who know exactly how crazy he is immediately start backing away. Senior Xia Tianhao has been in deep training for almost half a year. Coming out now, his power level must have skyrocketed. Back up, guys, do not get caught in the crossfire. Now Mr. Carter might not actually like Oliver, but this is still his homeroom class. He is not about to let some juniors bully his freshmen. Xia Tianhao, what exactly are you trying to pull? But Xia Tianhao literally ignores the teacher, waving 2 of his lackeys up into the arena. Obviously, I am just here to teach this little freshman a lesson. One lackey steps up, swinging a baseball bat with a creepy smirk. Now watch closely, because here is where things get wild. The guy is still laughing when Oliver becomes a literal blur. He narrows his eyes, deciding to trash the 2 sidekicks before dealing with the big boss. No hesitation, Oliver bursts into motion. He delivers a brutal punch straight into the bad guy's stomach. Then he immediately smashes the other lackey right in the shoulder. Trash cleaned up, Oliver dashes off in another direction, finally skidding to a halt right behind Xia Tianhao. Xia Tianhao laughs sarcastically, exploding with bright green energy. You seriously dare to show off speed in front of me? He shoots Oliver a look of absolute disgust. You are way too green, kid, and with that he moves. In a flash, he leaps from his spot. To everyone watching in the crowd, it looks like he literally just teleported into thin air. Mr. Carter cannot help but gasp in awe. The legendary speed technique of the Xia Tianhao family truly lives up to its insane reputation. Xia Tianhao becomes a flashing blur across the entire arena, his voice echoing everywhere. I thought you were actually skilled. Oliver's total lack of reaction just makes Xia Tianhao laugh. With garbage reflexes like yours, Xia Tianhao is bouncing all over the stage at top speed, while Oliver literally just stands there like a statue. He totally ignores the guy showing off his flashy moves, staying completely calm and unbothered. And then right on cue, Xia Tianhao suddenly materializes right behind Oliver. I could have killed you 10 times over by now. But Oliver does not say a single word. He just cracks a slow smirk. It is almost like he perfectly predicted Xia Tianhao would strike at this exact second. You and I both know what happens next, right? A brutal punch tears through the air but hits absolute nothingness. Xia Tianhao cannot believe his eyes. He frantically scans the arena, but the kid is gone. Terrified of a blind spot attack, Xia Tianhao immediately jumps backward to create some distance. He is desperately searching for Oliver, totally panicking now. What the heck just happened? Where did he go? Right at that exact moment, Oliver casually drops in right behind his back. Were you looking for me? Mr. Carter looks absolutely horrified. This freshman's speed is actually way faster than Xia Tianhao. Xia Tianhao wildly glances back at Oliver, who is now literally gliding behind him. What an absolute monster. He forcefully pushes off his legs, desperately trying to escape. Xia Tianhao moves with pure desperate speed. He barely manages to dodge a lethal strike from Oliver. Through the massive cloud of white smoke, Oliver's eyes are glowing with absolute confidence. Xia Tianhao wildly spins around and leaps away from the blast zone. He looks totally terrified, but hey, he actually dodged it. Giving absolutely nobody time to breathe, Oliver aggressively charges forward, his voice echoing across the arena. Hey senior, since you came all this way. Xia Tianhao flinches hard the second he sees that monster approaching. Oliver's voice drips with pure mockery. You really should not be trying to leave so soon. Panic finally sets into Xia Tianhao's eyes as he witnesses Oliver's true speed. He is way too fast. Oliver's massive strike triggers a huge earth-shattering explosion, sending Xia Tianhao flying backward through the air. His arm is completely wrecked just from trying to block that hit. How is his raw power this insane? Oliver refuses to let Xia Tianhao catch his breath, rushing right at him with terrifyingly fast footwork. This absolutely godly level of speed from our boy Oliver literally leaves Xia Tianhao frozen in pure shock. This annoying little brat, he grits his teeth in rage. Xia Tianhao glares at Oliver's calm face as a terrifying thought hits him. Is this guy really only at the transformation tier? Oliver casually throws a palm strike, launching this arrogant senior completely out of the arena bounds. Someone in the crowd screams out a massive curse. Holy crap, Xia Tianhao sails right through the air, violently smashing into the brick wall before collapsing to his knees. He violently coughs up dark red blood. Even severely wounded, Xia Tianhao desperately forces himself back up. He groans in pure disbelief. Are you seriously just at the transformation tier? Trust me, you and I are going to love his answer. Oliver casually strolls to the edge of the arena and smirks. Well, technically speaking. Stick with me here, you and I are about to watch our guy flex his insane cultivation levels. Somewhere else, sunlight hits the building, cutting right through the darkness of a totally sealed room. A girl's voice rings out across the room. The 8 tournament names are finally picked. The seniors are tentative, but freshmen through juniors are totally locked in. She slams the paper onto the desk. Third years, Lu Ling and Hua Feng. Second years, Xia Tiangang and Xu Qingqing. All set. That was Lu Ling speaking. She shoots a sharp glare at Wu Fu, loudly reminding him that he just seriously offended Hua Feng. And Xia Tiangang too, so he really needs to be careful. But Wu Fu just bluntly shuts her down. Xia Tiangang isn't even fully qualified to be my opponent anyway. Lu Ling looks at him, getting totally stressed out. I heard Xia Tiangang is about to break through to the profound tier, yet you are somehow sitting there acting totally calm about it. Whatever comes my way, I will crush it, so why panic? Even so, Lu Ling insists that he really needs to be extra careful right now. Cut to a quiet forest temple. A voice echoes from deep inside the room. Master, it is finally time for your medicine. Jing Song speaks up. After just a few days of cultivation, his physical body is feeling great and his raw power is rapidly returning. Li Jiu brings the medicine bowl closer. It is mostly because your physical body is naturally so strong, Master. Jing Song immediately gives him a direct order. Go call Wu Fu here right now. I absolutely need to thank him properly for this. Li Jiu simply bows. Yes. Meanwhile, right inside the quiet restroom of a super modern-looking academy building. From the outside, you can see weird red smoke leaking directly out of the door. Inside, something absolutely terrifying and bright red suddenly appears. Tiangang sits in a tub filled with some creepy red liquid, acting totally calm. Outside, weird shuffling noises start echoing in the restroom. Now watch closely, things are getting spicy. Those guys barge in shouting for Tiangang. His eyes flash with pure, murderous intent, and every single word he spits out is dripping with deep, absolute hatred. I am only one single step away from the origin spirit realm. Once I reach it, Wu Fu, let us see how you manage to fight me. The hallway of the building lights up in the early morning sun. Inside the student council room, Lu Ling drops a paper and starts speaking. Almost everyone is here right now, so let us officially start the meeting. She holds up the paper, eyeing everyone sitting around the room. The tournament roster is finally locked in. Does anyone have any objections? The identities of the competitors flash up on the screen. First year, Fang Kun. Second year, Xia Tiangang. Third year, Hua Feng. First year, Wu Fu. Lu Ling sees zero objections from the room and gets ready to finalize it. Since nobody minds, let us just. But suddenly, a loud voice objects echoing straight in from right outside the meeting room door. The whole room freezes, everyone turning their heads toward the voice coming from the doorway. Xiao Yao's silhouette appears confidently walking right inside. Senior Xiao Yao Lu Ling's face instantly drops in shock. Her eyes show pure panic. Is he seriously the only senior competing this time? The staff member nearby quickly speaks up. Senior student Xiao Yao will be fully in charge of this entire tournament. Lu Ling leans in and whispers right into Wu Fu's ear. Just to block you from competing, even he showed up here today. You sure have face. She hands him the essential info. The strongest upperclassman in Yun Hai, heir to the Xiao family fist. His cultivation will reach the origin spirit tier very soon. Hearing all this intense information, Wu Fu's eyes literally spark up. Not bad. Lu Ling looks genuinely worried about this. With him actually here, whether you can even participate is basically completely up in the air. The staff guy immediately leaves, dropping one last line for Xiao Yao. This place is yours. Xiao Yao leans back against the door, sounding super annoyed. Senior Lu, I just went interning for a while. Is Yun Hai already totally out of talent? You and I know that insult really stings, but Lu Ling just awkwardly smiles. Senior, what exactly do you mean by that? Xiao Yao walks over and snatches up the participant list. First year Fang Kun is a profound tier cultivator, and honestly, he is not even the only one at that level. He smirks, glancing sideways at Wu Fu. Why let this absolute nobody compete here? Fang Kun immediately kisses up to Xiao Yao. Senior is totally right. This Wu Fu guy just relies on his divine weapon to show off. Without it, he probably does not even have basic arm strength. Hearing this makes Xiao Yao reject Wu Fu's participation even harder. Oh, so that is how it is. Then I am kicking him straight out of this tournament entirely. Tian Gang sits there listening to everything, his eyes looking super thoughtful. What is Xiao Yao's real hidden motive here? Exactly how many people has Wu Fu offended? From behind, Lu Ling gently pats his shoulder. Pointing right at Xiao Yao, she warns him in pure panic. He is seriously going to strip your competition rights away. How are you somehow still this calm? Wu Fu decides to tease her a bit. President, it is so obvious, can you not see it? Wu Fu wins this round, making her totally furious. You absolute jerk, trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, let's dive right into this tense room. Xia Tiangang's words and gaze suddenly shift everything. He is completely backing Wu Fu right now. And honestly, Wu Fu's raw strength is no joke. Even the top students can't beat him. Hearing this absolute praise makes Xiao Yao's eyes darken instantly. Lu Ling panics, but Wu Fu completely chill. Even Hua Feng shoots a super suspicious glare over. Wait a minute, didn't Xia Tiangang hate Wu Fu's guts? Why is he playing the good guy? Lu Ling jumps right out of her seat, glaring at everyone sitting around the meeting room. She is about to yell, but Wu Fu just glances around. Suddenly, Xiao Yao's voice cuts through. Let's see if Wu Fu's skills match his hype. Wu Fu shoots him an absolute death stare. Xiao Yao swings a direct punch straight at him. Lu Ling sees the danger and screams, watch out. A massive golden lion energy blast roars right at Wu Fu. That deadly fist is inches away. But Xiao Yao hesitates. Why? Because Wu Fu is totally unfazed. Despite talking all that big game, that creepy calmness messes with his head. Just a transformation stage, but he has this much aura. What he doesn't know, ghostly swords are aiming right at his head. Breaking the silence, Wu Fu stands. Watch closely, things get wild here. He calmly states he is no longer at the transformation stage. Everyone freezes as he announces his true level. He is actually at the profound stage, shocking everyone. The question echoes loudly in the room. Is this crazy kid seriously trying to break through right now? Lu Ling screams out a desperate warning. Stop being insane, cultivation must be done step by step. Skipping steps triggers massive backlash, but Wu Fu's eyes turn terrifyingly cold as he summons his sword. He fixed it himself. A spirit sword cultivator's realm doesn't show their true strength. But if they insist, Lu Ling tries to speak, but no words come out. Wu Fu's voice is dripping with pure rage. Then I will show them. The entire room randomly explodes, glass shatters everywhere, and thick black smoke erupts. As the thick smoke clears up, everyone left inside the room looks absolutely terrified and on edge. He actually broke through. Lu Ling stares at him nervously, thinking, glad I dodged that crazy explosion. He locks eyes with Xiao Yao and smirks. I am a profound stage cultivator now, so dear senior, can I join the match now? Xiao Yao just sighs and says yes. Xia Tiangang is totally stunned. The profound stage. Before anyone can react, Wu Fu turns his back and waves goodbye. See you at the arena, just as he steps out. I know what you're thinking, easy win right, but suddenly someone clicks their tongue, so easily breaking through. Wu Fu glances back at the mysterious voice. Li Jiu is leaning against the wall, sarcastically praising him. Wu Fu instantly fires back with sarcasm. Senior broke through to late origin spirit stage, my profound stage is nothing. Li Jiu looks furious at that jab. Meanwhile, loud noises echo from a room in another building. An angry voice shouts out, "Well, did you get Wu Fu disqualified yet?" Xiao Yao just sighs heavily. "I can't block a profound stage expert." Zhu Shen refuses to believe his ears and yells out, "Impossible. He just reached mid-transformation stage. How could he possibly be at the profound stage?" Seeing his absolute disbelief, Xiao Yao firmly responds, "He broke through right in the meeting room. I saw it." Cut back to Li Jiu in deep thought. "Except for my master, absolutely nobody should know my true cultivation level." His eyes are full of suspicion. How did he know? Li Jiu simply cannot hold back his massive doubts about Wu Fu's real identity. "Who exactly are you, Wu Fu?" The kid remains totally calm. "Weren't you looking for me to go see the old senior?" Instantly, Li Jiu swings his deadly blade straight at Wu Fu without hesitation. Li Jiu's crazy eyes look like he wants to eat him alive. "Who are you really?" Wu Fu smoothly dodges that lethal strike. "I'm just Wu Fu." He draws the same sword from his earlier breakthrough. Even Li Jiu senses it. The divine energy feels unnatural. Wild theories flash through his mind. Did this crazy kid use his own body to forge the sword? As he thinks, he slowly hides his weapon behind his back. If he lives longer, won't this divine energy drain? That's where we leave it. Wu Fu sees him stop and smirks. "Not going to attack. Stick with me here." Li Jiu turns his head, dropping a totally calm but chilling warning. "I do not care who you are. I highly advise you not to mess with the furnace at all." Past memories suddenly flash back. In his previous life, his master tried crafting an absolutely supreme pill. That made Li Jiu super greedy and sparked a deadly disaster. Wu Fu raises his voice, asking him, "So the master also refines pills?" But he gets cut off instantly by a terrifying threat. "Quit running your mouth and talking nonsense in front of me, or I will literally kill you right now." Watching Li Jiu walk away, Wu Fu's eyes glint with pure calculated plotting. "At least you cannot kill me yet. Looking at this mess, I need to speed up my cultivation." Cut to a super peaceful mountain scene. Sunlight hits everything perfectly. A loud noise echoes from inside the temple, where the refining furnace is glowing with this crazy hypnotic green light. In total silence, old Ching Song is dead serious, using all his skills to refine a pill. Suddenly, from outside, his disciple, Li Jiu, yells out, "Master Wu Fu is here." Ching Song gets completely startled by the shout. The pill materials go wild and lose control. Boom! A massive explosion hits, sending thick smoke pouring deep into the forest. Ching Song coughs his lungs out, standing right in the middle of the ruined explosion zone. Seeing this absolute disaster, Li Jiu asks, "Master, are you okay?" Wu Fu completely chimes in too. "Looks like the furnace totally blew up." Seeing both disciples checking in, Ching Song quickly reassures them both. "I am fine, totally fine." He stares at the pill in his hand, super confused. Which step actually went wrong? Seeing that exact pill in Ching Song's hand, Wu Fu instantly recognizes it as the supreme pill. Ching Song lets out a heavy, regretful sigh. Fail it once again. Now watch this. Wu Fu remembers his past life timeline, calculating that it takes another 6 months for that supreme divine pill to actually finish. Li Jiu offers some quick comfort while rushing to support Ching Song. "It is okay, master." Meanwhile, Wu Fu's eyes suddenly flash with pure determination. Why not refine the supreme divine pill early? Following his past life's exact destiny is way too boring. Wu Fu respectfully bows his hands to Ching Song. "Senior," the old man looks thrilled to hear him. "Little friend, you arrived. So young, yet you have such a wonderful heart." Ching Song speaks up. "This old man does not know how to repay you. I have pills. Quite a lot of them, actually." He immediately calls out Li Jiu. He replies, "Yes." Then Li Jiu walks right over, holding several pill bottles. "These are the exact pills I recently managed to refine." Ching Song points straight at the shiny bottles and tells Wu Fu directly, "Little friend, feel free to choose anything." Wu Fu does not hesitate, grabbing one to inspect, but seeing it is not what he needs, he just casually tosses it over his shoulder. That wild move completely shocks Ching Song and makes Li Jiu scream in pure rage. "You want to die." But his master quickly holds him back. Ching Song gently turns and asks Wu Fu, "Little friend, what exactly is the meaning of this? If these pills do not suit your taste, I still have other items." Wu Fu suddenly holds up a bright red pill, with an incredibly amused look. If this junior is guessing right, this is a blood chi pill, correct? Every single word Wu Fu says catches Ching Song's full attention. Just relying on such a thin trace of spiritual energy, this brat actually recognized the blood chi pill. He is definitely not ordinary, but it is a huge shame he acts so stubborn. He calmly states exactly how he knew. The blood chi pill is a top-tier treasure that boosts vitality and helps breakthroughs in cultivation. You and I both know a twist is coming. Wu Fu's eyes change sharply. Its actual effect is the exact opposite. Ching Song's face instantly drops, looking totally gloomy. Li Jiu sees his cocky attitude and completely loses his mind. Insolent brat. But Ching Song manages to calmly speak up. This old man has been refining pills for over 200 years. He keeps his cool, but you can clearly tell he is quite annoyed. You say this blood chi pill cannot cause a breakthrough and is actually pure poison. What kind of proof do you even have? Li Jiu has zero chill and he has wanted to eat him alive this whole time. If you cannot clearly explain yourself right here today, I will absolutely make sure you die right here. Wu Fu is not scared at all, just handing the pill straight over to Li Jiu. Why do you not try it and find out? Ching Song tells Li Jiu to test the pill. Try it. He immediately swallows the damn pill. His eyes flash with a super terrifying glare. Brat, you are absolutely dead. Meanwhile, Wu Fu just smirks lightly, calmly watching the show. Ching Song lets out a cold snort. Without a second thought, Li Jiu pulls out his blade, locking his deadly eyes straight on Wu Fu. Without hesitating, he charges right at him, but suddenly right before he can even touch the guy, Li Jiu stops dead in his tracks. Wu Fu gives a mocking smirk. Li Jiu's face completely twists up, suddenly dripping in heavy sweat. Clang! The sword slips from his hand and hits the ground. Li Jiu looks back at Ching Song, clutching his stomach while struggling to speak. Master. At this point, the old man completely loses his cool. That is totally impossible. Li Jiu immediately sprints straight to the back. Master, your disciple begs to leave. Ching Song just stares helplessly in Li Jiu's fleeing direction. Classic karma, right? That is where we leave it. Wu Fu holds the pill high, ready to reveal the truth. All right, stick with me here. Oliver drops a massive bomb. Your pill recipe isn't wrong. The energy inside your body is just completely poisoned. Wu Fu is totally shocked by Oliver's words. Poisoned energy? Does this random young guy actually know something about alchemy? Oliver just smiles gently. Just a little bit. Meanwhile, Leo is literally sitting on the toilet, but his annoyed voice still echoes out loud. Master, do not listen to this total amateur. This kid is definitely scheming something shady. He obviously has a hidden motive. Wu Fu yells back, shut your mouth and just finish pooping. Yes, sir. Inside the stall, Leo punches the door in pure frustration. His face turns completely dark with absolute rage. Yelling at me over an outsider. You old fool. Why aren't you dead yet? Oliver calmly speaks up. Senior, let me take a quick look at the pill you just crafted. The second he looks at the pill, he notices something super weird. This pill's energy is actually insanely mysterious, but I still feel like it is missing a little something. Hearing that, Wu Fu instantly understands his flaw, chuckling as realization hits him hard. My young friend, your words just woke me up. No wonder my experiments have failed for so many years straight. Oliver asks, so what did you figure out? Still stuck in the bathroom, Leo angrily listens to the two of them chatting outside. Oh, it is nothing. We clearly share a fateful connection, so please take all these pills as a massive thank you gift. Leo grinds his teeth in pure, unfiltered rage. How could he possibly know? It has to be a lucky guess. Early morning in a modern apartment building. Bright rays of sunlight shine straight through the hallway, lighting up the entire path. A room door slowly opens up. We see someone's footsteps stepping right into the messy apartment, revealing the absolute chaos inside. Now watch closely because things get wild. Oliver's eyes narrow. Wang Meng Meng. The floor is a disaster zone with broken furniture and torn-up paper scattered absolutely everywhere he steps. Oliver realizes someone is actually hiding in here. He reaches out and flips the room light on. Surprise, it is just Wang Meng Meng. The poor guy is hugging his knees, crying his eyes out. Oliver, you are finally back. Oliver just stands there totally speechless. Hey, as long as you are okay. Before he can even react, Wang Meng Meng charges. He grabs Oliver's leg, sobbing loudly. If you came back any later, I probably would have been chewed up into tiny little bone fragments. In the end, Oliver just has to comfort him. Hey, I am right here now, right? He holds out the bottle of pills toward his crying buddy. Here, take this as compensation. Wang Meng Meng just stares blankly, totally confused about what it is. What is this? Wang Meng Meng grabs the bottle and reads the fancy label printed right on the front. Hercules pill. His eyes light up like he just found a legendary treasure. Is this the ultimate divine artifact for a true mighty man? Oliver just casually replies, try it and you will find out. When the bottle opens, a magical emerald green aura flows right out. Meanwhile, outside, massive lightning bolts strike straight down. Somewhere far away, Leo senses the crazy energy shift and stares dead ahead. I know what you're thinking, a breakthrough. But wait, Leo notices something extremely weird. No, that is definitely not a normal lightning tribulation. Excited chatter echoes loudly from inside the building. Grandpa Harris broke through to the next power tier. Congratulations, huge congratulations. The very first half-step Grandmaster in Cloud City. Big congrats. Ian smiles and gestures at Shu Ching Ching by the door. Please come right in. Shu Ching Ching glares at him and complains loudly. That arrogant jerk is late every single time. We seriously should not wait for him anymore. Ian sarcastically fires back. If Oliver is not here, you are not coming in. She gets super frustrated and yells, Dad. The guests waiting in the fancy room start whispering. He must be a really huge VIP. The Harris family head is a half-step Grandmaster now. Who on earth has enough face to make them wait like this? Mr. Harding stays totally quiet, but his mind is racing. The Harris family and Oliver are actually this incredibly close. What exactly is happening this time? Mr. Harding raises a hand, signaling his loyal men over. He gives them a dark warning. Cause chaos at the party tonight and keep a very close eye on Shu Qingqing Harris. The loyal response comes instantly, yes, sir. Someone's voice impatiently wonders when Oliver will show up. By noon, Shu Qingqing is getting insanely annoyed waiting for him. You are incredibly late. Everyone is literally just waiting on you. The room immediately fills with complaints about his extremely delayed arrival. A grandmaster is waiting for some kid whose hair has barely grown. I bet the little punk just got completely lost. Shu Qingqing angrily teases him, you arrogant jerk, late as always. Right now, Oliver is deeply questioning the side effects of that cultivation technique. Did passing down just one simple technique seriously cause this massive earth-shattering commotion? Only Mr. Harding sits perfectly still at the table, but his eyes flash with a deeply cold, calculating light. It is Oliver again. That little punk, the Harris family, is actually sucking up to a mere transformation stage kid. Suddenly, the loyal subordinate that Mr. Harding ordered launches a brutal sneak attack from behind. Oliver, hand over your life. Both his and Shu Qingqing's eyes instantly dart toward the back. So what do you and I make of this? Mr. Harding just smirks as a commanding voice echoes. Let's jump straight into the chaos. Before that arrogant punk could even touch Wufu, a blinding attack completely pierced right through his body. A direct hit to the head, blood everywhere. The guy crashes down with a massive thud. Everyone else in the room is just standing there, staring. Nobody can even process the insane scene right in front of them. Tianhao's dad is absolutely terrified, shaking in his boots at the sight. He stammers, what in the world is this? Witnessing Shu Kangyao's terrifying power firsthand, the man is left completely, utterly speechless. Is this the true strength of a half-step grandmaster? On top of that, Kangyao's face is literally radiating pure murderous intent. It scares the absolute life out of Tianhao's dad. Right then, Kangyao turns to his men and orders, throw that piece of trash outside. Hearing that, Tianhao's father absolutely loses it. He furiously screams, you old fool, how dare you? But of course, the old master could not care less about his anger, just shooting him a deadly glare. Then he loudly announces in front of everyone, from today onward, anyone who dares touch Wu Fu becomes a mortal enemy of my Xu family. That bold declaration makes Tianhao's dad practically boil with rage. He immediately turns to his two lackeys and snaps, grab your stuff, we are leaving. But before storming off, he makes sure to totally mock the old man. Shu Kangyao, you old fool. You are a half-step grandmaster, yet you eagerly kiss up to a mere transformation stage kid. Even Yingxian gives his father a really confused look. He calls out to him, completely baffled. But then he remembers the time he discovered his father had leveled up to a whole new tier. Dad, you broke through the very first half-step grandmaster in Yunhai. Back then, Kangyao looked completely satisfied. Staring at the cultivation technique Wu Fu gave him, he figured it was out of this world. He believed the kid definitely had some crazy hidden background. Back in reality, as Tianhao's furious dad stomps out the door, a booming voice confidently declares, listen up everybody. From now on, Wu Fu's enemies are the Shu family's mortal enemies, and in response to this incredibly epic declaration, now pay attention here because things get wild. Wu Fu just smirks while Kangyao suddenly dashes straight toward the two Jia family lackeys. He shouts, since that's how it is, you guys can just stay here. Just as Tianhao's dad feels the chilling murderous intent behind his back, Kangyao unleashes his internal energy. A massive boom echoes through the room, leaving fresh blood dripping onto the floor. After ruthlessly taking out the Xia family guards, he drops the ultimate declaration of war. Starting today, my Shu family and the Xia family absolutely cannot coexist. Everything happens so ridiculously fast that the bystanders are totally confused. What just happened? Did I miss something crazy? I have no clue what's going on either. Meanwhile, after a moment of pure terror, Tianhao's dad finally gets his act together and speaks up. So this is a half-step grandmaster. But do not forget I am still a true disciple of the mighty Chongyang sect. Totally ignoring his arrogant bragging, Kangyao just shoots him a cold glance, casually flicks his finger, and launches a massive blast of energy straight at him. Facing down Kangyao's overwhelming power, Tianhao's dad obviously has zero chance. He can only stand there helplessly, waiting for his death. But out of nowhere, another blast of internal energy flies right in. Nobody expected this new wave of power. It actually swats away Kangyao's attack like it is nothing. This leaves the old man Yingxian and Qingqing absolutely horrified. Right then, Wu Fu's casual voice echoes out, I appreciate your intentions, senior. But this Xia family has tried to kill me way too many times. He coldly declares, if he's going to die, I am doing it myself. Hearing this cocky statement makes Tianhao's dad absolutely furious. Just as he's about to talk trash, a knife suddenly embeds itself right into his chest. Kill me, you dare. He slowly walks over and coldly says, the second your Xia family decided to kill me, your fate was already sealed forever. You and I both knew that was coming. Meanwhile, back at the school, someone's screaming, "Come on, fatty, weren't you talking big?" A bottle of pills spills all over the ground. Poor Meng Meng is getting completely bullied by a gang, and he's just taking the massive beating. Right then, a random guy walking by sees the total mess and immediately calls the cops. "Hello, is this 911? Someone took a vigor pill and looks like they're about to die." At the same time, a battered Meng Meng is desperately picking up his pills. While grabbing them, he cries out, "Wu Fu, you literally killed me." Suddenly, one pill rolls right over to Lu Ling. She reaches out, picks it up, and instantly realizes exactly what this pill is. A great strength diamond pill. She looks straight at him and demands, "Fatty, where on earth did you get this? A great strength diamond pill costs millions for just one. Something this rare and you have an entire bottle." Meng Meng totally ignores her, just sobbing and wailing. "My heart hurts so much right now." Meanwhile, at Tianhao's house, a totally heartbreaking cry rings out. "Dad." He falls to his knees in pure agony, staring at his father's dead body. Li Mengjiao is panicking hard, saying they need to go apologize to Wu Fu right this second. The moment she says that, Tianhao completely loses his mind. He smashes the table into pieces. He starts laughing maniacally while Li Mengjiao keeps frantically rambling in pure panic. "We are no match for him if this keeps up, I am terrified." However, Tianhao has completely lost his mind at this point. Murderous intent explodes. "He killed my brother, now my dad." That is where we leave it. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Let's dive into this crazy mess. He glares at Li Mengjiao and snaps, "You want me to apologize to him?" Watching him step closer, she completely panics, stammering out, What are you trying to do?" Tianhao brutally grabs Li Mengjiao by the hair, his eyes wide with rage. "Aren't you his girlfriend, or are you still hooked on your ex?" Seeing him act like an absolute psycho terrifies her so much she cannot even form a single coherent sentence. He totally ignores her, shaking fear. Instead, he just raises his hand, already charging it up with a massive burst of internal energy. Then he drops this chilling line. "I don't just want him dead, I am going to ruin his reputation for the rest of eternity." Knowing exactly what he might do, Li Mengjiao desperately thinks, "Please do not go back to the dorm." Meanwhile, after taking that special pill Wu Fu gave him, Meng Meng instantly feels crazy amounts of energy rushing through his entire body. This makes him literally jump for joy, shouting out, "I have finally become a real cultivator too." But right outside his door, Lu Ling is secretly watching everything unfold. She mutters in total disgust, "Such a high-quality pill. Wasted on someone just at the chi-gathering stage. You are still totally useless trash." Right after dropping that insult, she turns around, walking away while making a sketchy phone call. "Hello, did you investigate the situation yet?" On the other end of the line, a voice answers. "Miss, I have searched everywhere but found absolutely nothing suspicious so far." Hearing this actually makes Lu Ling freeze in her tracks. She immediately barks orders into the phone. Finding nothing is exactly what makes it suspicious. "Keep digging." Over at the Shu family estate. Now pay attention, things get wild here. Some guests are leaving, whispering to each other, "The Shu family is going insane. That guy is a grandmaster, why even interfere?" One guy even bows respectfully to Kang Yao, saying, "Grandmaster Shu, we will not be coming back anymore, no need to see us out." Kang Yao could not care less, just giving a cold snort. Suddenly, Wu Fu walks right up to the old man and asks, "Old timer, why draw such a clear line?" He casually points out that the Xia family holds massive power over in Yunhai. Kang Yao formally bows to him, replying with deep respect, "If not for your guidance, little brother, this old man would never reach the half-step grandmaster tier." Hearing this, Wu Fu humbly brushes it off. "Not at all, I have not even broken through the mystic stage yet." But the old man insists firmly. This Shu will never misjudge a person. It turns out in his eyes, Wu Fu is radiating some kind of literal godlike energy right now. Definitely not someone to underestimate. Just then, somebody suddenly starts tossing yellow funeral money paper absolutely everywhere. Wu Fu instantly senses a wave of pure hatred marching straight toward him. The leader is actually holding a Xie family funeral portrait. Screaming in absolute rage, "Wu Fu, this blood debt is unforgivable." Facing this intense level of hostility, Wu Fu is not scared at all, even mocking them. Your Xia family works surprisingly fast, but totally unlike his super relaxed vibe. Yingxian and Xingxing are legitimately terrified, seeing exactly who the Xia family sent out to fight this time. Unlike those two, Kang Yao remains completely calm. The old man instantly recognizes the arrival. It is Xia Tingyang, backed by the entire Zhongyang sect. Then he speaks up in a heavy tone. The Zhongyang sect is a hidden martial arts faction. The atmosphere instantly becomes thick with killing intent. Kang Yao demands an answer, his voice booming. "Showing up at the Shu family door today just to drink some tea." Facing that aggressive question, the disciples of the Zhongyang sect show zero fear and actually just smirk back. "I know what you're thinking, who is the real boss?" Suddenly, a voice echoes from the black car behind them. "Just reached Grandmaster level." This guy's tone is slow but carries an insanely heavy pressure. Glaring at Kang Yao with eyes full of pure murder, he aggressively growls the word arrogant. The second he finishes, speaking, a massive aura explodes outward, sending a brutal warning to anyone even thinking about fighting against him. Yingxian and Qingqing both instantly shift into high alert battle mode. Even Wu Fu has to look at the guy inside that car a little differently now. Meanwhile, Kang Yao quickly shoots back a fierce, murderous glare to counter that crushing pressure. After a brief moment of dead silence, Qingqing completely stammers out, a grandmaster. The guy in the car slowly reveals his real reason for coming today. I came here to see exactly who ruined my precious disciple's entire family, and also conveniently to congratulate Brother Kang Yao on finally reaching the half-step Grandmaster tier. Wu Fu immediately realizes exactly who this mystery boss is, the actual Grandmaster of Zhongyang sect, Xie Tiangang's master. Suddenly, someone shouts a super loud warning at our main character. Wu Fu, whatever you do, do not be reckless. Seeing Wu Fu actually stepping up to challenge the Xie family, Yingzhen frantically warns him Wu Fu, a Grandmaster expert, can literally kill without even leaving a trace. Be careful. However, right now he is already clashing internal energy with Xie Tiangang, and obviously our guy has the massive upper hand. You are just clinging to the Zhongyang sect to talk to me. You are totally unworthy. That brutal insult makes Xie Tiangang so insanely angry he wants to attack immediately. But before he can even move, the guy in the car yells out, "Disciple, and trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next." Let's jump right in. He quickly turned his head, refusing to clash with Wu Fu's group. Instead, he just barked the order, "Let's go." Then the Xie family and the Zhongyang sect disciples quickly took off. Seeing them leave, Qingqing immediately rushed over to check on Wu Fu, asking, "Are you okay?" Even though blood was literally dripping from his mouth. But Wu Fu just casually replied, "I am fine." Still, seeing that fresh blood on his lips made Qingqing panic, completely crying out in alarm, "You are bleeding." He did not seem to care at all, casually wiping the blood away while muttering, "Things are getting way more interesting now." This totally badass reaction made Kang Yao respect the kid way more. I mean, single-handedly blocking the crushing aura of a literal Grandmaster absolute beast. Then the crowd started scolding Wu Fu, go rest already. You clearly were not his match, why even push yourself like that? Such an arrogant jerk. Meanwhile, in a massive courtyard, someone's hand was seen tightly gripping another person's hand. Panting heavily, Qingqing looked up and asked him, "What exactly do you want to do?" Wu Fu calmly answered, "If my cultivation tier can be restricted, then I can just keep breaking through. So I need you to do me a favor." Hearing those bold words coming from that incredibly handsome face made Qingqing let out a totally unconscious gasp, but he completely ignored her starstruck, blushing expression. Instead, he brutally dumped a bucket of cold water on her vibe, saying, "Stop acting like a crazy fangirl. I just want you to help me find the divine artifact fragment." His total lack of romance drove her absolutely crazy, but she tried her best to hold it in. "It is fine, I can hold it back, I can hold it, you arrogant jerk." Right then, Wu Fu was deeply focused on cultivating, and Xu Yingxian watched in pure shock. Now watch closely, he was breaking through. Suddenly, a massive, terrifying tornado of raw inner energy exploded right from where he stood. That insane energy vortex grew so huge it looked ready to pierce the sky. Even though Xie Tiangang was already far away, he clearly saw that massive tornado. Staring through the car window, he quickly turned and called out to his master twice. The man he called master just sat there completely freezing cold. He stated, "The divine artifact will fully take shape in just a short amount of time." Deep down, the old man wondered, the artifact is actually appearing. Heaven and earth shifted instantly. He immediately barked a strict order to his subordinates, "Pass down my command right now. The entire Zhongyang sect must collect all 10 divine artifact fragments." Meanwhile, Kang Yao's group was also incredibly busy, handing an urgent mission to his men, commanding them to help Wu Fu gather the 10 divine artifact fragments at absolutely any cost. Hearing this, Brother Xie felt something was off and asked, "Wu Fu is just a Tongshuan tier cultivator. Why exactly is our Shu family treating him like some big deal?" However, Kang Yao boldly declared if he can elevate the Shu family to a much vaster world, then going completely bankrupt means absolutely nothing to us at all. Xu Yingxian immediately realized what the old man was trying to do, asking, "Are you gambling on him?" The old man just kept staring intently. Staring straight at that crazy vortex of divine power, he calmly replied, "I am 90% sure." A little while later, that massive tornado finally faded away. Right then, a glowing sword appeared directly in Wu Fu's hand. He suddenly snapped, his eyes open, and a massive earth-shattering explosion blasted out. Despite the thick dust flying everywhere, Wu Fu just stood there calmly, letting out a long breath. "You saw that coming, right?" Qingqing and Xu Yingxian sensed his massive power shift and screamed in panic. He is actually breaking into the mid-Tongshuan tier. Qingqing felt a bit bitter about this, thinking to herself, "At first, he was not even at the Qi-gathering tier, and now he has completely surpassed me." When Xu Yingxian saw her suddenly storming off, he asked, "It is already this late, where are you going?" She yelled back, "Going to cultivate." Right now, her heart was boiling with one single thought: I really want to teach that arrogant jerk a lesson. Later, after waiting for Wu Fu to finish cultivating, Kang Yao clapped his hands, praising him highly, while Wu Fu humbly replied, I cannot let you waste your effort on the divine artifact fragment for nothing, senior. Then he generously gifted Kang Yao these 2 bottles of pills meant for a void return cultivator, even with the support of a half-step grandmaster level. But you cannot slack off on training. After accepting his gift, Kang Yao could not help but widen his eyes in shock. He gasped, heart-refining pills, medicine so rare that thousands of gold cannot buy it, yet you gave me 2 bottles. Seeing the old man so amazed, Wu Fu quickly explained his reason. I am giving you these 2 pill bottles because right now your physical difference compared to a Dao integration master is entirely about your body's endurance. Once you break those chains, you will instantly become a grandmaster. His reminder really made the old man think deeply. The body's physical endurance. Finally, grasping the hidden meaning behind Wu Fu's crucial advice, Kang Yao bowed respectfully. I will carefully follow your expert guidance, senior. Seeing the old man acting so respectful, Wu Fu went ahead and offered a condition. If you manage to find that divine artifact fragment for me, I will have a special gift to repay you. The old man knew perfectly well that the condition he just offered was incredibly good, so he quickly replied, the Shu family will definitely give it our absolute all. Shu Yingxin seemed to realize that Kang Yao actually knew something about the reward Wu Fu was offering up for trade, so he asked, Father, did you already guess what it is? Kang Yao slowly answered, I just have one single theory. Whether it is real or fake, I dare not confirm yet. But right then his eyes filled with intense killing intent as he firmly instructed. The Xia family is about to make their move. Our first step is to pull in closer. This strict warning left Shu Yingxian totally confused. He asked, is not chinking our first step? The old man whispered back, and that is where we leave it, wild right. Stick with me, we are diving right into some intense grudges. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a guy burning with absolute soul-crushing hatred slams a knife right into 2 photos on the table and growls out, first you killed my brother, then you killed my dad. Those 2 photos, Ching Ching and Wang Meng Meng. Clearly, this dude is holding onto a massive grudge against them, and he straight up declares, so I am going to slaughter your best friends. Eyes full of venom, he barks an order. Bring me their heads first thing tomorrow morning. His lackeys quickly take the order, shouting in unison, yes sir. Now it is just 2 people left in the room. The woman standing next to him nervously asks, they are only in the Qi gathering tier. Can they really pull off this mission? He just coldly explains Wang Meng Meng is nothing but an absolute piece of trash, completely unarmed and defenseless. Sending 3 assassins is more than enough. With a face full of pure malice, Tiangang then strictly warns her, just remember your exact mission. Getting called out like that, Li Mengjiao is so terrified she literally gulps while he casually orders her to get it done and come back fast. Right at that moment, over at the student council, Lu Ling hands a tournament bracket to someone, warning them, your opponent this time is super strong, so do not let your guard down. The guy grabs the bracket and calmly replies, honestly, if the opponent is too weak, I am just not participating. Wu Fu wasn't the only one getting warned. Lu Ling actually brings up another little detail. Now pay attention, this is where it gets interesting. With the tournament only 3 short days away, a certain sword instructor specifically requested to teach you their sword techniques. Hearing this, Wu Fu looks a bit confused and asks, specifically requested me. Then Lu Ling shows a picture of Lu Xi right in his face and says, yep, it is her. Of course, the second he sees the person in the photo, he instantly knows exactly who she is. Then he asks, are you totally sure she is teaching me? Lu Ling just keeps on nagging him. Miss Lu Xi knows way more about the sword than you do, so you absolutely cannot slack off. Right as she finishes that sentence, the student council doors suddenly fly open, and she respectfully bows down to the person walking in, Miss Luo. Wu Fu just casually stares at her. Luo Shi coldly orders him, follow me to the back of the mountain. After saying that, she turns away. Wu Fu doesn't even rush to get up but just casually asks, are you really the one teaching me sword skills? Hearing that she just coldly replies, I am here to sharpen you. That line actually makes Lu Ling kinda curious, telling herself it is just a fancy way to say teaching. Later, at the small woods behind the school, Lu Ling follows Wu Fu, constantly whispering in his ear, praising Luo Xi. She has been stuck at the Tongshuan tier for years, so her actual power goes way beyond anything you can imagine. It seems like Luo Xi actually hears her because she cannot help but give a tiny little smile. She is still totally busy whispering advice to Wu Fu, make sure you hold back a bit later and just let her win. Right as she says, after all, she is a teacher, Luo Xi instantly throws on an angry face, turns her head and demands, do you honestly think I would lose? Getting caught saying all that, Lu Ling actually jumps a bit. Feeling totally guilty, she steps back and nervously laughs. You guys just carry on. A bit later, in an open clearing. I know what you were thinking. She is cocky, right? Luo Xi brags, below the Yuanshin tier, nobody dares show off in front of me. Then she draws her sword. Next up, she flexes an incredibly powerful sword swing, but Wu Fu literally does not care at all while Luo Xi loudly shouts at him, "You already lost." The moment she says that, her raw energy instantly surges right toward Wu Fu. Even with that energy flying at him, he just stands completely still, then suddenly opens his mouth and mutters something under his breath. Instantly, a massive energy tornado appears, completely blowing away Lu Exji's flashy sword strikes. Seeing this wild scene makes Lu Ling's eyes go wide, gasping out, "Too strong." But Luo Xi is not ready to quit and wants to keep fighting. She coldly raises her voice, "When my Ruo Shui sword style comes out, I am number one." Right as she is about to attack again and yells, "Nobody dares claim number two," she suddenly feels something super wrong. Wait, what is that? She realizes there is something sharp in the air. It is pure sword aura. Looking over at Wu Fu, Luo Xi finally figures it out. No wonder she could not even scratch him. Right now, floating in the air, two butterflies made entirely of her own energy are just slowly fluttering around, gently landing right on Wu Fu's hand. He coldly points out the flaws in her moves, taking a dual cultivation sword style and modifying it into this complete mess. No wonder you have been completely stuck at the Tongshuan tier for so many years. Hearing him say that makes Luo Xi scream in shock. "You? How did you know that?" He just coldly replies, "After you modified this dual cultivation style, it created a ton of openings, starting with two absolutely fatal flaws." Hearing that, Luo Xi quickly asks, "Which two flaws?" Wu Fu just smiles slightly, throwing out a little condition before he actually reveals the holes in her sword style. "If I help you fix those flaws, you have to help me adjust the roster of names fighting this time." Makes you think, doesn't it? This deal makes Luo Xi wonder, you want to swap to someone weaker, but he completely rejects that and casually replies, "Stick with me here." He casually demands her strongest fighters. His wild confidence honestly makes her warn him. He literally just broke through to the profound realm. But our guy, he thinks cultivation levels don't equal real combat power. To prove his point, Wu Fu completely unleashes a fraction of his raw power. He lets Luo Xi feel his true strength. Shocked by his crazy aura, Luo Xi instantly caves and agrees to his ridiculous terms. Deal secured. Wu Fu coldly tells her to follow him. The two of them then head off to some unknown super sketchy location. Meanwhile, back near the dorms, massive crashing sounds echo through a dark alley. A terrified thug is totally panicking, literally stuttering out loud. Wait, why is this not going as planned? Every single one of his goons is not completely unconscious. The guy who just wiped them out calmly steps forward, fuming. If it wasn't for Boss Fu giving him that medicine, these assassins would have actually killed him today. Absolutely terrified by this insane strength, the assassin begs for mercy, swearing he will never ever do it again. But Meng Meng isn't letting him off that easy. He smiles wickedly. "Since you came all this way, leave something behind as payment." Meng Meng fiercely charges at the doomed assassin. A little later, deep in the woods behind the school, Wu Fu and the two girls are standing right in front of a hidden cave. Shu Qingxing speaks up, saying she'll wait outside. Now it's just the two of them. Wu Fu and Luo Xi step inside. He glances around and asks, "So this is your secret cultivation spot?" Luo Xi just gives a short hum of confirmation. He inspects the area for a second and admits it's way better than he imagined. The spiritual energy here isn't half bad. Realizing he still hasn't mentioned the fatal flaw in her sword technique, Luo Xi quickly demands he reveal the weakness right now. But Wu Fu makes a totally unexpected and wild request. "Now watch this closely." He tells her to strip and lie down. Obviously, this ridiculous demand makes Luo Xi absolutely furious, warning him, "You really want to die, don't you?" Suddenly, he materializes something out of nowhere, leaving her completely stunned. She recognizes the aura immediately. The Shushu sword art, her mind is racing with confusion. This is her family's most closely guarded secret. How could he possibly know it? Knowing exactly what she's thinking, Wu Fu doesn't even bother explaining right away, just coldly stating, "Nothing in this world is a secret to me. Take your clothes off and lie down." Out of options, Luo Xi scoffs and says she'll trust him just this once. She strips, but suddenly sees Wu Fu undressing too. She goes on high alert. "Aren't we transferring power? Why are you taking your clothes off?" He sighs helplessly. Taking clothes off is required to transfer the power. Defeated by anime logic, Luo Xi just closes her eyes and obeys. Just get it over with. Wu Fu focuses hard on transferring his energy into her while she uses all her strength to feel the raw power flowing right through her body. In that exact moment, she finally realizes the massive flaw in her own sword technique. He completely fixed the Shushu sword art. After deeply processing the new technique, she finally opens her eyes and demands to know. "Who exactly are you?" Wu Fu just casually replies, "A freshman at Fenhai University." Heavy silence falls between the two of them. Neither says a single word, but Luo Xi's hand slowly reaches for her white cloak on the ground. She suddenly kicks the cloak up into the air and instantly swings her sword from behind it. You and I saw that coming, right? The blade aims right at his face. But zero fear, he just smirks and asks, "What going to bite the hand that feeds you?" Luo Si bluntly demands. "The Shushu sword art is my family's ultimate secret. It's never taught to outsiders, so how do you know it?" Wu Fu calmly states. "I don't just know the Shushu sword art." He gently pushes her blade aside and casually adds, "I also know your grandpa is about to hit void refinement." Hearing this, Luo Shi is totally mind-blown and stutters. Yu. Suddenly, Wu Fu pins her right against the wall. He leans his face in super close and coldly declares, "Like I said, nothing in this world is a secret to me. That includes you." Then, acting like nothing even happened, he turns around, ready to walk away. But he makes sure to remind her about the deal they made. Don't forget that list. Still totally worried, Luo Si warns him that tons of absolute powerhouses will be joining the tournament this time. She heard the academy got crazy strong new freshmen. Despite that, Wu Fu just confidently declares, "Listen to me, let them all come." Meanwhile, over at a fancy villa, Tiangang hands over a sword and growls, "Senior brother, you must use everything you have to kill Wu Fu." Xiang Kui is busy eating, but his eyes lock right onto the shiny sword in Tiangang's hands. He recognizes that blade. He grabs another massive pork leg from the plate and mentions, "You usually carry this longsword around just for your own protection." Brimming with confidence, he totally reassures his junior brother, "Don't worry. Nobody below primordial spirit can beat me." Tiangang smirks. "Trust me, we're not ready for what's next. You and I are jumping in." Xiang Kui has insane god-level strength. Even mid-tier nascent soul experts can't touch him. Now with his master backing him up, our boy Wu Fu is totally doomed. Fast forward a few days to the arena. The stadium is already deafening with hyped-up crowds and the massive war drums are pounding. Hampo steps up loudly, kicking off the brutal opening ceremony. "I officially declare the third inter-school tournament open." His booming voice echoes across the entire arena and things are officially underway. Just then, three shadowy figures stroll through the entrance. Xu Qingqing takes one look, instantly recognizes who just crashed the party and gasps in pure shock. She blurts out, "Dad, what in the world are you doing here?" Xu Yingxian casually drops his reason for showing up, then asks a question. "To protect Wu Fu." "Where is he anyway? I don't see him." Xu Qingqing quickly replies, "He hasn't even shown up yet." That completely stunts him. How could Wu Fu be late to his own death match? Suddenly, Xu Qingqing asks, "Wu Fu is actually pretty strong, you know. Did you really have to make such a huge deal out of this?" Dag Xu Yingxian quickly explains, "The head referee today is Xie Tiangang's master, the great elder of Zhongyang." He locks his intense gaze onto Han Po, who is currently standing proudly in the ring. He mutters the old man's name under his breath, Han Po. Xu Yingxian then breaks down the grim reality for Xu Qingqing. Han Po has been a half-step grandmaster for years. Wu Fu basically has a 99% chance of dying today. Meanwhile, from a distance, Lu Ling spots him and thinks to herself, the Xu family literally mobilized their entire force just for Wu Fu. Her eyes suddenly dart over to the side, realizing she's actually staring straight at Elder Shang Yao. His presence alone is enough to completely shock her. Xu Shangyao is actually here too. A little while later, Xu Yingxian finally spots the guy he's been waiting for. Wu Fu has arrived. Answering him is his husky's loud barking. Now you and I need to watch closely because some absolute moron marches straight up to him and arrogantly demands, "Are you Wu Fu?" The second this guy opens his mouth, Wu Fu just side-eyes him. Turns out the loudmouth is none other than Shang Kui, and lurking right behind him is Tiangang. Taking one look at these two arrogant jerks, the husky barks a few times as a warning. Xiong Kui suddenly gets right up in his face. He whispers a sick threat to Wu Fu later on, "I'm going to chop off your head and use it as a ball." Then he casually walks away, leaving our guy standing there with an absolutely murderous look. Right then, Xu Qingqing spots the official matchup bracket flashing on the giant stadium screen. The battle roster is up, clearly showing exactly who is fighting who today. Wu Fu versus Xiong Kui, Wu Fu versus Huang Tianqi, Wu Fu versus He Hao. The crowd goes completely wild with confusion, seeing Wu Fu taking on three different guys all by himself. They yell out, "We have 3 matches back-to-back today, and it's just Wu Fu playing solo." Tiangang completely sneers at this, calling it pathetic arrogance. Ask the senior to swap someone else and I bet he loses the very first round, not wanting to waste another second. The starting drums boom. Suddenly, a massive shockwave violently rocks the arena floor and everyone in the stands jumps back in total shock. Rattled by that noise, someone up in the bleachers seems to recognize the fighter stepping into the ring. That guy stepping up is radiating an insane amount of godly power that you definitely cannot joke around with. The spectators down below. You and I would be terrified too. They're so scared they're stuttering. Wait, it's actually them, completely panicking over the rank of the monster in the ring, a literal nascent soul expert. A dude wearing glasses in the stands easily picks up on it too. The insane power level of the first challenger. a full-blown nascent soul master. The guy sitting next to him praises the fighter highly. Yunhai Academy's fighter is seriously no joke either, just look at that guy go. Meanwhile, Xu Qingqing is stressing out, warning Wu Fu that is a nascent soul expert, you have to be incredibly careful right now. If you can't beat him, just run out of the ring immediately. But he just confidently declares, I have literally never lost a fight. After that flex, he casually strolls up to the arena. Everyone is completely dumbfounded by this move. Is this some kind of joke? A nascent soul expert? And Yunhai Academy sends a measly Mystic Realm kid to fight him. Isn't he basically just throwing his life away at this point? Ignoring all the loud booing from the stands, Wu Fu just gives this totally relaxed smirk. The crowd is basically grabbing their popcorn now, whispering to each other, how does a Mystic Realm even fight a nascent soul? We'll just have to watch and see. Out of nowhere, a massive boom echoes. Lu Ling, Luo Shi, and Xu Qingqing are absolutely horrified when they see the crazy scene in the ring. Even Tiangang is completely stunned, realizing Wu Fu was actually the one who attacked first. He gives his opponent a brutal punch right to the gut, forcing the huge guy to slide way back. At the exact same time, the crowd erupts into screaming cheers. Right as the battle hits, peak tension over in the student dorms. A door swings open and a curvy woman marches inside, bitterly muttering to herself with pure, unfiltered rage. Wu Fu, even if you die, I will completely destroy your reputation and make the whole world spit on you. Clearly, she's plotting something seriously messed up against him. Meanwhile, Zhou Tan desperately warns the teacher, Uncle, stay out of this. And honestly, you and I know that's smart advice. Stick with me, we are diving into a wild setup. They care about school reputation, sure. But honestly, someone just wants Wu Fu totally dead. Right on cue, a blood-curdling scream echoes down the hallway. Zhou Tan and the homeroom teacher immediately sprint right into the room where the noise came from. And boom, they find a totally naked girl sitting on the bed. It is none other than Meng Yao. She instantly plays the victim card, crying and pinning the entire blame directly onto Wu Fu. Wu Fu drugged me. Zhou Tan completely falls for her fake fox act. He actually buys the lie and gets absolutely furious. He angrily screams his name and his little fan club gets totally dragged into the hype, loudly cursing Wu Fu together. Acting like a total creep in broad daylight. So embarrassing to actually drug someone. Seeing the crowd take her side, Meng Yao turns up the acting. She squeezes out a few pathetic tears. Even so, the homeroom teacher asks with a deadpan voice, Student Li, are you absolutely sure this is real? That question makes Meng Yao panic inside. She thinks, wait, didn't Xia Tiangang already handle this whole setup? But she is already in too deep. Gotta commit to the bit. Every word I say is the truth. Last night, Wu Fu just. Watch closely, this is hilarious. Before she finishes, a massive slap rings out, a giant handprint stamped right onto her face. Zhou Tan and his goons are standing there totally confused. But the homeroom teacher, the guy who actually threw the slap, is absolutely fuming. Absolute garbage, he growls. His unexpected anger makes a panicked Meng Yao blurt out, Teacher, didn't Xia Tangyang make it clear he's just a student? But cutting her off, the teacher snaps. It is not his turn to speak. Then he casually exposes exactly why Wu Fu could never be the real culprit. He did nothing to Meng Yao because last night Wu Fu wasn't even in the dorms. He was at the Xu family estate. That info makes Meng Yao completely freeze up. The teacher just calmly walks away. Let's go, Zhou Tan. Realizing he got played like a fiddle, angrily yells, don't drag us down with your stupidity. Anyway, back to the arena. The dude who just ate Wu Fu's heavy punch quickly shakes it off. Xiong Kui is hurting a bit from that hit, sure, but the sheer humiliation pisses him off way more. Damn it, making me back up and lose all my face. So he completely loses his mind and screams out, I will kill you. The audience up in the stands, seeing his rage, all start whispering to each other. A nascent soul expert is using full power. Xu Yingxian, however, just calmly thinks, Wu Fu, the entire Xu family really hopes you survive this. Right then, an enraged Xiong Kui prepares to launch a max power strike directly at Wu Fu. But surprisingly, the kid doesn't even flinch as the massive hit comes crashing down toward his face. You saw this coming, right? He opens his murderous eyes, says one word, defeat, and a massive shockwave explodes. This insane pressure bursts out, making the whole crowd totally freak out and start gossiping. Is this guy really just a mystic stage? Buddhist disciples have been hiding for years. Could he actually be their true inheritor? Meanwhile, down on the ruined arena, Wu Fu casually blocks Xiong Kui's strike with his bare hand. This insane flex leaves the guy utterly terrified. Wait, aren't you supposed to be a sword user? He stammers. Wu Fu sneers in total contempt, using a butcher knife for a chicken. Earlier I was just warming up the blade. Hearing that, Xiong Kui assumes the kid is bluffing and smugly declares, arrogant punk, watch me end you. But Wu Fu just keeps staring him down with completely cold, fearless eyes. He summons a huge tornado of divine energy and screams out, die. Up in the stands, Xia Tiangang watches this and grins proudly. convinced his senior brother's full strength could easily rival a peak nascent soul master. Xun Kui then tries to launch a sneaky attack. Seeing Wu Fu distracted, Lu Ling completely panics in the stands and yells, "Watch out," but Wu Fu does not care at all. He doesn't even bother turning around to dodge. That reckless vibe makes Lu Ling stress out even more. But then she spots Xu Qingqing totally chilling. She asks in total confusion, "Wu Fu's fighting a nascent soul expert. Why are you worried even a little bit?" Xu Qingqing just laughs, sounding incredibly arrogant as she replies, "A nascent soul stage. They can't even handle a single strike from him, so there is zero reason to be nervous." Down on the battlefield, Wu Fu is officially ready to start an absolute massacre. The exact second Xiang Kui's weapon rushes at him, Wu Fu smoothly steps back just a tiny bit to build some momentum. Then he literally punches the incoming blade to pieces with his bare hands, not even a single flicker of fear in his eyes. Mind-blown, Xiang Kui screams, "What?" Wu Fu keeps that icy tone and says, "I told you." Cultivation levels do not show real strength. The whole audience is going absolutely crazy over how visually epic this beatdown is right now. Up top, Shang Yao calmly analyzes the fight. Sword aura flowing through the entire body like that. It is supreme martial arts. So what do we take from this? A peak nascent soul expert is getting ended in one single match. Wild, right? Stick with me, things are about to get wild. Su Yingxian asks if his dad saw this coming. The old man replies strictly, "I am just here to stop Zhang Yang's grand elder from doing anything crazy today." The old guy is the main referee for this arena match. He shoots a super cautious glare straight over at Han Po. If he actually makes a move, I am afraid even I might not win. Meanwhile, right down in the arena ring, Wu Fu is getting ready to land the final finishing blow. Game over. Knowing he cannot win, Xiang Kui desperately screams for help. "Master." Hearing his disciple crying out, Han Po instantly makes his move, but Wu Fu just shoots him a glare as cold as ice. Kang Ying and Xu Yingxian watch from the stands, definitely starting to sweat and feel super anxious about what is happening, because Han Po literally jumps straight into the arena to block Wu Fu's attack. Hey, it's just sparring, no need to seriously hurt anyone. Standing face to face with this old master, Wu Fu does not show an ounce of fear. Even Han Po has to look at this kid with newfound respect. After a tense standoff, Wu Fu finally agrees to spare Xiang Kui. Well, if that is the case, hurry up and announce the winner already. Lu Ling looks annoyed and Su Qingqing curses in her head. Now pay attention, here is where it gets crazy. Tiangang steps into the ring and calls out loud. Senior brother Xiang Kui, he offers up his absolute supreme sword and makes a bold demand. This is the legendary black iron weapon gifted by Senior Li Zhao. Now is the time to kill Wu Fu, sensing these guys are about to play dirty. Wu Fu quickly channels his inner power. His divine energy flies out like flying blades straight toward that supreme sword, completely shattering it into a million pieces. Then Wu Fu shoots a furiously angry glare right at Han Po and demands an answer. "Is this the friendly sparring you were talking about?" He suddenly declares, "Let me give you a nice little welcome gift, senior." Han Po finally realizes exactly what this crazy kid is about to do and frantically screams out, "Xiang Kui, run away." But there is absolutely no way Wu Fu is giving Xiang Kui a chance to escape. Too late. While Xiang Kui is still standing there looking completely clueless, Wu Fu's intensely powerful divine energy blasts straight toward his face. A massive boom echoes out, along with a shout, "Please accept this lovely gift, senior." This brutal scene leaves Han Po absolutely horrified, screaming out loud. Xiang Kui, witnessing this insane scene unfold right in front of him, Tiangang goes completely pale, gritting his teeth and screaming, "Xiang Kui." With that, he instantly leaps right up off the ground. In a flash, Tiangang appears directly behind Wu Fu's back, interrogating him. "You actually dare to kill someone in the arena?" Wu Fu calmly turns his head to look at him, casually replying, "If he did not want to kill me, he would not be dead right now." But Tiangang refuses to let this slide, glaring back with absolute murderous intent in his eyes. "But he is dead, and you are not." Hearing that nonsense, Wu Fu quickly unleashes his own terrifying power. "I know what you are thinking. Savage, right?" he calmly declares. "I owe you zero explanations. What is done is done." Tiangang refuses to back down, instantly commanding his men. "A life for a life attack." Right then, a fiercely stern voice suddenly echoes out, "Protect Wu Fu." Instantly, a massive crowd of fighters appears out of nowhere, jumping right into the middle of the battlefield, forming a circle to fiercely protect Wu Fu. Seeing those new guys, Tiangang freezes for a second, totally furrowing his brows. Realizing how crazy tense things are getting, the normal people in the audience start panicking, gossiping, and running for their lives. Wait, if I remember correctly, Wu Fu is just a college freshman. Run away, someone actually got murdered here today. Meanwhile, up in the stands, Han Po starts gathering his dark energy completely, preparing to launch a massive deadly attack. When suddenly a hand appears out of thin air and grabs his shoulder. That heavy hand belongs to Kang Ying, surrounded by an equally terrifying aura blocking him. Old Master Han, your opponent today is going to be me. Han Po squints, his eyes glaring at the heavy hand resting on his shoulder. Tell me, just for that little brat, is your Su family really planning to risk absolutely everything? Answering him is Kang Ying's other arm violently charging up with immense raw power. That is not something an old guy like you needs to worry about. He opens his eyes wide and screams, "Take this." Right after, an earth-shattering collision explodes right in the middle of the stands, kicking up a massive dust cloud. When the smoke finally clears out, Han Po is still standing there, looking extremely arrogant, mocking him. "You just broke through recently, you are no match for me." Right then, Shu Qingqing frantically screams to the guy they are trying to protect. "Wu Fu, my grandfather is keeping Han Po busy for you. You need to get down right now." But things are never that easy. Tiangang has zero plans to let him go, completely mocking him. "You are about to die and you are hiding behind women. Wu Fu, are you even a real man?" Hearing that weak little taunt, Erha, the husky, gets super offended down below, barking loudly in protest. Shu Qingqing realizes things are getting bad, hastily warning him without noticing his mysterious little smile. "Wu Fu, that guy Tiangang just wants to provoke you into doing something stupid. You absolutely cannot fall for his trick." But the second she finishes speaking, he completely ignores her and blasts up off the ground. "So what do you and I make of this absolute madness?" Wu Fu hovers mid-air, flexing his insane power, shouting, "All of you, come at me. Let's dive into this glorious mess." Seeing his reckless moves, Shu Qingqing just facepalms. She totally knew he'd pull this. Answering his bold challenge, the entire Zhongyang sect aggressively charges forward. They scream at the top of their lungs, "Kill him right now." Watching this massive mob rush straight at Wu Fu, Shu Yingshen instantly realizes they're in trouble. He panics and yells out, "This is bad." Tiangang came totally prepared for this. Glancing up at the sky, Han Po smirks with absolute confidence at Kang Yao, who is desperately trying to hold his ground. "Things over there are wrapping up, so we should finish this too." But the second those cocky words leave his mouth, the old man's eyes bug out in absolute shock. Because right at this very moment, directly in front of our guy Wu Fu, a glowing magic circle suddenly pops up. He mutters something under his breath. Down below, poor Shu Qingqing is watching, completely unable to believe her own eyes. She stammers out one word, "Swords." Instantly, a barrage of blinding lights flashes like lightning, shooting out of nowhere and violently blasting away all the Zhongyang sect disciples. This massive attack from Wu Fu is absolutely no joke, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Everyone down on the ground has to brace themselves just to avoid getting blown away. As the thick smoke clears, Tiangang finally gets a good look at the nightmare in front of him. In total disbelief, he screams out, "Impossible. He's only in the profound realm." But before Tiangang can even finish whining, Wu Fu shuts him right down. Nothing is impossible. He slowly raises his hand, getting ready to command the literal tens of thousands of swords hovering right behind him, and casually announces the fun is just getting started. Right on cue, a familiar figure shows up and angrily shouts out, "Stop right there, don't you dare." Watch closely, things are getting spicy. Hearing that shout, Wu Fu actually freezes for a split second. Behind him, Han Po glares darkly and threatens, "Just try moving." But Wu Fu has zero reasons to fear this boomer. Showing absolutely no mercy, he clenches his fist and yells, Tiangang is completely terrified now, frantically screaming for his life, "Master, please save me, kill him." But honestly, it is already way too late. Tens of thousands of deadly blades instantly fly forward, locking right onto his head, and then with zero hesitation or pity, they rain straight down on Tiangang, kicking up an incredibly thick cloud of dust. A few moments later, the smoke finally clears, revealing a dark silhouette buried inside those massive spike-like swords. Looking absolutely miserable, Tiangang weakly coughs out his final pathetic words, "Master." This officially pushes Han Po over the edge. He instantly attacks our boy, screaming, "Wu Fu, pay with your life." But right as his deadly hand is about to touch him, he suddenly stops dead. Looking closely, somehow against all anime logic, thin wires are tightly wrapping around the old guy's hand. Seeing these strings, Han Po is actually pretty stunned by the block. He slowly shifts his eyes to glare at the person who just popped up right behind him. And that surprise guest is none other than Jing Song. Looking cool as a cucumber, he orders, "Let the kid go." The second he says that, Li Jiu shouts from the high balcony up above, "The master has ordered you to release Wu Fu." After yelling that, his face immediately turns dark and super annoyed, clearly hating every second of this. And you know what? Everyone down in the stands is just as shocked hearing Li Jiu's message. Only Wu Fu stays completely chill, flashing a cheeky little smirk. Right then, Han Po absolutely loses his mind, exploding with raw power and roaring, interrupting everything. The sheer volume of this crazy old man's scream blasts outward like a massive shockwave, hitting the entire area. "You still want to get in my way here?" Thanks to Han Po's violent outburst, Jing Song's razor-thin wire gets snapped right in half. Staring at his broken string, he is visibly startled. Finally free from the trap, Han Po aggressively summons a bunch of deadly ice shards. launching them straight ahead. "You brat Wu Fu, give me your life." Seeing this attack, Shu Qingqing panics and screams out loud, "Watch out!" Han Po controls those icy blades, aiming them directly at Wu Fu floating up in the air, and viciously attacks. "Just die already." Those freezing projectiles rush toward our boy at literal light speed. Right then, Wu Fu's massive sword instantly unleashes its own crazy wave of energy, and then the two powerful forces finally slam into each other head-on, creating an absolutely gigantic explosion. This massive blast sends dust flying everywhere, completely engulfing all the poor bystanders trying to watch the fight nearby. Watching this wild scene unfold, Shu Qingqing and the others get super worried and scream out Wu Fu. Meanwhile, an arrogant Li Ju is secretly celebrating inside. He thinks a Grandmaster used his full power on that strike. Wu Fu is definitely dead. Down in the stands, Shu Qingqing stares with totally lifeless eyes and angrily mutters, "What an arrogant jerk." The moment she says that, something suddenly emerges from the thick smoke that makes everyone completely lose their minds. It is Wu Fu's shredded body standing tall and proud without a single scratch on him. His hands grip his sword even tighter as he readies himself. A flash of anger crosses Wu Fu's eyes as he mocks them with pure disrespect. Is this really all the power a half-step Grandmaster has? Right then, Shu Qingqing runs over to him, absolutely fuming as she scolds, "You absolute bastard. I seriously thought you were dead. You scared the absolute crap out of me." Right behind her is Su Yingxian helping his master walk over, whispering in awe. He actually tanked Han Po's full power strikes. Kang Yao just holds his wound and laughs. "Honestly, you and I couldn't ask for a better comeback." "Alright, stick with me." Just as the old fox gets praised for his good eye, a familiar voice ruins the mood. It is Han Po. "Don't celebrate just yet." Wu Fu immediately snaps his head around, completely on guard, glaring right at the source of the sound. Out of nowhere, a massive block of ice has already closed in right on top of him and Qingqing. Talk about a jump scare. Suddenly, a blinding red slash appears right across the ice. It is from a lightning-fast reflex strike that Wu Fu just threw out to defend them. He doesn't stop there. He immediately channels his energy, squaring up and preparing to take this challenge head-on. Even a Grandmaster is going to have to leave a little something behind today. Han Po isn't backing down, rapidly blasting ice shards right back at him. "Let's see if you actually have the skills to back that up." Instantly, Wu Fu's eyes go wide as he shouts his technique, Starfall Sword Art. Then he launches himself up, leaping across the falling ice shards. He uses them as stepping stones to dash forward. When he kicks off that final piece of ice to vault himself higher, it completely shatters into dust. Meanwhile, up in the air, he is just wildly unleashing a chaotic barrage of sword strikes. Once he charges up enough razor-sharp sword energy, Wu Fu fiercely roars out his ultimate move, Chaotic Starfall. Han Po is no joke either. He channels so much raw energy that his face physically hollows out, screaming at the top of his lungs, "You arrogant little brat." Right after that, the two of them just hurl themselves at each other, trading heavy blows in an all-out melee. Looking at the scene in front of them, the bystanders watching this absolute madness just gulp in pure shock. It is like watching a monster actually fight on equal footing with the heavyweights. Now watch closely, because here is the deciding moment. Wu Fu pours absolutely everything into one final devastating strike. Han Po refuses to lose and channels everything into his own ultimate move. The two attacks violently clash, creating an explosion way more massive than before, self-destructing like an erupting volcano, threatening to blow everything away. As the smoke finally clears out, Han Po is the one pushed back several feet. One of the old man's arms is totally busted up and dripping blood. Han Po furrows his brows, literally unable to believe his own eyes. He mutters to himself, "What kind of sword technique is this strong?" Right on cue, Jing Zong leaps up right behind him, growling a deadly threat. "A pitiful half-step Grandmaster like you dares to hurt people in my presence." Hearing that voice, Han Po flinches hard. Sweating bullets, he realizes he is dealing with a real Grandmaster. Looks like killing Wu Fu today is completely off the table. Realizing this, he quickly uses his movement skill to fly out of there, leaving a warning for Wu Fu. "My Zhongyang sect will definitely fight you to the bitter end after today." Before completely vanishing, Han Po makes sure to drop one last threat. "Next time we meet, I will definitely take your miserable dog life." Hearing that specific threat, Urha the husky gets startled for a second, forcing the most awkward, confused dog smile ever. Because hey, he is literally Wu Fu's dog and has no idea what that guy meant. Suddenly, Wu Fu starts looking really unwell. He quickly grabs his aching forehead. Seeing him stumbling around like that, Qingqing instantly panics and hastily scolds him, "You reckless idiot." The second she says that, Wu Fu completely loses his balance and collapses. Luckily, somebody shows up right on time to catch him. He falls face first right into a very soft, very welcoming chest. And that person is none other than Lu Ling. Talk about lucky. She gently checks on him, asking, "Wu Fu, are you okay?" He tries to compose himself, pulling away from Lu Ling as he replies, "That guy's weak cultivation isn't nearly enough to kill me. He says that out loud, but internally, Wu Fu is frantically doing the math. I know what you were thinking, he needs to get his original power back fast. Meanwhile, as those two share a sweet moment, Ching Ching is standing there feeling super insecure, looking down at her own completely flat chest. Right while they are all distracted by their personal drama, someone unexpectedly walks up to praise Wu Fu. To think this little brother is not only a master of pill refining, but also has such an incredible grasp on the entire sword path, Jing Zong is super satisfied, laughing heartily. Only then does Kang Yu actually notice he is there. Seeing his father's shocked expression, Kang Yu is totally confused and asks father what is wrong. Kang Yu then looks over, basically unable to believe his eyes, and stammers out that is the Grand Master from the other side. Jing Zong pulls out a pill and hands it over. This is a vigor pill I refined a few days ago. It is highly effective for restoring physical stamina. Watching this whole exchange, Kang Yu is internally freaking out. A Grandmaster has actually appeared in the Yunhai realm, and he is acting this chummy with Wu Fu. Wu Fu accepts the pill from Jing Zong, replying politely with a simple, "Thank you." After he takes the vigor pill, the old man suddenly cups his hands to show deep respect. This old man has been stuck in my alchemy for years. Thanks to your casual pointers the other day, I finally had a major breakthrough and understood so much. If you do not mind, how about taking me as your disciple? Hearing this absolutely wild request, Wu Fu suddenly spits out a mouthful of blood. Jing Zong completely panics, rushing to ask, "What is wrong with you?" Wu Fu hastily waves his hands, replying to the old guy, "I am fine, seriously." On the outside, he plays it cool, but trust me, his inner dialogue is screaming, "Bro, you are actually supposed to be my master." Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the madness. To dodge the awkward silence, Jing Song quickly pitches a crazy idea. He tells our guy to think it over carefully and they can discuss taking him as a disciple later. Faced with this stubborn old man, our hero just helplessly sighs. The Jian Sin manual flips to a brand new page, and yes, something is definitely different. Meanwhile, a scene change over at headquarters. Inside the massive Zhongyang sect hall, Han Po sits confidently on the highest throne and barks out an absolute death sentence to his followers. Aside from the Yunhai and Shu families, every single hidden cultivator must be wiped out immediately. The rest of the disciples instantly bow with their hands clasped, accepting the order. But right at that exact moment, the heavy main doors violently swing open. A completely mysterious young guy casually strolls in and asks, "Hey, Elder, what did you need me for?" Soon after, we switch back. The scene flips back to the tournament arena. The announcer steps right up to the mic, hyping the crowd, shouting that only one fighter remains standing. Yunhai University absolutely crushed it this time around. If nobody else steps up to challenge them, the announcer is literally seconds away from declaring the final victor. The winner is about to be crowned, but suddenly, a loud voice cuts through the arena. "Hold on a second." From the main entrance, a weird trio of students walks in smirking, letting a total freshman steal all the glory. Are you guys not completely embarrassed? These three are none other than top students from the elite Huanan Martial Arts Academy. The gorgeous girl flashing that dangerously charming smile is Hua Shuang. The guy in the middle, calmly pushing up his glasses, is Captain Qin, and the super annoyed-looking dude right next to him is Vice Captain Fu. Watch closely right here. Seeing them, Lu Ling rushes over to Wu Fu and whispers a warning. Those guys are seriously bad news. She tells him to be super careful. Shu Qingqing chimes in to explain, saying they are high-ranking student council officers from the Huanan Martial Academy. They are literally the ones who organized this whole competition. And these top-tier officers are currently standing there, radiating absolute pure confidence, standing face-to-face against them. Moments later, over the frantic barking of two dogs, Fu angrily steps right up. He arrogantly demands to know if he is Wu Fu. Without an ounce of fear, our boy looks him dead in the eyes and replies, "Yep." Sensing pure hostility from the guy, the two dogs just keep barking like crazy, which totally succeeds in getting on his last nerve. No more talking. He instantly throws a brutal punch straight at the dogs, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Drop dead and shut up, mutts." But the split second that punch flies out, a familiar hand shoots out and effortlessly blocks it. A second later, Fu realizes he made a massive mistake. Pure panic flashes across his face. Wu Fu does not hold back at all, violently slamming Fu straight down to the ground. He drops an icy warning, "Do not ever touch my dogs." After absolutely destroying the guy, he issues a bold, loud challenge. "Who else wants some?" Right as those epic words leave his mouth, Wu Fu flashes an insanely confident, cocky smile. Meanwhile, Huo Shuang and Captain Qin are just standing there utterly stunned. Right now, Captain Qin is muttering to himself in absolute disbelief at what happened. Fu is incredibly strong, especially in raw physical power, matching even my own stats. Yet a literal green freshman just flipped him like a helpless little pancake. And the guy he is talking about is currently grabbing his dizzy head on the floor, wondering what on earth just hit him. I know what you were thinking, pure satisfaction, right? By the time Fu finally sits up confused, the whole crowd is literally cheering for Wu Fu. This awesome freshman seriously never disappoints us. But terrified that Wu Fu might have gone way too far this time, Lu Ling speaks up again, urgently warning him. Huanan Martial Academy is the absolute top school in the entire Beihai province. They are the top-tier guests invited to this tournament. Offending them is a genuinely terrible idea. The moment she finishes her sentence, Captain Qin instantly glares at the hyped students in the stands and yells he is literally just a weak little freshman. Is there seriously nobody else brave enough to fight him? Hearing his angry taunt, the students instantly panic and scramble to find hilarious exit excuses. Oh wow, I just remembered I have tons of homework left. Oh yeah, my cat literally needs to poop at home right now. I better rush back and walk it to the park immediately. Seeing them hilariously back down, Huo Shuang lets out a cold, disgusted snort. What a bunch of complete total losers. Not a single one can even handle a kid. Saying that, she boldly steps forward to fight casually, telling Captain Qin to step back. Move aside, just wait for me to completely crush this brat. Up on the stage, seeing her walking up, Lu Ling instantly goes on high alert. Be super careful. As soon as she steps up, Huo Shuang arrogantly unleashes her intense aura all over the place. Little bro, I heard you are super tough, so let big sister teach you a few painful lessons. Not backing down, Wu Fu flexes his power. He shoots back. If you do not know your own limits, do not blame me. She smirks sarcastically. Oh, really? And here I was just thinking. Before she can even finish her sentence, she aggressively dashes forward to attack, yelling, let us go. She gracefully spins backward, charging up a massive strike, screaming, take this. Wu Fu does not even flinch, standing completely still, just waiting for Huo Shuang to unleash her ultimate move. And then a giant hammer. Exactly matching the technique name she called out, a colossal fist smashes right down toward him. She lands the blow and smirks, bet I made you cry. But trust me, we ain't done yet. Let's dive into this wild fight. A crack appears on her hammer and then boom, a massive force completely shatters the giant weapon into pieces. Huo Shuang can't believe her eyes. What she gasps, totally shocked. Meanwhile, Wu Fu is just standing there radiating absolute sky-high killer intent. He watches her carefully. Moving like a blur, Wu Fu dashes right past Huo Shuang. His eyes are still locked in total murder mode as he speaks. It's over. Her glowing red eyes go wide in pure panic, but then clap, clap, clap. The sound of slow clapping echoes from the distance. A mere freshman taking down all the seniors, Captain Qin struts forward, stepping right into the scene with a smug look on his face. He scolds his team as he walks. Haven't you guys lost enough face today? Wu Fu turns around with a cheeky proposal. How about our mighty class president comes up and teaches me a few moves? Up in the stands, Ching Ching sits right next to Lu Ling. They're in the VIP guest section of the arena. She totally face palms. This meathead came to Huanan Martial Arts Academy and doesn't even know who Captain Qin is. Qin adjusts his glasses, throwing out a mocking smirk. You've got some decent skills, Junior, but acting like you're completely cornered in front of us, isn't that laying it on a bit thick? Wu Fu listens, gears turning in his head. He hasn't been here long, but he's already heard all about Huanan Academy's big reputation. Hard to believe it's just this one school. He casually holds up 2 fingers, ready to strike a little bargain. If the class president says so, I'll definitely come by another day to ask for your guidance. Qin immediately catches the hidden threat in Wu Fu's sarcastic tone. Okay, this kid is definitely no clueless meathead. Captain Qin turns his back to walk away but throws one last glance over his shoulder. No need. We'll be visiting Yunhai University soon. Now watch closely because we're about to jump scenes straight to that exact rival school. The weather is absolutely gorgeous. An announcer's voice echoes loudly over the speakers. Today's grand victory goes to Yunhai University. Deep in the woods, someone hands over a small white bottle. Word on the street is that Yunhai University is actually a super mysterious martial sect. Brother Wu Fu, you gotta be careful. These pills are for breaking through your cultivation. They'll help you hit the primordial spirit tier way faster. It's perfect for you. Stepping up right in front of the 2 guys, Wu Fu smiles. Thanks, senior. But the second he pops that little bottle open, a swarm of glowing green bubbles floats out, totally stunning everyone. Jing Song stares at the wild seam, mouth hanging open. Is he seriously planning to swallow all those pills in one go? Li Ju's face turns dark. He watches the crazy stunt unfold, calculating the terrible odds. The sheer power of a dozen top-tier pills. Even if he hits the primordial spirit realm, his body will probably just explode and kill him. This kid is so desperate for a quick power-up, he's totally lost his mind. Suddenly, Wu Fu tightly clenches his fist. Those glowing green bubbles keep floating lazily in the air. And then bam, a massive, intensely powerful phantom sword materializes right behind Wu Fu's back out of nowhere. From a distance, Jing Song starts casting a spell. Li Jiu, protect the martial uncle. The flying blade whips up these massive howling gusts of wind that completely surround him. Then the glowing sword snaps right back to its original spot. A single drop of crimson blood gathers at the very tip of the blade. It speeds up, dropping down until drip. It lands directly on Wu Fu's forehead. He's visibly caught off guard. Suddenly, right where Wu Fu is standing in the forest, a brilliant red pillar of raw energy shoots straight into the sky. Jing Song is absolutely dumbfounded. This is the primordial spirit tier. Li Ju aggressively grinds his teeth together. This is really bad. If he doesn't stop, we're losing that weapon forever. I know what you're thinking, time to panic, right? Meanwhile, Kang Ying approaches, supported by Qing Qing and Xu Yingxin. The old man speaks up. Little brother Wu Fu is truly a prodigy. But completely ignoring Kang Ying's polite compliments, Wu Fu just keeps casting his crazy sword magic. The old master places a hand over his own chest, adding weakly, "This old man will take his leave now." As Kang Ying and the group turn to leave, the kid finally speaks up. "Senior, please hold on a second." The old man stops, but just as he looks back, whoosh, a dangerously fast beam of light rockets toward him from afar. Flashing right in front of Kang Ying, the old guy winces, looking way too shocked to even try and dodge it. A bodyguard sprints over from the sidelines, screaming his lungs out. "Wu Fu, why the hell are you hurting him?" Xu Yingxian throws his arms out to block the guard. Wait, Wu Fu is actually healing the master. Kang Ying stands completely frozen in his tracks. Ghostly cracks start forming right before his eyes. What? What is this? Kang Ying's eyes bulge out in horror, his pupils shrinking down to pinpricks. They reflect the blinding, intense light of the strange object right in front of him. And then in front of the whole crowd, Kang Ying violently spits out a mouthful of fresh blood. Su Yinxian screams, "Father!" Qing Qing is absolutely terrified by the gruesome scene. Grandpa, over on the side, Li Ju whispers to Jing Song, "Master Wu Fu is totally unpredictable right now." Kang Ying just stands there like a statue, not moving an inch. Suddenly, this bizarre blinding golden energy erupts and wraps entirely around the old man. Cutting back to Li Ju, Jing Song quickly shuts him down. "Your vision is way too narrow, kid." Right in front of Jing Song and Li Ju, Kang Ying actually bows his head to thank Wu Fu. "Thank you." Wu Fu waves it off. "Without my help, you'd have paid a huge price today. Trust me, you and I know this kid is just getting started. Let's dive right into this insane world." Ken watches from afar, totally amazed. This spiritual energy heals everything and boosts his power big time. Wu Fu stands nearby, his face completely dark. He grinds his teeth in pure rage, thinking it was just a minor scratch. Turns out the wound is super deep. He realizes he needs to take him out fast. Wu Fu just turns and walks away. Blame yourself for acting like a shiny prize. Wu Fu looks down at his dog and says, "Let us get out of here." Deep in the woods, someone whispers that Wu Fu should leave. Another voice replies, "I am coming, master." The scene cuts to the gates of Ocean Cloud University. On the bus, a guy turns around and waves. "Goodbye, President Celine. I still have some things to take care of. See ya, let us go celebrate." Someone raises their voice in total awe, saying that freshman is an absolute beast. He completely controlled the whole crowd by himself. But crazy enough, I heard he used to be a total loser. The guy next to him just chills out. Who cares? As long as he brings glory to the school, it is fine. Wu Fu stretches his arms when Selin suddenly walks up. Finally, some time to rest. She gently warns him, "Do not celebrate just yet. We still have one more trip later." Wu Fu drops his smile and glares at Selin. Wait, what? Right in front of them stands Chuck, holding a massive, obnoxious banner reading, "Welcome back, our victorious brother Wu Fu." He yells at the top of his lungs, "Congrats on the big win, brother Wu Fu." Everyone around them just stares, completely stunned by this giant, embarrassing sign. Chuck runs up, grinning from ear to ear, bowing to congratulate Wu Fu. Celine gives him a weird look and asks, "What exactly are you doing here?" Now pay attention to this part because Chuck just completely ignores her and keeps on rambling. "Brother Wu Fu, while you were fighting, Li Mengjiao sneaked over to your room." Wu Fu looks bored out of his mind and sighs. What did she do this time? He keeps talking. "Those girls teamed up with Xia Tianhao to trash your name, but luckily, Quinn and I caught them red-handed before they could cause trouble." Wu Fu looks at him with a cold smirk. "Xia Tianhao, yeah, he is already dead." Chuck suddenly freezes, looking incredibly nervous as he thinks it over. "Thank God I did not help them plot against Wu Fu." He quickly waves his hands. "Brother Wu Fu, I actually locked Li Mengjiao up in the dorm for you." Before walking away, Wu Fu pats Chuck on the shoulder and says smoothly, "You really know how to handle things." Chuck nods like a total fanboy. "It is the least I could do." Once Wu Fu is far away, he shouts, "Brother Wu Fu, do not forget the disciple meeting." Cutting over to a hotel, Wu Fu walks up to a room, pounding on the door with a threat. "You guys better open up right now. Otherwise, you will face the consequences, you hear me?" The door barely cracks open and Li Mengjiao is inside, completely caught off guard mid-sentence. As the door swings wide open, pure shock hits her face. Wu Fu steps right into the room while a terrified Li Mengjiao points a trembling finger at him. "Wait, are you not supposed to be dead?" Where is Xia Tianhao? Wu Fu acts like he just heard the funniest joke ever, laughing out loud. Xia Tianhao? Wu Fu just gives her a cold side-eye. Dead. His whole family is completely wiped out. Li Mengjiao freezes on the spot, unable to believe her own ears. What? How is that even possible? She does not even have her clothes on properly before she frantically lunges at him, practically begging on her knees. Wu Fu, I know I was wrong. Xia Tianhao forced me to do it. Li Mengjiao goes straight into her classic crocodile tears act, hoping to gain some sympathy. I know what you were thinking. Wu Fu, he fall for the beauty trap. Please spare me. Let me live, she cries, trying to use her looks on him. I will do anything. I will be your servant. He is absolutely sick of her nonsense. But Li Mengjiao keeps desperately clinging to him no matter what. Boom! Out of nowhere, Li Mengjiao gets slapped so hard she literally goes flying across the room, collapsing helplessly right onto the hard floor. Wu Fu pulls his hand back, his raw power still crackling in the air. The intense energy makes the blanket on the bed suddenly fly up. While Li Mengjiao is still seeing stars, the blanket lands perfectly over her exposed body. Wu Fu just stares with ice in his eyes. Put your clothes on and get out. Her eyes are wide with sheer panic, blood still on her lip. Li Mengjiao just sits on the floor, paralyzed by pure fear. Out in the dorm hallway, two shady figures are creeping around. There was so much noise a second ago, why is it completely dead silent now? Chuck signals to his buddy, telling him to keep his voice down. While these two are tiptoeing around, Li Mengjiao's door suddenly clicks open. She rushes outside. Chuck watches Li Mengjiao walk past, absolutely confused, out of his mind. What in the world just happened inside that room? She clutches her clothes tightly, storming off with a dark, toxic look. Wu Fu, I am going to make you wish you were dead, she mutters. Chuck's lackey is practically shaking now. Boss, maybe we should just go home. We really should not mess with Wu Fu. The scene cuts back to the dorm room. At that moment, Wu Fu is busy hanging his clothes in the closet when suddenly a loud voice makes him glance over. Brother Wu Fu. Right in front of him is a ridiculous red cape. And honestly, the red underwear worn on the outside is pure comedy, completely finished off with a fake Superman logo. Wang Mengmeng strikes a cheeky pose and winks. So brother Wu Fu, do you notice anything completely different about me today? The guy is so hyped about his goofy outfit, but Wu Fu is so shocked he literally spits his drink everywhere. Even his dog Erha looks like he wants to throw up. Wu Fu just facepalms in pure defeat. What is wrong with you? Meanwhile, Wang Mengmeng is happily flexing his fake muscles for the crowd. Brother Wu Fu, I have gotten so much stronger. Wu Fu grabs his jacket, turning to leave with a mocking smirk. With that kind of power. So what do we take from this? You probably could not even beat Erha. Wang Mengmeng points at the dog. No way. Let's dive into this wild scene. Erha gives a confused bark, but Mengmeng just points right at the dog, absolutely furious. How could you even say that? I mean, Erha is literally just a dog. But while Mengmeng is still standing there pointing fingers, this crazy mutt already has its jaws wide open. The next thing we hear echoing down the hallway is Mengmeng screaming in pure agony. Holy crap, stop it, let go. I yield. He's left flat on the floor with a totally bruised face while the dog stands victorious on his back, looking incredibly smug. I cannot even beat a dog. Wu Fu notices something strange, lifting Erha into the air and asking, You broke through to the next tier this fast? Mengmeng slowly groans and gets up. Oh yeah, brother Fu, a fourth-year senior was looking for you earlier. But Wu Fu completely brushes it off. If it is not an absolute emergency, tell him to wait. Mengmeng chases right after Wu Fu, shouting, But he is a fourth-year senior. But Wu Fu just walks away without looking back. If he wants to see me, he can come find me himself. Meanwhile, over at the Haoyuan mansion, Lu Ling starts probing for info. Hey Shu Qingqing, do you actually know Wu Fu's real background? Qingqing is relaxing in the hot spring, looking up at her with a smirk. Are you investigating him? She casually takes a sip from her wine glass. Not really, just doing a standard background check since my father wants to meet him anyway. Hearing that, Qingqing immediately stands up from the water, completely naked. Wait, do not tell me you are the daughter of the Yunhai Lu family. Lu Ling blushes and chuckles. Could you try guessing a little bolder than that? Before she can even finish, Qingqing makes a sudden shushing motion. Cut to a beautiful sunny morning in the back mountains with a cool breeze rushing through. Now pay attention here. Deep inside the cave, Erha is actually undergoing cultivation. After watching the dog refine energy, Luo Shi is totally blown away. She stammers in pure shock. Wait, is this? Wu Fu casually replies next to her. Yeah, Erha is about to break through. His absolute calm makes her even more confused. A dog can actually level up. Wu Fu just keeps that cold expression and breaks it down. Soaking in this much pure spirit energy, if Erha has some hidden ancient bloodline, this dumb dog might actually awaken some epic powers. Suddenly, Luo Si gets super shy and carefully asks, if you have some free time, could you maybe guide my training a little bit? Hearing this, Wu Fu looks at her. You mean the Shu sword art? Luo Shi blushes bright red and softly hums yes. Getting his confirmation, Wu Fu keeps helping cultivate while bluntly dropping a bomb. The Shu sword art is actually designed for dual cultivation. If you want to unlock the true power of this sword art, partnering up in dual cultivation is literally the only way to do it. Even knowing that Luo Shi is totally flustered but still insists, I really cannot wait any longer. But all she gets is a cold rejection from Wu Fu. I am busy, I still have to take care of Erha. Hearing that excuse leaves her visibly disappointed. Then out of nowhere, Wu Fu makes a wild suggestion. But I can use my hands. That suggestion makes Luo Shi so mad and embarrassed she can barely even speak. Wu Fu, what are you saying? But before she can get any angrier, he immediately clears up exactly what he meant by using his hands. I can use specific hand seals to suppress the backlash of this sword art, letting you safely unleash 9 layers of power. Now she finally understands his real meaning. And honestly, you and I both know her mind was totally in the gutter. It seems Wu Fu knows perfectly well that Luo Shi completely misunderstood him, so he asks, "What exactly did you think I was going to do?" Knowing she just had some very unholy thoughts, Luo Shi can only shyly mumble her answer. "Exactly what you thought I was thinking." A moment later, she quickly drops into the zone to upgrade her sword skills. Alright, let's begin. First stance, fluttering butterfly. Every single strike flows out of her so smoothly, graceful as drifting petals and flowing water. Second stance, third stance, fourth stance, fifth stance, sixth stance, seventh stance. By the time she reaches the final move, Luo Shi is completely engulfed in a massive tornado of pure inner energy. Eighth stance. After flawlessly executing the entire sword art, she finally comes to a halt, letting out a heavy breath to speak. After pulling off all 8 stances of the Shu sword art, she just cannot progress any further. This is her absolute limit. Wu Fu hears this and calmly says no big deal. This time, he is going to personally guide Luo Shi himself. Next, I will enter your mental realm and instruct you directly. Hearing him say that, Luo Shi completely relaxes her guard, allowing his consciousness to seamlessly enter her very own mind. Suddenly, her eyes widen in pure shock, and the very next second, she is pulled directly inside her own inner consciousness. The mental projection of Wu Fu is already there, quickly urging her on. "Why are you spacing out? Hurry up and cultivate the sword art." But right now, seeing him like this, the only word screaming in her brain is naked. The wind blows through the trees outside, rustling the leaves in the awkward silence. Luo Shi manages to calm her mind to cultivate, staring intensely at the glowing lines of the sword art inside her consciousness. A moment later, powerful inner energy completely explodes outward. Luo Shi has finally hit the major breakthrough she needed. I actually mastered the Shu sword art. She is so incredibly hyped that she starts laughing out loud, at least until a sudden cough snaps her right back to reality. You and I can feel the second-hand embarrassment from here. Realizing someone is beside her, she crouches in a corner, absolutely mortified. So embarrassing, I forgot he was still here. After the awkwardness fades, Luo Shi gets flustered and tries to speak. About that. But Wu Fu just coldly shuts her down. "Do not bother me. Stick with me here." Luo Zi finally notices the husky and wonders, pupa to butterfly. Can this dog actually fly? Suddenly, the cocoon around Erha cracks open and completely shatters. The husky steps right out of the shell and gives himself a good shake. Who knows what Luo Shi and Wu Fu are seeing on him, but both their faces instantly drop in utter disbelief. Turns out they never expected Erha to literally grow butterfly wings. Yes, he actually sprouted real fairy wings. After the husky's wild transformation finishes, Luo Shi flashes a bright smile and thanks Wu Fu, saying she owes him big time. Wu Fu casually brushes it off, saying it was a piece of cake. But then his eyes suddenly drift somewhere else entirely. He mutters, "If you really want to thank me." Yeah, his gaze totally drops straight down to Luo Shi's massive chest. Realizing he's staring right where he shouldn't be, Luo Shi shyly covers up and yells out, "No way, she is definitely not selling her body." She quickly reminds Wu Fu about their boundaries, shouting that she is his teacher. After that, she just turns and sprints away, yelling that she's out of here. Luo Shi's whole freakout leaves Wu Fu completely baffled. He looks at Erha and asks, "I just wanted her to help me find some decent opponents. Is she really that heartless?" The husky has absolutely no clue what is going on either, so he just barks twice in response. Now pay attention to what happens next. Over at the park, Zhou Shen gets slapped hard across the face by some smug guy laughing at him. "Weren't you and that Wu Fu kid sworn enemies? Why are you sucking up to him now?" Right then, the bully hears a weird rustling sound from the bushes. He looks over and sees Erha jumping out, making him utterly confused. A dog. Meanwhile, Zhou Shen, even with his face completely swollen from the beating, just smirks and asks, is revenge more important or is staying alive? His cocky attitude instantly pisses off one of the thugs in the group. The guy wants to beat him to a pulp, growling that Zhou Shen has a death wish. It looks like Zhou Shen is about to get completely destroyed here. But out of nowhere, a massive wave of inner energy blasts right in to save him. The bullies are totally panicked by this insane blast of divine power, screaming out who did that. Zhou Shen is just as clueless, letting out a confused huh. Then he spots the flying husky and mutters in pure shock, The bullies also start figuring out exactly what this creature is. Wait a minute, isn't this dog that? And right at that exact moment, Wu Fu walks right up to the husky and asks, what are you doing out here? The dog barks back like they are having a real conversation. The bullies take one look at the newcomer and instantly start shaking in their boots. It's Wu Fu. Wu Fu just stares at the group in front of him, wondering what these clowns are even doing. One absolute fool steps up and asks, "Are you Wu Fu?" Before Wu Fu can even answer, this guy lunges forward, aiming a flying kick right at him. Of course, he casually blocks the attack in a flash. Visibly annoyed, Wu Fu demands, "Who are you?" But the guy doesn't even bother answering him. "You saw this coming, right?" The guy just interrogates him. "Are you the one who crushed the Xia family and targeted the Xiangyang sect?" Right after that, a hurricane of kicks flies straight at Wu Fu, but our main character does not even flinch. He easily blocks every single strike. After getting pushed back just a tiny bit, Wu Fu suddenly realizes exactly what he is dealing with. He quickly asks, "Are you a disciple of the Xiangyang sect?" The random attacker keeps his leg raised high in the air and proudly screams his identity, saying that is exactly right. Hearing that, Wu Fu decides to stop holding back completely and flat out declares, "Then I will kill you." He launches an attack instantly, not wasting another second on this guy. He really does not need any more reasons. That Xiangyang sect disciple finally senses the overwhelming danger radiating right from him, and suddenly remembers his sect elder's strict warning. The elders said to be extremely careful with Wu Fu's divine weapons, so he immediately leaps back to dodge the strike. He stares at the massive inner energy Wu Fu unleashes and looks completely terrified. Then he frantically backpedals to reach a safe distance. But still, this stubborn disciple from the Xiangyang sect absolutely refuses to just give up. He lets out a cold snort and unleashes his next technique, screaming out loud, "Bagua Palm." The Bagua symbol instantly flashes right behind his back, blasting out a massive wave of immense inner energy toward his target. The bullies who came with him and even Zhou Shen are completely crushed by the insane pressure of this heavy attack. While this Xiangyang sect disciple is arrogantly bragging that mere sword energy can never beat his ultimate palm strike. Hand over your divine weapon and you might live. But then swish, Wu Fu is suddenly standing right behind his back out of nowhere. He presses a blade right to his neck and commands, "Do not move." Then he smirks in pure disgust and says, "Send a message to the Xiangyang sect. Next time, do not bother sending utter garbage to fight me." This lightning-fast counterattack leaves the Xiangyang disciple totally stunned, frantically wondering when Wu Fu even got behind him. But Wu Fu could not care less about his dumbfounded reaction right now. He just smirks coldly and declares, "Plus, Wu Fu will gladly take you all on at any time." So what do you and I take from this? Zhou Shen watches it all and finally realizes Wu Fu is definitely not that terrified kid anymore. Stick with me here, you and I are jumping right back into the madness. Next to him, suddenly barks, grabbing his attention. To thank the very good boy for actually coming to his rescue, he immediately treats him to some delicious snacks. "Thanks for saving my life, Come here, come here. Here is your reward. Eat slowly so you do not choke on it, we have plenty more." While is happily stuffing his face, Wu Fu walks right over and says, "Well, no wonder this dog has gotten so insanely chubby lately. Turns out you were secretly feeding him." Seeing him, Zhou Tan immediately puts on a super flattering smile and honestly admits it. "Did we not have some beef before I am bribing first?" Hearing this absolute nonsense, he gives a totally dismissive reminder. "Just worry about your own neck." Suddenly, Zhou Tan leans in and secretly drops a massive piece of news. "A few days ago, officials from the Nankai Martial Academy planned a visit, so you better handle your own mess properly." Wu Fu hears this and coldly replies, "I do not need you worrying about me. Let us get out of here, Hearing his call, quickly barks back and follows along. Even though he pretends not to care about Zhou Tan and his warning, he is actually taking it seriously, wondering to himself, has the real powerhouse enemy not shown up yet? Meanwhile, at another location entirely, some guy is so absolutely furious, he violently smashes his teacup. Then he loudly roars, "So what if the origin spirit realm is strong? Do they think our Xiangyang sect has nobody left?" Zhangnan angrily mutters. Watch closely, here is the turning point. Sects usually avoid mortal grudges, but that punk Wu Fu has provoked us way too many times. So what if he broke all the established rules? He immediately summons Han Po. Han Po, standing respectfully right by his side, quickly answers, "I am here." He swiftly orders the old man to chop off Wu Fu's head and bring it back. Meanwhile, over at Qingyan Mountain, inside a tiny little wooden cabin, Jing Song is super busy refining pills. The old man checks his newly crafted medicine and mutters, "I specifically traveled all the way out here just to easily refine the Chaos Spirit pill." Suddenly, he remembers Wu Fu and thinks to himself, "If we are talking strictly about alchemy knowledge, that kid is probably way above me." The guy right next to him is sharpening a knife and seems to completely realize what the old man is thinking, so he stops. Li Jiu speaks up saying, if Master is second in alchemy, who dares claim first? He chuckles, suggesting that maybe the kid just got incredibly lucky. Right at that exact moment, the wooden door violently swings wide open. Li Jiu quickly snaps his head around to see exactly who just arrived. Wu Fu strolls right in and casually says, with such thick spiritual energy, is Senior currently refining the Chaos Spirit pill? The husky in his arms also barks twice, basically saying hello to the host. The exact second he steps inside, Jing Song looks absolutely mind-blown, realizing the kid's spiritual power has spiked to an absolutely unbelievable level. Even Li Jiu has to glare at him with super defensive, judgmental eyes. That super creepy look totally terrifies Urha, making the dog shrink right down into Wu Fu's arms. I know exactly what you were thinking, fight time. He notices Li Jiu's killing intent and gives a mocking smirk. Then, totally ignoring the guy drowning in his own dark thoughts, he sarcastically mocks him. Looks like you are completely out of hope, huh? Next, he casually turns to chat with Jing Song. Senior, the Chaos Spirit pill requires 35,000 threads of pure worldly essence to refine. Once it is perfectly crafted, it builds the absolute ultimate foundation. Jing Song hears this and calmly replies, the Chaos Spirit pill is no trivial thing that ordinary immortal cultivators in this world would ever know about. Hearing the old man, Wu Fu honestly drops a bomb. I do not belong to this world. These words make the old man suddenly realize something insane, leaving him utterly shocked, loudly asking, are you from the ninth heaven? He does not answer right away, just quietly thinking to himself, I use the peak ninth heaven to look down upon all living beings. Then he pulls something out and says, my actual goal is that ninth heaven. The second Wu Fu says this, a ridiculously loud, ear-piercing clang echoes out. As two swords crash straight onto the floor, Li Jiu is totally stunned, gasping, the ninth heaven. Right now, intense anger and pure jealousy completely take over his entire body. Looks like the plan to eliminate this kid needs to happen fast, so he quickly bails. Master, I am making a trip down the mountain. I will not be back until tonight. Wu Fu knows exactly where this loser is going, gives a contemptuous little smirk, and then directly warns Jing Song. I have already reached the origin spirit realm. Senior, you better advise Li Jiu before endless greed completely ruins him. Jing Song hears this, lets out a completely helpless sigh and says, from the moment he poisoned me, I stopped caring entirely. This crazy confession makes Wu Fu exclaim, so you knew all along. Even though the old man claims he does not care, he still begs for Li Jiu. I know little brother has godlike skills if it truly comes down to it. Totally understanding Jing Song's hidden meaning, Wu Fu asks, you want me to spare him? Knowing full well this ruthless kid shows zero mercy to enemies, Jing Song sighs again. Never mind, maybe this is exactly the ending he truly deserves. Suddenly, Wu Fu casually drops a bomb. Master, you honestly have not changed one single bit. He glances over at Jing Song and continues, still so blindly forgiving of your own disciple. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, the old guy definitely just figured out who he really is. Stick with me here. Wait, could you be? But before the old man finishes, Wu Fu vanishes, leaving behind a quick, see you later. Leaves rustle in the forest. Wu Fu is walking when he suddenly stops in his tracks. He shouts out, Levi, stop hiding and come out. Levi steps right out from behind a massive tree and smirks. Looks like you are already prepared to die, huh? Wu Fu glares right back at him, shaking his head. You haven't changed one bit. You are absolutely hopeless. Of course, Levi does not care about the scolding at all. He just sneers, save those words for when you are in hell. Wu Fu suddenly points up at the sky and asks, just like the soul realm, do you really have the power to beat me, or are you relying on this? The moment he says that, something drops right out of the sky carrying an insane amount of spiritual energy you cannot ignore. Naturally, Wu Fu isn't scared. He treats it like absolute child's play as those things come rushing straight toward his face. Boom, a massive explosion hits. But through the thick smoke, Wu Fu's voice rings out, what a pity. You are still too weak. This totally freaks Levi out. Meanwhile, Wu Fu is standing there completely unharmed after that huge attack, and he calmly speaks up. If I had not reached the soul realm, I probably would have died under that magic array. Truly a shame. Seeing him still alive and kicking, Levi is in pure disbelief. He screams out, how? How is this even possible? Wu Fu just gives him a smirk and calmly drops the bomb. Your special move has already been totally exposed. Watch this part closely. So now, but he doesn't even finish before launching himself straight toward Levi. He suddenly teleports right behind the guy's back and confidently whispers, my turn. Then a super loud, piercing metallic clash rings out. Levi actually manages to block Wu Fu's vicious strike, but you can tell he is struggling incredibly hard to hold it back. This sword is way too heavy, giving him zero chance to counter. Wu Fu attacks first, yelling out heavenly body sword art. The absolute second he moves, Levi recognizes the technique. But before he can even process it, Wu Fu is already crashing down on him, forcing the guy to desperately dodge to the side. He knows exactly where that move comes from, his own master's secret sect, the piercing sword style. Then Wu Fu unleashes another brutal strike, shouting heavenly body sword art. The two clash fiercely in an epic sword dance. Wu Fu uses flowing water and Levi uses the exact same move. Their raw energy collides, blowing everything up. Loud metallic clangs echo as their blades violently smash together. Levi grits his teeth and angrily demands answers. Where did you learn this move? Who are you really? Before he can even finish asking, Wu Fu completely ignores him and swaps to the fourth form, a technique called heavy light. Another massive, earth-shattering explosion violently rocks the entire battlefield. Watching his two disciples beating each other to a pulp from far away, the master helplessly sighs and mutters to himself, I thought you would realize your mistakes and turn back, but you are only sinking deeper. Finally, the old man just walks away, abandoning his students completely, the chaos arrays fully taking shape. I need to leave this place. Back at the epic showdown, thick smoke is blowing everywhere. Levi's hands are covered in blood as he helplessly drops his guard. Using every last ounce of strength, he asks Wu Fu, who are you really? Now I know exactly what you were thinking. Who is this guy? Levi grabs Wu Fu's shoulder, demanding, how do you know all my moves? Catching his falling body, Wu Fu simply replies, since we are both exiled in this world, maybe you should show some respect. He literally crushes Levi's sword barehanded and drops two heavy words, eldest brother. Meanwhile, way out in deep space, something mysterious is flying straight toward Earth, sparkling super bright in the sky. It crashes down onto a cliff, causing a deafening explosion. Wu Fu, who is deep in cultivation, senses this weird energy and snaps his eyes wide open. Wind howls wildly into his room. Wu Fu instantly realizes what is going on. Did another magical fragment just appear? Over at a certain academy, the bell rings to signal class time. Several fancy cars pull up to the front gates. Some staff members run out completely, kissing up to the VIPs arriving in the convoy. Welcome, welcome. Then out of the luxury car steps a girl rocking a seriously eye-catching super bouncy outfit. She looks around and scoffs with total disgust. Just a mediocre school as expected. The spiritual energy is pathetic and the cultivators here look like trash. Then Horace turns to her and asks, I heard Miss Lu Ling is the student council president over at Seacliff University, right? Lu Ling coldly replies, the guy who totally destroyed you last time was just a freshman at my school. Instantly, you can feel the intense, unspoken rivalry sparking right between them. Just as they are about to start a massive shouting match, someone shuts it down. We are not here to bicker, Captain Turner finally speaks up. He drops the real reason they are here. Seacliff University won the tournament this time, so we came to hand over the admission quotas. Hearing that, Lu Ling looks confused and asks, my school already received the prize pills and spirit stones for winning. What is this quota for? Captain Turner does not hesitate to drop the bombshell. Quotas to enter the legendary Southbridge Martial Arts Academy, of course. Absolutely wild. While they are talking, a bunch of students nearby overhear the massive news. Trust me, you are going to want to see this. They whisper in pure awe, Southbridge Martial Arts Academy. Let's jump right into the madness. Lu Ling is stressing out, wondering if our guy will actually join the elite Nanhua Jing Martial Arts Academy, because going there means facing insanely strong rivals and Wu Fu never backs down from a fight. Right then, a familiar bark interrupts her thoughts. She turns around and guess who is standing right there. It is Wu Fu himself. He casually walks up and asks what they are doing here. Lu Ling ignores him and fires back, asking what he is doing here instead. He just shrugs, saying he has business to handle. Right then, Captain Qin fakes a cough to grab his attention and calls out his name. He hands over an invitation, smirking that he promised to come back for him. Wu Fu takes it completely unamused and asks what it is. Huo Shuang suddenly steps up, leaning in to whisper in his ear. It is an exclusive invite to their martial arts academy, of course. Obviously, our guy is not having it. He shoots her an absolutely icy glare, but she completely ignores his total disgust. She keeps trying to tempt him, promising amazing training resources while leaning in to show off her massive assets to distract him. She adds that their academy is packed with top-tier experts, but her little seduction routine definitely catches some unwanted attention. Lu Ling is furious, silently cursing this girl for trying to seduce him with her chest. Big deal, right? Then she awkwardly glances down at her own size. Seeing the sheer size difference hits her pride hard, so she just crosses her arms and angrily huffs at Wu Fu. He could not care less about how prestigious this invite is. He just crushes it, completely wiping the smile off her face. Now watch exactly what happens next. He laughs, tossing the crushed invite right onto the dirt at her feet. One of their guys loses his mind, yelling about how he disrespects their academy's huge reputation. Her face instantly turns incredibly dark. She grinds her teeth, calling him an ungrateful punk. Meanwhile, Lu Ling is secretly loving every second of this rejection. Some absolute fool with a death wish steps up, blocking Wu Fu and screaming at him to halt. He warns that recruiting him was an official order from their higher-ups, so he better stop acting so stubborn. Getting in his way is a massive mistake. Wu Fu glares at him, dropping a cold warning to not start a fight here. But this arrogant punk actually mocks him, asking if he is scared. He even grabs his shoulder, totally daring him to do something. "You do not poke a sleeping tiger." Wu Fu furiously stomps his foot, instantly shattering the solid ground beneath them. The crushing pressure from his raw energy completely paralyzes this supposed elite academy student with pure absolute terror. Then his voice drops low. He locks eyes with the guy, radiating pure murderous intent, and asks a simple question. "Are you in a rush to die?" Bam! A massive hit connects. Wu Fu casually rolls his wrist and declares a new rule. This is Yunhai University. After completely wrecking that clueless idiot, he steps forward to make his point perfectly clear. He warns the rest of them. Follow his rules here. Submit and live, or resist and get destroyed. With that, he just walks away. This blatant disrespect makes Captain Qin absolutely furious, yelling a final threat. Let's pause for a second. The captain screams that offending both the Zhongyang sect and their academy is a total death wish. Wu Fu obviously does not care. He mocks them, saying they do not even have the right to speak to him, knowing he cannot win. Captain Qin just swallows his pride, plotting to wait for the perfect chance to avenge this humiliating defeat. He swears to make their university pay. Fast forward a few days to a hidden cave behind the school. Wu Fu suddenly sneezes loudly, making Luo Zi ask if he is okay. Oh, and by the way, they are bathing together completely naked. She sternly reminds him that practicing this specific sword technique means absolutely zero dirty thoughts allowed right now. He does not really care, telling her to put clothes on if she feels cold. He starts warning her that otherwise. Suddenly, Luo Shi gets a massive nosebleed. Wu Fu just sighs helplessly. Meanwhile, the sun is starting to set behind the mountain. Outside the cave, his pet husky starts barking, mixed with a very familiar voice calling his name. Lu Ling shouts into the dark cave, asking if her teacher Luo Shi and Wu Fu are hiding in there. The husky barks again. Lu Ling marches right in, boldly declaring that she knows he is inside, right after she says that the dog barks in agreement. Just as she is about to yell again, she spots something in the shadows and absolutely panics. She freezes in pure shock, watching Wu Fu and Luo Shi rushing to put their clothes back on. Her face turns beet red from the scandalous scene. She stammers out a question before letting out a massive, deafening scream. It echoes completely through the cave. Luo Shi awkwardly waves, desperately trying to explain it is a big misunderstanding. But Lu Ling refuses to listen. She yells that she is not blind, but right in the middle of her meltdown, she notices the cultivation manual and medicine bottles on a rock, finally realizing she got it totally wrong. So what do we make of this timing? Wu Fu calmly finishes dressing and asks her purpose while she finally regains focus. Alright, you and I are jumping right into pure chaos today. Remember when those Southwood snobs attacked Cloud CU? Wu Fu hears this and asks, are there really that many heavy hitters at Southwood? Li Mengjiao quickly answers him. Southwood Martial Arts Academy is so ridiculously overpowered that even the top-tier sects look like absolute jokes. I mean, even their instructors are. But before she can finish her sentence, a massive earthquake-like rumble suddenly interrupts her from outside. This crazy shaking leaves Lu Ling and Li Mengjiao totally spooked, while our boy Wu Fu just scowls like he missed his morning coffee. Finally, the violent rumbling comes to a complete halt. Li Mengjiao breathes a huge sigh. Thank goodness it stopped. Wu Fu just smirks and mutters, well, I totally did not expect them here already. Lu Ling is completely lost and frantically asks him, Wu Fu, what in the world is actually going on right now? His face goes completely dark as he replies, just some old pals dropping by. I am going out to give them a nice warm welcome. Outside, the wind is howling and leaves are flying everywhere. Ken bows super respectfully to the two new arrivals. Greetings, senior brother. The guy getting all this VIP treatment is none other than Byron, along with his smug disciple Xia Tianhao. Ken wastes zero time and quickly asks, I have been waiting for you for days, senior. Did you manage to bring those super rare medicinal ingredients that I desperately need? Byron puffs out his chest and says, of course, I did. He points to the fancy box Xia Tianhao is holding. Here is exactly what you need. Ken smiles, thanks bro. Ken grabs the box, looking super grateful. The spiritual energy here is basically garbage, but oddly enough, it is absolutely perfect for cooking up the chaos pill. Ingredients are so rare, sorry for bothering you. Byron hears this and scoffs, thinking the recipe for the chaos pill was totally lost to history ages ago. If you can actually make it, obviously, I have to go all out to help. But right at that second, Xia Tianhao suddenly senses somebody sneaking up on them. Now pay attention because this is where the action starts. Xia Tianhao yells, who is there? Boom, a loud blast echoes. Ken recognizes the guy instantly. Ken frantically tries to hold Byron back. Wait a minute, senior, that guy is actually my buddy from Earth. Hearing this, Xia Tianhao rolls his eyes and lazily replies, oh, so it is just Uncle Ken's little earthly pal. Xia Tianhao looks the new guy up and down, busting out the classic villain mockery. Judging by this look, lower life forms on this dirtball planet are not completely useless pieces of trash after all. Turns out the absolute menace who caused that giant earthquake is none other than Wu Fu. Ken quickly runs over and asks, hey Wu Fu, are you hurt? Wu Fu just shrugs and calmly replies, I am fine. Seeing his buddy is in one piece, Ken lets out a massive sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Then he turns around to officially introduce the super arrogant Byron to Wu Fu. You showed up at the perfect time, this is my senior Byron. But Byron just acts all high and mighty, refusing to even look at Wu Fu. My junior has been wandering around making pills for years, so getting infected by you earthly commoners was totally unavoidable. As for me, I definitely do not need to introduce myself to some random nobody, but the second Wu Fu realizes who this old geezer is, Wu Fu completely glares at him and growls his name, Byron. Then he drops a super confusing line. I thought if we cooked up the chaos pill early, my master could finally avoid getting killed, but I never expected you to actually show up here. Hearing this wild statement makes Byron super confused and he quickly asks, wait a second, do you actually know me? Right at that exact moment, Xia Tianhao realizes things are going south. He jumps right in front of his master and screams out, watch out, master! Wu Fu launches a brutal sword strike and Xia Tianhao barely manages to block it. However, I know what you are thinking. A block? Nope. Wu Fu's sword completely shatters Xia Tianhao's weapon into a million tiny pieces. This leaves Byron totally shocked as he panics. This is bad. I totally underestimated this crazy kid. Seeing Xia Tianhao still in his way, Wu Fu charges forward like an absolute beast and roars, get the heck out. Wu Fu just kicks him right in the gut, sending him flying across the yard. This absolutely terrifies the old man Byron, who screams out Xia Tianhao. But while Byron is distracted, Wu Fu instantly lunges right at the old geezer and makes a bold declaration. Where are you looking? You are up next, old man. Seeing Wu Fu going all out, Ken totally freaks out and yells, Wu Fu, what on earth are you doing? Stop right now. But of course, it is way too late. Wu Fu unleashes his ultimate technique, the Heavenly Sword Strike, specifically the Chaos Body variation. He throws it out flawlessly, completely overflowing with killer intent. But Byron is not scared at all. He just scoffs with pure disgust. You are literally asking for death. The old guy steps back, powers up his internal energy, and completely blasts Wu Fu away. Hitting the ground, Wu Fu suddenly realizes a very harsh truth about this fight. I completely miscalculated. With my current power level, surviving against Byron's attacks is basically impossible, let alone actually being able to protect my master from him. Just as Byron prepares to end him, he sneers, a pathetic origin spirit rookie dares to act tough against me. I am going to crush you into dust. Ken frantically waves his hands. Senior, please stop right now. This sudden interruption makes Byron raise an eyebrow. What exactly is your problem? Ken quickly explains himself. We were only able to form the chaos pill this early because of his massive help. Naturally, hearing this totally ridiculous claim makes the arrogant Byron super suspicious of Wu Fu. He stares and scoffs. This kid Ken nods intensely. You might not believe it, but I actually had the exact same thought as you at first. So what do you and I make of this crazy mess? Byron hesitates and mutters. The recipe was completely lost, unless you somehow restored 70% of it yourself. Let's dive right into this mess. Trust me, you're gonna love it. If what you said is true, the old guy is only letting Felix off the hook because he knows how to make medicine. I'll just pretend today never happened. But right at that moment, Felix steps up and makes a totally unexpected suggestion. Why don't I just craft some for you? A bit later, Elder Ken's wooden cabin, he asks to borrow the old man's gear. Let me borrow your alchemy furnace. Ken obviously doesn't refuse, but he has to double check. You want to craft pills all by yourself? Felix confidently replies, exactly. But Xia Tianhao immediately starts mocking him. You barely have an ounce of power and you think you can craft pills. Felix completely ignores his trash talk. He just gives a cold, deadpan look. Crafting doesn't always need massive power, he states. After dropping that line, he brings his hands together and channels his internal energy straight into the furnace. A few moments pass and suddenly something happens that leaves Byron, Xia Tianhao, and Ken absolutely speechless. Their jaws hit the floor. Watching Felix work, Byron gets a weird sense of déjà vu. This crafting technique? Why does this feel so insanely familiar? Right then, Felix shouts out a command. Condensed instantly, his raw energy rapidly surges forward. It gathers straight into the furnace. Every single stream of power flows in perfect order. It looks like the crafting process is finally hitting its absolute final stage. Byron is forced to admit it, completely amazed. He actually knows how to craft pills. Moments later, the fresh pills pop out. Byron immediately tells his junior Ken to check them out. Felix doesn't even care, totally fine letting them inspect his work. Xia Tianhao quickly snatches one up, muttering to himself in disbelief. he actually managed to make them. But at the end of the day, do these things even work? Elder Ken also picks one up to inspect it closely. Meanwhile, Xia Tianhao is just staring intensely at his pill, totally torn on whether he should risk tasting the weird thing or not. Are these fake, he wonders. Guess I'll try one. He slowly moves to pop it in his mouth, but before he can even do it, he looks over at Ken. Now watch closely because this gets crazy. Ken pukes up blood after eating the pill. Xia Tianhao totally freaks out, screaming his lungs out while chucking his pill away. Holy crap, it's poison. Watching his junior and his goofy disciple panic, Byron just facepalms. He helplessly mutters, these two idiots. Xia Tianhao is wiping his mouth with one hand while pointing furiously at Felix with the other. You obviously tried to poison us, he accuses. I'm going to kill you today, I swear. Completely exhausted by this guy's dramatic attitude, Felix just lets out a sigh. You really can't tell the good stuff from the bad, huh? Watch closely. The second he says that, Ken's internal energy suddenly explodes. Xia Tianhao is terrified, yelling, what is this? Even Byron is completely stunned by the shockwave. He realizes Ken's power level literally jumped up after eating that pill. It was a soul revival pill. Felix turns back to Ken. Senior enemies poisoned you years ago. That's why your power level has been completely stuck all this time. That pill just helped flush all those toxins right out of your system. Byron stays totally quiet for a second, but he's thinking hard. Not only can this kid craft soul revival pills, but they are actually insanely effective. The old man smirks, simply muttering two little words. How fascinating. You guys feel that tension shift? Felix suddenly speaks up. Even though pill crafting doesn't need high power, his eyes flash with serious intensity. He glares right at Byron, lowering his voice to emphasize a man must always keep his guard up. This attitude leaves Byron super confused. Do you and I have some kind of grudge? He asks. If I'm not mistaken, this is definitely the first time we've ever met. Felix doesn't answer straight up, just cryptically replying. From the moment you showed killer intent, you haven't changed a bit. Seeing that this kid is no joke, Byron quickly makes a call. This brat is way more complicated than he thought. He decides to just keep a close eye on him for now. There is absolutely no way this lowly beginner is going to slip past my radar. So the old man slaps on a totally fake smile and says, little brother, I apologize for offending you just now. Please don't hold it against me. This guy flips his attitude faster than a pancake on a hot grill. It totally disgusts Felix. What an old fox, he mutters in his head. Ignoring the guy completely, he turns back to remind Ken. I hope these pills help you break through soon. And one more thing, you really need to pay more attention to the people around you. Right at that exact moment, a phone suddenly pings loudly, instantly grabbing his full attention. A text. At this age, people don't just call, the message contents make his heart drop. Meanwhile, over at the Hayes family mansion, everything is completely smashed to pieces. Xia Tianhao brings the Central Sun sect disciples straight to the Hayes compound and loudly declares, today, the Central Sunday sect is absolutely going to wipe your Hayes family off the map. Thomas stands alone, blocking the attackers to buy enough time for the kids to escape. Go hurry, Su Qingqing gets dragged away, but she desperately fights to stay, crying as she screams for Thomas. Old man Andy pulls her with all his might, pleading, Su Qingqing, we have to go. As long as we live, there's hope, but she stubbornly yells back, I'm not leaving. She completely believes Felix is going to show up. So what do you and I think? Xia Tianhao just laughs smugly, completely sure he's already won this. Alright, buckle up because you and I are diving into pure chaos. Even if he shows up, he'll only find your corpses. The villain roars, ordering his men. Kill them. Facing a literal clan wipeout, Kang Yao decides to go all out. Even if I have to throw away this old life, you won't lay a single finger on the Shu family. His internal energy completely explodes and he screams at the top of his lungs, get lost. The second those words leave his mouth, he immediately launches a massive deadly attack straight at the Zhongyang sect disciples. Hanpo sees this and just scoffs with pure disgust. You can barely keep yourself alive, and you still have the nerve to worry about others. Showing zero mercy, he unleashes his ultimate move. Go to hell. His blazing flames rush straight toward Kang Yao. Of course, the old man isn't exactly a match for Hanpo's crazy power, so he takes a direct hit. The impact sends him flying backward, making Qingqing and Xu Yingxin scream out in panic, Grandpa. Kang Yao turns around, sees his grandkids still haven't run away, and asks in absolute panic, why are you all still here? Qingqing doesn't even answer him, just crying out again with a broken voice, Grandpa. Not stopping there, Hanpo launches another ruthless strike, sending a massive wall of fire flying right at him. Now watch closely. Right when things look absolutely hopeless, a terrified Qingqing screams Wu Fu's name. Instantly, an earth-shattering boom rips through the air. The massive explosion shakes the heavens and the earth. Seeing his attack totally shattered, Hanpo furiously roars. Anyone who defies the Zhongyang sect will die. Suddenly, he spots something. What the heck is that? He looks a little closer and sees a gigantic pair of wings. After blocking Hanpo's attack, those massive wings slowly open up, revealing the entire Shu family completely safe and sound inside. And the one who took the hit, it's Urha the Urha. Seeing this, Hanpo totally freaks out. Where did this spirit beast come from? Out of nowhere, someone starts blasting the Zhongyang sect disciples. Hanpo finally notices the crazy chaos erupting behind him, and he quickly snaps his head around. He sees the attacker, and it's the one guy he's absolutely terrified of, Wu Fu. His eyes are burning with pure rage as he glares at the old man and his disciples, screaming out, "None of you are escaping today." Sitting on the ground with a dirt-covered face, Ching Ching spots the guy who just showed up and cries, "Wu Fu, you're here." Hovering right up in the sky, Wu Fu calmly takes charge. "Leave this completely to me. Erha, keep everyone safe." The husky barks once like it totally understands him. Ching Ching turns her head and looks at the dog, super confused. This is Erha. Across the battlefield, Hanpo just sneers and arrogantly declares, "So what if you're here? You're still going to die by my hands." Xu Yingxian frantically warns him from below. Wu Fu Hanpo is a void reversion grandmaster. He's only one step away from Dao integration. You just reached the primordial spirit stage, don't get reckless. The second he finishes speaking, Hanpo is already raising his hand, fully ready to launch an attack. Too late, he roars at the top of his lungs. "Time to end your miserable life." But suddenly, some crazy unseen force completely paralyzes Hanpo as the entire space around them instantly turns pitch black. His body is locked in place. You and I both know a twist is coming. A guy drops from nowhere, lands right behind Hanpo and casually speaks. "I thought something serious actually happened. You ran way too fast." Hanpo is completely stunned, frantically thinking to himself, "Wait, is this a Dao integration grandmaster? Is he Wu Fu's backup?" Su Yingxian's eyes bulge out, his face frozen in absolute terror and shock. He's staring right at the new guy. Kang Yao is exactly the same, his face locked in complete and utter disbelief. Then two more guys magically appear. Right as they arrive, one complains, "Senior brother, slow down." Kang Yao looks at them desperately, hoping to himself, "Please be Wu Fu's friends." Xu Yingxian is thinking the exact same thing, telling himself, "Thank God, it turns out we actually have backup." Hanpo glances back, his mind racing with pure panic. This is not looking good at all. Forget about killing Wu Fu, his entire Zhongyang sect might just get wiped out today. Kang Yao laughs a bit and explains, "This old man is just here for the show. I'm absolutely not interfering in your drama." Hanpo looks at him, needing a quick double confirmation. "Senior, are you really not on Wu Fu's side?" Kang Yao keeps smiling and firmly insists, "Absolutely not." But Jingzong, standing right beside him, has totally different plans and hastily speaks up, "Senior brother, little Wu Fu, you treated me so well, I can't just ignore this. If you won't help him, I definitely will." Kang Yao places a hand right on his shoulder to stop him. "This is just drama between cultivators on this lower-level planet. We are total outsiders here. We shouldn't get involved at all." Jingzong glares at him, yelling, "Senior brother." Meanwhile, Wu Fu reaches out, pulling out a small sword. "No need, I'll completely handle my own problems." Seeing this, Hanpo bursts into a smug laugh. "You and I both know what comes next, villain trash talk Wu Fu. Even heaven wants you dead today." Wu Fu's eyes glow with a fierce, fiery orange light. "Who dies today is still a mystery, though dealing with you is going to take some real effort." He launches the sword in his hand forward, loudly chanting his spell. Celestial Body Sword Art Reversal. Hanpo frowns, a little spooked by the kid's crazy move, but the old man recovers fast, throwing his hands straight up into the air. "Stick with me here." He triggers an epic array, spawning countless glowing swords everywhere. Metallic clanking echoes all around. Hanpo raises both arms high like a total drama queen and screams out his next big command. "Taste my Mountain Guardian Sword Array." Following the old geezer's cheesy battle cry, the massive swarm of flying blades suddenly launches outward. Shang Yao is literally shaking on the ground. She watches this insane tornado made of countless swords spinning wildly up there. She screams up at the sky, "This is bad. That is the Mountain Guardian Array of the Zhongyang sect." Xu Qingxing can barely keep her eyes open. She nervously screams his name. Wu Fu, meanwhile, right smack in the middle of this deadly sword tornado. Wu Fu is just chilling, totally stable, completely ignoring the chaotic array spinning around him. He closes his eyes and calmly mutters to himself, "Such a shame it is not fully assembled yet." Wu Fu casually waves his own sword around. "Otherwise today I really wanted to test how fun breaking this array would be." A sudden golden light flashes out, its raw power violently smashes right into the thousands of glowing swords up there. Endless pieces of shattered blades rain down, scattering everywhere like broken glass. Hanpo quickly throws a hand up to shield his eyes. He screams out like a total sore loser, "Impossible." When the old man looks back up, his jaw hits the floor. He desperately panics in his head. Is that really Wu Fu? He has fully reverted back to his past life's epic form. Eyes closed, he drops the coldest line. "Since you are here, leave your grave behind." Wu Fu just floats gracefully in the air. Brilliant clusters of golden light are sparkling all around his body like crazy. You and I both know that feeling, right? Su Qingqing and Shang Yao stare in absolute shock at this crazy scene. Is that him? Ziyan tilts her head nervously, looking at the guy standing right in front of her. She stammers out, Master. Master Kang Yao glances over at him, frowning in total confusion. He is only in the Origin Soul realm, isn't he? Even I can feel an insanely dangerous aura coming off him. Wu Fu keeps his eyes shut, the massive power swirling around, his body moving non-stop. Who knows how long passes? Wu Fu suddenly exhales. The shattered streams of pure energy completely flood the entire space. His eyes slowly open, then glare, intensely straight ahead. The raw, terrifying pressure coming from Wu Fu's death stare is absolutely unreal. It shoots right at his opponent, completely terrifying Han Po. The old man heavily grinds his teeth together in panic. He clenches them super tight, letting out an annoyed click from his mouth. Han Po furiously curses inside his own head. Damn it, I was totally planning to run away. He throws both hands up to cast a spell, screaming loudly. Today, we are both disappearing. Over on the other side, Wu Fu spins his sword around a few times with pure swag, then yells out, "Kill." A streak of light moves with lightning speed, drawing a flawless arc right across the empty sky. That glowing line rushes in, slashing straight through Han Po while he is completely distracted. Han Po freezes up instantly, like he finally senses something horribly wrong with his own body. He is shocked to find a super deep cut sliced right into his shoulder. Blood is literally spraying out everywhere. Jingsong, Kang Yao, Ziyan, and even poor Shang Yao. I know what you're thinking. Ziyan looks up, totally confused by this wild situation. What just happened? Where's that kid? Kang Yao stands nearby, pure killing intent flashing on his face. He mutters, "Crap, I wasn't even paying attention to him." Han Po grabs his injured shoulder, coughing violently from the intense pain. What the heck? He is so far away, how did he even hit me? Suddenly, Wu Fu's cold voice whispers right into his ear. Han Po, for what you did to the Shu family, I am making you pay double. Han Po frantically snaps his head left in total panic. Then he whips his head right, searching desperately. Where are you? Where the hell are you? Far away. Another brilliant golden beam shoots right at him. Then a massive barrage of completely unexpected, super accurate strikes rains straight down onto Han Po's helpless body. Taking every single one of those brutal hits directly, the old man screams out in absolute agony. Han Po's face is now twisted with pure, unfiltered rage. You annoying brat, do not get cocky just yet. He bows his head and slams his hands together, generating a massively explosive wave of power. Han Po tilts his head skyward, forcefully detonating every single drop of spiritual energy left inside his body. You have nowhere to hide. Massive explosions go off one after another. Kang Yao's trio is forced to throw up a defensive shield around themselves. Just to survive the blast, Kang Yao silently judges him. What an absolute idiot. In this situation, wasting spiritual energy on a wide area attack, Han Po has completely lost his mind, screaming at the top of his lungs. Who said I was running? Your pathetic little bit of energy is absolutely nothing compared to mine. He stretches his arms out slowly, trying to form a shield. But out of nowhere, Wu Fu has already dashed right in front of Han Po, completely tearing through that pathetic defense. And that is where we leave it. Han Po's eyes widen. What pierced? Let's dive into an insane showdown. You think breaking a shield is easy? Well, Wu Fu just totally shattered the old man's ultimate defense into pieces. Boom, both of those guys crash down hard straight into the dirt. Deep underground, Han Po actually laughs. The guy is totally arrogant because he just blocked a sword aimed right at him. Got you. Wu Fu doesn't even flinch. He calmly raises two fingers and drops those exact words. Way too late. And right at that exact moment, absolute panic finally starts creeping into Han Po's eyes. A massive giant sword spawned by the array pierces straight through the old guy. Han Po sinks down at crazy speed. He can actually feel his entire body slowly starting to dissolve into nothing, and he screams out in pure panic, no. Suddenly, a massive explosion rips through the ground, and the sheer force sends a massive shockwave of dust everywhere, while flying rocks and debris blast out in every single direction. Once all that thick white smoke finally clears up, a giant, absolutely massive crater appears right in front of everyone. Wu Fu stares dead at the crater. He's thinking to himself, okay, so this kid is definitely not some useless trash. But this damage is insane, literally matching his own master. He looks down into the pit, scanning the wreckage. Wait, where is the kid? He looks up and finally spots Wu Fu, who is literally just floating there high up in the sky. The sword in his hand is totally snapped in half, his aura completely gone. The golden armor covering Wu Fu's shoulders is covered in cracks, and even the chest plate has these jagged little lines slowly creeping out across it, breaking apart piece by piece. Finally, the entire golden armor protecting Wu Fu's body just completely shatters into countless tiny pieces. Jingsong stands down below, sees this crazy sight, and yells out in total panic, "Little brother Wu." Now watch this next part closely. Wu Fu goes into a total freefall, plunging headfirst. But right then, Su Qing sprints over incredibly fast. She wraps both of her arms tight around Wu Fu's waist, catching his falling body. They both drop down together, but thankfully Su Qing uses all her leg strength to brace for a hard landing, and keeps them safe. She shakes the guy slumped on her shoulder. "Hey, you arrogant jerk, are you okay? Do not scare me like this." Wu Fu coughs a bit and mutters, "Void Return Grandmasters are honestly mid." And right after dropping that epic line, he just passes out cold, totally unresponsive. Shu Qing panics and screams out, "Hey!" She keeps frantically shouting his name, "Wu Fu, you arrogant jerk." Jingsong quickly walks over to them and asks, "How is little brother Wu doing?" Shu Qing looks up at the old man and answers, "He is completely unconscious." Kang Yao steps right up to them and offers, "Let me take a look." But suddenly a hand reaches out from the side and blocks him, totally catching the old guy off guard. Jingsong explains, "Senior brother, let me check him." Shu Qing turns her head super worried and asks, "How is the arrogant jerk doing?" Jingsong grabs Wu Fu's wrist, looking absolutely shocked, and stammers, "He he." The old guy is totally startled, eyes wide open, thinking to himself, "Wait, is this?" Shu Qing's eyes are tearing up now, crying as she assumes the absolute worst. "Is the arrogant jerk hurt really bad?" Jingsong answers super vaguely, saying, "Well, Han Po is a Void Return Realm expert after all." "I know what you were thinking. Classic tragedy, right?" Shu Qing jumps to conclusions and cries even harder. Is he totally beyond saving now? Jingsong sighs heavily and says, "Forcing out that much hidden potential always comes with a massive heavy price." Kang Yao turns around, getting ready to just walk away. "Wu Fu, let's go home." Wu Fu looks super confused, tilts his head at the old man and asks, "Master, are we not waiting for Martial Uncle?" Kang Yao explains to him, "Give him a little time to say goodbye to his little friend." Both of those guys turn into two different colored streaks of light and blast into the sky. And right then, Jingsong, over on the other side, finally glances up at the fading silhouettes of Kang Yao and Wu Fu. Those two colored streaks shoot into the clouds and then split off. Kang Yao starts giving his own verdict. "I honestly thought that kid was some crazy otherworldly expert, but turns out he is just a reckless little brat." Wu Fu, flying right next to him, looks over and asks, "Why would you say that?" Master Kang Yao narrows his eyes a bit and judges. Since he stimulated his potential by burning his own life force for the entire rest of his life, that kid is probably going to be completely bedridden forever. Meanwhile, back down here, Su Qing begs anxiously, "Senior, you absolutely have to save this arrogant jerk." Kang Yao, sitting right next to them, chimes in too. "Senior, is there really no other way?" Jingsong places Wu Fu's arm gently back down by his side and quickly tries to calm everyone down. "Everyone just chill out. Little brother Wu is completely fine." The old man looks down slowly, stroking his beard, looking super deep in thought. "So what do you and I make of this?" His pulse is incredibly strong, and honestly, the kid is literally about to level up. Shu Qing, stick with me here because things are getting crazy. Shang Yao was totally shocked. Jingsong looked at Wu Fu lying there motionless and said, "I honestly thought he burned through his entire lifespan. Who knew he had another trick up his sleeve?" He secretly wondered to himself, "Wu Fu, exactly how many more secrets are you hiding from us?" Jingsong gave everyone else some final strict instructions before he finally left the room. "I have no business left here, so everyone take good care of him. The Zhongyang sect must be sweating bullets right about now." Meanwhile, at another location entirely, the sky high above was suddenly filled with countless blinding flashes of wild lightning. A massive stone gate stood right beneath the thunderstorm. The giant sign above clearly read, "Zhongyang sect." Inside a massive main hall, the guy sitting right in the center seat barked an order at his subordinates, "Bring her up here to me right now." Two lackeys gripped the woman by both of her arms, dragging her straight into the room. The two guards let go of her, and the woman crashed hard onto the floor. The man in the chair signaled her, "Look up." The battered woman with super messy hair pushed herself off the ground with both hands. Zhang Nan reached out and conjured something up. "If you weren't desperately begging for my help to get your revenge, I absolutely would never give you these hundreds of ghost gods. You gotta watch this. These things are incredibly vicious and toxic." His eyebrows furrowed tightly, his eyes staring straight at the person on the floor. "I really hope you won't disappoint me, Li Mengjiao." Hearing her name, she weakly looked right back up, looking him dead in the eyes. Suddenly, in the pitch-black space, the echoing voices of multiple different people rang out. "Liu Ling, just look at this. This is the nutritious chicken soup I made for Wu Fu. Wu Fu saved our Shu family, so we definitely can't repay his kindness with garbage." Wu Fu was lying in bed with his eyes completely closed. But hearing the loud voices reach his ears, his body shifted slightly. "Your chicken is burnt to an absolute crisp." His eyes slowly fluttered open, and he immediately saw the furry little head of Erha super close to his face. At first, Wu Fu just groggily called out to it, Erha. Hearing its own name, Erha happily barked twice in response. Wu Fu's nose twitched a little bit, trying to sniff the weird aroma spreading through the air. He quickly turned his head to the side to investigate. Wu Fu stared at the closed bedroom door, thinking to himself, are they cooking a meal? Perfect timing, I'm actually starving. But right then, a mocking voice echoed from outside the door. Are you literally trying to create a biological weapon over there? I can't even look at that. Outside the room, Su Qingqing angrily fired back. If you can't look at it, then don't look. It's just a little bit charred. Plus, how did I bump into you just grocery shopping? You even followed me back here out of absolutely nowhere. Liu Ling put a hand on her hip and snapped right back. You're lucky I came along, otherwise Wu Fu would have been completely poisoned to death by you. Su Qingqing stubbornly turned around, picked up the plate of freshly cooked food, and proudly declared, I'll taste it myself. I refuse to believe I could poison him with this dish. Liu Ling was still relentlessly criticizing her. Couldn't you have kept a lower profile while shopping earlier? You literally brought over a dozen huge bodyguards with you. The sales ladies at the market were all scared half to death by you. Suddenly, the door right behind them was pushed wide open. Wu Fu popped his head out and asked, Are you girls cooking? Liu Ling and Su Qingqing heard his voice and both snapped their heads around in shock. Su Qingqing smiled and waved one hand at him, saying, Just wait a little bit. It's almost time to eat. Wu Fu very suspiciously glanced at the mysterious thing she was hiding behind her back. On the white porcelain plate sat a chicken, roasted into a literal black lump of coal. A random fly buzzed over from out of nowhere, landed on the chicken meat, and took a sip. We both saw that coming right. Very quickly, the fly's tiny face turned completely pale green. It rolled right over onto the table and became completely motionless. Wu Fu watched this entire horrific process unfold, and out of sheer terror, his face literally turned completely purple. He forced a stiff smile, waving his hand frantically at the two girls, while awkwardly backing up into his room. I'm actually not that hungry yet. Waiting a bit longer is totally fine. Wu Fu hurriedly slammed the door shut with a loud click. Liu Ling glared at the person standing right behind her and asked, You saw that and still dare to say it's not poisonous? That fly is totally dead. Su Qingqing just looked at her and awkwardly chuckled. Sometime later, Shang Yao was standing upstairs, pointing down below as he introduced them. Wu Fu, this is the entire Shu family army. From now on, whatever happens, you just give the orders. Wu Fu leaned both hands on the railing, looking down as he replied, Thanks, senior. Shang Yao felt really curious and asked, I just wonder, Wu Fu, what do you need so many people for? He didn't hide it at all, answering completely bluntly. To wipe out the Zhongyang sect, of course. The old man heard Wu Fu's fierce tone and threw his head back, laughing loudly in praise. Excellent. Shang Yao had only just said one word before he seemed to realize something, and his face instantly froze in absolute shock. Shang Yao looked at the guy beside him to verify. You want to destroy the Zhongyang sect? Trust me, we gotta see what happens next. Stick with me. You are about to see Wu Fu casually call wiping out the Zhongyang sect absolute child's play. He raises his hand, materializing a book out of nowhere. But first, you guys need to actually survive their incoming attack. A soldier standing below nervously reminds the old family head that the Zhongyang sect is a massive top-tier faction. With our current cultivation levels, isn't fighting them, basically just begging for a death wish. His buddy right next to him completely agrees, nodding along. Shang Yao aggressively slams his hand straight down onto the railing. He curses them out. The guys below instantly freeze up in pure terror. The old man turns around, clasping his hands together. Bowing deeply, he apologizes to Wu Fu for his loose discipline. But Wu Fu couldn't care less, waving it off casually. No problem. Shang Yao tells them to master their martial arts and they'll be fine for now. Xu Yingxian slowly opens the book Wu Fu just handed over. A blinding sparkling light shoots out from the pages. His eyes go incredibly wide as he screams out, Top-tier martial arts. Shang Yao catches this and demands, Wait, what was that? Xu Yingxian frantically shoves the book towards Shang Yao, yelling for his dad to look. The soldiers down below are absolutely stunned. Shang Yao shoots a glance at Wu Fu standing right in front of them, thinking to himself, this really is top-tier stuff. Now, pay attention here. Just how many insane secrets is this guy hiding? The old man bows again, making a fierce promise to Wu Fu. Following you is honestly the smartest choice this old man has ever made in his entire life. I swear we will destroy the Zhongyang sect. Wu Fu looks down at the troops and shouts two words back. We replace them? All the soldiers roar back in perfect unison. Understood. He turns his head back and gives Shang Yao one last order. Start training immediately. I have some personal business I need to handle first. The old man firmly replies, Understood. But before leaving, Wu Fu brings up one more crucial detail. Also, all of you need to lay low for now, just in case the Zhongyang sect comes snooping. Shang Yao bows with ultimate respect as he sees him off. Meanwhile, somewhere else. It is a cloudy day, but blinding rays of sunlight are beaming straight down onto the academy dorm building. Out in the hallway, Meng Meng looks completely confused and asks Brother Fu, "You seriously offended the ruthless Manhwa Academy already? And now we are heading straight into Wutong City." Wu Fu answers him with an icy tone. "I am only here to take back what is rightfully mine. I never said you had to tag along." Meng Meng just jokes around and chuckles playfully. Brother Wu going out to smash faces without a hype squad is just way too boring, but Wu Fu instantly shoots that idea down. "I didn't come all the way out here just to play games." Meng Meng keeps smiling happily, saying he just wants to join the fun. Suddenly, Wu Fu stops dead in his tracks. Meng Meng stares blankly at his friend's frowning face, looking way off into the distance ahead. A shadowy figure is slowly creeping closer to where the two of them are standing. Wu Fu slightly startles and yells, "Who goes there?" Then calmly observes the woman ahead. "What, you came all the way back here looking for revenge again?" Right behind her, a whole bunch of creepy blurry figures are gathering together. Meng Meng loudly demands to know who she is. The woman, her face completely obscured by a terrifying pitch-black shadow, slowly raises her head. "You and I both saw this coming, right?" Meng Meng sees her face and finally gets a shocking reality check. It's Li Meng Jiao. He cracks his knuckles aggressively and offers Brother Fu, "Let me step up and teach this crazy girl a lesson." But suddenly, an arm reaches out and totally blocks Meng Meng from making his next move. Wu Fu steps right up to guard the front. "You are seriously no match for her at all." Meng Meng chuckles twice with massive confidence, pointing right at himself. "Brother Fu, I am literally a mystic realm big shot now." Wu Fu just side-eyes him and bluntly explains, "You couldn't even manage to beat those two random thugs earlier. She is currently rocking some serious primordial spirit power. You need to take a really good look at exactly what is following her right now." Meng Meng isn't convinced at all. He turns his head to look. What could it possibly be? Isn't it just a bunch of regular villains? But the moment he actually sees the thing standing in front of them, his expression freezes in pure shock, swirling all around Li Mengjiao's body. She is entirely engulfed in this sickly dark green aura, and it's accompanied by literal evil spirits with terrifyingly twisted, horrific faces staring back. Meng Meng absolutely panics, grabbing onto Wu Fu and screaming at the top of his lungs, "Mommy ghosts!" Li Mengjiao's eyes turn incredibly savage as she mutters under her breath, "Wu Fu, I will haunt you forever, and I will watch you painfully end your own life right in front of me." Meng Meng is completely terrified by her insane aura. All he can do is grip Wu Fu's arm tight and cry. That dark green aura suddenly transforms into vicious faces and straight-up dive bombs toward the two of them. Meng Meng clings even tighter to his buddy and shrieks in absolute terror. But Wu Fu just stands there perfectly calm and totally unfazed. He narrows his eyes, staring directly into that dark green energy. He doesn't even flinch, just letting the evil aura completely surround his body. Looks like you were forcefully manipulated by some sort of forbidden dark art to level up. Too bad this garbage is completely useless against me. Way down the hall in another room, Zhou Tan furiously shoves his door open and starts cursing. "Who the hell is making all that noise? It is way too freaking late. Aren't you gonna let anyone sleep?" But the very second he spots the situation outside in the hallway. "So what do you and I make of this?" His entire body freezes. The whole hallway is now completely swallowed by a terrifying pitch-black aura. Stick with me here. Hidden inside that black smoke are countless terrifying ghost faces, making Zhou Tan literally drop to his knees in pure fear. Two more guys rush out of the room, completely panicking as they yell out, "Boss, boss, what is wrong with you?" These two lackeys are desperately trying to drag Zhou Tan back inside, but then they suddenly sense something totally off and slowly turn their heads. The ghosts definitely notice them too, opening their huge mouths to let out the most spine-chilling, horrific laughter echoing straight down the hallway. Total chaos erupts in the dorms, with footsteps running away and messy screams yelling out ghosts. Meanwhile, two dark shadows circle right next to Wu Fu's ears, constantly whispering that they will haunt him for the rest of his life. "I will haunt you forever." He just slowly opens his eyes to calmly inspect the things right in front of him. Moving at lightning speed, Wu Fu swings his hand and slashes right through the air, completely shattering that dark aura. The black smoke instantly starts running, but right before leaving it drops one last threat, saying today was just a friendly greeting and he should never expect to live in peace again. Wang Meng Meng sits on the ground and uncertainly asks, "Brother Fu, did she really slip away?" Wu Fu firmly confirms that yes, she already ran. He frowns in extreme annoyance and sighs, "So annoying." After an unknown amount of time passes, Zhou Tan, who was knocked out cold on the ground, finally opens his eyes. Wu Fu takes a few steps closer and confusedly asks Zhou Tan, "Why are you here?" The guy totally jumps in surprise. Glancing over at the huge slash mark that just appeared on the nearby wall, Zhou Tan quickly explains, "Brother Fu, I came to install a new steel door for you. Only the absolute best steel." Wang Meng Meng flashes a flattering smile and suggests, "Brother Fu, you should really just accept his little token of appreciation." Wu Fu is completely speechless. He just raises his hand and magically summons a manual, saying, "Let us do this. I really do not want to owe you anything. Take this martial arts manual and go cultivate with it. Zhou Tan gets ridiculously excited, bowing his head hard against the floor and calling out. Master, seeing him act like this makes the corner of Wu Fu's eye twitch slightly, but he just stays completely silent. Finally, he turns around to leave while dropping an instruction. I have to leave Yunhai City for a little while. Watch this funny reaction here. You must practice this team manual diligently. Zhou Tan keeps his face planted on the floor, applying master's orders. This disciple will absolutely finish the task ahead of schedule. Once Wu Fu is actually gone, he finally looks up with a massive flattering smile. Brother Meng, your method worked perfectly. Wang Mengmeng smugly holds up a single finger. Of course it did. Brother Fu has zero flaws, but his heart is just way too soft. Zhou Tan speaks with absolute pure determination. Exactly. Since the master is heading out, this disciple definitely has to put on a really good performance. Wang Mengmeng nods satisfiedly at his words. All right, if you say it, do it. Back inside the bustling city, the air is constantly filled with the loud sounds of honking horns. A super sleek black car is speeding fast straight ahead. Honking the horn, please make way. Wu Fu frowns hard slightly, glancing back at the crazy situation unfolding in the back seats. He asks, why are you girls following me? Shu Qingqing crosses her arms, sitting right by the right window, and confidently replies, this lady is just worried you might run into danger, so I came along to protect you. Lu Ling completely avoids his gaze, totally making up an excuse on the spot. The Manhwa Jing Martial Arts Academy is in Wutong City, so I am purely coming along for the exchange. Luo Zi is the only one sitting there in total silence. Seeing her act like this, both Shu Qingqing and Lu Ling turn their heads to the side at the exact same time to ask, so what about you? Shu Qingqing and Lu Ling keep staring straight at her, patiently waiting for some kind of answer. We both saw that coming, right? Luo Zi glances out the window, awkwardly explaining, my home is actually in Wutong City. The moment their car drives past the massive sign showing the words Wutong City, you can hear super lively discussions echoing from right inside the vehicle. The specialty here in Wutong City is soup dumplings, so I will treat everyone once we arrive. Agreed, but seriously, stop eating so many soup dumplings. You really need to eat something else for your health. Their car suddenly cruises right past a massive high-rise hotel building. Someone loudly shouts, stop the car, let us head inside. Wang Mengmeng suggests, Brother Fu, I will go handle the check-in process first. Wu Fu tilts his head to look at the people in the back, signaling. Once the rooms are booked, we will head up and talk. At this exact moment, off in the distance, two random guys are staring at their group, whispering to each other, wow, three absolute beauties. Both Shu Qingqing and Lu Ling's faces turn super red, looking down in complete embarrassment. Meanwhile, Luo Xi glances away and simply informs Wu Fu, I am going to head home first. His expression stays totally calm, not caring at all, as he gives a nod, letting Luo Xi hug her sword and leave. Wang Mengmeng then calls out to the others, Brother Fu got the room keys already, so let us go. Once inside the room, Shu Qingqing dives straight onto the mattress, sighing, this bed is huge, it feels so unbelievably comfortable. Lu Ling pulls out her phone to check it and tells Wu Fu, the Nanhua Jing Martial Arts Academy sent an invite asking us to meet up tomorrow. He crosses his arms, flat out rejecting it, not interested. Su Qingqing looks up confused as she asks, you arrogant jerk. Then why did you even come to Wutong City? Wu Fu looks out the window and answers, to find an item that rightfully belongs to me. Lu Ling reads the intel right off her phone screen. The Nanhua Jing faction in Wutong City is incredibly powerful. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. You and I are about to watch something wild unfold. Wu Fu simply tilts his head, signaling her. Bring them here. Wang Mengmeng grins, giving a huge thumbs up. You are the absolute best boss. Wu Fu's firm voice echoes straight through their hotel room. Pack up your stuff right now. Get ready to leave. Who knows how much time passes. Soon, Wu Fu and his two friends stand directly outside a massive villa gate. Wang Mengmeng spams the doorbell a few times. Zero movement, boss. Standing right beside him, Huo Shuang decides to ask the question one more time. Are you absolutely sure we are hunting for an item, not a person? Wu Fu just stares at the villa. He reaches out suddenly, summoning a tiny sword in his hand. This is it. Losing his patience, Wang Mengmeng pitches a wild idea. Boss, why do not we just bust our way inside? Wu Fu suddenly speaks up. He is opening it. The heavy front door actually starts to click, slowly swinging wide open. An older guy inside pokes his face out, immediately questioning them. Who are you looking for? Wu Fu respectfully clasps his hands together and bows deeply. This junior brings a trade deal for you, senior. Shu Yingxian frowns instantly, on high alert, and tries to shoo them away. You kids better just leave. You simply cannot afford the high price I want. Wu Fu does not walk away, instead dropping some very specific background info. Everyone knows the Shu Yingxian family relies entirely on the Shu Yingxian fist style to rule, along with the Locke family. They are known as the two richest families in the southern capital, but nobody else knows that the Shu Yingxian fist style is completely lost. Xu Yingxian instantly turns around, getting ready to head back inside. Now watch this carefully. He freezes right at the door. Outside, a panicked Huo Shuang tries to stop Wu Fu from talking. You cannot just say reckless stuff like that. Wu Fu glances over at her, firing back. I am not being reckless. The trait I am talking about is how your founding ancestor took the entire Xu Yingxian fist manual down into his coffin. Xu Yingxian twitches. His whole body goes totally stiff, completely stunned in place. Huo Shuang is equally shocked, screaming internally. Wait, the Xu Yingxian family ancestor is actually dead. Wang Mengmeng just stands there totally clueless with literal question marks floating around his head. Xu Yingxian snaps his head back, shooting a dangerously probing glare at Wu Fu. Who are you? Almost nobody knows about this. How could you possibly know? Xu Yingxian quickly calculates the odds in his head. This young man definitely knows something huge. That really does not matter right now. Wu Fu calmly asks again. Does Senior still have any interest in this deal? Xu Yingxian turns on his heel, walking straight back into the house. Follow me right now. Once inside the private study, a strict demand is immediately made. Everything we discuss inside this room today absolutely cannot leak out. Wu Fu confidently reassures the old man. Relax. Leaking this does not benefit me. Standing right next to him, Wang Mengmeng feels incredibly guilty hearing that because the screen of the phone he is holding is aggressively blowing up with a group chat. Shocking, Xu Yinxian ancestor is dead. The Xu Yinxian fist is lost, brain death or what? Wang Mengmeng goes completely pale. He just snaps his mouth shut, keeping dead silent, terrified to even breathe a single word. Xu Yingxian raises his hand, clenching it into a super tight fist. What do you want? Did you come for this fragment too? You and I know that is no ordinary rock. A glowing crystal fragment sits shining in his palm. The bright blood-red glow of the crystal completely illuminates the entire room. Wu Fu lets out a shout. Summoning a tiny sharp sword out of nowhere, Xu Yingxian's eyes go incredibly wide. He stares intensely at the tiny sword in Wu Fu's hand. What is this? Instantly, the crystal fragment gets magnetically sucked right over. The spirit stone fragment flies straight into Wu Fu's grasp. This piece originally belonged to me anyway. Later, inside the Xu Yingxian family martial arts courtyard, Wu Fu stands right in front of a wooden target. I will now perform the complete Xu Yingxian fist. He raises one hand, summoning a blazing blood-red flame. Watch closely. Wu Fu focuses his brows, furrowing slightly. His eyes lock intensely on the target dead ahead. He thrusts his arm straight out, launching a flaming beast. It roars violently forward. The solid wooden target is utterly obliterated into tiny splinters in a single second. Wu Fu's destructive power is so insane it literally shatters the stone wall behind it. Thick dust flies everywhere. Xu Yingxian is left completely speechless, absolutely stunned as he mutters. The Xu Yingxian fist style. Wu Fu exhales deeply. It has been a long time. This fist style was almost totally forgotten. Huo Shuang crosses her arms, mocking him. Take a look in the mirror before you act all high and mighty. Wang Mengmeng just stands right there, giving another massive thumbs up. Suddenly, the distinct sound of someone's approaching footsteps echoes from right outside the door. Huo Shuang smiles warmly, pushing the heavy wooden doors wide open. Grandpa, did you successfully master it yet? Stepping inside the room, she violently flinches upon seeing all these random people. Huo Shuang and Wang Mengmeng turn their heads, looking equally surprised. Why are you inside my house? Xu Yingxian asks. You guys know each other. Trust me, we need the next chapter right now. Stick with me here, Huo Shuang snaps back angrily. Don't say we're friends, we've got serious beef. She clenches her fists defensively, practically interrogating him. What are you doing at my house? Wu Fu calmly explains, just a simple trade. But Huo Shuang stays completely hostile, barking back. Grandpa, do not trust this guy. I looked into him, and he has literally zero backing. Careful, you might get scammed. Xu Qingqing and Wang Mengmeng stand nearby, just giggling. This girl clearly missed what just happened. Xu Yingshen closes his eyes, clearing his throat. Talking here is inconvenient. Let's step inside. Walking out later, Huo Shuang points right at Wu Fu, following behind. She's guessing is he the Huo family fist heir. Grandpa is looking for Xu Yingshen, also glances back. The old man barely gets 3 words out of his mouth before one of the lackeys suddenly gets completely sent flying right in front of them. Right past them outside, a guy struts in with 2 thugs and a mysterious dude hidden in black robes. They march in acting tough. Where's old man Huo I Jin can have arrived again? Wu Fu shoots a judging look at Jin Kan. The guy tilts his head, noticing him, and immediately demands to know. Who are you, punk? Huo Shuang gets annoyed and tries to speak, but Xu Yingxian reaches out to stop her. He directly asks, what do you want? Jin Kan points at Wu Fu, sneering, didn't the old man's Huo family fist already die out? Why teach a brand new disciple now? Huo Shuang gets totally triggered, stepping right up. You. Xu Yingxian blocks her again, yelling back. Who said our style is dead? Jin Kan, who the hell are you? All of Wutong City knows, if my Shuang marries you, I would roll over in my absolute grave. Jin Kan hears all these insults but does not argue. Instead, he just tilts his head back and laughs wildly. Watch closely here. He finally looks down, eyes closed, muttering, just let me get engaged to Huo Shuang, and I will pretend nothing happened. I gave you face, but you refuse. Jin Kan snaps his eyes open. Smirking, he orders his goons finish them. Huo Shuang and Xu Yingxian flinch, snapping right into fighting stances. Standing behind Wu Fu, Xu Qingqing cannot take it, gritting her teeth. What an absolute monster. He turns his head and signals the other two girls. This has nothing to do with us, let's just go. Wu Fu's group barely takes a few steps away. Before his two goons block their path, Jin Kan stands behind them smirking. Disrespecting me like that. Did I say you could leave? Xu Qingqing screams. What are you planning? Jin Kan points at Wu Fu, pressing Xu Yingxian. Old man, who is this brat? The guy you were looking for. You know he talked too much. Before he even finishes, boom, a massive fist comes flying in. It smashes right into his cheek. Jin Kan's whole body gets blasted away, leaving his minions staring completely frozen in place. Even that mysterious robed guy turns his head in total shock. Huo Shuan and Xu Yingxian are absolutely stunned. Standing there speechless, Wu Fu just rolls his shoulders and warns, do that again and your life ends. The two lackeys completely panic and rush over, frantically yelling for their boss. Meanwhile, the mysterious robed guy catches a deadly glare directly from Wu Fu. He completely panics and lowers his head. His hand slowly reaches toward his own robes, planning something. Meanwhile, Jin Kan is absolutely furious, screaming, do not let him escape. Finish him now. Surprisingly, the mysterious robed man just drops his hand, doing absolutely nothing. Seeing this, Jin Kan loses his mind, yelling, old man, do something, what are you doing? A minion looks up, stuttering, boss, look above you, rubbing his cheek. Jin Kan looks up too. What is that thing hanging right over his head? Right at this moment, a literal flying sword is hovering there. That sharp blade pointing right at him. Jin Kan is sweating bullets in pure terror. Wu Fu walks past, glaring. Consider yourself lucky, I do not want to end you today. Let's get out of here. Seeing his attitude, Huo Shuang quietly praises him. Unafraid of power, a real man right there. After Wu Fu leaves, Jin Kan stands up, scowling at Xu Yingxian. Who the hell is that guy? Hands on her hips, Huo Shuang confidently declares, my master's brand new disciple. Jin Kan grits his teeth. New disciple, I do not buy it. Huo Shuang hugs Xu Yingxian's arm. Right, Grandpa? Startled, the old man stays silent. Jin Kan scoffs, his face packed with pure rage. Getting no answers, he signals his goons. Trust me, you and I know this fight is not over. All right, you and I are jumping right into the chaos. Zhou turns his head before leaving, dropping a nasty threat. If I find out that this guy isn't the true heir of the Howard family, martial arts, just you wait. That is when Huo Shuang finally starts panicking, grabbing onto her grandpa's arm. Grandpa, what do we do now, Grandpa? Howard's face goes completely dark. This is ridiculous. It can't be happening. Then Huo Shuang gets a bright idea. Grandpa, I will go chase after that guy who just helped us lie. Grandpa Howard has zero other options and just sighs. I guess that is all we can do for now. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Wu Fu is just walking down the street when he suddenly sneezes hard. He rubs his nose, secretly wondering to himself, is somebody talking about me right now? Wang Mengmeng jokes around with a big smile. I cannot believe the great Wu Fu is actually catching a cold. He acts like some total expert, pointing his finger around. The weather has been crazy, unpredictable lately. You really need to watch your health, man. But Wu Fu just glances over, spotting a shadowy figure hiding right around the corner. The whole group casually walks straight into a narrow alleyway. Wang Mengmeng suggests while walking, hey, let's just head back to the tavern now. Meanwhile, Huo Shuang creeps closer and closer to where the three of them are standing, tiptoeing super quietly against a brick wall. Now here is where you and I need to pay attention. She peeks her head out, but absolutely nobody is there. Huo Shuang wonders, where are they? A dead end. Right behind her, a finger suddenly pokes her right in the back. Huo Shuang jumps out of her skin with a loud yelp. Wu Fu is magically standing right behind her and calmly asks, were you looking for us? Wu Ling points a finger at her, super annoyed. Excuse me, you little fox, why exactly are you following us? She aggressively demands, spit it out right now. Huo Shuang shrinks back quickly, making up an excuse. Well, Zhou Tan is definitely going to cause trouble for you guys, so yeah, I came here to protect you. She finishes her sentence and tilts her head up to the sky, confidently pointing at herself. A clear conscience fears absolutely nothing. Wu Ling stares at the girl's huge chest and her entire face darkens with pure jealousy. Out of absolutely nowhere, she pulls out a terrifying shiny needle. Hand over that chest right now so I can pop those 2 silicone balloons. Wu Ling smiles wickedly and says, seriously, why are you following us? Or else, Huo Shuang backs away in total panic, her face turning slightly pink as she hugs her chest and honestly answers I came to ask you guys for a favor. Huo Shuang sees the three of them just ignoring her and walking away, so she reaches out. Hey, wait, according to the script, you were supposed to ask me what the favor is. Wu Ling brutally shuts her down. I literally do not care about your little tricks. Huo Shuang lowers her head helplessly and admits the Zhou Tan family's power is absolutely massive, and my Howard family seriously offended them this time. Hearing this, Wu Fu suddenly stops right in his tracks. Wang Mingmeng tilts his head. Bro, why did we stop? Wu Ling slaps her forehead, groaning, we are so doomed. Wu Fu turns to look at the girl behind him. How powerful is the Zhou Tan family in this city? Huo Shuang explains. Even though Zhou Tan's cultivation level is pretty low, his family has an insane amount of top-tier talents, so you had better be careful. You and I both saw this coming, right? Wu Fu cuts her off before she even finishes. I am in. Huo Shuang stares blankly. You agree to what exactly? Wu Fu smirks, highly amused as he answers her question. I will help you take down the Zhou Tan family. Huo Shuang grabs her chest again, taking another dramatic step back. Even if you somehow manage to defeat the mighty Zhou Tan family, I am absolutely not marrying you. Wang Mengmeng and Wu Ling stand on the sidelines, completely speechless at the totally ridiculous and incredibly wild imagination of hers. Wu Fu just turns around to leave again. You are overthinking this. I honestly just want to fight opponents who are way stronger, that is all. Huo Shuang's eyes go wide, her mind spinning with complete suspicion. Is it really that simple? A sleek black car slowly pulls up right to the front of the hotel. The tinted glass door slowly slides open. Wu Fu walks right in from the outside. Lu Ling steps up to greet him like she has been waiting forever. Wu Fu, you are right on time. Wang Mengmeng looks around curiously. Are there really this many people here, off in the distance? A whole crowd of guys is staring over here with extremely amused looks on their faces. Lu Ling lowers her voice to warn him, Wu Fu, the guys from Southbrook Martial Arts Academy are here. This is their home turf, so you need to be careful. The leader in the button-down shirt scoffs in pure disgust. Just for some random university cultivator, they actually made us come all the way down here to invite him. The guy behind him chimes in, just watch me beat the absolute stuffing out of this kid. Wu Fu just wiggles his fingers, completely taunting them. You want to fight, all of you just come at me together. The leader furiously yells, you cocky little punk. Another thug steps up and adds, we came right to your door, and you still want to act tough. The leader points his finger, signaling the rest of his crew. Beat him down. A random guy standing nearby, who looks like hotel staff, sees this chaos and pulls out his phone. I better call an ambulance for this poor kid right now. At the exact same time, up on the second floor, a dark figure is watching the lobby. Li Mingjiao grits her teeth. He cannot win this. So what do you and I think? Will he survive? Down below. Stick with me here. We are jumping into the action with Oliver completely surrounded. He stands there looking up. His eyes snap open, flashing with blinding white light. Then boom, a massive explosion blasts every single guy crowding him. They all get sent flying through the air, leaving only Captain Xia Tianhao standing way in the back, totally stunned. With a sharp swoosh, Oliver's entire figure vanishes into thin air. Moving at absolute lightning speed, he teleports right in front of Captain Xia Tianhao and stops dead, raising his sword tip right at his face. Now it is just you and me. The guy violently flinches away in pure terror. Meanwhile, the Urha barks happily, loving the show, but suddenly a massive shadow looms right behind him. It slowly gets closer. Big Brutus, the guard, brutally grabs the Urha and chucks him aside. Where did this stray mutt come from? Poor Urha gets tossed so hard he crashes headfirst into the wall right behind Huo Shuang and Li Mingjiao. Oliver glances over and sees the two girls panicking, rushing over to the wall to quickly yank the dizzy dog out. Carter Kim struts up with his goons, smirking like a total villain. Found you, little punk. Up on the second floor, Monica watches him arrive and secretly rejoices. How did the Kim family find Oliver so fast? Looks like the perfect golden opportunity. Li Mingjiao uses both hands to pull Urha out of the crater while Huo Shuang quickly checks if he is okay. Carter Kim points directly at them. Even your two little girlfriends are looking completely pathetic. Get on your knees and beg if you want to live. Li Mingjiao just sighs. Watch closely now, because things are about to escalate. Huo Shuang lets out a pitying sigh. Honestly, we just feel bad since you successfully pissed him off. Carter Kim glares at Oliver, still acting incredibly arrogant with his nose up in the air, asking him, do you even know who my daddy is? The stone floor shatters under a massive crushing force. Something launches straight up into the air as Oliver aggressively grips his short sword. His eyes flash dangerously and he charges at Carter Kim with terrifying speed. Brutus instantly raises two fingers and steps up to block his path. Young Master Kim, let me handle this. One of the thugs standing outside yells loudly. That is the Kim family top guard. This kid is totally done for. Suddenly, a massive spherical shield pops up in front of Oliver. It completely surrounds Carter Kim and his whole crew. Hiding safely behind Brutus, Carter laughs smugly. You got a tiny bit of power and actually crossed me. But all of a sudden, Brutus flinches in absolute shock, realizing something is very wrong and whispers, "Oh no." Two perfectly parallel slash marks suddenly appear right across the heavy shield protecting them. Then the entire barrier completely shatters into falling dust. Oliver's sword slices toward those two at blinding lightning-fast speed. Then in a blink, the blade casually flies right back into his hand. At that exact same second, a fine red line appears directly across the guard's neck. Carter Kim falls backward, crashing hard onto the floor. He frantically waves his hands in panic. Wait a minute. Oliver points his sword at him as a warning. You saw that too, right? You absolutely do not mess with the dog. Oliver's eyes unleash terrifying killer intent as he violently roars. Get out! Carter Kim frantically nods his head. Yes, I am leaving right now. He instantly screams for two goons to drag his shaking body out. Hurry up. Up on the second floor, Monica angrily grits her teeth and curses. You are all useless garbage. She raises her hand, summoning a cluster of weird green light and blows on it. The glowing orb floats down through the lobby, heading outside. The eerie light sinks directly into the back of Carter Kim's neck, right as he finally steps outside the fancy hotel entrance. Carter Kim loses all the strength in his body and collapses flat on his face. His two goons completely freak out and desperately scream, "Young Master!" Young Master outside the massive towering hotel, the sky turns incredibly dark and gloomy, with loud claps of lightning flashing one after another. Out of nowhere, three sleek black cars speed right up to the hotel entrance. Meanwhile, Monica is hiding quietly behind a large door. She laughs with pure evil joy, watching the chaos outside. Oliver, let us see if you can survive this time. Li Mengjiao fiercely furrows her brows. She instantly recognizes the approaching crowd as Kim family backup. Luke furiously leads the mob, storming right up to Oliver, asking, "Did you assassinate Carter?" Oliver casually walks past him, dropping a few cold words of pure disrespect. He is not worthy. Luke clenches his teeth in absolute blinding rage. Spitting out every single word, he snarls, "Walking away is not going to be that simple." Oliver just calmly holds Urha safely in his arms. As soon as he reaches the exit, Luke's suit-wearing goons completely surround him, blocking the way. Oliver aggressively scowls and glances over his shoulder, loudly asking, "What now? Do you want to start a fight too?" Furious, Luke throws a punch. A sneaky surprise attack. "Go to hell, you punk!" Oliver's face instantly drops into a terrifyingly dark expression. He tilts his head, shooting a deadly glare at him. Then out of absolutely nowhere, a massive light beam flashes right through the air. The brutal red light smashes directly into the ground, violently throwing up smoke and completely blocking Luke from getting any closer to Oliver. He smirks and announces, "Damn it, Carter Kim was the only male heir of our family. Now that he is dead, you." Luke turns and aggressively points his finger at the crowd standing around, declaring, "And all of you are going to the grave with him." So where does this leave us? The bystanders drop their jaws in pure shock, but trust me, things are about to get even wilder. The crowd instantly panics, screaming and scrambling in every direction. Run. But everyone who makes it to the door gets a bullet straight in the back. Madame Jin points her smoking gun barrel straight up at the ceiling. "Stick with me, you and I are about to see some crazy stuff." Wu Fu's whole body is suddenly wrapped in this blazing red aura. The energy is burning hot, ready to explode. Moving literally as fast as lightning, he just spins once and instantly teleports right in front of Lu Mao. The guy's face goes totally pale, sweating buckets. Way too fast. Wu Fu's eyes flash with danger. He points a single finger right at the guy's forehead. "Listen closely, I am not the one who killed him." But Lu Mao just laughs. "You take someone out and do not even have the guts to admit it." Before he finishes, Wu Fu blasts a direct beam. It pierces cleanly right through the middle of his forehead. Lu Mao's eyes roll back unfocused as red syrup squirts straight out of the brand new hole. Lu Mao's two lackeys are absolutely frozen in shock. Madame Jin just stares in their direction, her mouth twitching like crazy. Everyone else around them stands there, stiff jaws hitting the floor in pure shock. Captain Qin scrambles to kiss up. "Boss, you are so incredibly awesome. Even if I die, I would never dare bother you again." Up on the balcony, Meng Yao has been watching everything, grinning with excitement. "Now pay attention, you are going to want to see this." "Wu Fu, you brought this on yourself." She glares right down at him, but suddenly he looks up, making direct eye contact with Meng Yao. Her eyes go wide, paralyzed like a deer in headlights, before she desperately uses a magic spell to teleport away. Madame Jin magically summons a massive golden axe. "Brat, I do not care who you are, but in Wutong City I will not let you act so arrogant." Wu Fu shifts his gaze down to the floor where she is standing, staring right at Madame Jin's enormous clunky high heels. She stomps the ground with crazy force. Wu Fu closes his eyes and chuckles. Big girl, but surprisingly fast. Madame Jin launches herself into the air. aiming straight for Wu Fu's head. She swings the huge axe and screams, "Hand over your life." Outside the hotel's glass windows, countless beams of bright light suddenly appear, accompanied by glowing butterflies flying right into the room. That beam of light shoots straight across Madame Jin's face. Then it blasts directly into her body, creating a flashy mini-explosion. Lu Ling stands off to the side, eyes totally bugged out, completely clueless about what is going on, while everyone else is just standing there looking dumbfounded by all the absolute chaos. That just happened. Captain Chen is exactly the same, totally speechless and frozen. Luo Zi walks in, leading two mysterious people in hooded cloaks, stepping into the hotel. Wutong City is not just a place where your Jin family can hide the entire sky with one single hand. Captain Chen is sweating bullets in pure terror, blurting out, "Oh my god, the Luo family of Six Gods Mountain. They are here. What kind of crazy divine beings did I just offend?" Luo Zi rushes right over to Wu Fu, asking anxiously, "Wu Fu, are you okay?" He just casually replies like it is nothing. "These clowns could never actually hurt me." "I know what you were thinking, she is done right." "Nope." Madame Jin grabs her wound and staggers up. She says with total sarcasm, "Dual cultivation. Have you finally mastered your sword arts? Looks like you old nuns from Six Gods Mountain really cannot handle being lonely after all." Luo Shi glares furiously at Madame Jin, snapping back with a deadly warning. "You murdered my younger brother. If you do not pay with your lives right here, none of you are escaping." She gets annoyed and lunges forward to attack. But Wu Fu holds her back, leaving her just glaring and yelling. "Ah," he frowns, looking super annoyed as he speaks up. "I am not the one who killed him. Let them try to move." Wu Fu's eyes flash with killing intent, unleashing a deadly crushing aura. Her eyes sparkle, covering her mouth in pure fangirl mode. So bad as Madame Jin furiously screams, "You little brat." His sharp gaze snaps over to her. Wu Fu casually waves his hand and a massive wave of raw energy blasts out, aiming directly for her. Madame Jin's eyes bug out, silently panicking. Sword aura. The energy blade locks onto its target, flying right at her until it finally makes brutal contact, creating an absolutely massive boom. Madame Jin gets knocked flying backwards, barely missing getting completely smashed right into the wall. She starts sweating heavily, thinking, he only just reached the primordial spirit realm. Wu Fu slowly raises his hand, beginning to fully unleash his spiritual power. He stares at Madame Jin and coldly says, "I am way stronger than any of you clowns could ever imagine." Hua Shuanger's sword art, a glowing vortex of spiritual energy, forms right in his palm. The crushing pressure spreads out, suffocating the entire room. Madame Jin unconsciously tenses up while all of her useless henchmen scattered around the room also carefully watch every single move Wu Fu makes. Madame Jin is dripping with sweat, waiting for the devastating impact. But literally nothing happens. She gets super confused, thinking, "What is going on? I thought he was aiming right at us." Meng Yao, who has been hiding in the crowd, suddenly realizes something is very wrong, whispering to herself, "Oh, this is bad." She turns her head to Bolt, thinking, "He was actually aiming for me," moving like a literal flash of lightning. Wu Fu appears right behind her, completely blocking Meng Yao's escape route. He gives her this super meaningful, creepy look. "So what do you and I learn here? Never hide from the MC." He smirks, "I noticed you ages ago." Then he mercilessly throws Meng Yao straight onto the floor. "Stick with me here." Everyone's totally stunned as Jin Rong watches his crazy moves and asks, "What do you mean?" Wu Fu just steps right on Meng Yao's face, making her grind her teeth in pain, and calmly answers, "This is the actual person you should be looking for." She gives him a searching look and asks, "You mean someone framed you?" He does not even bother explaining, just calmly grabs his girls, walks off, and says, "The Jin family is unworthy. Why should I waste my breath? Believe whatever you want." Captain Qing gets incredibly annoyed at Wu Fu's cocky attitude. Pointing an angry finger, he yells, "You arrogant punk, do you even know who you are talking to?" Luo Shi follows him, happily chiming in. "Wu Fu, come over to my house. My grandma really wants to meet you." He agrees right away. "Let's go." Shu Qingqing trails right behind them, calling out, "Wait for me, I want to go too." A lackey turns to Jin Rong. "My lady, what should we do now?" Her face goes completely dark and she snaps an order. "Go find out exactly who this guy really is." Jin Rong's eyes turn razor sharp as she glances back, reminding them, "My little brother's death must be fully explained to our family. Otherwise, we are all totally dead meat." "Now pay attention here." Meng Yao suddenly starts laughing, wildly grabbing her attention. Jin Rong looks super confused and shouts, "What are you laughing at?" Her eyes are full of pure hatred. "I know that huge jerk." Over at Mount Liushan, inside the Lu estate, Wu Fu politely bows his head. "Greetings, senior." Luo Si happily runs over to the old lady. "Grandma." Luo Si's grandmother gives a warm smile, totally praising him. "My granddaughter has told me all about you, and wow, you really are handsome." She shoots her a very knowing side glance, whispering, "Not bad at all, that boy is seriously good looking." Luo Zi just blushes and stammers, "Oh." Shu Qingqing senses some major danger and gets totally tense, reaching out to tug right on Wu Fu's sleeve. While he looks completely clueless, Shu Qingqing puffs her cheeks in a cute pout and says, "You idiot, making me take the initiative." Luozi's grandmother waves her hand. "Someone take our guests inside to rest up." The group respectfully bows their heads and says yes. Then she turns right to her granddaughter. "Luo, you should go along with them too." She shyly answers, "Okay." The old woman explains in a soft voice, "I want to have a private chat with Wu Fu." Luo Shi's grandmother turns to walk away, making sure to call out, "Wu Fu, follow me." The two of them slowly make their way into a totally private area. Reaching the study, she says, "Come inside." But barely a second later, Luo Shi's grandma cuts right to the chase about why they are meeting. She firmly states, "I do not want to be around the bush about your drama with the Jin family. I heard it all. You helped our Luo family improve the 2U sword art, and trust me, our Luo family will carve this huge favor into our bones." Wu Fu politely replies, "Oh, it was just a tiny little thing." Taking total advantage of that answer, she quickly brushes off their connection. "You and I both saw this coming, right? With this Jin family mess, we cannot just watch you die, but our Luo family is no match. So I highly suggest you pack up and leave right now." Wu Fu gives a dry chuckle. "So you are just scared of getting involved?" Luo Xi's grandmother turns her head confused, asking, "What are you laughing at?" He calmly leans against the wall, crosses his arms, and sarcastically says, "Nothing. I am laughing because the Jin family clearly does not know their own place." She frowns, reminding him the Jin family's power is seriously no joke. Jin Kan was the absolute golden boy of the Jin family. You messed with the wrong guy. We are helpless here. Wu Fu's eyes stay completely steady as he speaks up. "I think you are misunderstanding something here. I did not kill him." Back in that dark room, the brutal beatdown is still going strong. Jin Rong loses all her patience and screams. "Speak." Meng Yao stubbornly replies, "I am not lying. He really killed Jin Kan." She gets insanely furious. Grabbing her hair and yanking it back, she grits her teeth with a threat. "Do not think you can fool me." Meng Yao struggles to answer. "I am seriously not lying." With her face all bruised up, she painfully explains, "Wu Fu is not just incredibly ruthless and downright evil. He's also a massive creep. I heard Jin Kan had major beef with him at the Huo State. Go ask him if you do not believe me." Jin Rong looks suspicious and turns to her goon, asking, "Is this actually true?" The lackey totally confirms it. "Yes, absolutely." After hearing that answer, she spins around toward the door and barks an order, "Bring all 10 of our grand enforcers right now. We are heading to the Luo estate to find that little punk, and we are going to make him pay in blood." She flashes a wicked smile. Having finally gotten what she wanted, she excitedly thinks, "Wu Fu, you are so dead." Suddenly, the study door swings wide open. A servant frantically screams, "Family head, this is really bad." She bows her head and quickly warns them both. Jin Rong brought 10 grand enforcers. The Jin family is already halfway up the mountain. Luo Sai kindly warns Wu Fu, "They are out for pure revenge. You better be careful." He just smirks with absolute confidence and says, "Since they came all the way here, do not even think about going back." Halfway up Mount Liushan, Wu Fu casually strolls right up to the massive Jin family mob. Jin Rong lets out a mocking laugh. "Do not think the Luo family can protect you. Trust me, you are going to want to see this." As Luo Si seriously eyes the enemy numbers. "Stick with me here. You're about to watch our boy absolutely style on 10 void tier experts." Huo Shuang is practically having a heart attack. Karen waves her hand, ordering her goons to drag out the hostages. Grandpa Xia Tianhao and young Xia Tianhao are completely pinned down by her squad. She smirks like she's already won, asking if they recognize them. Nate's eyes flash with a split second of surprise. Huo Shuang panics, yelling Xia Tianhao's name. Lu Ling looks totally confused. "You know these guys?" Huo Shuang nods. "Yeah, we just visited his house." Nate drops the casual act, his voice turning dead serious. "What are you planning?" Karen absolutely loses it. "Blood for blood, get him." Two of her beefiest martial artists charge forward like total meatheads. They are way too confident. "A trash origin tier, like you dared to jump our young master. I'll chop you into tiny pieces." The other guy chimes in. "Letting him die fast is too easy. I call dibs on the torture." Nate just dramatically raises an eyebrow. He glares at these two clueless clowns and drops a cold warning. "You want to kill me? Every single one of you is dying right here today." Huo Shuang is totally freaking out. "No way, we have to jump in and help him." Suddenly, Lu Ling's grandma pops up out of nowhere to stop them. "Hold on," Lu Ling gasps in total shock. "Grandma." The old lady's eyes twinkle with some serious hidden boss energy. "We don't need to do a thing. This kid already planned for this." Right on cue, 3 shadowy figures drop straight out of the sky. They rocket toward the crowd at lightning speed. Sonic booms pop off right in front of Lu Ling and Huo Shuang's faces, blowing their hair back. Superhero landing. The ground literally shakes from the impact. The sheer shockwave from their epic entrance sends Karen's goon squad flying backward like a bunch of bowling pins. Huo Shuang is absolutely stunned, muttering to herself, "Wait, that aura, is that Ken?" Byron and Violet show up flexing their massive power alongside him. Karen starts sweating bullets. Grandmasters, did this little punk actually call for high-level backup? Ken walks over holding a fancy box and hands it straight to Nate. Little brother, Nate. If my senior Byron hadn't tagged along, this could have gone really south. Nate just takes the box like it is no big deal. Then he drops the most arrogant line ever. Thanks for finding this old timer. Though honestly, wiping out this entire squad sounds like a bit of a chore. Ken stutters in absolute disbelief. Kid, you want to massacre all of them? Byron scoffs, tossing out a challenge. Just a cocky little origin tier rookie. Now, watch closely. This is where it gets hilarious. Byron says he wants to see him try. Nate shoots him a side eye and smirks. Then sit back and enjoy the show. The box pops open and he summons a sword radiating an absolutely insane crushing aura. Nate deadpans. You guys get to be my test dummies today. Karen goes ballistic and screams at her men. Grab that little freak right now. Her two beefy guards charge at Nate, splitting up to flank him from both sides. But our guy just casually swings his new sword like he's swatting a fly. The guards think they grabbed him, but nope, they just grabbed an afterimage bamboozled. The two goons look at each other like, wait, where did he go? They both yell, he is way too fast. Then suddenly, the two bozos realize something feels very, very wrong above them. Nate is literally floating in the sky. He raises one hand and boom, a massive glowing arsenal of razor-sharp energy swords materializes all around him. They lock right onto the two unlucky idiots down below. Rain of 1,000 swords, metal clashes like crazy. Karen's jaw hits the floor at Nate's ultimate move, and even snobby Byron has to give him some actual respect. Lu Ling is fangirling hard. So overpowered, Nate lands flawlessly between the two now unconscious bodies. He flicks his sword, finally getting serious. All right, my turn to go on the offensive. He blitzes forward in a flash, slashing right at two more of Karen's elites. They panic and instantly throw up their magical defensive shields. You have a death wish, they roar. The clash creates a massive shockwave, and the impact actually forces both sides to skid backward. The Kim family expert scoffs at Nate. He grits his teeth. A puny origin tier thinks he can take on 10 of us at once. You really don't know your place. Hua Shuang screams out in panic. You arrogant jerk, we are coming in to help you. I know what you're thinking, but he just frowns. These losers aren't a threat to me. Lu Ling chimes in to warn him. Those guys are all void tier bosses. There is absolutely no way you can take them all on by yourself. Nate completely ignores their totally rational advice. He just smirks. You guys just stand there and enjoy the VIP show. And just like that, he vanishes again. Byron slowly steps up behind Ken and whispers, Little brother, even if we step in now, this kid is probably a goner. Every single enemy over there is a void tier. Ken glances back at Byron. So what do you think we should do, senior? Byron smirks like a greedy villain. That divine sword is a literal gift from the heavens. Who knew such a trash planet could hide top-tier loot like that? Meanwhile, Nate is out here playing on God mode. He channels his energy, transforming the blade into a massive glowing greatsword. He aims it dead center at the Kim family goons. They instantly freeze, totally terrified by the crushing pressure he's giving off. Nate radiates main character energy and yells, Perish under my blade, one perfectly clean, ultra-precise slash cuts right through the air. So what do you and I make of this? He effortlessly wipes out the elite squad. Lu Ling's grandma just stands there, absolutely speechless at the spectacle. Let's dive into this. Jin Rong is absolutely losing her mind because he is just at the primordial spirit tier. She screams, stop him. Kill him right now. One of the Jin family experts, who is somehow still standing, quickly throws up a giant defensive shield. Wu Fu's sword strike actually bounces right off. The dust clears and the shield is completely flawless. He just silently stares at these guys trying so hard to survive. The expert panics and yells out, is he holding a divine weapon? Does he even realize how many people have been slaughtered by that thing? He just smirks like a troll. I am not afraid to die. Then Wu Fu literally just tosses his sword away and opens his arms to taunt them. Come on, give it a try. Kang Yao is absolutely fed up with Wu Fu acting so cocky, completely calling him out on his nonsense. Knowing the enemy is this completely overpowered and still acting arrogant, this kid is literally begging for a death wish. Jing Song quickly steps up to defend him. I have known little brother Wu Fu for a long time. If he is acting like this, it actually means we are totally safe. Seeing him completely unarmed, a Jin family expert gets cocky and starts running his mouth again. Let us see how you win now. Without that divine weapon, you are just absolute trash. Wu Fu does not even bother answering that. He just clenches his fists and starts chanting a spell. His eyes snap open, glaring forward with some insanely heavy, pure killing intent. In a literal blink, Wu Fu teleports right into his face and blesses the expert with a massive punch. Get lost, he stares down at the guy who now has a giant hole in his chest, totally helpless. He mocks him, your pathetic cultivation level is light years away from mine. The rest of the so-called experts watch this and absolutely panic. One guy stutters in total shock. One single punch, and he is dead. Now watch this next part closely. They still will not quit launching another attack. Supreme Sword Array, a magic circle lights up under him. Wu Fu lets out an excited gasp. He actually grins and says, "Now this is interesting." The very next second, the entire ground starts shaking. The expert's magic gets completely shattered to pieces. Wu Fu charges in like a beast, wiping out the whole group with one single strike. He sneers. "You guys are still way too green." The Jin family's strongest fighters are now just scattered on the floor. Wu Fu turns to Jin Rong. "It is just you left now." He stands tall, staring right down at her and Meng Yao, who are completely terrified and slumped on the ground. "Who exactly killed Jin Kan?" His eyes are literally oozing murderous intent as he growls out the question. She stutters back, "Jin. I am the one who killed Jin Kan." Jin Rong glares at Meng Yao, choking on absolute rage, only managing to spit out, You. Wu Fu shoots them a look of pure disgust and says, "Game over." Meng Yao freezes at his words, but she sharply senses something is wrong. She quickly jumps back and screams, "100 Demon God Banner." A sudden wave of dark evil energy completely surrounds Meng Yao. The black smoke blocking everyone's vision instantly gets sliced wide open. A gigantic blood-red hand materializes right in front of her. Meng Yao screams in pure horror. That hand is way too massive. Jin Rong is terrified, stuttering out, "What kind of absolute monster did I just offend?" Wu Fu just chuckles coldly, slowly clenching his fist tight. "You and I both know what is coming." The giant red hand begins crushing Meng Yao. Right after a huge cracking sound echoes out. She gets totally choked out. He calmly warns her, "This is exactly the price you pay for pissing me off." Meng Yao pathetically crawls from the rubble toward Wu Fu. She desperately drags herself over to him. Looking completely wrecked and covered in tears, Meng Yao begs, I really do not want to die yet." Wu Fu coldly kicks her away and snaps. "Get lost." Meng Yao spirals into total despair. Cue the crying because her little game is officially over. Shu Qingqing chimes in, happily roasting her. "You kept coming back to start trouble. Have you learned your lesson yet?" The Erha in her arms barks a few times just to agree with her. Luo Xi finally breathes a sigh of relief. Meng Yao struggles to stand back up, whispering viciously, "I can still turn this around." She sneaks a glance and flashes a wildly sinister smile. A sketchy flag suddenly spawns right above Shu Qingqing's head. Luo Xi frantically screams, "Watch out!" A huge dark cloud instantly swallows her up. Shu Qingqing panics, desperately thrashing around while crying out for Wu Fu. Just seconds later, she completely loses consciousness and passes out cold. Meng Yao directly drags Shu Qingqing over to her side. She starts making threats. "Wu Fu, are you going to let me leave right now or not?" He just coldly drops a single word. "Nope." Meng Yao's eyes go wide, grinding her teeth at him. The Erha she was holding sniffs the weird black smoke floating around them and suddenly lets out a loud yelp. Kang Yao, Luo Xi, and Jin Rong all look absolutely dumbfounded, muttering in sync, "What the heck?" Meng Yao starts panicking inside her head. Does his stupid dog know how to transform too? She immediately steps back and chucks Shu Qingqing straight out of the dark smoke. Because of that, she goes free-falling right toward the ground. Wu Fu quickly jumps up, flying straight over to Shu Qingqing to gently catch her in his arms. The Erha sits right on top of Shu Qingqing, barking like crazy. It keeps licking her face to wake her up. It tickles so much she actually has to complain. "Hey, stop doing that right now." Luo Xi anxiously runs toward him, yelling his name. Wu Fu, he frowns, shooting an absolute death glare straight at Meng Yao. "There is nowhere for you to run anymore." He tightly grips his sword and swings down hard, sending a sharp wave of energy tearing through the fog. The attack locks right onto her position and crashes down. Meng Yao takes the direct hit and plummets from the skies straight to the ground. Grandma Luo Xi waves her hand, ordering her people to capture her. Covered in injuries, she helplessly crawls out of the crater. 4 Luo family guards surround Meng Yao and Jin Rong, locking them in an inescapable array. She frantically screams, "Wait," and that is where we leave it, guys. Old Jin Rong is officially glitching out. Let's dive right in. The old woman is sweating bullets, completely panicked. Outside, Wu Fu just watches the drama, trying to figure things out. The Jin family is famous for holding grudges. After this mess, they will definitely come after Wu Fu again. He coughs a few times, playing peacemaker. Since both sides cleared up the misunderstanding, why not just wipe the slate entirely clean? Jin Rong sighs in relief, glad someone is defending her. Wu Fu turns to Wu Fu, giving him a totally arrogant warning. "You are my martial uncle's friend. If the Jin family attacks, I will step in to protect you. Is that not a much better deal?" But Wu Fu does not care at all. "Who the hell are you?" Kang Yao gets absolutely furious. Pointing right at Wu Fu, he yells, "You arrogant brat." Meanwhile, Meng Jiao refuses to give up. "No, I have not lost yet." She refuses to back down. Glancing at Jin Rong, she whispers, "We must team up right now to kill him." The old woman smirks, looking totally smug. "Blame yourself for looking down on absolutely everyone." Gripping her weapon, Jin Rong tells Meng Jiao, "Whatever beef we have, we will settle it after we slaughter this kid." She just replies, "Yeah." Seeing this deadly setup, Shu Qingqing screams a loud warning. "Wu Fu, watch out." He stays totally calm. "You are courting death." A massive boom shakes the air as two bursts of energy fly straight toward Wu Fu. Meng Jiao grinds her teeth. "Killing me will not be easy." Jin Rong unleashes a massive strike, screaming, "Go to hell." He just stands there without a hint of worry. It looks like that devastating attack actually managed to crush Wu Fu completely. But nope. Jin Rong stares in pure shock. Wu Fu is completely gone. "Watch closely here." Where did he go? The smoke clears, leaving only a huge puddle. Then Meng Jiao screams in absolute terror. Right behind you, Jin Rong snaps her head back, but all she sees is Wu Fu standing there, sword in hand. He aims it right at her. Too slow, her terrified scream echoes through the entire area. Meng Jiao turns totally pale, unable to process what just happened. No way. Jin Rong is actually dead. Lightning rips through the dark sky. Meanwhile, Xu Yingxian stands in the heavy rain, staring at the fortress. Wu Tong has maintained this for 35 years. The era might finally be changing. He thinks to himself, "We barely even understand the sword arts. This guy might possess godlike power." Xu Yingxian gives Luo Shi an order. "Send my orders. If the Jin family comes, have our men protect Wu Fu." "Understood." Meng Jiao stammers as Wu Fu suddenly pulls his sword back. "You are not killing me." He just glances back, zero interest in his eyes. Meng Jiao smirks, mocking him. "I knew you would not dare strike me." She even crawls closer, using a sickeningly sweet voice. "Wu Fu, ever since we parted, I have missed you every single second." A cold, mocking laugh escapes Wu Fu. Meng Jiao glares in pure confusion. What the hell is so funny? Before she can even process it, a strike slashes right across her chest. Wu Fu speaks with ultimate disgust. "I pulled my sword back because you would dirty it." Clutching her chest, Meng Jiao forces a crazy laugh. She screams, "Wu Fu, I curse you to a miserable death." Kang Yao looks completely frozen. "Junior brother, I held back against this guy. If it was not to save your pride, he would be dead already." Jing Song looks gloomy. "Senior brother, you cannot just keep doing whatever you want like this. Everyone is targeting our friend Wu." Kang Yao can clearly see Jing Song looking so conflicted. Jing Song never cares about worldly affairs. For him to act like this, does he know some crazy secret? "You and I both know Wu Fu has to be expelled." Outside, massive lightning strikes the Zhongyang sect. Black smoke fills the main hall as a mysterious gourd absorbs the dark energy. Zhang Xing holds it, whispering she is dead. A girl's voice echoes from outside. "Li Mingjiao was just a simple pawn our master used to test the waters." Fu Dui glares sharply. "As her senior classmate, it is only natural for me to teach that junior a brutal lesson." The scene shifts to a fancy hotel room where Xu Qingqing is relaxing deep in a hot bath. Suddenly, she yells out, "This is so annoying." The dog Urgi gets excited, staring right at her and barking loudly. Without another word, she literally throws the poor dog out of the room. "You stupid dog, Urgi." Seeing someone approach, the dog wags its tail happily. Xu Qingqing has no idea Wu Fu is standing right behind her. "You perverted mutt, you are exactly like your owner. I swear I will go crazy." Hearing his name getting dragged, Wu Fu casually speaks up. "Like what exactly?" Xu Qingqing freezes, totally annoyed and embarrassed. She kicks him out, screaming, but Wu Fu looks suspicious. "Trust me, you will want to see what happens next." "Let's dive into this madness." Wu Fu just covers his eyes, scoops up Erha and walks away, but drops one brutal rose cover somewhere else. The very next day at the Southgate Martial Arts Academy, Seth speaks up. "This place is literally the highest-ranking martial arts school in the entire province." Huo Shuang is sobbing her eyes out, totally defeated. "Darn it, my chest really isn't as big as hers." Meanwhile, Wu Fu, still holding his dog, just sighs. "Knock it off, don't forget why we even came here." Nearby, Xia Tianhao just crosses his arms, leaning against a stone pillar with a massive smirk. "What are you guys here to pick another fight?" Wu Fu frowns in confusion. "Fight," he just points away. "Look over there." Felix is casually carrying an iron rod. Looking incredibly arrogant, he yells out, "Hey, is this massive school seriously too scared to face me? You there, the guy with glasses, stop right where you are." He aggressively points his finger straight at Wallace. "Since nobody is stopping me, I am not holding back." Seth eagerly glances over at Wu Fu to see his reaction. "What do you think, man? Should we step in and give him a hand?" But Wu Fu and Huo Shuang are literally just eating watermelon, enjoying the free drama. "Wow, this melon is amazing." Seth is completely speechless at this ridiculous sight. Why are those three acting so calm? Meanwhile, Felix swings his iron rod, slowly approaching Wallace. "You are the very first guy getting wrecked by me today." But suddenly he turns his head and a massive boom echoes through the air. Wu Fu finishes his melon slice and shifts his gaze toward those two guys. "Oh yeah, we definitely came to the right place." Wallace casually adjusts his glasses. Did you need something from me? Felix is sweating now. His power is absolutely insane. Then Captain Quinn finally speaks up. Those punks are just standing at the main gate of Southgate Academy. Xia Tianhao clenches his fists so hard that his knuckles loudly crack. Do you even know where you are right now? You want to die. He walks over, grabbing Wu Fu by the shoulder to provoke him. Listen up, you little brat. Now pay attention, this gets wild. Turn around so I can see your face, Captain Quinn orders. The old rules make them kneel and sing. Getting grabbed like that, Wu Fu looks instantly annoyed. Is there a problem? Xia Tianhao just flashes a wicked smirk and points right at him. Captain Quinn is still holding the guy back. Turns out he is just some pretty boy. Suddenly, the guy starts sweating bullets. Wu Fu. Captain Quinn suddenly grabs his stomach and groans. Oh man, my hemorrhoids are acting up again. I am leaving this mess to you too. Wu Fu just looks down at Erha in his arms. Hey Erha, aren't you hungry? I bet their pockets are completely stuffed with shiny spirit stones. Xia Tianhao still has absolutely no clue and screams. I think you were just asking for a death wish. He grits his teeth, ready to attack. Captain Quinn was totally overreacting. Isn't it just a stupid? He freezes, seeing Erha's true terrifying monster form as the dog suddenly grows gigantic. The two guys start stuttering in absolute terror. Just a dog. They are completely frozen, cowering and shaking uncontrollably. Is that really the same cute puppy from earlier? This tiny little thing looks way too different now. Erha lets out a massive roar, splashing nasty drool everywhere as those two get completely soaked. Looking closely, it seems like Erha wants to show these guys something. What exactly is this crazy dog planning to do? You and I both know what is coming. Huo Shuang kindly chimes in. He just wants to eat your spirit stones. Those two start sweating buckets hearing that. You call this begging. Without a second thought, the two panicked bullies desperately empty their pockets for Erha. We get it. We are giving it to you right now. Here, take it all. Meanwhile, Wu Fu is standing there looking incredibly satisfied. Well, this is interesting. Seth quickly warns Wu Fu. Southgate Academy is full of hidden masters and crazy strong fighters, so do not let your guard down. Over on Erha's side, the giant dog is making those two lose their minds. Dog bro, we swear we are totally out of stones. Me too, man. Erha, totally stuffed, happily shrinks right back down into a puppy and runs straight to Wu Fu. Was it yummy, Erha? Those two bullies are just sobbing. I spent 2 whole years saving up those spirit stones, and I saved for 3 years. But suddenly, another random guy steps right up to them. I heard someone is causing chaos in front of the school gate. Little brat, is it you? Wu Fu narrows his eyes, instantly on high alert. The intense shivering from Wu Fu's group ends up drawing a huge crowd. You totally look like a country bumpkin. Do you actually want to fight? Do you seriously doubt I could end you with one kick? You better drop to your knees and beg for mercy right now, maybe. Our captain might actually let you live. With his insane peak-tier primal spirit power, he could probably crush you in less than a single minute. Zero hesitation, Wu Fu grabs one guy with a brutally loud squeeze. Get lost. Watching this, Seth just flashes a hugely mocking smirk. The brains of these idiots are purely for decoration. Every single person in the crowd stares at Wu Fu with absolutely undeniable jaw-dropping shock. Wu Fu instantly warns the group. If you are weak, stop talking so big. Suddenly, razor-sharp darts come flying directly toward Wu Fu at blinding speed. He notices them in a split second. Wu Fu effortlessly snatches every single dart right out of the air. Instructor Cole loudly claps, walking straight toward him. Not bad at all. You definitely have the raw power to show off in front of the Southgate Academy. The bully sees him and starts stuttering. Instructor, when did you get here? If you had arrived even a tiny bit later, you would be collecting our 10 corpses. He immediately points a shaking finger to snitch on Wu Fu. It is him. He is just at the primal spirit tier. I could literally beat a guy like him 10 times over. Instructor Cole sighs deeply. Asking for death, I am not stopping him. The guy grits his teeth. You are going to pay for this later. Instructor Cole smiles. You are guests. Come inside. That's where we leave it. Trust me, the real chaos is just beginning. All right, stick with me here. Lu Ling looks completely confused and asks, is everyone at Southbridge Academy? This arrogant instructor Jin Ji just stares back suspicious. He thinks she's the one starting trouble. Lu Ling is speechless. Then the scene cuts straight to the massive Southbridge Martial Arts Training Hall. They march right up to the martial arts building, completely ready to declare an all-out war. You are the first one, he says. But the academy guy challenging Wu Fu is definitely going to be the last. I will fight you right now. But Wu Fu, he is not scared at all. You are still too weak. Are there no actual strong fighters left here? Hearing that insane disrespect, the guy absolutely loses it. He swings a massive punch straight at Wu Fu. You little punk. You dare reject the face I am giving you. He throws a punch that should have crushed Wu Fu, but suddenly, bam, Wu Fu vanishes into thin air. You cannot even handle one of my punches, yet you dare show off at Southbridge. Every single person there is left, totally stunned. It is just an afterimage. Wu Fu moves like a perfectly oiled machine, easily dodging the guy's wild attack. Right when things are about to spiral out of control, Instructor Jin Gay screams, "Stop right now," but nobody is listening to him anymore. Now watch this closely. They charge at each other, and their fists collide with a heavy bone-rattling boom. The Academy student is absolutely terrified. This power is way too much. Without hesitation, Wu Fu casually blasts him away with another strike. There's literally terrifying smoke rising off his fist. "I told you are way too weak. Swap out for someone who actually knows how to fight." Instructor Jin Gay rushes over to check if the student is even alive. Thank goodness he is still breathing. But the guy arrogantly shouts, "This city's highest martial arts power is right here. Do not think nobody can put you in your place." Wu Fu smirks, acting super cocky. "Oh yeah, how many of you here can actually stop me?" Lu Ling crosses her arms over her chest, her voice full of pure annoyance, addressing Instructor Jin Gay. Wu Fu is actually a member of the Cloud Sea University Student Council, and remembering last time, your academy guys came to Cloud Sea University to show off and act tough. Yeah, she is definitely fuming about that right now. Because of this total disrespect for martial arts, it is our turn to see exactly what makes you all so incredibly confident, she says, while you act like nobody else matters. The crowd starts whispering, and a guy sucking on a lollipop steps up. Rely on what exactly? Senior Wang Mingming blocks Lu Ling's path and loudly declares, "We rely on the fact that every other school is just trash." That Cloud Sea University senior acts so incredibly arrogant, and honestly, enough is enough. They have been mercilessly bullying people since they stepped through the gates, even targeting completely normal students. Quinn is already super annoyed, and now she snaps. "You guys seriously cannot say a single nice thing, can you? You totally deserve a brutal beating. Is your skin itching for a fight right now?" Senior Wang Mingming just sneers at her. "Little girl, you are being incredibly rude right now. Looks like you need to be punished." Furious, Quinn yanks Wu Fu's arm. Wu Fu, "Go over there and beat him to a pulp." Hearing that name, Senior Wang Mingming suddenly freezes in his tracks. "Wait, Wu Fu," he laughs like an absolute maniac, signaling his lackeys. Talk about an uninvited guest showing up. He pulls out a wrinkled wanted poster and shoves it right in Wu Fu's face. "All of Oakhaven City is desperately hunting you down. If I just hand you over to the King family, 10 million will easily be mine." But looking at his distorted face on the poster, I know what you're thinking. Is he scared? Nope. Wu Fu turns and asks, "Am I really that ugly?" He only cares that they ruined his handsome looks. "They drew me this ugly just for revenge. I am so mad I could die." Seeing his goofy attitude, Senior Wang Mingming gets incredibly frustrated. He refuses to take this seriously. "I am literally about to arrest you right now. Could you at least try to act slightly serious?" Lu Ling decides she is going to beat these guys up herself. "Using a butcher knife to kill a chicken, I am more than enough for you." Senior Wang Mingming's annoying lackey actually mocks him. "Boss, that girl literally just called you a weak little chicken." Realizing a girl just totally insulted him out loud, he angrily kicks his own lackey. "I am not freaking deaf. Did you really need to repeat that?" While he is busy beating up his underling, a whip suddenly slashes through the air. Well, now, everybody heard it perfectly. He instantly snaps to attention. Without hesitating, he pulls out his weapon to fight Lu Ling. "You Cloud Sea trash, better open your eyes and watch closely." She dodges his entire attack with just one move. Meanwhile, the lackey is still back there, blindly hyping up his boss's fighting skills. Senior Wang Mingming's spear technique is absolutely incredible. He never leaves a single blind spot. That little girl is totally dead meat for sure. Senior Wang Mingming leaps high into the air, eyes glaring sharply as he grips his spear tightly, ready to launch an attack. Have a taste of this move. But Lu Ling is not scared of his power and completely blocks it. Damn it, Quinn gets super worried and tries to step up. "I will help you." But Wu Fu quickly stops her. "She can handle this perfectly fine." Quinn warns Wu Fu, "Seriously, Southbridge Academy is completely packed with hidden masters. Do not dare underestimate them." But Wu Fu remains totally calm and replies, "Just stay back and watch." Senior Wang Mingming sneers mockingly. "If you beg for forgiveness right now, then I will spare you." But Lu Ling smirks. "Let's see if you even have the skills. Trust me, you and I are gonna love this next fight. Let us jump right into this wild showdown." Seeing her so incredibly stubborn, he decides to teach her a harsh lesson. "Do not blame my ruthless hands." Bam! A massive strike hits the ground, blasting Lu Ling completely backward. She is clearly losing ground here. Damn it, I did not expect him to be this strong. Lu Ling decides to go all out against Senior Ma. "Looks like I have to use my full power now." Meanwhile, he is just standing there smugly laughing at them. "You losers are so weak, you should just get the hell out of here right now. I refuse to waste my time fighting absolute trash." And of course, the martial arts fangirls are cheering wildly from the sidelines. "Oh, Senior Ma, you are so cool." Ching Ching violently points her finger straight at his face and boldly shouts, "Get down here and face me. I will personally smash you to pieces." But Senior Ma does not care at all, even if Ching Ching joins the fight. You little girls might as well both attack. Suddenly, Lu Ling unleashes a strike. Where are you looking? Your real opponent is right here. The whip in Lu Ling's hands creates countless wild illusions heading straight for him. Have a taste of my whip. He mutters under his breath, what a pathetic little trick. Just like that, he completely vanishes before the cracking whip. Only Wu Fu, who is observing calmly from below, sees right through Senior Ma and his absolute lack of skill. Honestly, bringing out such a trash weapon and showing it off. Guy really does not know his own limits. He suddenly appears right behind Lu Ling, but surprise, she swings her whip back in a flashing arc and blasts him away. Even after taking a massive hit, he is totally clueless how she did it. How is this possible? She sneers at him. Let us see you act tough now. But Senior Ma still refuses to give up. That is interesting, he mocks her. Can you even see me? Wu Fu just scoffs from below. What an absolute idiot. Walking right into a trap, Lu Ling curses him out. You fool. She handles the whip in her hands with perfect mastery. Watch closely right here. The loud cracking sound of the whip hitting something mid-air echoes clearly. Senior Ma gets absolutely trashed by her relentless strikes. He finally realizes something is terribly wrong. Ultimately, he ends up tightly bound by Lu Ling and her whip. She flashes a mocking smile and says, so who's begging for mercy now? Who's playing with who? Wu Fu steps forward. Do not waste any more time on him. I still have things to do. Knowing he messed up, he begs for his life. Big sister, I was so wrong. Let me go. I will never dare do it again. Seeing Erha staring intently at him, Wu Fu gets curious. Erha acts lightning fast, instantly figuring out where the sword fragment is hidden. You guys are also searching for the sword fragment, he asks to probe further. There are others looking for it. Senior Ma is sweating buckets like crazy, saying they found me to ask about the sword fragment. Besides you guys, there are 2 more people. The fragment is hidden away inside the Academy Student Council room. I am begging you, please just let me go. Meanwhile, in another place, a heavy silence fills up a dark room. Through the dim lighting, you can see a shadowy figure lying on the floor, and there is some kind of dark liquid oozing out. Senior Ma pushes the door open for everyone to enter awkwardly, scratching his head. Sister, it is right inside here. I think I should just leave now. Lu Ling walks toward the door with a deadly serious expression, whispering it really is in here. Lu Ling reaches out to push the door, but a hand stops her. Wu Fu immediately grips her wrist tight, holding her back completely, warning her with pure caution, wait a second. Feeling something is very wrong, Ching Ching waves her hand to fan away a weird smell, saying, smells like something rusty. I know what you were thinking, and yeah, things are getting dark. The door creaks open and a red stream leaks out, leaving Lu Ling absolutely horrified. Is that blood? She frowns, her face completely unable to hide the growing terror. We need to leave right now, but Wu Fu quickly interrupts her panic. I am afraid it is way too late for that. His eyes glance backward with deep calculation. There are way too many people outside. We are completely surrounded right now. Elsewhere, a guy wearing a hat pushes through a door. He announces that he saw a whole group of people charging in here, and even heard a truly tragic scream echoing out. One of his lackeys yells, President, they are still trapped inside that room right now. Let us rush in and save them. Hua Bai pushes his glasses up and replies super calmly, no need, they are definitely in there. But old man Li is already dead. Before he even finishes speaking, the door gets smashed open. Ching Ching puts her hands on her hips, shouting furiously, what the hell is going on with your crazy school? First you guys start provoking us, and now you frame us for murder. The subordinate growls back with serious attitude. The student council room has never allowed any outsiders inside. You broke in here without permission, so are we supposed to think you are the good guys? That comment makes Ching Ching absolutely furious. She grinds her teeth, punching the board hard. If you guys had not hidden the sword fragment, we would never have wasted our time coming here. Right after she speaks, he holds his head, laughing mysteriously. Just as I thought. You guys also came for the mysterious fragment, huh? His lackeys lose their patience completely. Sharp blades are pointed straight at Ching Ching's body as they angrily interrogate her. Who sent you? Your school, right? She snaps back. You. That is where we leave it. You will want to see what happens next. Alright, let's dive into this epic showdown. Wu Fu steps right up, completely chill, declaring he's just here to take back his stuff, no permission needed. But here is the catch, he cannot feel its presence anymore. The rival gang members absolutely lose it, gritting their teeth in pure rage. Your stuff. Who the heck do you think you are? The rest of the lackeys totally snap, screaming their heads off at him. You killed someone and think you can run. Just kill him. The tension in the room instantly skyrockets. That shady guy in the hat just smirks and steps back. Wu Fu does not even flinch, casually telling them what they really need to be doing. They should be hunting down the actual killer instead of pointing fingers and wasting time on his crew. This massive dude completely loses his patience and steps up looking for a fight. Still making excuses, he assesses the wild situation while staying totally cool. He calls out Wu Fu's sword skills, demanding to know why the walls are covered in dozens of deep, violent slash marks. The giant guy points straight at the damage, calling them out. He thinks they are just acting tough to cover up their obvious guilt. Why else would they be rushing to escape? Wu Fu looks genuinely surprised for a second while Qingqing inspects those massive gouges on the wall. Listen up, those marks were absolutely not there when they walked in. Lu Ling quickly chimes in to defend their innocence. Do not dare frame them for this mess. They showing up here was just a complete coincidence. Now pay attention to this power shift. Hua Bai steps out from the crowd, completely furious that they would murder a student council member over some tiny, useless-looking little fragment. The second he finishes talking, Wu Fu gets this incredibly sharp look in his eyes. He firmly denies doing the killing. His eyes flash with pure danger. Suddenly, massive energy gathers, summoning a divine dragon before a blinding beam of light violently erupts outward. That crushing aura literally suppresses everything in the room. Captain Qin screams at them for lying while the energy threatens to erase space itself. Even Qingqing and Lu Ling are completely speechless. That raw destructive power is just terrifying. Meanwhile, up on a rooftop not too far away, the city looks completely peaceful, bathed in a calm blue light. Kang Yao stands there casually, breaking the silence. He thinks this mysterious kid is way too arrogant for his own good. If they do not take him out soon, major disaster is guaranteed. Wu Fu respectfully bows to her master, reporting that the Zhongyang sect already snatched the fragment. He starts calculating. The Jin family head is ending his seclusion soon, and literally everyone in Wutong City knows about Jin Rong and Jin San getting killed. That kid is totally on borrowed time. Kang Yao smirks, looking incredibly satisfied as he mutters that things are falling right into place. Pretty soon, his spirit-gathering pill will be completely forged. Back at the academy, Hua Bai coldly commands his men to arrest everyone. His goons instantly charge forward, but Qingqing violently slams her massive mace into the ground, completely blocking their path. I know what you are thinking, she is an absolute beast. Resting that huge mace on her shoulder, she dares anyone to take just one single step forward. She swears she will literally smash them to pieces. Hua Bai sighs in annoyance, ordering his men to ignore her and force them out anyway. Wu Fu just scoffs at them. He reveals that coming to the Nanhuajing Martial Arts Academy was not just about retrieving that fragment. Qingqing chimes in, mocking their totally misplaced confidence. With an intensely determined look in his eyes, Wu Fu finally drops the real reason he is here. He came to challenge every single one of them. The heavy words crash into the room, causing the squad leader to instantly scream out in sheer disbelief. What is he doing? Wu Fu stays totally calm, claiming that fighting right here actually saves him so much trouble. He wants to fight the entire academy. Hua Bai's gang erupts into mocking laughter, joking about the last idiot who dared say that. That guy is already 6 feet under. Who gave this kid such insane confidence? They order his arrest, but Wu Fu casually summons a tiny glowing sword out of nowhere. A blade practically overflowing with magical energy forms right in his hand. He whispers about mastering the sword in his past life. So this lifetime needs to be absolutely brilliant. Across 10,000 years, he has memorized thousands of ultimate combat techniques. He understands every single one of them perfectly. The glowing blade flashes brightly before instantly vanishing into thin air. He figures it is the perfect time to test them out. Outside, massive lightning bolts violently crash down, magnetically drawn straight to the Academy's lightning rod. That chaotic lightning suddenly condenses. In response, Wu Fu's entire body erupts with a completely blinding, godlike light. The entire crowd stares in absolute shock. What is happening? The room completely lights up, forcing a girl to shield her eyes as she furiously curses. Holy crap, he is practically a god. Captain Qin violently grits his teeth, finally realizing this crew is way more dangerous than he originally thought. Countless floating pages completely covered in ancient texts start swirling around him. He mutters about turning the complex into something simple. His echoing voice shakes the room, calling out the heaven-destroying scroll. Massive stacks of paper multiply rapidly, entirely wrapping around a very smug Wu Fu. The heavenly scroll is complete. Qingqing stares at his epic transformation with pure admiration, totally unable to stop hyping him up. Who knew being this crazy arrogant could actually look so cool? Right beside her, Lu Ling is just totally stunned, staring blankly at the legendary combat techniques. How could he possibly comprehend all of that? Realizing they are completely outmatched, a terrified Hua Bai orders everyone to quickly hide behind him. And that's where we leave it for now. Surrounded by magical books, Wu Fu provocatively gestures, daring them all to attack him at once. Alright, let's jump in. You guys think you have what it takes. That taunt doesn't even faze Hua Bai, who just replies super calmly. Listen, Wu Fu, the Jin family is hunting you in every corner of this city, and we really don't want any extra trouble. Suddenly, a glowing blue shield wraps right around them. Captain Qin just wants to keep the peace, so he asks him to leave the Martial Academy immediately. Our Manhwa Academy wants zero ties with you. Hearing this, the girl Lu Ling protests. Big brother, these guys literally murdered someone. Are we seriously just letting them walk away? He answers without blinking. They aren't the real killers. The girl next to him gets totally worked up and yells, but I can literally smell the weapon fragments coming straight from that little punk. Let's all rush him and get revenge for old Fifth. Their shouts echo everywhere, while Wu Fu just looks completely amused and curious. Doesn't the president want a little taste of my real power? Don't worry, I won't kill anyone innocent. Huabai's eyes flash with a sharp light as he falls into deep thought. Before he can even finish, his sword slashes through the air right at him. The underlings sneer in pure disgust. Stop talking garbage. Hand over your life to our president right now. Wu Fu's absolute calm doesn't crack for a second as he replies coldly, if you challenge me and don't die. Wu Fu continues in that freezing tone, you're definitely leaving with injuries. In a flash, a barrage of flying books shoots out to attack. The whole mob rushes forward with their ultimate moves, but a glowing Buddhist statue instantly locks them down. Lu Ling gasps in pure shock. Wait, isn't he a sword cultivator? How does he know martial combat skills too? Now watch this. Ching hugs her and gasps. Just one move to pin everyone down. His cultivation method is completely insane. Lu Ling nods slowly. Mastering thousands of combat skills like this should take at least 10,000 years. She narrows her eyes. Who exactly is he? The ponytail girl on Hua Bai's side refuses to accept it and angrily screams out, what are all of you idiots just standing around for? Hurry up and capture him right now. Seeing this totally unpredictable chain of epic moves, his face darkens as he asks himself, how does he know this technique? The underlings and the ponytail girl are completely terrified and confused as a massive pressure pins them down. Sweating buckets, the girl asks in a shaky voice, President, why are you suppressing us? Hua Bai's voice rings out super cold. Do you guys seriously take me for an idiot? As he speaks, an explosive aura erupts around him, violently interrogating his own crew. Forcing them to talk, he demands, speak, who exactly are you? The whole panicked group scrambles to deny everything. Big bro, isn't Wu Fu the real killer here? Hua Bai's eyes flash behind his glasses as he calmly replies, based on his actual power level, he has absolutely no reason to sneak around and steal weapon fragments. He smoothly breaks it down piece by piece, leaving his subordinates totally speechless. With that kind of insane strength, do you really think he'd break into a room for scraps? Honestly, even if I fight him with everything I have, my winning odds are 50-50 at best. The girl stammers back, I actually had my suspicions about this right from the very start. Hua Bai glances back, his sharp eyes relentlessly pressing them to reveal who the true mastermind really is. Tell me, who is it? The girl trembles. President, I really don't know anything. We were just following whatever the guy in the hat told us. He grinds his teeth in pure frustration and coldly warns them, I will settle this score with you later. Hua Bai adjusts his glasses and speaks seriously. I'm going to investigate this mess thoroughly and get back to you. However, right now, none of you are allowed to leave. I need to ask you something. Wu Fu nods. I know what you're thinking, tension over. Yep. Lu Ling confidently turns to chat with Ching. Since the whole situation has been cleared up, the fight was just a huge misunderstanding, so they shouldn't even think about keeping this grudge going. We definitely aren't the ones pulling the strings. Hearing this, she just smiles with pure respect. Ever since I met this arrogant maniac. Until now, he has literally never lost a single fight, so you don't need to worry at all. Lu Ling looks up at those two and sighs. The reason Nanhua Martial Academy holds such an untouchable status, completely crushing even the major sects in the region, is largely all thanks to Zhang Xiaoran's massive contributions. Both Ching and the heir Ha just stare at her totally confused. Turning to her, they ask, wait, isn't he literally just another student here? Meanwhile, the two guys just stand there completely calm and facing off. While Lu Ling firmly emphasizes he is exactly like Wu Fu, neither of them has ever tasted defeat. The bald guy on Hua Bai's side scowls and asks, if they don't actually fight, how are we supposed to know who wins? The hot-headed girl snaps right back. Are you blind? They are literally fighting right now. Two absolutely massive surges of aura erupt from both of them, forming into giant Buddha statues towering right behind them. The entire space violently shakes as their energy clashes. A blinding flash of light hits, and suddenly Hua Bai's glasses crack, spreading outwards like a crazy spiderweb. A split second later, the lens shatters with a sharp, crisp sound. He slowly raises his hand to catch the broken frame. The girl panics, her voice totally shaking as she calls out President Hua Bai just smiles. His fingers slowly pull the glasses off as he mutters, just as I thought. In that split second, an overwhelming shockwave of internal power explodes from him. I'm the only heir to the ancient Buddha fist. Hua Bai's hair whips up, and trust me, you'll want to see this next. Stick with me here. His hair stands on end, eyes glowing blood red as wild energy absolutely explodes around him. How do you have that same look? Wu Fu stays ice cold, radiating this fearless, arrogant aura like it is nothing. The power bursting from his entire body is just as intense. It is like he knows every single martial art formation and technique out there. They lock eyes, glaring intensely. Hua Bai swings his arm, unleashing the massive golden seal of his Buddhist fist technique, shouting loud, take this. The giant glowing seal crashes toward Wu Fu like it wants to swallow him whole, making his face darken instantly. but Wu Fu just smirks, letting out a soft scoff before casually waving his hand right back at it. Boom! The massive seal shatters into countless pieces across the sky. The broken fragments fly violently right back at Hua Bai, leaving him completely shocked. Before he can even react, a giant Buddhist palm comes roaring right at him, literally tearing through the wind with insane force. It stops dead, just a few feet away from Hua Bai. In that exact moment, his eyes go wide with pure, unfiltered terror. Hua Bai goes totally weak in the knees, collapsing to the ground in defeat. Seeing this, his panicked subordinates quickly rush over to help. "Boss, are you okay?" "Boss, what happened?" One of the guys screams furiously. "What the hell did you just do to our leader?" Wu Fu simply frowns, replying in a super calm voice. "Just deciding the winner and the loser." The lackey argues back. "Our boss definitely won this. You are probably hiding some super heavy internal injuries right now." But right then, Captain Qin slowly stands back up. Seeing the chaos finally calming down, Xu Qingqing crosses her arms, looking totally confused by the outcome. Who actually won? Lu Ling hesitates to say for sure, but judging by the looks of it, Wu Fu is the clear winner. Over here, the girl stares at Hua Bai stepping toward Wu Fu as she nervously asks, "What is the boss doing?" Wu Fu is just as curious. "You want to keep going? Watch this crazy twist." Hua Bai instantly drops to his knees right in front of him, begging respectfully, "Please take me as your disciple," leaving Wu Fu completely speechless. The girl watches this happen so stunned she cannot even speak. Their boss actually bowing to some random street rat freshman as his master. Another guy freezes, totally reevaluating his entire existence right now. "Am I dreaming today? Somebody pinch me." Hua Bai just clasps his hands, pleading with absolute desperation. "Master, please accept me as your loyal student." Wu Fu stares down at him, letting out an annoyed sigh. "So annoying, why don't you just stand up first?" Hua Bai looks up hopefully. With sad puppy dog eyes, he asks, "Does this mean you agree to take me as your disciple?" The whole area falls dead silent. Wu Fu just quietly turns around, casually throwing back, "Come with me to this spot, I will think about it on the way." Hua Bai happily accepts instantly. "Yes, master." He glances back at his goons and orders them, "You guys keep hunting for the culprit, I am out." Hearing that, the whole crew shouts in unison, "Understood, boss." Meanwhile, inside Yunhai University, everything is completely dead quiet, until a massive sneeze echoes through the halls. A skinny guy asks, "Hey big guy, what is wrong? Catch a cold?" The fat guy mutters, "Bad omen. Feels like I am about to lose my job." The other guy quickly comforts him, "Do not overthink it, let me buy you a nice meal." Meanwhile, over at Wutong Ghost City, the sky has faded to black. Inside the Merchant Guild, Jin Liu stands on the upper floor asking, "You think Wu Fu is really going to come here himself?" The old man questions, "Are you that confident?" Zian sits comfortably, casually staring at the glowing red gem in her palm as she replies, "Based on his arrogant personality, he will definitely show up. Now pay close attention to what happens outside those doors." The massive doors burst open. A girl floats in her robes, fluttering wildly in the air. Jin Liu stares at her in pure shock. "The Lua family of Mount Lushan, you dare come here?" The Lua family girl steps gracefully inside, saying gently, "I heard the Grand Jin family sent their top enforcer all the way here specifically to kill a student in the primordial spirit realm." The old man hisses in total frustration hearing this. She takes a soft step forward, continuing smoothly, "My Lua family just wants to see if those pathetic rumors are actually true." The two men sitting high up glare down at her. "How bold do you really want to make an enemy out of our Jin family?" Luo Si replies with absolute determination, "I only want to protect my student." Suddenly, the doors slam open again. A booming voice echoes from outside. "You can count me in too." Xu Yingxian shouts loudly, his eyes locked onto the crowd inside the room. "My Hu family heard the news too. We came to see how a mighty Jin family enforcer actually throws down with a mere kid in the primordial spirit realm." The girl next to the old Huo family man arrives too, along with the red-haired guy right beside her. He chimes right in, "So who exactly managed to poke the Jin family ant nest?" The girl smirks sarcastically, "Just for killing Jin Kan. This little brat is already dead meat. There is no way I am missing out on this crazy party." Suddenly, a loud dog bark echoes out. Zhu Yingxian immediately speaks up, "Wu Fu is finally here." Jin Liu jumps up, slamming his hands hard on the table to look down below. "That little brat you all keep talking about better not be too scared to show his face here today. Did he send a dog to take the blame?" The old man grinds his teeth. "So what do you and I make of this? The Jin family wants blood for their fallen heirs. Stick with me here. Is all this really over a dog?" Xu Yingxian furiously cracks his knuckles, terrifying his lackey. "You dare laugh." One brutal strike sends the guy flying right through the railing. The lackey crashes down, sliding across the floor until he stops dead in front of Urha. The husky looks totally suspicious and hostile. "What is this circus?" The kick guy decides to vent all his anger on Urha. "What are you looking at, stupid dog? This is all your fault." Feeling deeply insulted, the dog literally inflates. Urha aggressively pins his head down. Up on the balcony, The two onlookers spit their drinks out. This dog reached the origin soul tier. Jin Liu squints. Luo Shi blinks in pure shock. Too fast. Even Wufu's husky hit the origin soul tier. Suddenly, a voice echoes from the door. Obviously, the mountain of spirit stones my air hat 8 worked. Luo Shi blurts out a name. Shu Qing. Shu Qing Xing smiles brightly. Long time no see, teacher Luo. Luo Shi is utterly speechless. Wufu's little crew is getting super arrogant. The dog haters sigh heavily. We are literally worse than a dog now. Jin Liu shouts furiously from above. Wufu. Wufu frowns, looking up. Huabai boldly steps in front of him. He is Nanhua's guest. Does the Jin family need him? Jin Liu smugly summons something, glowing with gorgeous blue light. I suggest you Nanhua folks mind your own business right now, or become our enemies. Ziyan stands up, tossing a quick warning directly at Jin Liu. Wu Fu is here, so I am out. Have fun. But before he can even leave, watch closely now. Luo Zi drops behind Ziyan with a sword, her voice totally freezing. You know Wu Fu, right? Why not say hello? Ziyan fails to hide his smug smirk. Are you asking to die? Boom! A sudden surprise attack blasts straight toward Luo Zi. Thanks to her insane speed, she cleanly dodges the strike. Meanwhile, Wu Fu watches them argue and casually thinks, wow, so many people want me dead right now. Looks like Master's pill is almost finished. Xu Yingxian bows with deep respect. Little brother, you gave us grace. The Huo family will fiercely protect you. Run ahead, I will hold them all back today. Huo Shuang eagerly chimes in. Wu Fu hurry and escape, but instead of running, Wu Fu steps forward. Wild lightning violently rips through the air right behind his back. If I let a girl stand in front to protect me, my entire path to godhood is absolutely ruined. Jin Liu is totally enraged by Wu Fu's fearlessness. You dare to challenge me, you little punk. Are you tired of living? The old man screams, his voice shredding the silent atmosphere. A seriously heavy warning. The dragon snake sword in my hand has never once failed. Today I claim your pathetic life. Huabai panics completely. Master is gonna die, why no counterattack? I know what you're thinking. Panic time. Nope. Lu Ling smiles. It's fine. Jin Liu and his epic dragon snake sword charge straight at Wu Fu, laughing like a maniac. A true divine weapon. Good thing I prepared for this. Jin Liu aggressively mocks Wu Fu's skills. A greenhorn rookie like you dares defy the mighty Jin family, the old man roars wildly. Anyone standing behind you today is getting slaughtered. Wu Fu's eyes instantly turn dangerously freezing cold. Boom, a massive explosion shatters the dead silence completely. That purple-haired guy just smirks deviously. The old Jin guy is absolutely furious. Sticking around longer means bringing total disaster upon myself. The girl beside him awkwardly realizes the vibe. My mom called me for dinner, bye. Ziyan hides in a dark corner, totally satisfied. Just stay there and wait for death. Wu Fu's new disciple boldly approaches. Master, let me fight. Lu Ling is just totally speechless. Still wanting to be a disciple. What is the point right now? Su Qingqing and Erha agree, matching Lu Ling's completely done expression. Great timing, buddy. The scene suddenly shifts to the highway. Zhou Tan is frustrated with Wang Mengmeng driving. Brother Fu is in danger at Wutong City, drive faster. And that's where we leave it. Wang Mengmeng drives calmly. Safety first, stop complaining. Buckle up and keep your eyes on the road. The hilarious banter between these two just echoes through the air. Let's dive into this madness together. Because the main characters always show up at the absolute perfect time, that is exactly how they keep us completely hooked. So true, so true. Back in the room where the fight just broke out, this ignorant little punk cannot afford to let his guard down. Jin Liu puts his hands behind his back, looking super smug. Since you all want to die together, I will happily grant your wish. Huabai charges in with absolute confidence. Leave these guys to your disciple. You just focus on taking down that main guy. Ancient Buddha fist technique. Wu Fu just sighs heavily and calls out, hey, I never actually agreed to take you as my student. Plus, this crowd is not going down easy. Seeing Huabai get swatted away instantly, he awkwardly swallows his words and just turns to walk away. The guy scratches his head, looking totally embarrassed. Master, could you maybe tell them to give me a hand? There are literally 8 guys in front of me. Lu Ling and Xu Qingqing are completely speechless. This guy is so shameless. Was he seriously a guild master before this? Right, Jin Liu's subordinates rush forward yelling trash, like you actually dare to go against the Jin family. Seeing this, Wu Fu just lets out a cold, mocking laugh. An explosive attack hits. Now watch closely, because Wu Fu definitely did not expect his defensive shield to start failing. It is cracking. The loud sound of shattering glass echoes through the air. He looks up and smirks. Just as expected, when there is such a massive gap in our power levels, even high-tier martial arts struggle to show their true destructive power. Lu Ling is finally starting to feel genuinely worried for Wu Fu right now. The Jin family's strength is no joke. Most of us are only at the primordial spirit realm, so I am afraid we might not be a match. Shu Qingqing has the exact same expression. Whether they are a match for us or not, we will only find out by actually fighting them. Huobai speaks up. Master, what do you think we should do? Wu Fu answers with total seriousness. You guys just need to hold them off. Leave the rest of these punks to me. Jin Liu's voice rings out, absolutely dripping with killing intent. Too bad for you, you are not getting that chance. Full power attack. Wu Fu immediately starts gathering intense energy right into the palm of his hand. Were you not just using the shard to lure me in, traveling thousands of miles to gift it to me? I will gladly accept this little favor. Even though she is standing outside, Ziyan already feels like something is way off. The sharp clashing sounds just keep ringing out endlessly. Following Wu Fu's lead, Ziyan hides in the corner and silently makes her move. He flicks his hand, shooting a shard straight backwards. The crowd panics and yells out, "Hurry and block that shard!" Jin Liu hears the commotion, looks up in pure shock and mutters, "The shard." The old man quickly draws his sword and slashes at it. Taking a massive gamble, Jin Liu says, "If we cannot have it, then neither can you." But the second his razor-sharp sword touches the shard, it gets completely destroyed. Jin Liu's eyes widen in absolute disbelief as he thinks, how is this even possible? You and I both know how crazy this is. The crowd goes wild, watching this, yelling Jin Liu's dragon snake sword just shattered. That was a treasure that took over 10 years to forge. Another guy gasps in total shock. What kind of godly weapon is that thing anyway? Furious, the old man releases his spiritual energy and stubbornly screams out, "No, I refuse to believe it. The divine weapon, and your pathetic life. Nobody is leaving this place alive. All of you get out of my way right now." Jin Liu stomps his foot hard into the ground. He launches himself forward, leaving behind a massive cloud of dust. Huobai immediately summons a defensive wall, standing directly face to face with the old man. He shouts a fierce warning. "If you want to touch my master, you will have to step over my dead body first." Two insanely powerful energies violently collide, creating a terrifying shockwave. But facing such a massive power gap, he quickly falls into a losing position. Huobai struggles to hold the line, coughing heavily. Lu Ling stands behind him and calls out, "Hold on, we are coming to help you." Shu Qingqing jumps into the fight too, yelling, "Everyone attack together." But Jin Liu's raw strength relentlessly pushes the three of them back. Huobai realizes things are looking really bad. He quickly shouts orders. "This guy's cultivation level is a whole realm higher than ours. We basically cannot win a head-on fight. I will cover you guys so you can grab master and run." But the two stubbornly stay to fight. Shu Qingqing says with total faith, "That crazy arrogant guy has literally never let me down before. We just need to hold him off for as long as possible." The old man looks at their pathetic, injured state. He laughs proudly and sneers, "Then go die with him." Seeing the deadly attack getting closer by the second, he frantically screams, "This is bad." Suddenly, in the quiet night, a massive pillar of deep blue energy shoots straight up into the sky. Accompanied by an absolutely deafening roar, Lu Ling takes a brutal hit from Jin Liu's attack and collapses to the ground. Coughing, the old man sneers with pure excitement. "I thought you guys were actually strong, but I guess this is all you have got." Covered in severe wounds, she barely manages to push herself up and calls out Wu Fu. Shu Qingqing stares at the scene in front of her, completely stunned. No way. The thick smoke finally clears, revealing a massive empty crater right where Wu Fu was standing. Huobai looks almost entirely hopeless, muttering, "Master only just accepted me, and now it has come to this." But then suddenly someone points straight up at the sky and frantically screams out, "Everyone look up there." That is where we leave it today. Jin Liu panics, stuttering, "No, that is impossible. He is actually still alive. Let's dive right into this insane showdown." Wu Fu looks down, flexing his new power, smirking that he only leveled up just to crush this guy. Zion stares at that crazy aura and absolutely loses his mind. Void return realm level. Wu Fu just side-eyes him with a smirk. "Caught me. Still, I owe you a huge thank you for gifting me that epic power shard." Kane is furious. He instantly summons a massive swarm of glowing snakes, grinding his teeth. He screams that Wu Fu's legendary weapon and his actual life completely belong to him now. Wu Fu, totally unbothered. "You really do not know your own place." Faster than a blink, one single sword strike completely wipes the guy out. Flora is basically glowing with pure admiration. Master is seriously unstoppable. Wu Fu hovers in the sky. One man, one sword. His terrifying aura pressing down heavy. "Time to settle our little debt," he announces. Zion is sweating bullets now, quickly shouting out a warning. "My master is the great Byron. He and Luke are literal brothers," but Wu Fu does not care about his desperate monologue. Boom, one brutal sword strike slams right down. Zion gets instantly flattened by the attack while Wu Fu coldly turns his head away. Let's pause right here. Pay attention to how crazy this gets. Wu Fu yawns. "Tell your boss to come find me himself." Miles away, Byron feels that deadly shift. His eyes snap wide. My student Luke sees him rushing off, totally confused. "Bro, what is going on?" Byron does not even look back. He just snaps a quick order. Focus on making the pills. I have to step out. His face goes completely pitch black with rage. He swears to himself that Wu Fu killed his prized student, so he will chop him into tiny little pieces. Back at the fight right before collapsing, Zion stubbornly screams out one final pathetic warning. Wu Fu, do not get too cocky. My master will absolutely get his revenge. Kane watches in pure shock. This guy literally just kills without hesitating. The random background mobs start pointing and mocking Wu Fu. Hey Wu Fu, you clueless little punk. You probably have zero idea how utterly terrifying that guy's master really is, do you? Another idiot chimes in with a massive smirk. You are literally about to die but still begging for trouble. A supreme master could easily crush you with just one single finger. Suddenly, a blurry figure zooms right past them out of nowhere. Ha whips his head around, barking twice. Wang Meng Meng suddenly appears on the scene with a huge grin. Wu Fu brother, I have arrived. Chase also bows his head with total respect, calling him boss. Lu Ling whips around, absolutely shocked. Wait, Wang Meng Meng Huo Shuang has the exact same stunned look on her face. Chase. Wang Meng Meng happily flies straight toward Wu Fu, going in for a massive bear hug. Wu Fu, I could not eat or sleep lately. Look, I even lost some weight. Someone gives a loud warning, cough, and Wang Meng Meng instantly freezes in his tracks. Chase is standing right behind him, dying of second-hand embarrassment. This is so humiliating. The two girls just helplessly sigh at the total cringe. Wang Meng Meng awkwardly scratches his head, forcing a laugh to change the subject. Wow, big crowd today. Did you already finish clearing this place out? Kane glares at him with extreme caution, totally confused. Where did this random chubby dude even come from? Is he just here for comic relief? Wang Meng Meng catches that creepy stare. You and I both know exactly what Wang Meng Meng is thinking right now. Why is this freak staring at me? Suddenly, Wang Meng Meng solemnly clasps his hands together. This random move completely stuns Kane and his entire gang. Wang Meng Meng puts on this super respectful, serious face, bowing deeply, leaving the snake guy totally baffled. It is getting late. Thank you so much, big brother, for helping out Wu Fu. This massive favor, I will remember forever. Lu Ling absolutely loses her mind and screams at him. Wang Meng Meng, you idiot, that guy is the literal enemy. Hearing that, Wang Meng Meng instantly spins around and bolts away, acting totally casual. Well, why didn't you just tell me sooner? This makes Kane absolutely furious. He grinds his teeth together. Are you just here to mock me? I can see you are literally begging for a death wish. Without wasting another second, he summons a gigantic, terrifying snake head that charges directly at Wang Meng Meng. Wang Meng Meng sees Kane launching this wild sneak attack and completely panics. Mommy boom. A massive, deafening explosion rocks the entire area, kicking up a huge, blinding cloud of dust. Chase immediately drops to his knees, totally faking a flood of dramatic tears. Oh, Wang Meng Meng, you died such a brutal death. It is my fault for arriving late. As the thick smoke clears, glowing spell scrolls are suddenly revealed, floating entirely around him. Wang Meng Meng is perfectly safe, totally chilling inside a massive protective energy bubble. But he is still inside, screaming his lungs out. I am dead. I am actually dead. I still have $1 billion family fortune waiting for me to inherit back home. Lu Ling watches this whole ridiculous scene and breathes a massive sigh of relief. Thank goodness he had that divine protection scroll. Otherwise, chubby Wang Meng Meng would have been reduced to literal dust by now. Kane suddenly yells to grab everyone's attention. His face is pitch black with rage as his spiritual power explodes. Do not think a few shiny little divine weapons make you the absolute ruler of this world. Lu Ling turns and gives Wu Fu a dead serious warning. Kane's power is no joke at all. You have to be extremely careful right now. Wu Fu just smirks, completely relaxed. Relax. That guy could not even manage to touch a single hair on my head if he tried. Kane wildly swings his arm, launching a barrage of magical bullets straight at Wu Fu. Just die already. Wu Fu instantly fires up his own power, meeting the deadly attack head-on. With one casual swing of his sword, Wu Fu completely shatters every single magical bullet flying his way. And that is where we leave it. Wu Fu sends a massive slash straight at Kane. The villain's eyes go wide, screaming in pure denial. This is completely impossible. Stick with me, we're diving into some absolute Manhwa madness. There is no way this is just peak void return power. Wu Fu calmly stares at the wall hole he just punched Jin Lu through. He speaks completely ice cold. I never said I was peak void return. I'm the strongest existence in DTN. Cut to the university principal's office where things are going terribly wrong. He's got a sword pointed right at his throat. Totally helpless, sweating bullets, he's just begging for his life. Please spare me. The woman holding the blade gives a freezing command to the trembling principal. Expel Wu Fu from Yunhai University right now or else. Terrified, he scrambles to dial the phone. The second someone picks up on the other end, the principal frantically yells, "Hello." Lu Ling's phone is ringing. Caller ID says it's the principal. She picks it up completely confused and says, "Hello, principal." On the other end, the principal is just breathing heavy, stressed out of his mind. Lu Ling asks again, "Hello, principal, what's wrong? Say something." Suddenly, a massive scream from the phone startles her so badly she has to yank it away from her ear. He roars through the speaker. The Chongjiang sect is hunting down Wu Fu to cause trouble. Tell him not to come back. Wu Fu hears the commotion and snaps his head around. Lu Ling is super anxious now. "Principal, what on earth happened to you?" Xu Qingqing, hugging two cats in her arms, is just as confused. "What's going on?" Lu Ling hastily turns to him. "The Chongjiang sect. They attacked the school, the principal might be." But Wu Fu stays perfectly calm and orders, "You head back to the university first. I need to deal with the Jin family first." His face darkens instantly. With icy anger, he declares, "Nobody in this world gets to threaten me." With that, Wu Fu instantly flies off. Luo Si hurries to speak up. "I'm coming with you." Hua Bai yells out, "Master, wait for me too." The two of them chase right after him. The rest of the group is just left standing there like statues. Wang Mengmeng scratches her head. "What do we do now? Just walk over there?" Xu Qingqing is totally lost. "So, how exactly are we supposed to travel?" Lu Ling takes charge. "We have to rush back to Yunhai." Scene shifts over to the secret cultivation grounds of the Jin family. Luo Zi speaks up with a warning. The head of the Jin family is in secluded training here. Wu Fu just smirks. Perfect timing. Time to finish this early. Two female guards from the Jin family spot them approaching and immediately go on high alert. "Who are you two? What's your business?" He scoffs. "Ha. The mighty Jin family head actually leaves weaklings like you to guard this place." The guards can clearly tell Wu Fu is up to no good. "Watch closely, things get wild here." They draw their swords. "Who the hell dares to mess with the Jin family? He just plays dumb." "Oh, I totally forgot. The Jin family already sent all their real troops out there to kill people, didn't they?" The guard screams in pure rage. "You're asking for death." Wu Fu calmly releases his sword aura, speaking with a dark tone. Is the Jin family head not coming out to greet guests? His casual sword aura completely obliterates the defensive barrier of the area. It easily blows the guards away like nothing. Suddenly, the loud, continuous sound of clashing metal echoes from deep inside the cave. A pair of murder-filled eyes glare out, threatening him. "You ignorant little brat." The head of the Jin family finally makes his grand entrance. Generating an absolute hurricane of power, he snarls. "Since you came all this way, you can just rest in peace here forever." Wu Fu throws up a shield to block the massive attack. Luo Shi is super worried and asks Wu Fu, "Are you okay?" The tyrannical strike actually makes him admit, "Damn, this old guy is way too strong." Wu Fu channels his sword aura. He quickly shatters the incoming attack. Let that sink in for a second. This old man's oppressive energy is absolutely terrifying. It's on a completely different level from before. Stepping out from the cave, the Jin family head radiates an overwhelmingly powerful aura. He mocks them with total disgust. "You dare approach the Jin family with such pitiful strength? You really don't know your place." He reveals a shocking level of power. Before his secluded training, he was at late-stage void return. After training, nobody knows. Even his weapon's soul is a total mystery. Luo Si warns him. The Jin family possesses an absolutely unique secret technique. Without it, just relying on worship wouldn't have earned them their high standing in Wutong City. "Please be careful," Wu Fu calmly replies. "A family secret technique, huh? No wonder even the Heaven Connection scroll didn't record it." He clenches his fist with pure determination. But honestly, if it's not in the Heaven Connection scroll, it's definitely not a top-tier martial art anyway. Wu Fu's eyes turn razor sharp. Confident, he declares, "I've got a way to handle this old fool." And just like that, he turns into a blur of lightning-fast wind. Using the Shattered God Chaos Steps, Wu Fu instantly appears right in front of him. But the old man is full of contempt. Calling him a pathetic bug, the Jin family head casually blocks Wu Fu's sword strike. He then coldly chants the Great Majesty Golden Dragon art. Instantly, Wu Fu feels an incredibly massive surge of internal energy. It's rushing straight at him, followed by a totally earth-shattering explosion. Seeing this massive blast, Luo Zi realizes the truth. The Jin family head actually mastered a divine technique during all those years of training. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens when the smoke clears. Stick with me here. If he had not dodged that insane strike, he would literally be wiped out of existence. Luo Shi knows things are getting super dangerous, so she panics and warns Wu Fu. The Great Golden Dragon technique is the Jin family's absolute strongest martial art. Do not fight back. But does Wu Fu listen? Of course not. He just charges right in, smirking the absolute strongest. "Huh. Let me test that out." Without missing a beat, he dashes straight at the Jin family patriarch, making the old man totally scoff. "You brat, who do you think you are looking down on?" The old man quickly gathers his inner chi, ready to bring an incredibly devastating punch crashing right down onto Wu Fu's head. "You murdered my descendants and still dare to act this arrogant." Seeing his perfect opening, the old guy totally snaps, launches his attack and screams out loud. "Go to hell." Not scared at all, Wu Fu instantly draws his blade. The patriarch's punch rushes toward him like a literal raging hurricane. Boom! The two massive waves of energy violently crash into each other. And honestly, it really looks like Wu Fu is losing ground this time. He has to grit his teeth just to block the Jin Patriarch's insane power. Then out of nowhere, the old man teleports right in front of him. You are way too green. This sudden jump scare instantly gives our guy a really bad feeling that something is totally wrong. Crap. A massive explosion shakes the whole area, completely blowing Wu Fu backward. Right now, he clearly realizes this old man is absolutely no joke. Seeing him still acting so chill, the Jin Patriarch gets super annoyed. Facing my absolute power, you still have the nerve to act so arrogant. Wu Fu is not having it and roasts him right back. You are barely holding up to huh. Then he coughs a few times, smirking. Plus, the longer they fight, the more he realizes just how ridiculously overpowered this new sword in his hand actually is. The astral sword can actually absorb the life essence of strong cultivators. Talk about an absolutely wild, unexpected bonus feature. He really wants to test it on the Jin Patriarch. Now pay attention here, because if he kills him, just imagine how absurdly strong the astral sword will get. The old Jin Patriarch stays quiet, just frowning and thinking to himself, how is this brat not dead yet? If I had not ended my closed-door training early, he would definitely be dead by now. In this messy situation, the old man has to act fast. He makes his final choice. The only way is to heavily injure him, then grab the chance to finish him off. A quick, brutal kill. Instantly, he charges forward screaming, hand over your life, you little punk. But Wu Fu is not scared at all to throw down for real. If you want it that badly, then sacrifice your own life to my astral sword. The Jin Patriarch wildly waves his hand, launching an attack. Wu Fu swings his blade right back. Both sides show zero mercy, clashing in an absolutely fierce showdown. Their massive inner chi violently erupts, blowing absolutely everything away. Furious, the Jin Patriarch loudly roars at him, I really want to see exactly what you are relying on to fight against me. In response, Wu Fu just gives a cold smirk with a deeply cryptic reply. You want to see? Then let me show you. Out of nowhere, he pulls out a sword dripping with insanely heavy killer intent and spiritual energy. The second the Jin Patriarch sees that blade, he realizes something terrifying. You wait, are you? A sudden spray of blood. The Jin Patriarch takes a direct, devastating hit from Wu Fu right to the gut. He knows he totally lost this fight. But he is not even mad. He actually laughs maniacally and shouts, the Jin family's fate is doomed by the Tribulation Sovereign. Getting to fight the legendary sovereign, I have absolutely zero regrets in this life. Standing on the sidelines, Luo Xi is totally blown away, thinking to herself, the entire Jin family just wiped out. I know what you are thinking. One guy uprooting them all is insane. Meanwhile, back to Wu Fu. He is currently trying to do something really weird with his blade. Captain Qin takes one look and completely panics, realizing what is happening. Wait, is he trying to literally merge with the divine weapon? Right then, Wu Fu violently clenches his fist. The divine power from both weapons quickly wraps around him, fusing directly with his body and causing him to visibly transform. Luo Xi is still staring intently at him, when out of nowhere the residual sword aura completely shreds her dress to absolute pieces, making her scream in total panic. And of course, Captain Qin, standing right there, gets an instant massive nosebleed from the wild view. A moment later, Luo Xi nervously yells out, Master, what is wrong with your cultivation base? Did you mess up your training somewhere? Wu Fu replies super coldly, my cultivation is just blocked by the sword aura, but my overall power got a massive boost. Do not worry. But honestly, even he is secretly pretty confused, thinking, in my past life, my foundation was rock solid. I have literally never run into this weird situation before. Who knows if this is a blessing or a total curse? Even so, he does not hesitate for long, turning around to tell Luo Xi, I am heading back to Yunhai now. Hearing that, Luo Xi immediately says she is tagging along. With the current situation, he figures the Jin family is officially ruined. This is the absolute best chance for the 6 Divine Mountains. Everyone hurry and secure things over at Yunhai University. I can handle the rest myself. At that exact same time, in some random room back in Yunhai, angry cursing and painful groans echo out loud. Damn it, I really thought we could capture this bastard's parents, but who would have guessed he is a literal orphan? Thought they could blackmail him, huh? What do you and I take from this? Never try threatening an overpowered orphan. Stick with me here. Outside Yunhai Arena, a female Zhongyang sect disciple cautiously whispers, Master, it's almost time. If Wu Fu doesn't show up, are we actually going to kill people? The sect master replies calmly. The second the clock hits 6, one person dies every minute until Wu Fu finally shows up. He coldly shifts all blame onto Wu Fu. Little does he know, Xu Qingqing and Lu Ling are practically breathing in the bushes, watching his every move. Xu Qingqing totally panics, whispering, what do we do? They're actually gonna murder people. Lu Ling sighs helplessly. We're totally outmatched, we just have to wait. The Erha barks, basically agreeing with her. Meng Meng pops his head out of the leaves, totally confused. Wait, aren't there sect rules? No hurting normal people, right? Lu Ling quickly breaks it down. Since they haven't technically killed anyone yet, those fancy sect rules literally don't apply to them right now. With the situation, this bad Meng Meng grits his teeth and snaps. Damn it, rules mean absolutely nothing if you're dead. If Brother Fu doesn't show, I'm going in. But Zhou Tan quickly grabs him. Fatty, don't do something stupid. Suddenly, a Zhongyang disciple catches them red-handed, grabbing Meng Meng right by the shoulder with a nasty grin. Well, look at the giant rat I just caught. His creepy voice completely startles the trio. Zhou Tan, Shu Qingqing, and Lu Ling. They yell, oh crap, because standing right there is a huge crowd of sect disciples completely blocking their escape. Lu Ling turns to Shu Qingqing, sweating bullets. We're totally surrounded. Now watch this. The Zhongyang sect master steps out laughing wildly. You guys arrive at the perfect time. Killing you all sends a much better message, but before he attacks, a sudden deadly instinct hits him. Something insanely fast zips right past his face. Shu Qingqing and Lu Ling quickly turn to look at the shadows. Shu Qingqing gasps in pure shock, seeing their savior. Wu Fu is finally here. Hearing that name, the Zhongyang sect master immediately starts mocking Wu Fu. I honestly thought you were too scared to show up. Stepping through the smoke, Wu Fu calmly roasts him back. Never thought the so-called Grand Zhongyang sect would stoop this low, using innocent people as cheap hostages. Just pathetic. The master shamelessly defends himself, completely looking down on Wu Fu. Those ordinary rules are honestly just about not killing mortals. Our sect wasn't going to execute anyone, we just needed bait to draw you out. But I seriously didn't expect you to show up as absolutely worthless trash with zero cultivation left. You and I know the truth, right? His divine swords are actually masking his massive power, completely fooling the clueless sect master. Wu Fu just gives him a cold, sarcastic smirk. Meanwhile, Meng Meng hears the villain's words and completely freaks out, stammering, Brother Fu, your power, what happened? Did the Jin family patriarch cripple you? Zhou Tan nervously scratches his head, panicking. We are totally doomed. Hearing that terrifying name dropped by Meng Meng, the Jin family patriarch Lin Bo realizes Wu Fu offended a massive shot and cowardly whines. Look, this is strictly between Wu Fu and the Zhongyang sect. If he dies, doesn't that mean we're safe? Some random guy beside him completely agrees. Yeah, this is all his fault. Meanwhile, mistakenly thinking that Wu Fu is totally powerless, the arrogant master orders, hand over your divine weapons right now. I might even take your life. Wu Fu coldly replies, shouldn't you let them go first? That cowardly guy, agreeing with Lin Bo, stupidly pokes his head out, begging. Oh, thank God we're saved, we're totally innocent, but the sect disciple isn't letting them off easy. He violently punches the guy in the face, shouting, you don't get to make demands. Watching all this, Wu Fu stays totally silent, but his frown screams pure annoyance. The tension here is basically suffocating. Lu Ling is freaking out. Wu Fu lost his powers, and this sect has an army of monsters. Plus, our student council is defenseless. What do we do? Suddenly, the Erha aggressively charges forward, scaring her half to death as she screams, Erha. The enemy disciple just sneers at the poor dog. What the hell is a dog gonna do? Before Erha can even bite him, the punk brutally blasts the dog's stomach, launching it completely into a massive tree. Wu Fu and Lu Ling completely freak out, screaming. Erha. The punk smirks, calling him weak. That's where we leave it. Trust me, payback's coming. Let's dive into a wild one. Lu Ling is absolutely furious, pointing her finger and screaming, you actually killed Erha. You guys are dead meat. Of course, the guy does not care about her warning at all. He just thinks some trash with zero cultivation power is completely harmless, and wanting revenge for that stupid dog absolutely hilarious. So he offers a twisted deal to the guys in the student council. Whoever manages to kill him, I will let the rest of you go. Hearing this, those spineless council members obviously agree to play along. They even double-check, asking, can we actually trust your word? The Zhongyang sect disciple nods confidently. Of course you can. But you have to kill him first. Just like that, the hyped-up student council members rush forward, totally ready to take Wu Fu down. You provoked the enemy, so why drag us into it? If we kill you, we get to walk free. Well, the result, one guy eats a massive punch to the face and gets sent flying miles away. That instantly terrifies the rest of them. Nobody dares to step up. Wu Fu is boiling with pure rage, now screaming at these ungrateful traitors. All of you can go to hell. The Zhongyang sect disciple watches this and smirks. And here I thought you really turned into useless trash. Turns out you were just playing the fool to catch the tiger. How interesting. Beside them, Lu Ling also quickly realizes that Wu Fu never actually lost his cultivation. She smiles happily, thinking to herself, so his power was there all along. But right then, now pay close attention here. She notices Era's body is suddenly gone. The dog returns to Wu Fu, who is radiating absolute killer intent and furious as he demands. Did you kill Urha? This Zhongyang sect guy is totally clueless, practically asking for death as he dares to provoke him further. Why don't I just kill you too? You can go reunite with your stupid dog. The second he says that, he charges straight at Wu Fu. But before he can even land a hit, Wu Fu effortlessly blocks the attack. Right at this moment, the guy completely panics, finally realizing, I was moving that fast and he still kept up. Wu Fu's face is dead serious as he spits out two words. Too noisy. Then with one brutal punch he goes straight through this dude's body. Godlike power explodes from within him, fueled by his blazing anger over Erha's death. I am going to slaughter the entire Zhongyang sect. You will all be buried with Erha. Meanwhile, the Zhongyang sect master quickly senses a very weird spiritual energy coming off of Wu Fu. He totally freaks out, realizing this aura means he has merged with a divine weapon, far away in another location. Some spirit orbs suddenly start spinning around like absolutely crazy. A woman standing right there instantly notices how weird they are acting. She looks confused, wondering to herself how such a tiny world could hold someone capable of shaking the heavens. This white-haired girl is super curious about whoever has the power to make these spirit orbs go totally out of control. A small world, yet someone is causing earth-shattering chaos right now. I want to see exactly who this person is. The second she says that, she quickly summons a magic mirror out of thin air. Looking right through the magic mirror, she sees that the guy causing this insane phenomenon is actually Wu Fu. I know you saw that coming. She totally recognizes Wu Fu and lets out this really amused laugh, saying, and here I thought I was just being paranoid. Who knew I would actually find my descendant? I would recognize that huge 3-inch forehead even if it turned to ashes. Then doing some unknown magic, she completely covers the spirit orbs in flashing lightning. Meanwhile, back down on Earth, Wu Fu quickly realizes something is very wrong. A massive lightning bolt strikes straight down onto his body. The sect master sees this happen and loudly declares, this lightning is filled with pure wrath. Wu Fu, the heavens themselves want you dead. Lu Ling is super worried about Wu Fu's safety, whispering his name. Meng Meng is completely terrified too, screaming out loud. Brother Fu Zhou-tan is absolutely shocked, asking himself, is this the ultimate punishment from the heavens? But obviously Wu Fu is completely fine, actually. Instead, it looks like he just got even stronger. The Zhongyang sect master finally realizes the huge problem here. No way he is actually absorbing the purple lightning. Lu Ling is also pretty shocked watching Wu Fu pull this off. Didn't he lose his cultivation? How is he absorbing heavenly thunder? As for Wu Fu himself, soaking up that lightning just makes him way more confident, saying, oh, so you finally noticed me, and you really tried to bury me with purple lightning. Seeing the situation quickly turning against him, the sect master makes a fast choice. He can absorb heavenly thunder. Something is seriously messed up with this crazy kid right now. I have to strike first. Without hesitation, he launches a massive attack right at Wu Fu and screams, go to hell. With zero panic, Wu Fu just stands there watching the blast fly toward him. Right as the deadly attack gets close, he effortlessly blocks it using only one single hand. This makes the Zhongyang sect master stare in pure disbelief. He actually stopped my sword aura with just one hand. Insane. Wu Fu's voice turns freezing cold as he says, killing you only takes a single breath. The moment he finishes speaking, his absolute counterattack slices straight through the sect master's ultimate strike. That sight is something the guy completely failed to predict, making him scream his final words. Impossible. There is no way this is happening. So what do you and I make of this? Never mess with a guy's dog. He gets completely obliterated by Wu Fu's thunder, leaving his disciples stuttering in pure horror. Stick with me, the sect boss is finally dead. Wu Fu turns and gives the leftover grunts a deadly warning. Nobody messes with his people, and that absolutely includes his little pet dog. Those losers think he's going to execute them too, so they totally panic and sprint away. The leader is dead, run for it. Once they all run off, Wu Fu finally lets his guard down, showing extreme pain. This immediately makes Lu Ling super worried. Calling out his name, she rushes over to catch him before he falls. Wu Fu, are you okay? He calmly replies that he is fine, just a bit tired, apologizing for worrying her. But right at that moment, Wang Meng Meng suddenly screams out, Boss Wu, Erha is not dead. Hearing that, Wu Fu and Lu Ling quickly go check it out, finding the dog randomly wrapped in an eggshell. They are totally confused. What on earth is this dog doing? Suddenly, the mysterious egg cracks open. Wu Fu immediately feels a massive surge of spiritual energy radiating from those cracks. What is this? Lu Ling turns to check on him, only to witness something absolutely unbelievable. What is going on? Your severe wounds are literally healing all by themselves right now. Before Wu Fu can even answer her, Wang Meng Meng yells out one more time, Boss Wu, look over there. It seems like Erha has finally broken the egg. Now pay attention here, things get wild. A massive energy blasts from the shell, rushing right at Wu Fu. He realizes it is trying to possess him. What the heck? A moment later, he wakes up to everyone sounding super anxious. Wu Fu, what is wrong with you? Please wake up, boss. Why did you suddenly pass out? He slowly opens his eyes only to see Lu Ling and Wang Mengmeng facing completely away from him. They are both yelling in unison, Wu Fu, wake up, man. This leaves him completely confused. What is happening? By now, Wu Fu is fully conscious again. Seeing movement, Lu Ling quickly calls out his name. Wang Mengmeng chimes in, the boss is finally awake. Just as Lu Ling starts asking Wu Fu, how are you feeling right now? Wu Fu suddenly pounces straight at her. He starts acting super weird, literally rubbing his head into places he definitely should not be touching, making her completely flustered. Wu Fu, what the heck are you doing? Get off! Seeing him act so stubborn, she absolutely loses her temper. How dare you take advantage of me? Two massive slaps echo through the air. Lu Ling knocks Wu Fu out cold and angrily screams, are you crazy trying to cop a feel? Suddenly, the husky Erha walks right up and speaks out loud. Hey, I am over here. These words leave Lu Ling deeply confused while Wang Mengmeng's eyes bug out as he screams. Holy crap, the dog just turned into a demon. Wu Fu, trapped inside the husky's body, glares at him and scolds. You damn fatso, shut your mouth. After calming down a bit, Lu Ling finally asks, wait, are you Wu Fu? Wang Mengmeng also calls out in total panic, boss Wu. The dog inside Wu Fu's body just barks while the real Wu Fu inside the dog replies to everyone with a human grunt. At this point, Lu Ling is completely baffled. Why the heck are you inside your pet dog's body? Even stuck in a dog's body, Wu Fu keeps his cool and coldly explains the situation. The heavenly energy must have messed up when splitting my soul, throwing me into the dog by mistake. You and I both know this is peak comedy. Lu Ling and Wang Mengmeng are totally speechless. Meanwhile, the dog inside Wu Fu's human body keeps happily rubbing against him. Getting annoyed by this, he angrily yells out, stop rubbing on me, you are totally ruining my cool image. Right during this absurdly funny moment, a surviving disciple from the Zhongyang sect suddenly pops up laughing at them with pure contempt. Oh Wu Fu, you really managed to use your own epic power to completely destroy our sect leader, but you are still an idiot. Now the top guy in the Zhongyang sect is me. Seeing another random guy dare to show his face, Wu Fu just sneers. Looks like another fool looking to die. This clueless Zhongyang sect disciple obviously has no idea about the bizarre body swap between Wu Fu and the husky. So he just laughs mockingly and says, wow, even Wu Fu's stupid dog can speak. Too bad Wu Fu himself has turned into a drooling idiot. Wang Mengmeng thinks his boss can no longer fight, so he quickly steps up to protect him. Boss Wu, you go first, leave this place to me. The Zhongyang sect disciple visibly looks down on Wang Mengmeng's weak spiritual energy, totally underestimating him. So he charges forward to finish him off first. Without Wu Fu, do you losers really think you can fight me? However, before he can even land a strike, a furry paw flies out of nowhere. Wu Fu, stuck in the husky's body, kicks this guy right in the face, sending him flying away. This crazy scene scares the absolute life out of Wang Mengmeng. He screams out loud, boss, you are this ridiculously strong, even as a dog. After easily taking care of that noisy extra, Lu Ling turns and asks Wu Fu, so what is your grand plan now? Are you seriously just going to live your life as a dog? Wu Fu helplessly admits, of course I need to swap back. If I want to quickly return to my original human form right now, I can only go find a super expert breaking through the harmony stage. Hearing this, she instantly realizes his insane plan. You want to use the heavenly tribulation lightning. He casually admits it. Exactly, and I already picked my target. So what do we think happens next? Trust me, you'll want to find out. Stick with me, you're about to see the craziest soul swap ever. Just watch over my body and the Erha, I'll be right back. A bit later at the academy, some arrogant Zhongyang sect disciples are looking down from above. They spot Wu Fu's group finally coming back. They immediately start mocking him because they can't sense a single drop of spiritual energy coming from Wu Fu. Look at him, they laugh. Is this guy really just stuck at the profound understanding tier? How pathetic is that? Looks like he took serious damage fighting our sect leader and lost all his cultivation. The biggest guy in the group loudly calls the shots. He is only at the profound tier, so just a few of us are more than enough to crush him. The other disciples confidently agree. Meanwhile, the Erha inside Wu Fu's body keeps its dog habits. It rubs and licks Lu Ling, making her so embarrassed she pushes him away screaming, stop licking me. Wang Mengmeng watches this ridiculous scene and just sighs helplessly. He figures the only one who could get away with acting this shamelessly in broad daylight has to be Erha. But right at that moment, he senses something is totally wrong. Suddenly, a massive blast of spiritual energy comes crashing straight toward their group. He panics and screams for Lu Ling to watch out. A massive explosion shakes the ground, and two Zhongyang sect disciples step right out of the smoke. They laugh like absolute maniacs, telling each other that Wu Fu is finally dead. Now their sect leader can rest in peace. Even though Wang Mengmeng took the hit, he somehow manages to stand back up. Gritting his teeth in pure rage, he loudly shouts out, You dare sneak attack Lu Ling, but strangely the Urha inside Wu Fu's body does not make a single sound. It looks like it used his human body as a meat shield to protect Lu Ling from the devastating blast. She anxiously asks if the Urha is okay. Right after she asks, the guy just goes back to looking completely clueless and dumb like usual. She lets out a huge sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it looks like he is perfectly fine. Meanwhile, those two Zhongyang sect disciples are staring with their eyes wide open in pure shock. They cannot believe he took that heavy hit without a scratch. How is that even possible? Suddenly, Wang Mengmeng appears right behind them and growls in absolute furious anger. They're fine, but you two are about to suffer. He immediately starts beating the absolute living daylights out of them both. He casually curses them out, playing dirty sneak attacks. This fat master is going to beat you to a pulp. Right now, Lu Ling is actually worried about Wu Fu. Since his soul is inside the Urha, he inherited the physical limits of a dog. Watch closely because this body swap could be a blessing or a total curse. She glances back at the Urha controlling his human form. She can only sigh in helpless frustration. Huskies really are the most incredibly brainless dogs out there. Meanwhile, over at the Xu family estate, some more Zhongyang sect disciples are actively hunting down the Xu family members, confidently running their mouths. Wu Fu's head has probably been claimed by our leader already. Why is your Xu family still fighting back? Xu Qingqing refuses to back down and loudly snaps back. That arrogant jerk is definitely going to use your sect leader's head as a soccer ball. Of course, they do not care at all and keep threatening them. Anyone who disobeys the Zhongyang sect will be completely wiped out. Suddenly, there is a rustling noise. Wu Fu casually strolls out in the Urha's body, leaving those Zhongyang disciples completely confused and asking questions. Where the heck did this dog come from? Xu Qingqing spots the Urha and immediately shouts its name. Not seeing Wu Fu anywhere around the area makes her really wonder where did he go. One disciple laughs hysterically, convinced that Wu Fu is already dead. But you and I both know a twist is coming. Wu Fu inside the Urha casually speaks up. Who said I am dead? Seeing a literal dog open its mouth and speak human words makes the Zhongyang sect disciples scream in pure terror. Holy crap, we are seeing ghosts. A talking dog, Wu Fu inside the Urha body keeps his completely calm and casual attitude. You are the dog, you absolute bastard. Xu Qingqing obviously recognizes Wu Fu's exact voice and just stands there looking completely dumbfounded. She wonders to herself, did that arrogant jerk somehow transform into a literal dog? That Zhongyang sect disciple who just got cursed out by Wu Fu is absolutely furious now. He angrily growls, I have lived over 100 years, and this is the first time a dog has provoked me. He raises his sword to slash Wu Fu. If I cannot kill you and make dog stew today, I am worse than a dog myself. Xu Yingshan also notices something is seriously weird here. He awkwardly turns to ask, Xu Qingqing, daughter, is that dog actually Wu Fu in disguise? Xu Qingqing helplessly confirms it. Yeah. By this time, that disciple swings his sword right at Wu Fu, but he quickly dodges out of the way. Xu Qingqing sees the danger and anxiously screams for him to be careful. That crazy disciple has now appeared right behind Wu Fu's back. Because he cannot react fast enough in that body, he takes a brutal hit and crashes heavily straight down into the dirt. Even after taking a fall like that, he just gets a bump on his head. Turns out freely eating all those spirit stones was not completely useless. His body's physical endurance has actually reached an insanely monstrous level now. That furious Zhongyang sect disciple just stares down at Wu Fu. Seeing him totally unharmed leaves the guy absolutely shocked. How is he this durable? And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Alright, come along with me, we are jumping right into the madness. Woody casually smirks and says, next. Let me turn your worse than a dog insult into absolute reality. Woody doesn't waste another single second. He just straight up leaps into the air. He raises his furry paw and roars out, die. That cocky disciple from the Central Sun sect swings his sword right back, yelling, no, you're the one who's gonna die, and boom, they clash in an all-out chaotic brawl. Xu Qingqing watches completely panicking, seeing Woody taking damage inside that chunky Urha body. She screams out in pure terror, Urha no. The Central Sun disciple unleashes a barrage of slashes on Woody, completely smug. He really thinks this Urha is just some dumb ordinary dog, pretending to be a mythical beast. But honestly, Woody couldn't care less. He just winds up to smack this guy right in the face. Let me show you exactly what a dog can do. The Central Sun sect is officially disbanded. A massive wave of his spiritual power blasts forward. And just like that, he sends this clueless Central Sun disciple packing before the guy even processes what just hit him. Woody punts him miles into the sky, screaming, drop dead. The guy shrieks in pure panic. With that annoying lackey finally out of the way, Woody looks down at his fat, fluffy Urha body and sighs. I'm just not used to moving around in this ridiculous shape yet. Otherwise, you would have died way faster. Right at that moment, Xu Qingqing points behind him with a frantic warning. Erha, your tail is literally on fire. Woody freaks out and yells, damn it, why can't I even feel the pain in this body? Seeing things wrap up, Sean tells Shu Qing the Central Sun sect is completely backed into a corner now. Take the Harris family disciples to the academy to wipe out the stragglers. Shu Qing nods quickly. Got it. Sean then turns to Woody with the obvious question. Little brother, Woody, why exactly are you stuck looking like this? Woody casually replies, I went all out, killing the Central Sun sect leader, got badly injured by heavenly lightning, and accidentally swapped bodies with this Urha. That answer leaves Sean completely speechless. He thinks to himself, this kid isn't even at the Unity realm yet. Now pay attention here because things get wild. He actually pulled heavenly lightning, and then Woody asks for an absolutely absurd favor. If you sing your breakthrough to the Unity realm and trigger the heavenly lightning, maybe I can use that chance to get my real body back. Of course, Sean can't just do that on command, so he helplessly sighs. This old man is still way too far from the Unity realm. Plus, breaking through actually requires perfect timing, the right location, and total harmony. Realizing nobody can help him, Woody decides to just handle it himself. It's just heavenly lightning. I'll summon it and deal with it. And the crazy dog actually calls down the heavenly lightning. From a distance, someone spots the massive strike and mutters heavenly lightning again. Byron has been watching these strikes all day, totally confused. Triggering heavenly lightning twice in a single day is just practically unheard of. Just who exactly is breaking through? Right at that second, a mysterious figure appears next to him. The old guy instantly recognizes them. He quickly bows to the newcomer, saying, I didn't expect you all to arrive so fast. Xia Tianhao skips the small talk and demands straight up, cut the garbage. How is the operation progressing? Byron gives this super sketchy knowing smile and replies, Luke's pill refinement is only one single step away from the very end. Once it's finished, him and his pills belong to you guys. See, I am totally useful. Knowing this greedy old man wants a cut of the profits, Xia Tianhao tosses a small item right at him. Byron snatches it mid-air and eagerly promises, in just a little while, I will provide you guys with exactly what you've been asking for. We all know a nasty betrayal is coming, right? Xia Tianhao quickly leaves but drops one final warning. This is just the deposit. Get the rest after you collect 10 spirit pills. Byron bows low and replies, understood. Staring at the shiny treasure in his hands, the old rat smugly mutters, with this things are going to be so much easier. Then he bursts into an evil villain laugh. Meanwhile, outside the sky just completely tears open with violent lightning, causing the girl standing guard in the area to stare up in total shock. Why is it turning out like this? She clearly wants to check into Woody's past and future lives, but the system is completely blocking her out. I just can't see through this guy's past or present. Suddenly, a glowing white crystal floating right in the air shatters into pieces. This leaves the girl feeling completely helpless as she mutters, the white crystal is broken, staring up at those massive thunderclouds rolling in. She can only sigh. Looks like the times are really changing. Cutting back to the Harris family facing the incoming heavenly lightning. Ian shouts out in absolute panic. Father Sean firmly pushes him back and replies, I've already made my choice, so just step back. Then the old man turns straight to Woody. Little brother, Woody, do it. Whether we live or die is entirely up to you. Seeing the old guy sweating bullets, Woody reassures him, relax, it's just heavenly lightning. I can literally slice it in half. With that, he pulls out an epic divine sword and yells, it's here. Instantly, the heavenly lightning crashes down from the sky. Facing this insane strike, Sean is obviously terrified, but here is what stayed with me. Woody has his back, so trust me, it will be epic. Stick with me, you're about to watch a guy treat heavenly thunder like an absolute joke. One swing, it's gone. Kang Yao just stares. That's it. But Wu Fu just casually brushes it off. Oh, we are just getting started. Seeing the massive thunder clouds gearing up for round 2, he coldly warns Kang Yao, the real heavenly wrath is here. This time, the sky looks like it wants to completely obliterate Wu Fu once and for all. The heavens literally send down an elite lightning army. From far away, Tian Wei and Kang Yao can already feel the insane killing intent rolling in. It's overwhelming. This actually makes Tian Wei gasp out loud. A barren garbage planet like this one is somehow making the literal heavens throw a massive temper tantrum. Now that is interesting. He decides they need to check it out. Meanwhile, back with Wu Fu, staring down this terrifying lightning army, the guy isn't sweating at all. Instead, he just casually starts swinging his sword, slicing them up, and taunts them. Oh, are you mad? Your endurance is trash, you are not even fit to shine my shoes. Pissed off by his absolute disrespect, the entire Thunder Army instantly rushes right at him. Wu Fu just gives this arrogant smirk and yells out, you guys are right on time. The thunder crashes directly down onto Wu Fu. He takes the hit all by himself and then literally taunts the sky. Is that it? Are you hungry or something? Far away Erha, the husky inside his body, suddenly seems to feel something shifting. It barks loudly, grabbing Lu Ling's attention right away. She looks up, sees the massive thunderbolts crashing down, and her jaw drops. Is this crazy guy Wu Fu seriously picking a fight with the heavenly tribulation itself? Suddenly, the husky just leaps straight toward the lightning zone, scaring her half to death. She screams, "Erha!" But the dog dashes right over to Wu Fu, barking a few times to give him a signal. Seeing the husky arrive, Wu Fu just smiles and says, "Perfect timing." The husky totally gets what his master is planning. It quickly opens its mouth wide, letting its glowing soul completely escape from its body. Right at that moment, Kang Yao finally arrives on the scene. He takes one look and mutters, "This is my first time ever seeing anyone stand up to the heavenly thunder with this much crazy stubbornness." But then the old man squints and realizes something. Wait, no. Watch closely, here is the wild part. He is actually absorbing the thunder. This insane power level makes the old man super curious. Who exactly is this guy? But the second the smoke clears and he realizes it is Wu Fu, the old man completely freaks out. Wu Fu, meanwhile, our boy Wu Fu has totally noticed Kang Yao sneaking around, so he calls out with a super cocky challenge. "This lightning is weak, I might as well drag you into the mix." He steps right up to the old man and says, "This pathetic thunder isn't even enough to temper half of my spirit sword." A crazy sinister smile spreads across his face as he adds, "Perfect timing. Now I don't even have to hunt you down." Knowing he stands zero chance against Wu Fu right now, Kang Yao just curses under his breath. Damn it. Meanwhile, those lightning bolts just keep crashing down. Xu Yingxian is watching all this totally horrified, and she screams out loud. What kind of crazy breakthrough is this? He is literally just asking to die. Kang Yao hears that, looks a bit awkward and mutters, isn't he the guy who just saved us?" Up in the sky, the heavenly tribulation is gearing up for a massive final attack, forming a giant ball of pure lightning. Kang Yao takes one look and immediately knows whose fault this is. He grinds his teeth and angrily roars out loud, "Wu Fu, you bastard." Wu Fu obviously ignores the old man completely, laughing like a maniac. "Yes, this is the exact power I need. You and I both know what's happening here." Kang Yao finally realizes Wu Fu is using him as a lightning rod. The purple thunder is still raging. "Are you trying to drag me down to hell with you?" Down below, Xu Yingxian sees things going from bad to worse and she starts panicking hard. She yells, "What the heck is Wu Fu actually trying to do?" Kang Yao quickly answers her, "He is taking on the heaven's wrath all by himself." Hearing this makes Xu Yingxian's blood run cold. Fighting heaven's wrath? Are you crazy? Is that even something a human being can survive? By now the lightning is completely blacking out the sky. Bolt after bolt smashes right into Wu Fu, but the guy brushes it off like nothing. Kang Yao is shaking, muttering to himself, "Damn it. Under this crazy heavenly pressure, I can't even risk using my full strength. Otherwise, I would have killed him ages ago." Well, time is up. That giant ball of pure lightning starts firing off these absolutely terrifying energy beams. Every single one locks right onto Wu Fu, striking him head-on, but he isn't even flinching in pain. He just stands there and tanks it. This ridiculous scene actually terrifies Kang Yao. Lightning, this insanely strong, is just getting completely sucked into his body. The old man finally realizes Wu Fu's cultivation has already broken through to a terrifying new tier. And get this, his power level is still skyrocketing, knowing Wu Fu is absolutely going to murder him the second this ends. The old man makes a desperate choice. "No way, I can't let him get any stronger than this." Kang Yao instantly powers up, ready to strike Wu Fu down while he is distracted. "You want to be struck by lightning so badly. Let me help you with that." Down on the ground, Kang Yao sees this and totally panics. Oh no, Kang Yao is making his move. Attacking during a tribulation is only going to make the heaven's wrath even deadlier. Xu Yingxian is completely freaking out now. The lightning is already out of control. Are we all going to get blasted to ashes too? Kang Yao launches his ultimate attack, screaming at the top of his lungs, "You little brat, go to hell." But Wu Fu doesn't even flinch. And this is where we leave it. Wu Fu just smirks at him. "I honestly thought you would have attacked me the second I dragged you in here. Stick with me, you're about to watch a hilarious showdown." Who knew he'd wait this long to make his move? Hearing that, Kang Yao connects the dots and loses his mind. He grinds his teeth, screaming, "You used me this whole time, you bastard." Meanwhile, Wu Fu is standing there completely wrapped in glowing divine energy. Seeing this, Kang Yao realizes a brutal, embarrassing truth. Not only did he completely miss his chance to kill the kid, but he actually helped him level up and get stronger. Suddenly, the spiritual energy swirling around Wu Fu starts to shift and mutate. Xu Yingxian stares at those massive, overwhelming waves of raw power. Realizing this energy is actually helping Kang, "You break through to the next tier," he screams in absolute shock. "Father, it is the Tao integration realm." Kang Yu himself is totally dumbfounded, muttering out loud, "I never in my wildest dreams thought I could use this exact method to reach the Tao integration realm." At this epic moment, Xu Yingxian confidently declares, "This is amazing. With this kind of crazy power, absolutely no faction can rival our Xu family ever again." But Kang Yu just looks up at Wu Fu and seriously drops a reality bomb. "Even at the Tao integration realm, I still cannot match Wu Fu's completely ridiculous cultivation base." Not only that, but I can feel an insanely massive, terrifying pressure radiating right out of his body. Hearing his old man say that, Shu Yingxian asks in total disbelief, "Father, is there really no way for a Dao integration expert to see through him?" He shakes his head firmly. In his eyes, I am still nothing but a joke. Anyway, jumping back over to our main guy, Wu Fu. He shoots Kang Yao a freezing cold glare and sneers, "Kang Yao, I am done playing games with you." And with that, he just flies right off. Kang Yao suddenly realizes the kid is heading to the exact same spot he needs to go. Panicking like crazy, the old man screams out loud. Oh crap, he is heading that way. He instantly knows Wu Fu has already figured out his super shady little secret. Don't blink because we're about to find out. Does that little brat already know everything? Meanwhile, Wu Fu is still speeding directly toward his target destination. He touches down near a random cabin in the woods, instantly sensing a massive wave of spiritual energy leaking out from inside. Smirking, he mutters to himself, "Finally made it." Turns out, inside that cabin, Jing Song has successfully finished refining the pill. Wu Fu is just about to stroll inside, but suddenly someone blocks his path. Tianwei glares at him with dead eyes and demands, "What exactly are you trying to do?" Realizing exactly why this guy came out here, Wu Fu secretly calculates in his head, "I totally did not expect him to arrive this ridiculously fast." Once that pill is completely forged, his master is practically a dead man. And based on Wu Fu's current power levels right now, he still cannot fully control his entire body yet. So he just slaps on a fake smile and says, "Brother Liu and I are actually super close friends. For this final step of the spirit-gathering pill, he really needs me to lend a hand." He obviously knows one brutal truth right now. Lying his face off is literally his only option. Hearing this nonsense, Tianwei obviously does not buy a single word and shoots him a suspicious glare. Knowing this guy will not trust him easily, Wu Fu pulls out a shiny pill just to prove it. "Do not believe me. Just look at this." Seeing the actual pill right there in his hand, Tianwei finally falls for it. Since this kid knows how to forge the spirit-gathering pill, he must be the master's real disciple after all. He immediately steps aside to let him pass, saying, "Please go on in." But right then, Kang Yao catches up and screams out, "Do not let him in, block him." The old man's frantic yelling instantly grabs Tianwei's attention, but Wu Fu just lets out a hilariously wicked laugh and says, "It is way too late for that now." He violently throws a palm strike. Tianwei quickly draws his sword in response. He scoffs with total disgust, "Trying to show off your pathetic skills right in front of me. You are way too green." And then he swings his blade. "I know what you're thinking, game over, right? Wrong." The sword slashes toward his face but completely freezes mid-air. Somehow, he effortlessly stops Tianwei from landing the attack. Making it even better, he smugly taunts the guy, "Go ahead, strike me." Strangely enough, Tianwei freezes up, absolutely terrified. Why? Because Wu Fu is tightly holding that spirit pill, the exact pill he desperately needs. Using that massive leverage, the kid smirks and threatens, "If you don't want me crushing this spirit-gathering pill into dust, then back the hell away." Seeing this tense situation, Kang Yao yells out, "Don't be afraid, Jing Song. Right now is the absolute most critical moment in refining the legendary spirit-gathering pill. If you stop midway, you could end up severely injured." The old man marches toward Wu Fu, confidently boasting, "With your pathetic cultivation base, you are no match for us anyway." Seeing the old guy act so fearlessly, stupid Wu Fu smirks and casually says, "You know, the absolute strongest effect of the spirit-gathering pill is totally healing serious injuries. So if I crush it, you guys can just have fun refining it all over again." Then he mercilessly crushes the pill and shouts, "You bunch of absolute idiots." This savage move instantly makes Tianwei and Kang Yao turn completely pale. Meanwhile, Jing Song literally spits out a massive mouthful of blood. Snapping out of his absolute shock, Kang Yao furiously screams his lungs out, "I am going to peel your skin and break your bones to wash away this deep grudge." However, before the old man can even try anything, Wu Fu's terrifying pressure completely crushes him into the dirt. He chuckles and says, "Looks like nobody is escaping now." Suddenly, a battered Jing Song grabs him, struggling to speak. He bitterly questions Wu Fu, "Why on earth did you destroy my spirit-gathering pill?" The kid casually replies, "Because if you actually forged it successfully, you would be completely dead." But Jing Song stubbornly insists, "That spirit-gathering pill represents my entire path of alchemy as an old man. Now that it is destroyed, what is even left?" But then, out of nowhere, Wu Fu pulls out another exact replica of that same pill. "That's where we leave it," he smirks. "Isn't it still here?" Jing Song is bewildered. Another spirit-gathering pill. Even Kang Yao is left standing there completely speechless. "All right, stick with me. A perfectly forged spirit-gathering pill out of nowhere. No way that is real." Before the old guy can even blink to process it, Smack Tian Yi violently punches him, completely furious, thinking he just got played like a fool. He furiously growls, "You dare trick me? You guys secretly finished crafting that spirit-gathering pill ages ago." The old man cannot fight back, so he just defensively stammers, "I swear I did not trick you guys. It has to be that punk messing around. That spirit pill is probably just a totally defective piece of garbage anyway." Hearing this, Wu Fu just smirks and laughs out loud. Really, back on Earth, literally even the absolute weakest little sects could easily craft this stuff. Those words hit Kang Yao like a ton of bricks. A spirit-gathering pill. How is that even physically possible? He screams in anger. I completely refuse to believe it. TNE realizes instantly the old lunatic is about to self-destruct. Cut to a gorgeous sunny morning in Jingnan Creek Maple Leaf Village. A young girl carefully takes out a pill, praying, "Please, let this work." She gently pops that exact spirit pill right into the mouth of the unconscious guy lying safely on the bed. An old man walks in from outside, shaking his head. Ling-er, their chances of survival are pretty much zero right now. Feeding them endless spirit pills will not actually fix a thing. Ling-er hears her grandpa's voice. She quickly turns around and calls out to him. Looking right back at the mysterious guy resting on the bed, she says, "Grandpa, I just genuinely feel like this brother's will to live is way stronger than anyone else I have ever seen before." Now watch closely because this is where things get wild. Grandpa instantly spots something strangely impossible happening. Seeing this massive wave of spiritual energy exploding from the guy, her grandpa gasps in pure shock. What is this? Realizing this young dude's identity is absolutely not ordinary, he instantly panics. Such insanely pure energy. It is just ridiculously thick. Ling-er, we literally have no clue where this mysterious guy came from. We better go notify the Spirit Pill sect. She quickly nods. Got it. Meanwhile, over at the Spirit Pill sect, Fu Rong suddenly senses something super weird and speaks right up. What is wrong? Xiao Liang hears her and mutters, "Am I just completely imagining things or is it real?" There's a massive spike in energy coming from Maple Leaf Village. Fu Rong literally could not care less. Let's go. I heard the outer sect over there found some old guy and wants us to check him out. Xiao Liang immediately steps up and follows her. Let's move. Back over at that tiny house, the young guy on the bed finally wakes up. He checks out his own body, absolutely thrilled. I am alive. My meridians feel completely flawless. Looks like I just need to chill in bed for a few days. Then I will be back at 100%. Yep, it is Wu Fu. He remembers Kang Yao's trick and mutters, "I can't believe Kang Yao actually blew himself up." He throws on his coat ready to roll out. Whatever, I gotta find that old guy first. The very second he steps out of the room, he sees a huge crowd gathered right there. Looks like Ling-er's grandpa brought some unexpected guests over. "Sirs, this is him. He is finally awake." Wu Fu just stares straight at the massive crowd. I know what you are thinking. Why are so many people here? He is confused too. Xiao Hu, a proud disciple from the Spirit Pill sect, takes one look at Wu Fu and scoffs loudly in pure disgust. Just a weak punk with some basic energy, not even close to the old geezer we found this afternoon. Xiaolin grumbles right next to him. "We totally wasted our effort coming here. Let's just go home." That exact comment about an old guy catches Wu Fu's attention. Xiaolin starts yelling out at the gathered crowd, "All right, everyone scatter." Then suddenly a heavy hand drops right onto his shoulder. Wu Fu had completely silently teleported directly behind him and casually asked a quick question. "Hold up, where is this old guy?" This sudden jump scare absolutely freaks Xiao Hu out. He draws his sword loudly, screaming, "You absolute jerk, what are you doing?" Xiaolin quickly holds his buddy back. "Wait, do not attack him." He suddenly gets super nervous and answers Wu Fu's question. The guy literally just wants directions. That old man is right over at Licorice Hall. Wu Fu gets his answer, spins right around and drops a quick thank you before dipping out. Watching him vanish into the distance, Xiao Hu asks, "Why did you stop me from fighting?" Xiaolin is sweating bullets. He perfectly appeared completely behind me, without making a single sound. Do you honestly think the two of us could even beat a crazy guy like that? Realizing they are way out of their league, he scrambles right back to the outer sect to warn the elders. A little bit later, deep in some random creepy forest up on the Spirit Pill sect's mountain, a sect disciple is on patrol when he suddenly spots a super smooth, gorgeous leg sticking out from the bushes. He drools over those legs and absolutely launches himself forward, wildly yelling, "Pretty girl," then smash. Wu Fu aggressively knocks the thirsty disciple out cold and immediately steals all of his clothes to wear as a perfect disguise. So what do we learn here? Never trust a random leg. If he was completely healed, he would never need this thirsty idiot's clothes. Alright, you and I are about to watch our guy stroll up to the Elixir sect, muttering how he never heard of it in his past life. He figures he will just check it out. Standing right at the entrance, Wu Fu naturally wonders exactly how many magical pills this place actually hoards. Suddenly, a cracking whip interrupts his thoughts, serving as a harsh warning. A voice barks at him, demanding to know what he is doing there. It is the sect gatekeeper. Seeing Wu Fu casually walking up, this guard completely mistakes our main character for a lowly outer sect disciple, so he starts yelling. An outer disciple daring to stand at the main gate. Meanwhile, Wu Fu totally ignores the guy's existence. Wu Fu seems to have noticed something else entirely. Seeing him get blatantly ignored, the gatekeeper absolutely loses his mind in pure raging fury. He screams, "Stop right there. Did I say you could leave? Trash outer disciples belong in grass huts. You garbage have tainted the sect's main gate. Now get down on your knees and lick this floor clean right now." The gatekeeper, getting no reaction from Wu Fu, furiously demands an answer. "What is wrong? Do you not know how to lick, or are you playing dumb?" He lets out a totally arrogant laugh. "Your daddy told you to lick it clean, got it." Annoyed, Wu Fu glares back and drops a cold warning. "If I were not injured right now, you would already be dead." Highly insulted by this comeback, the guard is fuming. He roars and swings his whip to strike. "You useless trash. You do not even have cultivation, yet you dare to fight back. Today I am teaching you a painful lesson." But just as he is about to land, the hit something suddenly flies right through the air. Watch closely here, bam! The object smashes into the guard, sending him crashing into the dirt. Furious and gasping for air, he starts screaming loudly. "Damn it, which coward sneaked attacked me? Show yourself." Right then, from a distance, another confident guy casually strolls closer and makes his grand entrance. "Oh, are you screaming at me?" This newcomer puts on a totally fake sympathetic act, saying, "Intersect disciples bullying people for absolutely zero reason. Bullying an outer disciple and you dare to show off like this." Seeing the newcomer, the panicked gatekeeper instantly recognizes him as Lin Mu, the absolute top senior disciple of the Licorice Hall. Lin Mu flashes a smug smile and asks, "Well, do you have an opinion?" Obviously, the lowly guard would not dare breathe a single word, so he instantly switches to extreme bootlicking mode. "Senior brother Lin, this is just a big misunderstanding. Who would dare yell at Licorice Hall's #1 disciple?" Standing off to the side, Wu Fu listens to all this and starts doing some quick mental math. "Licorice Hall, huh? Let us see. Until my nasty injuries are fully healed, I probably should not start any major fights." Right then, Lin Mu walks past Wu Fu and dramatically declares, "I have long heard rumors about inner disciples tormenting the outer disciples. I never expected to actually witness it with my own eyes today." He postures proudly in front of the growing crowd. Acting like a total hero, he continues, "If I had not seen this today, I fear this poor brother would have died a tragic death, slain by your completely vicious methods." Naturally, his fake righteous act completely wins over the other disciples, who look at him in total admiration. "Wow, senior brother Lin is truly an honorable gentleman." Meanwhile, the terrified gatekeeper hurriedly bows his head repeatedly, begging for forgiveness. It is a total misunderstanding. But Wu Fu, he takes one look and instantly sees right through Lin Mu's pathetic attention-seeking facade. "I know what you're thinking. A total hypocrite, but hey, a perfect meat shield." Deciding instantly, Wu Fu immediately bows with fake over-the-top respect. Playing the incredibly grateful victim perfectly, he says, "Senior brother Lin, if you had not shown up exactly when you did to save me, my worthless life would have been over." Completely falling for the flawless act, a smugly satisfied Lin Mu proudly replies, "Rest easy now that I am here. He will not be able to lay a finger on you." Nearby, Linger glances over and instantly recognizes Wu Fu, wondering in total confusion, "Is that my brother? Why on earth is he visiting the Elixir sect?" At this moment, Wu Fu suddenly steps right up to the stunned gatekeeper and says, "With your bold words, senior brother, I feel so safe." The gatekeeper stares at him, approaching, and asks in absolute bewilderment, "What are you doing?" Without a single word, Wu Fu just straight up slaps him hard. This unexpected move leaves Lin Mu and Linger completely speechless, while the poor gatekeeper just stands there entirely frozen in shock. Snapping back to reality, the guard violently grabs Wu Fu by the collar and roars, "You want to die? I will peel your skin off." Seeing this mess, Lin Mu clears his throat loudly. He glares menacingly at the gatekeeper and growls, "What, you still dare to attack him right in front of me?" He acts tough on the outside, but inside he is absolutely raging at Wu Fu. "You little punk, you dare use me as a tool." Blocked from getting his revenge, the gatekeeper is shaking with pure fury but is forced to swallow his anger. "Damn it all. Lin Mu is right here, so I cannot make a move. The second I get a chance, this kid is dead." Seizing the distraction, Wu Fu brutally raises his leg again. He delivers a devastating kick straight to the gatekeeper's family jewels. This savage move makes even Lin Mu turn pale. Holy crap, that is way too brutal. After successfully destroying the guy, Wu Fu turns back and fakes his gratitude perfectly. "Thank you, senior brother Lin, for stepping in to help me. Otherwise, I never would have gotten my sweet revenge." "Once you start acting, commit fully, left with no other choice," Lin Mu awkwardly replies. "Of course." Suddenly, Wu Fu adds, "To fully repay senior brother Lin's great kindness today, I will gladly do anything to help you out." Hearing this, Lin Mu flashes a truly sinister smile. "Oh, trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. I'll give you a chance right now." He was totally using Oliver. "I recently refined a bottle of pills. Stick with me here, guys." He needs a test subject. Claims there are zero side effects, just maybe some bad stomach issues. It might even boost your cultivation level. Oliver obviously knew it was a trap but played along anyway. I'll gladly test it. Oliver took one look and instantly saw it. The murderous aura coming off this guy was absolutely massive. Definitely not a good dude. A little later over at the Elixir Sec's Herb Hall, two guards spotted Liam and bowed deeply. Senior Liam, he shoved Oliver right in front of them and gave his orders. Before I hand this guy over for testing, make sure everything is fully prepared. The two guards nodded and said yes in unison. Once they led him inside the hall, Oliver acted totally terrified. Seniors, is this really the Herb Hall? One of the guards just sneered. What else would it be? The Herb Hall supplies pills for the entire Elixir sect. It has super high status, you know. Hearing that, Oliver wondered out loud. No wonder this whole street smells like medicine. I just wonder where that old man, the one brought here a few days ago, where is he? The Elixir sect disciple heard him and replied easily. I don't know much about that old guy, but he's getting great care right now. Oliver quickly pushed for more details. So where exactly is he? But the guard just lowered his voice. You better worry about your own skin first, kid. Stop asking so many questions. Oliver just gave a simple nod, but inside his head, he was already putting things together. Looks like that old guy is way more comfortable than me. Soon they brought him right to a giant alchemy furnace. The guard pointed at it and gave his orders. This is it. But before you test the medicine, eat this first. Oliver looked around the room. What exactly is this? The guy obviously didn't answer and just snapped. Stop asking stupid questions and just eat it. Oliver looked down at it. Holding the pill, he instantly figured it out. It was a cleansing pill meant to wipe out the effects of any previous medicine in his body. That way, the actual test wouldn't be messed up by any leftover drugs. He just casually tossed it into his mouth. Honestly, the taste wasn't bad at all. Now watch closely. He was actually getting hyped. I wonder when the testing begins. I'm honestly looking forward to this. Once that was done, he quickly moved toward one of the rooms. All right, I'm going in. The two sect disciples didn't even bother to hold him back. Go ahead. Senior Liam is waiting for you inside right now. Have fun ascending to heaven, buddy. The second the furnace room door shut tight, the two guards looked at each other. You think that kid is going to be okay in there? Every single guy who tested pills here lately ended up basically half dead and screaming. But this dude was just way too happy to cooperate. I thought we'd have to use force, but he just swallowed the pill so easily. As they walked away, they casually shrugged it off. Whatever, man. As long as it's not us taking the drugs, we're good. Probably just some idiot dreaming big, actually thinking he'd break through. Meanwhile, Oliver was already inside the alchemy room. Seeing the massive pile of pills made him perfectly happy. Absolutely amazing. All of these premium pills were exactly what he needed to fully restore his peak power. Right in front of him was a massive active alchemy cauldron. Liam was standing right there, holding a shiny pill in his hand as he spoke. Junior, come here. This pill will massively boost your training. You and I both know that's a total lie. Oliver took the pill and sneered coldly. A low-quality gut-rot pill. And you actually dare to use this trash to trick people. Liam was completely shocked that this nobody recognized the pill. You know about the gut-rot pill? Oliver didn't even bother to answer him. Instead, he actively started refining the pill right then and there. He smirked and said, I don't just know it. I can even turn a total loser like you into a genius. Liam was absolutely terrified now. Recognizing the flames Oliver was using, he started stuttering. Heavenly Thunder Flame, who exactly are you? Oliver just held up his newly refined pill. He looked at him with pure disgust. You really wanted to poison me? Then why don't you taste its effects yourself? Let's see how strong it is. With a wicked grin, he closed the distance, grabbing Liam right by the collar and lifting him up. Even though he was losing, Liam still talked a big game. You little punk, how dare you act tough with me? He threw a punch right at Oliver. But before his fist could even connect, he got completely smashed straight into the ground, down hard. Oliver gripped the pill tight and just shoved it forcefully right down Liam's throat. Eat it. The second he swallowed the spiritual energy inside, Liam went absolutely berserk. Watching this, Oliver smirked to himself proudly. If I wasn't heavily injured, you'd be dead already. Eventually, Liam's body gave out and he was completely dead on the floor. Seeing him dead, Oliver smiled. Anyone standing in my way is gone. And now for my next move. It's time to run wild. Suddenly, the whole place started shaking violently, confusing the guards. That's where we leave it wild, right? Let's dive into this. The blast from the pill room is so massive, even Jing Song's prison cell is shaking like crazy. Xiao Liang is completely baffled about what's going on. But Jing Song immediately realizes the truth. Could Wu Fu really be the one causing all this chaos? The old guy kindly warns them, you all better head back and check it out right now, because who knows? Your base might already be destroyed. Hearing this, Xiao Liang quickly leads his subordinates to investigate the situation. Hurry up, go check the alchemy room right now. A moment later, the disciples of the Spirit Pill sect arrive outside the alchemy room and one of the guys yells out at the top of his lungs. Listen closely, whoever is in there, you are completely surrounded. His dramatic speech honestly just makes the rest of the guys face palm hard. So another guy steps up, kicks him out of the way and screams, "Get lost, you useless idiot. Did you really have to ask him to come out and surrender?" This is the territory of our Licorice Hall. Seeing their own teammates act this stupid, the rest of the group is just completely speechless. They loudly agree among themselves, let's just blow the place up directly, as they charge right inside. One spirit pill sect disciple roars, "Come out and accept your death, you thief." Of course, Wufu couldn't care less about this guy. He is way too busy refining pills. The spirit pill sect guys see him messing around and get absolutely furious. They scream, "Damn it, he actually merged all the pills into one giant elixir. Hack him into 100 pieces right now." Before one of the guys can even attack, someone unexpectedly steps in and stops him. Realizing who blocked him, he respectfully calls out. Hallmaster Xiao Liang observes the situation and decides there is no need to head over. Merging that many pills together is pure suicide anyway. Just let the kid burn through every last drop of his remaining strength right now. Now pay attention, this gets wild. He's gonna explode into dust. Wu Fu finally notices they are standing right there and he looks a little bit confused. He asks, "What are you guys whispering about?" Down below, Xiao Liang is about to walk away when a disciple stops him to ask a question. "Master, isn't that way too easy on the kid?" Xiao Liang calmly replies, "Let him eat it. Whether he splits it up or drinks it all at once, the result is the same, he will die regardless." At this exact moment, one guy finally notices Lin Mu's dead body and loudly reports it. "Hallmaster, Lin Mu is dead." This news absolutely shocks Xiao Liang. Dead. The old man glares up at Wu Fu, who is still absorbing the pill, and angrily wonders, did he kill him? At the same time, he also notices something else. He is actually healing his injuries. Wu Fu already knows they are just waiting for him to explode and die. He immediately opens his mouth to mock them. "Are you absolute idiots really waiting for me to get blown up by all these pills?" Suddenly, someone spits out blood. Xiao Liang is so furiously angry that he coughs up blood, making his surrounding disciples panic and quickly ask if he's okay. "Master Hallmaster," Xiao Liang clutches his chest and yells, "I am furious, get him right now." The old man furiously orders, skin him alive for me." However, before his disciples can even rush forward, a powerful wave of spiritual energy suddenly blasts out, and that crazy energy easily shatters the heavy room doors, right behind his back. "You saw that too, right?" This completely terrifies Xiao Liang, cursing, "Damn it, this guy is actually incredibly powerful." After completely absorbing all the pills, Wu Fu casually reminds them that the raw power of this massive spiritual energy explosion is more than enough to kill all you little void return punks. He glances at Lin Mu's corpse being carried away and says with a satisfied smirk, "But I still have to thank those two senior brothers. If they hadn't brought me here, it would have taken me at least half a month to fully recover." His words obviously make Xiao Liang so furiously mad he coughs up blood again. Seeing this, the disciple quickly supports him and says, "Hallmaster, please don't get angry, quickly take this quick-acting heart pill." Honestly, looking at him is kind of pitiful. So Wu Fu decides to offer a trade. "Whatever, we don't have any real grudge, and I didn't just eat all your pills for nothing. Like this." He wants to use his vast alchemy knowledge to trade for Jing Song's freedom right now. "How about this? You guys let that old man go and I will help you recover some of your losses." These words make Xiao Liang instantly realize his true goal for coming here, so the old man coldly scoffs and instantly rejects the offer. "So it was all because of him. Another expert has already finished negotiating with me, so don't even dream about it." Hearing this, Wu Fu sighs heavily. "Is that so? Guess there's no choice." He glares at Xiao Liang with bloodthirsty eyes and says, "As expected, peaceful and polite negotiations just don't suit me." Wu Fu's insanely dense spiritual energy bursts out, making Xiao Liang completely terrified. Isn't this spiritual energy way too ridiculously thick? But the old man still forces himself to draw his weapon against Wu Fu. "I'll blow you away, let's see what else you can do." Right as he finishes speaking, he quickly swings his fan and summons a massive tornado. Obviously, Wu Fu stays completely calm while facing down these cheap little tricks. Xiao Liang screams at his disciples, "Now is the time, capture him." One guy lunges at Wu Fu, and trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. "Stick with me here. This clown thinks he can kill our boy to score points." Wu Fu just looks at him with pure disgust. "You really think I cannot wipe you out?" Then he casually releases a terrifying burst of sword energy. Just like that, the overly confident disciple gets absolutely shredded. With the trash taken out, Wu Fu asks in an icy tone, "Can you release the hostages now?" The remaining disciples finally realize they are messing with a real monster. They panic hard, screaming about his sword aura. Even Xiao Liang starts sweating bullets over him. He is so young, yet packs such insane firepower. A disciple quickly whispers a warning to Zhao Liang, the boss of Sweetgrass Hall. Our elixir sect only focuses on making pills, so we have zero advantage in actual combat. Hearing this solid logic, Xiao Liang quickly orders a strategic retreat. They plan to come back for revenge later. Let us fall back for now. I already called for serious backup. Less than 15 minutes later, a whole army marches back to the spot, shouting angrily that Wu Fu has absolutely nowhere left to hide. A guy steps out from the crowd of disciples, and guess what? It is the elixir sect master himself. He yells, "How dare you cause chaos in my sect? Do you have any idea what the consequences will be?" Meanwhile, Wu Fu is literally just bending down to tie his shoe. Now watch this comedy gold. The disciples completely misunderstand his action, thinking their boss just appearing is an absolute win. They think the kid is already kneeling for mercy. He is young and clueless, but bowing down right now might just save him. Maybe you will get to keep your miserable little life. The sect master arrogantly asks, realizing your mistake now. Sorry, it is way too late. His answer, a dirty shoe thrown directly into his arrogant face. Holding the sneaker in his hand, the boss turns completely dark with rage. The disciple next to him absolutely panics, stuttering out to his sect master. Meanwhile, Wu Fu spits on the ground with pure, unfiltered disrespect, telling him the person who could ever make me beg for my life simply does not exist in this world. That hilarious move seriously drives the elixir sect master over the edge. He screams at the top of his lungs, "Kill him right now." Following his orders, the angry disciples all charge straight at Wu Fu, aggressively chanting for his total destruction. Xiao Liang stands by looking super smug, bragging that the law enforcement hall disciples are all at the 10th tier of the Void Realm. He bets they will not even leave a single crumb behind. Wu Fu just laughs, muttering about their reckless behavior before launching his own brutal attack. Time to teach these clowns a lesson. If you want a beating, I will gladly deliver. His sword aura blasts toward the elixir sect guys, scaring the living daylights out of them as they scream, "Star Sword Art." Before they can even run, Wu Fu's ultimate sword technique sends them straight to the afterlife. Even better, his insane attack catches the eye of two guys watching from far away. It is none other than Tian Wei, who instantly recognizes exactly whose spirit energy this is. So Wu Fu is here too. "We failed to blow him up last time," he says darkly. "If he can casually hold that many spirit-gathering pills, this kid might just be way more valuable than Liu Qingsan ever was." I know what you were thinking. It gets crazier. Wu Fu's raw power leaves Xiao Liang completely and utterly terrified. There is literally not a single trace left. The disciple next to him chimes in, "Over 10 people got wiped out in the blink of an eye. Where did this freak of nature even come from?" Right then, Wu Fu walks up to the elixir sect. Master slaps a hand on his shoulder and threatens him. "If you do not want your entire sect destroyed, be a good boy and release the hostages." Of course, the stubborn old man just curses, "You little bastard. You think my elixir sect is out of fighters." Seeing this guy acting so tough, Wu Fu violently forces him face first into the dirt. Making the old boss kneel on the ground, Wu Fu glares at him with pure killing intent and asks, "Who gave you permission to move?" The elixir sect master knows he cannot beat Wu Fu, so he just stays dead silent. Meanwhile, his remaining disciples are watching all this unfold. Seeing their almighty boss getting bullied like a complete amateur, they start getting anxious and yell out, "This is bad, sect master." Xiao Liang knows this situation could not possibly get any worse, so he quickly orders the disciples to hold their ground and not do anything stupid. "Bring that old man over here right now." They follow his command with a loud yes. At this moment, Wu Fu coldly speaks up again. "Can we finally release the hostages now?" The helpless elixir sect master just grunts in defeat. Seeing him acting so obedient, Wu Fu smiles and says, "Now that is the right answer. If you knew this was going to happen, why act so tough earlier? Things have already escalated way too far." But suddenly, some absolutely clueless disciple yells out, "Sect master, he's only one guy, why are we even scared of him?" Hearing that, Wu Fu gets super annoyed and mutters, "So you guys still refuse to hand over the hostages?" Right as he finishes his sentence, some idiot with an absolute death wish tries to sneak attack him, yelling, "Kid, your grandpa here is not afraid of you." The elixir sect master realizes his disciple is terminally stupid and frantically yells, "Stop right now, just release the hostages, you absolute moron." But sadly, he is one step too late. The exact second the disciple launches his sneak attack, Wu Fu completely vanishes into thin air. The guy panics, losing track of him completely. "Trust me, you and I already know." Wu Fu is standing right behind him. "All right, stick with me." Our guy Wu Fu literally kicks this dude into orbit like a hacky sack. The disciple blasts into the sky and completely vanishes from sight. The other disciples instantly freak out. Too strong, he literally sent him flying into the stratosphere. But Wu Fu isn't done. He walks right up to another guy. And yeah, this dude also scores a free one-way flight ticket into the clouds. Seeing this, the rest of the gang panics, backing up and begging, "Wait, hold on." But nope, a few more guys end up launched high into the air anyway. After taking out the trash, Wu Fu remembers, one guy wanted to say something. Whatever, who cares? He winds up to kick yet another poor fool. You are next. But the guy immediately throws both hands up, completely surrendering. The Elixir sect leader watches this whole humiliating disaster unfold and absolutely cringes. What a bunch of shameful losers. Seeing that the fun is over, Wu Fu decides to leave. Nobody left. Cool, I am out. He casually strolls right through the massive crowd. But suddenly, Jing Song pops up out of nowhere. The old man bows, totally in awe. Little brother, your strength is just getting more and more terrifying every single day. But right at that exact moment, Wu Fu senses danger approaching fast. Heavy killing intent. So without missing a beat, he quickly shoves Jing Song out of the way. Then he completely blocks a massive attack coming out of absolute nowhere. Now pay attention, because here's where things get wild. Something drops from the sky, slamming into the Elixir sect and creating massive shockwaves. It shakes literally everything. The sect leader looks around, totally clueless. What just happened? Out of nowhere, a gigantic boulder just crashes down, completely blocking everyone from leaving. Jing Song takes one look and immediately panics, recognizing the guy who caused this mess. It is Tian Wei. But Wu Fu just stays totally calm and smirks. Well, I did not expect you guys to track me down already. He stares at the guy radiating thick killing intent on top of the boulder, calling him out as that dude from the Cloud Palace. The sect leader is staring in pure terror at the silhouette of the monster who just caused that insane earthquake. This is Huang Jin. His sheer power is so overwhelming that the Elixir sect leader is literally shaking in fear. He is absolutely horrified. How can someone with this kind of terrifying strength actually exist in this world? Huang Jin glares down coldly at everyone below. Then boom, Wu Fu suddenly teleports right next to him and casually asks, "Were you looking for me?" Seeing him, the guy does not say a word, just starts doing some quick mental calculations on his fingers. Then Huang Jin just bursts out laughing. "I get it now. You are connected to the missing treasure. Who exactly are you?" Wu Fu totally ignores his question and throws back a sassy reply instead. "Do you really think I need to explain all of that to just a wisp of aura like you?" His sheer arrogance actually startles Huang Jin for a second, but strangely enough, the guy doesn't even bother arguing back. He just says, "You can only act this arrogant for a little while longer." Right before vanishing, Huang Jin makes sure to drop one last threat. "I will come back for you later." His sudden appearance makes Wu Fu realize something huge is happening. Wait, has the blade of the astral sword finally shown up? I know what you're thinking, time for a training arc, absolutely. With things heating up, he needs to level up fast. His current strength simply will not be enough to crush them. I need to get stronger immediately. So right then and there, in front of literally everyone, he proudly announces, "I have decided. I am breaking through to the Dao integration tier and becoming a supreme expert to get totally ready." Hearing this insane claim, the Elixir sect disciples are completely shocked and start whispering like crazy. Dao integration tier? No way. How could a young punk like him possibly reach the Dao integration level? Even if he cultivated inside his mother's womb, he still couldn't reach it. The sect leader knows he can't beat Wu Fu in a fight, so he just mutters an insult out of pure spite. Damn him. Not enough actual skills, but he brags like a god. At this moment, Jing Song is just looking at Wu Fu with total and utter admiration. A young brother achieving this much already. This old man is honestly so incredibly impressed. Wu Fu turns and asks him, "So what are your plans now, master?" The old man honestly shares his next big step. "The one thing I have chased my entire life is brewing the spirit-gathering pill. But right now, that spirit-gathering pill does not even seem like a rare item anymore. Because of that, I will head back and make a new plan. But there is one spot he needs to visit first. Before leaving this area, I have to make a quick trip to the Lu family valley." Hearing where the old man is going, Wu Fu immediately jumps on board. "Since it is on the way, let us go together." Right at that second, he feels another wave of killing intent. Turning around, he spots a familiar face and casually says, "Hello. Man, you guys are seriously like ghosts that just won't leave." The sect leader spots Tian Wei and instantly starts crying and tattling, like a literal toddler, making Tian Wei completely sigh in defeat. "I really thought you were not coming to our sect, my lord. I was about to get wiped out by this punk." He points right at Wu Fu and loudly snitches. "Boss, I already locked up the guy you wanted. This kid killed my disciples and ate my pills." Jing Song sees Tian Wei and sighs. "And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you won't want to miss what happens next. Let's jump into today's chaos, you and I." Old man Jing Song asks if he should hide behind Wu Fu. Our guy replies with pure confidence, "I might not kill every single one of them, but I can definitely get you out safely, master." Hearing this bold claim, the Immortal Pill sect leader absolutely cracks up. He thinks it is a massive joke. Planning an escape out loud like that, do you seriously think my entire squad is completely deaf? Completely ignoring these clowns, Wu Fu tries to make a quick exit, but Tian Wei steps right up to block his path. He instantly launches an attack, screaming, "Stay right here." Seeing this sudden strike, Jing Song panics and yells out for his young friend. Not scared at all, Wu Fu just scoffs. You think this weak garbage can actually stop me? Keep dreaming. He unleashes a crazy sharp wave of sword energy. It easily completely crushes Tian Wei's attack, forcing him to stumble back suddenly, super cautious. That sword energy is way too strong. Seizing the moment, Wu Fu grabs Jing Song and dips out. Catch you later, sect leader. The pill sect guys are left wide-eyed from the whole stunt. They mutter in shock that kid is totally overpowered. Did he actually reach the Dao integration stage? Tian Wei chimes in from the side. He is even stronger than a normal Dao integration expert. Right then, a super sinister smile creeps onto his face. He mutters to himself, but we already know exactly where you are running. He smugly names the exact place Wu Fu is heading straight toward. Lu Family Valley. Meanwhile, at that very valley, inside the steaming hot spring area, Lu Ling is soaking. Now pay attention here. She is nervously wondering if Wu Fu ran into any danger since they last parted ways. Her sister is just chilling in the comfy hot water. Enjoying the heat, she casually points out that some mysterious guys just showed up in Yunhai. Their power is unreadable, so he is likely dead meat. Caring this much, do you actually like him? That question totally hits the bullseye, making Lu Ling blush hard and loudly deny the whole thing. Her sister just cracks up, super amused by the dramatic reaction. No, I do not. Right then, a sudden massive tremor shakes the place, making Lu Ling panic and yell out. What is going on? Someone is making a massive scene, we have to go look. The other guards nearby also rush over. Hurry up, they arrive at the crash site and loudly shout, who dares come here? Have you never heard of the Lu Family Valley? You have some serious nerve-causing trouble here, do you want to die? Stepping right out of the dust cloud, Jing Song calmly observes, so this is the Lu Family Valley. Wu Fu looks around and gives it a solid rating, looks pretty safe. Spotting him, the valley guards immediately get fired up. They totally rush him, trying to grab him. Catch that shady-looking kid first. But nope, he quickly tosses up a glowing energy shield and yells, hold on. One guard cannot hit the brakes in time, and literally smacks his face right into the barrier. The others get spooked, whispering to each other, is he really that strong? Pointing at Jing Song, Wu Fu flashes a super polite smile. You guys completely misunderstand the situation. Actually came here to introduce you to this old man. Obviously, the Lu family guards do not buy it, and one snorts loudly. He coldly argues, you wrecked the place the second you landed. Who are you trying to fool? Let's pause for a second. We both know what it means when a magical weapon reacts. The divine sword in his chest suddenly goes crazy. While he tries to find what triggered it, that loudmouth guard is still throwing a massive tantrum. Are you joking with me? Do you really think our Lu family is something you can just easily mess with? Naturally, Wu Fu could not care less. He just wants to track down exactly what made his magical sword go so crazy. A reaction this wild means something big. It clearly detected something major hidden around here. Noticing Wu Fu spacing out completely, Jing Song quickly asks him what is up. What is it? Wu Fu casually replies, I just noticed some things. I am going to go check it out. Just like that, he flies off into the sky. The valley guards are totally dumbfounded, staring blankly until one guy shouts, boss, he ran away. Another guy points straight at Jing Song. Boss, we still have one of his accomplices right here. Seeing only a frail old man left behind, the whole squad decides to jump him. He is with that guy, so grab the old man. Facing this ridiculous situation, he gets pretty scared. Look, if I said I do not actually know that guy, would you believe me? Suddenly, someone steps onto the scene and demands, what exactly did you find? The mob of Lu family guards see who it is and immediately bow in pure respect. Second, young lady. They quickly explain, we basically caught 2 intruders today, but one of them already managed to run off. Jing Song glances at this so-called second lady and instantly recognizes Lu Ling. She remembers who he is too and wonders, is not this Wu Fu's senior? Why in the world is he hanging around here? Does this mean Wu Fu is here too? She turns to her goons. I actually know him, you guys completely grabbed the wrong guy. Over at the valley courtyard, Lu Ling's sister is casually taking a nice stroll. Lu Ling already went over there, she thinks to herself. Guess it was not anything serious. But as she stops to head back to her room, boom, she literally bumps right into someone. Trust me, you are going to want to see this. Come along with me. She literally crashes right into Wu Fu, and our guy instantly goes on defense, asking if she is Lu Ling's sister. Totally spooked by Wu Fu, she bursts into tears. I mean, she's bawling her eyes out, leaving him completely flustered and super awkward about the whole thing. While he is busy wondering where this crybaby even came from, his eyes accidentally catch a glimpse of her. Let's just say very prominent curves. Seeing that, Wu Fu gets super dizzy, instantly whipping his head away. He mutters to himself to just ignore it and focus entirely on his actual main mission. Moving fast, he arrives right outside a mysterious cave. He stops, totally amazed that an ancient magical restriction like this actually exists here on Earth today. Right at this moment, Lu Ling finally shows up, loudly calling out to her dramatically sobbing sister. Seeing her arrive, the sister quickly answers Lu Ling, and then she instantly starts tattling on him like a literal little kid. I was so scared, some total creep just showed up out of nowhere. Knowing exactly who she means, Lu Ling gently pats her sister's head to calm her down. It is just a misunderstanding. I actually know that guy, he is definitely not a bad person. Then she asks where he went. Her sister just points straight ahead, looking confused, and says, he was literally just standing right here a second ago. Did he seriously go into the cave? The guards standing nearby hear this and angrily turn to question Lady Lu Ling about the intruder. You call this a misunderstanding, miss? The guys furiously mutter to each other. How dare he run straight into our ancestral tomb? What an absolutely arrogant jerk. However, Lu Ling really does not think Wu Fu came here to cause trouble, though she is definitely curious. Wu Fu is not a reckless idiot, so why on earth would he run into my family's ancestral tomb? If my dad finds out, he is gonna freak. Suddenly, she feels a very familiar, terrifying aura approaching. Feeling guilty, she quietly mutters, Dad. Lu Long arrives and lets out a furious booming shout. How dare you trespass into the Lu family ancestral tomb? You are courting death. Seeing her dad enraged, Lu Ling rushes to defend Wu Fu, shouting, Dad. Wu Fu is absolutely not that kind of person, but her dad just scoffs, saying they will go inside right now and see the truth for themselves. Watch closely now. The whole group marches inside the cave. Once they arrive, the crazy sight before them makes Lu Ling gasp in pure shock. What is this? Right in front of them is a massive barrier. Hearing people approaching, Wu Fu casually turns his head around to face the group. Feeling relieved, Lu Ling calls out to him, Wu Fu, it really is you. Meanwhile, Lu Long intensely glares at him, judging the boy from head to toe. Seems like this little brat is up to no good. Knowing this grumpy old man is Lu Ling's dad, Wu Fu makes sure not to act disrespectful at all. Instead, he politely bows and calmly explains, I am definitely not here to disturb the Lu family ancestors. I am just unlocking the restriction inside this cave. Hearing those words, the old man is completely stunned and stammers out, a restriction. Even though he is surprised, Lu Long keeps his stern voice and says, even if there is a restriction, my Lu family has 100 years of history here. Our ancestral tomb is absolutely not a place where an outsider like you can just wander into. His sheer stubbornness makes Lu Ling quickly try to argue, saying Dad Wu Fu is. But before she can even finish, he angrily cuts her off and orders her to stay quiet. Seeing how completely unreasonable this guy is, Wu Fu finds himself stuck in a really awkward dilemma. Looks like this is going to be trouble, and I obviously cannot just forcefully take over this place. This is Lu Ling's home, so I definitely cannot just solve this with my fists. Right then, Lu Long's slow, calculating voice echoes through the cave. The ancestral tomb of the Lu family is definitely not a place an outsider like you can just casually enter and exit as you please. I know what you are thinking, but wait. His next words leave both Lu Ling and Wu Fu blushing with absolute confusion. If you become the son-in-law of the Lu family, then you will have the perfect right to enter this place. Lu Ling's sister and all the guards are completely shocked that Lu Long would actually say that. Finally, finding her voice, Lu Ling shouts, Dad, please do not talk nonsense. But Lu Long just casually replies, that way it will perfectly follow the strict rules of our ancestors. Seeing that he is totally ignoring her, she gets super agitated and yells, Dad. Suddenly, Lu Long places his hand on her shoulder and very gently calls out, my precious daughter. He uses his divine sense to secretly send a message to Lu Ling explaining exactly why he just said all of those crazy things. This restriction appearing in our Lu family could be a blessing or a total disaster. If something bad actually ends up happening in there, at least I can feel a bit more at ease. Hearing this explanation, Lu Ling finally calms down and softly replies, okay, Dad. But before she can even process it, Lu Long literally kicks her right into the barrier, shouting, so you are going in there for me. Lu Ling goes flying straight into the restriction. Seeing this, her terrified sister anxiously screams out her name, Lu Ling. Knowing exactly what she's going to say, Lu Long openly threatens her. What do you want to go to? Being blatantly threatened like that, Lu Ling's sister instantly turns into a massive coward and says, that was a beautiful kick, Dad. At this moment, Lu Long turns to warn Wu Fu, you little brat. Hurry up and get in there to protect my precious daughter. If she loses even a single hair, I will literally peel your skin off. So what do you and I make of this guy? Wu Fu is just left totally speechless, but whatever he decides not to even argue. Stick with me here, this is where it gets wild. He actually marched straight into the forbidden zone. Whatever arguing is useless, I am heading in too. The second Wu Fu steps inside, the barrier activates. Boom, a massive burst of pure energy shoots straight up, completely ripping through the clouds. Everyone down in the city sees this insane light show and starts totally freaking out. Qin Ching spots it too, obviously. She quickly turns and yells for Kang Yao. He just frowns hard and mutters, it is the forbidden zone. Meanwhile, hidden away in some mystery spot, a creepy guy has been watching Wu Fu since the exact second he crossed that barrier. Such insane luck energy, he mutters like a total villain. How about I crank up the difficulty level for you just a bit? Back inside the zone, it is pitch black. Wu Fu looks around super carefully and wonders, why is this forbidden area literally as dark as ink? Suddenly, some creepy candles light up, putting him on max alert. Now, pay close attention here because right out of nowhere, a massive monster appears directly behind his back. The sudden ambush completely startles Wu Fu, making him gasp out, "What the heck?" The beast glares at him with totally bloodthirsty eyes. It throws a devastating punch, smashing right into the exact spot where Wu Fu is standing. But it totally misses him, just shattering the ground instead. He has already dodged to the side and mutters to himself, "Giving me such a huge welcome gift right when I arrive. Yeah, taking me out is not going to be that easy." Suddenly, another hand reaches out from the shadows, smack. It slaps him so incredibly hard he goes flying straight into the corner wall. After eating that extremely painful hit, Wu Fu curses in pure anger. "Damn it, I was not paying attention. Cannot believe there is a second one." Watching the monster wind up for another punch, he suddenly senses a really familiar aura radiating right there. Unbelievable, it actually has the aura of the heavenly Tao. He quickly figures it out. Looks like someone is intentionally picking a fight with me. The monster swings another massive punch at Wu Fu, but he does not hesitate. He throws a brutal counterpunch right back, screaming out, "You are totally underestimating me." His strike literally cracks the monster's arm apart until it completely shatters. Meanwhile, right at that exact same moment outside the cave, some guy walks up to the barrier and loudly sighs, completely startling Liu Long, who is standing guard. Who would have thought that on this empty remote planet, an absolute peerless treasure would appear? I know what you were thinking, big trouble. His captured lackeys just look at Tian Wei and helplessly tell their boss, "We cannot even touch them, they are way too strong." But Tian Wei does not really care at all, he is only thinking about Wu Fu. Looks like Wu Fu already went inside, we should hurry up too. Liu Long notices that this guy also really wants to enter the forbidden zone. So he immediately asks, "Who are you people, and what do you want?" Honestly, he is feeling pretty intimidated deep down. He wonders Wu Fu is so young, how could he possibly offend a group of people with such terrifying strength? Tian Wei does not want to waste his breath here, so he growls a harsh warning, "Get lost, we do not have the time to care about you." Right behind him are the guys from the Xian Dan sect completely drooling over the barrier. To think this cursed place actually has a forbidden zone. Looks like we are about to loot some really good stuff. Meanwhile, back inside, Wu Fu is absolutely destroying that poor monster. He just scoffs in pure contempt, "Your moves are too stiff. Even with all that crazy strength, you are still no match for me." Right at that moment, a voice suddenly echoes straight into his head. "You really think it is just going to end like this?" This voice is dripping with pure malice. "Since there is literally no way for me to kill you, I will just burn this entire barrier down and trap you in here forever." The second those words fade, somewhere outside the ground just violently splits wide open. Massive waves of spiritual energy erupt from the crack. Seeing someone trying to play him, Wu Fu gets super furious and thinks, "Damn it, trying to use the heavenly Tao aura to burn down the zone. I will absolutely never let you get away with this." At that exact same time, somewhere else in the zone, Lu Ling is totally mesmerized by this little animal. The spiritual energy in here is way thicker than outside, and on top of that, there is actually an incredibly cute little baby bunny right here. The bunny stares blankly at her. Just as she leans in to pet it, a random surge of spiritual energy comes flying over, shooting straight into the bunny's body. Lu Ling notices something is very wrong with the rabbit and nervously calls out, "Little bunny." Suddenly, the rabbit's eyes start glowing bloody red. Its body rapidly swells up, making a shocked Lu Ling scream, "Bunny, little bunny." By now, the bunny has grown massive, totally freezing her in fear. That tiny rabbit is now an absolute giant monster. This insane twist makes Lu Ling pale as she thinks it mutated. While she is still stunned, the giant rabbit paw reaches right for her. It delivers a god-tier slap, hitting her so hard that she gets violently knocked back. She completely panics, wondering how did it get so terrifyingly strong in just 1 second. Before Lu Ling can even recover from the hit, the crazy rabbit charges at her again. Knowing she cannot dodge this, she panics and thinks, "I am so completely dead." Right in the absolute nick of time, Wu Fu suddenly appears and violently kicks the giant rabbit away, roaring, "Get lost." Seeing him show up makes Xu Qingqing completely overjoyed, yelling Wu Fu. He turns back to ask her, "Are you okay?" She gasps, "Yeah." Suddenly, birds scatter across the sky, making her question everything. "Trust me, you and I absolutely need to see what comes next." "All right, you and I are about to dive into absolute madness." Lu Ling quickly realizes a massive stampede of spirit beasts is charging right out of the forest. Nate is not scared at all. He calms her down, saying, "What is the big deal? Follow me," he angrily shouts out, trying to use heavenly power to control the beasts and burn the barrier. No way in hell. Meanwhile, up on a rocky cliff, some shady guys are watching the whole situation unfold below. One of them asks out loud, "Why are all the spirit beasts grouping up here?" He guesses, maybe the monster horde actually found something good. A secret treasure, so they are heading that way. Xia Tianhao hears this and commands, "Makes total sense. Let us move." Back in the woods, a shadow appears carrying a girl in his arms. Jumping through the ancient trees at lightning speed, Lu Ling curls up tightly, fully supported by Nate holding her securely. He is rushing them both forward as fast as possible. In the distance, he spots a huge white smoke pillar. Shooting straight up from the ground into the sky, he says, almost there. That has got to be the spirit energy core. Lu Ling blushes, hard, feeling super shy as she mutters, "You know I can run on my own, right?" Nate just keeps staring straight ahead. He calmly replies, "Do not sweat it. You are not even that heavy anyway. Plus, you are injured." Suddenly, sensing something totally off, he throws a sharp glance right behind him. Watch closely, this is where it gets tense. Xia Tianhao and his buddy are chasing them. The one flying on the left threatens, running away already. Lu Ling looks confused and asks Nate, "Who the heck are these guys?" Nate ignores her question, glaring sideways. "You really think you can catch me? Let us see if you have the skills." He channels his power, hitting top speed, pushing forward, leaving those two dudes eating dust. The first, Xia Tianhao, widens his eyes in shock. So fast. In just a blink, that brat left us entirely in the dirt. The second guy barks, "No way, we definitely have to eliminate him. Otherwise, the future consequences will be brutal." Meanwhile, Nate and Lu Ling keep flying for who knows how long. Then they touch down. Nate scans the area ahead and says, "We made it. It is definitely right up ahead." Lu Ling stares at a massive rock placed between four giant pillars, unsure. She mutters, "Is this the center of the seal?" Nate confirms it. The thick spirit energy is definitely coming from here. He gets startled, noticing that the giant rock right in the center, it actually just moved. Nate raises his hand, pulling out his star spirit sword to test it out. The sword and the formation core start resonating together, and suddenly the rock in front explodes. In his mind, he calls out to his sword. Nate smirks in pure excitement, realizing the core of this barrier is literally the final fragment. A massive energy beam shoots into the sky, attracting a ton of greedy cultivators, flying right over. Let us pause for a second because elsewhere, the destiny sphere suddenly starts cracking wide open. It makes two loud cracking sounds, then shatters completely. King just stares at the empty dust in his hand, mentally deciding to check his destiny. It's shattered. Looks like I will have to kill this brat with my own two hands. Back over here, the smug alchemist sect disciple reaches out, totally trying to snatch the star spirit sword. "It is mine." But out of nowhere, a literal fan comes whipping straight at his ugly face. The alchemist guy reacts super fast, instantly bending his neck backwards to dodge the surprise attack. He stumbles back, glaring at the person in front of him. "Who the heck are you? Get lost." Lu Ling blocks Nate, hands on her hips, boldly declaring, "With me here, you are not taking a single step closer." The alchemist laughs, pure disrespect. "Hilarious. You really think you can stop me?" He spreads his arms wide, cocky as ever. "Can you alone really take on all of us here? Know your place." Lu Ling grits her teeth, thinking fast. Right now, Nate is completely fusing with the star spirit sword. "Even if I die, I have to hold the line." But then Nate, who had been dead silent, finally speaks up. "You guys are the ones overestimating yourselves. Do you seriously think she is fighting entirely on her own here?" Lu Ling turns her head, crying out, "Nate, you finished that fast." His eyes turn razor sharp. Glaring straight ahead, he says, "Leave these pathetic dogs who rely on numbers to bully people to me." One cultivator gets totally terrified, backing up a few steps and swearing, "Damn it, how is his cultivation so unbelievably fast?" Another guy next to him reassures the group, "We outnumber him, plus we have major outsiders backing us up. Why be scared of him?" Then someone from the back slowly steps forward, signaling the rest of the mob. He orders, "Back off, you cannot handle him. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next." "All right, guys, stick with me here." The big boss finally shows his face, and Wu Fu glares right at him. "Ready for this?" Tian Wei raises both hands up, powering up his crazy energy. He sneers, "Listen, kid, I am not letting you escape this time." Massive shockwaves suddenly blast through the entire area. A glowing isolation array completely surrounds the exact spot where Wu Fu is standing. The two Tianwei fighters hovering outside glare down at him and laugh. "You are completely surrounded, there is literally nowhere left to run." Wu Fu just looks up and chuckles. He slowly draws his star spirit sword and asks them, "Whoever said I wanted to run? Perfect time to test out my blade." The star spirit sword in Wu Fu's grip starts radiating this absolutely brilliant blinding light. He swings his arm with insane force, slashing the air and launching a massive blast of sword energy straight ahead. The slash rockets perfectly toward the first Tianwei right in front of him. Lu Ling widens her eyes, totally stunned in silence. Shooting sword energy out of nowhere, Wu Fu calmly warns her, "Step back a little bit, looks like these guys are getting serious now." Lu Ling looks at him and warns, "You better be careful." Tianwei looks up, his eyes sinking deep into pure darkness. He flashes a super arrogant smile. But Wu Fu is not scared at all. He smirks right back, locking eyes directly with his enemy. Moving with lightning speed, Tianwei launches his entire body into the air. He shakes his head and his hair literally starts glowing. The hair grows to a massive size, whipping wildly back and forth. On the ground, Wu Fu dashes forward a few steps to prepare his attack. His sharp blade and Tianwei's crazy hair clash head-on with insane force. Wu Fu channels all his raw power straight into his feet. Stomping hard, he spins in a full circle right on the ground, dropping his stance low and pulling his sword back in. Now watch closely, this is where it gets wild. Tian Wei screams, firing an endless barrage of blades. "You absolute piece of trash. I will crush your ability to fight back." Wu Fu narrows his eyes and shouts out his move, Star Spirit, Sword Art First Form. Two blinding slashes of energy instantly flash through the air, perfectly crossing each other to form a giant glowing cross. Tian Wei's eyes go completely wide as he looks up, totally stunned to see his hat cleanly sliced into two perfect pieces. Wu Fu slides backward a short distance before planting his feet firmly. Up in the air, Tian Wei slowly looks down at his hand. He lets out a gasp. Honestly, with raw strength like that, you should definitely be called an absolute genius. But then he aggressively grinds his teeth together and snaps. "Too bad, you ran into me today." Suddenly, Tian Wei's hand massively swells up, sprouting razor-sharp claws. Even his legs start bulging out to an absolutely ridiculous, monstrous size, ripping his pants straight to shreds. Tian Wei's entire face gets covered in wild fur, revealing a terrifying mouth full of jagged fangs. He looks exactly like a wild beast now. The Zonyang sect disciples watching from the sidelines completely lose all the color in their faces. Trembling in absolute terror, they mumble, "What is that?" The aura is terrifying. Lu Ling's face also turns completely pale with pure fear. Shaking, she thinks to herself, "A berserk state." The other Tian Wei just smirks like he is enjoying a really good show. He transformed, looks like this battle is finally ending. The first Tian Wei, now fully shifted into a beast, opens his massive jaw. "You and I know what happens next." He charges at Wu Fu, who just scoffs, tossing away your sanity for raw power. "Turns out you were just an idiot. I am done playing games with you." Then in the literal blink of an eye, a blinding white cut appears straight across the beastly Tian Wei's arm as Wu Fu calmly points his sword off to the side. Instantly, a huge chunk of Tian Wei's arm goes flying into the sky. Countless slashing marks suddenly materialize out of thin air everywhere. Those super fast slashes violently hiss and overlap each other. Sword in hand, Wu Fu just stares down at the massive dark shadow. The beast form Tian Wei freezes completely dead in his tracks. His dark shadow slowly fades away, and Wu Fu speaks with total disgust. "I actually thought you would be stronger, but this is way worse than your base form. What a massive waste of my time." The remaining Tian Wei sees this absolutely brutal execution and instantly panics, his entire face breaking out in a heavy, terrified sweat. Taking advantage of Wu Fu looking away, he quickly spins around and rockets up into the sky, desperately trying to run away. Lu Ling spots him from the side and screams out loud, "This is bad. Look out, he is trying to get away." Mid-flight, Tian Wei looks up and spots a massive dark shadow. He nervously thinks to himself, "Wait, is something flying over here?" Tian Wei's face goes completely blank with shock, having absolutely no idea what this giant black shadow is or where it came from. But a second later, they both crash violently into the ground below, setting off an incredibly loud, earth-shattering boom upon impact. Thick white dust instantly covers the entire battlefield. Lu Ling raises her hand to shield her face and asks, "What the heck was that?" Right inside that thick blinding smoke in front of Wu Fu and Lu Ling stands a dark silhouette of an absolutely gigantic creature. Lu Ling stares at it with wide eyes. "What is this?" As the dust finally clears, the giant shadow's true form is fully revealed. She gasps. Xiao Ha Xu Qingqing pops up from its back, waving. "Wu Fu, are you guys okay? Trust me, you and I are gonna want to see what happens next. Let's jump right back into the madness." Lu Long pops his head out, asking if his precious daughter is okay. Lu Ling is totally stunned to see them. She yells for her dad and Xu Qingqing. She watches as Qingqing and Lu Long hop off the Urha's back and walk right over. Super confused, they ask why everyone is traveling together. Lu Long simply raises his hand to explain the weird squad. He was stressing over her safety, but right before coming inside to find her, he actually bumped into this young lady. So they teamed up. Qingqing chimes in right after him, stating her own completely valid reason: she just wanted to train here. Meanwhile, Urha slowly shrinks back down to normal dog size in the background. Lu Long turns his head, scanning the whole area. "Wait, where did those two overpowered guys go? Why are they missing?" Lu Ling just points right next to her. "Dad, there's one." Lu Long follows her finger down to the ground and just sees a messy pile of brown fur scattered everywhere. He asks again, "So where is the other guy?" Lu Ling shifts her finger, pointing straight at Urha, recapping the absolute chaos. When everyone walked in, that dude was already squashed flat by little Ha, Qingqing, Lu Long, and the dog all snapped their heads around. They stare at the giant crater behind them. Qingqing smirks and teases the pup. "Little Ha, you gained weight." Urha barks in flustered panic. Wu Fu looks up casually, predicting that things probably won't stay this relaxed for much longer. Lu Ling is super confused. "Why aren't you ridiculously overpowered?" Wu Fu just looks down at the star sword in his hand. Sure, he is strong in here, but the outside world is going to be a massive headache. Ching Ching puts both hands on her hips. She declares with totally bubbly energy, relax. You still have us. We will help you out. Wu Fu just glances over at her. He drops a nasty reality check. I appreciate your good intentions, but those enemies waiting for us on the outside. They might all be venerable tier experts. Both Ching Ching and Lu Ling are absolutely shell-shocked by what he just casually dropped. They freeze up. Wu Fu turns and walks off. Let's go prep because a massive all-out war is probably happening very soon. Now pay attention because the real threat is waking up. In some distant cave, mysterious feet stand on a creepy wooden board suspended in the air by massive iron chains. Wearing a black cloak, this guy stands before a golden boulder reaching out to channel his raw internal power right into the stone. The troublemaker has been spotted. Time to wake up. He calls out a single terrifying name, Crazy Blade. And instantly, those tightly shut eyes snap wide open. Meanwhile, under a clear blue sky, the massive city is packed with countless epic skyscrapers. Inside a room at the Shu family headquarters, Falcon reports every single detail back to the guy standing in front of him. Wu Fu, I got all those spirit stones you asked for yesterday, ready to go. Wu Fu stares at the loot, calculating his next move. With this massive pile of spirit stones, you can probably skyrocket your cultivation level in practically no time at all. Ching Ching is super confused. Wait, these spirit stones aren't just fancy dog snacks for little Ha. You're actually using them to level up your own cultivation. Erha whines from her arms, clearly having major attitude about losing his snacks. Wu Fu drops a super cryptic explanation. I just have this gut feeling that an old friend is coming to visit me. Ching Ching gets super nosy. Let me guess, an enemy. Wu Fu nods. Spot on. If this world was completely endless and massive, I'd just let him tear me to shreds. But this world is way too small, so maybe I actually have a real chance to fight back. At that exact same time, deep inside some random forest, a massive pillar of purple light suddenly blasts into view, shooting straight from the ground right up into the sky. In a totally empty clearing surrounded by ancient towering trees, a glowing purple orb is wrapping around something mysterious hidden inside. The orb slowly fades away, leaving creepy white smoke drifting all over the place. Right in the middle, a man's back slowly appears. This place is an absolute wasteland, but the spiritual energy is crazy thick. Crazy Blade smiles like a total psychopath, checking out the scenery. Even my cultivation is being suppressed to the mid-tier venerable level. I know what you guys are thinking right now. Over here, Wu Fu is shirtless in a magic circle, spirit stones sitting in all four corners. Ching Ching looks completely away, awkwardly tiptoeing off. So, I finished arranging all your shiny rocks. If you don't need anything else from me, I am gonna bounce. But Wu Fu suddenly drops a demand, don't leave. Ching Ching blushes super hard, spinning around in absolute panic, stuttering his name. Wu Fu, what exactly do you want? He just shuts his eyes and calmly replies, all-out cultivation. It's gonna boost your power like crazy. Ching Ching realizes her dirty mind got the best of her, looking down totally embarrassed, mumbling to herself. Wait, it is just normal training. Flash to another totally average day, blue skies, white clouds right over at Yunhai University. Over at the campus basketball courts, loud arguing echoes. You losers seriously have the guts to come back here. Among the few surviving disciples from the immortal pill sect, their arrogant leader aggressively stomps right up to the front. By now, literally everyone in Yunhai knows the whole crazy story. Wu Fu offended some massive big shots, so he definitely doesn't have time to babysit you useless pieces of trash. Trust me, you and I know this ends badly. I'll make you taste our sex ruin. Mei Mei grinds her teeth. Alright, stick with me here. He throws his fist up, cursing them out. Time to show these fake bullies what real power actually looks like. This is a real sandbag-sized fist. His eyes turn completely red as he screams right at the absolute top of his lungs, putting every single ounce of strength into his punch. But before he can even land, the hit another random fist. Smacks Meng Meng right in the cheek. Get out of here, Zhou Tan sees his buddy hit the dirt and totally panics, screaming, brother Meng Meng. You cannot die on me. Meng Meng jumps right back up immediately, arguing back, call me macho bro. Macho, as in a manly man. Plus, I am not dead. I was just careless. He abruptly turns his head, giving a cocky thumbs up to challenge the guy standing behind him. Kid with that tiny amount of strength, you are basically just scratching an itch for me. Meng Meng then drops the tough act, quietly whispering his master plan to Zhou Tan. I take left, you take right. We split up and run for our lives. But the head honcho of the leftover elixir sect disciple sees right through this incredibly genius escape plan, and immediately calls them out. Little brat, I knew you were signaling to run away because you simply cannot win. That is exactly why I decided to bring along a few of Wu Fu's old enemies. Meng Meng and Zhou Tan stand dead center in the sports field, completely surrounded by goons with absolutely nowhere to run. Meng Meng just heavily pats his buddy on the shoulder and sighs, Detective Tan, we are definitely not escaping this time. Zhou Tan replies with literal waterfalls streaming down his face, bro, I am not blind. Meng Meng totally accepts his tragic fate, holding up one finger to make a single final request. Let me just say this first, please do not hit my face. The main leader of the Elixir sect leftovers sees him still joking around like this and completely gnashes his teeth in absolute pure fury. You think this is a joke? Beat them. Now pay attention. The second he shouts, the entire mob of goons charges straight toward our two terrified guys, Meng Meng and Zhou Tan. But suddenly flying in from the side is an absolutely massive spiked mace, launching forward and blasting two disciples into the air. Those guys get violently pushed back and end up hilariously squashed flat against a giant stone wall. The arrogant leader of the Elixir sect leftovers is totally dumbfounded as he looks up at the sky. The pure force of that spiked weapon actually shatters the stone wall. Su Qingqing appears out of nowhere, confidently declaring, "Fatty, if you are not dead yet, you should at least say something." Qingqing casually rests her heavy spiked club on her shoulder, smirking with total disdain. "You guys again, you really still have the guts to cause trouble in Yunhai." Meng Meng looks up, sees his savior, and excitedly screams out, "Su Qingqing." Right behind those two, another epic figure makes an entrance, jumping down from high above to land gracefully. "I heard you were looking for me." The two remaining disciples of the Elixir sect take one look at him and instantly start panicking, stumbling backwards as they nervously stutter out, "Woo woo woo foo. Why are you here?" Qingqing does not even wait for them to finish their sentence before stepping up and complaining, "Stop stuttering already, you are so insanely annoying." You know what happens next, right? Boom. An incredibly massive explosion echoes across the field, filling the entire area with thick white smoke. Meanwhile, over at the bus station gate, 20 frantic security guards are desperately trying to block the guy walking toward them. "Sir, you absolutely cannot bring weapons in here." Crazy Blade looks totally confused and asks him, "Well, what if I just hide it?" The security guy holds up a finger and promises a gigantic thing like that. "If you can actually hide it, I will gladly let you on the bus." The massive blade on Crazy Blade's back starts glowing bright. He tilts his head to the sky, opens his mouth wide, and magically sucks the whole sword into his body. The poor security guard is so mind-blown by this insane magic trick that his eyeballs practically pop right out of his skull, jaw hitting the floor in total speechless shock. Crazy Blade just casually strolls right past him and boards the bus. "I just wanted to see if you guys had anything interesting, but turns out you are all just ordinary mortals with zero cultivation. Let us go, let us go." The poor security guard looks up at the electronic information board above him, showing the route from City S to Wutong, whispering to himself in utter and complete confusion. Wait, did he not want to go to Yunhai? Meanwhile, back at the sports field, the head of the leftover disciples from the Elixir sect collapses onto the ground, absolutely terrified as he frantically tries explaining. "If we had known you were actually here, we never would have had the guts to show up." Wu Fu crosses his arms and just shouts one word, "Scram." The cowardly disciple bows his head, thanking him for sparing their miserable lives. After those losers finally run away, Meng Meng speaks up, suggesting, "Brother Fu, it is all over, let us head back to school." Luo Si, who magically appeared out of nowhere, walks right up to him and softly calls out, "Wu Fu." He turns his head, giving her a questioning look. Luo Si shyly pokes her two index fingers together and asks, "Are you planning to leave?" Wu Fu looks up at the sky, calmly explaining, "If I stay here in Yunhai, I am afraid this city will never know peace." Luo Shi bites her lip, staying silent for a moment, clearly thinking about something, as her face turns completely red. "That is where we leave it. Trust me, you are going to want to see why." Her hand grabs his black sleeve. "Stick with me, we are kicking off with some crazy tension." Wu Fu glances at the girl, tugging his shirt. Luo Shi bows her head, confessing the cultivation sword's secret is a huge mental block. If she can't break through, she might be literally stuck forever. Cut to the mountain behind the school. Inside a dark cave, white clothes are suddenly tossed aside, falling into a messy pile right on the cold ground. Lu Si covers herself with one arm, turning her bare back toward him. She wants to offer herself, but Wu Fu just crosses his arms, calmly rejecting her. "My ties with the Luo family don't require this kind of payment. Even if the enemies outside are getting stronger, I still have a real chance to win." Luo Si squeezes her eyes shut, shaking her head hard. Reaching a hand out toward Wu Fu, she admits he is the actual main character starring in her dreams. Suddenly, a massive boom echoes out. A blinding white beam of light shoots from the mountain straight up into the sky. Outside the mountain, Wang Mengmeng sees the flashing light and literally hugs a tree, crying her eyes out. "My goddess is no longer pure." Meanwhile, Shu Qingqing grinds her teeth in pure anger, furious at how cunning and manipulative that woman is. "She dared to make a move before me." Back inside the mountain cave, the whole space is completely flooded with thick, mysterious white mist. Meanwhile, a pair of heavy boots completely stops right outside a gate. The massive sign clearly reads Fenhai University. Mad Blade rests a giant sword on his shoulder and curses loudly. "Damn it, this entire school totally stinks of pure, absolute rotten garbage." Now pay attention here, two pairs of feet suddenly appear on the street, sprinting forward at absolutely insane speed. Yu Bai glares at Mad Blade outside the gate. Hey old man, Finhai University is definitely not taking any outside visitors right now. Zhou Tan stands next to him, adding, and what are you planning to do with that giant weapon anyway? Mad Blade just rubs his chin casually flat out, stating his true purpose. He wants to know exactly what kind of guy Wu Fu is. Hearing this, Zhou Tan steps up. If you want to see Boss Wu, you have to get past us first. Mad Blade hears this tough talk and just lets out two highly amused chuckles, not even bothering to give them a real answer. Out of absolutely nowhere, he suddenly swings his massive arm, launching a terrifying slash straight out in front of him. Luckily, Yu Bai dodges hard to the right. The destructive power behind that attack is completely terrifying. Zhou Tan slips to the left, connecting the dots. Are you the enemy Wu Fu warned us about? Mad Blade's eyes shift, basically confirming it without saying a word. He asks if he already knows why is he hiding right as he says that a figure violently crashes down from the sky out of nowhere. Landing right in front, Wu Fu rests a hand on the dirt. I never expected Mad Blade of the 12 Divine Sovereigns to show up in a tiny place like this. Amused, Mad Blade easily lifts his giant weapon up. Little brat, do you actually know me? Zhou Tan is totally shaking, his face completely pale. Seeing the newcomer, he weakly stammers out, Boss Wu, you made it. Is this the true power of a sovereign? Wu Fu narrows his eyes and calmly explains, not even close. He is still nowhere near the actual sovereign tier of power. It is just that coming to Earth has completely suppressed his cultivation and raw power down to the sovereign level. I know what you are thinking. Why not run? Zhou Tan violently trembles behind him, asking exactly that. Boss Wu, why stay? But Wu Fu just frowns, staying completely silent. Then he flicks his wrist, summoning the glowing astral sword out of thin air. Run where the 12 divine sovereigns are the exact targets I'm going to personally slaughter one by one. Wu Fu's eyes radiate pure murderous intent as he loudly yells. Between us, only one is walking away alive. Mad Blade's body wildly expands into a massive giant glaring down at him. Little brat, you really think you can destroy me with that pathetic level of power? He scoffs with absolute disgust. Even in this remote wasteland, people actually know my legendary name. But suddenly, right behind the giant Mad Blade, a massive explosion echoes out, making his eyes widen in pure shock. Moving at lightning speed, Wu Fu launches himself high into the air. He flies right above Mad Blade's head, but the giant enemy stays completely calm and perfectly still. Let me show you my real power. Wu Fu channels everything into a brutal downward strike, but his glowing blade gets caught dead in Mad Blade's bare hand. He grips it tight. Watching from the sidelines, Lu Zi screams out a warning. This is bad. The enemy is too strong, be careful. Standing up straight, Mad Blade calmly flexes. If my power was not suppressed here, raising my hand would literally destroy this entire planet. If I attack for real, you literally have zero chance of surviving. Standing right across from him, Wu Fu snaps back. What kind of garbage are you talking? Mad Blade grips even harder, flashing a mocking grin. With your weak, pathetic power, you are completely wasting this sword's true potential. He suddenly yanks his arm hard, sending Wu Fu violently flying backward from the massive shockwave. Mad Blade raises the stolen astral sword up high and proudly declares, I am taking this weapon. Consider this a little welcome gift from a weak brat like you. Wu Fu clutches his chest and coughs twice. There's no way you are walking away with that. Watching from the sidelines, Zhou Tan internally panics at the absolute madness. Holy crap, the guy literally just stole a divine sword with his bare hands. Trust me, you're going to want to see this. Wu Fu raises two fingers. The astral sword answers only to me. Stick with me here. Wu Fu summons another spiritual sword, showing off the divine weapon he personally forged. The insanely sharp blade gets slammed right into the ground by an absolutely massive force. Loud crackling explosions violently erupt all around Mad Blade's feet. The earth slowly cracks open, making the entire space violently shake. Suddenly, Wu Fu's body gets pushed down hard by some mysterious crushing invisible pressure. His eyebrows furrow tightly, his stunned face totally locked on what is ahead. Meanwhile, Mad Blade's eyes flash a sinister, glowing red as he excitedly asks, if I completely destroy you, then this sweet sword belongs to me, right? He violently swings his massive arms, slicing the air forward. Let us do this time to meet the bitter end of your life. A gigantic slash rockets forward, aiming directly for Wu Fu's head. The whole world seemingly trembles as Wu Fu steps backward. He crouches slightly, digging his feet deeply into the ground to instantly stabilize himself. Wu Fu's face darkens instantly. With a deeply arrogant smirk, he loudly screams out, you think killing me is going to be that easy? The massive blade slowly drops down, but Wu Fu is already moving. He launches himself forward to attack with absolute lightning-fast speed. Mad Blade opens his mouth wide, laughing like an absolute maniac. With that tiny bit of power, you actually dare to strike a rock. Now pay close attention here. A massive explosion erupts behind the tall academy buildings, completely blanketing the entire space in thick, blinding white dust and heavy smoke. Inside the blast, a shadowy figure stands incredibly tall. As the thick smoke finally clears out, Mad Blade's imposing image is clearly revealed, but his clothes are completely shredded to absolute rags. His stiff face shows he has zero clue what just happened. Zhou Tan excitedly cheers him on Brother Fu's epic. Who knows when Wu Fu actually flew up into the sky? Glaring down from above, he says, "Your raw power and cultivation base are both totally suppressed. We still do not know who will actually win or lose here." Mad Blade looks up, smirking back with pure confidence. "Even suppressed, your grandpa here is still a venerable tier master, a peak integration tier brat like you actually thinks you can finish me off." Wu Fu swings his sword again, silently chanting a fast spell. "That is right, 7 Wild Waves sword." Mad Blade totally grinds his teeth. "Unbelievable, you actually know the Sword Maniac's special technique. Just who the heck are you anyway?" Wu Fu points his spiritual sword straight to the high heavens, screaming kill. Suddenly, an absolutely massive, terrifying tornado violently rips through the battlefield. 7 Wild Waves sword standing right inside the chaotic tornado, Wu Fu violently clashes head-on with Mad Blade. Wave word, art. Mad Blade uses all his strength to block Wu Fu while curiously asking, "You even know the 7 Wild Waves ultimate attack? No wonder you act arrogant. Do we know each other? I know what you were thinking." "Hilarious, right?" Wu Fu playfully mocks him. "I am your daddy." Mad Blade goes absolutely berserk with rage. "Little brat, I am fighting completely seriously now." He tightly clenches both his hands into massive fists. Throwing his head back, he roars loudly. Right then, Luo Shi steps right up next to Wu Fu, suggesting, "Let us try the Purple Cloud Sword Art combo attack." Wu Fu completely agrees with her. "Let us try it." Mad Blade then viciously stomps his heavy foot straight down onto the ground. It is so wildly powerful that the ground beneath completely cracks and shatters. He bursts into mocking laughter, pulling his heavy saber backward. He gets right into his fierce battle stance. "How completely ridiculous. The raw difference in cultivation and power between us is absolutely massive." Mad Blade's eyes suddenly widen in pure shock, blurting out 2 words. "Too close." Meanwhile, Luo Shi and Wu Fu stand perfectly side by side, totally ready to unleash their ultimate combined strike. Then they perfectly sync up simultaneously, launching 2 completely devastating cross slashes straight forward at the exact same time. Mad Blade punches the empty air so hard it practically forms an attacking beast. "Trying to show off your cute romance before me? Go straight to hell." The 2 insane power sources violently crash together, triggering a massive shockwave explosion that literally shakes the entire space. Luo Ji stands completely stunned by the chaotic scene. This is the true power of a venerable master. Suddenly, out of nowhere, an absolutely massive, terrifying hand aims right at her. It ruthlessly charges forward. Standing right beside her, Wu Fu glances over and instantly detects that weird, incredibly dangerous incoming hand. He reacts with absolute lightning speed, reaching out to pull Luo Zi's entire body toward him to dodge it. Together, they leap far away from danger. They safely land on the ground. He intensely stares straight ahead while warning the girl right beside him. "You just stand aside and watch. Leave this venerable guy completely to me." Luo Zi's cute face blushes slightly as she softly answers, "I will watch." Mad Blade casually rests his heavy saber on his shoulder, one hand on his hip, loudly sighing. "Before coming here, a fortune teller warned me that you would completely destroy the balance of this world. Honestly, I did not believe it at first. But now I definitely believe it." Intense winds wildly blow past Wu Fu's face, his cold eyes completely darkening without a single trace of emotion. He viciously channels his raw power into the spiritual sword. "Maybe you really should have listened to him more. Do not be so incredibly overconfident here." Mad Blade watches Wu Fu's every move and mocks him. "Oh, so you are actually charging up your pathetic power to fully resist me? If so, you better obediently accept your absolute end. After all, in your pathetic past life, you only managed to survive for 25 short years." Wu Fu's entire body fiercely erupts with a terrifyingly massive power source. With an incredibly scornful tone, he mocks back. "Only live to 25. My lifespan can easily reach 1,000 years. Mad Blade raises his weapon, smirking. "Your sword aura is too basic. Didn't expect this trick. So what do you and I take from this? The real fight starts now. Alright, stick with me here." He grips his huge sword with both hands and unleashes an absolutely devastating downward slash. The massive blade expands into this giant, ridiculous size. Mad Blade flashes a cocky grin, mocking him, "Like you are just a tiny, pathetic bug to me. Nothing but worthless dust on this pathetic little planet." His epic strike comes completely crashing down. It slams perfectly into the earth. The energy shockwave from that giant sword is completely off the charts. Luo Shi gets blasted hard by the wind, squeezing her eyes completely shut and screaming out, "Oh crap," but when she finally looks again, she is in pure shock. Right at her feet is this massive crack ripping through the solid ground, creating a deep gap, stretching all the way back to where Mad Blade is standing. He fakes a sad sigh, claiming he honestly only meant to wipe him out entirely. Didn't expect him to vanish without a single trace. Suddenly, a totally unfamiliar voice from behind completely startles Mad Blade. My real opponent hasn't shown up yet, but it is definitely not you. Mad Blade snaps around in pure disbelief, thinking in his head. Impossible. Wu Fu is right behind him, brutally driving his sword forward with serious power. It pierces directly through the guy's chest. He casually lets Mad Blade know exactly how his pathetic life ends. Your body stays here forever. I might not be strong enough right now to completely crush all of your souls. Crazy cracking sounds echo everywhere as massive fractures shatter across Mad Blade's physical body. He looks up and smirks, muttering, "But I will soon enough." The blade is literally right through his heart, yet the villain still smirks and threatens. "Listen, Wu Fu, the second you leave this planet, I am absolutely going to tear you to brutal pieces. Now watch closely because things get totally wild right here." A massive, terrifying dimensional rift hears open, revealing this freakishly giant, incredibly mysterious hand, with completely razor-sharp claws reaching out. Wu Fu stares for a second and quickly realizes that massive, scary hand. It is rushing straight for him. He quickly jumps backward to completely dodge the insane attack. The giant hand violently grabs Mad Blade instead. Before completely vanishing, the guy glares at Wu Fu and laughs out loud. "I will be eagerly waiting for you out there." Wu Fu is completely out of gas. He stumbles, barely standing, but thankfully Elder Yao appears right beside him to literally catch his fall. The old man looks at him totally confused. "You could have easily just run. So why exactly did you choose to fight him head-on?" Wu Fu gives a petty boss excuse. "He was already my defeated loser. Running away is just way too embarrassing." Meanwhile, somewhere deep out in the dimensional void, a guy in a dark cloak is waiting. Golden Cloak clutches his chest and groans out loud. "I told you not to get cocky, but you never listen. Now I have to pay this insanely heavy price just to save you." Mad Blade claps back instantly. "Well, you forgot to mention he is a literal monster who has lived over 1,000 years. Golden Cloak hears that, and his confident face drops completely. He nervously glances back over his shoulder, double-checking everything. Over 1,000 years, Mad Blade just looks right at him. Yeah, that is exactly what he said. Golden Cloak starts frowning, deeply whispering, "A sword spirit, is that really it?" Let's pause and switch gears. Back at the hospital, someone is stressing out. Injured this incredibly badly, who literally knows how long recovery takes. Su Qingqing is frantically begging the older man right beside her. "Dad, we absolutely have to get our revenge. And absolutely destroy those complete jerks." Uncle Yin softly sighs and tries explaining. "My sweet daughter, it is not that I do not want to avenge him right now. It is just that we are way too weak." Elder Yao chimes in. The heavy price he paid was literally just to destroy that guy's physical body. The enemy's sheer massive power is so far beyond us we could never logically hope to actually catch up. Tears quickly well up in Su Qingqing's eyes. But if those terrifying monsters actually come back, does that mean we will not even have the sheer strength to fight back? Elder Yao turns away, crossing one arm behind his back like a classic master. In this wide world, many things are totally out of our control. If they really do return, I will gladly throw my own life on the line to safely protect him. Then he gives her a sideways glance. For now, I am safely leaving Wu Fu in your total care. The hospital room door clicks shut, echoing with a very soft thud. Now it is just Su Qingqing, completely alone in the silent room, her cheeks turning bright red. She stands right beside the bed in total silence. Wu Fu is just lying there super peacefully, his eyes squeezed tightly shut. He is still completely knocked out in a deep coma. Su Qingqing blushes super hard from pure awkwardness, mumbling totally to herself. "Let me help you apply the medicine." I have no idea what everyone else is thinking. Meanwhile, right across the bed, Erha suddenly notices Wu Fu twitching, so the silly dog pops its goofy head up and loudly barks twice. Instantly, the main guy on the bed snaps his eyes wide open, making Su Qingqing literally jump right out of her own skin. He glances at her, curiously, asking, "What are you doing?" She fully panics, waving her hands wildly. And that is where we leave it. Wild timing, right? Let's dive in. She stutters. "You are awake, I saw nothing." Wu Fu just slowly sits right up. "That medicine works great for the outside cuts," he brushes it off, "but I will heal my own internal damage." Slapping his hands together to cultivate, he mutters about needing more power fast. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a hand reaches out and smacks Wu Fu right on the shoulder. Qingqing is actually worried awkwardly, suggesting he should focus on healing first. But this guy just keeps cultivating anyway, dropping a super casual, "Hey, do not worry. A tiny scratch like this means nothing." Qingqing's cheeks immediately turn bright red as she slowly pulls her hand back, completely speechless now. She just gives a tiny squeak. Meanwhile, Luo Shengxian looks up at the girl leaping through the massive ancient trees, guessing her purple star sword art is a huge success. Looking totally badass, Luo Si jumps down from the branches and lands perfectly on the dirt. She walks over, dropping the bad news. Wu Fu is heavily injured this time. Luo Xingxian come with me to help him. Hearing this wild update, the guy just sighs. If even he got beat up, isn't that enemy absolutely terrifying? Meanwhile, somewhere way creepier. Now pay close attention here. Those freaky legs wrapped in black skin start cracking and splintering everywhere. In the pitch-black room, two outer heaven demon assassins are just standing frozen awaiting orders. Huang Jin smiles like a total psycho. Wu Fu, your dumb luck runs out today. Somewhere else. Outside the Shu family building, two serious bodyguards wearing glasses block the crowd. Boss says no randoms allowed inside. Pointing at his crew, he nervously stutters, I am Wang Meng Meng and these guys are all from the student council. We came to protect Brother Fu. The guard scratches his face, begging, bro, don't make this hard. I can let you in, but not them. Suddenly, a loud bossy voice echoes from inside. Just let everybody in. The guard immediately leans over and does a super polite welcome gesture. Please right this way. Down a ridiculously fancy long hallway up on the ceiling. Are these fancy round lights? Walking behind Meng Meng curiously asks, Sister, is Brother Fu in there? Ching Ching tilts her head, explaining he is powering up. Meng Meng looks completely lost and confused. Completely baffled, he says, I remember Brother Fu just leveled up recently. Even though I cannot look at him, like a normal guy, he is heavily injured. Why try to boost his power instead of just resting and healing? Are you seeing this too? Because right on cue, that door absolutely blasts blinding golden power everywhere. The shockwave hits them hard. Meng Meng grabs his head, screaming. He just keeps getting stronger. Old man Kang Yao glares in pure shock. It hasn't even been an hour and his cultivation hit the peak Dao integration realm. Meanwhile, a massive white lightning bolt violently strikes the sky outside. Kang Yao panics, looking outside. Not good, heavenly lightning. Who knows how long passes. But eventually, the crazy lightning storm outside completely vanishes into thin air. The shut door finally clicks and slowly opens. Seeing him walk out, Ching Ching's eyes go wide as she gasps, Wu Fu. He casually steps toward them, complaining, if this place didn't limit me, I would be max level already. Kang Yao looks at his granddaughter, sighing heavily. You two are completely incompatible. I wanted to set you guys up, but the power gap is way too huge now. Hearing her grandpa say this, Ching Ching gets so mad, steam basically shoots from her ears. She snorts aggressively, I am a perfect match for him. I will not let some other girl get him. Meanwhile, Luo Si leads her squad, flying forward insanely fast. Pushing her speed to the absolute max, she thinks to herself, I need to reach him right now. Back to our guy, Kang Yao solemnly clasps his hands, making a huge claim. On Earth, venerable masters are everywhere, but you could be the absolute youngest. Wu Fu just stares at his hand. He mutters, hitting venerable tier is just facing the first heavenly tribulation of your life. The tribulation power here is simply too weak. Startled with wide eyes, Kang Yao asks hesitantly, you just gave up your chance at venerable. Wu Fu summons a glowing golden spirit sword. Trust me, this hits hard. He smirks. If I level up now, isn't becoming a god king impossible? Meanwhile, over at the Shu family gate, a weird little line appears hovering way up in the sky. Stick with me here, you and I are about to witness this weird purple light glowing. Suddenly, a crack rips right through the sky, absolutely terrifying all the guards. What the heck is that? Hurry up and report it, someone is coming. From inside that glowing rift, a pair of hands gently reaches out, pulling the massive crack even wider. As this spatial rift slowly opens up, a really creepy face pops right out. Then a super buff guy literally launches himself straight out of the portal, appearing high up in the sky. And the moment he shows up, Wu Fu, Meng Meng, and Shu Ching Ching instantly sense his crazy spiritual energy. One guard completely panics, rushing over to urgently report to Kang Yao. Boss, some guy is outside causing trouble. The old man does not even hesitate, saying, let us go look. Stepping outside, they hear someone absolutely freaking out. This is bad. These guys actually invited the legendary master Beishuan to come here. Hearing that insane name dropped, Meng Meng gasps in pure shock. Wait, is that really Chen Beishuan? Kang Yao immediately corrects him. Nope, that is Luo Beishuan from Heavenly Horizon Mountain. Hearing this, Meng Meng totally drops his panicked face, just saying, oh, Luo Beishuan, then we are totally fine. Seeing this kid completely miss how serious this is, Kang Yao quickly lectures him. Fine, that guy represents the absolute strongest combat power on entire Earth. A true venerable realm expert. Just then, Wu Fu flashes an excited smirk at the sky. Now Meng Meng gets a little nervous, whispering, Brother Fu, these guys are such a huge pain. They obviously knew alien experts would get their power heavily suppressed on Earth, so they literally hired Earth experts to help them out. Totally ignoring his friend's panic, Wu Fu calmly replies, the Heavenly Secret Book will literally do anything just to kill me. They even brought alien assassins fully capable of killing Tribulation Realm experts. Now watch this part closely, things are about to get wild. Shu Qingqing spots something and yells, "Wait, there are two more people." Right on cue from that crack behind Beixuan, two mysterious shadows completely emerge. Wu Fu takes one look and immediately recognizes them. He says, "Are these really the elite assassins who can actually murder a Tribulation Realm expert?" Hearing this, Shu Qingqing completely panics, screaming, "Then why are you not running away right now?" She is super worried about him begging. Even if their cultivation is suppressed down here, there are still three of them against you. But Wu Fu ignores her completely, casually stepping in front to protect Shu Qingqing. Alien assassins are actually way weaker than Crazy Blade in raw power. The real problem is their sneaky little tricks. You need to step back. Seeing him act all protective like this, she instantly blushes hard. Ah, I knew it. He really cares about my safety the most. But Wu Fu's very next sentence absolutely shatters her romantic little daydream. "Please do not let them take you hostage again." Hearing that, she totally snaps, screaming right into his ear. "I thought you were being sweet, but you were just calling me a burden, just to be perfectly safe." Wu Fu also asks chubby Meng Meng for help. "Keep Shu Qingqing safe for me. These guys are incredibly sneaky and will definitely try dirty tricks to force my hand." Meng Meng salutes like a soldier. "Yes, sir, got it, bro." Meanwhile, the most dangerous guy around, Baixuan, finally speaks up. "I have not left my mountain in years. Are all young punks this incredibly arrogant nowadays, trying to use human wave tactics? It is the 21st century now. I literally just need to snap my fingers, and I can turn you all to dust." Hearing his threat, Meng Meng is not scared at all, clapping back. "Well, that still makes us stronger than a dirty scumbag like you." Seeing this kid mock him, "I know what you were thinking, kid is done for, right?" Baixuan shoots something sharp straight at him. "You are the only one brave enough to mock me." Just when it seems that sharp object is about to completely impale Meng Meng, hand suddenly reaches out and catches it perfectly. Seeing this wild save, Beixuan looks a little shocked. This fat kid did not even blink. Was this his backup plan all along? Wu Fu crushes the arrow in his hand, reminding them, "Did you guys forget who the main character is today?" He confidently declares right to his face, "You are completely unworthy of killing anyone in front of me." Beixuan does not flinch, arrogantly reminding him, "Little brat, there are three of us and our cultivation levels absolutely crush yours." A weakling who just broke into the Dao integration realm actually dares to talk this big. In response to the old man, Wu Fu drops a super confusing question. "Which eye of yours sees me standing here all alone?" The second he says that, bizarre burst of energy drops right from the sky. The energy violently swirls around, landing directly beside Wu Fu. As the dust finally clears out, Luo Shi appears proudly, announcing Luo God Mountain is here. Right behind her, her grandmother and Kang Yao step forward. This old man is here too. They are not alone. Meng Meng and the others also march up, shouting, "We got your back too." Seeing this squad, Beixuan just sarcastically sneers. "A bunch of old weak losers willingly looking for death. Kid, do you honestly think relying on this pathetic little freak squad actually makes you worthy of fighting us?" Without another word, Wu Fu immediately draws his glowing sword out. "Trust me, you and I are gonna love this finale." Fully battle ready, he yells, "Since you dared to come, you are staying here forever." Let's dive right into the action. Wu Fu summons a giant bear paw using his power, radiating absolute confidence as he declares, "I alone am enough to take you all down." With that said, Wu Fu charges straight at Beixuan, swinging his sword just like a massive bear swiping at his enemy. Beixuan easily dodges his attack, scoffing that a Dao integration tier strike is nothing special. Unbothered, Wu Fu and his bear spirit just keep charging forward to strike back. We are just getting started. Suddenly, Beixuan completely freezes up for no clear reason, and right after that, a massive earth-shattering boom echoes out. It looks like something heavy just slammed right into him. Beixuan, now sporting a nasty wound on his arm, desperately tries to recover his stance. He screams in shock, claiming there is absolutely no way this is the power of a Dao integration tier. Wu Fu instantly fires back at the old man. "Who told you that I am just a simple Dao integration cultivator?" But right as he finishes talking, something extremely fast suddenly lunges straight at him. Wu Fu swiftly leans backward, perfectly dodging this totally unexpected sneak attack in the nick of time. Seeing this play out, Luo Shi's grandma frantically yells out to him, "We are coming to help." But Kang Yao notices something off and warns him, "Not good, they are setting up a trap." Wu Fu senses it too. He quickly snaps his gaze to the side, spotting an assassin who is actively trying to summon something. Watch closely because things get wild here. An array formation erupts from the ground, throwing up a massive barrier that completely traps Wu Fu inside. It basically cuts off anyone on the inside from the outside world, rising higher and higher. The glowing barrier keeps stretching endlessly into the sky. It shoots all the way up, finally looking like a massive straight pillar of pure energy blasting straight toward the heavens. Witnessing this crazy scene, Wang Meng Meng breaks into a cold sweat and quietly mutters, "We have been completely separated from him," but he simply refuses to believe it. Looking totally hypnotized, Wang Mengmeng slowly reaches his hand out toward the barrier. Brother Fu notices what he is doing. Someone frantically screams out, "Do not touch it," but it is way too late. The exact second Wang Mengmeng makes contact, he is instantly blasted backward and sent flying through the air. Fatty Xu Qingsheng refuses to give up quickly, turning to ask Master Yin, "Is there any way for us to break into this formation? I want to help them." The old man replies with a feeling of helpless regret, "We cannot get in. And honestly, even if we somehow made it inside, we would probably just end up dragging them down." Meanwhile, trapped inside the formation, Luo Xi's grandma inspects their surroundings and notes, "The spirit energy of this killing array is absolutely insane. Countless people have probably died to this thing. We need to be incredibly careful." But because he gets momentarily distracted answering her, Kang Yao does not even realize a deadly threat is rushing straight at him. Right at that second, a loud voice screams out a warning, "Watch out." Kang Yao jumps in shock, his face going pale as he realizes the imminent danger. He hastily grabs his long scarf, treating it like a jetpack to blast those bizarre incoming projectiles away from him. Luozi's grandma suddenly seems to recognize exactly what this attack is. She starts panicking, yelling, "Not good, it is a blindfold illusion." The moment she finishes speaking, an assassin instantly teleports right behind Kang Yao. But at that exact moment, a brilliant flashing golden beam of light suddenly slices through the air. Wu Fu shows up just in time, delivering a brutal punch right into the assassin's gut. The hit knocks the guy back, sliding away several feet. You know this is bad news. Outside the barrier, Bei Xuan suddenly pulls out a mysterious gourd. He smirks, claiming the formation's power is rapidly spiking, giving him enough juice to kill everyone in one single hit. Right after, he starts channeling his dark spirit energy, summoning a wave of thick purple smoke out of the gourd. "You cannot escape," he shouts. With that said, the old man immediately points the gourd straight at them to suck them in. The hazy smoke twists and surges forward, completely swallowing up Wu Fu and Kang Yao inside. Once they are entirely trapped in the smoke, Bei Xuan pulls back the arm holding his gourd and then tightly clenches his other hand into a solid fist. Matching his exact hand gesture, Wu Fu and Kang Yao are officially sealed inside a massive floating sphere. With his job seemingly done, Bei Xuan turns to walk away, announcing, "I have completed the mission I was assigned. I leave the rest to you guys." But the moment he finishes speaking, the sphere suddenly starts shaking violently. Right after that, the entire sphere forcefully explodes outward, blasting a massive pillar of energy into the sky. Seeing this, Bei Xuan cannot believe his own eyes and gasps, "What? How is this possible?" And then bizarre streams of glowing light start erupting from the base of the broken barrier. Those streams of light look just like raging flames, incinerating everything in their path. Wu Fu, looking completely unharmed, casually steps out of the barrier, mocking them. "You really thought that was enough to catch me?" The two assassins are obviously not letting him go. They instantly charge forward to attack, yelling, "We wanted to use him to eliminate you, but now we have to do it ourselves." Yet Wu Fu just stands there totally motionless, casually waiting for their attacks to reach him. The exact second they both slash through his body, his figure suddenly blurs out. Seeing this, the two assassins are completely stunned and shout in unison, "It is just an afterimage." Bei Xuan is also in disbelief, frantically screaming, "Where did he go?" just as he finishes. "So what do you and I take from this? Never look away." Wu Fu appears right behind him, saying, "Hello, looking for me?" Bei Xuan immediately raises his hand, preparing to launch an attack, but something gently grazes right past his arm instead. The old man completely panics. "All right, stick with me here." Clutching his freshly severed arm, the guy collapses as our boy drops the ultimate threat, "You are dead." One single strike from Wu Fu completely obliterates Bei Xuan's arm. Seeing this absolute madness, the two assassins go on high alert. That sword aura is way too strong. Right as they say that, two familiar figures instantly pop up right in front of them. Xiang Yao and Luo Xi's grandma drop straight into a battle stance, boldly declaring to the enemies, "We won't let you interrupt Wu Fu." But the two assassins just look at them with pure disgust. They burst out laughing, mocking them. "You think you can stop us? You're totally unqualified." Meanwhile, back over on Bei Xuan's side, the old man is losing his absolute mind with rage over Wu Fu's little stunt. "You dare chop off my arm." His eye patch suddenly rips off, revealing eyes practically leaking with a terrifying murderous intent. "I'm going to take your head." And just like that, some seriously creepy dark energy starts pouring out of Bei Xuan's body. His physical stats get a massive boost. Looking at this crazy scene, Wu Fu just mutters, "Seems like losing an arm didn't change anything at all." Right after that, Bei Xuan fires this liquid-like blast of pure killing intent straight at him, screaming, "Just die." Wu Fu doesn't even flinch. He just glares straight ahead. That weird liquid aura curls up, rising high like a massive ocean wave. It wants to swallow him whole. But Wu Fu doesn't hesitate for a second. He instantly swings his sword, slashing right at it. But somehow that crazy thing easily dodges his direct attack like it's absolutely nothing. Now watch closely, this is where it gets wild. Like a monster opening its jaws, it charges him, and in a flash, Wu Fu gets completely swallowed up by that liquid trap. Seeing this, Shang Yao panics and screams his name, Wu Fu. The assassin fighting the old man calls him out. When you fight me, don't worry about anyone else. As soon as he finishes speaking, he launches a sneaky attack, knocking Shang Yao back. The old guy gets blasted way back across the battlefield before finally managing to stop. The second he stands up, Xiang Yao clutches his chest, coughing hard. Luo Shi's grandmother quickly rushes over to check on the old guy. Are you okay? Meanwhile, Bei Xuan is holding Wu Fu tightly inside his suffocating trap. He proudly yells out in the face of absolute power. Any skill becomes completely useless, but the old fool has zero clue that inside his trap, our boy is forming hand seals, unleashing his spiritual power, sword art, and then a massive, deafening explosion echoes out. It completely shatters Bei Xuan's overblown confidence. Out of nowhere, the air starts filling with some very familiar sounds to Shang Yao. Tens of thousands of swords appear out of thin air, completely surrounding the entire area. The two assassins witness this absolute madness. Xu Qingqing stares blankly, shouting, "What an arrogant freak." And Wang Mengmeng panics, screaming, "We are so dead." Right after that, a massive wave of swords spawns just outside the barrier, relentlessly attacking it. Now I know what you're thinking. Is he done for? Luo Shi is terrified too, wondering if he'll really lose this easily. Those swords fly around the barrier, speeding up until they literally turn into a tornado, constantly crashing right into it. Finally, after taking all those hits, that solid pillar completely shatters. The killing ray is officially broken. A moment later, a few figures slowly step out from the thick clouds of dust. Wang Mengmeng squints hard, trying to spot someone familiar, yelling out, "Brother Fu." Just a short distance away, Wu Fu also rolls right out of that heavy dust cloud. That last attack seriously took a huge toll on his energy. At the exact same time, inside a cave far, far away, someone is literally watching Wu Fu through space. That mysterious guy's hands instinctively clench into tight fists, grinding his teeth with absolute pure anger. This punk must be eliminated, otherwise he's definitely going to bring us disaster. Jumping back over to Wu Fu's group, Xu Qingqing feels a little useless and complains, "Whenever we reach a moment like this, I can't even lend him a hand." Luo Shi stays right by her side to comfort her. "He has never ever let us down before." Right? Xu Qingqing just nods quietly. "Yeah." Then Wang Mengmeng quickly chimes in from the side, screaming at the top of her lungs, "Brother Fu, use that giant 10-meter sword and absolutely destroy them." Right now, those two assassins, with their completely delusional dreams, are busy calculating their next move. That blind old man was right. That weapon really is known as a peerless divine blade. Killing him is the only way to claim that divine weapon. Everyone is acting normal except for one specific person. With blood constantly dripping onto the ground, Bei Xuan tightly grips his bleeding arm stub, stumbling around like a total mess. He curses, "Damn it." The old man furiously grits his teeth. "You bastard, I am absolutely going to kill you." While talking, Bei Xuan starts charging up all his power. "I'll unleash 15 years of stored spiritual energy to blow you into pure dust." "So where does this leave you and me?" Wu Fu calmly mocks him. "Without your array, you're nothing." But Bei Xuan totally ignores his warning. Instead, he launches all that stockpiled power straight forward, screaming, "Go to hell." This massive, devastating attack blasts forward, aiming right at him with the insane speed of a flying missile. Luo Shi instantly panics. "Let's jump right into the madness," she panics, shouting, "Wu Fu, look out." But honestly, he totally ignored her worry, casually leaping up to dodge that incoming strike. Our boy didn't even realize the danger yet, just mocking him. All that raw power is completely useless if you can't hit your target. Suddenly, Bei Xuan swung his arm back like a puppet master, snapping, "We aren't done here, brat." Instantly, the energy beam acted just like a lasso, jerking right back around. It twisted sharply midair, completely changing its trajectory to lock onto Wu Fu's exact blind spot. Seeing the deadly blast closing in fast, he quickly raised his sword to block it. Right then, Bei Xuan practically yelled at the top of his lungs, "No death array." "So what die?" But Wu Fu just flashed this super sneaky grin and whispered, "Star Spirit Sword Art Reverse." The two assassins definitely noticed something was terribly wrong, screaming out, "Oh crap." Immediately, the energy blast got sucked right in, merging directly into Wu Fu's blade. Bei Xuan saw this and totally jumped, absolutely shocked to his core. That raging flow of power was entirely absorbed, tracing glowing lines all down the weapon's edge and its target destination. You're going to want to see this. As the glowing hilt absorbed all that insane mana, his awesome sword instantly unleashed a blinding burst of light, bright as the actual sun. The assassin saw this and freaked out, shouting, "No way, that sword can actually absorb other people's attacks." Meng Meng was absolutely loving the show, praising him non-stop. How is brother Wu Fu this incredibly awesome? Meanwhile, Bei Xuan was heavily in denial, refusing to accept reality. "Impossible. That was 15 entire years of my stored spiritual energy. Did my side character plot armor really just run out that fast, the moment those hilarious words left his mouth? Wu Fu got into his stance, gripping his blade with a huge smile. I'm returning your energy right now. Then with one truly perfect slash, he fired off a glorious energy wave to finish Bei Xuan off. The old man stomped down hard, shifting into pure defense. He channeled his aura to form a massive shield in front of him. I'll block this, I know my own power perfectly. But suddenly a sharp pain shot straight through his chest. He stuttered, ah, my shield. Bei Xuan's spiritual energy got absolutely shredded by Wu Fu's sword. The aftershock was so intense it literally split the distant mountain. The aura shattered completely. Drops of blood hit the dirt as the old man stumbled back, his breathing totally a mess. He was severely injured. A massive slash right across his torso, and he lost an entire arm. I was way too careless. After muttering that, Bei Xuan collapsed and took his final breath. Wu Fu jammed his sword into the ground, panting heavily. I know what you're thinking, that single strike completely drained him. The two outer heaven demons totally noticed, whispering, insane, the sheer power of that sword must have multiplied by 10. But look, he's totally exhausted now. This is our perfect chance to steal the divine weapon. But before those cowards could even pull off their little plan, somebody stepped up to block them. Elder Shang stood firmly guarding Wu Fu. I don't care what kind of beef you demons have with Wu Fu, but this is the Su family's territory. If you want to kill him, you're going to have to step over my dead body. One demon walked up and coldly asked, are you brain damaged? With just a casual flick of its wrist, it swatted the old man aside. Know your place, trash. Get lost. Seeing this, Shu Qingqing panicked and screamed out. The demon just laughed maniacally, raising its hand right at Wu Fu. I actually have to praise you, kid. But now it is time to say goodbye forever. Wu Fu just smirked sarcastically. Thanks for the compliment, but isn't it way too early for goodbyes? The second he said that, Wu Fu quickly leaped backwards, vaulting away to put some serious distance between himself and those deadly assassins. He was running from the demons. This sudden move left Meng Meng, Luo Shi, and Shu Qingqing standing there with their jaws completely dropped in shock. Meng Meng actually commented, brother Wu Fu's escape speed is even slower than mine, I think. Luo Shi quickly looked over in that direction. She realized Wu Fu was leading them straight toward the mountain behind the academy. The two demons instantly chased right after him, hot on his trail. Shu Qingqing grew super anxious. We need to follow them too, but she was quickly stopped by Luo Shi. Hold on a second, she calmly explained. The whole reason he ran off in that specific direction was to protect us. Shu Qingqing was still super worried, but Elder Shang walked over. She's right. Wu Fu calculated this carefully. We shouldn't waste his efforts. Shu Qingqing looked at her grandpa, and the old man gently advised, none of us can really help right now. If you girls go, you'll just drag him down. Luo Shi turned around. Everyone understands Wu Fu's intentions now, so we stay right here. Shu Qingqing lowered her head in frustration and just mumbled, yeah. She clenched her fists tightly, secretly swearing she needed to get way stronger. Biting her lip, she was absolutely sick of feeling this helpless during fights. Meanwhile, over with Wu Fu. His movement speed wasn't exactly lightning fast, but just enough to keep out of reach from the demons. They were right behind him, smugly taunting him. Hey brat, weren't you acting all tough and arrogant just a second ago? Wu Fu just smiled. But trust me, you and I know the real game is just starting. Back to Meng Meng. Stick with me on this one. Meng Meng had a terrible gut feeling, gritting his teeth and yelling, if you want to leave, just go. I have to go find Wu Fu. Luo Shi looked completely shocked, having no idea what he was planning. Meng Meng kept staring in the direction Wu Fu had disappeared. He knew that even if his brother died, they wouldn't be able to escape either. Tearing up, Meng Meng cried out. Wu Fu only lured those terrifying outland demons away because he didn't want to drag us down with him. Just as he said that, the ground started shaking violently. A massive mountain-shattering explosion suddenly roared right in everyone's ears. Luo Shi jumped in pure shock. What in the world is that earthquake? Meng Meng turned pale, pointing his finger toward the horizon. Look over there, a massive terrifying mushroom cloud was rising into the sky. Everyone froze, their hearts dropping with pure anxiety, especially when they realized that was exactly where Wu Fu went. Meanwhile, in a completely different location, someone else was watching. Huang Jin gritted his teeth in absolute rage. Another failure, Yunbai stood right behind him, laughing out loud. Why are you getting so angry? He stepped aside, letting the old man walk up to the tracking mirror. Take a look for yourself. Yunbai tilted his head up, his eyes narrowing. A tiny narrow cave appeared on the mirror's surface, making him smirk. This little punk is way too sneaky. He set up another trap. Now pay attention, here's where it gets crazy. Wu Fu led the charge into the cave, two assassins trailing close behind. The moment the outland demons stepped into the cave, they started laughing like maniacs, acting like they had already won the whole thing. It is a dead end up ahead. You cannot escape us now. Just be a good boy and die. But Wu Fu was just waiting for them. He slowly turned his head back. Actually, you are the ones who cannot escape. Right now, he was standing directly in the center of a yin and yang array. The two assassins just mocked him. You think this trash array is going to kill us? Have you finally given up and decided to stop fighting back? Ignoring their absolute disrespect, Wu Fu smirked. This yin-yang array, it is strong enough to instantly kill even a soul condensation realm expert. This is a special little gift prepared just for you two. The assassins obviously didn't buy it, lunging forward with crazy speed. Shut up and die already. Seeing them literally rushing to their deaths, Wu Fu just smiled. He gripped his sword, hilt bright spiritual energy flowing right into the blade. Wu Fu slammed his sword straight into the ground, activating the array. The yin-yang array erupted, unleashing a totally terrifying wave of energy. It instantly turned the two assassins pale with fear. The array beneath their feet lit up, the Tai Chi symbol spinning wildly. Two massive dragons spawned right inside the array, one black and one white. They let out an absolutely ferocious roar. Charging straight at the outland demons, each dragon locked onto a target. The two assassins were completely trapped. They could only scream in total despair. No. And then boom, an absolute massive explosion went off, sending that giant black mushroom cloud expanding everywhere. You felt that too, right? Yunbai's eyes bulged in pure disbelief. What is this? Huang Jin still didn't realize how serious things were. What is wrong? Did something mess up? The old man replied, this is the yin-yang array. Yunbai was completely and utterly confused. How in the world does he know that this yin-yang array is a technique only Wu Zuori knows? He is the only one who could create such a legendary formation. Huang Jin did the math. This guy is an Avenger. Crazy Blade and the assassin already lost. They both failed. The next ones to die might actually be you guys. Yunbai burst out laughing. How interesting. If this world is too small for him, then just let the kid ascend. Huang Jin flinched, completely confused about why this old guy would let such a terrifying enemy develop his powers freely. Yunbai explained it simply. Didn't they fail because their powers were suppressed in this realm? So why not just wait it out? Wait until he ascends and then kill him. That honestly made a lot of sense. Huang Jin thought about it for a second, then nodded. Maybe we should do exactly as you say. We wait for his ascension. When Wu Fu finally regained consciousness, everything was pitch black. Right in his ears, he just heard Meng Meng calling him non-stop. Brother Wu, along with the loud barking of Urha the husky. He heavily opened his eyes, seeing two blurry figures standing right in front of him. Meng Meng cheered with absolute joy. Brother Wu's awake. Seeing this, Luo Shi called out to him too, while Erha literally climbed onto his chest, barking happily. He struggled to sit up as Luo Shi asked with real concern. Wu Fu, how are you feeling right now? You were out cold for a very long time. Meng Meng grinned, totally bragging. Brother Wu, do you have any idea how brave you actually were? Wu Fu was curious. How brave? Meng Meng started recapping that massive explosion at the mountain behind their school. You caused that. When we finally got there, the mountain was completely gone. Nothing was left but a giant crater. He was waving his arms wildly, using his whole body to act it out. But the craziest part is we found you right inside that crater. While he was hyping it up, the door opened and Shang Yao walked in. Wu Fu, you are finally awake, the old man sighed. With power that insane, you merely passed out. Shang Yao stroked his beard. So what do you and I make of this wild survival? Let's dive right back into the madness. How are you feeling? We've stationed experts outside, so rest up. We old-timers might be pretty useless, but we can still block a few hits. Wu Fu reassures the old man, telling him not to worry. Since I am their actual target, once I am gone, they will not even care about destroying this place at all. Kang, you totally catches that. What do you mean you will not be here? He answers with pure resolve. I am preparing to ascend next. The old man is absolutely stunned. You want to leave Earth, Wu Fu quickly explains. With Earth's weak spiritual energy, leveling up means ascending and leaving this place entirely. Kang, you feel super worried for the young guy. But once you leave Earth, those enemies will not be suppressed anymore. Honestly, they have probably been waiting for this exact moment to strike. Wang Meng nods hard. Exactly, Brother Fu. Wu Fu totally gets their concern and calmly comforts them, telling everyone to just relax. Those old defeated losers from back then do not scare me at all. He smiles with absolute confidence. Plus, the outside world is massive, making me way harder to catch. Kang Yu sighs heavily, realizing his junior brother already planned everything perfectly. Then this old man can finally rest easy. Luo Si is still super anxious and tries to stop him, warning that the void dimension outside is wild. Besides having rich spiritual energy like Earth, literally everything else is totally different. Wu Fu nods to show he gets it, but still replies anyway. You seriously do not need to worry. Noticing Ching Ching is missing, he suddenly asks, oh yeah, wait. Where exactly is Igsu Ching Ching? Wang Meng tells him. After bringing you back, she said she desperately needed to power up. So she headed straight north, and now the Shu family is searching for her. Hearing this, Wu Fu falls into deep thought. Powering up in the north. Stick with me here. What exactly is up north that could even help her level up like that? Meanwhile, up in the north, a white-haired figure stands right on a cliff's edge. He mutters quietly. Outside experts keep showing up and a thousand-year storm is definitely brewing. Jingzong clasps his hands behind his back, muttering about their farewell this time. Who knows when we will actually meet again? Sensing someone approaching, he does not even look back and just asks, at this moment in time, should you not be taking care of Wu Fu right now? The person behind him is Qing Qing. She steps forward and respectfully clasps her hands together. Please take this junior out into the outside world. He immediately questions her, why? She answers honestly, Earth is merely the starting point for him, so I desperately want to get stronger. Surprisingly, Jingzong rejects her flat out, no way. Qing Qing is completely stunned, turning into solid stone. Then she totally plays the pity card, instantly kneeling, hugging his leg and begging, let me follow you, I need to get stronger to help him. He is actually startled, completely speechless at this girl's dramatic tactics. Jingzong finally gives up and lets out a really heavy sigh. Fine, I will take you along. I actually need an assistant anyway. As if she was just waiting for that exact sentence, Qing Qing instantly hoists a massive luggage sack. All right then, let us hit the road. Jingzong sweats buckets seeing her crazy preparation. He raises his hand, opening up a glowing teleportation portal. Setting boundaries right away, he says, okay, look, Wu Fu and I are not actually that close. Once your power is upgraded, I will bring you right back. Qing Qing thanks him with total sincerity. Thank you so much, senior. Right before leaving, Qing Qing whispers to herself, just wait for me to return. The sky above is crystal clear. It does not turn gloomy just because those two left. A Su family guard quickly runs in to report to Kang, you shouting family head. We saw the young lady walk into a portal with some old man. He is totally surprised. An old man. Just hearing the description, Wu Fu immediately knows exactly who she went with. He reassures Kang, you relax, Shu Qing Qing is completely safe right now. He smiles with full trust. Since you say so, I am relieved. After fully waking up, Wu Fu heads straight into the main study room. He stares at the map. Now watch closely because unlike outsiders, Earth only has 2 spots where someone can actually ascend. They can link up with a teleportation array or activate a teleportation map. He quickly marks the crucial spots right there on the map. Located at Tian Mountain and the Black Sea. Kang, he frowns and analyzes. The spirit beasts near the Black Sea are insanely strong. Plus, the ocean area is super unpredictable and incredibly dangerous. Wu Fu makes his choice. Then we head to Tian Mountain. Kang Yu shouts, but that is a total death zone. Wu Fu smiles mysteriously. Because it is a death zone, we must go. Meanwhile, 2 guys in black robes kneel down to report, Lord. Our people are all in position. The hooded guy in black stares at a mirror, tracking Wu Fu, lowering his voice to give his dark orders. Tell the sect members near the teleport array if they spot him, kill him with absolutely no mercy. Huang Jin frowns, looking really unhappy about this. That planet only has 2 ascension points. If we know exactly where he shows up, handling this guy will be so much easier. Suddenly, a guy wearing a super flashy wine-red outfit appears behind him. He speaks up. What kind of crazy god made you issue a kill order? Huang Jin turns around in shock, staring at him. You are finally awake. Are you Yao, the 12th supreme god? He casually greets back. Oh, it is you, old fraud. Scene cuts to a lush green forest area. Behind the Shu Villa, Kang Yu asks Wu Fu to take care of Qing Qing. And trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Stick with me here. The old man bows, completely heartbroken. With his low power level, going to beyond heaven is just completely useless. Wu Fu nods, signaling he will keep his promise. Do not worry, senior. He stares out at the horizon. This beyond heaven place, it is just another brand new beginning. Meanwhile, over at the Tianshan snow sect, white snow covers everything. A disciple walks in to report directly to the sect leader. Turns out Luo Beishuan was killed by a 20-year-old kid. From behind the curtain, a voice speaks up. So young, but incredibly deadly. The disciple continues his report. He found out the guy is named Wu Fu. Suddenly, a hand slowly reaches right out from behind the curtain. Things are getting interesting now. Just seeing that single hand makes the disciple blush hard. Then the sect leader steps out, licking her lips. She wonders exactly how he tastes. Back in Tianshan, the blizzard is raging hard. A few dark silhouettes are actually walking through this brutal weather. Meng Meng is bundled up but still sneezes from the freezing cold. Seeing Wu Fu dressed so lightly, he just cannot help but complain out loud. Big brother, Fu, how much longer until we arrive? Are you seriously not cold? Wu Fu calmly replies, we are only halfway there. He keeps walking straight ahead while explaining. Now pay close attention here. The teleportation array is up on that peak and they actually need the snow sect to turn it on. Luo Shi walks right beside them, wrapped up tightly in a warm cloak. The snow sect leader is named Xue Li. She is mysterious and supposedly way harder to deal with than Luo Beishuan ever was. Plus, she is definitely not a good person. While the 3 are chatting, some shadows approach them. Are you Wu Fu? Two female disciples bow respectfully. Our snow sect leader specifically sent both of us down here to properly welcome you. Wu Fu mocks them. News travels incredibly fast. If she wants to meet me, why not come herself? The disciple gets angry. Watch your mouth, kid. If our sect leader did not want to keep you breathing, you would be totally dead right now. Meng Meng hates this disrespect and quickly steps up to defend his bro. Seriously, did you not check who my brother Fu is? Do you know the name Luo Beishuan? He was the absolute strongest guy on earth, and brother Fu literally one-shotted him into the grave. The female disciple glares coldly. Here in Tianshan, whatever we say is right, no exceptions. Meng Meng gets totally spooked and hides behind Wu Fu. Brother Fu, please protect me. He speaks up. Look, I have zero beef with your snow sect. I am only here to use that ancient array up on the mountain peak. You and I both see it coming. His eyes turn freezing cold. It seems your precious sect does not actually want us here. Seeing Wu Fu looking so insanely intimidating, the two snow sect girls nervously step back. A second later, they use their movement techniques to escape, fast as the wind. Meng Meng asks nervously, Brother Fu, they are not going to call for backup right now, are they? He turns around to leave. Ignore them, let us keep moving forward. Meanwhile, that female disciple heads straight back to report to her sect leader. This guy is way too arrogant, so your subordinate could not bring him to meet you. Hearing this, Sui Li does not even get mad. Instead, she is actually intrigued. Countless people have called this guy a once-in-a-thousand-year legendary genius. If he lacked that genius-level arrogance, I would actually look down on him. I will go meet him myself. Out on the vast snowy mountain, three figures stumble along. Luo Shi cannot hold back anymore. How much further? Wu Fu completely ignores the question and suddenly stops right in his tracks. Meng Meng is totally confused. Brother Fu, what is wrong? He casually replies, hold on a second, we have company. Meng Meng squints into the distance. Company where? But when he finally spots what Wu Fu calls company, his eyes go absolutely wide with pure terror. The blizzard is still howling. Dozens of glowing red eyes peek out from the dark forest, slowly stepping forward to completely surround Wu Fu and his crew. The alpha wolf growls clearly, giving some kind of attack order. Meng Meng is literally sweating bullets in the middle of a freezing blizzard. He screams in pure panic instinctively, looking for safety. Brother Fu, I cannot believe there is a massive wolf pack like this on the snow mountain. What do we do now? Wu Fu just looks at him. Are you scared? Your power level is not exactly low anymore, you know. Getting that reality check, Meng Meng finally remembers. Oh, right, but right at that moment, the entire wolf pack charges in. They snap their jaws, flashing razor-sharp fangs. But obviously, Wu Fu and his squad are not exactly easy targets to mess with. They unleash their attacks, smashing into the charging beasts. With a few loud booms, the very first wave of wolves gets blasted completely out of the air. Wolves always hunt in packs, sometimes hundreds deep. Knock one down and another immediately lunges right at your throat. They scatter and tighten the circle. Meng Meng realizes there is no end to this. Brother Fu, more and more snow wolves keep showing up. What is the plan? Wu Fu just smiles calmly. To win a war, you always take down the king first. You and I know how this goes. Trust me, this is just a little welcome gift. Instantly, he locks eyes with the alpha wolf. So you are the pack leader, huh? The alpha defensively bares its teeth. Skipping the small talk, Wu Fu grips his sword and charges straight at it. You and I are jumping right into a wild showdown. That alpha wolf, absolutely furious for spiking up. Wu Fu cannot just fight this thing barehanded. A spirit beast with armor-like fur is built perfectly to survive out here. This monster is seriously dangerous. Its fur isn't just rock hard, it literally shoots out like deadly porcupine quills. In a split second, a barrage of razor-sharp spikes flies right at Wu Fu. He swings his sword at lightning speed, blocking every single quill aimed his way. His blade cuts through the wind, whistling loudly like it is challenging the alpha wolf directly. The beast definitely feels the intense disrespect. Its glowing eyes narrow, letting out a deep, furious growl. Then it opens its jaw wide and blasts a massive wave of raw spirit energy straight forward. Through the blinding snow, Wu Fu flashes away, dodging the massive attack perfectly. This is his opening. Like an absolute ghost, he appears right at the wolf's side out of nowhere. Wu Fu glares at the beast with ice-cold eyes, looking at a dead animal. Drop dead. He instantly thrusts his sword straight for the wolf's head. But right at that very second, a sharp snap of fingers echoes out. Something flies out from a beautifully manicured hand nearby. A tiny rock shoots straight toward Wu Fu at absolutely crazy speed, packing a serious punch. Now pay close attention because this completely ruins everything. Just as he goes for the kill, Wu Fu spots the rock and jumps back to dodge it. The wolf totally uses that chance to run away. Luo Shi looks super worried. Wang Mingming loudly yells out, Wu Fu. A striking black dress flutters beautifully through the intense blizzard as a graceful figure slowly steps across the cold snow. You came to Sky Mountain without greeting me first. And you even tried to kill my lovely pet. Wu Fu gets startled and quickly looks up toward the mysterious voice. Standing high up on a cliff, Huo Shuang gazes down like total royalty. It seems you are the famous Wu Fu. He stares right back at the arrogant sect master of the Snow faction. She crosses her arms and proudly announces, I know exactly why you came here. But if you want my help, you will follow my strict orders. Wu Fu, however, is absolutely not backing down today. He reaches into his pocket to grab something. To activate the Sky Mountain Ancient Array, Rule 1 as a Master Tier expert must power it fully. Rule 2 is using the Heavenly Blade Aura. He drops a massive, shocking bombshell with a cocky grin on his face. I already mastered the Heavenly Blade Aura a while ago. And you seem to be one step short of actually reaching the Master Tier, right? Huo Xuan is absolutely stunned, standing there completely speechless. How in the world does this kid know that? Suddenly, while they are chatting, the snowy mountain starts shaking violently. Wu Fu frowns, watching massive chunks of white powder rolling down from the peak. An avalanche. Wu Shuang totally uses this disaster as a lethal test for them. Perfect timing, honestly. If you guys can actually survive long enough to reach the mountain peak, I will give you exactly one chance to activate the ancient array. This avalanche is an absolute natural disaster, dropping thousands of tons of ice from above at crazy speed. In mere seconds, it completely buries Wu Fu's entire group. The monstrous snow ignores every single obstacle in its destructive path, effortlessly sweeping away huge roots and sharp rocks. Up on a massive tree branch stretching out safely away from the brutal avalanche, two shadowy figures stand there casually chatting. They actually dared to underestimate a Sky Mountain avalanche. Not even a Master Tier powerhouse could survive a direct hit from something like that. The female disciple coldly remarks, it only takes a second to be buried alive. But Huo Shuang definitely does not think it ends there. Let's pause for a second. Did you guys really think they were dead? Right as she finishes speaking, a wild mini tornado forms directly inside the avalanche. A massive explosion shakes the area as scorching blue fire erupts straight out of that spinning vortex. The disciple is completely stunned. What is happening? It is literally on fire. Erha fully transforms into a gigantic winged dog and flies upward. The beast lets out a huge roar. Huo Shuang is dumbfounded. That is his spirit pet. Seems like I heavily underestimated this guy's potential. Wu Fu's whole crew is currently chilling on Erha's massive back. Wang Mengmeng wildly cheers. Long live Grandpa Erha. Wu Fu just gives a cool, confident smirk. He commands the giant hound Erha, take us straight to the peak, ignore those girls. Erha obeys, zooming right past Huo Shuang's shocked face. The disciple panics. Sect master, they just flew away. Huo Shuang looks completely obsessed, so insanely strong. She licks her lips, her cheeks turning bright red. I really want a taste of him right now. Moving incredibly fast, Erha carries the group straight to the mountain peak and smoothly touches down. The moment they land, he turns right back into a goofy little dog. Luo Xi stares intensely at the bizarre dark cave resting up on the summit. Extremely curious, she asks, is this actually the peak? Wang Mengmeng, relieved to escape the deadly avalanche, has zero fear left and starts running wildly right into the cave. I seriously thought Sky Mountain was supposed to be dangerous. Who knew one little avalanche was all they had? Come on, Erha, let's take the lead. Just like that, the boy and dog rush deep inside, completely ignoring Wu Fu yelling after them. Hey Wang Mengmeng, hold on a second. The two goofballs run inside while yelling back. Hurry up, you guys, stop walking so incredibly slow, but relying on her sharp sixth sense. Luo Xi gets a seriously bad feeling about this place. Big bro Wu Fu, something feels super wrong about this Sky Mountain cave. Wu Fu nods in total agreement. He starts walking into the darkness. We better catch up with those two right now, just in case things go horribly wrong. The exact moment he says that, Wang Mengmeng's absolutely terrified, blood-curdling scream echoes loudly from deep inside the cave. Wu Fu sprints in, yelling for Wang Mengmeng and Erha. They slide to a halt, and trust me, you are going to want to see what they find next. Alright, let's dive back in. The cave is totally empty. Luo Xi stays close to him, asking Brother Fu, where is Fatty Meng? Wu Fu studies the footprints on the ground. Look at this, they were just here. Luo Xi chimes in, and then they suddenly vanished. Could there be something else lurking in here? He swears with a dark, heavy tone. I do not care what it is. If it harms even one single hair on Erha, I will not forgive it. Luo Xi looks around and suggests, this place is huge. We should split up and look. Wu Fu quickly pulls her back. Wait, he glances around defensively. We absolutely cannot move alone. This whole place feels incredibly weird to me, he shares. Plus, my life force connection with Erha has been completely cut off. Right then, Sui Li walks in, laughing out loud. You guys came in here with zero preparation, yet you still dared to enter. Wu Fu turns to look at the Snow Sect leader. Holding a red string in her hand, she mocks them. This is a death zone, and you just waltz right in without holding the string. Hearing her say that, both Luo Xi and Wu Fu unintentionally have the exact same thought. What string? Xue Li smirks and explains. Heaven Mountain is a famous death zone just like the Black Sea. How could it possibly let you just wander in and out so easily? You probably noticed that divine sense does not work in here. If you get trapped in this place, you are basically just waiting to die. Wu Fu listens and roasts her. You seem to know an awful lot about this place. Xu Li chuckles softly. What a hilarious joke. This area is the territory of our snow sect. Besides, I am currently preparing to ascend and finally leave this entire planet behind. It is just that to actually do it, I need to find the core array hidden inside. Over the past dozen years, I have sent countless people inside, but they all ended up lost, let alone actually finding the secret array. Now watch closely. Wu Fu just smiles confidently. That is because you could not find it, do not compare us. She scoffs at him. I searched for over a dozen years with zero results. You think a 20-year-old brat like you can actually find it? He calmly places his hand on the nearby wall. Exactly. Through your little story, I figured a few things out. Wu Fu concludes, number 1, the array in this place definitely exists. Number 2, anyone who enters will not get hurt, they just get completely lost inside. Luo Shi suddenly feels a spark of hope. Then, what about Fatty Meng and Erha? He quickly reassures her. Relax, absolutely nothing bad will happen to them, they are simply lost in here. Xue Li gets super curious. Those 2 points you made are not wrong, but I really want to know how you will find the array. He tilts his head, analyzing while touching the wall. Here's point number 3, the hidden array is right in front of you. You are just not strong enough to activate it. Do you remember the conditions I mentioned for opening an array? Wu Fu reminds her. Reach the Venerable Realm and use Heavenly Lightning to force it open. Or he just uses raw physical strength to completely shatter the wall. Meanwhile, on another side, a whimpering cry echoes out. Where the heck are we? Fatty Meng shivers, hugging himself tightly as he wanders around. I looked away for 1 second and got totally lost. Erha beside him lifts his head and barks a few times. Suddenly, the mountain peak trembles. You and I both know what that means, right? Wang Mingmeng panics. What is that? Feeling the array shake, Xue Li is stunned. Is this entire place the array? Wu Fu continues pouring massive power into his hand. Exactly. He kindly explains to her, the peak of Heaven Mountain is itself one giant array. The massive formation rotates and insane spiritual energy is finally activated. It attacks the barrier of Earth. The mountain peak violently rumbles and the barrier takes a massive hit quickly, cracking wide open. Countless fragments fall from the sky. Spiritual energy forms a massive glowing circle, getting entirely sucked right toward Heaven Mountain. Xu Yingxian watches the sky's aura get almost completely drained away. Dad, look at the sky. Shang Yao clearly sees it too. The old man speaks. It seems Wu Fu has managed to open the Ascension Gate. He completely pins all his hopes onto Wu Fu. Wu Fu, my granddaughter, is entirely depending on you now. Over at Six Gods Mountain on a steep cliff, this is the heaven and earth anomaly of ascension. Luo Si's grandmother squints at the glowing array. Luo Si and the others are about to ascend. Meanwhile, at the Lu family on a cliff, Lu Long asks, hey daughter, why didn't you go along with Wu Fu? Lu Ling just stares at the ascension array that just opened. Explaining to her father he is already carrying way too much responsibility and I really cannot help him at all right now. Besides, she adds, your daughter is not into the whole harem man vibe. High up in the heaven beyond heaven, the light from the ascension array is blinding. Watching through the mirror, Huang Jin smirks. That little brat is finally about to ascend. He quickly orders, prepare to destroy the ascenders from the lower world immediately. Back at Heaven Mountain, the array completely finishes starting up. A giant portal of pure light swings wide open. Xue Li looks up hungrily. This is it, the legendary gateway to ascension. She thinks to herself, why don't I just tag along? Meanwhile, Wu Fu, who stood still this whole time, takes a very deep breath. Right after that, he screams out, Fatty, the ascension gate is wide open. Hurry up and ascend already. And that is where we leave it on the other side of the peak. Wang Mengmeng hears this, gasps brother Fu, and stares at that goofy dog Erha. Stick with me, we're about to witness one wild ascension. Over here, Wu Fu smiles at Luo Shi. Ready? She nods. He flies up first. Let's do this. Bathed in the glowing magic array, the trio instantly ascends, leaving Earth completely behind. Luckily, Wu Fu and Luo Shi are right on Wu Fu's tail. He laughs. You guys keeping up? Wu Fu stares straight ahead. Awesome, let's just keep pushing forward. Luo Shi smiles. Yeah. The trio slowly touches the world barrier. But the second they cross over, Wu Fu realizes something is horribly wrong. His mind gets super fuzzy, exactly like a phone losing its signal. Oh crap, this is bad. The barrier suddenly shatters, scattering the 3 of them completely. In another dimension, a red sunset completely fills the sky. The wind rustles the trees. Right near a trunk, there's a shallow little pit, and inside that pit, it's Wu Fu. He opens his eyes, totally confused. Where am I? Weren't we just ascending? He slowly sits up, groaning and clutching his head. Ow, ow, ow. Wu Fu tries so hard to remember what just happened, but his memory is blurry. Now pay attention, something clearly went very wrong during that ascension. After that, total blank. He doesn't overthink it immediately, sitting cross-legged to meditate and recover. Wonder how Luo C and the others are doing. Better heal up my energy first. Who knows what kind of crazy danger is lurking out there. Suddenly, right nearby, two sharp glowing lights shoot straight through the air toward Wu Fu. Sensing the immediate danger, his eyes snap open. In a flash, Wu Fu twists, dodging two razor-sharp arrows. Bam! They slam deep into the tree behind him. But more arrows keep flying, ripping through the wind straight at him. Wu Fu dodges like an absolute pro, leaning left, dipping right, and even taking quick steps backward to avoid them. Finally, he clears them all. He scoffs in disgust. Arrows. Are there seriously people in this wasteland? Just some basic weak weapons anyway. But mid-sentence, whack, Wu Fu takes a massive hit straight to the back of his head. He completely faceplants into the dirt, a huge bump swelling on his head. A shadowy figure steps up right behind him. We both felt that hit right, totally knocked out. The sun sets and night finally takes over. A flickering campfire warms up a tiny clearing. Just inches from the warm flames, a shadowy silhouette moves. Wu Fu slowly wakes up. Knocked out twice in one day. Honestly, that's a rare new record. Right then, a tiny pink-haired beastkin girl appears. Oh, you're awake? I didn't even hit you that hard. She circles Wu Fu, openly judging him. You woke up pretty fast. He secretly studies her. A beastkin with fluffy animal ears. But out loud, he just asks, who are you? And why am I tied up? She proudly introduces herself. I am Amy, and starting from today, I am your new master. You better be a good boy and win the beast arena fights for me tonight. Got it. Absolute nonsense. Wu Fu is having zero part of this. He struggles against the tight ropes, yelling, what the heck? Let me go or else. But then he freezes in shock. Wait, why can't I break free? Amy shakes her head. Stop wasting energy. This rope is literally made from a 1,000-year-old spirit tree. It's designed specifically to trap cultivators like you. Wu Fu tries to gather intel on this weird new world. Are you beastkin? If I wasn't already heavily injured beforehand. You really think a sneak attack would have worked? Amy just smiles, her big round eyes looking completely harmless. But her words are a massive reality check for Wu Fu. We beastkin can sneak right up on our prey, like absolute ghosts in the night. Even you mighty magical cultivators can't sense us coming at all, so catching you was super easy for me. Suddenly, two tall figures step out. Well, if it isn't little Amy. She goes on full alert. Who is it? It's two other beastkin guys. Blake smirks. We heard you actually caught a cultivator. We were curious, so we came to check. Wolf looks totally amused. We want to see how tough this so-called outsider really is. Tiny Amy gets super annoyed. Out of pure habit, she smacks Wu Fu's body, but her hand accidentally hits a very sensitive spot it definitely shouldn't have. What is there to look at on a human guy? Doesn't matter, he is absolutely going to win the fights tonight. Tied up tight and just smacked right in the absolute worst spot, Wu Fu's face twists up in pure screaming agony. Amy realizes her massive mistake and totally panics. Sorry, I swear I didn't mean to do that. Blake takes one look at Wu Fu's skinny frame and just busts out laughing. You're relying on this scrawny weakling. I bet he's not even a real cultivator. Wolf maliciously chimes in. Didn't I already tell you, Amy, you lose literally every single year. Why do you keep humiliating yourself like this? You're way better off finding a strong guy to just mate with. They ruthlessly mock Amy. But the really harsh truth is, as a half-breed beastkin tainted with weak human blood, who would ever actually want to choose her as a mate? Isn't it disgusting? She silently bites her lip. But trust me, you and I know Wu Fu is watching. Stick with me here. Black Dog saw Amy shaking and just sneered at her. Listen up. That beast of yours got completely shredded by my 8 tigers last year, and honestly, this year's going to be the exact same story. You better know your place. Aiming stayed completely silent, but her fists were clenched tight, showing she was trying so hard to keep her rage in. That's exactly when Wu Fu spoke up. Is he really that tough? Can he shred me into pieces while I'm completely tied up? His cocky confidence was spilling off the screen. How about we make a bet on it? Jackal instantly started sizing him up. This dude might actually be a real immortal cultivator. Wu Fu smirked, dropping the ultimate bait. What's wrong? Are you guys scared? Black Dog just glared at him, totally unimpressed. Why would we ever bet with a literal slave? Besides, if you're really that much of a powerhouse, then how did Ameng manage to catch you? The little girl exploded in anger. Hey, what does that mean? You want to try me, you jerks? Mission accomplished. Black Dog and Jackal turned their backs to leave. Tonight's the massive beast festival. We'll see if you're faking it then. Ameng screamed furiously. You honestly think I'm scared of you? They just laughed out loud. Ameng, you should just let your little human slave enjoy his last few hours alive. Watching those absolute jerks walk away, Wu Fu couldn't help but wonder to himself. You and I both know the author always sends brainless idiots just to pick random fights. Suddenly, Aiming lowered her voice and asked, "Hey, can you actually win?" She tilted her head at him. "You did talk a pretty huge game back there. With all that confidence. The beasts tonight are absolute monsters, so tell me what are your actual chances of surviving this bloodbath?" Wu Fu didn't answer, just fired a question right back. "How strong exactly? Can they really rip me to shreds?" Aiming replied, looking totally down. "Every single top-tier beast I caught before ended up dead in that brutal arena." Now he was even more curious. "Then why exactly did you catch me? I'm not even a beast, remember?" The little girl answered him completely straight. "Because you fell straight out of the sky and your crazy landing terrified all the other wild beasts into running away. So I figured you definitely weren't normal." Wu Fu realized his sword spirit aura caused that. Aiming grinned proudly, showing off her epic achievement. "But in the end, I still caught you anyway," he sighed hard internally. "Wasn't this supposed to be beast versus beast? Sending a normal human guy into the ring feels a bit random, right? Though honestly, Beastman's raw strength is completely off the charts." She sneaked up on him without making a single sound, and her power easily crushes regular humans. "Well, what's done is done." Wu Fu tried negotiating a way out. "If I win this whole thing, you're letting me go, right?" Aimeng nodded her head. "Yeah, you could say that." He was stoked. "All right, lock it in then." Later that night, the massive beast arena was absolutely glowing with bright lights everywhere. The stands were absolutely packed to the brim. Down in the underground prep area, Wu Fu hesitated before speaking up. "Hey, about this?" Aimeng asked innocently. About what? He felt absolutely humiliated even bringing this up. "Look, I already promised you I wouldn't run away. So why exactly are you still doing this to me?" Wu Fu was depressed, feeling literally like a prisoner. Aimeng just cluelessly pointed at everyone else around them. "They all bring their savage beasts in exactly like this." Following her finger, yep, every single person was leading their beast with a massive collar and chain, but that excuse just made it even harder for Wu Fu to swallow. He closed his eyes, his heart filled with total frustration. "I know what you're thinking. Does she think he's a dog?" Before he could dwell on it, Aimeng looked genuinely worried. "Can you really beat those massive overpowered beasts? I mean, look at you. You're seriously way too skinny and fragile for this." Wu Fu calmed her down. "Size doesn't determine everything out there. Look at you, you're tiny, but you easily knocked me out completely cold." She scratched her chin, thinking it over. "Makes sense. That dude just looks way too weak." Aiming gave him a quick, serious warning. "Honestly, they might look skinny, but their hidden power is totally unreal." Right then, a massive beast foot slammed down hard, violently shaking the solid ground. The thud was way too loud. Wu Fu couldn't ignore it even if he tried. A monstrous wolf with blood-red, intensely glowing eyes was staring straight at him. Aimeng spotted the terrifying beast too, and she mentally panicked. "It's a black gold wolf beast." A guy casually stepped out from behind the massive black gold wolf, calling her name. "Aimeng." Aoli glanced right at Wu Fu and asked, "Is this little human seriously your fighter for the match tonight?" Wu Fu carefully watched him, feeling the heavy, suffocating pressure rolling off this guy. Secretly sizing him up, Wu Fu guessed this dude was at least 1,000 years old. This kind of absolutely terrifying aura. A normal beast would instantly collapse under it. Aiming frowned, completely annoyed. "Aoli, did you come all the way here just to mock me?" Aoli scoffed and fired right back. "I'm not that bored, okay? It's just that my black gold wolf picked up a super weird scent, so he's getting extremely hyped up right now." Ban's wild eyes flashed with pure blood-red killing intent. It let out a vicious howl, instantly summoning a fierce tornado wrapping around its body. Wu Fu just gave a knowing smirk. "Are you seriously threatening me?" Answering him was the wolf's arrogant, rumbling growl. The pressure was insane, and Aoli realized this human was definitely not some average guy. "So what do you and I make of this?" He didn't even flinch at Ban's threat. Could he actually be an immortal cultivator? "Come along with me for this wild ride, Ban. Let us go, we can play later." Watching the man and beast walk away, Almeng could not help but praise him. "Wu Fu, you are seriously amazing. Facing off directly against Ban like that takes some real guts." He glanced down at the little girl and replied calmly, "This is actually my first time encountering such an incredibly intelligent monster." Almeng quickly found her favorite topic and started rambling on non-stop. "Listen, our Beastman tribe is literally the perfect fusion of humans and wild monsters. We possess human intelligence combined with the absolute raw power of beasts. Therefore, whenever we are dealing with these wild and crazy monsters, we are naturally super flexible in combat." Wu Fu asked curiously. "If that is the case, then you guys can actually fight on your own right?" The girl answered with pure confidence, "Of course we can." A hint of doubt crept into his mind. "Then why do you still need to capture beasts?" Aimeng began to explain. "The beast tournament is just a battle between the monsters that we have successfully tamed, but it also demonstrates the intimidating power of the beasts themselves. This intimidation tactic is also one of our core skills." The little girl thought about the dark, brutal realities she personally knew about, and confidently continued her lecture. "An absolutely outstanding beastman will always possess total intimidating power. A truly powerful beastman possesses the strength to summon hundreds of beasts. The Beast Tournament is the perfect chance to show off how we tame such powerful beasts using our own strength. Now pay attention, things are about to get crazy. Wu Fu looked totally intrigued. That actually sounds pretty fun. Aiming instantly shut him down, looking super annoyed. Fun. My beasts get ripped into 1,000 pieces every single time. I am so incredibly mad about it. Missing the social cue entirely, he bluntly stated. Does that not just prove you are super weak? The girl absolutely exploded with pure rage, grabbing Wu Fu by his collar and screaming in frustration. What the heck did you just say, you stupid slave? Do not forget I was the one who captured you. How am I weak? His ears totally ringing from her scream, he could only compromise and say, I get it, I get it. Aiming still refused to let go, commanding him, hey, take it back. Wu Fu replied helplessly, all right, I know, just let go of me already. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure in the shadows was silently watching the two of them. Completely oblivious, the girl continued fiercely, threatening him. Are you ever going to say that again? Ao Li secretly observed the pair, and seeing their totally unserious behavior, he just sneered with pure disdain. At this moment, Wu Fu was still struggling against Ameng. He said tiredly, I will not say it anymore. Okay. Suddenly, Huozi stepped out of nowhere and sneered at them. Oh, is this not Ao Li coming to see Ameng? Ao Li lost his patience, glaring at him with a dark expression. What do you want? He laughed maliciously, mocking him. Today, Ameng actually told us that the pathetically weak human she brought along is going to win it all. He asked skeptically. Weak Huozi smiled with absolute confidence and replied, you already know how terribly weak Ameng's power is, right? So how could he possibly win? He is just a useless dummy anyway. Plus, that slave actually had the absolute nerve to challenge us. Ao Li just chuckled coldly. Honestly, I think you guys are the weak ones here. Losing his patience entirely, Ao Li turned his head, commanding, Ban, let us go. The beast let out a loud roar in response. Confused, Huozi quickly asked, hey, where are you going? Are you not joining the beast tournament tonight? His eyes turned razor sharp as he replied seriously, that weak human is more than enough. To beat you, I am out. We all felt that disrespect, right? Huozi looked totally disgusted, thinking, what is so great about you that you look down on me? Someday my Ba Hu will completely crush you. Ban sensed the sudden spike of malicious intent and instantly turned around, shooting him a glare bursting with killer intent. Huozi felt his blood run cold, cowardly, thinking, I will just let you off this time. Over at the arena, Ameng continuously reminded him, just wait a moment, all the wild beasts are going to be released soon. Do not get trampled to death out there. Remember, the power levels of these monsters vary wildly, so stay sharp. Seeing Wu Fu staying completely silent, the little girl immediately yelled out, hey, are you even listening to me? He just coldly replied, yeah. Ameng sighed helplessly. Did you seriously hear a single word I just said? Standing there totally calm, Wu Fu gently replied, you sure nag a lot. Come on, is it not just defeating every single beast in there? Piece of cake. Suddenly, the loud broadcast speaker echoed out, announcing the match was starting. All beasts, please enter the arena. Ameng looked at the completely relaxed Wu Fu and could only offer one last warning. I am leaving now. Try to survive a little longer out there, do not humiliate me. Sitting down entirely cross-legged right where he was, he replied, I got it. Wu Fu closed his eyes to rest, thinking Ameng gave me that origin spirit fruit, so my physical stamina is absolutely overflowing right now. Plus, my cultivation base is slowly recovering too. Once this starts, I can finally test my power. Up in the stands, Huozi started mocking them. Oh, did you seriously bring that weak little chicken of yours? Did you just want to watch him get trampled to death? Greatly annoyed, Ameng fired back. None of your business. He let out a cold snort. Huozi laughed smugly and said, go ahead and brag all you want. Just pray your pathetic chicken does not cross paths with my Ba Hu. Suddenly, the booming voice of the main announcer echoed through the arena. The beast tournament officially begins. Instantly, a wild monster violently destroys the metal barriers. Roaring loudly, massive beasts instantly grabbed and smashed the smaller ones. That is where we leave it, trust me. You need to see what happens next. Let us dive right into the madness, guys. Monsters are flying around with one massive bull beast charging horns first into the chaotic fray. An absolute free-for-all explodes in the arena as the crowd goes wild. Up in the stands, Huozi is watching closely. He looks down, grinning like a maniac, completely opposite to a totally stressed-out Meng. He smirks. These beasts are seriously overpowered today. Honestly, my boy Ba Hu does not even need to fight. The other monsters will crush him anyway. Meanwhile, down below, Wu Fu finally stands up. He calmly checks out the absolute disaster happening on the battlefield. Wu Fu figures these monsters are basically just as basic as the last batch. Suddenly, feeling a creepy vibe from behind, he instantly goes on high alert. Wu Fu stares at the huge shadow and casually goes, oh, not too shabby, big guy. Though judging by that ugly glare, you definitely want a piece of me. If I am guessing right, you are the so-called Ba Hu belonging to that idiotic wolf dude. Bahu glares back, radiating pure killer energy. Up in the bleachers, the crowd starts gossiping like crazy. Wait, is that squishy human really a cultivator? Another guy chimes in, man, Bahu targeted him. The second he stepped up, Yameng gets absolutely furious. Shut your trap right now, or I will kick you into tomorrow. Then she freezes, totally shocked by what Huozi says next. Looks like your little chicken is totally out of luck. He screams out his big villain order, Bahu destroy him. Right on cue, the beast reacts. It swings a massive fist straight at Wu Fu. But our boy literally just hops into the air, dodging Bahu's brutal attack like it is nothing. He flashes a super sarcastic grin. Being this slow is not going to touch me. The monster stomps the ground so hard, the arena floor literally shatters. Bahu lunges forward like an absolute maniac, swiping his huge claws at Wu Fu. He silently blocks the crazy attack, thinking to himself, wow, that is fast. This oversized furball might look completely brain dead, but his speed is actually legit. That single heavy strike actually forces him back, giving Wu Fu zero time to breathe. Now watch this closely. Bahu charges in again, roaring and leaping way up high. He unleashes a crazy combo of rapid-fire punches, raining straight down on Wu Fu. While Yameng is having a total panic attack, Huozi is just laughing his arrogant head off. Facing my Bahu, your puny little chicken is getting shredded into confetti. The horned beast guy standing right next to him joins the trash talk party. Oh, he is super dead. Bahu's punches are ridiculously fast and terrifying. That human is probably mashed potatoes by now. Another guy chimes in with pure disgust. Humans are just humans at the end of the day. Totally pathetic. Hearing all those toxic comments, the poor girl is practically dying of stress. She clasps her hands, praying, please do not die out there. Yameng squeezes her eyes shut, terrified to look, begging the universe. Suddenly, somebody in the crowd screams out, look at that, he is still alive. Huozi drops his jaw in pure shock. How is that even possible? She snaps her eyes open, completely stunned. He survived. Wu Fu is casually standing right behind Bahu, who just wasted all that energy. Got to admit, for such a massive, bulky body, your punching speed is surprisingly flexible. Huozi completely loses it and screams, you idiot, smash him already. The beast quickly spins around, swinging another massive fist at him. Wu Fu stays completely chill and critiques him. You are strong, but sadly, you are just a brainless animal with too many muscles and zero strategy. He sharply turns his head, eyes flashing with pure killer intent. Wu Fu finally goes on offense, throwing a single punch that makes the entire arena quake. Bahu eats the attack head-on. The beast gets sent flying backwards, crashing into the arena wall so hard it completely crumbles. You all saw that coming, right? Everyone in the stands shares the exact same shocked face. But Huozi, his eyes practically bulge out as he panics. What the heck? The dust finally clears, showing Bahu totally knocked out in a pile of rubble. Wu Fu plays dumb with a cheeky little smile. Was that not supposed to be super easy? How did one tiny punch knock him out? The horned beast guy totally freaks out, screaming that guy is a human. And he just one-shotted Bahu like it was a joke. The guy next to him mutters, wait, is he actually a legit cultivator after all? Yameng beams with absolute joy, thinking, yes, I totally knew this guy was hiding something epic. While she is still processing everything, Huozi actually jumps down from the stands. He stands right in front of our guy, screaming in pure denial, no way, this is impossible. There is absolutely zero chance my Bahu could ever lose. Huozi furiously points at Wu Fu, hey human. You obviously cheated, did you not? Huozi waves his claws in Wu Fu's face, completely refusing to accept reality. You are clearly just a pathetic, weak little human. How could you possibly beat my prize, Bahu? Our boy just chuckles sarcastically. What kind of clown logic is that? If I win, it is cheating. But if I lose, it is just common sense. Huozi is still stubborn as a mule, clapping back with the most toxic tone ever. Obviously, you humans are naturally just a bunch of fragile, weak, pathetic little losers. I bet Yameng secretly used some dirty trick to help you win. Speak of the devil. Yameng leaps down from the bleachers, throwing her arms out to protect Wu Fu. She glares at Huozi, totally offended. Hey, what is your problem? Is it seriously that hard to admit someone is better than you? But he ignores her, sticking to his delusion. You guys definitely rigged this. I demand a full body check right now. Yameng rolls her eyes. Check what? And that is where we leave it today, folks. Alright, stick with me here. We are about to watch Wu Fu completely dominate this match while everyone stares at Huozi in pure shock. Radiating absolute killer intent toward him, he practically grinds his teeth together and mutters, there is no way it is this loser. He decides to test Wu Fu's actual strength himself. But Yameng is not backing down either, blasting her own massive energy aura right back at him. She drops a fierce warning. You want him, defeat me first. Meanwhile, Wu Fu just quietly side-eyes the whole situation. He is secretly super impressed, thinking, wow, Yameng is actually taking this seriously. Huozi, though, is totally caught off guard by her crazy energy. Feeling a little awkward, he dials it back a notch, but instantly switches back to trash talking. What happened to the tough guy? Now you are just a dog hiding behind its master. That is when Wu Fu steps up with total chill energy. I totally get why you doubt me, but I really don't want to fight you. Wu Fu hits him with the ultimate look of absolute disgust. Dripping with sarcasm, he adds, besides, I make it a rule never to fight pathetic little weaklings who don't know their own place. Ya Meng is practically having a panic attack next to him. She whispers frantically, dude, can you please shut up? Why are you provoking him like that? Hearing that crazy disrespect, Huazi's eyes literally turn red with pure rage. He furiously thinks me a weakling. Now pay attention because Huazi totally loses his mind. He charges right at Wu Fu, screaming his lungs out for some payback. You are going to pay for those words. Seeing the incoming disaster, Yameng jumps right in front to shield her guy. She barks out, damn it, get back, I will hold him off. But suddenly, Wu Fu just gently pats her on the head. While she stands there, completely stunned, he gives this insanely confident smile. I am not quite fragile enough to need your protection yet. Huzi's razor-sharp claws swipe at him like lightning, but Wu Fu literally just leans to the side and dodges it like it is nothing. A sly spark flashes in his eyes as he smugly taunts him. You really are weak, getting triggered that easily by a few words. In a split second, he teleports right into his face and grabs Huozi by the jaw with one hand. With zero effort, he is completely dominating him. Wu Fu goes dead serious and says, oh, one more thing. I really hate dudes getting up in my personal space. Bam! He violently slams him straight into the dirt, kicking up a massive dust cloud. Wu Fu yells out, stay down on the floor. Pinned down by a single hand, the guy is completely paralyzed. Wu Fu stares down and asks with ice in his voice, got any more complaints now? Huo Zi is quite literally eating dirt, his mouth still clamped shut under Wu Fu's iron grip. His eyes are bulging in sheer disbelief. He thinks, how is this even possible? My power is completely gone right now. This guy's physical strength is absolutely monstrous. Suddenly, cutting through the thick dust cloud, a new voice echoes out. It is Ao Li. All right, enough. Why bother bullying trash? He steps out with Ban right beside him, just as expected from a real cultivator. You and I both thought this fight was over, right? Think again, because this guy is actually super interested in him. Wu Fu raises an eyebrow. Interested, Ao Li explains it simply. Us beastmen, we only care about hunting down the absolute strongest existences alive. We are born with perfect genetics, so honestly, we usually look down on humans. But you are a totally different breed of monster. He just smirks and asks, so what, you want a piece of me? The beastman calmly shakes his head. Oh, is not me. Ao Li goes dead serious. It is my partner, Ban. Ever since you showed up on the field, he has been completely hyped up, especially when you slaughtered those 8 tigers. Wu Fu acts mildly surprised, joking, never thought I would see the day a demon beast caught feelings for me. Leaking a terrifying aura, he shoots back, chasing the strong and crushing them. That is literally the ultimate goal for every living species out there. Am I wrong? Wu Fu just frowns at him. So what about you? Looks like you still treat me like a total joke. Ao Li sizes him up with this incredibly calculating stare. Well, we will have to see if you can actually survive fighting my Ban first. And trust me, Ban is not pathetic and brainless like that random tiger. Wu Fu stares right back, matching that cocky energy step for step. You really think I would say yes to that? Suddenly, Yameng screams out, completely shattering the intense standoff. Hold up, I do not agree to this. Her loud voice instantly grabs Wu Fu's attention. She firmly plants herself in front of him, glaring at Ao Li. Why the hell should we fight you? My only goal is winning this tournament. Go find some other punching bag. The beastman's voice turns freezing cold as he warns her, I already know exactly what your little scheme is. That is exactly why I'm here to stop you. Yameng does not flinch for a second, snapping back fiercely. Who gave you the right to stop me? Losing her patience, she argues back. Besides, he is the key to my victory today. There is absolutely zero doubt about that fact. He practically represents my own strength at this point, which means I am perfectly capable of handling things myself now, right? Ao Li drops his voice dangerously low. Are you seriously confident that with your current pathetic level, you can make it out of here alive? His face goes pitch black as he delivers the final threat. Or should I say, do you even have what it takes to reach heaven beyond heaven? That question totally silences her. And honestly, you and I are definitely going to want to see where Wu Fu takes this next. Let's dive right in. Hearing about outer heaven, the girl angrily screams, my business is none of yours. Seeing Yameng acting so incredibly stubborn, he can only compromise and drop a harsh warning. I really hope you don't do anything stupid. Pouting, the little girl turns away and snaps back. I'm not doing anything stupid, what do you know? Let's go. Wu Fu glances at Yameng, secretly calculating things. So this place isn't outer heaven after all. He wonders how Fatty and the others are doing right now. Wu Fu narrows his cautious eyes. Maybe this guy actually knows the way to outer heaven. Meanwhile, Yameng is cheerfully calling out to him from a distance. Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up. He just turns and casually replies, yeah. Ao Li glares at the two of them, walking away deep in thought. I absolutely cannot let this guy stay here any longer. As Wufu and Yameng walk together through the pitch-black forest, he keeps pondering. Which reminds me of something. Why exactly does she want to go to outer heaven? Besides this, little brat's cultivation level seems pretty low. Can she even make it there? Walking ahead, the girl suddenly stops in her tracks. Thanks for tonight. Wufu just smirks already, guessing exactly what Yameng is actually plotting in her head. Calling out her guilty conscience, he asks, why thank me? Didn't you literally kidnap me just to fight in your tournament? Plus, didn't we already have a deal? If I win, you're supposed to let me go. Or do you want to back out? Now pay close attention here. Yaming nervously laughs, dodging the question entirely. I bet you're super curious why I want to join the Beast Brawl. Helplessly, he thinks to himself, holy crap, is she seriously changing the subject? Is she playing me? Does she want me as her permanent hired muscle? This girl is completely obsessed with joining the Beast Brawl. For her, it's the ultimate way to prove her absolute strength to everyone. It's just like the struggles among you humans. Wufu doesn't even know what to say. She really is talking with so much passion. What does your tournament have to do with me anyway? Yameng just keeps blabbering on. Anyone who passes the Beast Brawl must go to the Forest of Despair to undergo incredibly brutal training. He repeats her words with total confusion. The Forest of Despair. And so the little girl starts explaining everything. The Forest of Despair is a mandatory trial for our entire Beastkin tribe. We just need to pass this trial to be recognized by the inter-tribe elders and officially become true Beastkin warriors. It even boosts our chances of becoming the Beastkin tribe leader. Hearing this, Wufu speaks up. Is there something inside? Yeming just nervously scratches her head. I honestly don't know. I haven't even passed the Beast Brawl yet. But I've heard what's inside is absolutely terrifying. That immediately gives him a sneaky idea. Terrifying, huh? Then there's probably a ton of treasure hidden inside. Wanna go check it out? From behind him, the girl chimes in. We don't need to join that trial, don't worry. Wufu whips his head back and asks, why not? Yaming immediately puts on a pouting face. We just don't, okay? Stop asking so many questions. But then she glances over at him and strictly warns. And another thing, you better stay far away from Ao Li. Wufu just shrugs it off despite his burning curiosity. But knowing her, she probably wouldn't explain anyway. Well, I'm not going to just randomly go out looking for trouble. Yaming is still standing off to the side. Crossing her arms, she casually continues the conversation. I can actually tell you about this one thing. That guy, Ao Li, is the only Beastkin who actually passed the trial among us. You and I both caught that right. Wufu starts getting curious. He's the only one who passed. Is that dude seriously that powerful? The little girl makes a totally fed-up face, but she doesn't deny Ao Li's crazy skills either. Since we were kids, he's always been a massive narcissist. Always acting like he's so smart and capable, but he really did manage to pass the trial. It honestly makes absolutely no sense. Wufu starts totally teasing her. You guys obviously grew up together, but he managed to easily pass the trial. Well, you can't even get past the first round. This makes Yaming puff up like an angry hedgehog. Hey, what the heck is that supposed to mean? And just like that, the two of them keep loudly echoing through the dark, deep forest. Nothing. Say that one more time. Okay, chill. By the next morning in the forest, Wufu is sitting quietly by a stream gazing down into the water. Staring at his own reflection on the surface, he chuckles to himself while thinking. Even though that brat is a little bit fierce, at least she didn't leave me freezing outside to die like the other demonic beasts. The trickling stream creates an incredibly peaceful, quiet vibe. But Wufu's sharp mind is always calculating his next move. Still, I need to get out of here quickly, even if my injuries haven't fully healed yet. Suddenly, a deep voice echoes down from above, grabbing his total attention. Are you finally leaving this place today? Wufu shifts his eyes upward. Oh, it's you. Ao Li is sitting on a tree branch, just a short distance away. You never belonged in this place anyway, so hurry up and leave. Wufu simply gives him a cold, totally unbothered reply. You're just talking to yourself at this point. You really don't need to care that much. Ao Li glares at Wufu with a dead serious expression. Yameng has a very innocent and simple personality. She has no idea how terrifying the outside world actually is. Just like you humans, it's definitely not a good or safe place. Wufu laughs right in his face. You make it sound like I've got some grand evil scheme. I was literally knocked completely unconscious by her and kidnapped. That's the only reason I'm even involved. Still sitting up high, Ao Li bossily offers a deal. I can actually help set you free. Then go back where you belong. Wufu agrees but insists on telling Yameng first. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. Let us see how this plays out. Eric keeps his icy poker face, ordering him to leave immediately. Oliver just totally pretends to agree. Sure, no problem at all for me. But how will you explain this to Amy? Deep down, though, Oliver is actually plotting something way more sneaky and complicated. It makes perfect sense. This guy showed up entirely alone, so there is no way. He simply wants to show him the exit. I bet it is totally related to that great beyond stuff from yesterday. Eric stands proudly on a tree branch, acting all high and mighty. He turns his back to Oliver. None of your business, someone will guide you out very shortly. Just follow them and you will be fine. Oliver touches that weird brown object tied around his neck, looking super confused at him. So how exactly do I take this off? Eric ignores him completely and just casually tosses down a tiny colorful bead. Oliver quickly catches the little bead staring at the thing in his hand. What is this? He barely asks one question before Eric literally sprints away. Not a single trace left. Hey, you could at least tell me how to use it. Before he can even process this, a voice speaks up from behind. Follow me. Oliver whips his head around with a super suspicious glare. The guy is wearing this incredibly mysterious, edgy cloak, like a typical villain. I am here to guide you. Our boy does not even hesitate and walks ahead. Let us go. Suddenly, Oliver stares at the colorful bead in his hand. He is inspecting it, dying of curiosity. How on earth does this silly thing even work? Oliver mutters to himself there is not even a key or anything. He is still acting completely clueless and fascinated by that tiny bead. Watch closely now, you and I know this guy is bad news. He flashes a super evil smile. I will definitely kill you. He leads the way. Just keep walking this way to escape. I am only taking you this far. Oliver nods along like a goofball. Sure thing. Back in the forest by the stream from earlier, Amy's loud voice rings out. Where the heck did Oliver run off to? Did they not say he could not go very far? She rolls her eyes, scanning the entire area. Darn it, when I finally find him, I am teaching him a serious lesson. Eric slowly appears out of nowhere and tells Amy stop looking, he is already gone. She glares at him with a scowl and asks, oh, so it is you. What exactly are you doing here, and why did you force him to leave? Eric tightly closes his eyes, answering her super calmly. He is an outsider, so I just sent him away. Amy bristles like an angry hedgehog and yells, hey, you are being completely ridiculous. Do not think you are so amazing just because the chief has your back. He slowly steps closer, walking and reminding her, did you somehow forget the rules? When it comes to outsiders, Eric scowls at her. They are either totally banished from here or sacrificed to the heavens. Amy's face completely freezes at his harsh words. Stop being such a child. Letting him leave was already doing you a massive favor, so forget about the great beyond entirely. And just like that, her mood completely drops. Amy lowers her head, asking with pure sadness, why did you do that? You know me better than anyone. Eric just continues, I know, but Amy, your mother once said this. The little girl's eyes look like they are carrying 10,000 heavy thoughts right now. Then suddenly, Amy tightly clenches her hand into a fist exactly because of that. She bites her lip, looking like she might cry. I absolutely must go to the great beyond. Suddenly, Hector pops up out of nowhere, yelling out the news to Eric, this is bad. Someone just trespassed into the woods of despair. He whips around and frantically asks who. Hector totally pretends not to know. I think it is that human from yesterday. Under the thick forest canopy, Oliver's voice calls out, filled with pure panic. Where on earth am I? I have been walking in circles for ages. He looks at everything while getting super anxious. Am I actually lost? Let us check up ahead. Look at how tall these trees are, yet Oliver climbs them at a crazy speed, standing on a dead branch. You and I both know this is a massive trap, right? He guesses, are these the woods of despair? Did that guide seriously dump me here? His face is totally covered in fear. I remember Amy saying last night that anyone who enters this place has a hard time leaving. Then Oliver shoots his gaze far across to the other side. That mountain over there looks incredibly weird and suspicious. Suddenly, a massive explosive aura erupts out of nowhere. He stares at it in pure shock, so Oliver quickly whips around to see what it is. The thing appears with long, pitch-black, glossy fur. Its giant shadow flies right over his head and its massive feathers scatter all over the ground below, making him look up in sheer terror. What is this thing? Oliver is left completely stunned. It is the image of a giant monster with massive wings launching a devastating attack with an explosive burst of light. It has locked onto its target. It starts attacking incredibly fast. The object across from the beast's wide-open eye unleashes a menacing, piercing blue light that threatens to destroy everything. It is like he is hallucinating, entirely losing touch with reality. Oliver's eyes just roll back completely. Darn it, his mind goes blank. He cannot control his consciousness anymore, and his entire body goes completely limp. Falling straight down into a chaotic, swirling vortex, his eyes slowly drift shut. His vision only sees that giant beast. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Just one glance reveals a glowing red vortex, like some mysterious energy storm. His body spins out of control, drifting right into that massive vortex. Suddenly, Wu Fu stops groaning in absolute agony. Ow, 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 where even am I right now? Stick with me here because this gets wild. Didn't I just fall out of a tree? Wu Fu sits up totally confused as to why everything is pitch black. He stares into the endless dark void and shouts, hello, is anybody out there? Even an animal works? Just somebody please answer me. He places his hand on the ground, touching this blazing red fire-like energy. His eyes snap wide open, instantly going on high alert. That freaky energy totally wraps around Wu Fu's entire body. He panics and screams out, "What the heck is this?" He desperately tries to struggle against the power trying to devour him. Damn it, this thing wants to eat me alive. Then it starts creeping right up over his face. He thrashes around, but it is totally useless. The crimson energy completely swallows Wufu whole. But then, out of nowhere, a glowing radiant sword appears right inside the red vortex. The swirling storm catches the blinding light and you can faintly see his silhouette. Wufu stares at it, completely amazed, but super curious. A spirit sword. Wait a second, could this actually be my own mind's space? Now watch this transition closely. The core of that blazing energy is a glowing sphere, then snapping right back to reality. Someone is frantically calling out, "Wufu, Wufu, wake up." He jolts upright, snapping out of that super bizarre dream. Wufu rolls his eyes at the person yelling, asking coldly, "Oh, it is you." Yameng gives a forced smile, her face totally darkened while her hands start winding up to deliver a beating. "Yeah, it is me, surprise. I cannot believe you actually had the guts to run away." Wufu chokes up, totally speechless, so he suddenly fakes an injury. "Oh man, my chest hurts so much I feel awful." Yameng falls for it instantly. She starts panicking, waving her hands around. "Wait, what hurts? Where do you feel sick?" Still super worried, Yameng keeps asking. "And another thing, why did you even pass out over here?" He awkwardly tries to explain. "I only remember getting totally lost looking for a way out and then running into this massive monster." And then, before Wufu can even finish, she pulls out a weird fruit and hands it over. "Stop using your energy first. Just relax your body and eat this origin spirit fruit. Then tell me slowly." Wufu grabs the fruit and suddenly remembers. "Oh right, that giant monster had 4 pairs of wings." Yao Meng puts a hand on her chin, thinking hard. 4 wings. Then you must have definitely run into the master of this hopeless forest. He munches on the fruit and repeats her words, completely confused. The master of the hopeless forest. She breaks it down for him. It is the beast that rules this entire place, and its raw power is totally off the charts, completely unmeasurable. Probably infinite, honestly. I heard all these crazy rumors from the seniors. Hearing this, his face suddenly gets way more serious. Its cultivation must be over 1,000 years. Calling it a monster is an insult. It is basically a divine beast. Yao Meng asks back, "Over 1,000 years? You and I know that is insane, right?" Anyway, ever since my beastskin tribe started building civilization, Li Ke has always been here. Wu Fu replies, "So it has been around forever." He rubs his chin, thinking it over. "Actually, speaking of which, why are you even out here?" She gets furious and whacks Wu Fu right on the head. "You really have the nerve to ask me that?" Yameng points and yells. "Why did you even listen to that jerk Ao Li? If you were not still wearing my necklace, I never would have found you." Wu Fu rubs the huge bump on his head, playing innocent. "But he said he wanted me to leave." He winces but cannot help thinking, "Man, this girl's physical strength is seriously no joke." Still totally pissed off, she snaps, "So if he tells you to jump, you jump. If he told you to eat dirt, would you eat it?" Wu Fu just surrenders immediately. Okay, my bad, I was totally wrong. I am sorry." Ye Meng crosses her arms and pouts. "You explicitly promised not to leave. You just single-handedly ruined the reputation of all humans." He is totally speechless, unable to argue. Then she just ignores him and turns her back. "Forget it, it is my fault for bringing you here anyway." Wu Fu slowly stands up. "Regardless, thank you for coming to find me." The moment Ya Meng hears that, her face flushes bright red. Super embarrassed, she quickly makes up an excuse. "I only came here to get my necklace back, definitely not for you." He just nods. Right, sure." Wu Fu chuckles to himself. Classic Sundari, saying one thing but meaning the complete opposite. Kind of cute, honestly. He walks right behind Ya Meng and asks, "So you found me, but how exactly are we supposed to get out of here now?" Wu Fu teases her, leaving her totally speechless. "Wait, do you seriously not know the way?" Ya Meng sighs helplessly. "I knew I should have just followed Ao Li." He throws out a half-joking comment. "Hey, if we manage to get in here, we can definitely get out. And if there is no path, we will just have to build one ourselves." They chat as they walk, and Wu Fu gets curious. "So when you guys come to train out here, are you not terrified that Li Ke might show up?" She explains Li Ke actually hibernates for 2 months every year, so we only come train during that time. He is pretty surprised. Hibernates for 2 months? Yameng glances back at Wu Fu. "The only problem is its hibernation schedule is completely random, zero pattern. We can only guess based on the monsters acting up in the hopeless forest. Makes you wonder what happens next, right?" He ponders this deeply before replying. "Stick with me because things are about to get wild. A spirit beast this strong is still hibernating. Maybe it's breaking through to the next tier while asleep." Suddenly, a massive rumble echoes through the forest. Wu Fu assesses the situation. What the heck is going on? Are the beasts stampeding? Ya Meng chimes in, equally confused. Maybe a stampede, or maybe something way worse. He goes on high alert. It's getting dark fast, and pushing forward now is basically a death wish. They need a place to crash. Cut to the edge of the hopeless forest where Ali frantically asks, "You're saying Ya Meng went in there?" Huozi replies defensively, "She was too fast. I couldn't catch her." Ali completely loses his cool, cursing loudly. Damn it all. The beastskin warns him it's not Li Kei's hibernation period right now, Ali. Going in there is pure suicide for us. He glares at Huozi with absolute fury. So what, you just want Ya Meng to die in there with that human trash? Huozi tries to calm the situation down. Look, let's just go find the clan leader and figure this out first. The chief will know what to do. Ali walks off, praying under his breath. Ya Meng, please, you can't let anything happen to you. Back in the dark forest, thick smoke rises as Wu Fu and Ya Meng huddle around a campfire for warmth. He checks up on her. You doing okay? Is it too cold? Ya Meng hugs her knees tightly and mutters, "This is my first time in the hopeless forest." She's obviously nervous. Wu Fu pokes the fire, trying to keep things calm. Hey, don't sweat it. We're definitely getting out of here. I'll protect you. Ya Meng glances at him, putting on a brave face. Well, a slave protecting his master is just basic duty. The fire crackles. Wu Fu doesn't even bother arguing with her sass and just sighs. Yes, boss. Get some sleep. We'll find a way out tomorrow. In the dead, silent darkness of the woods, the two drift off beside the dying embers. While she sleeps, a creepy voice echoes. Ya Meng. Ya Meng. The whispers just keep looping in her head. Ya Meng. Ya Meng. She wakes up, rubbing her eyes groggily. Who is it? A long-haired woman reaches out from the shadows. Ya Meng. Come home with mommy. Her eyes light up instantly. Mom. The faceless woman keeps luring her and playing sinister tricks on her mind. Ya Meng, hurry up and come home. Tranced, the girl starts chasing after the mysterious figure, calling out, Mom. Wait for me. Wu Fu wakes up and spots this, his eyes widening in pure panic. Ya Meng just keeps running. Mom, wait for me. Now pay attention, this is pure nightmare fuel. Ya Meng looks up and completely freezes. A terrifying soul guide monster appears right in front of her, ready to devour her whole. Seeing its horrific face, she instantly turns and bolts. Wu Fu sprints from the distance, screaming her name. Ya Meng. The soul guide monster goes straight for the kill. Its massive, creepy tentacles whip forward in a relentless barrage of attacks. Wu Fu leaps and grabs Ya Meng and slices the tentacles clean off with a crazy fast strike. He shakes her. Ya Meng snaps out of it. She blinks, still in a daze. What happened? Then she sees the ferocious monster standing right there and freaks out. What the heck is that thing? Wu Fu shoots back. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? He scoops her up and makes a run for it. Ya Meng stammers, I actually read some old records about the hopeless forest in a book once. It mentioned something called a soul guide monster. Wu Fu pushes for info. And what else? Ya Meng explains. Its base form is just a normal beast, but by absorbing tons of other monsters, it mutates into this absolutely terrifying nightmare. Wu Fu puts the pieces together. No wonder it didn't even flinch when I sliced it up, she yells back. Its regeneration ability is completely broken. Suddenly, the tentacles lash out at them again. Ya Meng screams, it's coming right for us. Wu Fu tosses her safely to the side and barks, go find somewhere to hide right now, I'll handle the rest of this. Ya Meng pouts angrily. How dare this slave throw his master around like a sack of potatoes? Wu Fu spins around and unleashes a flurry of sword strikes. His eyes widen as he watches closely. The tentacles he just chopped off instantly grow right back, shooting straight at him for round 2. I know what you're thinking. And yeah, Wu Fu realizes slicing blindly just isn't gonna kill this freak. Guess I have to aim for a different part. Hiding behind a tree, Ya Meng suddenly shouts, oh wait, I remember now, I think it's terrified of the light. That's exactly why it only hunts at night. Wu Fu snaps back sarcastically. Great, and where exactly am I supposed to find a flashlight in the middle of the night? She just laughs awkwardly. He raises his glowing sword, completely focused, and declares, well, if slicing off its freaky tentacles isn't working, then I'll just have to cut down the main body. Wu Fu charges in, dodging a relentless barrage of strikes from the monster. He finds the perfect opening, angles his blade, and delivers an absolutely devastating, heaven-shattering slash right to its core. Panting heavily from the exertion, Wu Fu smirks. I refuse to believe you can regenerate from a hit like that. Seriously, this whole forest is just insanely cursed. He groans. Bad news is that one combo just burned through half the spiritual energy I just recovered. Ya Meng walks over from her hiding spot, totally amazed. That was awesome. Wu Fu teases her. Yeah, well, you almost ended up as its midnight snack. She laughs defensively. Hey, I was just caught off guard. I'm actually super strong. He gives in. All right, whatever you say. But suddenly, dark shadows creep behind the trees. Realizing things are going south fast, he whips his head around. Wu Fu instantly goes back on high alert, muttering in disbelief. Wait, there's more than one of these things. Ya Meng gulps. I think we just attracted its whole swarm. That's where we leave it. Trust me, you're going to want to see how they survive this. Stick with me here. Wu Fu calmly explains that soul snatchers usually hunt in packs for their food, but this specific group way too united. Wu Fu keeps talking, figuring that for these freaky monsters anyway, aside from their weird hypnosis and healing powers, they are actually pretty weak overall. Li Mengjiao replies, "True, they are basically the bottom feeders in Deadwood Forest." Suddenly, Wu Fu sweeps the little girl right off her feet. Li Mengjiao gasps in total shock. "What are you doing?" He just shrugs. "Running for our lives, obviously. I have zero energy to fight them right now." She asks, "Didn't you say you were super strong? Why act like a scared turtle now?" Hearing that he says, "A real man knows when to retreat. Get it?" Li Mengjiao pouts and mocks him. "That is just a lame excuse for you weak humans. Us beastmen always charge in bravely." Wu Fu glances at her. "Then why don't you stay here and fight them?" Li Mengjiao frowns in anger. "You are my slave. You dare leave your master." He fires right back. "You just look like a whiny human brat to me." The soul snatchers aggressively swarm closer. Wu Fu watches them very carefully. The soul snatchers whip out dozens of massive tentacles. He bites his lip, channels power to his legs, and jumps. Wu Fu sprints and dodges the monster attacks, holding Li Mengjiao tight as he launches himself high into the air, landing perfectly on a nearby tree. Wu Fu squints his eyes. Li Mengjiao starts explaining the situation to him. Their mobility is basically garbage, so just running across the tree branches like this is perfectly fine. They are the weakest pack in Deadwood Forest anyway, mostly just relying on their tentacles to move around. Now pay attention here. She frowns. This is totally unexpected. Suddenly, all those gross tentacles curl up tightly together. They completely wrap around the soul snatcher. Wu Fu looks shocked. "Is this the unexpected situation you meant?" The soul snatcher transforms, looking bigger and way more vicious than before. He mutters, "This is a huge problem." The monster lunges forward to swallow Wu Fu and Li Mengjiao whole, but it only ends up biting a giant chunk of wood. Because Wu Fu had already grabbed Li Mengjiao and dashed away just in time. "Tactical retreat," he yells out loudly. She looks back at the angry monster and says, "While this beast lacks the raw, destructive power of stronger ones, it is incredibly annoying. It slowly drains the stamina of its enemies until they literally cannot fight back at all." Wu Fu nods. "Smart little freaks using a war of attrition on us." Li Mengjiao speaks up again. "But this is super weird, they almost never show this form. Plus, they wouldn't swarm like this just because one single buddy died. You and I both see the red flags." Wu Fu asks, "You think I'm the problem?" She replies, "Well, duh." Li Mengjiao looks suspicious. "Unless you are hiding something super powerful." Wu Fu stays quiet, thinking to himself, "Could it be the Star Sword? Ever since entering here, the sword has been vibrating like crazy. What is actually happening?" Suddenly, the monster charges. She yells, "Stop, spacing out, they are here." Wu Fu slams on the brakes. Li Mengjiao panics. "Hey, why are you stopping? They are right behind us." He replies, "I will lure them away, you just stay safe." The monster roars aggressively. A sharp sword strike flies right at it, aiming dead center at the soul snatcher. Wu Fu waves, taunting it. "Hey, you ugly idiot over here." The monster gets furious, violently dragging its massive body forward to attack him. It lets out a piercing shriek and whips its long tentacles at Wu Fu. He glances at his sword, thinking, "Jumping down like this means getting caught eventually. I have to gather them in one spot for a one-hit kill, or at least wound it." Thinking that, Wu Fu unleashes rapid strikes, slicing right through the nasty tentacles. One after another, Wu Fu focuses completely, throwing heavy slashes to clear a safe path for himself. The tentacles get sliced away, exposing the main body of the soul snatcher. He quickly fires a clean sword slash right into its center. The razor-sharp slash flies forward, blowing the monster apart. Wu Fu looks shocked. "What, my hands felt zero impact? It basically split itself on purpose." The monster separates and retreats suddenly, shooting a purple beam at him. Wu Fu slashes it away. He laughs and says, "Guess, you are not just a brainless single-celled organism. After all, you actually understand how to surround me." His sword suddenly starts corroding, and Wu Fu watches with interest. He gasps. "Not good, this thing actually melts spiritual energy." The soul snatcher fires a massive barrage of purple beams. Wu Fu spins around, frantically slashing through every single deadly beam. Wu Fu leans back and retreats, staring at his badly corroded sword as he thinks to himself, "If this keeps up, my stamina will actually hit zero." The purple beams tear through the air again. Wu Fu mutters, "I am finished." But stick around for this. A sudden blue aura blasts those beams away to save him. "Let's jump right into the absolute madness together." Wu Fu gasps. A nightmare. Ya Meng yells, "Do not use elementless aura. Otherwise, it will just eat your energy." Suddenly, the soul snatcher monster locks eyes on her. Realizing she messed up, Ya Meng books it in the other direction. "Wu Fu, kill it right now," she screams. Wu Fu just blinks. "Wait, aura has elements." She snaps back. "Are you seriously that completely clueless?" Still running, she gasps. "Then how do you beat these monsters?" "Just raw power." He rubs his neck. Yeah, basically." She wails, "Turn formless to physical, turn nothing into everything, gather aura to forge things, align it with 5 elements." Wu Fu is totally lost. turn formless to physical turn nothing to. He stops talking, because the soul snatcher is right behind him. And in one giant bite, it swallows him. Yameng panics. He got eaten. No way, she screams his name, Wu Fu. Inside the beast's belly, Wu Fu sinks into total darkness. He tightly closes his eyes, thinking, now pay attention, you will want to see this. This world is huge. Even a low-tier beast beats me. If I stay this weak, how will I reach outer heaven? Suddenly, the sword on his chest glows. He slowly opens his eyes. The star sword, reaching out to touch the glowing blade, he wonders, are you talking to me? Another hand reaches for the star sword right across from his. He completely freaks out. Who are you? A shimmering girl appears, calling him Little Fu. He is stunned. She whispers, I am waiting. Smiling softly, she floats away like a dandelion in the wind. Meanwhile, outside, Yameng is still shouting. Wu Fu, the soul snatcher, is trying to digest him, but something inside is giving it a massive stomachache. Finally, the beast violently pukes him out. He goes flying through the air as Yameng sprints over. She shakes him hard. Thank God you are not dead. Wake up, she screams. Wake up. Sure enough, Wu Fu slowly opens his eyes. He groans. Who is that? What is bouncing right in front of me? He grabs her chest and thinks, so soft. Yameng turns tomato red. Still half asleep, he mutters out loud. What is so soft? Bam! Yameng delivers a devastating right hook. She screams in pure rage. You absolute creep. If you had not protected me, I would literally chop your hands off. You and I both know the comedy wouldn't last. The soul snatcher charges at them with a terrifying roar. Yameng gasps, crap, we cannot dodge it, but Wu Fu suddenly speaks up. Relax. I am not on the menu. She looks shocked as he raises his sparking sword and says, perfect time to test my new power. Feeling the monster rushing in, Wu Fu tightly closes his eyes. Flames explode out, wrapping around his blade. He drops into a stance and swings, carving a gorgeous arc of fire. The slash tears the whole forest apart. It is insanely epic. Yameng watches totally awestruck. The monster takes a direct hit. She wonders, who exactly is this guy? How does he have this raw power? That single attack literally incinerated a chunk of the forest. Wu Fu stares at his sword, muttering, is this the power of the star sword? I barely used 20%. Suddenly, Ao Li steps out. You are actually still alive. Wu Fu turns around. Oh, it is you. Yameng looks totally shocked. Ao Li, why are you here? He glares at her. You are making a huge mess. She fires back. Is this not your own fault? I know you hate outsiders, but I brought him here myself. If you want to kick him out, kick me out too, Wu Fu asks seriously. If you found us, does that mean you can get us out of here? He stays quiet, staring right at his sword. He is stunned. That sword, Ao Li narrows his eyes, thinking, who on earth is this kid? Whatever, we will talk once we escape. He turns around. Follow me. Wu Fu asks, are we leaving now? Ao Li scowls. The hopeless forest is deadly at night. You want to become monster dinner. Yameng pouts instantly. Hey, he did not know that. Why are you being such a total jerk? He walks away, pretending not to care at all. He is just a lowly slave. Why are you getting so worked up? She crosses her arms. Even beating a dog requires respecting its owner. Obviously, I must step in. Wu Fu thinks, a dog? Am I a dog? Ao Li firmly states. Only I can get you out of here. I am the absolute strongest warrior in the tribe, admit it, Yameng. Trust me, we are just getting started with this mess. She sighs. Ignore him. Let's go. Okay, stick with me. We are dropping right into a hilarious standoff. Ao Li screams, hey, let me finish talking before you ditch me. But Wu Fu and Yameng completely ignore him. Wu Fu just observes. This Ao Li acts all cold and serious around others, but honestly, his power level really isn't anything special. The girl chimes in, it is all just an act. Yameng continues. He has been like this since we were little, always putting on this big, intimidating, tough guy front. In reality, he is just a total narcissist. We grew up together, so I am used to it by now. I just really hate when he starts nagging. Hearing her call him a nagging fake tough guy with a massive ego leaves Ao Li completely speechless. Meanwhile, Wu Fu mutters to himself, I really want to see just how strong he actually is. Suddenly, a massive noise echoes from above, making all three look up. Yameng asks, what is wrong with him? Ao Li spots something terrifying. A huge dark shadow is flying straight over them, and suddenly it crashes right down into the dirt. The three of them feel the entire earth shake. Dust clouds explode everywhere. From a high vantage point, they watch the chaos unfold. Wu Fu asks, why did this monster suddenly fly over here? Ao Li replies, maybe these magical beasts are fighting each other. He comments in shock. So brutal? Yameng replies, in this forest, that is totally normal. Suddenly, Ao Li screams out, dark python beast. Razor-sharp claws dig deep into a tree trunk as the dark python beast slowly steps out. Ao Li asks in confusion, why is a dark python beast showing up here? Wu Fu turns to Yameng and questions, dark python beast. Is it really strong? Aoli answers him. The dark python beast and my dark gold wolf are both high-tier magical beasts. Plus, the one standing right in front of us seems to be an even higher level. He frowns and continues. Beasts have been super active lately, which might be tied to another faction. We really need to get out of here fast. Before something terrible happens, the girl agrees with a nod. Meanwhile, the monster is busy tearing into another beast, but then it suddenly snaps its head up. Aoli yells out, "Not good. It looks like it already senses us. Watch closely now, things are about to get wild." Aoli feels the beast's pure killing intent. He thinks bad news. Suddenly, the monster lunges. It opens its massive jaws to swallow them whole, but all three quickly dodge out of the way. Yameng screams. "This is officially the absolute longest night of my life." Wu Fu asks her, "Why is it even chasing us anyway?" Aoli interrupts. He says, "I am afraid it is not chasing us, it is chasing you." Wu Fu is shocked. "Chasing me? What did I do?" He replies helplessly, "Well, I think it is mostly because us beastmen can perfectly hide our own aura. But you cannot, so the problem is definitely coming from you, right?" Hearing this, Wu Fu immediately jumps far away. He nods and says, "Since it is hunting me down, I will act as bait and lure it away first. You guys go find a safe place to hide first." Yameng looks up and asks, "Hey, what are you doing? Are you completely crazy?" Wu Fu stays calm. "Relax, I have a plan." The dark python beast charges after him as Wu Fu leaps rapidly across the thick tree branches. You and I both know exactly why he is the target, right? The beast chases madly. Wu Fu thinks, "It really followed me. My spirit sword is attracting them. Every single one is aiming right at me." Suddenly, the entire body of the dark python beast starts glowing brightly. It drops down and punches the ground hard. Instantly, the earth shatters under the crushing physical power of the massive monster. Wu Fu barely dodges the massive shockwave. He thinks to himself, an elemental skill. Suddenly, the beast reaches its deadly claws right behind his back. But it only scratches solid rock because Wu Fu completely dodged the strike right before it even landed. The beast goes absolutely crazy, smashing everything around to find him. Meanwhile, Wu Fu is hiding quietly behind another large boulder. He analyzes the situation. As expected of a high-tier beast, its raw strength is ridiculous. The monster raises its glowing claws high into the air. Wu Fu watches and thinks, it really craves the spirit sword. The beast viciously stabs right into the defensive shield he just created. Its claws pierce straight through the barrier. He assesses his state. My spiritual energy is too low. I can only try this. The beast's sharp claws are mere inches from Wu Fu roaring loudly. It builds up momentum for maximum force, slamming its claws violently right into the solid rock. Meanwhile, Wu Fu leaps high up into the air. The beast glares at him, then uses its insane strength to launch the crushed rocks upward. Wu Fu is briefly stunned as the monster hurls the flying debris straight at him. He regains his cool and says, "Let us end this." From his spirit sword, he ignites a blazing, roaring fire. Wu Fu swings his blade to face the massive rocks thrown by the raging beast. His sword slashes down, triggering an absolutely massive, earth-shattering explosion. Thick dust blocks everything. He calmly speaks up, "You thought this level of attack was enough to take me out." The monster crawls right out of the smoke. Wu Fu is genuinely surprised. Wow is actually still alive. Why? It arrogantly talks back, "Because you are far too weak." He is even more shocked now. "Wait, you can actually speak," the beast replies. "In the hopeless forest, all high-tier beasts can speak. But tell me, where exactly did you get that weapon in your hands? So what do you and I make of this?" Wu Fu coldly says, "That is none of your business. But why hunt it so desperately?" "All right, let's jump right in." The beast smirks. "Stupid human, no clue why it picked you as its master." Wu Fu just chuckles right back. "But it did pick me, didn't it?" The dark glow beast points a massive claw at Wu Fu, mocking him. "Your current stats, complete trash. You're completely unworthy of wielding its power. You can barely scrape together a fraction of its true strength right now." Wu Fu is stunned. "Wait, what?" The beast just keeps yapping. "That thing has existed for over 10,000 years. Its mysterious power, way too massive for a weak little punk like you to ever control." Then it lunges straight at him, roaring like a maniac. "So I'll just kill you and take it for myself." The dark glow beast leaps into the air and smashes the ground. It lifts its claw, totally confused. The beast blinks. "Wait a second, where did he go?" Aoli's voice echoes out, "And here I thought you were actually tough." Wu Fu is shocked. Aoli casually tosses his cloak aside. "Go rest on the sidelines, kid. I'll show you what a real powerhouse looks like." The beast isn't having it and growls back. Now pay attention to this clash. Since when are beastmen best buddies with humans? Aoli just glares back. A talking monster. Now that is super rare. The dark glow beast raises its deadly claws. Too bad. It sends a lethal slash right at him with a massive roar. Because it's the last time, Aoli frowns, a sharp dagger already hidden behind his back. He immediately counters, unleashing a flurry of brutal horizontal slashes. He deflects the beast's deadly claws, springing up and launching himself straight at it. The beast is caught totally off guard. Aoli is completely ruthless, carving razor-sharp strikes right into its body, but suddenly a glowing shield of aura completely wraps around the monster's giant frame. It arrogantly scoffs. Don't even dream of breaking my defense. The Dark-Glow beast violently erupts with all of its raw, monstrous power. Aoli dashes forward, yelling, "Sure, you can bully some kid who doesn't even know how to use his elemental aura yet. But me." He jumps high into the air, screaming, "Don't get cocky." Aoli tightly grips his heavy blade. He dives down, time for a total rewrite. The beast desperately tries to brace itself against his crazy, relentless assault. Aoli fires off a massive X-shaped slash. The beast takes the brutal attack dead on, and a huge cloud of dust completely covers the battlefield. Wufu shields his face, totally blown away. Such insane aura. Aoli lands right next to him, smirking. "See that? That right there is the absolute difference between humans and beastmen." Wufu stammers this. Aoli cuts him off. "And it's the difference between you and me." The Dark-Glow beast is out cold, completely wrecked by Aoli. Crushed into the dirt. "I know what you're thinking. Why help?" Wufu asks. "Since when are you nice enough to come back?" Aoli sighs. "Only because." But before he can even finish his sentence, Yameng jumps in and tackles Wufu with a massive hug. "Thank God you're safe." Wufu turns to her, totally confused. "Why are you here too?" Aoli quickly yanks Yameng off of him, scolding her. "Get off him. This is entirely your fault. Who told you to run off alone?" Wufu just pouts and fires right back. "If you had stepped in earlier, I wouldn't have had to run." Aoli acts all cool and smug. The real pros always strike at the very end. Wufu presses him. "So you were just watching the whole time from the start?" Yameng chimes in, super grumpy. "You need a reality check right now, buddy. You're a servant. How could you just ditch your master and run?" Wufu awkwardly stutters. I'm not really." She puts her hands on her hips. "The only reason you couldn't beat it is because you totally suck at using elemental aura." Aoli jumps back into the conversation, nodding along. "I honestly didn't expect you to be this incredibly weak." Yameng kicks him right in the shin, grumbling, "Wufu, you just shut up for a second. This whole mess is your fault anyway. We need to get out of here fast." Wufu totally agrees. Yameng is right. "Hey, Aoli. Mr. Great Warrior, please lead the way." Aoli turns his back to them, looking serious. "You've burned way too much aura right now. We should definitely wait for you to recover a bit before we head out." Wufu immediately replies to his offer. "It's the long night of the hopeless forest. Dawn is still a long way off." Aoli just nods in agreement. "Exactly. Monsters are everywhere at this hour, so we need to find a safe spot to crash first." The trio makes their way into a hidden cave. Wufu closes his eyes deep in thought. "Ever since I got to this place, literally everything has gone in a completely wild, unpredictable direction, especially this whole elemental aura stuff." Wufu suddenly remembers the mysterious girl who called him Fuer. He quietly asks himself, "And seriously, who was she? Why did she say all those cryptic things to me? And what's the actual origin of the Stardust Sword?" Yameng walks over carrying some wild berries in her hands. She asks him gently, "We only have wild berries to eat. How's your recovery going?" He smiles and replies, "Feeling much better actually. Thanks for this." Yameng looks down. "I'm sorry. I really thought I could let you go home soon." Wufu shakes his head. "It's fine." He keeps going. "Honestly, thanks to you, I've realized a few important things." She munches on a berry and speaks up. "You're from the outside world, right? You must know about the heaven beyond heaven." Wufu raises an eyebrow. "Why do you even want to go there so badly?" She replies softly, "I want to find someone." He just silently watches Yameng. She sighs. "But clan rules are strict. If you aren't officially recognized, you absolutely cannot leave on your own." Wufu nods. "Ah, so that's how it is. So what do you and I make of this?" "That's why you joined the Beast Arena." She sighs. "Someone's blocking me. Plus heaven. All right, stick with me here. Outer heaven is crazy dangerous, but this girl flat out refuses to back down." He just laughs, rubbing her head. "Want to go? I will totally take you. I have to head to outer heaven anyway, so why not?" Ameng absolutely loses it. "You belong to me, so obviously you are taking me. And hey, stop patting my head right now." Wufu quickly calms her down. Okay, I got it." Listening to their ridiculous banter makes Aoli furious. "We recovered enough, let's move. It is almost dawn, we need to hurry up and leave." Ameng and Wufu awkwardly agree. "Okay." Oh, cut to morning. Wufu looks around amazed. Who knew this place actually looked this incredible in the daylight? Aoli chimes in. "The Forest of Despair. To us, it is actually our tribe's sacred holy ground." He blinks back, obvious tears. "We are not here on a vacation. Daylight hours are extremely short, so we have to reach a safe zone fast." He gives a quick nod. Deep in the woods, Wufu suddenly speaks up. "Hey, about last night. Turning the invisible into visible, turning nothing into everything, gathering chi to shape the world, condensing it into the 5 elements. What did you actually mean? Aiming hesitates. You really have absolutely no clue. She creates a glowing energy ball in her hand. What is this? Wu Fu blinks. Qi. Aming clenches her fist tightly and smiles. Spot on. Qi can exist in the world for over 10,000 years, slowly forming metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the five spiritual elements. Now pay attention here. They feed off each other, clash constantly, and literally create everything in existence. That even includes us. We all have these five elemental Qi attributes deep inside our bodies, Amang explains. For normal folks, these five elements stay perfectly balanced. Only a rare few can actually use them. Hearing this, Wu Fu goes completely silent. The Night Fiend and those crazy beasts all have their own specific elements, but my Qi, it does not have any element at all. That is exactly why I could not hurt them, she adds. Though honestly, your physical body is definitely a bit weird. You have no element yet that Soul Snatcher could not digest you. In fact, you ended up completely destroying it instead. He mutters to himself. That was mostly thanks to the Astral Sword. Exactly like that beast mentioned earlier. The Astral Sword seriously packs some insane, incredibly mysterious power deep inside it. Wu Fu finally speaks up. Can you teach me exactly how to use these five elemental Qi attributes for myself? What Aiming stammers in shock. With my current skill level, you expect me to teach you. Suddenly, Ao Li speaks up. How about I train you instead? Both of them whip their heads around in pure shock. Ao Li continues. My skill level is definitely high enough for this. Wu Fu and Ameng instantly share a deeply confused, hilarious look. He smirks totally, provoking him on purpose. What, are you not willing, or are you just too scared? Did you really think I was that petty of a guy? He nervously replies, I am just wondering why you are suddenly acting so nice. Seriously, it just feels super suspicious to me. He deadpans. Look, rather than having you drag us down as dead weight, you might as well learn how to protect your own neck. You and I felt that sting, right? Wu Fu thinks, so he totally looks down on me. This feels absolutely terrible. Ao Li states proudly, I will protect Aming myself, but you are completely on your own. The girl angrily yells, Hey, I am actually really strong. Who needs your protection anyway? He coldly replies, Do you seriously not understand your own power limits? I promised your mother I would keep you safe. Even if I dislike you, we still have to face the cold, hard reality here. Aiming clicks her tongue, whispering, You are always like this. Wu Fu politely says, I will be in your care then. Ao Li turns away. I am just doing this so you can survive and leave here alive. Wu Fu repeats, Then I will be in your care. Ao Li watches him. A ton of beasts will actually use their elemental Qi to perfectly blend into their surroundings, completely hiding their aura from everyone. We do it too. Wu Fu chimes in. So that is exactly how Aimang was able to sneak up on me without making a sound. Ao Li nods and continues. The stronger a person's Qi is, the harder it becomes for anyone else to detect the aura they hide. He marvels, fascinating. So how long will it take me to learn this? Ao Li holds up 2 fingers. Wu Fu guesses, 2 hours, 2 days, or 2 months. Ao Li deadpans, 2 years. He gasps in shock. No way, seriously that long. He scoffs at him. Your Qi is actually quite pure. Pure Qi like yours is incredibly rare in this world. The upside is you can destroy everything using just raw, unfiltered energy alone. But the downside, facing someone with an overwhelmingly strong elemental Qi will put you in extreme danger. Ao Li continues, the 5 elements create and destroy each other. Your Qi does not belong to them, but eventually it still cycles back. So you absolutely must find the elemental Qi that resonates with you. Wu Fu rubs his chin, thinking hard. The Qi that resonates with me. Ao Li summons energy in his hand and says, My resonance is metal, while Amang right here obviously resonates with the fire element. Hearing him wonder how to actually find his own resonant Qi, Ao Li answers him with one simple word. You have to sense it. That is where we leave it for now. Wu Fu asks, Sense it? Ao Li nods. You must feel the Qi you absorb from the world. Stick with me here, this gets wild. The 5 elements match your spiritual energy. Wu Fu frowned. Really? Yeah, Meng sighed. Trust me, it is not that simple. Ao Li continued explaining, normal people need 3 or 4 years just to find it. And even if you do, you probably will not have enough strong spiritual energy to use it. That is why most people can only use basic energy for combat. Wu Fu thought to himself, wait a second, is he not just talking about me right now? Ao Li looked serious. But last night when you fought that dark beast, you actually showed a tiny spark of it. That is exactly why its armor shattered completely. Which means you actually have the potential. You're just lacking the right sensory perception right now. Wu Fu thought hard. That was the power I borrowed from the Star Sword. Does this sword have some kind of hidden spiritual energy inside it? I have no idea. Wu Fu spoke up. So do I need to start from the absolute basics? Honestly, it feels like we are out of time. He blinked and asked, What exactly am I supposed to sense? Ao Li closed his eyes and replied calmly. You need to sense the flow. There are only 5 types of spiritual energy in this world. Feel them, then control them. Wu Fu rested his chin on his hand, thinking deeply. Just sense them. Honestly, is that not exactly how my star sword feels? I constantly get the feeling that it is trying to tell me something incredibly important. Outside, the rain was pouring down. Wu Fu just stood there like a statue, getting completely soaked by the storm. Meanwhile, Ao Li used his spiritual energy to create a rain shield. He scoffed, "Wow, you really are weak. You do not even know how to deploy a basic energy shield. When I was 10, I could already sense spiritual energy. By 11, I found my matching element." He just kept bragging non-stop. At 14, I passed the trials and became my clan's youngest warrior ever. The clan leader even said my talent was a once-in-a-century miracle. If I get the chance, I could go to the Penglai realm. Yameng quickly interrupted his speech. "Yeah, how about we just find a place to hide from the rain?" Wu Fu nodded and agreed. "Let us go." Ao Li yelled angrily, "Hey, why are you guys not listening to my whole story?" The scene then shifts to the Despair Forest. Now, watch closely. Over at Dritch's lair, a massive ball of spiritual energy was condensing. Dritch in his monstrous beast form was absorbing it all. She briefly curled up, then exploded outward with power, transforming straight into a human shape. Suddenly, a very respectful voice spoke out. "Old man, so it was you all along." Meanwhile, Wu Fu instinctively turned his head to look at nothing. Yameng asked him what is wrong. Wu Fu replied, "Is nothing." The rain stopped and now it is totally dark, so weird. He thought, why did I just feel like someone was watching me? Ao Li started explaining things. The internal survival environment inside the Despair Forest is completely different, so nothing about this is weird at all. Wu Fu asked, "Wait, why is it different?" He continued. "I remember reading about this in a reference book once." Ao Li kept talking. "It is because this entire Despair Forest actually fell straight from the sky." Wu Fu looked confused. "It fell from the sky," he slowly told the story. "Rumor says this happened tens of thousands of years ago. Our clan members saw it drop from the heavens with their own eyes. After that, this piece of history was carved right into our clan's sacred stone." Wu Fu asked a big question. "The sky." Ao Li explained it. "Logically speaking, how could there possibly be entirely different continents up in the sky? So the most likely possibility is..." Wu Fu cut him off. "Are you talking about the outer heavens?" He replied. "That is the only logical answer. The outer heavens has always been a totally unpredictable and mysterious place." Ao Li stared at his own palm as he spoke. "The spiritual energy here. It is way stronger than any other forest. It is so powerful that it can use its own energy, circulate it alone, and basically survive all by itself. Energy this insanely strong could only come from the outer heavens." Seeing him totally quiet, he said, "But talking about all this is useless anyway. Rest up and save your strength. Tonight is going to be incredibly long. I am going to patrol the area." Wu Fu sat there in deep thought. "I know what you're thinking. This is where the plot thickens. It seems I still have so much to learn. Does the Star Sword have some crazy secrets? I don't know." He placed a hand over his heart, wondering. "And who exactly was that woman? I do not feel like she is a stranger at all. It almost feels like we met a long time ago. That terrifying power that makes people so uneasy." "What are you trying to tell me?" Yameng stretched her arms and let out a huge yawn. She just rolled right over and fell completely asleep. Wu Fu looked at her and sighed. "Yep, totally acts like a cat." Suddenly, Ao Li grabbed him and said, "Hey, what are you doing? If you cannot sleep, come with me right now." Wu Fu asked in pure surprise, "What?" Ao Li laughed. "Did you not say you wanted me to teach you how to use spiritual energy?" His voice turned serious. "Tonight is long, so I can find you the absolute perfect spot to train." He asked in pure panic, "Where are we going?" Ao Li replied, "Obviously to a place that will terrify you." He looked doubtful. "Is it really okay to just leave Yameng here alone?" He replied, "I already used my energy to hide her perfectly. Nobody's going to find her at all." The two of them just kept walking into a totally different part of the Despair Forest. Wu Fu asked Ao Li, "Where exactly are we?" He answered, "This place is dead water." Ao Li explained, "The safest place is also the most dangerous spot in the Despair Forest. It is a living lake. It reveals the pure evil hiding in your heart and devours any living thing. This incredibly deep lake. Wu Fu sink you into the abyss and eat you alive." Wu Fu frowned. "So what?" Suddenly, Ao Li shoved him. "Trust me, we are gonna love what happens next. Let's dive right in." Wu Fu loses his balance, crashing right into the lake. While he's struggling, that guy just casually says, "Do you think you'll become its next meal?" The intense water pressure slowly drags him down. Up above, Ao Li stands there, flashing a wicked smirk. "Done. Now how should I deal with Yameng next?" Meanwhile, Wu Fu sinks deeper into the freezing lake. "Does that bastard actually want to kill me?" He keeps sinking the pure darkness below, completely swallowing him whole. Suddenly, he drops out of the water. Wu Fu lands in some bizarre alternate space right underneath the lake. He's totally stunned, wondering where the heck he is. Wu Fu looks around. "What is this? I fell through the lake into here." He stares at the water floating above his head and sighs. Man, I really thought I was a goner. Then loud footsteps echo out. Wu Fu calls out, "Who's there?" A clone steps out, grinning evilly. "I am you, obviously." Wu Fu is totally shocked. "Me? Pretty sure I don't have any secret evil twin brothers." The clone replies, "I'm the physical form of your inner heart." Wu Fu just jokes, "So I birth you." "Guess that makes me your daddy," the clone growls. "We're really at this point and you still have the nerve to crack jokes." He doesn't look scared at all, just mocking him back. "What am I supposed to pee my pants in fear?" The clone looks insanely evil. "It's exactly because of this cocky attitude that you keep losing over and over again. Talking about being the absolute strongest. Talking about never losing. It's all just hot air coming from your mouth. Wasting all your precious energy on a bunch of weaklings. You really are a complete idiot." Wu Fu's face instantly darkens and he coldly snaps back. "If you say one more word, your daddy is going to get seriously mad." The clone just mocks him. Hilarious. "Let me tell you right now, I showed up today for one reason: to take your place entirely." Wu Fu drops the jokes. "Take my place. Now watch closely." Suddenly, the clone teleports right behind him. The purple water reflects a person's inner heart. "Because you are so weak and useless. Your pathetic weakness and pure arrogance are exactly what brought me into existence. My appearance here is just the natural order of things." Wu Fu instantly swings his fist backward, trying to clock him. Frowning in pure anger, he yells, "I think you desperately need a beating." But his punch hits total air. The clone laughs triumphantly. "That's it, exactly. You have to use all your strength to kill me." The clone clenches his fists, eyes full of disgust. "Today, either you beat me to death or I kill you. Got it, you weakling." Wu Fu looks dead serious now. "You don't seem that tough to me. If you really want to die so badly, I'll happily oblige." He lifts his leg violently, launching a massive kick right at the clone's face. Furious, he screams out, "Go straight to hell." The physical shadow born from Wu Fu's own heart gets forcefully pushed back, but Wu Fu instantly feels something is off. He mutters, "So weird. Why did that hit feel like I just kicked a giant bag of cotton?" The fake Wu Fu pushes himself up from the dirt, resting his hands on his knees. "Did you finally notice what's going on here? You saw this coming, right?" His face turns insanely dangerous. "If you're done throwing weak punches, shouldn't it be my turn now?" Even Wu Fu himself is totally caught off guard. "My fists are completely coated in spiritual energy, but this guy can actually still stand up." The imposter stands tall, a massive wave of thick killing intent wrapping around his body. He sneers, "And here I thought your punches were actually tough. Turns out that's all you've got. You can't even grasp elemental spiritual energy properly, yet you still think you can beat me." Suddenly, his eyes snap wide open, pupils shrinking to tiny dots. "You're really just a dreaming idiot." He dashes straight at Wu Fu with absolutely blinding speed. Before he can even process the movement, Wu Fu takes a direct hit and gets blasted backward, barely managing to block with his arms. But when he looks at his bruised arms, he can't help but gasp. That power is insane. Right at that moment, up above him, the fake has already appeared out of nowhere. Getting ready to smash a brutal kick down on his head, Wu Fu panics. He's way too fast. The heavy impact blasts dirt and thick dust all over the place. But the imposter keeps moving at that exact same terrifying speed. Watching him move like that, Wu Fu starts sweating. "I can't even see him clearly. And I definitely can't keep up with this crazy speed." The imposter flickers in and out of sight, closing the distance instantly. He doesn't miss the chance to mock him. "Can't see me clearly, huh? After all, you can't even use basic spiritual sense yet. You really are pure trash." Wu Fu completely freezes up from his erratic, unpredictable movements. Totally helpless, he curses, "Damn it, too slow. I can't dodge this." Once again, a massive explosive collision sends huge clouds of dust flying everywhere. You literally can't see a single thing through the smoke. Taking a brutal hit, Wu Fu struggles hard just to push himself off the ground. Standing right across from him, the fake just laughs like a maniac, his eyes glowing pure red. "I don't just know fire, spiritual energy. I can perfectly use all 5 elements. We are exactly the same, but sadly, you're just too incredibly stupid to ever figure that out." Despite all the trash talk, Wu Fu stays totally calm. "Even if I don't use any of those fancy elemental tricks, I can still easily crush you." Hearing that, the wicked grin on the imposter's face just grows even more unhinged and dangerous. "Looks like you haven't suffered enough yet." "Fine, I'll go all out." Wu Fu forces himself up, holding one hand right in front of his chest. "And that's where we leave it. Now I can only rely on the spirit sword." But absolutely nothing appears. He panics, staring at his completely empty hand. Let's dive into this wild scene. The dark imposter charges right at Wu Fu, sneering he cannot summon his sword. Hearing the fake say that, Wu Fu is absolutely stunned. His entire face tenses up in icy shock. How is that even possible? No sword. The imposter slams the ground hard, sending a massive dust cloud everywhere. The clone smirks. He brags the star blade is sealed by dead water only to be unlocked later by the Outer Heaven clan. Pinned down on the dirt, Wu Fu demands, "How do you know that?" The fake glares. A creepy smile forms his eyes, turning nasty. "Me, I was activated by the dead water. I inherited those memories, so I actually know things. Not like you, you clueless loser. You do not even know your own past." Wu Fu pushes himself off the ground, completely emotionless. "You only exist because you leech off my power, so stop acting all high and mighty." But the second he says that, the clone violently stomps Wu Fu right back into the dirt. With his foot crushing his head, the fake leans down. "Sure, I use your power, but I will still replace you. Besides, did you not literally beg for my help a long time ago? Begging for this dark power. Here is where it gets crazy. Made you stronger, right?" His face eats solid rock. The fake opens his hand, manifesting some kind of weapon. "Guess you completely forgot everything. Forgot that absolute heart-wrenching memory." His bloodshot eyes stare down with pure madness. Gripping the sharp blade he just created, he laughs. "Whatever, you will never get to remember her anyway." Without hesitating, he stabs it straight toward his head. That brutal hit leaves Wu Fu completely dizzy and fading. His consciousness slips away until a loud voice screams, "Hey, wake up." A faint light flickers alongside his groggy thoughts. So loud, who is yelling in my ear, "I am dead. Can I just get some peace?" Wu Fu snaps awake, eyes wide open. He sits up completely naked without a single piece of clothing. Floating right in front of him is a sword. "Stinky brat, you are awake. You." Seeing his dumb look, the sword shouts, "What are you looking at, kid?" He pinches his cheek. "Zero pain. It must be a dream." Dropping his hand to his chin, he sighs heavily. "I knew it. How could a sword talk?" The blade speaks again, dripping with heavy sarcasm. "This is not a dream. You are inside your own mind space. Did that guy beat you until you became completely stupid? I know what you were thinking." Wu Fu scratches his cheek, totally lost. "You really talk." The sword groans helplessly. That is not the point. But Wu Fu stubbornly demands answers to his questions. "So why exactly can you speak?" He calmly drops these casual, serious questions. "Also, did not that dark clone just murder me? Why the heck am I inside my mind?" The sword throws a massive fit over his endless questions. "You little brat." After asking so much, Wu Fu just rolls over. "Do not tell me then." His stubborn attitude leaves the magic weapon defeated. "Fine, I will tell you everything." It hovers, looking down at him. "Brat, you have not changed." Wu Fu refuses to yield. He orders it make it super short. The sword proudly brags about its great deeds. "That fake almost killed you and I saved your life. Where's my thank you, huh?" Wu Fu gives a totally confused look. "So you are a conscious weapon." He just stands there, hand chilling on his hip. The sword instantly fires back. "The star blade is just a soul weapon, how could it think?" "Except for what?" Saying this, the blade cannot hide its utter frustration. It quickly reveals the one critical thing he must do right now to survive. That is not the main point. The point is, if you do not break through your limits right now, you will actually drown. Hearing this, Wu Fu just laughs awkwardly. "But I really cannot beat that crazy guy." Hovering high above the sword offers a crazy solution. "You can borrow my power. Only problem is I am currently sealed by that nasty dead water aura. I just need one single drop of your blood to unseal it." But Wu Fu hesitates right there. "So what do we make of this?" Sounds like a total trap. The sword gets furious. "Stick with me here because this talking sword is comedy gold." It yells, "Listen up, brat. My power isn't a cheap rental. If you weren't so pathetic, I wouldn't even care." Wu Fu just stands there trying to explain why he is hesitating so much. "But if I borrow your power, wouldn't that just prove that fake guy was totally right? Wouldn't that make me look incredibly weak?" The sword is completely speechless. Wu Fu brings up the fake clone he just fought, pointing out that guy was also borrowing the sword's spiritual energy. And that dead water literally materialized his deepest, darkest desire to get his hands on power. He touches his face, looking totally unsure. That clone said the exact same thing and even mentioned that specific girl too. Clenching his fists, his eyes suddenly lock in with pure determination. "How do I get out of here right now?" Honestly, the more I think about his words, the madder I get. The sword just answers with a question, "Didn't I already tell you how?" Wu Fu turns away, looking super suspicious. "Really, I feel like you are hiding another way." Hearing that, the sword instantly spins around to dodge his gaze. Looks like he hit the nail right on the head. The sword stammers, "Whatever you are, pretty smart brat." He acts like he is just giving up. "Fine, I will just wait here and die. I don't even care." His passive attitude makes the sword absolutely furious. "Watch closely here, guys." The sword yells, "No way. If you die, how do I get my revenge?" Oops, it slipped up. That massive slip-up makes Wu Fu even more suspicious. He glares hard, and the sword desperately tries to backpedal. "I am your sole weapon. If you die, I die too." Wu Fu still does not buy it at all. He asks, zero trust in his voice. "Really, you are sure you don't have some hidden agenda?" This totally rubs the sword the wrong way. Its temper completely flares up, yelling at the top of its lungs. "You dare doubt your own weapon." He squints at it. But you never used to talk before. I seriously feel like you aren't the same spirit sword from back then. The sword instantly fires back an excuse. That is just because you were too weak before. Wu Fu tightens his fist, calling out the total nonsense. Why do I feel like that is a lie? Furthermore, I think I have been ignoring a huge question here. The sword asks, what question? Where did you actually come from? His eyes turn ice cold. Your origins feel way too epic. All those demonic beasts were practically killing each other for you. The sword totally avoids his stare, shifting awkwardly to the side. It is probably just because I am so awesome. You are my master, shouldn't you know best? Wu Fu confidently fires back. I used to be sure, but now, not so much. The sword asks, throwing out some serious provocative bait. You want to know? Wu Fu looks up, a cocky smirk forming on his face. Are you actually going to play nice and tell me? The sword doubles down, then just follow my instructions. Use your blood to break my epic seal. The sword floats in the air, practically begging. Just one drop of blood and you can escape. You can even destroy that evil clone while you are at it. How about it? It is the perfect plan. You and I both know this sounds like a trap. Wu Fu crosses his arms. So I should trust you. It feels like there is a massive catch you aren't mentioning. The sword visibly sweats at his sharp, dead-on question. Wu Fu raises an eyebrow, demanding answers. Well, the sword jerks away, totally dodging eye contact. Nope, no catch at all. If only this brat was a little bit dumber. Not getting a straight answer, Wu Fu literally just sits down. If you refuse to talk, we are staying right here. The sword panics, spinning around frantically. Are you kidding me? This mental space is going to collapse soon. If we stay, it is game over for both of us. He doesn't waste time and lays down his conditions. Then you better give me the real method or we both die here. The sword throws a massive tantrum. You obnoxious brat, are you seriously trying to negotiate with me right now? Since when did you become the boss of me? Despite the sword screaming in his face, he stays completely chill. Look, instead of throwing a fit and talking so much, you might as well just cough up the better option. I know for a fact you do not want to rot in here with me. Spit it out, let's get this over with. The sword glares at him, plotting inside. This annoying little brat. He did inherit that legendary clan's bloodline, so I cannot let him die yet. Once we escape, I will slowly trick him into my plans. Wu Fu leans back, casually putting his hand out in a demanding pose. This arrogant attitude makes the sword want to scream. Staring at his annoying pose, it thinks I just want to break out and beat the crap out of that guy. He clenches his fist, his eyes turning razor sharp. His arrogant attitude is honestly rubbing everyone the wrong way today. The sword just stares, feeling completely and utterly helpless right now. Because even though his insane bloodline isn't fully awakened yet, his raw power is already off the charts. He just doesn't know how to actually use it in a fight. Seriously, why is everyone such a pain? Am I a babysitter? Let's see what crazy move Wu Fu pulls next. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the madness. Wu Fu is racking his brain. When did he ever beg for that wild power? Who is that girl? Why is his memory completely blank? Suddenly, the sassy sword turns to him and starts talking. Get up, you stinky brat. I am only going to say this once, so listen carefully. Finally, the stubborn blade is willing to spill its secrets. Wu Fu just smirks and mocks it. Oh, so you finally made up your mind. The sword snaps back. I am literally just helping myself here. Be a good boy while I am still in a good mood. It then starts breaking things down for our guy Wu Fu. Your spiritual energy is completely full, but you lack focus. Meaning, converting your raw energy into actual elemental power that naturally comes down to controlling your own messy human emotions, buddy. He totally agrees with the sword's logic. That annoying bird guy in his own avatar said the exact same thing earlier. The blade keeps analyzing his current pathetic state. Right now, every single drop of your spiritual energy is totally jammed in your core. Meanwhile, your elemental energy is scattered all over the place and cannot condense, let alone forming even stronger elemental power. Finally, it drops the ultimate conclusion on him. So what you need to do right now is to spread it throughout your entire body. Wu Fu touches his chest, super confused. Spread it all over my body. He just stands perfectly still, trying to feel the energy flowing inside him, the sword hovering above sighs helplessly. This darn genius bloodline, his energy is so ridiculously strong that it is actually getting hard to maintain. Now, pay attention, this is where it gets interesting. The sword explains that normally a person can only master one type of elemental energy. Because that powerful elemental energy requires a non-stop supply from your whole body, Wu Fu closes his eyes to concentrate and feel it even more clearly. His ears are completely dialed into the sword's strict coaching. But since your avatar could totally handle it, that proves you can definitely feel and control it too. Listen closely, use your energy to probe absolutely everything around you. His eyes suddenly snap wide open. I can see it, but his current state is just not cutting it. The sword keeps barking orders. Just seeing it is useless, you have to condense it. Go convert the elemental energy you are seeing. His gaze drops down, spotting a massive glowing ball of pure energy right there. It pops up right beneath him, and the sword immediately yells. Use your energy to swallow that thing whole, hurry up. Cracks start forming everywhere. Oh crap, this conscious space is literally falling apart. The power of the purple water is about to breach in. More and more cracks keep appearing and Wu Fu finally notices the danger. The sword frantically warns him before it is too late. If you do not swallow it, you will die right here with me. You can totally kiss that God King title goodbye. The fractures are becoming dangerously clear. Meanwhile, in another dimension, ripples start forming on the chaotic surface of the internal purple water. Inside this dimension, the fake Wu Fu stands triumphantly over our hero's unconscious body lying flat on the ground. From now on, I am going to replace you and then I will butcher absolutely everyone. I will become the strongest God King. He looks up in a specific direction, a wicked, super villainous smirk creeping onto his face. You and I both saw that coming, right? This arrogant fake actually believes the purple water can swallow the Star Sword's massive power. Then I will be completely invincible. Suddenly, Wu Fu's body twitches and the sharp weapon shoved into him by the imposter starts getting totally warped and crushed. But this clueless fake does not even notice the crazy changes happening right behind him. He just stands there looking chill as ever. Where should my massacre begin? Let's start with the beastman. But wait, Wu Fu is pushing himself up from behind. His voice makes the imposter jump out of his skin. I almost freaking died. The fake violently whips his head around. His face screams utter confusion. Wu Fu glares up at him with a mysterious vibe. Daddy specifically came back from hell to discipline his rebellious son. It is you. The imposter stands facing Wu Fu completely stunned. How is this possible? Did you actually meet him? He stares back calmly, dropping a question. Who is he? You look pretty terrified, buddy. Was this the real reason you wanted to kill me? Completely contrasting his chill attitude, the imposter suddenly oozes a suffocating heavy killing intent. He grips his sword tight, done with all the talking. If I can kill you once, I can definitely kill you a second time. Nobody is coming to save your pathetic life in here. Wu Fu's eyes turn ice cold. I am afraid you will not get that chance. Bam! They clash into each other with absolutely terrifying, mind-blowing speed. The massive collision between these two shakes the entire lake, sending out huge violent ripples, crashing across the water's surface like crazy. Ali stands on the shore, staring down at the wild water, totally amazed. They actually made such a ridiculous ruckus down there. That guy really has a death wish. Let's just hope this crazy noise does not wake up any other monsters lurking below. Intense shockwaves of red and blue energy continuously slam into each other. Wu Fu and his fake clone are still going at it, trading brutal blows. Both of them attack endlessly while throwing epic trash talk. Why are you fighting back? Didn't you say you wanted to kill me, you useless trash? You're just a crying brat. Wu Fu clashes with the fake. That's where we leave it. Trust me, you'll want to see this. Stick with me here. He keeps wondering why every single person seems to know his entire past. Suddenly, that sword from earlier pops back up, but this time it totally transforms, taking on the shape of a literal sword spirit. It yells right away, listen up, you brat. Get serious, because if you keep zoning out, you are dead meat. If you want to die, fine, but don't drag me down. And hey, did you already forget every single technique I just taught you? Its sudden appearance totally catches him off guard. Why are you out here, he asks, while massive blades are violently clashing against each other non-stop. The sword spirit replies, I am just using your own raw power to project an illusion that only your eyes can see right now. Stop asking useless questions and hurry up. You are my disciple, and it is honestly pathetic watching you get beaten down like this. Wu Fu instantly drops the jokes. His expression goes completely dark and a massive wave of water, spiritual energy starts swirling all around him. Who are you calling a disciple? The fake is totally stunned. How is this possible? Wu Fu's brutal strike directly knocks the imposter straight down, making him scream in pure pain. Sent flying back, the fake is absolutely mind-blown by the insane strength Wu Fu is packing now. How is he controlling such massive water energy that shouldn't even be possible? Did he actually meet that guy? Meanwhile, Wu Fu doesn't hesitate, channeling a huge burst of power from the water energy to launch a direct heavy attack right at the imposter. However, the fake spots it fast and leaps into the air to dodge. But the attack doesn't stop there. Wu Fu's water energy completely tracks him, relentlessly hunting him down. Suddenly, the fake realizes something is very wrong about this attack. Wait, what? Now, watch closely. A blazing fiery blast of power is shooting straight for his face. The fake finally pieces the terrifying truth together. Don't tell me. While he was attacking me just now, he was secretly using that water energy to set up a hidden trap. The intense power forms into a massive spear and stabs right through his body. He grits his teeth in absolute agony, instantly recognizing the fire energy. Wu Fu literally pins the fake down to the ground with one hand. You might have copied my raw power, but you definitely didn't copy my brain. The fake is still stubborn. How did you master that so incredibly fast? That is completely impossible. He stares down at him with pure disgust. Nothing is impossible in this world. If I can somehow spawn a rebellious trash son like you, Why wouldn't I be able to beat you? Before you die today, just tell me absolutely everything you know. I will give you a painless death. Suddenly, the imposter's entire body starts oozing this highly toxic dark purple aura out of nowhere, looking incredibly deadly. He just sneers and laughs. Defeat me, you. Clearly have no idea what terrible situation you are actually in right now. A massive surge of crazy power completely erupts, forcing Wu Fu to jump way back just to dodge it. The fake violently roars, even if I die, I am dragging you straight down to hell with me. The sword spirit senses the threat and yells. His energy is going totally berserk. How can dead water power be controlled by a mere illusion? You and I both know this looks bad. Wu Fu mutters, absolutely disgusting. The sword spirit quickly warns him, you seriously need to be careful. He is burning through all his spiritual energy just to take you down. Do not die again. The fake lies there, his body transforming into this twisted half-human, half-demon monster looking like absolute terrifying nightmare fuel. Why did you abandon me? Do you not need my power anymore? Didn't I slaughter all of those people just for your sake? I literally saved your mother. Wu Fu completely freezes up the second he hears his mom mentioned. My mother, the sword spirit, shouts out a massive warning to him. Do not listen to his garbage. Just kill him right now so we can finally escape. But Wu Fu just stands there completely frozen, and it looks like something is rushing at him like a maniac. Boom, a brutal collision happens in a split second. The fake stands right in front of him, with a body that is completely mangled and mutated. One of his arms has grown into this gigantic, monstrous razor-sharp claw. He violently mocks him. You cannot even take a single hit. No wonder your entire clan got wiped out. No wonder you failed your mother. Do you seriously think a pathetic loser like you can inherit the sword spirit? Wu Fu gets blasted backward, smashing incredibly hard against the wall. He just sits there, his face completely blank and emotionless. Sword spirit, if I somehow make it out of this place alive, you need to explain absolutely everything to me. The spirit asks, explain what exactly? Wu Fu's eyes suddenly turn dead, cold, and sharp as ice. Who the hell am I really? Wu Fu stares down at his own hands. Right now, I can only convert my spiritual energy into water and fire types. Is that monster really just an illusion born from the dead, water's power? Then why is his aura pitch black? And why does it feel so insanely rare and evil? Meanwhile, the fake monster is just losing its mind, wildly swinging that giant mutant arm around. Wu Fu stays totally calm. That pitch-black energy doesn't look like any of the basic 5 elements. The sword spirit floating right next to him instantly jumps in to clear things up. The dead water swallowed up a massive amount of energy, plus this place is practically swimming in pure dark resentment. That creates the black aura. It is nasty power, watch out. Then boom, he dashes forward, literally ripping through space and shattering the ground. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me, we're jumping right back into the chaos. The imposter screams in absolute agony, totally defenseless. Meanwhile, Wu Fu keeps summoning more weapons. Wu Fu launches his weapon forward with insane power. Boom! The sheer force of the impact completely shatters the surrounding space. Dust and smoke everywhere. The fake tries to land a sneak attack, but Wu Fu is already way ahead, leaping high into the air. He's just too slow. The clone gets furious if normal spiritual energy isn't going to cut it. Then he'll just crank it up 10 times. But before the fake can even react, Wu Fu just teleports right behind him. He ruthlessly chucks 2 razor-sharp blades straight at his back. The weapons violently pierce right through the imposter's body with devastating force. He shrieks in pure pain. But wait, it looks like the fake's own dark energy is trying to grip the blades stuck inside him. Wu Fu looks down clearly, noticing the weird flex. The very second his weapons get violently pushed out of the imposter's body, he instantly flips backward to dodge. But even though Wu Fu is lightning fast at avoiding the fake's nasty counterattack, he still gets clipped by the shockwave. One side of his body is totally slashed up and he's bleeding bad. So much pain, a normal wound wouldn't hurt this much. It literally feels like his heart is on fire. Absolutely brutal. Now here's where it gets wild, watch closely. The sword spirit chimes in. I told you to be careful. Getting hit by this stuff is no joke. Otherwise, it corrodes you alive. Wu Fu starts doubting himself. Wait, am I just imagining things right now? Why is he getting weaker? And that black aura is way more obvious. Seeing our boy totally confused about what's happening, the sword spirit explains the deal. It's because you got stronger. You finally leveled up mentally. You blocked the dead water from summoning your inner darkness, so naturally this fake shadow loses his power too. You should be thanking me, you brat. Wu Fu, still annoyed, asks. Is there really no way to wipe this thing out entirely? The sword spirit drops some heavy wisdom to answer him. Where there is light, there has to be darkness. Some things existing in this world just cannot be erased unless the entire universe gets destroyed. Meanwhile, the fake is just lying there screaming in agony. After that whole lecture, the spirit drops the mic. So yeah, he's a part of you. Wu Fu's immediate reaction, that is absolutely disgusting. Wu Fu just grips his sword tighter and marches right forward. The spirit floats alongside him and keeps talking. If you want to survive, you gotta accept your inner demons. Stop chasing some perfect, flawless version of yourself. Only idiots think like that. Hovering nearby, it gives one last piece of advice. Finish him off, then get out of here. Bury this darkness deep and just keep living. Now you and I both know that's easier said than done. The spirit silently thinks, you are their son after all. Looks like you're the only one who can actually save me from this mess. It's the only way to break my eternal curse. Not a bad deal. Suddenly, bubbles start aggressively rising to the water's surface. Alec looks down, a tiny smirk creeping onto his face. Finally out, he's still just chilling on the shore. Watching those bubbles get bigger and bigger. Something is slowly emerging right out of the deep water. It's Wu Fu. He crawls out of the lake, completely exhausted. Taking out that clone shattered the illusion, and then the water just swallowed me whole. I almost drowned. Alec hasn't moved an inch. Didn't expect you to actually have skills. Color me surprised you made it back alive. Still half in the lake, Wu Fu lets out a weak laugh. If I didn't come back, how would you even explain it to Amy? He looks right up at him from the water. Dude, were you actually trying to kill me? Alec immediately fires back at his question. If I wanted you dead, I wouldn't use a method this messy. Besides, you're the one who asked for my help. If you couldn't pass a simple trial, then you deserve to die. Amy would forget you in 2 years max. Wu Fu props one arm on the shore, still soaking wet. Well, sorry to disappoint you, man, but I live. Alec stares at him, hesitating. He instantly notices Wu Fu's spiritual energy. It feels so much heavier now and honestly kinda weird. What on earth did this guy go through down there in the dark? Alec turns his back and walks away with Wu Fu dragging himself right behind him. The banter continues. If you're not dead yet, let's head back. Amy is probably freaking out by now. Wu Fu asks, by the way, is Amy's dad a human cultivator? Why are you asking so many questions? None of your business, Wu Fu shrugs. She said she wanted to go to outer heaven. Only cultivators can even enter outer heaven. I've actually been there before myself, so maybe I can help her out a bit. She was nice enough to save my life. Alec frowns, clearly super annoyed by this. Let me make this crystal clear. Once we leave, you are leaving the Beastman tribe forever. And Amy is absolutely not going with you. So keep your mouth shut, or else I will literally end you myself. Wu Fu just awkwardly agrees. Okay, chill. But his expression right now is super strange. It definitely makes Alec suspicious. This dude is acting way too weird. Why is he so dead set against Amy going to outer heaven? So what do you and I make of this? There's definitely a massive secret hiding here. But with Wu Fu's dumb look, Alec just ignores it. Alright, let's dive right in. Wu Fu decides to ignore the family drama, group up with his boys, and head straight back to the outer heaven realm. Suddenly, the sword spirit floats right in front of his face. You want to go to the outer heaven, not the old one. Wu Fu is completely caught off guard. How did you get out here? The spirit claps back instantly. It wasn't easy getting a look at the outside world, so obviously I am going for a walk, the sword spirit proudly declares. Besides having your master here is a huge help. But Wu Fu immediately snaps back. Shut up, I never agreed you were my master. Little do they know this entire hilarious bickering session is being watched by Li Qi. She slowly reaches one hand out toward them. It really is that old geezer. To think he became this pathetic, getting bossed around by a mere human. And this human boy, his spiritual energy feels way too familiar. Is he a sacrifice that old geezer is raising? Her expression instantly turns incredibly dark and dangerous. A sacrifice I really want to taste. Meanwhile, deep in the dark, creepy woods, Ya Meng is absolutely furious. Damn it, he dared to ditch me. Did that guy Ao Li already kill Wu Fu? Suddenly, she feels this massive wave of spiritual energy washing over her. No way, right? Super weird. The spiritual energy in this hopeless forest feels off. She has zero clue that she is stepping right into a deadly trap. Something terrifying is creeping up right behind her. Only when it is inches away does she finally turn around. Meanwhile, Ao Li and Wu Fu are casually walking, when suddenly a blood-curdling scream echoes through the trees. Ao Li recognizes that voice instantly. It is Ya Meng. He and Wu Fu sprint toward the sound. Ya Meng, both of them rush straight toward the screaming. But suddenly Wu Fu freezes like he just realized something completely terrifying. When they arrive, Ya Meng is already strung up in the air. What the heck is this? A voice calls out from the figure standing right before them. Good evening, you adorable little boys. Now watch closely here. Ao Li recognizes her face, instantly breaking out in a freezing cold sweat. You are Li Qi. How is this even possible? Did messing with that puddle earlier actually end up alerting her to our location? Wu Fu also realizes exactly who this woman is. So she is Li Qi. Is she really that horrifying wild beast I saw earlier? This aura is insanely strong. I am terrified. Li Qi stands next to Ya Meng, who is tightly bound by tentacles. This cute little kid is hiding something pretty interesting, huh? Her face suddenly flushes red and she eagerly licks her lips. I really want a little taste. Wu Fu flinches, instinctively, cold sweat pouring down his face non-stop. Ao Li bows his head, placing one arm across his chest respectfully. Li Ke, we absolutely did not mean to bother you at all. Let's dive right into this crazy mess. Please let us go just this once. Yao Meng is getting smothered by Li Ke's massive chest. The poor girl is thrashing around in those wild tentacles. Let me go, your chest is way too huge. Li Ke strokes her cheek. Don't be so scared, I am not going to kill you guys. Meanwhile, Wu Fu stays totally quiet. She might look like a lady, but that terrifying heavy pressure around her is completely unhideable. If she unleashes her power, they are all dead meat. Li Ke looks down her face, going completely dark. Hiding inside someone else's body, huh? If you do not come out right now. Her eyes suddenly turn absolutely murderous. Her pupils shrink. Fine, I will come to you myself. She stares right at Wu Fu. Now watch closely. She uses her powers to see through him, ripping open a massive swirling vortex. Wu Fu instantly knows something is super wrong. How did he end up floating in here? Wait, is this a mental mindscape? He quickly realizes this is definitely not his own mind. He just got forcefully dragged in. A voice echoes from right behind him, sending literal chills down his spine. Long time no see, kid. He jumps and spins around. Have we met? The person standing right there is Li Ke. She scoffs. You idiot, I was not talking to you. In the dark void, Li Ke smirks. I am talking to the guy hiding inside you. Wu Fu gets it, and his face goes full defense mode. You and I both caught that right. The only thing on him is the star sword. She knows about it. Li Ke laughs it off. Little boy who does not know about the star sword, I mean its original owner. Back in the day when the massive God King war popped off in the outer heavens, that guy used the star sword to steal the throne. Nobody dared challenge him after that. Wu Fu just listens. His mind is racing with a million questions right now. The star sword actually had a master before him. But wait, a legendary soul weapon like this is only supposed to have one single master forever. Back in the void, Li Ke stands right across from him. But then the legendary star sword makes another dramatic appearance, meaning the God King war is about to restart. So what do we take from this? He must be super special for it to protect him. Let's jump straight into the madness. Wu Fu glares coldly, asking God King, war? And who exactly is he? Wait, when did Li Ke sneak up behind him? Let's dive into this wild setup. She leans in close, totally freezing him with a whisper. Of course, is me old lover. A panicked voice suddenly screams out, Luo Shi, you cannot touch him. It seems like some kind of hidden power actually senses her presence right then and there. It immediately blasts out this massive wave of energy, completely burning Luo Shi's hand. She drops her arm and pouts. You really are so cruel. She lowers her head, her voice turning ice cold. You tell me not to touch him. Watch me. The energy suddenly bursts out again, completely wrapping around Wu Fu's body. He has absolutely no idea what is going on, while the mysterious thing inside that energy just screams out. What does this have to do with me? The dark night still covers the entire massive area. It is terrifyingly quiet. Wu Fu just looks so helpless, randomly dragged into this mess that has zero to do with him. Talk about absolute bad luck. He sits flat on the dirt, while Luo Shi sits a little distance away, just staring right at him. Even though many years have passed and his physical body is totally gone, his power has not weakened even a single bit. And it can actually hide inside the sword spirit. Plus, this kid here can handle that crazy power, so he is clearly not normal. I thought he was just some sacrifice, but now it seems there is a real plan for him. Luozi lounges on a stone under a giant tree. She gives an order. Come here, let us have a little chat. Wu Fu looks confused. You kidnapped me just for this. She sits with her legs crossed, acting like a total boss while threatening him. Of course not, you idiot. Now watch this closely. Luo Shi smirks. I just find you a little weird, so I am curious what makes you special. Come, let me see. Show me, or I will snap your neck right now. Wu Fu just helplessly forces a smile. Did you not promise to spare us earlier? So I know you will not kill me. Luo Zi just wiggles her finger, silently ordering him to come a bit closer. But before he can even lift himself off the dirt, a massive invisible force violently drags him straight forward. Luo Zi uses her finger to lift Wu Fu's chin, making him turn completely pale. If I just kill you now, how will I ever figure out that guy's real motive? Wu Fu blushes bright red, his eyes totally wide and stressed. Too dangerous, this position. Luo Shi presses her huge chest right up against him, making him super embarrassed as his entire body stiffens up. She keeps talking, plus I really do not want to make him mad. She lowers her face, offering a wild deal. Little boy, you want to reach outer heaven, right? So let us make a little trade. Hearing this, Wu Fu's face instantly drops. A trade. Literally, everyone wants to make a trade with me. Do I really look that easy to bully? Luo Shi stands proudly presenting her crazy terms. I can let you go and even help you reach outer heaven, but you have to use your own body to pay for it. The moon slowly rises, its faint light cutting right through the thick tree branches. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Alex is carrying Amy on his back, moving at absolutely insane speeds. Alex, where the heck are we even going? Are we not going to save Wu Fu? I am taking you to the temple first, then I will find him. You and I both know this guy means business. Alex does not look back, his eyes locked forward. Relax, I will find him dead or alive. Amy totally grips his arm. It is all my fault for dragging him into this. If he dies out here, I will literally never forgive myself. Alex hears this and looks incredibly determined. Do not worry, I will not let you be sad. Somewhere else, a panic scream echoes out, my body. Wu Fu looks ready to cry, shaking his head rapidly. I am completely not that kind of guy. His pathetic reaction makes Luo Si just smirk wide. She laughs out loud. Looking at your reaction, you are still a total virgin newbie, right? Wu Fu awkwardly looks away. That is none of your business. Blushing like crazy, he crosses his arms over his chest and looks totally away. I will never agree to this. If you want to kill me, just do it. I am not accepting such a totally unfair deal. Luo Si just pushes her huge chest forward again. Why would I kill you? Plus, I actually cannot kill you. I simply want to study you a little bit. Wu Fu's eyes get super suspicious, hearing her say that. Study what exactly? He points a shaky finger right at himself. Luo Si just keeps talking. Study from shallow to deep, from the inside to the outside. Wu Fu quickly covers up his own body, making a pitiful face. Absolutely not, he shakes his head silently, cursing in his mind. Damn it. Luo Si stays sitting with her legs casually crossed. She offers a deal while he sits totally terrified on the dirt. You really are not cute at all, you know. But I like it. Since we are here, let us bet. If you win, you go free. But if you lose, you completely belong to me. But the second he hears her proposal, he instantly asks bet on what exactly. He is fully aware of how bad his current situation really is. I have absolutely no right to refuse anymore. Luo Zi just admires her own hand while smoothly stating her totally insane conditions. I keep a little toy over at the temple. I just woke up from my long hibernation and that guy has gotten a bit naughty. If you can actually kill it and bring its head back here, I will let you go. Wu Fu hears this crazy deal and looks super doubtful. So what do you and I make of this? Is it that simple? Luo Shi smiles confidently. If it was simple, I would not bet. Cocky brats die fast. Stick with me here. Finn grabs this perfect chance to ask. Hey, can you tell me the deal with the astral sword? And what about the whole God King war? Luo Shi doesn't even bother looking at him, but she does drop a quick warning. Bring its head back first, then we'll talk. Oh, and by the way, your friends are heading to the Divine Temple. If you don't go, they're getting torn into 100 pieces. Finn gets dead serious. Where is this Divine Temple? He instantly sprints through the massive tree branches. Luo Zi's warning echoes in his head again. Tonight is going to be incredibly long. It's a full moon, making that monster ridiculously strong. You're supposed to be tough, so don't disappoint me. Right then, the astral sword finally pops out. Let's hurry up and go. I'll get you out of here. Finn glares at it. Where were you earlier? The sword quickly answers. That girl is super annoying and I didn't want her stalking me. Just let it go. Getting out is the main priority. He jumps down. No way. His face turns dead serious. His eyes sharpen. Besides, we can't even leave this place anymore. They are deep inside the dark forest, surrounded on all sides by giant ancient roots and insanely thick branches. A terrifying roar suddenly echoes. Finn looks right at the noise. That monster is super strong, the astral sword rants. It's definitely that crazy Luo Shi's fault. She is clearly targeting you. But Finn immediately corrects it. She's not targeting me, she's aiming straight for you. Right on cue, a massive set of razor-sharp fangs lunges straight at him and the floating sword. He uses his power to form a blade, gripping it tight. Instantly, he swings a brutal slash directly at the incoming monster. One single strike splits the beast entirely in half. But watch this closely because 3 more monsters instantly spawn from the shadows. They lunge right at him. The astral sword actually praises him. You can finally control your aura like a true expert now. You normally couldn't beat beasts like this. But then it starts complaining all over again. Anyway, within a few flashes of the blade, Finn chops the monsters into tiny pieces. He exhales hard, but the sword warns him. You've been burning through aura all day. It warns him the boss monster hiding back there will be insanely tough. Even with your huge energy reserves, wasting it like this is a terrible idea. Finn knows that perfectly well. He nods seriously. Looks like our only option is running away. Those words catch the astral sword completely off guard. Run! Suddenly, a blazing red ring of fire erupts right under Finn's feet. It spreads fast. It blasts outward in every direction and seems to be packing an absolutely massive repulsive force. In a split second, the fire violently explodes. The crazy thrust successfully launches both him and the sword high up. Trying to fly over there, no clue. A bright streak tears through the quiet night sky as they blast off. That glowing streak crash lands in a totally different part of the forest. The huge impact kicks up a massive dust cloud. Meanwhile, Luo Zi uses her magic to watch the whole thing. She smirks, clearly amused. This crazy little brat. He might wreck my whole territory. Should have just kept him here. You and I both know she's secretly enjoying this chaos. A thick cloud of steam rises. Finn just landed and that super heavy crash caves in the ground around him, making a huge crater. He lies there with his eyes tightly shut. His mouth twitches into a tired smile, sweating buckets. Finally, a safe landing. The astral sword immediately starts nagging. What do you mean safe landing? If your body wasn't built completely different from a normal human, you'd be completely dead by now. He forces himself up, arguing right back at the grumpy sword. We were literally chased by a monster horde, okay? Despite being scared to death by his crazy stunt, the sword still honestly warns him. Even so, that explosion you just made was way too loud. What if you attract even more monsters? Get up right now, we need to find a safe spot to rest and recover. Finn puts his hands on his hips. Guess we should head to the Divine Temple. But wait, where is it? That makes the astral sword freak out. You don't even know where the temple is, you just randomly flew away. He points in a random direction. Let's just go that way. The sword screams right in his face. Stop wandering around blind. Isn't that literally where we just came from? Things instantly get super tense between them. The sword blocks Finn's path, yelling, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Suddenly, a sharp growl cuts through the air. Finn whips his head around, eyes locking up in pure shock. A massive towering shadow appears, blocking them completely. This giant monster is absolutely no joke. It's insanely huge. That's where we leave it. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Let's dive right in. The whole area turned into absolute chaos. The beast glares at him and growls, you little brat, are you the one bothering me? Those razor-sharp fangs lunge forward for a deadly attack. And that's not all. The monster follows up with a devastating heavy punch. Raw power flashes by like a lightning bolt. Way too strong. One more hit like that and he's toast. Suddenly, the beast looks completely confused. It wonders, where did he go? Where is he? But Wu Fu's already chilling right on top of the monster's giant head. The beast jumps in total shock. Hey, I'm up here, you're so strong, but why is your brain so incredibly slow? He looks down with a huge cocky grin. With brains like that, how do you get a girlfriend? Think about the poor single guys. His trash talk totally works. The beast gets absolutely furious and lets out a crazy scream. You bastard, I'll kill you. But its massive jaws and razor-sharp fangs snap completely shut, missing him by an absolute mile. Instead, it bites straight into a massive solid tree. That heavy impact leaves the beast totally dizzy and seeing stars. Meanwhile, the Star Spirit Sword urges Wu Fu to hurry up. Let's finish him off and get to the temple. The embarrassed monster is completely enraged after totally missing that wild attack. It keeps yelling, you sneaky little rat, come out, fight me fair and square if you have the guts. Stop playing hide and seek. Wu Fu isn't hiding. He stands directly on its shoulder. Dude, I'm literally on your shoulder right now. Realizing the kid is riding his shoulder, the beast freezes and shuts up. Eyes wide open, it stares at him in total defense mode. When did you even get up there? Oh, I know. You want to sneak attack me, right? I'm not falling for that again. Listening to this monster's dramatic self-talk makes Wu Fu burst out laughing. You are seriously too hilarious. The Star Spirit Sword is super amazed by his progress, but still worried. This guy can actually suppress his spiritual energy perfectly. Plus, dodging the Black Dragon Beast's attack like that, he's moving around without making a single sound. Now pay attention here, this is important. He can use spiritual energy now. His crazy fast progress is impressive, but is this actually good for me? Wu Fu directly asks the beast. Faced with his blunt question, the monster just arrogantly turns its huge head away. Do you know where the temple is? Ha, I'll never tell you unless you can actually manage to defeat me. Before it even finishes speaking, Wu Fu punches it so hard its face twists sideways, tearing up from the pain. Screams of absolute agony echo through the dark, overgrown forest. Right then, the confident voice of the ultimate winner rings out loud and clear. So can you take me there now? Guess you really don't have the right to refuse anymore. Wu Fu sits before the flattened monster and urges it. Come on, hurry up and get up. I didn't even use full strength, stop playing dead. The Star Spirit Sword is secretly blown away by his crazy power. Internally, it's wondering, is this some ancient clan's bloodline power? The vast forest stretches out alongside those rolling mountains. Everything is completely swallowed by darkness. The only light comes from the bright, perfectly round moon hanging high in the sky. Why do you want to go there anyway? The temple is extremely dangerous right now. Someone super powerful is inside. The beast just lets him stand on its head now. Why find him? To kill him, Wu Fu says without hesitating. You and I both see his pure determination. The sword is totally stunned. Are you really going? He glances over at the sword. If we don't go, Meng is in serious danger. Besides, you think Li Ke will spare me. What if she takes her anger out on the beastman? The Star Spirit Sword immediately issues a dire warning. She always says one thing and does another. She definitely won't let you off the hook now. He shoots it a cold glare. More like she won't spare you. You dragged me into this mess. Seeing his cold attitude, the sword frantically starts pleading. No, please, we're literally one entity now. My problems are your problems. We're basically family at this point. He turns away reluctantly. Is that so? Then he faces it directly, dropping a barrage of tough questions. Earlier, when Li Ke captured me, why didn't you come out and help me then? I wouldn't have had to run around like crazy. Wu Fu is still chilling on the monster's head. Suddenly, a blinding golden light shines up from another spot deep in the dark forest. Seeing that flash of light, he instantly recognizes it. That's definitely Aoli's spiritual energy. Standing on its head, he commands, "Go, let's hurry over there." Meanwhile, Aoli anxiously asks, "Yameng, are you okay?" Aoli glances at her deeply troubled face. The temple has a divine stone inside. Absolutely no beast dares to approach it. So why are there so many monsters here now? No way. Yameng's entire body suddenly goes completely stiff. Her terrified face is dripping with cold sweat. Hurry, we need to leave. Aoli is totally confused. Yameng, the poor girl's expression just becomes more and more panicked. Her pupils shrink in fear. Maybe we can't go there anymore. And trust me, you're going to want to see what's inside that temple entrance next. Let's dive right in. Glowing red eyes and a menacing voice echo out. Submit now. Wu Fu's face goes completely pale, seeing what's right in front of him. A literal dragon. His eyes widen in absolute terror, pupils shrinking as cold sweat pours down his face. How is there a dragon in the hopeless forest? The beast inside the temple looks absolutely horrifying with its four deep blood-red eyes. Alice hides behind Wu Fu, shaking with pure fear. Her hands tightly grip his shirt. The monster's spiritual energy has already completely swallowed the entire temple. Even the surrounding magic beasts are being mind-controlled by its aura. It's incredibly dangerous. We need to get out of here right now. Wu Fu helplessly grits his teeth, his eyes glued to the temple. If that is true, then it's probably way too late for us to run away. The terrifying magic beast hiding inside looks like a twisted mix between a dragon and a snake, and it radiates an absolutely overwhelming power. Suddenly, another massive roar echoes from the deepest, darkest part of the ancient forest. The beast Wu Fu defeated suddenly senses something horribly wrong in the forest and completely freezes up. I'm not going any further. Wu Fu looks totally confused. What? It lowers its head to explain its total panic. There's a terrifying nightmare-level monster living right over there. My kind tried fighting it to boost their power, but they were absolutely crushed to pieces. Total massacre. Plus, any beasts with weak spiritual energy just become its mindless puppets. It took over the temple, probably stealing its insane power from that magic stone. Wu Fu crosses his arms, a serious look on his face as he wonders a monster. Now watch closely, this is hilarious. If beasts call it a monster, how strong is it? The beast literally screams out, so please just let me go. I don't even have a wife yet. It covers its face as waterfalls of anime tears stream down. I'm so strong, why am I still utterly single? Wu Fu suddenly jumps right off the magic beast's giant head. Alright, fine, get out of here. You already brought us to the right place anyway. I won't ruin your chances of starting a family. The moment Wu Fu hops off, the beast immediately sprints away. Goodbye forever, I'll cheer you guys on from back here. Wu Fu just watches helplessly. This guy's incredibly fast. He stands tall on a massive tree branch, his loyal sword spirit floating right by his side. This must be pure animal instinct. It can sense extreme danger that normal humans would never even notice coming. Hearing the sword spirit's exact words, he instantly denies it with a smirk. I'm not a normal human either. But first I need to go see what this monster actually is. Meanwhile, in another corner of the forest, Wu Fu and Alice are also hiding out on a giant branch. Wu Fu asks with deep concern, "Alice, are you feeling better yet?" The tired girl uses both hands just to prop herself up and answers, "Much better. Earlier I felt like my heart was literally going to explode. That aura is insane." Wu Fu stares over at the mysterious temple, totally confused. How could something like that even appear here? Alice follows his gaze. I have no idea. Plus, it completely ignores the magic stone's power. Do you think Luke actually released this thing here? She watches intently while trying to piece things together in her head. The temple is supposed to be safe only because of the magic stone. Its aura can control every single magic beast around. Could this monster really be strong enough to completely bypass the magic stone? You're probably wondering the exact same thing I am right now. Wu Fu joins in. I don't know, but our main priority is just escaping alive. What do you think its goal is summoning so many beasts here? Suddenly, Alice senses a very weird shift in the space around them. She quickly closes her eyes to focus. It seems like the monster is using telepathy to communicate with the rest of the beasts. Let me try to tune into it. A chilling voice suddenly echoes through the empty space. My loyal subjects, let me rule the hopeless forest. Submit to my absolute power. Kill all the intruders. But Alice's mental eavesdropping doesn't last very long at all. The temple beast instantly spots her presence. How bold! Its terrifying, threatening voice makes her completely jump out of her skin. The mental backlash is so intense that she violently coughs up a huge mouthful of blood. Wu Fu panics Alice. But she doesn't even have time to explain before urgently shouting, "We have to go now." A massive shadow creeps up the tree toward them. Right as Alice's desperate warning ends, we are spotted. Wu Fu aggressively grabs Alice and pulls her tight. He instantly leaps high into the air to dodge the massive beast completely wrapping around their giant tree. It slithers up. Damn it, in the blink of an eye, the monster catches up to them, staring right at its tiny prey. With glowing eyes, it drops a lethal threat. Intruders do not even try to run. Wu Fu looks back in absolute shock. A brutal spiritual energy blasts straight out from the beast's deep, dangerous eyes. That heavy energy instantly crushes down on his very heart. Wu Fu feels like he is being strangled. His face turns completely white from the pain as his arms go limp during the freefall. Damn it, I'm blacking out. Alice, who he was holding so tightly, slowly slips right out of his grasp and his fading vision. Alice is still helplessly free-falling through the open air. Suddenly, a fast blur streaks over from the distance and a hand grabs her shoulder to steady her. As the girl completely loses consciousness, Wu Fu easily catches Alice in his arms, looking down at Wu Fu with a super cocky smirk. "Long time no see, you aren't dying, right?" Wu Fu's face darkens instantly. "Who is dying? Trust me, we are definitely gonna love what happens next. Stick with me here, you and I are about to watch." His eyes light up with pure determination, racing to chop off that monster's head first. Wu Fu casually props Yameng against a tree. "Oh, I totally agree," he says, "but how about you go ahead and clean up the useless minions first? Leave this guy to me." Ao Li instantly objects. "Hold on, why the heck do you get him?" Wu Fu skips the small talk and lets his actions do the chatting. He literally explodes into a badass layer of pure fire aura. Ao Li takes one look and immediately recognizes that spicy energy. Yep, that is pure fire chi. Insanely pure fire chi at that. This dude can casually spam it now. Seeing that Ao Li has fully caught on to his crazy power level, Wu Fu glances back. "Guess I will leave this side to you then." And with that smooth line, he just pieces out, leaving Ao Li standing there slightly stunned. He drops his head, his dramatic anime hair perfectly hiding his facial expression, but a tiny smirk appears on his lips. Why is everyone just like Yameng talking to themselves? Right at that moment, a creepy monster sneaks right up to where he and Yameng are standing. It opens its massive jaws to strike, but before it can even scratch anyone, it suffers a brutal amount of damage directly from Ao Li. He decides not to bicker with Wu Fu anymore and instead looks genuinely pretty satisfied now. Honestly, this works out great. Yameng is way safer, sticking with me anyway. Meanwhile, the poor girl is completely knocked out cold, pure exhaustion written all over her face. Ao Li just stands there watching her, deciding he might as well trash these annoying pests. Cutting to a totally different vibe, Wu Fu is currently staring down the giant beast right by the temple. Next to this thing, he literally looks like a speck of dust. Even Star Sword is pretty shocked seeing this monstrosity. It blurts out, "What is this beast?" Wu Fu gets instantly curious. "Wait, do you actually know this thing? It looks insanely strong. It is nothing like the other trash mobs in the hopeless forest. This kind of heavy pressure is definitely not normal. Now pay attention here, this is wild." Star Sword drops a massive theory. "Nope, don't know it, but dragon-type beasts went extinct ages ago. They seriously do not exist anymore. This freak of nature was probably fused together by Li Ke using a bunch of different monsters." Wu Fu is confused. "Fused together," Star Sword keeps explaining. "Exactly. Back when the legendary dragon beasts got wiped out entirely. Add human arrogance into the mix and bam, fusion beasts were born. They literally hunt down the leftover bones of those extinct dragons, melting them down to rebuild an artificial monster just like this one." He asks to double-check. "So this thing is a straight-up Frankenstein monster?" Star Sword agrees, but immediately drops a huge warning about how broken its power actually is. Even if it is just a patched-together freak, it still has the lingering essence of a real dragon beast coursing through its veins, meaning it inherited the crazy dragon ability to naturally command all beast aura. Staring down at this insanely huge and terrifying boss, the sword can hardly believe its own eyes. Who knew Li Ke could actually craft something this busted? Wu Fu confidently draws his blade. He grips the hilt tightly in his hand. "Pretty cool. I have honestly never faced a monster quite like this before." You and I know he isn't scared. He stands tall, faces the giant freak and yells, "Bring it on." The monster charges in for the kill and Wu Fu rushes right back with his sword. Both massive forces violently smash together, sparking a brutal shockwave. All four of the beast's eyes start glowing intensely bright as it steps back and focuses all its raw power into a single deadly point. Aiming straight for him, the monster unleashes an incredibly heavy attack that forms into a blinding, perfectly straight beam of energy. Tearing through space as it fires, Wu Fu gets instantly blasted away by the crazy impact. But surprisingly, he doesn't take a single scratch. When he finally lands, there is this epic ring of light fully glowing around his body. way too strong. If I didn't have my protective Q shield activated just then, I would have absolutely been shredded into 1,000 pieces. Star Sword gasps out loud. What is this? It is totally blown away by his crazy skill. Wait, you can actually use chi manipulation arts now. He just replies with total boredom. Yeah, I know a little bit. My spiritual sword is completely useless right now. Look at that thick skin. How am I supposed to chop off its head? Hearing him complain, Star Sword quickly throws out an idea. Try a different method. Like using your soul weapon, for example. Where exactly is your soul weapon anyway? Wu Fu hears this and slowly shifts his gaze right over to it. Wait, aren't you literally my soul weapon? Meanwhile, somewhere else deep in the forest, Yameng totally loses her balance and tilts to the side. The girl slowly opens her eyes. Before El Li can even figure out what is happening around them, she gets badly startled by something massively huge. Yameng instantly looks around to check it out. What is that? A creepy creature is literally floating above her head with a dozen eyeballs making her scream in pure terror. Right on cue, Aoli jumps down from out of nowhere. Yameng, you're awake. Hearing his voice, she instantly whips her head around. Aoli, the monster throws its mouth wide open, showing off a row of seriously sharp fangs and violently lunges right at them to attack. Meanwhile, facing the insane rushing attack of his own giant beast, Wu Fu just stays completely calm. You want to eat me? Let's see if you even have the guts. Trust me, you're going to want to see this devastating sword swing. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the chaos. The beast refuses to back down, smashing its huge head into the dirt and shaking the entire ground. It goes totally berserk, launching a wild attack. But our guy moves like lightning, effortlessly dodging every single one of those heavy bone-crushing strikes. Look at his eyes, zero fear. He is chilling, totally calm, acting like he already knows this victory is absolutely in the bag. The massive monster charges again, opening its jaws wide to swallow him whole, but he easily leaps out of the way just in time. The second his boots hit the dirt, he spins around and swings his sword with insane power. The beast cannot even put up a defense. It takes a direct hit, but wildly it doesn't leave a scratch. Wu Fu spots the opening and immediately jumps onto its back. He grips his sword tight, points the blade straight down, and with an ice-cold glare yells, "Just die." The blade instantly pierces the beast's thick flesh. It thrashes its massive long body around in absolute agony. It shoots straight up, completely blinded by the pain, while Wu Fu keeps that sword pinned deep inside the monster. Seeing the beast freak out like this just confirms his theory. Bingo, that stab definitely hit the sweet spot. Looks like a spirit weapon is genuinely the only thing that can actually damage this guy. Ah Lu and Ah Mang are standing further away watching Wu Fu fight the beast. Man, his moves are way too good. That giant monster feels like a literal toy in Wu Fu's hands. He's just playing around with it. Now pay attention closely here. Even with Wu Fu winning, Ah Meng still looks super worried. Her eyes drop down. Why does she have such a bad feeling? The beast keeps thrashing in pain, so Wu Fu uses the momentum to jump off. He is totally hyped up now. Want to keep playing? The monster answers with another wildly fierce attack. But he dodges with zero effort. The beast completely misses, slamming its heavy attack right into the solid dirt. Dust flies everywhere. Wu Fu softly lands on his feet and just stands aside watching. Seems like spirit energy is the only real threat. This monster is definitely going to watch out for my spirit sword from now on. Ah Lu walks up from behind, making sure to trash talk. Taking this long and you still haven't finished. You really are weak. Wu Fu isn't mad at all, just glancing over. It is just a slippery little eel. Just stand aside and watch. Suddenly, the spirit sword warns him, "Hey kid. This beast knows how dangerous the spirit sword is now, so it will just keep dodging you." But Wu Fu is not scared at all. Sounding super confident, he replies, "Relax, I already have a plan." Right on cue. The beast suddenly rushes him with crazy speed. Wu Fu instantly figures out its game. "Oh, so you want to drain my energy? You really think you can?" Dust immediately flies up everywhere and those dirt clouds get thicker and thicker. I know what you're thinking. He can't see, but Wu Fu just tightly grips his sword, lifting it up high. He dives straight down from above into that thick dust cloud, completely hiding the epic fight from our view. All you see is a piece of the huge beast. Nearby, Ah Meng quickly jumps down to Ah Lu. She yells loudly, "Ah Lu, why aren't you helping Wu Fu? This monster is acting really weird. Wu Fu cannot handle this alone." Ah Lu stays completely still. What is so weird about this beast anyway? It is strictly an oversized mutt. If you are so worried, I will totally save him later if he gets in real danger. His uncaring attitude makes Ah Meng absolutely furious. Why are you so arrogant? I'm telling you that beast is wrong. There is seriously a problem. Listen to me, if anything bad happens to Wu Fu, you are going to answer to me. Ah Lu keeps watching the battle, totally confused by Wu Fu's attack patterns. What in the world is this idiot actually doing? The beast is obviously dodging everything, so why is he just attacking randomly like a madman? We definitely shouldn't have let him handle this monster alone. Suddenly, mid-air, a blinding light flashes and slashes straight across the beast's huge body. The light slams into the dirt. Ah Lu completely freezes. He defeated it. The dust slowly clears. Wu Fu stabs his sword deep into the earth. The beast suddenly turns around to look. He glares back with hidden intent. You thought my target was you. The sword suddenly shines, radiating huge spirit energy. Immediately, countless massive tree roots burst right out of the dirt. These completely gigantic roots. They quickly wrap tight around the beast. The spirit sword is stunned. Kid, how did you do that? Wu Fu doesn't have time to care, casually replying, once I take this beast's head off. So where do we leave this? Elsewhere, Li Kei is happily watching the fight through her special powers. Wu Fu's crazy fighting style makes her feel absolutely thrilled. I mean, it's a mutant demon beast, so its brain is kind of tiny, but it actually knows how to use the hopeless forest's wild energy. This beast is surprisingly smart. Using that much crazy energy, no wonder that mysterious guy is hiding inside it. Who the heck is this god-tier dude? Back to the actual battlefield right now, those absolutely massive roots. They are completely crushing the demon beast's giant body. Ao Li is just standing there watching, absolutely mind-blown by the insane abilities Wu Fu is flexing right now. He frowns. First it was fire and water energy, and now this absolute madman is literally using wood energy too. Mastering it perfectly in such a ridiculously short amount of time. Honestly, maybe this overpowered guy can actually help Yameng. Help her track down that person. Yameng stands beside him, her jaw totally dropped in shock. This is amazing. My trip to the outer heavens is totally guaranteed. Now Wu Fu stands a good distance from the beast and boldly declares, all right, game over. He tightly grips his sword and the blade slowly slices a nasty line right into the beast's thick flesh. Wu Fu stares it down with pure confidence. Struggling before you die. Completely useless. But wait, the beast's eyes suddenly blast wide open and an insane surge of power. It wraps around its body out of absolutely nowhere. Yameng and Ao Li look up, finding countless creepy bats swarming right above them. Ao Li frantically screams out, Wu Fu, get the heck away from that beast. It is literally absorbing the energy of every single monster around here. Now watch closely. He just grips his sword even tighter. Then I definitely cannot back down. Break it. Those massive tree roots. They absolutely cannot hold down a beast that just supercharged itself with all that energy. Thick dust blasts up everywhere, spreading wildly to where Yameng and Ao Li are standing. Wu Fu casually touches down right near them, tilting his head. Wait, is there actually a round two? The demon beast goes completely berserk, and get this, it literally just sprouted a huge pair of wings. Yameng anxiously tries to warn Wu Fu. Ao Li, that monster is way more dangerous now, be careful. But in total contrast to her panic, these two boys are looking at it like it's a complete joke. Wu Fu just smirks. More dangerous, I mean, I feel like it just glued on some ugly wings, right? Ao Li totally agrees. What a coincidence, I was thinking the exact same thing. Wu Fu immediately proposes a bet. Ao Li, let's race to see who chops off its head first. Ao Li smirks with absolute confidence. You're definitely gonna lose. Meanwhile, Li Kei is getting ridiculously hyped up, wild amusement flashing right through her dangerous eyes. How exactly are you brats going to fight this? She thinks about the beast she literally forged herself, knowing damn well she understands its true power the best. I fused that masterpiece together using extremely rare materials. Sure, maybe that first round was just whatever. But now it absorbed the energy of every single monster here and on a full moon too. Do you honestly think that you can just easily kill it? So naive. But you and I both know these two don't care. Wu Fu and Ao Li dive right into attack. They target the wildly raging giant demon beast. Ao Li charges in hot with his dual swords, leaving a massive trail of light, wrapping entirely around the beast's long, creepy body. Ao Li yells out, this thing's armor is way too hard. I can't break through it at all. Right on cue, Wu Fu dashes in from nowhere, then just hang back for a second and leave the heavy lifting to me. The beast counters by blasting out a massive wave of glowing blue energy orbs. Wu Fu whips his sword incredibly fast. He slices those orbs right out of the sky, then he fires back an insanely bright, powerful yellow beam, aiming straight for the beast's new wings. But the wings literally block and shatter the attack instantly. Wu Fu catches himself with one hand on the dirt, looking up not even slightly surprised. High-speed regeneration, huh? You monsters sure do love spamming this cheap power, don't you? Ao Li slides up right behind him. Hitting it like this isn't gonna kill it, man. Wu Fu hears him and turns his head. What are you even doing? Didn't I just tell you to wait back there? Ao Li totally ignores him and puts a hand on his shoulder. He just laughs, lending you a little speed. You are moving way too slow, so I came over to help you out. Ao Li barely even finishes his sentence before Wu Fu completely blasts off, not letting him get another single word in. He unleashes a wildly powerful sword strike, aiming straight for the demon beast, and instantly slices off an entire chunk of its body. It shrieks in pure agony. And in that second, Wu Fu spots the ultimate weakness. Ah, so if I cleanly chop it all the way off, then it completely stops the regeneration. All right then, without hesitating, he ruthlessly unleashes several more brutal slashes right into the beast. It violently thrashes around in pain before slamming hard into the dirt. Wu Fu lands smoothly like a pro. Yeah, this looks way more satisfying. Ya Meng is totally caught off guard seeing Ao Li walk back. Ao Li, what are you doing here? Hurry up and go help Wu Fu. Ao Li just looks away and casually replies, trust me, he's more than enough by himself. He lets out a long exhale. You win this time, bro, but only this time. Back on the battlefield, the giant beast is completely wrecked, collapsing right in front of Wu Fu's feet. And right now, Wu Fu is literally glowing with that legendary main character winner's aura. I'm just too strong. Your head is mine. One clean slash finishes the job, and trust me, that's the kind of epic victory we love to see. Stick with me here because through that energy orb, Luo Xi already sees the final outcome, a fully fused dragon beast. Alright, stick with me, we are jumping right back in. She rests her chin, smirking like crazy. Tell me, should we tell that little punk a few interesting secrets? Suddenly, the sword in Wu Fu's grip starts vibrating wildly. He immediately feels it, lifting the blade to ask. What is wrong with you? You are shaking like a leaf. Weird. Why is there this sudden terrifying dread? Could Li Ke be causing this intense pressure? Ya Meng totally interrupts his thoughts, sprinting over from behind. Wu Fu, are you hurt? Let me check you out, he replies smoothly. Relax. That beast was just completely massive, all bark and no bite. It could never actually hurt me. He shoots a quick glance at Aoli standing nearby. Got something you want to ask? Aoli instantly fires back. How the heck did you actually manage to wound that giant beast? And what was up with that massive burst of wood energy? Ye Meng gets super curious too. Yeah, Wu Fu, how exactly did you summon those giant vines anyway? Wu Fu simply holds up his sword to answer their questions. This blade right here, it is my personal soul weapon. That is exactly how I sliced that beast. As for the crazy vines, he just stares down at the blade in his hands. Didn't you say this hopeless forest is completely packed with natural energy? Ao Li suddenly looks like he realizes something huge. Could it really be him? He quickly rethinks it. But wait, just relying on environmental energy shouldn't spawn that many massive vines. Now watch closely, you are gonna love this part. He reveals a tiny glowing seed. It instantly grows larger, making Yameng gasp in shock. Wu Fu. How on earth did you do that? He lifts the glowing seed right up to his face. This is actually all thanks to you. Remember what you told me before, turn the invisible into the visible. Turn nothing into everything. Gather the raw energy and forge creation itself. Transform energy into the 5 core elements. Standing there, Ao Li instantly thinks to himself, maybe the real time has finally come. Wu Fu stands right next to the massive beast head he just casually chopped off. A monster head this ridiculously huge. How do we even drag this back to Li Ke? Hearing that the star sword completely freaks out. Bring it back. Are you insane? You already saved your friends. We need to leave right now. He holds his chin, shooting the star sword, a highly suspicious, narrow-eyed glare. Ever since we bumped into Li Ke, I get this feeling you keep rushing me to run away. You seriously want zero contact with her, don't you? Are you actually terrified of Li Ke? The star sword defensively denies it instantly. What are you talking about? Why would I ever be scared of Li Ke? Wu Fu stays firmly planted beside the giant beast head, while the star sword hastily explains. She is just a total lunatic who has lived for tens of thousands of years. Getting involved brings zero benefits. I am literally just protecting you. So stop hesitating, grab your little teammates, and let's bounce. Yameng and Ao Li are just standing right there with him, totally lost. I know what you were thinking, he should totally run. But nope. Wu Fu glares at the blade. The more you panic, the more curious I get. I am absolutely going over there. Saying that, he turns back to look at his 2 friends, pointing one hand straight at the severed monster head. I need to drag this trophy to Li Ke in a minute. What are your plans? Yameng answers quickly. Do you even have to ask? Obviously, we are coming with you. Hearing that, he just pouts, throwing up a hand to totally reject her ridiculous idea. Why would you even go? Just head back with Ao Li. Yameng flares up with anger, shouting right back at him. Hey, you are my slave. Thinking you can just ditch your master and run away, keep dreaming. Unable to stop her stubbornness, he helplessly turns to look over at Ao Li. What about you tagging along? Before he can even finish his sentence, Ao Li replies with absolute zero hesitation. I simply cannot let Yameng walk into danger alone. He just forces a helplessly awkward smile. I get it. Let's all go then. The 3 of them move out together, and soon enough they are standing right in front of Li Ke. Still casually lounging on her massive stone throne, she smirks. Not bad. I actually figured it would take you a few days to handle that little toy. Wu Fu steps up, blocking the other 2 behind him. He confidently talks back. Didn't expect me to wrap things up so incredibly fast. Li Ke just waves her hand, blowing out a single breath. Instantly, that giant beast head behind the trio violently explodes into dust. Wu Fu stares with his eyes completely wide open. His face is locked in total shock at her ridiculous power. The strength is terrifying. It was literally just a tiny puff of wind, yet it completely vaporized a monster head that huge. Aoli frowns hard, his eyes going full high alert. She really is a monster who has lived for tens of thousands of years. Ya Meng can't hide her absolute terror either. So scary, I totally should have let Aoli take me home. Li Qi rests her chin on one hand, casually leaning back. Her lips curl up into a faint smirk. All right, then ask whatever you want. I will answer you as long as it is within my scope of knowledge. While Ye Meng cowers behind him, Wu Fu shows zero fear, firing off a whole barrage of heavy questions straight at her. What exactly is the Star Sword? What was the God King War? And tell me who is the guy trapped inside this blade? Li Ke narrows her ancient eyes slightly at his rapid-fire interrogation. Way too many questions. Truly a bottomless pit of greed, but I kinda like it. She extends her hand, finally starting to answer the massive lore drop he just demanded. The Star Sword is a ridiculously powerful artifact. Ever since I was born, this exact blade has been passed down through the mortal world. So what do we make of this? Even she doesn't know the full details, but legends say this sword holds the raw power of the universe. Grab the astral sword and boom, you rule the universe. Wu Fu asks her about it, dead serious. That explains why everyone is fighting over this blade. Deep down, he's kicking himself. Why didn't he notice this insane power before reincarnating? He never expected the blade in his hands to pack such an unbelievable punch. Alex is standing right behind him, catching every single word of Wu Fu's big question. He thinks it over. Maybe it's finally time to tell him the truth about Amy. So the God King War was just a massive brawl for the astral sword. Wu Fu's not messing around. But Luo Shi just smirks, the corners of her mouth dipping. Only partially true, actually. Luo Shi explains that the war was basically just a bunch of overpowered cultivators punching each other for the ultimate strongest title. It was a completely pointless battle, honestly. The astral sword showing up just made the whole bloodbath a little more spicy. What's wrong, brat, you scared? Wu Fu glances down at the astral sword right beside him. The sword quickly makes up an excuse. Just unseal me already so I can teach you to become God King. You guys keep talking, I'll go take a nap. But suddenly the sword flinches like it realized something terrifying. It turns around and sees Luo Shi's absolutely murderous expression. Wu Fu watches it stutter out an apology before completely bailing out. Wu Fu presses on. Why is that sword so terrified of you? Hearing this, Luo Shi's eyes instantly roll with pure boredom. Because back in the day, he begged for my love. Wu Fu hears this and instantly looks super skeptical. Still doesn't explain the fear. Even by beast standards, Lord Luo Shi is a straight-up stunning beauty who could break any guy's heart. Was it because of her beast status? Luo Shi just tilts her head and smirks. Now pay attention because this twist is hilarious. It's not some shallow reason like that. The main reason is she suddenly lifts her leg up high, revealing what's underneath her skirt, looking down with a grin. I am exactly like you boys. That reveal hits Wu Fu and Alex like an absolute freight train. Amy innocently asks, like what, Alex is completely helpless here. You're still young, don't worry about topics like this. Okay, Wu Fu quickly covers his mouth and coughs to clear the awkwardness. Oh, so that's why. Anyway, final question, Luo Shi. Where exactly is the world beyond? Luo Shi just holds out her hand and smiles. Aren't you standing in the world beyond right now? Wu Fu asks back, completely lost. What does that mean? Luo Shi snaps her fingers. The entire space around Wu Fu instantly shifts, completely startling him. What is this? Luo Shi casually leans back against a massive tree. She crosses one arm, the other hand holding up a glowing globe. Oh, it's just a little visual trick. But it works perfectly to explain things. The globe floats right out of Luo Shi's hand, slowly drifting over to Wu Fu. Amy sees the globe and immediately gasps. That ball is so pretty. Luo Shi starts breaking down the planet's actual structure. This right here is called Earth. A tiny little world with severely restricted aura. Barely any spirit energy there at all. Wu Fu stares at her, his mind racing. She totally saw through me. Luo Shi crosses her arms, continuing. Let that sink in for a second. This universe is incredibly huge, holding 9 other planets packed with life and spirit energy. If I remember right, these planets are called the 9 Outer Realms. She looks him dead in the eye. Right now, the planet hovering before your eyes is the one we are standing on. It is called Freya. Amy's eyes go super wide hearing this lore drop. We're actually inside this giant ball right now. That is so cool. In complete contrast to her pure excitement, Wu Fu just looks incredibly done with this. What is so interesting about basic gravity? This is literally middle school science. Alex, who has been quiet this whole time, finally speaks up. So, the other worlds out there are called the world beyond. Luo Shi doesn't deny it. Pretty smart. Suddenly, Amy blurts out, then how am I ever supposed to find that person? Wu Fu throws a side glance at the kid. So Amy's whole reason for coming to the world beyond was to find someone. Luo Xi answers her honestly. Since the world beyond isn't just one exact place, finding one specific person across infinite worlds is way harder than finding a needle in a haystack. Alex steps forward, bowing his head respectfully. Lord Luo Xi, could you please tell me exactly where Lumina is located? Luo Xi points her hand toward a planet floating nearby. This one is Lumina, basically the closest neighboring planet to Freya. Alex immediately asks his next question. Then how exactly do we get there, Lord Luo Xi? Seeing Alex act so eager, Amy instantly yells out in sheer annoyance. Alex, what on earth are you doing? Wu Fu stays quiet, piecing it all together. That's where we leave it for now, with Luo Xi pointing deep into the forest. Stick with me here, we are about to explore a towering snow mountain north of the hopeless forest, hiding a portal to the outside world. But this portal might not go straight to Lian Lai. Wu Fu wonders, is there actually something wrong with it? Li Ke replies with a cold tone, I have no idea. As far as I can remember, cultivators who pass through this door get sent to totally random worlds. Wu Fu startles at that crazy answer. He slowly thinks it over. So that is how it works. No wonder. Last time, Luo Xi, Fatty, and 2 others came along with him, but he somehow ended up here all by himself. Turns out the Ascension Array is just a random portal to other dimensions. He looks up at the starry sky, filled with heavy worry. Where in the world did Luo Xi and the others end up? Meanwhile, in another universe, Luo Xi violently swings her heavy sword. A massive beast's head violently slams into the dirt, fresh blood spilling endlessly. Meng Meng quickly runs up from behind, looking incredibly worried about her. Sister-in-law, are you okay? Luo Xi glances back over her shoulder. Just a tiny insignificant beast. Nothing to worry about at all. Still no news about Wu Fu yet. Meng Meng quickly shakes her head and replies nothing. But she flashes a cheerful thumbs up to encourage her. Do not worry, Brother Fu is incredibly lucky and just super outstanding. Even without us by his side, absolutely nothing bad will happen to him. Luo Xi tightly clenches her fists. That is true. Worrying too much is completely useless right now. My only real concern is whether I can actually stand strong by his side. Her raw words make Meng Meng freeze, totally unable to speak. Luo Xi raises her hand, squeezing it into a fist. We both felt that one. Back on Earth, whenever Wu Fu faced massive threats, all I could do was just stand there and watch. Completely useless. But now, arriving in this new world, I finally realize what it means when they say there is always a higher peak. There is always someone stronger. Even in this realm, those cultivators. At the origin soul tier manipulate spiritual energy way better than us. Meng Meng looks totally stunned. What do you mean? Luo Xi stares intensely at her clenched fist. This is our perfect chance to stop quietly hiding behind Wu Fu. Without him here during this brutal storm, we simply have to get stronger. So incredibly strong that when we finally reunite with him, we will be his absolute best backup, not just dead weight anymore. Meng Meng excitedly throws up a fist, totally matching her fierce energy, showing pure determination. You are absolutely right. From now on, I am going to train super hard. By then, Brother Fu will be completely blown away. Wen Feng walks over from a distance, gently holding a tiny beast in her arms. I honestly cannot believe you actually mastered water spiritual energy in just a few short days. You do not look like a cultivator from a lower world at all. Luo Xi points right at herself. It is entirely thanks to your amazing help, Sister Wen Feng. Honestly, without your family, elders personally guiding me, how could I ever improve this insanely fast? Wen Feng quickly replies, your current achievements are all earned by your own sweat, so there is no need to be so humble. Masters only point the way. Your cultivation depends entirely on your own effort. Flashing a polite smile, she asks with deeply curious eyes, you are my sworn sister, so helping you is completely natural. Speaking of which, I actually just noticed something. Your mindsets have totally shifted. Did you two just make some massive resolution? Luo Xi blushes a deep red, quietly mumbling to herself. Wen Feng giggles playfully. Does this have something to do with that guy you dream about day and night? You saw that coming too, right? Luo Xi's face burns even redder in pure silence. Wen Feng then turns her attention over to ask Meng Meng. Right, how is Fatty Wang doing with his training lately? Meng Meng awkwardly scratches her head. Oh, that zero progress on his end, honestly. You need to work harder than him. Wen Feng looks up into the distance. Wu Fu, if there's a chance, I definitely need to meet this guy. Deep in the dark forest, thick trees surround them, completely amplifying every single tiny sound until it feels enormous. Wu Fu rubs his nose and frowns in pure confusion. Wait a second, can cultivators actually catch a cold? He and Ya Meng are sitting right by a campfire. Ya Meng looks super worried. What is wrong? Did you catch a cold? He shakes his head quickly at her question. Ya Meng stares at him and asks directly, were the things Lord Li Ke said actually true? Wu Fu answers her with a truly rock-solid gaze. She is a 10,000-year-old legendary beast after all, so her words are definitely trustworthy enough for us to believe. After saying that, he falls completely into a state of deep, heavy thought. looking back on absolutely everything since his rebirth aside from Earth and all his past memories. Everything after his ascension is completely different. Could it be because he broke the rules and skipped the normal process entirely? Or is 30,000 years just too long, making him forget crucial facts? Or did he actually lose some of his memories during the ascension? He glances at Aoli, who is casually leaning against a tree right behind him. Aoli, do you not have anything to share with us? He skips the small talk entirely and gets straight to the point. Why ask where Lian Lai is? Does it actually involve Ya Meng? Ya Meng quickly asks if that person is in Lian Lai, and Aoli bluntly replies, yes. That is where we leave it. Trust me, you are going to want more. Let us dive right in. Ya Meng totally loses it at Aoli, demanding answers immediately. Let's dive right into this wild family drama. Wu Fu quickly defends him, saying to cool off because Alex definitely had his reasons for keeping quiet. Three tiny figures stand alone in the massive pitch-black forest. Wu Fu completely breaks the tension, raising his hand to ask a quick question. Is the guy Amy keeps talking about actually her father? Alex drops his act and just spills the truth. Yes, the man Amy has been searching for this whole time is indeed her dad. Alex gets super serious, just mentioning the guy, explaining that this man was also his master, the exact person who raised him. Wu Fu looks totally shocked as the puzzle pieces finally click. He rubs his chin, putting on his best thinking face. Putting all those past events together, he hits the nail on the head. No wonder you always got so wildly triggered over Amy. Turns out she is actually your adopted sister. Amy just stubbornly crosses her arms, totally refusing to accept it. No way am I ever calling him my big brother. The little girl looks away, avoiding eye contact with both of them like a total pro. He never even helped when I got bullied, and he hid my dad's location. Catching onto the drama, Wu Fu quickly steps up with a totally reasonable suggestion. If you want to clear things up, just spit out the truth. Suddenly, we flash back to the past into yet another creepy forest. This one is huge and super dense. Vicious insults keep echoing out. Watch where you are going, you useless little beggar. Back then, Alex was just a tiny kid covered head to toe in massive bruises. Exhausted, he can barely keep himself propped up against a giant tree, just waiting for whatever awful thing happens next, completely clueless about his fate. His tiny body feels incredibly heavy, starving, and totally drained. Now pay attention, this part gets real heavy. Am I about to die? Tears well up in his exhausted, battered eyes. Yeah, wouldn't dying just be so much easier? Then all these problems would finally vanish. Right as he slowly starts losing his grip on reality, two blurry figures suddenly pop up in the distance. Aaron, this poor kid is fading fast. We need to save him right now. Total darkness instantly swallows him up and Alex completely blacks out. But eventually, he finally manages to force his heavy eyes open again. The very first thing he spots is a pair of cute animal ears. Alex jerks awake in a total panic, quickly realizing he is not alone here. There is actually a little girl right there with him. A voice echoes from across the room. Amy, stop bothering your new big brother. The warm woman standing right in front of him is actually Amy's mom. She steps closer, checking on him with genuine concern. Are you awake? How are you feeling now? Her face practically glows with pure gentle kindness, probably because he hasn't eaten a single bite in days. His stomach violently growls in loud protest. Little Amy, completely innocent back then, just asks, Mom, this new boy is making a super weird noise. The mom happily laughs and answers Amy that funny noise is just his empty tummy rumbling. She reaches a warm, welcoming hand out toward young Alex. Come on over, you woke up just in time for dinner. Feeling that incredible motherly warmth, Alex just completely breaks down, tears immediately flooding his face. You and I both know this is a total tearjerker. Amy innocently asks, Mom, is the boy raining? Her mother gently smiles. What is your name, sweetie? Where are your parents? He nervously stutters out, I am Alex. His face instantly drops to the floor as he speaks. I am an orphan. I have no clue where my parents are. The mom turns right around and asks Aaron a huge question. Would it bother you at all if we added one more bowl and chopsticks to our table? The man expertly chopping dinner is Amy's actual father. He turns around, still holding the cooking knife. When we are not around, he can be the one to protect our little Amy. And just like that, Alex finally gained a real family. That entire day, pure laughter echoed out from their simple little cabin in the woods. Amy, from now on, you better listen to your older brother. Okay, hurry up and say hi to him. This is so awesome, I finally have a big brother. Snapping back to the present, Alex is still wrapping up his emotional backstory. After that, my foster parents raised me so I never had to wander alone again. Hearing the full story, Wu Fu finally understands the whole picture. So that explains it. Alex sighs and continues his story, but life is totally unpredictable, and a massive disaster suddenly struck them. He remembers the exact day the nightmare started. Amy's mom fell incredibly sick out of nowhere, so her dad rushed off to the Nexus City to find a cure. But tragically, her mom just could not hold on long enough for him to return. Alex's face suddenly hardens with pure, fierce determination. I carry her mother's final dying wish on my shoulders. Thanks to the tribal chief stepping in to help, we actually managed to survive. Wu Fu listens to the story completely heartbroken for them. I had no idea you guys had to go through such horrible stuff. That is when Amy finally speaks up again. Her face is completely shadowed now, making it totally impossible to read her real expression. That is exactly why I desperately want to reach the Outland to track down my dad and interrogate him myself. Why did he never come back during her absolute final moments? Did he just decide to throw us away like garbage? Amy snaps back, how do you even know he is at the Nexus? Alex leans against a massive tree, explaining honestly, it is super weird. There is this strange connection between your dad and me, and that bond is telling me that he is probably hiding out in the Nexus right now. Amy practically steams with pure anger. That old fox, why did he only tell me that dad went to the Outland, huh? Alex panics because with just our power, and that is where we leave it, trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Stick with me here, things are getting wild. Oliver admits it's all pure fantasy. Plus Amber is his only family, so he can't let anything bad happen to her. Amber tilts her head, super curious. Wait, so you guys completely made up a heavenly realm that doesn't even exist? Exactly. Oliver keeps explaining that this is exactly why he tried so insanely hard to stop her at every single Beast Brawl tournament. He wanted to make it so tough she just quit. Amber literally scoffs and turns away, acting like a total brat. You want me to quit? In your dreams, Wyatt shoots him a total side-eye. So why the sudden change of heart now? Oliver just stands there. But then his gaze locks dead onto Wyatt. Because of you. Wyatt looks super confused, like, huh? So Oliver finally explains his real reason. You have this absolutely freakish natural talent. Seriously, ever since you busted out of the deadly depths in just 0 time flat, you completely mastered 4 totally different types of spiritual energy. Honestly, you can probably control absolutely every single elemental property out there without breaking a sweat. And don't even get me started on that insane soul weapon. With you standing by Amber's side, absolutely nothing bad is going to happen. Wyatt crosses his arms, completely annoyed by this pitch. So I'm just Amber's meat shield now. Give me one good reason why I should help you. His sassy attitude instantly sets Amber off. Excuse me, you're literally my loyal servant. Isn't helping your absolute master the most obvious thing in the world? Oliver takes a heavy step forward. I'm literally begging you. Amber is going to find out eventually, and the road to Lotus City is essentially a death trap. Even master cultivators like her old man are locked up in Lotus City. There's just no way I can keep Amber safe all by myself. Now pay close attention to his face. He grabs Wyatt's shoulders, acting like he's begging, but he looks like a straight-up serial killer. Please, Wyatt. We desperately need your power. His creepy, intense vibe actually completely freaks Wyatt out, leaving cold sweat dripping down the poor guy's face. Is this seriously how you ask someone for a favor? But Wyatt ultimately decides not to reject him, just letting out a super long, heavy sigh. Whatever. Having 2 insanely overpowered bodyguards tagging along to Lotus City isn't the worst idea anyway. Amber instantly starts cheering like crazy. I completely knew my sweet Wyatt would look out for his master. Wyatt just turns his back, his brain totally spinning. Literally everything happening right now is coming from totally unpredictable directions. Plus, ever since he busted out of the deadly depths, his own body is getting stupidly hard to control. Helping them is basically helping himself. But what if things actually go completely sideways? That Oliver dude might not even have his back. Meanwhile, over at the sacred shrine, a bunch of those crazy beastman guys have already gathered around. One of the goons steps up. Chief, is the Divine Stone doing okay? The old chief leans heavily on his cane and replies, the Divine Stone is totally fine. Did you guys find absolutely anything else? The rest of the monster squad immediately starts giving him their full status report. Right in front of them lies the massive monster corpse that Wyatt totally bodied earlier. The beast's body is sliced up with absolute terrifying perfection. Just one single strike took its entire life. The spiritual energy left over is obviously the exact signature aura that Oliver uses. But this demonic beast is super weird. Whether you check its own aura or the energy clinging to that fatal cut mark, it probably belongs to the exact same intruder those wolf guys kept whining about. The old chief violently grinds his teeth together. Where is that cowardly wolf? Let's hit pause and switch gears. Somewhere else in the forest, Wyatt is literally taking a nap on the dirt. Suddenly, a loud voice echoes out, little Wyatt. Out of nowhere, the solid ground beneath his resting body turns into a massive swirling vortex. Wyatt jerks awake, snapping his head around to check his surroundings. What the heck is going on? That creepy voice just now. Then it suddenly clicks, he's trapped inside the exact same creepy pocket dimension from the deadly depths. His spiritual energy is flowing just fine, but his spirit sword is completely jammed up. Could it be? A shady figure casually steps up from behind. Don't panic, it's exactly what you're thinking. Wyatt instantly recognizes him. It's you, the totally annoying fake clone from the deadly depths. And now he's standing right in front of his face again. We meet again, Wyatt. But Wyatt stays super chill, just staring the guy down. You. A crazy thought immediately flashes through his mind. This absolute roach is actually still alive. The fake clone glares at him with super dangerous eyes. What's wrong? Aren't you completely thrilled to see an old friend? He gets right in Wyatt's face. Let me guess you're trying to figure out how I survived. Wyatt claps back with his own question. What's your big master plan this time? Getting ready to try and steal my identity again. The fake just smiles like a total creep. Don't forget we have a symbiotic thing going on here, helping and keeping each other completely in check. Replacing you is totally going to happen eventually, just not right now. The only reason I popped out today is just to casually answer some of your burning questions. Wyatt looks at him like he's crazy. Answers. Pretty sure I didn't ask you for absolutely anything. The fake's mouth curls into a nasty smirk, his eyes literally glowing. You seriously don't need my help? Don't you want to know why even up until now? Literally nothing matches up with all your memories from your past life. Wyatt shuts him down with zero hesitation. Nope. And honestly, so what if things match my past life, and so what if they don't? My ultimate goal is never ever going to change. The fake smirk stretches even wider across his face. Such bold ambition, so much spine. Too bad you completely wasted your entire past life. Wyatt glares at him. What does that mean? The fake smirks. What do I mean? Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Let's dive right into this crazy mystery. He grinds his teeth violently, grabbing Wu Fu's collar. Did you seriously only remember becoming the God King after your rebirth? She's been waiting for you to save her. Have you completely forgotten? Wu Fu feels super uncomfortable. What the heck are you talking about? I haven't forgotten anything. Becoming the God King and getting my sweet revenge has always been my absolute #1 goal. The fake imposter slowly releases his tight grip on Wu Fu's collar. Is that so? Looks like you really did forget. He shoves him away. Get lost. Wu Fu gets sucked backward by the sheer force of the push. The fake says coldly, you are not welcome here. Wu Fu is dragged away by the crazy suction force, still screaming his head off. Wait, explain yourself right now. The dimension slams shut. The fake turns his back to him. Before you go, I'll give you a nice little friendly warning. Do not trust the guy inside the spirit sword. Suddenly, a hand rests gently on his shoulder from behind. Wu Fu, sweetie. The woman wraps her arms around the fake's shoulders. He replies with a completely emotionless poker face. Don't worry, Mom. I will definitely save you. Then I will destroy the God King Palace. Wu Fu jolts awake, bolting upright with cold sweat rolling right down his cheeks. Watch closely here, folks. What the heck did that guy mean? Did I actually forget something major? Damn it all. Next time we meet, I'm absolutely forcing him to spill everything he knows. He is suddenly startled by Alice loudly calling his name out. Wu Fu, what are you mumbling about over there? Oliver is already completely geared up for their next task. He quickly hurries him. Since you're finally awake, let's get moving. Our very first step to reaching Lan Lai is getting the heck out of this hopeless forest. Their goal is helping Alice finally get recognized by the tribe. All three are ready for the upcoming journey. Wu Fu looks totally confused. Didn't I already help Alice pass that one time? Oliver immediately shoots him down. That time was officially judged as cheating, buddy. So it's super hard for Alice to get tribal approval. Wu Fu helplessly side-eyes her. He can't believe it's been this long and she still hasn't become an officially recognized beastskin by her own tribe. Hilarious. Alice glares at him with bright red eyes. So what? Got a problem? He instantly backs down. Alright, fine, let's just go. But honestly, he still couldn't stop thinking about the wild stuff that imposter said earlier. Even though he has zero clue what that guy meant, he knows that one day he'll definitely uncover the real truth. Outside the forest, someone suddenly yells out loud, Chief, we just spotted Oliver's group. The old chief walks over. They made it out. He urges everyone, let's go ask what happened. Wu Fu, Alice, and Oliver stroll right out of the forest. Alice cheerfully cheers at the top of her lungs. This is so great. We finally made it out. I, the amazing Alice, have finally passed the hopeless forest trial, relying purely on my own incredible hard work. I know what you're thinking. Wu Fu stays quiet, but he is secretly judging her hard. Your hard work. Didn't Oliver and I literally do all the heavy lifting? Oliver glances at him, unable to stop himself from sighing out loud. Alice really managed to find herself a surprisingly excellent slave assistant. Alice confidently puts both hands on her hips, grinning from ear to ear. I seriously want to find someone right now to tell my heroic tale. Suddenly a booming voice interrupts her super joyful bragging session. Then why don't you tell your heroic tale to me? Wu Fu is a bit surprised, but Alice looks like she just saw a literal ghost. The old chief greets her with a smile. Long time no see, little lion. Alice happily throws her arms wide, running straight toward the chief. Grandpa, but instead of a sweet, heartwarming hug, Alice furiously grabs the old man by his collar, completely losing her mind. You old fox, you dared to trick me. The outer heaven isn't even a real place. The poor old man can only pathetically beg. Easy now, gentle, my collar is ripping. Oliver sees her going crazy and immediately shouts out a loud, firm warning. Alice, do not be disrespectful. The chief only wanted what was best for you. Alice finally lets go of the poor old chief. She turns away totally reluctant. Yeah, I guess we can pretend it was for my own good. The chief, finally free from Alice, immediately starts his brutal interrogation. So is this the outsider who recklessly barged into the hopeless forest? Alice suddenly screams out, making him jump out of his skin. Wu Fu isn't like that. The chief immediately barks an order to Oliver. Oliver, take Alice to the back right now. I have some serious words for this young man. Now it's just Wu Fu and the intimidating chief. Wu Fu stands right in front of him calmly, explaining, I honestly don't think we have anything to talk about. I just accidentally got totally lost. I had zero intention of breaking into the hopeless forest. The old chief doesn't deny it, but he continues probing for more answers. Right. But then why did I hear that you're Alice's slave and you supposedly cheated in the big beast fighting tournament and even beat someone up? He slowly opens his eyes. Finally, you found someone to guide you out of this place. Not only do you lack common sense, but you also trespass into the hopeless forest. Alice looks incredibly worried now. You and I know things are getting tense. Oliver reassures her, don't worry, the great chief won't make things too difficult for Wu Fu. Back over here, Wu Fu doesn't even try to deny the old chief's wild accusations. He just figures, whatever you say, old man. All right, stick with me here. You guys are all exactly the same, the old man laughs. You really have a great temper. Then he immediately summons another beastman. You wolf, tell me the absolute truth right now. Is this the guy who helped Yameng cheat and then beat you up before rushing straight into the hopeless forest? The beastman smirks and agrees. Huozi, standing behind the patriarch, looks insanely smug. He claims this outsider cheated at the beast fighting festival to help Yameng defeat his 8 tigers, and when I brought up an inspection, he actually attacked me. He is framing Wu Fu. Huozi claims that when he tried to escort him away, he ignored all warnings and recklessly charged right into the hopeless forest. This forced Yameng and Ao Li to go in there looking for him. The old patriarch casually asks, do you have anything else to say, Wu Fu? Total silence. He does not speak. The old patriarch chuckles. Then do not blame me, kid. He suddenly calls out to a different beastman. Li Qi. Wu Fu starts cracking his knuckles. Oh yeah, he is fully prepped for a brawl. Looks like I gotta fight my way out, and then figure out an escape plan later. But suddenly Li Qi steps up and brutally slams Huozi's head straight into the dirt. Wu Fu is genuinely shocked by this crazy move. Pinned to the ground, a terrified Huozi stammers out, patriarch. Now watch closely, here is where it flips. The patriarch glares down in disgust. You stupid wolf, did you think I would believe your lies? Now it is just Wu Fu and the patriarch left alone. The old man stands a few steps away, hands casually clasped behind his back. That bizarre monster at the temple, you were the one who killed it, right? Wu Fu does not even blink. Yeah, so what? And what if I didn't? The patriarch slowly turns to look at him, and suddenly, an insanely heavy aura explodes from the old man. It is fine. I just wanted to say your strength is pretty impressive, but honestly, you really need to learn some respect, he says. Wu Fu is completely caught off guard by this insane pressure. This old fox is actually a Supreme Realm powerhouse. Their chat is over. Ao Li finally walks over. Well, what did the patriarch say to you? Wu Fu does not even bother looking at him. Nothing important. I just did not expect your leader to be a Supreme Realm powerhouse. Ao Li looks totally confused. Supreme Realm powerhouse? What? What are you even talking about? Wu Fu finally glances over. Wait, seriously, you do not know? He immediately starts breaking it down for Ao Li. It is how we rank cultivation power levels. If we go by standard cultivator rules, then that old fox chatting it up with Yameng is sitting right at the Supreme Realm. Ao Li just nods, listening closely. I have lived in the Beastman tribe my whole life and never heard of ranking strength by realms. Pretty interesting, actually. Wu Fu keeps going. The ranks go like this. First is the Key Gathering Realm. Then Profound Connection, Shape Transformation, Primordial Spirit, Void Return, Tao Integration, and the Venerable Realm. Followed by Spirit Condensation, Deity Transformation, Tribulation, Crossing, Divine, Venerable, Supreme Realm, Holy Venerable, and finally the Divine King. Right now, I am only at the Venerable Realm, way weaker than that old fox. Both of them suddenly turn their heads the same way. Let that sink in for a second. Ao Li is stunned. I never expected power scaling to be this complicated. So what rank do you think I am at? Faced with Ao Li's question, Wu Fu gives it to him completely straight. He hits him with a judging side eye. Who knows? You beastmen have this totally unique way of condensing your strength. Your aura concealment is way too weird to read. But Wu Fu's eyes stay locked onto something else entirely. But that old fox is a different story. Right now, he is just watching the backs of the Patriarch and Yameng as they talk. Meanwhile, in a totally different world, Luo Si is intensely focused on cultivating her powers in a tiny room. Suddenly, the door creaks open. Someone steps inside. Wenfeng strolls into the room with a smirk. Hey gorgeous, why are you always burying your head in cultivation? Staying inside is a total crime in this nice weather. Luo Si snaps out of her trance. Sister Wen Feng, why did you come over? Wen Feng immediately leans down and playfully strokes Luo Si's cheek, making her blush hard. Look, I know you want to get strong so you won't burden your little lover later, but you gotta realize something. Even cultivation requires taking a break sometimes. Learn from that fat guy, he was literally born knowing how to chill. Luo Si shyly tilts her head away. I really do not need to, Sister Wen Feng. Her face is absolutely bright red now. What if you train this desperately and go totally crazy? Wen Feng sighs, finally revealing the real reason she came looking for her. I actually came by today because I have some seriously good news for you. Luo Shi blinks in surprise. Good news. Wen Feng brings up a mysterious zone in Lian Lai known as the Secret Realm. My father told me that in a few months all the secret realms across Lian Lai are going to open up. Tons of cultivators will show up, just for the trials. She grins excitedly. My dad even told me I have to take you and the fat guy along. To see if we get lucky, Luo Shi refuses. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you are gonna want to see what is next. Alright, stick with me here. Roxy shyly speaks up. What is wrong? Is there a problem, Vivian? Since we got here, me and the big guy have received so many favors from everyone, and we still have not paid you back. With such a great opportunity right now, I honestly feel too guilty to accept it. Hearing this, Vivian does not look worried at all and just drags her outside. Do you not want to give your little lover a massive surprise? Stop hesitating. Come take a walk with your big sister. As soon as they step outside, Roxy quietly thinks to herself, Wu Fu, when we finally meet again, I promise I will not be the same weak girl as before, just standing silently by your side. Cutting over to the Beastman tribe, right at this moment, the Beastman chief is excitedly giving a speech. Next up to celebrate Amy becoming the absolute strongest Beastman warrior of our entire tribe, let us all raise a glass. The Beastmen in the crowd instantly erupt into massive cheers at the old man's announcement. The very next second, the Beastman chief gently but firmly reassures Amy one more time. Starting right from today, Amy, you are an officially recognized warrior of our tribe. From far away, Alex sharply notices something off. What is wrong, Wu Fu? Wu Fu slowly replies, I honestly just cannot get used to all this noise. Alex gently comforts him. Do not say that. Amy, reaching this level is totally thanks to your hard work, so have a drink. Even with Alex trying to persuade him, Wu Fu turns it down without a second thought. I am done drinking, feeling a bit sleepy. I am heading back now. Now you and I need to watch closely. The moon hangs high in the pitch-black sky. Wu Fu's house sits right on a massive branch. Inside the house, you can see him laying on his bed, muttering to himself. Thinking back on it now, this Beastman tribe's aura-concealing ability is seriously next level. Not only can they sneak right up to their specific target without making a single sound, but they can also completely hide their own raw power level. It really looks like I need to find a chance to secretly learn this insane aura-concealing trick. Right as Wu Fu finishes his sentence, the Beastman chief suddenly pops up out of nowhere and speaks, If you want to learn, I can teach you. The old man's sudden presence makes him jump up in pure panic. Since when have you been standing here? The Beastman chief slowly explains. I arrived while you were busy thinking. If you truly want to learn the Beastman tribe's aura concealment technique, I can gladly teach you. Hearing that, Wu Fu immediately gets super suspicious. Aura concealment again. Nothing in this entire world is ever completely free, so you must have some hidden motive for teaching me this. But to earn his trust, the old man gently explains his reason. Relax, I am not going to hurt you. Alex and Amy already told me about everything that happened deep inside the hopeless forest. I never expected you to agree to help them find their father. Consider me teaching you aura concealment as a thank you gift. Even so, Wu Fu is still extremely on guard. You and I both know free stuff is a trap. Wu Fu says I do not buy your kindness. The chief laughs hard. You are so cautious. Seems like you have been tricked a lot before. Huh. The old man's laugh confuses Wu Fu. You old fox. What exactly is so funny? Seeing this, the Beastman chief finally decides to tell the truth. Relax, I came looking for you, with absolutely good intentions. If you really want to talk about motives, then my main motive is pure curiosity. Wu Fu quickly catches the main point of his words, curiosity. The very next second, the Beastman chief calmly replies, That is right, I am incredibly curious. For someone who possesses such an insane soul weapon while also mastering the 5 elements of spiritual energy, exactly how long would it take to master aura concealment? After hearing the old man out, Wu Fu thinks to himself, how does this old fox know that I have a soul weapon inside my body? Could it be from that time he patted my shoulder earlier? A moment later, the Beastman chief calmly speaks up. If you are that confident in yourself, I will start teaching you right now. First, you need to release all of your spiritual energy and your soul weapon outside. Everything. While he is totally focused on releasing his dense stream of spiritual energy out, the old man continues, Relax, I have already shielded this entire area so nobody is going to discover you at all. Watching closely, the Beastman chief marvels. So this is the legendary spirit sword. Living this long, I finally have the absolute blessing of seeing it with my own two eyes. Not letting the old man speak anymore, Wu Fu asks, "Old fox, what do we do next?" The Beastman chief immediately instructs him. Unite everything into one. Slowly condense your spiritual energy and your soul weapon into a single point. Do not leave a single drop behind. He quickly follows the old man's orders, but it seems like this is way too much for Wu Fu. He breaks into a cold sweat in pure agony. Wu Fu's rushing makes the Beastman chief visibly angry. He scolds, "Brat, did I not say do it slowly?" Despite his noise, trust me, you and I will want to see what happens next. Let's dive into this wild chapter. Wu Fu is barely holding on when a familiar voice suddenly echoes inside his head. That old fox told you to take it slow, but you just had to rush the energy condensation. Did you honestly think gathering spirit breath was just some basic everyday training? This voice catches him completely off guard. What the heck is going on? Yep, his inner demon just decided to clock in. If that old fox hadn't stepped in to protect your body right on time, you would be totally dead by now. Rushing that energy would have literally blown your body to pieces. Not gonna lie, though, I kind of wanted to see that. Watching you explode would be hilarious. Wu Fu just scoffs right back at him. If I explode, you go down with the ship, buddy. The inner demon doesn't even hesitate. Yeah, you have a point there. If you die, I definitely kick the bucket too. He smirks and leans in. So that is exactly why I'm here to help you out, right? If this was the old me, you would be completely out of luck. Meanwhile, back outside in the real world, the Beastman patriarch stands right by Wu Fu's bed, shaking his head. Kids these days. I literally just told him to take it easy. Good thing I stepped in to control the spirit energy flooding his body, otherwise the backlash would have been an absolute nightmare. The old man mutters to himself, if he can't wake up now and starts cycling that energy again, the flow inside his body is going to turn into complete chaos. It would definitely kill him sooner or later. But right as the patriarch says that, pure energy suddenly flares up tightly, wrapping all around Wu Fu's hand. Now watch this closely. In the very next second, that crazy raw power explodes outward. The old guy is completely stunned. What in the world is happening here? Why is Wu Fu blasting his aura outward like this? Did he actually wake up? He stares closely at the kid, trying to figure it out. The Beastman patriarch keeps analyzing the situation. No, that is not right. He is still unconscious, and this is definitely not coming from his inner soul weapon. How the heck is this guy projecting energy while knocked out? Well, the answer lies deep inside Wu Fu's mind. His inner demon is chilling, casually guiding him. All the energy inside your body is being pushed out once again. Now we need a fresh spot to gather all this aura. Suddenly, the demon gets curious. Wait, are you seriously trying to condense the energy right here inside your conscious mind? Wu Fu stays completely calm. Is there a problem with that? The demon raises an eyebrow, even more intrigued now. Are you not worried? I will use this power to hijack your body. Instead of answering, our main character just casually snaps his fingers. Instantly, the entire mental dimension starts shaking violently like a massive earthquake. Then, with pure absolute confidence, he drops the mic. Scared of what? This is my mind space, I make the rules. Plus, if you really wanted to take over, you would have done it while I was passed out. Why bother dragging me all the way in here? You guys see this attitude, right? The demon just scoffs. Smooth talker. But seriously, what is the whole point of you pulling a stunt like this? Are you just trying to flex your crazy energy control before Wu Fu can even get a single word in? The demon cuts him off. Since the aura is already inside, why not mix things up? After all, the 5 elements actually boost each other perfectly. I am just using the elemental energy to buff my strength while we are here. Looks like that is it. Gathering spirit breath is apparently pretty straightforward. Then it suddenly hits Wu Fu like a truck. Oh right, my star spirit weapon's power is not finished yet. The second he thinks about it, he quickly summons the star spirit weapon to inspect it closely. Wu Fu immediately gets suspicious. Wait, what is going on? The star spirit weapon feels totally off. The inner demon obviously knew this was coming. When I condensed the aura, I totally siphoned a chunk of its power. He crosses his arms and casually explains, right now your star spirit weapon just looks like a totally basic soul weapon to everyone else outside. Could we end up dealing with a crazy situation like back in the hopeless forest? Next, Wu Fu stays dead silent while pulling out a fraction of the star spirit sword's energy. He glares at his inner demon. How exactly did you pull that off? Still, the guy just gives him super vague answers. You will figure it out eventually. For now, all I really want to say is this. Unless you go completely all out with the Star Spirit Sword, you never have to worry about anyone trying to steal it from you again. Hearing this makes Wu Fu absolutely furious, and he instantly grabs the smug demon right by the collar. Wu Fu yells right in his face. Hell no. You better start talking right now. What actual secrets is this Star Spirit Sword hiding? What exactly does that purple water do? And whose female voice keeps randomly echoing in my ears when I am fighting? Tell me. The demon's voice stays super calm. I used the purple water to seal that guy away. Why else do you think he hasn't shown up to ruin things for so long? Wu Fu still looks completely pissed off. Okay, but what about my other question? The demon acts all mysterious. Once you finally track down the owner of that voice, you will figure everything out on your own. Anyway, I am heading out now. And with that, the inner demon slowly starts fading away. So what do you and I make of this? Wu Fu curses him out. You bastard, if you don't give me answers next time, it's over. You're not done with me. His shadow turns into a puff of smoke, vanishing right before our guy's eyes. Let's jump into this. Even after leaving, the inner demon smirks to himself. Looks like he definitely hasn't forgotten you. Mother, we will meet again soon. Seeing that Wu Fu is finally awake, the Beastman clan chief speaks up. Seems you've learned to conceal your aura. The old man gently scolds him. You are way too impatient, kid. You cannot just gather everything at once. If I had not stepped in to save your butt, you would have exploded like a meat firework. Okay, maybe I was a bit too eager. Completely ignoring the old chief's warning, our guy just curiously asks away. Staring at the thick spiritual energy in his hand, he wonders, is this really aura concealment? Why does it feel like something is missing? Hearing this classic rookie question, the old man gently guides him. Now, slowly release all the spiritual energy you just gathered. Spread it through your entire body, then interact with the natural energy around you. Remember, absolutely do not absorb it, only interact with it. Use your heart and then try merging with nature's spiritual energy until you become one single entity. While the chief gives his masterclass, Wu Fu quickly follows along. All things have spirits, and here spiritual energy rules absolutely everything. It does not just represent the Beastman's elite power, but it also holds the essence of trees, flowers, rivers, and majestic mountains. Under the influence of this energy, all these elements support each other, creating the ultimate 5-star training environment for any cultivator. The energy born between them is called natural spiritual energy. Feeling this wild new power surging inside his own body. Now pay attention to this realization. He thinks, is this the ultimate aura concealment? If I had this insane cheat code in my past life, then Wu Fu would have become a god king ages ago. Realizing our boy actually understood his incredibly deep mystical speech, the Beastman chief thinks to himself, wow, it seems Wu Fu actually learned aura concealment while he was completely passed out. This is definitely no coincidence. I cannot believe I just gave him one little hint and he pulled this off. Right after that, Wu Fu's insanely pure energy fills the whole room. The Beastman chief curiously asks him a simple question. How does it feel, young man? He quickly replies, is comfortable like never before, but why exactly is that? In a heartbeat, the old man explains, all things are just a part of nature. Spiritual energy from the very beginning. Never truly belonged to the cultivator. Now you take something that is not yours and make it completely and totally your own. In other words, you literally make it an inseparable part of your body. Following the wise words of the Beastman chief, Wu Fu totally agrees. Honestly, using spiritual energy now just feels like breathing. As long as I actively want to do it, the energy's attribute will instantly change. A moment later, the old guy praises him heavily. Seems your big talk from before was not just empty bragging after all. I never expected you could master aura concealment in just one single day. Even Yao Li, with his crazy natural talent, needed a full day just to reach the step of interacting with nature's energy. Having totally mastered the technique, he speaks up with gratitude. Thanks, Chief. The Beastman turns to leave while giving one last tip. This is all your own hard work. All right, it is getting late, so I will stop bothering you now. The cultivation path is ridiculously long, so remember, do not rush it. Then he drops a very interesting suggestion for Wu Fu. I know what you're thinking, side quest time. Oh yeah, if you want to reach heaven beyond heaven, check out the Northern Snow Mountain. You might just run into some epic good luck. But worried the kid might not believe him, the chief slowly explains. I am getting way too old, and as Ye Meng's grandpa chief, I cannot exactly help her go find her missing dad. You not only help Ye Meng get through the hopeless forest, but you are also a solid teammate to Yao Li. That is exactly why I trust you to take Ye Meng on this crazy long journey. After the old chief finally leaves, Wu Fu mutters to himself, what a brutally honest old fox, but I really did not expect this at all. Thanks to that sly old fox, I actually managed to break straight into the spirit condensation tier, he thinks to himself. Wu Fu jumping from venerable to spirit condensation in just a few days. That is insanely faster than his entire past life. Could it be that aura concealment is the ultimate cheat key to breaking through the spirit condensation tier? But then he quickly shuts that idea down. No way. If aura concealment alone could trigger a breakthrough to that level, then every single beastman would be a spirit condensation master or even a whole tier higher. That would be absolutely terrifying. Wu Fu keeps overthinking it. No matter how you look at it, Ye Meng definitely cannot be at the spirit condensation level. Yao Li, though, he actually might be. Then he happily tells himself, looks like coming here was not a waste of time. Even though it is miles behind my past life memories, hitting spirit condensation way ahead of schedule is a huge win. So what do you and I take from this? With his new skills, his revenge and God King title are basically guaranteed. Let's jump right into the madness. He is leaving tomorrow, but where is Shu Ching Ching? Cut to a forest. Ching Ching casually shows up on screen. Turns out she just absolutely destroyed a monster. She thought it would be super tough, but it was ridiculously easy. Right after Jing Song's loud laughter echoes through. He says it is because Miss Shu has gotten incredibly strong. Hearing that, Ching Ching stays super humble, saying she owes a huge thanks to Grandpa Liu for his dedicated guidance. Without Grandpa Liu's magic pills and expert advice, how could I ever get this unbelievably powerful? The old guy lets out a heavy sigh. Why even thank me? If you want to thank someone, thank Dr. Li. In a flash, Dr. Li chimes right in. He says, Miss Shu, reaching this crazy level of power is all your own doing. I literally deserve zero credit for this. Despite that, Ching Ching respectfully clasps her hands together in deep thanks. She insists she still definitely has to thank Dr. Li because without his immediate rescue, she totally would have died from eating that weird beast spirit fruit by mistake. Jing Song sounds super helpless now. He admits, yeah, that was entirely my fault. Who knew that fruit was meant for monsters? If Dr. Li had not jumped in to save you, I would have zero clue how to explain it to Wu Fu. Dr. Li stays super polite. Oh, come on, no way. It is just because Miss Shu has incredible luck and survived. I only helped out a tiny bit. Honestly, it was mainly thanks to Taoist Liu's magic pills. Without his top-tier pills, there is no way I could have actually saved Miss Shu. After chatting with Jing Song and Dr. Li, Ching Ching gets this insanely confident look in her eyes. Just you wait, you absolute arrogant jerk. When the time comes, I will definitely blow your mind. Now watch closely with me. The scene shifts to the freezing northern snow mountains where Li's massive voice echoes everywhere. I cannot believe you already mastered the spirit-concealing technique, Wu Fu instantly replies back. He says it is all thanks to that sneaky old fox. Li drops his voice down low. He explains that Wu Fu's aura has now completely merged into one with nature itself. Spiritual energy literally cannot even touch you anymore. You look like a totally normal guy, but you are actually a savage beast just hiding in the dark night. Honestly, even a powerhouse like me could end up totally losing to you right now. Hearing those words, Wu Fu just smirks and laughs. I cannot believe I am actually stronger than the absolute strongest warrior of the entire Beastman tribe. The great Lord Li, I am seriously honored right now. But Li quickly catches on to the main point of that sentence. Stronger than me? That is hilarious. I only said it was a possibility and only if I hold back my full power. If I actually go completely all out, taking you down would only take 5 moves. But Wu Fu is definitely not backing down, clapping right back. You think 5 moves can beat me, Li? Maybe keep your bragging down a notch. Fully provoked now, Li growls out a wild challenge. If you do not believe me, we can test it out right now. Without missing a beat, Wu Fu aggressively accepts. He says, bring it on. While the tension between these two meatheads starts boiling over into a full-blown fight, Yaming's angry scolding suddenly interrupts them. What are you two idiots doing this early? Did you completely forget the real reason we even came out here today? I was finally in a good mood and you two completely ruined it. Li panics and immediately defends himself. You got it all wrong. I am not fighting. I am definitely not fighting, Wu Fu. We are literally just doing some friendly bonding. Hearing that sad excuse, Wu Fu instantly plays along. Exactly, it is just friendly bonding, definitely not a death match. But right as he finishes that sentence, now here is the twist you and I were waiting for. Yaming suddenly spots the metal collar on his neck and immediately starts yelling. Li, did I not explicitly tell you to take off Wu Fu's collar? Why in the world is it still on him? Li awkwardly answers like it is nothing. Oops, I forgot. Without missing a beat, Wu Fu coldly snorts. Yeah, right, I bet you conveniently forgot on purpose. A second later, Li clumsily changes the subject. Look, let's just put all the arguing aside for now. I heard from the tribe leader that going right through here leads straight to the mystical door that Lord Li Ke mentioned. Oh, so it is just like back on Earth. This obvious attempt to change the subject leaves Wu Fu looking totally speechless. Then out of nowhere, Li Ke suddenly teleports in. She asks, are you guys really preparing to leave Fule? Her spooky entrance catches him completely off guard. Li Ke, why are you out here? With just that single dumb question from Wu Fu, Li Ke instantly figures it out. It really seems like you forgot our promise. Wu Fu goes dead, silent, totally guilty. Not letting him stand there awkwardly, she suddenly tosses an object on the ground. Just take this item. While Wu Fu stares intensely at the mysterious object, Yaming gets super curious and speaks right up. Lord Li Ke, what exactly is this? Li Ke answers her like it is obvious. Do I really have to say? It is clearly the exact item you need to reach Penglei. Otherwise, did you actually think you could just walk into Penglei empty-handed? Wu Fu instantly gets super curious. Wait, did you not say you had absolutely no clue? In a flash, she steps dangerously close to him. I was just messing with you. I was testing you. But anyway, you still managed to keep your end of the deal. Consider this rare item a gift from me. Do not think I am just constantly trolling you, I actually take our little agreement seriously. Wu Fu calmly replies, didn't expect you to remember our deal. You and I are going to love what happens next. Hearing this, Li Kei snorts coldly and says, you smart-mouthed kid, I won't give you a send-off then. Let's dive right into this wild ride. The portal is right here, so if you want to ascend, do it now before he changes his mind. From behind, Oliver bows respectfully and says, thank you, Lord Li Kei. Then wanting to tease the boy, she gives him some advice. Wu Fu, when you have time, learn from Oliver and respect your elders a bit. The very next second, a massive surge of spiritual energy erupts right where Li Kei pointed. Amy is immediately captivated and shouts, Wu Fu, look at that. Wu Fu keeps his tone perfectly calm. Get ready to ascend. After that, he gently grabs the little girl's hand. This bold move makes Amy stare at him in pure shock. Seeing this, Oliver smiles warmly, prompting the girl to turn her head and flash him a super bright smile. Standing amidst the snowy wind, Amy slowly says goodbye. Fred, father, we are coming to find you. Meanwhile, over in Penglai, right in the middle of the vast sky, Amy's completely terrified screams suddenly echo out, even as Oliver is also literally free-falling straight down from the sky, but he still desperately reaches out to grab her. Amy hang in there just a little bit. In total contrast to them, Wu Fu is completely calm, casually saying, look at how panicked you guys are, ignoring his extremely chill attitude entirely. Amy yells out loud, Wu Fu, you need to look at that thing. Following the direction she points in. Watch closely now. Wu Fu's eyes widen in absolute shock, totally unable to believe the crazy scene right in front of him. Wu Fu quickly dashes straight toward it and immediately summons his awesome Star Spirit Sword. The second it appears, the Star Spirit Sword starts complaining. You little punk, you totally ruined my beautiful dream. How are you going to pay me back? Wu Fu instantly replies. No time to argue, just look at that thing. Hearing this, the Star Spirit Sword looks ahead. After observing for a moment, it begins to analyze. Looking at the whole picture, nothing seems weird at all, but there is demonic energy completely surrounding it. Wu Fu instantly catches the main point, demonic energy. While he is still flying around the area, Amy's loud scream rings out, Wu Fu, watch out. The very moment she finishes speaking, both of their bodies violently crash into each other midair without any defense at all. Wu Fu gets knocked away hard and face plants right into the dirt. While Amy is laughing happily, he asks in a deep voice, did you do that on purpose? The next second, she quickly replies, no way, let me help you up. The moment he stands up, Wu Fu finally realizes something. This place is definitely Penglai. He wonders if Shu Qingqing and Roxy are anywhere around here. The little girl slowly becomes a lot more serious. That is right, this is exactly where my father lives. Behind the two of them, Oliver is curiously staring at a leaf in his hand. All these plants actually possess spiritual energy. In a flash, he continues to make guesses. Everything in this entire place is completely covered by this massive forest. My spiritual energy feels a bit weaker too, probably because of the trees around here. But then again, you have to admit, I know exactly what you are thinking. Could our guys be totally trapped inside this massive forest? Wu Fu also chimes in to break down the current situation. Even now, we still haven't figured out exactly where we are in Penglai, but looking at this situation, we are probably very far from that giant climbing vine. Hearing his rather unsure tone of voice, Amy curiously turns her head right toward Wu Fu. You really don't know either, Wu Fu speechlessly replies. Who exactly do you think I am? Right after that, she suddenly gets super sad, saying, I have no idea where my father is. Realizing that Amy's mood is rapidly dropping, Oliver immediately steps in to comfort her. It is okay, we will definitely find your dad. Right after that, the heart inside Wu Fu's chest suddenly lets out a massive heavy thump. This weird feeling completely shocks him. What is this? Wu Fu thinks to himself while clutching his chest in absolute pain. What in the world is happening? His heart is beating way too fast. Seeing Wu Fu's painful expression, Amy anxiously asks him, what is wrong, Wu Fu? He doesn't answer, but his mind is racing. This is the very first time he has ever felt something this bizarre. This is a feeling Wu Fu never had back on Earth or in Full Eye. Is it just an illusion, or is it something else? It seems he is getting even more certain about his guess. There is absolutely something hidden in this place. A moment later, Amy calls out, what are you doing just standing there? Let's get moving. The little girl's voice instantly grabs Wu Fu's attention. The second he turns around, he violently screams out a warning, Amy. Oliver, watch out, danger. Out of absolutely nowhere, a terrifying demonic beast has appeared right behind the two of them. In this crazy life or death moment, Oliver quickly throws himself in front of Amy to block the beast's deadly attack. Watch this epic save. Wu Fu's expression completely flips, and without any hesitation, he dashes right in front of the monster. The next second, Wu Fu swings his arm and summons his raw power. Damn it, his devastating strike instantly pierces straight through the beast's chest, sending it to the afterlife. Then Amy frantically screams, Oliver, Wu Fu, hurry up and come check on Oliver right now. Come along with me. Even heavily injured Oliver gently comforts little Alice. Don't panic, I am totally fine. Alice nervously shoots back. How are you fine? Just shut up. Wu Fu will definitely save your life. With one quick look, Wu Fu realizes that toxic monster energy has completely soaked right into Oliver's blood. Hearing this, Alice tearfully speaks up. I get it, I will keep my distance from you too. Later in their forest camp, Oliver finally looks saved. He exhales a huge breath and in a flash, Oliver actually spits out a genuine thank you to Wu Fu. I feel much better, thanks man. Wu Fu smirks, thinking to himself if he had not mastered the aura concealment skill yet, passing energy into his body would have accidentally sucked up all the surrounding bad vibes too. He would be a goner. Soon the trio gears up to leave. Suddenly Wu Fu catches a weird noise. Let's check it out. Wu Fu, Oliver, and Alice instantly rush right over to the source of the sound. They land exactly where Xia Tianhao sits completely terrified. Turns out a massive beast is staring him down. Xia Tianhao screams his lungs out, "Help me, I do not want to die." Meanwhile, Wu Fu hilariously decides to place a bet with Oliver. Hey Oliver, let's race to see who can kill this ugly monster first. It is the perfect way to see if you are actually healed up. He immediately agrees. Sounds good to me, just do not cry when you actually lose. Right as Oliver finishes talking, watch closely. They both dash forward at insane speeds. Not backing down, the monster lets out an absolutely massive deafening roar. Then it throws a punch so unbelievably strong that the ground completely shatters. Seeing this crazy display of power, Wu Fu thinks to himself, this beast is sharp. Even with my aura concealment skill completely active, it still spotted me. But whatever. While Wu Fu is distracted, the monster readies its next attack. It viciously lunges right at him, but luckily Wu Fu dodges just in the absolute nick of time. He taunts it, you think this weak punch can kill me, keep dreaming buddy. Next second, Wu Fu gets up close. He flies up high without hesitation, testing the monster's true limits with absolute confidence. Wu Fu boldly lands right on its head, but his face drops. Damn, is rock solid. From behind, Oliver flies in just to roast him. You are weak. His voice totally grabs the monster's attention. As Oliver rushes in, the beast reacts instantly and blocks his attack. Oliver's face completely pales at its insane reflexes. Luckily, Wu Fu spots a glaring weak point. So that is the trick. In a flash, Wu Fu grips his spirit sword. Watch and learn. Fast as lightning, he delivers one clean, devastating slash to the beast. Landing on a branch, Wu Fu thinks, this forest is super weird, the monsters are way too aggressive today. Beasts here cannot even control their own bloodlust. His spirit sword chimes in with a quick guess. Something must be messing with their heads. Right after it speaks the surrounding area, you saw that coming right, weird noises echo everywhere. As a giant claw approaches, Wu Fu speaks. Expecting this, he smirks. I knew it was not that easy. Then it savagely charges right at him. Zero hesitation. Wu Fu swings his sword for a brutal slash, sending the ugly beast flying way back, with a massive crash. Still on high alert, he thinks too strong, there is definitely something else here. The second Wu Fu finishes his thought, a highly suspicious movement rumbles right under the exact tree he is standing on. Next second, another beast bursts out and knocks him away. Wu Fu grits his teeth thinking, that is the one. Before he can react, the monster dives straight underground. Seeing this cowardice, Wu Fu rushes to the hole it vanished into. Think you can hide here? He slaps his hand down, summoning raw power. On Wu Fu's command, a massive surge of energy instantly floods directly into the giant gaping crater. In a blink, the beast leaps up behind him for a sneak attack. Seeing his bait worked flawlessly, Wu Fu smirks with total satisfaction. Next, he ruthlessly swings his sword, landing a beautiful clean cut across the monster. Despite dropping such a terrifying move, Wu Fu's face remains totally calm. Meanwhile, over with Alice, she nervously asks Oliver, do you think Wu Fu is in trouble? Oliver softly reassures her, relax, he is totally fine. Right as he says that, a super shady noise echoes out. Oliver gets serious and immediately shields Alice. Alice, watch out, footsteps. In the dead silence, the sound just keeps getting louder and clearer. Just as he predicted, the savage outline of another beast appears. Facing this insane threat, Oliver's eyes flash with deadly intent as it lunges. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. Owly was already completely prepared to jump into the fight, instantly unleashing a terrifying flurry of high-speed slashes. By the time he returned to his stance, the demonic beast was already sliced into 100 pieces, wiped out before it could even blink. A moment later, Wu Fu slowly walked over, noting they had finished up on their end. Hearing this, Owly didn't bother being polite. Yeah, you're late. Wu Fu didn't even try to argue back, calmly bringing up the bizarre behavior of those monstrous creatures. He realized the beasts inside this Penglay forest were actually way more dangerous than the ones anywhere else. Owly totally agreed. This creeping sense of danger, he hadn't felt anything like it since they were stuck in the hopeless forest. This is the first time I've felt this way again. The second Aoli finished speaking, Wu Fu immediately warned everyone to stay alert. Standing right next to them, Yameng curiously asked, "Wait, you guys mean this forest is super dangerous?" Worried that she might get scared. Aoli softly reassured her, "I will protect you. As long as I am here, nobody can hurt you." Those smooth words made Yameng incredibly happy. Sure, Aoli always protected her back in Frui too, but at the end of the day, Frui was totally Yameng's home turf. Now that they were in Penglay, seeing Aoli act the same way definitely made a girl feel super safe. Right after that sweet moment, Si Lang let out a painful groan. The noise caught Yameng's attention. Oh, he is finally awake. Maybe he knows the secret of this forest, but her weirdly eager reaction made Aoli a little bit suspicious of the whole thing. Now pay attention because you and I can both tell Yameng isn't acting like her usual self. Or is he imagining it? Once awake, Si Lang spoke up, his voice dripping with absolute gratitude. "Thank you all so much for saving little old me. It is getting dark. We really shouldn't stick around here. If you don't mind, please come crash at my place for the night." Wu Fu stared him down closely and asked the real question. "You don't look like a cultivator, so why are you out here alone?" Without missing a beat, Si Lang explained. "I am just a local from Penglay village down the mountain. I accidentally wandered up here while hunting. Ended up surrounded by that starving wolf. I honestly have zero clue where that demonic beast even came from, but thank goodness you guys saved my life." Pausing for literally 2 seconds, he added, "Seeing your incredible auras, I am guessing you heroes definitely aren't from our humble Penglay village. Do you have some kind of business here?" Aoli looked visibly annoyed by the nosy question. "That is absolutely none of your concern." Terrified of offending them, Si Lang quickly waved his hands. "Benefactor, please do not misunderstand. My father is actually the chief of Penglay village. If you guys need something, he might actually be able to help out. Look, it is getting pretty late out here in the woods. Safety, first let's just get out of here right now." His desperate, panicky rush made Yameng super curious. "You seem genuinely terrified of this spooky forest." Hearing that, Si Lang started sweating bullets. "You guys just don't realize it, the demonic beasts around this forest. I know what you're thinking, just a few monsters. Nope, there are literally hundreds of thousands of them." Si Lang warned them in a quiet whisper. "I don't know all the exact details, but it might be connected to the sky tree. Long story short, this place is insanely dangerous." Hearing this, Wu Fu instantly caught the most important keyword. What exactly is the sky tree? Si Lang immediately shared everything he knew about it. "I've only heard my dad mention it briefly. He says it's a direct path to another world and tons of cultivators are dying to reach it. We seriously need to head down the mountain. Once it gets completely dark, we are all dead meat." It seemed Wu Fu already had a plan. He agreed to move out. "All right, let's go." Following behind Si Lang, Wu Fu thought to himself, maybe this village chief actually knows some valuable secrets. The quiet forest echoed with the heavy footsteps of the four travelers, staring into the incredibly thick, creepy fog. Aoli suspiciously muttered, "This punk better not be playing tricks on us, right? This dense mist is totally messing with my sense of direction." Ya Meng got anxious hearing that. "Wu Fu, you have to protect me later." "Hey, little Si Lang, are you sure you didn't just get us completely lost trying to find the village?" Her blunt question actually made Si Lang burst out laughing. "Oh, I forgot to mention something." His sudden, eerie laugh took Ya Meng by surprise. "Wow, this guy is seriously creeping me out. Why is he laughing like that?" As if sensing her growing fear, Si Lang gently explained the situation. "Don't panic, this is our defensive grand array, the absolute pride of our village. Just follow me, we will be there in a moment. Honestly, once you step inside this array, you are completely safe. Our village only survives these beast attacks because we have this massive magical barrier. Look over there, we are almost at the entrance." A short while later, they finally arrived at Penglay village following his lead. Yameng curiously looked around at the buildings and bluntly commented, "Compared to my hometown, this place is dirt poor." Her harsh words made Si Lang sigh with deep sadness. "Please don't rub it in. This place used to be as bright as daytime at night. The roadside shops would stay open selling stuff from dusk until dawn. But ever since the big boss of the Zhao family went completely insane, nobody has had a moment of peace, which is why it looks so dead." Before Yameng could even reply, he loudly shouted, "Dad, I'm home. So what do you and I make of this?" Hearing Si Lang's voice, Wen Shu anxiously replied, "You finally made it back. I was about to send someone," he says. The old guy then curiously checks out our main trio. "Who are they?" Si Lang excitedly introduces them as his absolute lifesavers, completely gushing with gratitude. "I definitely would have died out there." Hearing this, Wen Shu instantly gets super respectful. "Please have a seat. We cannot repay this massive favor mostly because we are ridiculously broke. We literally have zero good stuff to offer." Before he even finishes, Wu Fu quickly interrupts. "No need, we just want some info." But Yameng rudely interrupts, saying she is starving. Panicking that Wu Fu might just leave, the old man desperately offers to whip up food. "Just stay and chill for tonight." Wu Fu shrugs and agrees. Later, our guy gets curious. So what exactly is this giant sky tree anyway? Inside the shack, Wen Shu calmly explains. It supposedly sprouted alongside Penglai itself. It is ridiculously massive and actual immortal beings literally live inside. Every cultivator has to beat a secret realm test to ascend through the sky tree. But sadly, the area around it is pure danger, totally off limits for mortals. Hearing this, Wu Fu brainstorms. Ever since arriving in Penglai, Wu Fu knew that Crazy Tree felt super weird, not just dangerous. It honestly felt oddly familiar to him. Still, the mortal village chief, knowing this much is impressive. Now watch closely. Wu Fu catches a key detail. Wait, a secret realm. The chief looks incredibly sad. That secret realm is basically a training zone run by the Zhao family. It literally doubles cultivation speed. But sadly, only Zhao family VIPs get to enter. Hearing their garbage reputation, Yameng gets confused. The Zhao family again, are they really that amazing? Lang instantly starts trash-talking them. They are ridiculously strong and completely brutal. They are collecting taxes again, soon literally the 6th time. Wen Shu instantly screams at him to shut his mouth. That is village business, keep it totally quiet. Way to make things awkward. Their little good cop, bad cop routine actually makes Wu Fu chuckle internally. This old chief is super sneaky, obviously baiting them to fight the Zhao family. Whatever Wu Fu wants to see. Just how tough these local bullies really are. Playing the innocent victim, Wen Shu pretends to politely decline. He warns that the Zhao family rules Penglai, so fighting them is basically asking for a brutal death. Totally seeing through the act, Wu Fu just smirks. Easy, we just wipe out the Zhao family. Then we can enter that secret realm. Right on cue, Wang Jifei violently kicks the door open. Such absolute nerve. Let us see who wants to destroy the Zhao family. This guy is insanely rude. Wu Fu and Ao Li just casually frown. Meanwhile, Wen Shu starts sweating buckets and screaming in pure panic. You and I are both confused, just like Yameng. Why is the chief begging to take the blame? That jerk clearly kicked down your own wall. The terrified old man desperately explains the messy situation. He is basically the village mob boss ever since he somehow got adopted by the notorious Zhao Tianlong. Now he acts completely untouchable and nobody in this village dares to even look at him funny. Lang furiously steps up and yells, Wang Jifei, stop bullying people like a total jerk. Jifei sneers, telling him to shut his filthy dog mouth. In a flash, he launches a lethal strike. Luckily, Wu Fu casually blocks the incoming hit with one bare hand. Then he effortlessly starts mocking him. Whose wild stray dog is this biting people on sight? That absolutely hilarious insult instantly triggers Jifei. Not bad, kid, but you are way too green. When Shu completely panics and screams out a warning. This punk actually survived the secret realm. Wu Fu just shrugs, asking, so what? The chief urgently explains. Their base power multiplies massively, plus they loot insane magical treasures and crazy broken combat techniques from inside there. Hearing about free epic loot just gets Wu Fu insanely hyped up. Very interesting, guess I am robbing that secret realm. Jifei practically boils over at his totally disrespectful, arrogant attitude. You have to actually survive first. Suddenly, a massive earth-shattering explosion absolutely wrecks the poor chief's front yard. The insane clash makes the old guy lose all hope. It is totally over. He definitely overestimated these kids. So what do you and I make of this? The smoke clears and Wu Fu stands there completely unharmed. Let's dive right in. Turns out Nate blocks Murphy's attack like it's absolutely nothing. But somehow, Murphy is still smirking and talking big. Let's jump into a wild Manhwa showdown. The enemy sneers. I didn't expect anyone to block my Hell's Fist head-on. Not bad, but that is all you get. You are too weak. You cannot hurt me. His crazy overconfidence leaves Wu Fu completely baffled. Honestly, it's just comedy at this point. A flashy red guy like you is super weird, but you already lost. Jifei just stands there totally clueless about what just happened. Then his arm bursts into a bloody mess. What are you talking nonsense? The next second, Jifei's agonizing screams echo all through Penglai Manor. Wu Fu roasts him without holding back. Too weak. If you didn't transform into that red form, you would not even be qualified to draw your sword against me. He grits his teeth, trying to sound scary. If you offend the Zhao family today, then get ready to hand over your life. That threat does not scare our guy at all. If that is the case, why don't I just kill you right now? Jifei instantly turns pale, shaking at Wu Fu's ruthless vibe. Seeing this pathetic reaction, Wu Fu just gives him a cold, mocking smirk. I am sparing you for one reason. Go tell the Zhao family to send someone actually strong to fight me next time. Wen Shu instantly starts panicking. He originally wanted to ask Wu Fu for help, but now they are stuck in a massive mess. Next, Yameng steps up to comfort Wen Shu. Are you alright, sir? You look pretty upset. Is it because your house got wrecked? Do not worry, we take responsibility for our actions and will definitely fix your house. The old man immediately replies with pure politeness. I appreciate everyone's kindness, really. But to fix this place, you have to go deep into the forest to gather the right materials. Everyone knows that forest is incredibly dangerous. You benefactors have already helped me way too much. I cannot dare to bother you anymore. The little girl instantly pouts, brushing it off. It is just a bunch of tiny demon beasts. For us cultivators, they are absolutely nothing. Like he was just waiting for Yameng to say that when Shu quickly hands over a charm. That is great. Take this protection talisman, hold onto it. It lets you move easily through the grand formation. A little while later, the trio hits the road and heads straight into the woods. Yameng speaks up totally amazed. This protection talisman is seriously magical. That thick fog cannot touch us at all. Suddenly, Aoli asks a question. Do you guys hear that sound? The girl is quick to answer. Nope, are you just being way too stressed out right now? Now pay close attention here. Right as Yameng finishes talking, a super creepy noise echoes from inside that heavy mysterious fog. Looks like Wu Fu heard it too. No, something is definitely coming our way. And exactly as he and Aoli predicted, a pair of glowing eyes suddenly flashes right in front of them. Meanwhile, back at Penglai Manor, when Shu is thoughtfully stroking his beard, I think I forgot to tell them something important. I cannot remember, I am getting too old and useless. Si Lang immediately chimes in. Dad, could our benefactors run into that crazy rhino? Even though he is startled, Wen Shu still tries his best to deny it. No way. Under normal circumstances, that rhino would absolutely never show up in that area. Even so, he is still pretty worried. But there was a massive noise in the woods last night. What if it ran over there? While Si Lang is still deep in thought, the sky slowly turns dark. That beast has been around since we set up the formation. We didn't chase it away. You and I both know how that goes, right? A total disaster waiting to happen. Let's just hope our benefactors are lucky enough to survive. Back to the forest where Wu Fu, Aoli, and Yameng are fighting. Aoli fiercely summons his metal spirit energy. Seeing this, Wu Fu refuses to be outdone and instantly calls upon his earth spirit energy. Turns out Si Lang's worst fear came true. The rhino actually showed up and completely blocked their path. But honestly, Wu Fu's face just looks incredibly hyped. Seeing it standing right there, he just smirks. That stupid thing is over here. From a distance, the rhino gathers momentum and charges straight at Wu Fu. It lunges forward with unbelievable speed, but he quickly dodges and launches a crazy counterattack. Boom! With just one simple move, the massive rhino gets completely taken down. After securing the win, Aoli speaks in a serious tone. I did not expect such huge danger to be hiding inside this weird fog. We definitely need to be much more careful from now on. A moment later, he continues. Danger is literally everywhere in these woods, but huge risks always bring great rewards. I really wonder what kind of wild stuff is actually hidden in here. With a super excited tone, Wu Fu replies back. Who knows, maybe there is some kind of earth-shattering secret just waiting to be found. Suddenly, an insanely terrifying noise erupts from far away. The sound is so loud, it completely shakes up the entire quiet forest. Zhu Qingqing's attention is quickly drawn to the noise as well. What was that sound, she nervously guesses? Could the people in Penglai Manor be dealing with wild beasts? Without wasting a second, Su Qingqing flies high into the air to check out the situation. A moment later, she shouts out loudly, I found it. The very next second, Shu Qingqing fiercely yells, You weak demon beasts actually dare to cause trouble. Her loud shout makes Yu Meng look up in pure curiosity. Luckily, the little girl manages to dodge Shu Qingqing's surprise attack just in time. Even so, she refuses to back down and summons another weapon. Yameng quickly steps back to get a clear view of Shu Qingqing's fast movements. Both of them are constantly flashing around as fast as lightning. At the exact same time, Aoli shows up right on cue to protect the girl. Noticing his real strength, Shu Qingqing quietly thinks to herself, fighting her evenly, he might be from another world. And that is where we leave it wild, right? Stick with me here, Aoli's totally baffled, blocking his metal aura. Could she actually be from the Zhao family? Aoli's sudden entrance seriously annoys Qingqing. Like, what is up with these giant claws? Does having a powerful backer make you cool? If you're gonna act tough, at least don't look so painfully fake. Aoli's face flashes with pure murderous intent. Who we are doesn't matter. But you dare to hit my Meng, so now you're going to pay the price. Totally ignoring Aoli's edgy speech, she casually swings her finger forward to strike. But then it seems like Qingqing suddenly realizes something completely unexpected. Her eyes go wide with absolute shock. Right behind Qingqing, his dark, creepy shadow is already looming over her. Spinning around her brain, short circuits. Since when did Aoli teleport right behind her? How did she not sense a single ounce of his movement? Completely insane speed. Right in this do-or-die moment, Wu Fu casually walks up and calls out Shu Qingqing. She's just as flabbergasted to see him here. Aoli hits the brakes on his attack. An acquaintance, seeing him makes her lose her mind with excitement. Wu Fu. Qingqing's sudden hug makes Meng practically explode with pure jealousy. Who is this girl? And of course, Aoli immediately throws gasoline on the fire. Who knows, maybe she's Wu Fu's dramatic ex-girlfriend. With zero time to answer the fuming little girl, Wu Fu starts violently choking and screaming. I literally cannot breathe, can you let go of me? After awkwardly explaining the crazy situation to each other, the sun finally starts coming up. Taking a deep breath, Wu Fu softly wraps it up, so yeah, that's basically the gist. Xing Xing slowly pieces the main points together. You mean during your ascension some bizarre glitch happened and you completely lost contact with the rest? Separated from the other two and Luo Shi, you just ended up completely alone somewhere. In a place called Furui, where you met these guys. But Ameng literally couldn't care less about the backstory, she's just violently glaring at Qing Qing. Is this Wu Fu's actual type? After a solid minute of staring, Meng reaches a hilarious conclusion, a loli with a massive personality. She's mentally screaming Wu Fu since when do you like lolis? Shu Qingqing just calmly answers him, I only came over here to grab some medicine so he didn't tag along. She pauses for like 2 seconds, then keeps going. Honestly, I really thought I was never going to see you again. When I first got here, I almost died. I had zero clue what was even going on, just endless creepy woods in every direction. Luckily, we bumped into a random doctor picking herbs in the forest. Otherwise, my master and I would be totally dead by now. Soon as Shu Qingqing finishes talking, Nate starts wondering out loud. He has no idea where Roxy and Big Bob are. Hearing him mumble, she just looks super confused and asks him, wait, you don't know where Roxy and Big Bob went either? Nate just lets out this massive sigh. After all, they flew here together initially, but somehow I'm the only one who landed in Foray. No clue where they vanished to. Standing right next to them, Ollie gets super curious and asks, so this Roxy girl is your teammate too? Nate quickly clears things up for the guy. Yeah, just like Su Qingqing Hughes over here, she is originally from Earth too. A second later, Amy just giggles and points it out. Wow, you actually have a ton of teammates. Huh, Nate answers her like is totally obvious. And of course, he throws in some spicy sarcasm. Obviously. I mean, it is 10,000 times better than a certain somebody. Ollie instantly loses his mind over that comment. Hey Nate, who exactly are you talking about? Almost like she saw this disaster coming. The little girl quickly jumps in to stop them. All right, both of you, just knock it off. Now watch closely here. A bit later, Nate starts casually fishing for some information from Shu Qingqing. Oh yeah, hey Shu Qingqing. Judging by how you look, you probably haven't been stuck here very long, right? Do you think you could tell me about everything going on around here? She does not even try to hide anything and just says, wait, you mean Arcadia? Honestly, even though my master and I live here, we only know a few basic things. We really don't know much about Arcadia at all. That just makes him even more curious. Then what about that giant tree? After thinking for a second, Su Qingqing calmly shares her best guess. I have actually heard the villagers talk about it a lot. Apparently, it has a massive history. I honestly think it is just a core part of Arcadia. But the monster beasts nearby getting so incredibly strong, probably because of that exact same reason. The moment she finishes, Ollie figures it out. Oh, so that is how it is. Guess it isn't what we thought at all. Shu Qingqing then replies, even though it looks, all right, stick with me here, we're kicking things off with a huge mystery. This massive place gives off a deeply unsettling vibe, but apparently only cultivators can actually feel it. But the villagers, they act like this creeping dread is totally normal. Anyway, after getting the full rundown on this creepy forest, Wu Fu drops another question. What about that Zhao family the village chief mentioned earlier? Honestly, she doesn't seem to know much about them either. She admits she's clueless, but to the everyday villagers, the Xiao family are basically untouched royalty. They're the absolute richest in Penglei territory, owning massive lands and probably have sketchy ties to the main Penglei manor. Lately, they've been sneaking around the village a lot. Shu Qingqing rolls her eyes and roasts them, pointing out that even with her and her master around, they've only spotted these Zhao guys once or twice. She bets they're just here to squeeze money out of the poor locals. Stick with me here because we are jumping right into the chaos. Basically, they were not good people. Yeah, Meng totally agreed. Back when they were there, some annoying guy from the Zhao family actually showed up. But Wu Fu beat him up so bad he ran for his life. Lucky for him, he wrecked the village chief's house, which is exactly why they headed into the forest to gather some wood like this. But it looks like Wu Fu already absorbed all the wood around here. Later on, he can just use his spiritual energy to easily fix the broken house. After that, Wu Fu kept wondering where his master went off to. Walking slowly beside him, she just replied, I honestly have no idea what is going on with him. Seems like he teamed up with the rich guy over at Penglai Manor, cultivating pills all day long. Looks like he finally found someone who shares his crazy obsession. While he stood there, looking totally shocked, Qingqing suddenly raised her voice. But hey, at the end of the day, you also picked up a pretty massive treasure, Wu Fu. A second later, she stared eagerly right at the demon girl, Yameng. Qingqing, being way too friendly, instantly made the little girl snap and yell in frustration. Hey, stop being so rude and quit touching my ears. But she just kept right on smiling and replied back. What is the big deal? Just let your big sis pet them a little. That just poked the bear, making Yameng even more furious. Who are you calling little sister? Their loud bickering left Aoli completely speechless. Okay, that is enough playing around for now. There is fog right up ahead. Meanwhile, cutting over to Panglay Manor, aggressive footsteps stomped loudly, echoing all through the entire village. Turns out, Ji-Fei had actually returned. Is this tiny amount really all you have got? Are you guys looking down on the Zhao family? The poor clerk dropped to his knees in terror, begging, "Boss, please calm down, let us talk this out." Completely ignoring reason, he just barked an order. "You ungrateful trash. Guards, drag this useless old geezer right out of here. Now pay attention because you and I are about to watch him seek petty revenge. How dare you hurt me? Today, I will show all of you exactly what happens when you dare defy the Zhao family." But right as he finished his sentence, Wu Fu spoke up, dripping with absolute contempt. "Were you talking about me?" Luckily, he made it back just in the nick of time. "What is wrong? Did your healed wounds make you forget the pain?" Even though he was stuttering in pure fear, Ji-Fei tried acting tough. "Listen here, you little punk, I am not scared of you at all. Today I will teach you a harsh lesson. You will learn that the Zhao family and I are people you absolutely cannot afford to mess with. Plus, I finally figured out why I lost to you last time." He acted like he totally understood the core issue now. Brimming with confidence, he sneered. "It is just because you had that divine weapon. Without that magical gear carrying you, you would never be able to break through my defenses." Ji-Fei, being this incredibly stupid, actually made Wu Fu way more interested. "Fine, then I will not use it. Let us see how tough you are." Pure greed instantly flashed across his ugly face. If Ji-Fei could just get his hands on that sword, both the Zhao family and this annoying brat would have to bow down to him. Without any hesitation, Ji-Fei charged forward with deadly intent. "I am going to kill you." But Wu Fu just stood totally calm and mocked him. "You are too weak." The very next second, he fiercely swung his arm forward. It seemed Ji-Fei still had zero clue who he was really messing with. "I suggest you take a hard look at yourself. This is Zhao family territory, so you had better behave. It is best if you just hand over that sword." Wu Fu gently advised him. "People really should not be this greedy. Taking things that do not belong to you is a mistake." Right after speaking, he used lightning-fast speed to close the distance instantly. Following that, Wu Fu quickly dashed backwards. Already having a perfect plan in mind, he purposely spoke up to make Ji-Fei angry. "I will give you one more chance, get lost." Hearing those words, he suddenly smirked, showing off a look of absolute disdain. That weird expression instantly caught his attention. "I know what you were thinking. A shady pill." "Oh yeah," Ji-Fei brought one to boost his strength. Right after swallowing it, thick blue veins popped out all over his face. He stood back curiously, watching Ji-Fei's explosive power surge happen. After staring intently for a moment, Wu Fu realized that the pill could temporarily skyrocket a person's spiritual energy level. Even though this medicine causes an instant breakthrough in raw power, the brutal side effects are absolutely massive. In the blink of an eye, the energy swirling around his body transformed into a terrifyingly violent tornado. Without him even noticing, Ji-Fei closed the gap completely, making his eyes go wide in genuine surprise. Immediately after, he launched a direct brutal attack straight at Wu Fu. Yet he stayed totally calm and simply sighed. "You actually managed to surprise me. To think you could actually push me back." Ji-Fei aggressively threw another finishing strike, yelling, "Where are you running?" His muscular arm threw a massive punch right toward Wu Fu. But suddenly, Ji-Fei froze completely, like some unseen invisible force just blocked his strike. Sweating bullets, he stuttered out a confused question. "Since when did you do this?" Having predicted this all along, Wu Fu calmly replied back. "Like I said, you are way too weak." Turns out Ji-Fei was fully trapped by his overwhelming power streams. Crushing his entire body tight, he gritted his teeth and angrily cursed. Damn it, Wu Fu just kept right on mocking him. "Serves you right, failing to spot such a basic trap." Suddenly, Ching Ching's surprised voice rang out loud and clear. "Master, why are you here?" Jing Song gently replied. "I came looking. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Stick with me here." The old guy just casually smiles and says, "Little brother Wu Fu, we finally meet again." Seeing Jing Song, Wu Fu silently calls out master in his head. But our boy's totally chill vibe, it makes Ji-Fei absolutely lose his mind. "Wipe that smirk off your face," Ji-Fei erupts, blasting away the spiritual energy threads holding him down like absolute paper. "Die, you piece of trash." Ji-Fei, screaming at the top of his lungs, just seriously annoys Wu Fu, who glares back. Our hero is practically dying of boredom from this guy's pathetic stubbornness. With a cold little smirk, he finally speaks up. "I was actually gonna let you live, but apparently you have a death wish." And just like that in a flash, Wu Fu casually delivers a devastating blow. But get this, instead of dropping, Ji-Fei takes the hit and gets even more hyped. Ji-Fei's body suddenly balloons into this massive hulking giant. Boom. One heavy punch actually sends Wu Fu flying backwards across the room. Seeing this mess, Jing Song steps right up, offering a helping hand. "I've got your back," but Wu Fu just brushes the old man off, totally chill. "Nope, this is a strict one-on-one. No time to chat, Ji-Fei is already charging back in at literal lightning speed, spamming wild attacks at Wu Fu like an absolute madman. Luckily, our boy powers up just in time. Game over. Wu Fu unleashes a ruthless combo, slashing Ji-Fei into absolute ribbons. But hold on a second. Wu Fu's eyes suddenly go wide, staring at something completely unbelievable. Watch closely because you and I are about to see this villain just completely shrug off those massive hits. Ji-Fei is actually absorbing the damage, getting insanely buffed. He grows even bigger, radiating this incredibly dark, toxic aura in every single direction. This guy just won't quit talking trash. Didn't see that coming, did you, loser? You are absolutely dying right here today. He barely finishes his villain monologue before Wu Fu clocks the trick. A healing buff. Let's see you heal from getting completely erased. Bam! Wu Fu whips out his spirit sword and delivers the ultimate finishing strike. Staring in total disbelief, the villain just stutters out, You literally have zero martial arts morals. Wu Fu just shrugs, totally deadpan. Bro, you were popping stat-boosting pills, so why exactly can't I use a sword? Even while literally split in half, Ji-Fei tries one last desperate threat. Listen up, the mighty Zhao family will absolutely never let you off. They are gonna avenge me. Well, Wu Fu happily grants his final wish. Wu Fu immediately snaps his attention to the two terrified Zhao henchmen. Go run back and tell your precious Zhao family. The guy who wrecked him is Wu Fu. You want revenge? Come straight for me. Leave everyone else completely out of this. The goons scramble away like cowards, but obviously drop the classic villain line. You just wait. Our boss and young master are gonna wipe the floor with you, they yell. Wu Fu just sighs, completely unbothered by the hype. It's getting pretty late anyway. Let me go ahead and fix this wrecked house for you guys. He presses a hand to the dirt, checking the damage. Just a second later, Wu Fu channels his spiritual energy. Boom! In the blink of an eye, massive glowing streams of pure aura burst out. The energy instantly wraps around the ruined house, piecing it back together like magic. Aoli watches this flex, absolutely stunned in silence. I know what you're thinking, did this crazy kid just pull off the legendary Furui creation art without trying? Shu Qingqing stands off to the side, totally lost in her own panicked thoughts. Is Captain Arrogant seriously just getting insanely stronger by the day? The realization makes her expression turn dead serious. She trained so hard just to fight side by side with Wu Fu, but looking at him now, that power gap is basically an ocean. But Shu Qingqing quickly shakes it off and copes. I mean, it makes total sense. He is literally Wu Fu, the absolute monster no one on planet Earth could ever dream of beating. Soon enough, the house is flawlessly rebuilt, looking brand new. Wu Fu dusts off his hands with a heavy sigh. All right, done. Ao Li, who has been practically vibrating with burning questions this entire time, immediately rushes right over. How on earth did you do that? That is a triple S rank Furui technique. Without missing a beat, Wu Fu drops the most trolling answer ever. Oh really, I just randomly saw someone use it back in the hopeless forest once. Looks super convenient, so I just memorized it. Ao Li is absolutely mauling right now. Just memorized it. It literally took Ao Li 2 straight years of grueling training just to learn the basics. Meanwhile, back in Penglai town, night completely takes over with a massive moon shining down. We see Wu Fu chilling silently by a crackling campfire. His mind is just racing. Why can't he feel any real human emotions in this life anymore? No joy, no anger, no love. Is it because of the trauma from tens of thousands of years ago? Honestly, probably. Sifting through the fragmented pieces of his past, he desperately tries to find any happy memories. But nope. Aside from this burning, all-consuming need for pure revenge, every single ounce of sadness or grief has been completely swallowed up. Vengeance is literally all he has left. Then boom, Shu Qingqing walks up and smacks his shoulder. Hey dummy, stop brooding by yourself in the dark. Get up and dance. Our edgy protagonist immediately shoots that down. Hard pass. You guys just go have fun. Shu Qingqing totally ignores his rejection and violently yanks him to his feet. Come on, everybody is waiting. We then smash cut straight to the Zhao family estate. Old man Tianlong is absolutely throwing a massive temper tantrum, blasting dark aura everywhere and screaming at the top of his lungs, Die, just die already. And that's where we stop. Trust me, you'll want to see what this terrified henchman is about to say. Alright, stick with me here, you're about to see a boss absolutely lose his mind. Hearing the noise, Tianlong angrily spins around. Terrified of looking out of control, he literally blasts his minion out the room. Then Tianlong slowly walks out. What is it? Is it young master, Zhao? What happened? The poor minion is shaking in his boots now. He stammers out the news. When Zhao Jifei went to Penglai village to collect the money, he was actually killed on the spot. This shocking update makes the boss scream in pure disbelief. Killed by who? The lackey is sweating bullets right now. Apparently, some guy named Wu Fu did it. According to the guys who ran back, Wu Fu was hanging out with 2 beastmen who actually have animal ears. They all showed up in Penglai a few days ago. After finally calming down, Tianlong asks in confusion, Beastmen with ears, you say? A scheming look flashes in his eyes. How interesting. In the blink of an eye, Tianlong issues his next command. Go tell them I want to meet this Wu Fu. The minion frantically agrees. Yes, right away, turning pale, he secretly wonders to himself what's wrong with the boss. Ever since his wife passed away, his personality completely changed. It's like he's a totally different person now. Meanwhile, in the village, Silang is screaming his lungs out. Bad news. This is really bad news. Wenshu hears this and immediately scolds him. What is it now? You panic every single day. Can you just chill out for once? Ignoring the old man, he urgently calls out Wu Fu. Look at this. Seeing the box in Silang's hands, Wenshu suddenly starts stuttering in pure fear. Now watch closely because this is where things get absolutely wild. His face turns dead pale. My friends, we're in some huge trouble. Wu Fu still has no clue what's going on. What is this thing? Isn't it just a box? What is so scary about it? After a moment, Wenshu sadly explains the situation. You don't understand, sir. Here in our Penglei village, whoever gets this token gets invited to the Zhao family estate and they never come back. We actually had a kind savior just like you guys before. A good person with long ears went to the Zhao family alone and was never seen again. Ao Li instantly catches the most important detail here. Wait, are you saying that person had animal ears exactly like ours? A crazy theory quickly flashes right through his mind. Could this shady Zhao family be connected to Yaming's father? But right after that, boom, 3 hidden weapons suddenly shoot right out from the box. They aim straight for Wu Fu, attacking right as he prepares to counter. But then something else completely grabs their attention. A blinding light suddenly erupts from inside the box. Luckily, Ao Li spots it just in the nick of time. Watch out. The Zhao family's sneak attack from the box is completely blocked by him. It turns out to be a silver needle, tiny but incredibly sharp. Next, Wu Fu calmly steps up, grabs the letter and says, looks like the Zhao family has a massive misunderstanding about us. Hearing that, Shu Qingqing quickly chimes in, no kidding, right? The letter says, meet at the Zhao estate tomorrow at 7 p.m. I have what you want. You and I know it's a trap, right? But she still asks, wanna go? Wu Fu doesn't even hesitate for a single second. Between this letter and the silver needle, if we don't go, they definitely will not let this slide. The moment Wu Fu finishes speaking, Ao Li steps up. I am going with you. Yaming instantly jumps in too, saying I'm going as well. Worried she might get hurt, he puts on a serious face. Yaming, stay in the village. But Yaming is totally determined now. I do not want to. Didn't the village chief just say it earlier? That person with the long ears was also invited to the Zhao family estate. She tries her absolute hardest to convince Ao Li. I am a beastman who passed the test too. If you can go there, why on earth can I not go? A moment later, Wu Fu asks Wenshu village chief, you know the way to the Zhao family, lead the way. The old man instantly agrees, yes, yes. Cut to the insanely gorgeous Zhao family mansion where a graceful silhouette appears right beneath the steam of a beautiful hot spring. It turns out to be Luoxi just relaxing in the water. Suddenly, a naughty hand sneaks up right behind her. Completely startled, Luoxi screams out loud, Sister, what are you doing? It's actually Wen Feng, and she replies like it's totally normal. What do you think I am trying to do? Just checking if our sweet Luoxi has been eating enough good meals lately, of course. Wen Feng's hands just keep playfully roaming around all over the place. Unable to handle this shameless teasing anymore, Luoxi forcefully shoves her away in absolute panic. She ends up pushing Wen Feng straight into the water. Seeing this, Luoxi watches nervously. After a long time, there is still zero movement. She quickly calls out in panic, Sister Wen Feng, are you okay? Just waiting for this exact moment, Wen Feng jumps up to tease her. I can barely breathe, I need mouth-to-mouth resuscitation right now. Luoxi gets even more flustered by this. Sister Wen Feng, if you keep doing this, I'm going to ignore you. Still, Wen Feng loves playing the villain role. Hey there, gorgeous beauty. Would I have the honor of inviting you out for a stroll tomorrow? We can go check out the great warriors of our Zhao family. Inside the city, huge crowds are gathered, making it super lively. Luoxi shows up wearing a brand new outfit. She looks absolutely stunning. Acting like a total creep, Wen Feng doesn't hold back. She praises her, so beautiful. That brat is seriously lucky to have you. I definitely have to steal you away before he does. Her pouting attitude makes Luoxi both shy and annoyed. Sister Wen Feng, you're doing it again. Keep this up and I'll ignore you. Then she returns to normal. That's where we pause. Trust me, you and I gotta see what comes next. Alright, let's dive into some hilarious Manhwa drama today. Wen Feng tears up instantly when asked about the lipstick money, looking absolutely heartbroken. She asks, what do you mean? Do you really want nothing to do with me? Seeing this huge misunderstanding, Luoxi panics and quickly explains. No, that is not it at all. Honestly, she feels bad inside because Luoxi just cares way too much about Wen Feng. She just does not want her getting scammed. Then Wen Feng spills her heart out. Because of my status, nobody dares to approach me. With my father regime getting increasingly brutal, people avoid me like the absolute plague, and my older brother literally just trains cultivation from morning until night anyway. I have absolutely nobody by my side, but then you showed up. The heavens must have finally seen how pathetic I am. So they sent you to me. But you were always just cultivating. It was so insanely hard to drag you out to play today. I am going to buy you the absolute best things in this city. Hearing this, Luo Si feels even more guilty. Sister Wenfeng, I am so sorry. But before she can even finish, Wenfeng totally cuts her off. Let me take you to the most famous tavern ever. Their chef skills are totally unmatched, so literally everyone wants a taste of it. At this point, Luo Shi realizes something funny is going on. Sister Wenfeng, is something on your mind? The sky looks super peaceful right now, and without even realizing it, Luo Xi and Wenfeng are already upstairs in this ancient building. At the exact same time, Xu Qingqing voice rings out nearby. That place is probably the Zhao family estate that little kid Lang mentioned earlier. Wu Fu just walks slowly and agrees, probably. She does not hold back and hilariously roasts it. What even is this? I thought it would look totally intimidating, but it is literally just some old dusty architecture. Was that kid Lang actually scared of this place? He refused to enter the city with us even if his life depended on it. Right as Yu Qingqing finishes, Ya Meng lets out a huge painful scream. Turns out she literally just bumped into an old lady. The grandma gently checks on her. Little girl, are you doing all right? The very next second, the curious old lady randomly grabs Ya Meng's ears. What are these? They are just way too cute. Furious, the girl shoves her away. Hey, stop touching me like that. But obviously Ya Meng totally fails to hold back her ridiculous strength, causing an absolutely massive shockwave. Seeing this insane display, the townspeople instantly start gossiping in total panic. How is that little girl so ridiculously strong? Is she a monster? A monster? Then they all just start running for their lives. Help, a monster. Run away right now. A killer monster is here. All this hilarious chaos immediately catches Luo's attention from above. What is going on down there? Now watch closely, things get wild. They look down, spot Ya Meng, and Wenfeng instantly dives into attack mode, yelling, so bold. Just a pathetic little beast daring to cause trouble in my Zhao family territory. But nobody could have predicted what actually happens next. Ya Meng's eyes go wide with shock, but luckily, Ao Li steps in right on time to block the attack for her. Seeing things go south fast, Luo Shi completely gets ready to provide backup. Sister Wenfeng, let me help you. But before she even finishes, Wu Fu and Xu Qingqing both shout her name in unison. Luo Shi. She slowly becomes absolutely stunned, hearing this super familiar voice. Their sudden appearance shocks her so much that she literally slips and falls right off. In a flash, Wu Fu catches her perfectly, leaving her totally unable to believe her own eyes. Wu Fu, is it really you? Getting all emotional, Luo Shi hugs him super tight. Wu Fu, do you know that when you did not come to Penglai with me, I was absolutely terrified. I thought something terrible happened to you, but I just kept trying to reassure myself that you would somehow be totally fine. Where in the world have you been? He softens his voice, looking genuinely apologetic. I am sorry, some crazy stuff happened back then. Hearing this just makes her even more anxious. Promise me you will never leave my side again, okay? I know exactly what you are thinking, classic anime jealousy. Ya Meng secretly envies Wu Fu having so many admirers around him while she is literally stuck with just Ao Li. Suddenly, Xu Qingqing yells out super embarrassed. Hey, hugging for a little bit is enough. Luo Si gently smiles and says, Xu Qingqing, you are here too. This is amazing. Even though she is flustered, Xu Qingqing stammers back. Yeah, exactly. A moment later, Wenfeng storms over with a serious face. Who the heck are these people? Right after hearing Luo Si's quick explanation, she shoots Wu Fu a seriously glaring look. So you are the guy who had Luo Si worried sick this whole time. Showing absolutely zero mercy, Wenfeng whips out her dual whips and totally provokes him. Let me see. Let us see what kind of man actually makes Luo Si care so much. Show me your skills. The very next second, a ridiculously terrifying explosion blasts right where Wu Fu is standing. Fortunately, he acts lightning fast, throwing up a barrier to block the nasty hit. Wenfeng taunts him with a dark tone. You brat, pull out your weapon. Defending like this is just a complete insult to me. That strike used at least 30 or 40% of her power, yet Wu Fu blocked it head-on. Looks like his cultivation level is absolutely off the charts now. She definitely needs to be way more careful next time. Treating her like a kid, Wu Fu just smirks and replies back. I'm just afraid I will completely ruin those beautiful whips of yours. His casual, smug attitude. She is furious. And that is where we leave it. Do you think he is just all talk, or will he actually fight back? Stick with me, we are jumping right in. Before her whip could even hit, Wenfeng's eyes went wide. Out of nowhere, the spirit sword of Wu Fu was resting right against her neck. Game over. He quickly pulled his blade back and spoke up. It is getting late, we need to hurry over to the Zhao estate. Hearing that familiar name instantly made Wenfeng super curious. You guys want to go to the Zhao estate? Wu Fu gave her a side eye. You know where it is. Luo Si immediately stepped in to introduce her to Wu Fu. Her name is Zhao Wenfeng, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family. Suddenly, Wenfeng put the pieces together. Wait, are you the special guests my father invited to the dinner party tonight? With total confidence, he replied, that is right. Do you know the way? Flipping her attitude faster than flipping a pancake, her expression completely changed. Pardon my bad manners then, honored guests, please follow right this way. Yameng secretly whispered over to Ali. If this rich girl actually knew we were coming here to settle a serious grudge, would she totally regret showing us the way? His face lit up, absolutely ready for the incoming drama. Who knows, honestly. A little while later, Wen Feng led the whole crew right up to the massive Zhao family mansion. She calmly ordered the gatekeeper, go tell my father, right now our VIP guests have arrived. Just like he was told to do earlier, the guard quickly replied, the master is busy, please wait in the guest room for a moment. The second they walked in, the familiar bark of Erha echoed out. The very next second, Meng Meng emotionally yelled out, Brother Fu. Now pay attention to this wild reunion. His presence completely shocked Wu Fu. Fatty also could not believe his eyes, shouting little ha. After a super emotional moment, Meng Meng sighed in total disappointment. I thought we were going to ascend together. So where the heck did you run off to? Good thing the young lady of the Zhao family kept Luo Shi and me here. Hugging Erha in his arms, Wu Fu quietly thought to himself. Luo Shi and Little Ha's cultivation levels seem to have improved a whole lot. This Zhao estate seems pretty interesting. Wenfeng suddenly spoke up, interrupting his train of thought. All right, do not just stand around over there. You must be tired from the trip, let me take you to your rooms to rest. Following her lead, Meng Meng started running his mouth. Brother Fu, how did you know we were at the Zhao estate? Or did you just come here looking for Luo Shi? Before Wu Fu could even answer, he just kept putting on a total show. Rose before host, man, my heart is completely shattered right now. Hearing this nonsense, Luo Zi could not take it and yelled out, Wang Meng Meng, stop talking garbage, Wu Fu and I just ran into each other. Meanwhile, Wen Feng had already brought Yameng to her spot. Yameng, you take this room and Ao Li will be right next door. Ao Li instantly agreed. Sounds good. But suddenly the little girl made a wild demand. I want to share a room with Ao Li. Seeing that Ao Li curiously turned and asked Wen Feng, is that okay? She replied in a super thoughtful and caring tone. It makes sense, the little girl feels totally out of place here. You are super important to her, so she really wants to lean on you. Without any hesitation, he seriously confirmed it. She is someone incredibly important to me too. We all felt that one right. Ao Li's firm answer honestly made Wen Feng a little jealous. Meanwhile, the lonely silhouette of Fei Long stood tall in front of an old weathered wall. He squeezed his eyes shut, focusing all his energy. The very next second, a tiny little leaf fell right down in front of Fei Long. As if sensing that super soft movement, his eyes snapped wide open. Flash! The leaf was cleanly slashed right in half. Carried by the wind, it fluttered down to the dirt as Fei Long watched closely. Even so, he let out a frustrated sigh. As expected, still not good enough. Just how long do I have to wait? Then Wen Feng's respectful voice echoed out. Big brother, it is time to eat. Fei Long quickly replied, oh, is that you, Wen Feng? He then started asking her some casual questions. Has father made any new moves lately? She slowly replied to him. No, it is exactly the same as before. That answer did not surprise Fei Long at all. Is that so? A fierce determination violently sparked in his eyes. Mother Fei Long swears to get revenge for you. After taking a seat, Fei Long started up the conversation. That girl who came from the outside world is her name. Luo Si Wenfeng got super annoyed and started complaining. Big brother, seriously, right in front of me. Stop bringing up other girls. Her childish behavior made him burst out laughing. Come on now, are not you two supposed to be best friends? Wenfeng gave him an angry side-eye. Even so, do not tease me. The scene cuts over to a super luxurious room. Luo Si curiously walked closer. What are you thinking about so deeply? In a flash, Wenfeng spoke up. Oh, is absolutely nothing. Is it really okay if you guys do not go to the banquet? Luo Shi's tone was incredibly confident. If it is Wu Fu, he can definitely handle it. Wenfeng grew even more curious. Seems like you really trust that guy, huh? Hearing that, Meng Meng quickly cut in. Sister Wenfeng, Luo Shi is totally right about that. Back when we were still on Earth, Wu Fu was an absolute unmatched beast. With our strength, we would just hold him back. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Meanwhile, over at the fancy banquet, Ya Meng looks around with pure curiosity. What are those maids carrying, man? That food looks absolutely delicious. Tianlong is lost in his own dark thoughts. Is this kid really Wu Fu, the guy who killed Zhao Jifei? He can't even read the kid's true power level. Xu Qingqing is busy making her own mental notes too. This old man Zhao doesn't look like a good guy at all in this heavy, awkward silence. A maid walks in bringing the dishes and hyping them up as the Zhao Manor's special delicacies. But Xu Qingqing isn't falling for the trap at all. Now watch closely, things are getting sketchy. She stays on high alert because while the food looks amazing, it's giving off a really weird energy. Playing it cool, she politely drops a fake compliment. She says she's heard legends about the Zhao family head and he's truly extraordinary. The food is incredible and even the serving maids are suspiciously top tier. Wu Fu, how much longer are you going to stare at her chest? Hearing this, Tian Long just flashes a totally fake gentle smile. Miss Xu is joking around. If you enjoy the Zhao family food, you're always welcome here as my special guest. That little comment makes Wu Fu smirk, thinking to himself that this old fox is super cautious. Meanwhile, a sudden question pops into Tian Long's head. Why aren't you young friends eating? Is the food not good enough? He eagerly pushes them, urging Miss Xu to hurry up and take a bite. It's delicious. His aggressive enthusiasm leaves Xu Qingqing totally speechless. She was literally just throwing out a random fake compliment earlier. Plus, she definitely didn't mean the food was actually good. But hey, while Xu Qingqing is still being super suspicious, we get a shot of Yameng already stuffing her face happily. It completely breaks her self-control. Is it really that good? Fine, Xu Qingqing decides to eat too. Seeing his shady plan half-finished, Tian Long smiles with pure satisfaction. The two girls took the bait, but these two guys are being super stubborn about it. But he already has a backup plan ready. The very next second, the old man confidently claps his hands to signal someone. Turns out Tian Long just called in 2 more maids to serve them. One of the maids speaks super softly to Wu Fu. Sir, how about I feed you myself? Suddenly, Xu Qingqing raises her voice and yells out Wu Fu's name. Wu Fu glares suspiciously at the maid right next to him. This aura feels exactly like the creepy energy coming from Zhao Jifai. This Zhao manor is definitely hiding some dark secrets. Right behind Ao Li, another beautiful maid is trying to carefully serve him too. You and I both know this is a trap. Ready to fight, he boldly asks if the Zhao family always treats guests like this. Tian Long drops the fake act completely. You're just a pathetic little cultivator, yet you dare mess with the Zhao family. Regression. Let's see how I absolutely destroy you today. The old man quickly taps the small table right in front of him. Then suddenly, Xu Qingqing goes totally crazy, acting like she's being mind-controlled. Yameng gets caught in it too. The girl's weird behavior makes Ao Li panic hard. Yameng, gritting his teeth in pure rage, he demands to know what they did to her. Losing his absolute cool, Ao Li instantly charges in to attack Tian Long. Anyone who hurts Yameng is going to pay with their life. But right at that moment, the maid from earlier suddenly blocks his path. This out-of-nowhere defense makes his eyes shoot wide open in pure shock. In the blink of an eye, Ao Li gets punched, flying across the room. Both maids are acting just as crazy as Xu Qingqing and Yameng. The two girls are suddenly bursting with insane power, like they just drank energy potions. Just as one maid lunges forward, Ao Li finally realizes the danger. Wu Fu, watch out, these people are totally abnormal. He frowns hard, getting completely ready to summon his own power. The very next second, Ao Li is surrounded by a dense aura of spiritual energy. His gold energy refuses to back down. Wu Fu immediately fires off a water energy strike too. Ao Li's massive power successfully traps one of the crazy maids in time. The other maid gets tightly crushed by Wu Fu's water attack. He instantly follows up with a heavy earth energy strike. Such overwhelming power. Seeing the two of them flex like this leaves Tian Long totally speechless. While the old man is still panicking, Ao Li teleports right behind him. Now it's our turn to settle the score. It looks like Tian Long never expected things to flip this fast. Since when were you here? And it's not just Ao Li, Wu Fu has already closed in on the old man too. Absolutely unbelievable. Tian Long's eyes bulge out in fear. In just a split second, they both got right in his face. Despite this, so what do you and I make of this? The old man desperately tries summoning his aura, screaming, "Who are you people?" as energy surrounds him. Stick with me here, you're about to watch Tian Long drop his voice and say 2 against 1 unfair. Let's see what you kids can really do today. The old man's power erupts so violently that the room literally explodes. This insane pressure blasts both Wu Fu and Ao Li straight back. But Wu Fu's still super confident. He smirks and asks, "Don't tell me you actually think you can win a one-on-one fight." Tian Long casually replies, "We'll know when we try." Even though Wu Fu is calculating his next move internally, he boldly keeps up the trash talk. The enemy's cultivation is probably at the tribulation realm, while our boy is only stuck at the spirit condensation realm. He's 2 whole major tiers lower, but with the backing of his spirit sword, taking down this old geezer is totally possible. Then let me play with you, Wu Fu says. Ao Li yells out in frustration, "Wu Fu, this is the Zhao family's turf. Alright, stick with me here." Don't show off, Wu Fu just smirks and calmly replies, "Just a little warm-up." In the very next second, Tian Long unleashes this massive, suffocating aura, refusing to lose. Wu Fu quickly summons water energy to counter him. Right on cue, Tian Long literally calls out a fire dragon. Wu Fu claps back with a water dragon. Their powers clash, creating an absolutely terrifying explosion. After trading blows, Tian Long laughs out loud, totally impressed. "Young man, you are seriously talented." Seeing they pass his little test, he eagerly asks, "Your skills are incredible. Are you two here for the Zhao family's secret realm?" Aoli snaps back, keeping his guard up, so what Tianlong laughs and explains his goal. "You misunderstand, kid. I just want to make a trade." Aoli stares blankly and repeats, "A trade? What do you mean?" Tianlong lays it out. "Exactly. Countless people spy on the Zhao family realm day and night, but hardly anyone ever makes it out alive." Aoli looks totally confused. What is that supposed to mean? The old man finally drops the act. "Simply put, my Zhao family gets you inside the realm, and in return you bring an item back for me." Hearing this, Wu Fu instantly spots the catch. "This item is not easy to get, is it?" Tianlong smiles. "You are undeniably sharp." Wu Fu glares, annoyed by this trap. "Bull crap. With your insane tribulation level cultivation, you could easily grab it. So what do we get?" This question actually leaves Tianlong stunned. He is totally speechless. Wu Fu keeps pressing him. "Or did you expect us to work for free?" The old guy bursts out laughing. "You kids are hilarious. You really do not know, huh? Now watch closely. This is where it gets crazy. Cultivators risk everything for this realm because once inside, your training speed absolutely skyrockets compared to the outside world. A genius could break through in less than 2 days." Tianlong lowers his voice, adding the bait. "Just stepping inside boosts your cultivation. How about it?" Aoli, quiet until now, suddenly cuts in. "You mean there are tons of other cultivators inside right now?" The old man nods firmly. "Exactly." Before Wu Fu can react, Aoli agrees. "Fine, I am in." Aoli realizes that ever since reaching Penglei, a strange power felt closer. Maybe Yameng's father is inside. His rushing makes Wu Fu glare angrily. "Do you even know how to negotiate, idiot? The old man needs us. We have to secure our safety before agreeing to anything." Wu Fu calmly lays down the real issues. "I will agree, but you have to tell me something first. What exactly is inside? And more importantly, how do we get out?" Later, when Feng calmly announces, "I will escort you to the secret realm." Sounding super worried, Luo Si suggests, "Sister Wen Feng, this is way too dangerous. Let a servant take us instead." Seeing her obvious concern for her, Wen Feng replies gently, "You would risk everything for the guy you love. I'm just going in to boost my cultivation. Compared to your dedication, what is my risk? It is getting late and we are stalling. I am done arguing." On their way to the realm, Wang Mengmeng asks curiously, "Sister Wen Feng, your dad is incredibly strong. Why not just grab the item himself?" She replies instantly, "Did my father not tell you? A person can only enter the secret realm once in their lifetime." This completely answers the lingering question. "We both saw that coming, right?" Wu Fu finally understands, remembering the images inside that secret realm. Wen Feng seriously warns them, "Do not trust everything my father said. This realm is nowhere near as simple as he claimed." She lists the rules. First off, absolutely everything inside this secret realm is technically edible. Eat a little and your cultivation levels up. But overeat and the realm's raw power will completely consume you. You will be trapped inside forever. Second, the so-called inner core is hidden in the absolute deepest part. Plus, the paths are incredibly complex and dangerous. One wrong step and you will completely lose your way in there. Even a top-tier expert like my father would struggle to find that core and actually make it out alive. Wen Feng calmly wraps up. Lastly, the realm is not peaceful at all. It is unpredictable and ridiculously deadly. The second she finishes, Wang Mengmeng furiously yells out, "It feels like your dad completely scammed us." Wen Feng's eyes flash coldly. "Not a scam. He's just using you. You guys have your own goals for going in, right? You will get what you want, but extreme danger comes with a package. So what do you and I make of this?" Wu Fu steps up. "I understand. If you are scared, stay here with Luo Zi. Stick with me here. You're about to see 2 couples and a literal dog just vibing." Voices echo from the room. Down a creepy, empty hallway, a single candle flickers. Xie Tianhao slowly walks down the stairs straight into the spooky basement. His footsteps echo loudly before stopping right outside a room. Inside, Xie Tianhao scoots a little closer to Vanessa. "Please don't, I'll go. I just misspoke." Vanessa leans back on the bed, her eyes completely glued to Daisy across the room. "My time is running out fast." "Is Phil doing okay?" "Well, he is working way harder than before." Vanessa softly whispers back, "Is that so? Then I am finally relieved." Xie Tianhao replies, "Looks like I made the exact right choice after all." He then brings up a super tragic event from the past. Was lying to Phil back then actually a good idea? We see Phil tightly hugging a lifeless body and screaming at the top of his lungs, "Mom, what is wrong? Please do not sleep." He grinds his teeth in pure rage. "I do not care who you are, I am going to end you." A flashback of a younger Xie Tianhao pops up. The weak absolutely cannot protect the people they care about. It is that simple. Xie Tianhao's eyes are completely full of regret. This is an ancient family tradition passed down for generations, and we just have to finish it. I need to act while my mind is still clear, before that secret realm's energy totally consumes me. Was that not our original plan anyway? Vanessa gently places her hand over his. If Phil ever finds out about this dark tradition, he will definitely refuse to lead the family. Xia Tianhao lowers his voice, feeling super guilty. I am sorry for dragging you into this lie. She replies calmly, you do not need to apologize to me. I made this choice all on my own. Turning out like this is entirely my own fault, and it is all for Phil. Now watch closely because this logic is wild. Phil only grows stronger through pure hatred. Scene shifts. Valerie and Phil are just chilling under the moonlight. Big bro, tomorrow I am heading into that dangerous secret realm with the others. Do you have any last words of advice for me? Phil answers super softly, my little Valerie has finally grown up. She looks totally bummed out about having to leave him behind. You better take good care of yourself while I am gone. Phil flashes a comforting smile. I know, especially since I still need to avenge Mom. There is no way I am giving up now. Here, take this lucky charm Mom gave me and come back safe. Meanwhile, a loud scream echoes from another room. Please do not go, Dad. Alex notices that Alice is tossing and turning, looking totally stressed out, so he gently calls her name. His eyes instantly go dark with deep thought. Having that nightmare again, could their dad actually be trapped inside that crazy secret realm? Cut to the entrance of the legendary Smith family secret realm. The squad looks around completely confused. Wait, the entrance is really here. Just chill out, once we use the key in a second we will get right in. Suddenly, boom. A giant cloud of golden energy explodes everywhere and a pitch-black door surrounded by a blinding, glowing light rips wide open. Giving off some seriously creepy vibes, the door suddenly slams shut with a loud smack. Then someone starts angrily yelling, what the heck is this gooey stuff? So gross. Suddenly magic fire blazes right up. The squad starts panicking, their voices bouncing off the cave walls. Hey, stay away from that weird dirt pile, it is literally moving mud. Moving mud. What does that even mean? Valerie speaks up with an icy cold tone. Well, simply put, the Smith family secret realm is literally just the inside of a giant monster's stomach. Wyatt looks totally disgusted. Wait, so is this stuff stomach acid? Strange, creepy objects are scattered all over the ground. I know what you were thinking, gross, right? Well, Wyatt spots them instantly. But before he can even figure it out, these freaky things suddenly pop a giant eyeball right out of their bodies. Wyatt turns completely pale. Guys, watch out, there is something seriously wrong with this dirt. Alex immediately blasts his metal magic. Boom. A massive explosion goes off, filling the room with thick white smoke. But those weird objects just keep multiplying insanely fast. Shu Qingqing is absolutely losing her mind staring at this nightmare. What in the world are those things? Just looking at them makes me want to throw up. Wyatt's eyes go wide. These eyeballs act like they are actually part of the realm itself. Even when you smash them to pieces, they just morph right back together with the other chunks to form a brand new creepy eye. Out of nowhere, these things start swelling up like balloons, hit their limit, pop, and just vanish. Then almost every single one of these gross little monsters completely sinks up, and they all violently explode together, turning into absolute mushy liquid. Wyatt stares at the mess, totally sweating. Okay, this stuff is way too dangerous. Something this bizarre is a huge red flag. Everyone stay on high alert right now. He quickly scans the rest of the dark cave. It feels like the entire room is actually shape-shifting. After those gross eyeballs popped, the whole cave just started violently shaking and losing balance. Wait, were those nasty eyeballs literally holding this entire space together? Everyone starts screaming in panic. The cave is straight up collapsing around them. Watch out. Through all the chaos, someone desperately yells his name. Wyatt. He screams back over the noise. Just run for it. Right now, we will regroup later. Shu Qingqing suddenly spots something crazy. Wyatt, you have to look over there. The massive earthquake just split the only escape route right into two separate paths. And those weird round blobs are crawling straight toward Wyatt and the crew. You can totally hear the sheer panic in all three of their voices. Oh no, the monsters already crawled down that path. Then what the heck are Mary and Shu Qingqing supposed to do? Hurry up, we have to chase them. So what do you and I make of this mess? Cut to Alex, spamming his earth magic, but he is just sinking deeper into the mud. Let's jump into this, damn it, is it seriously not working? Wu Fu uses all his elemental energy effortlessly. I just use a little earth energy to create this swamp and I still cannot pull it off. A Meng stands high up and yells out, Ao Li. He spots her and immediately asks, Hey Meng, are you okay? She looks totally worried. Just hold on a second, I will figure out how to save you. Ao Li quickly warns her. This collapsing cave feels like it is directly targeting us right now. You need to be super careful not to fall in. He thinks to himself, I never expected I would actually have to rely on a Meng one day. Suddenly, a massive crashing sound echoes out. Ao Li seems to have noticed something completely off. A Meng yells down, Ao Li, I am coming to save you. But suddenly, her foot gets completely snagged on a random rock. She completely loses her balance and comes crashing down hard. The object in her hand drops, plummeting straight toward the exact spot where Ao Li is standing. His eyes instantly light up. It turns out to be a massive boulder, and the impact actually launches him right out of danger. Meng awkwardly scratches her head. This thing is way too heavy. She hesitantly stammers out, "Ali, are you all right down there?" He nods back at her. How could I possibly be okay now that Ali is free? He immediately wants to find Wu Fu. This secret realm is packed with deadly traps, so we need to regroup with Wu Fu. Their heavy footsteps echo throughout the dark cave. They carefully navigate the cave until all three suddenly stop in their tracks. Luo Si speaks up. It looks like there is light coming from the right. Wen Feng quickly chimes in. Just looking at the left side screams danger is totally dark and damp. Watch closely here, things are about to get interesting. Wu Fu runs his fingers along the stone wall. Luo Si looks totally confused. What are you doing? He answers her. The dirt on this right path feels completely different from the swamp mud we just saw back in the main hall. Luo Si also feels a weird sense of familiarity. She has seen this before, but just cannot put her finger on it right now. Right then, Wu Fu notices something strange. When Feng sees how comfortable he looks here and gets super confused. He asks, have you actually been to this place before? It seems to know you. But Wu Fu shakes his head. Nope, first time. They quickly realize those creepy floating eyes mean no harm and are actually guiding them. Yeah, those eyes definitely do not seem hostile at all. It honestly looks like they want us to follow them. Soon the three reach a fork in the road and Wenfeng asks the group, so do we take the left path? Luo Si shrugs. I will just follow Wu Fu. Ultimately, Wu Fu makes the final call. Let's go left. But deep down, he is starting to get pretty suspicious. He cannot sense any spirit energy on either path, but the dirt on the right is completely different from the left side. If he were totally alone, he would definitely pick the right path. After all, incredible danger usually leads to some seriously epic rewards, right? But dragging Luo Zi and Wen Feng into this mess changes everything. He absolutely has to keep them safe, no matter what. Wu Fu slowly turns to Luo Xi and Wen Feng. Did you guys just hear that weird noise? He looks totally puzzled. Is that running water? Could there seriously be an entire river hidden deep inside this secret realm? Since it is pitch black, he summons a tiny flame to light the way. The three step into a new area and their jaws just completely drop in pure shock. I know what you are thinking, this place is unreal. Inside this mysterious cave, a brilliant glow from those floating eyes lights up everything around them. It turns the whole scene into something straight out of a myth. Seriously, it is only this breathtaking because it has been hidden away forever. If this was out in the real world, it would have been destroyed ages ago. Wu Fu scans the area. Why did those strange eyes lead us exactly here? Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, Ao Li's voice echoes loudly. We have been walking forever, and there is still zero sign of Wu Fu anywhere. Do you think we are completely lost down here? Hey, do not panic, I am right here with you. I absolutely will not let anything happen to you. He frowns in frustration. That guy Wu Fu literally split us up the second we entered this place. He didn't even leave a single clue behind. Talk about unreliable. I honestly hope he could actually help A Meng track down her missing father. A Meng looks up with big eyes and asks softly, is my father truly hiding somewhere in here? Ao Li thinks to himself, ever since we stepped into this realm, my magical connection with my father has completely vanished. He gently pats A Meng on the head. Even if your father is not here, we still have to push ourselves to get way stronger. The tribe already recognizes you as the absolute strongest beastskin. She nods sadly, but suddenly, a super weird noise echoes from the distance. Aoli instantly draws his blade, jumping in front of A Meng to shield her. She points confusedly. That sound is coming from right in there. Aoli relentlessly slashes at the crack ahead, forcing it open until a hidden path is revealed. His eyes go incredibly wide in pure shock. She tilts her head. Wait, did we finally make it outside? Suddenly, a desperate scream echoes out. Help me, A Meng quickly asks out loud. Could my father seriously be hiding somewhere behind this massive wasteland? Meanwhile, in a completely different spot at a cherry blossom forest, Shu Qing looks around totally lost. Where in the world are we? Mei Meng, who is literally being sat on by her, groans out. Looks like another random path in this realm. Shu Qing jumps up blushing. Oh my gosh, sorry. He brushes off the dirt and smirks. Being your cushion is an absolute honor. Trust me, you and I will definitely want to see what happens next. Let's dive right into the chaos. Did you get fatter lately? Cut to Wu Fu, Wen Feng, and Luo Xi casually cruising down this dark underground river. Inside the spooky cave, Luo Xi looks totally impressed. Sister Wen Feng, I had no idea you knew this kind of magic. Wen Feng just laughs it off. Oh please, these are just cheap parlor tricks. Back in the day, my ancestors traveled absolutely everywhere. They constantly ran into massive lakes and oceans. So to save time, they actually picked up this super handy magic trick, a paper boat spell from some random wizard. But wait, suddenly, Wu Fu senses something totally sketchy lurking right beneath the water. He frowns and yells, everyone watch out, there is definitely something down there. and yet bubbles start violently rising to the surface. Suddenly, a creepy skeletal arm shoots out of the water and grabs Luo Si right by the ankle. Wen Feng immediately spots the threat. This nasty bone spirit pops up trying to snatch Luo Si. But luckily, Wen Feng cracks her whip and smashes the skeleton into tiny pieces. She quickly checks in. Luo Shi, are you hurt? Shaking her head. Luo Shi stays calm and replies, I am fine, but watch your back. More bone spirits try to hijack their paper boat, and two of them jump straight at Wu Fu. He instantly fires off his water spirit energy. One massive blast completely wipes out those pesky skeletons. Wu Fu claps his hands together, chanting a spell to turn the invisible into reality, turning absolutely nothing into everything. The crazy river suddenly goes dead silent, but a second later, the water starts violently churning out of control. Now watch this closely, things are getting wild. A massive transparent hand bursts out from the river, completely wrapping around their tiny boat. Wen Feng rests her hand on her chin and starts teasing. Looks like your little boyfriend is working incredibly hard just to keep you safe. Hearing that, Luo Si blushes super hard and playfully slaps her. Sister Wen Feng, how can you even joke around at a time like this? But the river is packed with jagged rocks sticking out everywhere. And as they drift downstream, bam, the boat crashes hard right into a boulder. The massive impact makes Luo Shi lose her balance and slip. Panicking, she screams out, Wu Fu, please help me. Seeing her in real danger, our boy does not even hesitate and dives straight into the raging river. He reaches out yelling, Luo Shi, grab my hand. She desperately reaches back toward Wu Fu, but she is just too far away. Suddenly, he screams, Luo, Izzy, watch out for the rock behind you. Even with a warning, she simply cannot dodge in time. Smack. She hits her head hard on the rock, instantly passing out and sinking fast. Wu Fu stretches his arm out and finally grabs her hand. He pulls her in close, swimming upward while desperately shouting, Luo Si, wake up. Wu Fu quickly assesses the situation. That brutal impact definitely messed up her internal energy channels. Without wasting a single second, he leans right in. And yep, he goes straight for mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Up on the shore, Wen Feng swings her trusty whip and yells, Wu Fu, grab the rope. He instantly reaches out and grabs it tight. She pulls them both up with all her strength, but suddenly Wu Fu feels this freezing chill run down his spine. He glances down into the water. You and I both know this is not over. Glowing red eyes are staring right at him and Luo Si. Wu Fu desperately shouts, pull Luo Si up first. Wen Feng easily yanks Luo Si to safety, leaving Wu Fu completely surrounded by a massive swarm of monster fish. He glares at them. I literally do not have time to play games with you ugly things right now. Wu Fu fiercely growls, get lost. Suddenly, Wen Feng screams out in panic, Wu Fu, something is wrong. Luo Si is not breathing anymore. Hearing that horrifying news, he immediately leaps right out of the river and yells, quick, you need to take off her wet clothes. Once Luo Si is out of her soaked outer garments, Wu Fu looks seriously at Wen Feng. Leave the rest to me. Keep those nasty things in the lake busy. She fiercely frowns at him and delivers a dark threat. If anything bad happens to Luo Si, I swear I am going to end you. Throwing that threat down, she dramatically turns and walks right away. Wu Fu gently places his hands on Luo Si. Instantly, this gorgeous, glowing, colorful stream of pure healing energy flows right into her frail body. Just a second later, Luo Si violently coughs up water and snaps awake. Wu Fu immediately stops healing her as she weakly whispers his name, Wu Fu. He softly asks, are you finally awake? Luo Si slowly tries to push herself up. Frowning, she rubs her aching head and asks, what in the world happened to me? Wu Fu gently supports her shoulders. Hey, do not move around yet. You smash hard into a rock back there. Because of that brutal impact, your true internal energy got completely scattered all over the place. Your back is also injured pretty badly, so sit still. I am going to heal you right now. Wu Fu channels his energy through both hands, but the absolute second he touches her waist, Luo Si completely flinches in surprise. Classic anime moment. Luo Si instantly turns bright tomato red. Meanwhile, Wen Feng is watching from a distance and angrily yells out, Wu Fu, are you done over there yet? Hearing her loud voice, Luo Si quickly looks up and asks about Sister Wen Feng. Meanwhile, Wen Feng is out there fiercely battling those ugly monster fish. Luo Si worriedly shouts, Sister Wen Feng, I am coming to help. But Wu Fu grabs her wrist, stopping her. Because of that sudden stop, well, physics happens and things bounce, and that is exactly when our girl Luo Si finally realizes she is only wearing a super thin wet shirt. Turning furiously red, she drops down and covers herself up. Panicking, she glares straight at Wu Fu and asks, did you literally just see everything? But he's already completely gone. Over on the other side of the river, Wen Feng is still fighting those creepy fish for her life. Trust me, you are going to love this entrance. A massive sword slash completely cuts across the river. Wu Fu steps up looking incredibly epic. Alright, now is finally time to settle our score. Meanwhile, over at the beautiful peach blossom fields, Wang Mengmeng finally speaks up. Let's dive right into this wild ride. He rubs his chin, asking if they just got blasted to another freaking planet. Because honestly, the exit is damp, dangerous, and completely weird. Inside the realm, creepy eyeballs everywhere. But now look at all these pretty little flowers. The grass here is literally the complete opposite vibe. Ching Ching just pouts and snaps at him to shut up, cursing her terrible luck for getting stuck with him. They stroll through a gorgeous cherry blossom forest. Meng Meng just laughs, telling her that whining won't magically teleport them out since they're already stuck here. He tells her to use that free time to figure out what's for dinner. She gets completely triggered and yells, "Eat, eat, eat." That is all you ever think about. You've been following Wu Fu for so long, how have you not learned a single thing from him? He instantly goes dead silent. Ching Ching raises her voice, "Hey, do you have zero manners or what? I'm talking to you." Suddenly, a wild vine whips out of nowhere. Meng Meng shoves Ching Ching out of the way and screams to watch out. His eyes are full of absolute panic, because it's not just one vine, four of them suddenly shoot out, wrapping tightly around his legs, arms, and neck. The vines yank tight, stretching Meng Meng in four different directions, like a rag doll. Meng Meng screams in pure agony. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ching Ching charges in with her massive hammer, yelling that she is coming to save him. She swings hard, but the hammer smashes right into Meng Meng's stomach. He shrieks in absolute terror, begging her to actually aim next time. The vines strike again, wrapping right around the hammer. They snatch the weapon completely out of her hands, gripping the handle and swinging it violently right back at her. Now pay attention here, this gets crazy. She jumps to dodge completely, missing another sneaky vine whipping right at her back. Luckily, Meng Meng reaches out and blocks it. He bravely steps right in front of Ching Ching like a boss, holding a snap piece of vine in one hand, while firmly crushing the other vine in his fist. Her face turns bright red as she stammers to ask him how. He just smirks. Since we arrived at Penglai even without breaking through. Following Senior, Wen Feng taught me a ton of magic spells. So yeah, I actually got pretty strong. Scene change. Blood drips from a sword. Luo Zi casually speaks up, asking him what he is staring at. Wu Fu gives her a super serious look. He coldly mutters, "Nothing, let's keep moving." Luo Zi terrifiedly glances behind her. Down in the river, Wu Fu literally wiped out the entire mob of monster fish. He and Wen Feng walk out of the cave together. Seeing the view ahead, Wen Feng breaks into a massive glowing smile. Outside, the cave is a huge open sky with a mountain ledge sticking out right across from them. She speaks up, saying she never expected the Zhao family's secret realm to look this majestic. But the two mountain peaks are super far apart, so how are they supposed to jump across? Wu Fu steps up and suggests using earth spiritual energy. He slaps his hand onto the dirt, manifesting glowing earth energy rocks, then casually tosses them toward the other side. The earth energy just magically floats in midair. Luo Si gasps in shock, asking if there is actually an invisible bridge hidden right here. Wen Feng chimes in, saying there's only one way to find out. She tosses her hairpin straight down the cliff. The hairpin plummets down thanks to normal gravity. Seeing this totally fail, Luo Shi is completely baffled, asking what the heck is going on. Wu Fu just says, "Let me try." He steps out over the cliff and instantly his foot lands firmly on thin air. "I know what you're thinking, magic barrier, right?" Wu Fu smirks, thinks to himself, "Just as I expected," and steps forward. This bridge seems to have its own consciousness, so it won't hurt us. It is definitely a spatial bridge. Wen Feng is totally confused. A spatial bridge with a brain, what does that even mean? He starts explaining. Everything has space. If it uses this invisible form to let us walk across, then it absolutely has other ways to handle carrying the weight of different objects. Luo Si blinks rapidly and asks, "You mean what we see is not even real, just another form of some weird dimension?" A little while later, Wen Feng looks pretty overwhelmed by the brain-melting logic. All three of them casually stroll across the invisible bridge to the next mountain. Luo Si nervously asks, "Senior Wen Feng, are you doing okay?" She replies, "I'm fine, just a little terrified of heights right now." Reaching the other side, she lets out a massive sigh of relief. "We finally made it." Suddenly, Wen Feng spots her missing hairpin. She picks it up completely, mind-blown, shouting, "That is my hairpin." Luo Zi thinks about it for a second and says, "Wu Fu, is this the spatial bridge thing you were talking about? I get it now." So her hairpin never actually fell into the abyss. It just took some invisible path we couldn't see to end up right here. Right? Classic anime logic. He nods. You can think of it like that, but honestly, this discovery might actually be a huge problem for all of us. Suddenly, a screeching noise echoes from above as a massive flock of demon birds swoops in. They dive bomb straight down to attack the trio. Wu Fu screams a warning. "Watch out, demon birds." All three instantly snap into a hardcore defensive stance and wipe out the entire flock in seconds. Wen Feng looks suspicious. "That's weird. These demon birds were ridiculously weak." Luo Zi wonders if they hit the boundary. "That's where we leave it. Trust me, you gotta see what comes next." "Stick with me here." Wu Fu asks what she means, and Wen Feng explains her brother's theory. The closer they get to the secret realm's core, the more insanely overpowered monsters will show up, but weirdly enough, these flying bird beasts are nowhere near as terrifying as the monsters they fought down in the lake. Hearing this, he asks what else her brother mentioned. She thinks for a quick second, then replies, "He said that even though this secret realm only has one entrance, there are tons of exits. As long as they find grooves matching the exit patterns, they can finally get out of here." Luo Si immediately catches on and asks, "So you mean we can leave this place anytime we want?" When Feng nods, saying that is pretty much it. But out of nowhere, something massive suddenly drops right out of the sky. Then a whole bunch of them come crashing down, landing heavily all around Luo Si, Wen Feng, and Wu Fu. Wen Feng looks closely and asks, "Are these the exact same flying bird beasts we just killed?" He nervously replies, "Are they really?" Suddenly, a crazy vision flashes. A long-haired man in a white robe standing tall and proud right in this exact spot pops right into Wu Fu's mind. He frowns, completely confused. Was that guy me just now? Could this actually be a memory from a past life? He glances down, and right below the steep cliff is a dark, incredibly dense forest. Wu Fu points his finger and calls out, "Look down there, there's a huge forest at the bottom." Luo Zi asks him what forest. "There is nothing down there, dude. Your eyes are playing tricks. Now pay attention, this is where it gets crazy." Wu Fu wonders why they cannot see it. Suddenly, a dark shadow shoves his back and he falls forward. Wen Feng and Luo Shi watch him tumble over the edge and scream his name. As he falls, he can literally feel that dark shadow smiling at him. Wu Fu plunges deeper into the abyss. Down there, he sees these weird floating bubbles, and inside them are random images of some totally unknown person. He asks himself what on earth this is. He reaches out to touch a bubble and instantly sees a vision of two people looking at him and laughing. Wu Fu shakes his head hard, trying desperately to snap back to reality. There is something insanely creepy inside those bubbles. He grabs his head, thinking it is that weird feeling again. Then a massive monster flashes into view. It opens its giant mouth wide, trying to swallow Wu Fu whole, but a razor-sharp sword strike fires off as Wu Fu slashes straight into the beast's head. He stabs it right in the eye over and over, following up with a wild flurry of slashes. He chops up the monsters, blocking his path into tiny little pieces. Up ahead, a giant spider shoots its webs, and Wu Fu throws a powerful sword slash. Instantly, a whole swarm of spiders drops from above. He quickly chants earth, spiritual energy. The rocks and dirt all around him immediately form a solid protective cocoon, wrapping right around Wu Fu. He summons a bright flame in the palm of his hand and shouts, "Fire, spiritual energy." "Your turn now." In a flash, the flames explode outward, completely burning the entire spider swarm outside his earth cocoon to a crisp. However, a creepy pair of eyes glows in the dark. One sneaky little spider somehow managed to slip inside the cocoon when he was not looking. It jumps and bites right into his shoulder. Wu Fu winces from the sharp pain. Meanwhile, outside the abyss, intense lightning and thunder are crashing everywhere. Wang Mengmeng speaks up, saying she can clearly feel that Wu Fu is gathering his spiritual energy. Xu Xingqing agrees and suggests they go check it out. "I know what you were thinking, but hold on," a voice suddenly echoes, "Want to leave? You must ask my permission first. Back with our boy." Wu Fu is floating in mid-air, holding his sword high above his head, absolutely surrounded by wild, crackling lightning. He roars Star Sword Art. Wu Fu follows up, shouting void, splitting 10,000 slashes. A massive lightning bolt tears through the clouds, crashing down with insane power. Its absolute raw force looks like it could incinerate everything. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes out, becoming a defeated general. "At your hands was my destined fate all along. Since things turned out this way, I will gift you a portion of my cultivation. The road ahead is long, take care." Wu Fu is completely stunned as a massive wave of spiritual power wraps right around him. He thinks to himself, this energy is unbelievably strong. I need to absorb and refine this fast. But wait, suddenly he feels something is terribly wrong. His own spiritual energy is actually being violently sucked away. He panics, realizing it is draining his energy. Wu Fu quickly mutters to himself, formless. Turning to matter, 5 elements refining matter. Ascending and descending energy centers in the core. He squeezes his eyes shut, focusing hard. After a long, tense moment, Wu Fu finally opens his eyes. He blasts his aura out from his entire body and smirks. "Let me see just how strong you really are." Wu Fu stares at the intensely flashing spiritual energy glowing right in his palm. He clenches his fist and punches the ground so hard, the impact instantly makes the solid earth crack wide open into a giant crater. Wu Fu looks at his hand and proudly chuckles. Not bad at all, the 5 elements seem perfectly fused into one. Meanwhile, shifting back up, Wen Feng calls out, "Luo Shi, this deep abyss is seriously super dangerous. You need to be very careful down there." Luo Shi quickly yells back, "I know, Wen Feng. There has to be another hidden passage down in this abyss, otherwise how else do you explain how I jumped all the way down here and still cannot find Wu Fu anywhere? You just wait here for me." Once I find Wu Fu, I will come back up to meet you, she replies softly. Luo Si, I totally get why you are so worried about him, but Wu Fu is an absolute beast. Never mind if you can actually find him, even if you somehow do. We'd just be his burden anyway. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Luo Si grips her rope tightly. Stick with me here. Sister Wen Feng, say no more. I accept your intentions. I would honestly rather die in this abyss than just stand back and watch Wu Fu fall. Grabbing the rope, she swings right down the cliff. Wen Feng just smirks at her. What a hopeless romantic. Wonder what my brother is up to right now. Cut to Fei Long and Tian Long having an epic stare down while Fei Long panics internally. I have to stop this before Wen Feng gets here. She absolutely cannot see this mess. Meanwhile, Tianlong is doing some scheming of his own. Back at the cliff, Wu Fu is leaping up the rocks. He is staying perfectly calm, moving without a pause. He realizes his cultivation level has gone up a lot, and his 5 elements spiritual energy is flowing completely freely now, but man, it is draining way faster than it usually does. Gotta get back up the cliff before my energy runs dry. But then a sudden scream echoes out. It is Luo Shi falling from above. Wu Fu recognizes her, instantly flying over and catching her right in his arms. Shocked, she yells out, Wu Fu still holding her tight. He quickly asks her the obvious question. Why are you down here? He leaps higher into the air. Thank goodness you are completely safe. That could have been bad. Let's head up first. Wu Fu casually leaps up from the cliff face, landing smoothly right on the mountain peak. Seeing them alive, Wen Feng breathes a massive sigh of relief. Thank God, it is so great you are both safe. Luo Si looks at Wu Fu, totally confused. Wait, why did you fall down? Wen Feng jumps right in. Yeah, how did you end up down there? He shakes his head. No idea. I think someone literally pushed me. Luo Si gets suspicious. Are there other people in the Zhao family's secret realm? Now watch closely because Wen Feng drops an absolute bombshell. Definitely not just us. Tons of cultivators sneak into the Zhao family's secret realm to train, and some fanatics actually just stay inside forever to keep leveling up. Shocked, she asks, you are telling me people actually live inside the Zhao family's secret realm and just never come out? Yeah, absolute fanatics who stay hidden inside the secret realm, completely ignoring the outside world. Rubbing his chin, Wu Fu looks skeptical. That doesn't add up. If they are just training, why push me down specifically? Suddenly, a creepy voice echoes out. You got lucky, kid. Still breathing. Wen Feng immediately yells out, who is hiding out there? Wu Fu freezes as a massive flying blade rockets straight at him. Panicking, Luo Shi screams at the top of her lungs, Wu Fu. But he summons his spirit sword just in time to block the deadly strike. He recognizes the energy immediately. Mad Blade. The guy swaggers out carrying a giant blade. Your grandpa has been waiting for you, brat. Luo Si is totally caught off guard. Mad Blade smirks. Back on Earth, my power was capped. That is the only reason you managed to destroy my physical body back then. But here, no limits. Let's see you try to escape my grasp now. Wu Fu just glares right back, pushing guys off a cliff, and hiding in the shadows yourself. Honestly, you are not much better than a pathetic little sewer rat in a dirty ditch, are you? Mad Blade charges and wildly Wu Fu just scoffs. You are only at the Dao integration tier, and you are acting this incredibly cocky. I am at the Tribulation Crossing tier. Let me teach you a brutal lesson. He easily brings up his sword, blocking the heavy strike. You and I both know Earth was holding this guy back. His real strength is insane. Mad Blade slashes down with terrifying force, but Wu Fu smoothly uses his sword to deflect the massive blade. He actually smirks, thinking to himself, this is getting interesting. I literally just got a major cultivation upgrade. Perfect time to use you as my personal test dummy. Seeing Wu Fu smiling like a psycho, Mad Blade hesitates. Something is totally off about this kid. How is he smiling right now? Without missing a beat, Wu Fu unleashes his spirit sword. He fires off a barrage of insanely sharp slashes. Blocking frantically, Mad Blade mutters, but suddenly, Wu Fu unleashes a massive glowing strike. The spiritual energy is blinding. Mad Blade is absolutely terrified. What the heck did he actually learn? How to absorb ambient energy to power his sword aura. Back on Earth, he had to burn his own physical body for that. Just to activate the spirit sword. Furious and desperate, he screams out, how long are you going to just stand there and watch? Stepping out from the cliffs above, Yao laughs casually. You really cannot even beat a little human kid at the Dao integration tier. Mad Blade, you are completely pathetic. Wen Feng looks up in shock. An accomplice, Yao smirks. Since you are struggling this much, I guess I will lend you a hand. He violently hurls his weapon straight at Wu Fu, who glares right back at him. The deadly dart tears through the air. Wu Fu coldly swats it away with his bare hand, taunting him. You really aren't that tough, are you? Yao laughs out loud. Oh, I like the arrogance. Let's play a little game then. Yao grabs his weapon and dives in. He launches a flurry of stabs, but Wu Fu easily dodges them all. Suddenly, Mad Blade sneaks up, slashing hard at his blind spot. Luckily, Luo Shi dashes in blocking the heavy strike. Watch out, she screams. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how they survive this completely unmatched fight. Let's dive right in. Zhou Tan yells, dead weight. Immediately, Wu Fu uses his magic energy to pull Luo Shi back. She barely gets yanked away before Zhou Tan's heavy blade slams right down. Vanessa quickly catches her and asks in total panic, "Are you okay?" Luo Shi replies, "I am totally fine." Then she frowns, disappointed. Is this really Zhou Tan's true strength right now? Was he just trying to drag Wu Fu down last time and now he is doing it again? Suddenly, Nate throws a dart, yelling, "You weak little trash, get the heck out of my battlefield." Vanessa gets mad. The Jones girls are absolutely not just pretty little flower vases. She whips her weapon to block Nate's dart. Meanwhile, Luo Si closes her eyes, focusing all her magic energy and whispers, "Sword, Art Form 7, Endless Life." She opens her eyes fiercely, thinking to herself, I am the girl standing right beside Wu Fu. The dart spins around like crazy, darting forward like a wild arrow slicing through the wind. The weapon bounces around repeatedly, then it speeds up, bringing insane pressure straight toward Luo Si. But this time, she aims perfectly and smacks it away, sending the sharp dart crashing right into the dirt. Vanessa cheers happily. You actually did it, Luo Si. She nods with a smile, but neither of them realizes that Nate is already creeping up right behind them. He reaches his hand out, grumbling in a low voice, "Annoying women." They turn around in pure terror while Wu Fu totally panics, spinning around to check on Vanessa and Luo Si. Now watch this part closely. Zhou Tan uses that distraction to attack, screaming, "Didn't anyone teach you how to fight a real expert? You need to focus." He slashes down and taunts, "If you want to save your little girlfriend, you have to step over my dead body first." Wu Fu just gives him an icy stare. Over there, Luo Si blocks with her sword, but Nate casually stops the blade with one finger. She flinches, panic rising fast as he unleashes a massive wave of energy that completely crushes her down. Luo Si struggles to hold on, thinking, this guy's body is built like a tank. If we keep dragging this out, I am the one who is going to suffer. Nate forms a fist, gathering up energy. Out of nowhere, Vanessa tosses her whip to tie his hands. She screams in totally desperate panic, Luo Zi. Meanwhile, Luo Zi desperately realizes she needs to figure out a plan quickly. She gathers her aura, forming a giant fire dragon right on her fist and shouts, "Secret art." Nate looks absolutely shocked by this. She punches right at him, screaming, her ultimate move, Sun Flame Fist. On the other side, Zhou Tan smashes the ground, causing a mini explosion, but when the dust completely clears out, Wu Fu is gone. He looks super confused. Where did he go? Suddenly, Wu Fu just pops up right behind him. He says in a deadpan voice, "If I can put your physical body to sleep on Earth, I can also make your soul completely vanish in this place too." He reaches out and Wu Fu grabs Zhou Tan right by the head. "I know you saw this coming." Wu Fu smirks coldly and unleashes massive energy. Zhou Tan's head just literally vaporizes into nothing. At that exact same moment, Luo Shi collapses and coughs up blood right next to Vanessa. Turns out Nate got completely roasted by that fiery punch. Vanessa barely manages to speak Luo Si. She comforts her friend, "I am fine." Looks like Wu Fu is done over there too. Vanessa says worriedly, "It is my fault if I did not cheer you on against those guys. You would not have used that crazy move." Luo Shi shakes her head. "I know if it was you, Vanessa, you would have done the exact same thing. Anyway, if I cannot become strong enough while standing by Wu Fu's side, I'm just going to be dead weight to him." Vanessa looks at her thinking, wow, Luo Si really risked terrible backlash for Wu Fu, even using a forbidden art. She mentally adds, plus, she actually killed a god. Luo Zai uses her hands to push herself up. She lets out a super exhausted sigh. "Let's go." Wu Fu walks over and mentions, "This place is surrounded by mountains and the ground is completely flat. You stay here and absorb your cultivation. I will protect you." Vanessa obediently replies, "Okay." As they walk, suddenly those creepy eyes on the ground keep following Wu Fu's group. Seeing them tag along, Wu Fu gets startled and looks back. Vanessa thinks to herself, "These eyeballs have been following us since we entered this secret realm, like they are guiding us. Almost like they want to lead us somewhere specific." Wu Fu is honestly thinking the exact same thing she predicted. "These little eyes seem to want to take me somewhere. There is only one entrance here." Luo Si still needs time to refine her power, so I will go scout ahead and see what is up. I put a trace of my mind into my star sword, so whenever it leaves the sheath, I can instantly feel it. If you run into any danger, the star sword will keep you girls safe. He continues, "I have completely hidden your auras now. As long as you don't step outside the barrier, no one will sense you. I will be right back." Luo Zi, "I am counting on you." Vanessa hears that but still looks at the weapon in her hand, feeling awkward. Knowing the road ahead is super dangerous, he still gave his godly weapon and power to Luo Si. He really cares about her. Am I pushing things too far, or is he just being overly cautious? Scene cuts to somewhere totally different. A voice echoes, "This Orlick castle looks way too weird." The guy replies, "It really is a bit strange. Trust me, you'll want to stick around for this. Stick with me here if they want to keep moving forward. Ao Lee knows they have to cross this exact city. Let's go then." A Meng asks nervously, "Are you not scared? I dreamed of my dad again last night and his voice is getting weaker. I am really worried." Ao Lee thinks to himself, "Wait a second, can A Meng actually remember her own dreams right now? Is this exactly why he has not been able to sense her dad's energy at all lately?" While he is deep in thought, a loud shout makes them freeze in their tracks and someone calls out to them, "Just some low-class trash, let them pass." Once they get the green light, A Meng whispers to him, "Ao Lee, those two guys seriously are not wearing any pants." He gives a quick yeah, and the two of them step right inside. Once inside, A Meng spots women wearing barely anything and some literally have zero clothes on. Over on this side, guys are wearing long black cloaks. Sitting flat on the ground, A Meng wonders out loud, "Ao Lee, do you think the people here act totally weird? None of them are even wearing clothes." Just as she finishes talking, a hand lunges out, but Ao Lee quickly blocks the guy. He demands, "What are you trying to do?" The guy snaps back, "Low-class trash dares to push a king." A Meng hides behind Ao Lee.
Hey, since the very beginning you keep calling us low-class trash. So what exactly does that even mean?
And another thing, could you guys put on some decent clothes for once? Xiao-san laughs out loud. Low-class trash is just low-class trash. We are high-class citizens, so we do not need clothes. Only you pathetic low-class trash doing dirty labor need to use broken rags to hide your ugly bodies. Hearing this garbage, A Meng immediately whispers to Ao Lee, "Are these guys actually sick in the head?" Ao Lee whispers back to her, "Something is definitely not right here. We should honestly just leave fast." She mutters a quick yeah. Xiao Bao gives this incredibly creepy smile. "You think leaving is that easy?" Right then, a bunch of guys in loincloths completely surround Ao Lee and A Meng. Now watch carefully, this is where a massive brawl kicks off and it is definitely not safe for kids to see. A minute later, Ao Lee has completely wrecked these locals, leaving them scattered all over the floor. He realizes the residents of this ancient castle are probably being controlled by some magic. "We need to pass through fast so we avoid any more trouble." Right at this moment, Ao Lee and A Meng are slowly walking deeper into the ancient castle. Suddenly, a totally vicious voice rings out. "Who goes there daring to storm into this ancient castle?" This sudden noise surprises Ao Lee and he glances over to see Lu Ochi speaking up with pure excitement. "Looks like a cultivator from the Pengtai secret realm." Right after Lumen chimes in, "Looks like we get to eat a massive feast again." Seeing this threat, A Meng calls out Ao Lee's name in a heavy tone. The scene shifts to Wu Fu stepping into the water. The water is freezing. Feeling the lake's icy temperature, he starts making a quick guess. Could there actually be something completely unknown hiding in this water? Down here, he is losing his body heat way faster than he normally would. The water currents around Wu Fu suddenly turn weird, and this creepy change immediately catches his full attention. The very next second, a figure suddenly appears right in front of Wu Fu, suspended in the middle of this massive lake. The image of Chang Nu gets clearer and clearer right before his eyes. Wu Fu immediately turns and asks out of curiosity, "Is this exactly where you guys wanted to lead me?" He does not even wait for the eyes to answer. "You and I both know this realm is packing some insane secrets, and it is honestly just getting more interesting by the second." Then Wu Fu violently throws those eyeballs straight ahead and they smash right into a super thick barrier in front of him. It looks like Wu Fu totally did not expect a barrier here. His eyes shoot wide open in pure surprise. Suddenly, the barrier formation starts shaking with some intense energy. Right after that, a soft voice echoes right behind his back. "What is your connection to Wu Ling? You carry the aura of Wu Ling." Hearing this name completely shocks Wu Fu as he thinks, "Wu Ling, could that be my mother?" As he spins around, he shoots back a harsh question. "You do not need to care about me. I am extremely curious. What is your exact connection to these eyeballs? Ever since I entered this secret realm, they kept trying to drag me over here." This statement from Wu Fu surprises Chang Yu and she asks back, "Did they actually lead you here?" He keeps his guard up and says, "Is it not obvious? Tell me you went through all this trouble to drag me here, so what is the real goal?" She totally ignores Wu Fu and just gently asks, "Are they all doing okay?" His face instantly turns freezing cold. "Do you seriously not care about your own horrible situation even a little bit right now? That giant array and those iron chains, I am guessing you did not create them yourself, right?" Chang Yu just keeps going. "Are those eyes doing okay? Did they get soaked in the water?" Her back-to-back questions leave Wu Fu feeling completely helpless. He finally answers, "They are doing great. Now can you actually answer my question? You worked so hard to drag me here. What is your actual goal?" Finally, the woman decides to speak up and clear his doubts. "So what do you and I take from this?" She explains that hundreds of years ago, they were just peaceful guardians living happily. "Stick with me, we are kicking things off with an absolute disaster suddenly striking the Sky Tree dimension." Then the Divine King Palace showed up. A total massacre. They actually melted my children down into nutrients. just to feed this crazy place. Over countless years, those poor kids survived on cultivator energy and sheer stubborn willpower alone. It is honestly so messed up. They slowly mutated into their current forms while I ended up permanently locked right here in this dead water. After hearing her tragic backstory, Wu Fu immediately, "Wait, those giant eyeballs were your children." The woman slowly nods, confirming it. Oh man, he starts sweating bullets, feeling totally guilty right now. Because guess what? Wu Fu totally slaughtered those eyeballs when he first walked in. He awkwardly looks away, avoiding eye contact. "They brought me here to save you." Calmly, she explains the real reason behind it all. "It is because you carry Wu Ling's exact aura. My kids mistakenly thought you were Wu Ling, so they dragged you over here on purpose." But right as she finishes talking, his inner demon suddenly pops out of nowhere, totally surprising both of them. "Wait, you actually know Wu Ling?" The woman just stares, completely confused by the demon popping up. Wu Fu calmly breaks it down for her. "He is basically just a piece of my consciousness." The inner demon scoffs at that. "Do not get cocky, kid. One day, this body belongs to me." Completely ignoring his edgy roommate, he slowly asks, "So what is your connection to Wu Ling?" Right after that, the protective barrier she created starts visibly weakening. Seeing this, she panics immediately. "Oh no, I have been trapped way too long. My cultivation level has seriously degraded. This mental space cannot hold on much longer, so I will make this fast." She finally introduces herself. "My name is Zhang Changvi, and Wu Ling is actually the person who saved my life. My kids thought you were him, which is exactly why they dragged you here. They were desperately hoping you could save me. Now pay attention. This array is no joke. If things go south, she honestly just wants him to save himself and run." Wu Fu cuts straight to the chase. "How exactly do I save you?" She is completely stunned by his quick response. "Wait, you actually agree to help?" he asks in a deep voice. "What do I do?" With a super serious tone, she lists out the terrifying risks Wu Fu might face. "I am constantly trapped by this soul-trapping grand array. Its entire purpose is strictly to chain down souls. To shatter this thing, you must strengthen your heart and temper your soul using your physical spirit to break it. But this method is insanely dangerous. If you fail, your body gets completely wrecked." Zhang Changvi asks him one more time, "Do you still want to save me now?" Even after hearing that he firmly states, "I will save you," the inner demon suddenly interrupts. "Hey, do not tell me you seriously want to save this Zhang Changvi chick. If you want to die, fine, but do not drag me down with you. You think you can just break a soul array?" Ignoring his loud warning completely, Wu Fu stubbornly sits down and begins his cultivation. Qi refining mantra, first form, guiding Qi to the source. To achieve greatness, strengthen the body. To live forever, master your true potential. Second form, flowing with the body, everything in heaven and earth shares the same rhythm, moving forward in perfect harmony together. Formed naturally by the heavenly Tao. Third form, 10,000 dharmas return to the ancestor. Fourth form, heaven and man as one. Qi is the ultimate foundation. If the root is weak, then no matter how strong the body seems, it is just empty air. Absorb the sun and moon's essence deep into the dantian. Pure energy rises, impure energy falls. Only by mastering both the inside and outside can you achieve true greatness. You and I know something is weird here. He finishes the move, opens his eyes and gasps. "Luo Shi, why are you here?" Golden streaks of spiritual energy start appearing densely all around the area, gently creeping straight into Wu Fu's eyes like magic. Suddenly, a beautiful silhouette flashes right in front of him. Turns out it is actually the evil woman playing her twisted mind games. She immediately raises her hand to launch an attack, but right as she pulls back, Luo Xi's voice loudly echoes out. "Wu Fu." In the blink of an eye, he shouts in shock, "Luo Xi, why are you here?" Then he suddenly snaps back to reality. Something is wrong. "You are not Luo Xi." Without wasting a single second, Wu Fu instantly summons a razor-sharp sword to his hand. He boldly delivers a clean, brutal slash right at the fake Luo Xi, totally used to dealing with these pathetic little tricks by now. He scoffs with pure disgust. "You really think a low-level illusion like this could actually fool me?" His strike instantly shatters the Luo Xi illusion into a puff of smoke, but then the evil woman shapeshifts into Wen Feng, speaking in a super creepy voice. "Wu Fu, how could you strike me?" Trying to drag him into deep guilt, she keeps repeating over and over, "Wu Fu, you are so cruel. How could you brutally murder Luo Xi?" The evil woman's annoying voice echoes, making him grab his head in absolute agony. And that is where we leave it, her twisted voice chanting "Kill Luo Xi" over and over. Absolutely wild, right? Let's dive right into the madness. Even so, he kept telling himself that she was resting safely outside the cave and none of this was actually real. But these attacks were getting seriously annoying. Wu Fu immediately summoned his power to calm his mind, reciting the ancient mantra to stabilize his core. To strengthen the body and ensure a long life, one must master their own desires. A moment later, absolute clarity returned to his sharp eyes. Wu Fu glared at the wicked woman with pure disgust. "You dare show off these pathetic little parlor tricks?" The next second, he launched a fierce attack at the witch, who suddenly transformed into the image of his mother Wu Ling. This familiar figure completely triggered his inner demon. It rushed forward at lightning speed to block the strike. It furiously yelled, "What are you doing?" This utter stupidity made Wu Fu snap. "Shut your mouth. Get out of my way right now, or I will kill you too." Hearing this, the demon gritted its teeth in pure frustration. It yelled, "Do you even know what you are doing? Wu Ling is your own mother." But Wu Fu already saw through the evil woman's cheap illusion. He coldly fired back, "Move aside, that thing is definitely not my mother." Meanwhile, the witch kept acting out her perfect Wu Ling performance. "It is okay, my sweet boy. If your mother is standing in your way, just go ahead and kill me." In a flash, Wu Fu dashed forward aggressively, chanting a heavenly spell to align himself with the supreme Tao and bend reality itself. Refusing to back down, the inner demon lunged into the fight, desperately throwing a heavy punch straight at his own host's face. But luckily, Wu Fu dodged just in time. Taking full advantage of the demon's sloppy mistake, he made his move. Now watch this closely. He quickly launched a brutal strike straight at him. The inner demon didn't see it coming, his eyes widening in pure shock. Right after that, the evil witch flew in fast, trying to use this chaotic opening to completely destroy Wu Fu. But things did not go her way at all. He viciously grabbed the witch right by her throat. Even so, she kept desperately crying out his name. Wu Fu lowered his voice aggressively, questioning his demon. "Open your eyes and look closely. Is this really my mother?" In an instant, the illusion shattered and the witch returned to her true ugly form. The demon's face dropped as reality hit. That was a high-level illusion, but right after that massive realization, it suddenly noticed something even more important. Somehow Wu Fu had actually managed to master a completely new skill in record time. He learned Zhang Changyu's legendary 9 Swallows key refining art. Wu Fu calmly summoned a glowing green stone right into the palm of his hand. Then he slowly called out, "Hey, what else are you hiding from me?" The demon replied without a single second of hesitation, "I cannot answer that." Wu Fu instantly pressed him, "What is with that trash attitude of yours? I am literally your host." The inner demon fired right back, "You are just a temporary vessel." Hearing that, he got absolutely furious. "You bastard." After finally catching his breath and calming down, Wu Fu proposed a trade. "If you actually tell me the truth about my mother, I will share this 9 Swallows cultivation technique with you." "Deal." The demon acted completely unbothered, replying, "You should really just focus on figuring out how to survive this place, you little brat." His face showed a twisted excitement, as he warned, "This lonely soul formation has 9 heavenly layers, and each one is deadlier than the last. You just broke through the 7th layer and wasted all your energy. If you still had the spirit sword, you and I both know leaving that sword with that woman was a huge mistake. Without your main weapon, how are you any different from a useless piece of trash?" These insulting words made Wu Fu furious, and he charged forward to threaten him. A pathetic soul surviving off someone else's flesh has absolutely no right to be cocky. "Just wait one day, I will completely refine and absorb you into my own body." While the two of them were arguing, a blazing spark of fire suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the far distance. Both Wu Fu and the demon immediately locked onto it. The next second, they both flew away as fast as possible. Turns out the ancient 9-headed beast had arrived for a fight. Wu Fu quickly realized the danger. Is this really the ancient 9-headed divine beast? Why the hell is a monster like this showing up here? Not giving him a single second to think, it opened its massive jaws and launched a ferocious attack. While desperately blocking the monster's brutal strike, Wu Fu started rapidly calculating his next move. The beast has 9 heads and 9 lives. If I chop one off, it will just regenerate instantly. Luckily, he finally remembered the one trick to win. If he wanted to defeat this beast, he had to destroy all 9 heads at the exact same time. Wu Fu hastily summoned a razor-sharp sword, and in the blink of an eye, he unleashed an absolutely devastating slash. The insane pressure from his attack made the beast scream out in agony, and it aggressively opened its jaws to blast a massive wave of fire right at him. The raw destructive power from the monster was simply unbelievable. Even so, Wu Fu did not lose hope and continued observing the beast's movements very carefully. Moving at the speed of light, he instantly dashed all over the place to completely distract the massive monster. Right after that, Wu Fu unleashed an absolutely mind-blowing strike. This ultimate technique sliced off all 9 heads perfectly, and he confidently smirked. Just a cheap parlor trick. But the moment he said that, Wu Fu's eyes widened in complete and utter shock. It turns out, a completely mysterious wave of intense energy had somehow sneaked up right behind him, without him even noticing. This powerful aura rapidly fused straight into his body. Feeling the surge, he thought to himself, "Wait, can I actually absorb the ancient power of the 9-headed beast? Is it too much power? Trust me, you and I absolutely need to see what happens next," as his inner demon just stands there watching. "Alright, stick with me here. This kid is an absolute magnet for pure chaos." Seeing Wu Fu literally shaking his inner demon, scoffs, "If not for our mother, I would have hijacked your body by now." The demon swiftly presses two fingers to Wu Fu's head, forcefully guiding him on exactly how to absorb Zhu Ying's massive power. With just one simple motion, our guy instantly grasps the technique and snaps back to his normal state. Suddenly, a creepy demoness's voice echoes right behind Wu Fu's back, coldly sneering. Just a lowly bottom-tier planetary lifeform body, yet you somehow managed to fuse such absolute overwhelming power. Color, me totally impressed. The second her words drop, he is completely caught off guard. What the heck is happening? His entire body is completely paralyzed. While Wu Fu panics inside, the demoness slides closer, totally mesmerized. This pure bloodline is just so intoxicating. Right after that, she boldly whispers her dark intentions. I really just want to devour you right here and now. Her tone drips with absolute undeniable hunger. But before I completely eat you up, let's have a little bit of fun first. Meanwhile, Wu Fu is frantically thinking. Every single energy point is locked down. He desperately needs an escape plan. Suddenly, his eyes snap wide open in pure shock. An unbelievably terrifying surge of raw power explodes deep inside him, hitting so hard that her oppressive lockdown actually starts cracking. In a literal flash, Wu Fu bursts out of the demoness's deadly grip, moving way too fast to track. He stands there panting heavily from the extreme exhaustion. Seeing this, she just tilts her head in curiosity. You actually broke my hold, well then show me. What other tricks do you really have? Now watch closely. She instantly attacks aggressively, testing his cultivation level before he can even blink. Luckily, Wu Fu completely regains his cool just in time. He quickly throws his hands up, summoning massive spiritual energy to launch a counterattack, but it looks like the demoness easily reads his entire game plan. Too much blind ambition is bad for the young. You haven't even finished fusing Zhu Ying's power, yet you want to swallow my treasure. Without missing a beat, he smirks with absolute cockiness. Don't worry about me. I'm practically unkillable. Wu Fu's sheer audacity just makes her even more curious. Not very old, but you sure talk a big game. Then let me see exactly how much power you are hiding. In a blinding flash, the demoness summons three monstrous lackeys. Crush this boy to pieces. Following her command, the beasts instantly charge forward to tear Wu Fu apart. Seeing this, he completely stops holding back. Is this seriously all you've got? The second those words leave Wu Fu's mouth, the monsters are practically right on top of him. With just one single devastating slash, Wu Fu completely obliterates all three lackeys at the exact same time. This overwhelming display of raw power makes the demoness genuinely anxious. For hundreds of years, no one has ever broken through her ninth heaven domain. Could her perfect record actually be ruined by this absolute nobody? Her eyes bulge wide open as she violently grinds her teeth. She curses. Damn it, it seems I completely underestimated you. The next second, the demoness shrieks like crazy and morphs back into her true terrifying form. Honestly, it looks like Wu Fu is completely used to this classic villain trope. I know what you're thinking, and he agrees. Seriously again, do you guys have any original moves besides making storms and acting tough? Fully transformed, she glares at him with pure murder in her eyes. Now I'm going to squeeze you to death. Massive tentacles shoot out rapidly, launching strikes at Wu Fu, but he fiercely swings his blade right into the oncoming assault. But weirdly enough, the tentacles don't even have a scratch on them. She laughs out loud. Totally useless little boy. There is absolutely no weapon in this world that can pierce my armor. The moment she finishes gloating, she aggressively launches another attack. She is going straight for the kill. Even though Wu Fu manages to dodge, her creepy tentacles relentlessly chase him down. In the next second, Wu Fu stops running and faces the attack head-on exactly like he planned. He swiftly throws his palms forward. Ancient Buddha palm technique, the instant the stance is completed, is the exact moment Wu Fu's entire body gets engulfed in a blinding golden spiritual aura. This dazzling light leaves the demoness totally flabbergasted. What? Taking full advantage of her confusion, he kicks off the ground and launches high into the air. In a flash, Wu Fu loudly chants his ultimate spell. 9 Nether Chi Refining Art. The crushing pressure from this attack forces the demoness to grind her teeth just to block it. Seeing her struggle so hard, he smirks and taunts her. How does it feel being pinned down by me? Even though she is barely holding on, she still talks incredibly tough. Pathetic little cultivator, a low-level attack like this won't even leave a scratch on me. Wu Fu just sarcastically tilts his head and replies, oh really? Right as he says that, he drops an even heavier bone-crushing strike down on her. This relentless, overwhelming assault leaves the demoness completely speechless. She literally can't believe her own eyes. What? She screams out in pure, unfiltered terror. What the hell is this? Turns out Wu Fu was just prepping his final execution move. 100,000 void worlds stretching across the heavens and the earth. True void, reveal yourself. I invite 100,000 demon lords to descend. You and I just know this epic beam of light means game over. Stick with me here because this skylighting attack is wild. The evil demoness thrashes around, screaming in absolute agony. To shut her up, Wu Fu unleashes a technique wrapping right around her. But suddenly his eyes shoot wide open in pure shock. Furious, he questions his inner demon. What are you doing? From behind the dark voice snaps back. Shut up if you want to live. The next second, Wu Fu realizes the demon's actual plan: total body possession. In a flash, the shadow straight up hijacks his physical form. Without hesitating, the inner demon starts ruthlessly roasting Wu Fu. Divine summoning is crying for mommy, really the only thing you do when you are losing. He casually throws a single devastating strike right at the demoness. The hit pierces her completely, leaving her terrified. Impossible. Before she can even utter another single word, she totally dissolves into smoke in the air. Seeing this, the demon flexes with supreme confidence. Trash is trash. No matter how much you train, you cannot change being absolute garbage. Luckily, it looks like Wu Fu finally manages to snap back and regain control of his body. The amazed matriarch speaks up. Cultivator Wu. She bows with deep respect, thanking her mighty savior. Wu Fu instantly replies, no need for formalities. I actually have some questions and my friends are waiting outside. How about we walk and talk? Hearing this, she gets super curious. Outside, where are you from? Now pay attention here. Floating eyes secretly signal her and she nods. I understand everything now. Realizing the truth, she quickly points the way for Wu Fu. If so, please follow me. This secret realm changes constantly. If you take your old route, you will definitely get hopelessly lost. This makes him even more curious. Another dimension, noticing Wu Fu looking totally confused, she slowly explains. This realm has many doors leading to different cultivation worlds. Getting lost means never coming back. Or worse, your soul shatters entirely. Hearing this, he remembers what just happened and thinks hard. Why was the inner demon acting up earlier? It totally hijacked Wu Fu out of nowhere. Also, why does this world feel so incredibly familiar? Along the way, the matriarch awkwardly asks him, is your mother doing well? He looks baffled and asks her back. My mother, staying perfectly calm. I have never met my mother. What kind of person was she? The matriarch clearly did not expect that. She hesitates, feeling guilty. I am sorry. After a brief pause, she softly explains. She was an incredibly warm and kind-hearted woman, and she loved you more than absolutely anything. Every mother loves their kid. Let us cut back to the realm where Wang Mengmeng and Shu Qingqing are hiding. Right now, Wang Mengmeng launches powerful attacks, destroying every single obstacle standing in their way. Later, Shu Qingqing complains in total exhaustion. Why is this realm filled with such ugly monsters? After her rant, Wang Mengmeng gently tells her you are hurt, so rest right here. Suddenly, a bizarre energy emerges. We knew a trap was coming, right? Weird energy violently squeezes Shu Qingqing, making her scream out. This instantly grabs Wang Mengmeng's attention. She keeps screaming for help. Save me, I am trapped inside. Seeing this, he desperately yells out Shu Qingqing. He scrambles to hold open a crack in the demonic tree, trapping her. But in just 1 second, the crack seals completely, making him curse in rage. Damn it. After struggling, Wang Mengmeng starts calculating. I am exhausted, and with my current strength opening, this is impossible. He then makes a super risky choice. I have no other options left. Holding that bizarre fruit, he immediately shoves it into his mouth. In a flash, his eyes widen in pure shock. Eating this weird fruit totally restores his stamina, making Wang Mengmeng vastly stronger than he was before. The very next second, he focuses all that raw power into his fist. Without any hesitation, he throws a terrifyingly destructive punch right at the tree, trapping Shu Qingqing. He easily knocks the whole thing down, reaching out his hand. Come on out. His insane new strength makes her curious. Wang Mengmeng, you. Before she finishes, he turns completely pale and cuts her off. You are safe now. You probably cannot even walk right now. Get out of here immediately. I found an exit just over there earlier. Seriously, go now. Hearing this, she asks him with genuine worry. Wait, what about you? Afraid she will refuse, he desperately explains. I ate that forbidden fruit, so I will definitely go insane soon. She panics and yells. Did I not warn you against eating that? Dark marks spread across his face as he pulls her away. Seriously, you and I absolutely need to see what happens next. Stick with me here. She's completely terrified, screaming, Wang Mengmeng, have you lost your mind? Without missing a beat, he fires back. While I'm still sane, I'm getting you out of here. Turns out Mengmeng found an exit marked by some weird barrier. Meanwhile, back with Chang Nu and Wu Fu, they're still making their way out. He calmly asks, you said the Divine King's palace sealed you here. She slowly nods. Exactly. Now Wu Fu is super curious. Why on earth would they seal you? Chang Nu calmly guesses, I really don't know, but it seems I'm waiting for someone. Hearing this, Wu Fu immediately catches the main point. Waiting for someone, she ignores his question, gently sighing, it's only been 100 years. Never thought this secret would turn the world upside down. Inside Wu Fu's mind, his inner demon fiercely threatens the Star Sword. You better play nice with me, one day he'll learn the truth. But the sword talks right back. We're both thousand-year-old foxes here. Why are you playing the innocent little bunny with me? The demon scoffs internally. Wu Fu, you better not disappoint your inner demon. Cut to a quiet forest where a knocked-out Ching Ching appears. Up in a tall tree, a mysterious girl watches her closely. Turns out it's Bai Ying. Thinking about Ching Ching's injuries, she hops right down and mutters, "A cultivator fresh out of the secret realm. If I leave you here, you're definitely monster snacks. Whatever bumping into me is your lucky break. Watch closely now." In a flash, Bai Ying spots every single injury on Ching Ching. Besides her busted leg, she doesn't seem to have any fatal wounds. Bai Ying mutters. When she fell unconscious, probably bumped her head pretty hard. "I saved your life. Waking up is entirely up to your own luck now." Back with Meng Meng, he's totally gasping for air, thinking, "Shoo, Ching Ching, you're probably safe and sound by now. Is Meng Meng really gonna die here? Sorry, Mom and Dad, but I'd rather embarrass you than be a total coward." A moment later, Meng Meng slowly shuts his eyes, totally ready to give up the ghost. Suddenly, his familiar home appears right in front of him. He's totally stunned. Meng Meng is super confused. "Wasn't I in the secret realm? How did I get home?" Then he walks right inside. "Mom, Dad, I'm home." At the exact same time, his mom's nagging voice echoes out. "Meng Meng, you little brat, out this long without calling." Hearing this, he desperately yells, "Mom, I'm back." She just keeps complaining, "Kids grow up and leave us." Meng Meng's grown, he doesn't love his family anymore. We both know this is weird, right? What on earth is happening? Meanwhile, a sudden flash of light hits Wu Fu's mind. He grabs his head, totally confused about what's going on. Chang Nu sees this and nervously asks Benefactor what's wrong, but Wu Fu totally ignores her and asks something else. What exactly happened in this secret realm before? Pausing for about 2 seconds, Chang Nu gently asks Benefactor. When exactly is before? Thousands of years ago, or maybe tens of thousands. After a moment, she finally answers. 1,000 years ago. Something did happen here, but those are just the grudges of our ancestors. Why are you bringing this up right now? Wu Fu answers with a totally serious face. "I just feel a massive killing intent here, just curious." Chang Nu slowly recounts what she's heard. "I only heard rumors, but a former divine king once slaughtered the entire cultivation world. But then the Wuji clan teamed up with other factions and destroyed him." Wu Fu quickly falls into deep thought. With all this info, he starts connecting the dots. Could it be that Wu Fu actually saw the memories of that very divine king? But why does he have his memories? Or maybe the gate to this secret realm intentionally showed them to Wu Fu. Then Wu Fu curiously asks, "You mentioned the Wuji clan." Before he can finish, she answers directly. "Spot on, that's your mother's family." This makes Wu Fu gasp in pure shock. "Wait, what?" The next second, he stammers, "That massive war, can you tell me about it?" Chang Nu replies, sadly, "Sorry, I only heard rumors myself." Realizing she can't give him any more useful info right now, Wu Fu quickly says, "Let's go, my friends are still waiting." Walking back, he promises himself that one day, he'll personally solve every mystery around him. Whether it's that crazy star sword, his inner demon, or his wavering heart. That's where we leave it for now. Moments later, the two of them finally escape the cave together. Wu Fu calmly asks, "How do you feel?" Then Luo Shi softly answers, "Way better. My cultivation feels like it leveled up a ton." Wu Fu, "Thank you." Let's dive into the madness. Seeing she is completely safe, Nate puts on his serious face and scolds her. "Just don't ever pull a reckless stunt like that again." Lu Ling looks down, feeling super guilty. "I am really sorry." But before she can even finish apologizing, Nate totally cuts her off. "This butterfly can create illusions and totally buff your sword skills, so take it." Following his direct orders, Lu Ling holds the glowing butterfly in her hands and activates it. Instantly, she completely merges with its insane magical power and sprouts a gorgeous pair of butterfly wings. Nate finally sighs in pure relief, knowing with these wings, "Even if I am not around, you will be totally safe from now on." As soon as Lu Ling steps closer, Nate quickly asks how she is doing. "How does it feel?" She gets super excited and praises it. "This is way too cool. Where did you even get this?" Suddenly, Lu Ling gets really worried. "If you just give all this epic stuff to me, what are you going to use for yourself?" Not wanting her to overthink, he waves his hand and explains, "These items don't really do much for me, they actually hold me back." Once their little chat wraps up, Boss Lady calmly steps in. "I should probably get all of you out of this place first. If we keep taking these tunnels toward the center of the secret realm, we are only going to get wildly lost." Nate answers politely, "We really appreciate the help." A few minutes later, Boss Lady leads Nate, Lu Ling, and Valerie up to a massive high cliff. Valerie sounds super confused. "Isn't this the exact same cliff we already passed by earlier?" Hearing that, the woman slowly nods. "Spot on. Now pay really close attention here." Valerie suddenly guesses, "Are you saying the real tunnel is actually right underneath this cliff?" Pausing for 2 seconds, Boss Lady tosses a question back. "Then what exactly is this?" Before Valerie can even get a single word out, she quickly gives the answer. "It is something that can completely shatter space and boundaries. Valerie gets even more confused, but Nate and Lu Ling only need to hear exactly that. Nate catches the main point right away. So you gave us the mark of the thing that breaks space and boundaries, meaning we won't be affected by it anymore, right? Boss lady gives the signal, and at that exact same moment, all four of them leap right off the cliff. Let's go. While everyone is literally free-falling, Valerie suddenly feels a really weird and strange aura creeping up. At that exact second, the mark on her forehead glows brighter than ever before. The very next moment, Valerie lightly touches down on the solid ground. Realizing there is absolutely nobody else around her, she yells out loudly, Lu Ling, where are you guys? Meanwhile, over on the side with Nate, Lu Ling, and Boss Lady, all three of them also land safely on the ground. In just a split second, Lu Ling panics and screams out, Sister Valerie. Sister Valerie is completely gone. After taking a good hard look around them, Boss Lady states with absolute certainty, she definitely fell right into a spatial rift. Hearing this makes Lu Ling panic even more. What do we do? How are we supposed to save Sister Valerie now? Acting like she has seen this a million times, Boss Lady calmly explains. Spatial rifts are completely impossible to predict. Even if you turn back right now, there is no guarantee you will end up in the exact same dimension where Valerie vanished. Let's pause for a second. After Valerie gets totally lost in another dimension all by herself, she finally snaps back to reality. Valerie stares at the weird wall right in front of her and wonders, what is this? Then she gently reaches out to touch it. Instantly, a hidden door appears out of nowhere and slowly begins to swing open. That door leads Valerie straight to a high cliff deep inside a massive forest. She is absolutely blown away. Isn't this the forest right behind the Zhao family estate? Did I actually escape? Was it really that insanely easy to get out? After that, Valerie keeps pushing deeper and deeper into the woods. While walking, she suddenly hears a really weird noise. Something incredibly fast just jumped right down onto the ground. Super curious, she immediately stops in her tracks and looks very closely. The back of a man becomes totally clear right in front of Valerie. She quickly realizes it is Dr. Lee. What is he doing out here? Valerie is super confused, asking herself a ton of questions. Where is he trying to go, since this isn't the way to the Penglay estate? And it definitely isn't the direction of the Zhao family home either. Her curiosity wins, so Valerie decides to secretly tail him. Dr. Lee walks right up to a tiny little cabin. Who is he traveling this far to treat? She waits patiently until he finally leaves, before daring to sneak inside. Valerie carefully pushes the door open, and the second it fully swings wide open, a woman's voice rings out at the exact same time. Dr. Lee, why are you back already? Did you forget something? The sight right in front of her leaves Valerie completely stunned. She instantly calls out Mom. Once Nora realizes she is looking right at her own daughter, she gasps in shock. Valerie. She completely loses it and throws herself right into her arms. Valerie cries happy tears. Mom, this is amazing, you are actually still alive. Nora looks super flustered and quickly asks Valerie, why are you here? Did something terrible happen to your father? Valerie quickly explains the whole situation. Dad and brother are both totally fine, I just happened to spot Dr. Lee and followed him, and found this place. Mom, I literally saw Dad kill you, so why? Makes you wonder what happens next, doesn't it? Alright, you and I are about to dive into the most chaotic family drama ever. Jade cuts her off. Vicky, keep this secret, okay? Then Jade reluctantly drops the wildest bombshell. If Felix wants to be recognized as the family's true leader, he has to literally kill his own dad. But Felix is way too soft-hearted, and honestly, Jade and Wu Fu are running out of time. Victoria tears up, finally putting it together. Her parents are staging this whole supervillain act, just so Felix will hate Dad, kill him, and inherit the throne. Seriously, what is even wrong with Dad anyway? Jade sees the jig is up and confesses, your father completely ignored my warnings. He ate the forbidden fruit, went totally berserk, and is basically dying. Victoria completely loses her absolute mind. She sprints out of there like an Olympic athlete. She has to stop them. But arriving, Victoria freezes for a second. Then she violently crashes the family deathmatch, screaming for her dad and brother. Hearing his little sister completely distracts Felix. He snaps his head around, asking Victoria what she's doing. Why are you back? Because of that one tiny rookie mistake, Wu Fu instantly lands a massive cheap shot. Felix didn't even see it coming. Victoria screams his name, throwing herself right in front of him. She yells at her dad, demanding to know what he's doing. Felix desperately tries pushing her away. Get back. He's not our dad anymore. Before he even finishes, Wu Fu charges in and slashes Victoria right in the shoulder. Felix watches the whole thing. Seeing her blood everywhere, watch closely because this is where everything goes totally insane. He screams her name, catching Victoria as she falls. Felix casually loses his absolute mind and telekinetically launches a massive sword. It pins Wu Fu right to the wall, blasting him backward. The blade sinks deep into his chest. The critical hit makes the old man cough up a huge mouthful of blood. But ironically, that brutal strike actually snaps Wu Fu back to reality. He clutches his wound while Felix keeps screaming his sister's name. Wu Fu shakily looks at his blood-stained hands. Did he really just kill his daughter, father of the year? Felix's rage maxes out. He roars at Wu Fu, officially canceling their father-son subscription forever. So dramatic but justified. You are dead to me. I'm burying you right next to mom and my sister. Classic edgy anime protagonist dialogue right there. Felix channels every ounce of his power and finishes off his dad. Wu Fu tries to say some final words, but nothing comes out. He just looks at his kids with pure heartbreak. He knows he messed up big time. Felix frantically scoops Victoria up and bolts. Hold on, I am taking you to Dr. Lawson right now. He's the best doc in Elysium. We can fix this. But honestly, Victoria has already lost way too much blood. She knows it's game over, so she uses her final breaths to drop some heavy last words. I'm fine. Being in your arms is enough. You and I both know this is peak anime tragedy, guys. Take care of yourself. Become an heir that makes me and the whole Troy family super proud. He pulls her closer, tears fully streaming down his face. Felix cries out that he rejects the dumb inheritance. He just wants his mom and sister back, but Victoria actually scolds him. You idiot, you're gonna get married. Have kids. I can't just third wheel you for the rest of your life, even dying. She's sassy. Felix is drowning in pure regret now. Realizing his massive mistakes, he begs her to stop talking. My fault. If I wasn't so completely obsessed with getting mom's revenge, I wouldn't have ignored you all this time. I totally ruined the present by clinging to the past. Victoria lies weakly in his shaking arms. Every second with you was my absolute happiest. He desperately tries to reassure her, begging her to just hold on. We're almost at the clinic. She gives him one last command before breathing her very last breath. Promise me. No more crying, okay? Live a happy life, Felix. And just like that, she is gone. He finally bursts into Dr. Lawson's place, screaming in a total panic. Doc, save her. Victoria is badly hurt. They quickly drop her onto the medical bed. Felix frantically asks for the diagnosis. The doctor takes one single look and goes, why is Miss Troy in this state? Felix clenches his fists, shaking with absolute anger. It was Wu Fu. He did this to her. The doctor just stands there completely baffled. How did things get this messy? But internally, the doc is doing some very serious calculating. Felix must have finally secured his spot as the heir. The Troy family paid a massive price for Elysium estate. Then he fakes a sigh. Too much blood. What do you and I learn? Inheritances suck. Stick with me here. The doc says there is absolutely no cure left, and Fei Long violently grabs his collar. He threatens the guy, screaming to heal Fenger right now, or he will kill him on the spot. Dr. Lee has zero options left, except to just blurt out the ugly truth. Miss Zhao is already dead, and he needs to pull himself together. The Zhao family sacrificed so many people for Penglai estate, so he seriously has to step up and fulfill the dying wishes of Miss Zhao and Master Zhao to become a true worthy heir. He is not just the older brother of Miss Wenfeng anymore, but the absolute patriarch of this entire Penglai estate. Gritting his teeth in pure rage, Fei Long starts questioning absolutely everything in his own head. Why does everyone keep telling me to act like a proper heir? Mom did exactly the same thing. His sister did too, and now even Dr. Lee thinks. So, why has nobody ever asked what he actually wants? Does being born into the Zhao family mean just blindly accepting this twisted fate, completely shattered by the pain of losing his family? He is way too out of it to make a rational choice. Right now. If this is how it is, he literally could not care less about being the heir. He makes a dark choice to just join his sister. Fenger, I am coming down to the underworld with you. With your brother there, nobody will dare bully you. Dr. Lee completely fails to stop Fei Long from moving. The doc runs outside, screaming in panic. You fool, this is absolute madness. If Zhao Fei Long literally dies here, all of Penglai estate will riot for sure. He needs to find the scribe fast and talk strategy. Meanwhile, the scene shifts right over here. Now watch closely, things get crazy. Wu Fu grips his spirit sword and brutally slashes the space right in half. Wu Fu, Lady Zhang and Luoxi are completely surrounded by a massive ghost army. He gasps in shock. What the hell are these? They look totally immune to any kind of attack. Lady Zhang quickly speaks up. They are ghost soldiers protecting the absolute core region. The spectral army swarms together, blocking off the path for all three of them. Lady Zhang knows them way too well, so she immediately starts explaining that beating these ghost troops will not make them vanish, and slashing them will not kill them. If they keep this up long before wiping them out, they will literally be drained of all their energy. Luoxi is super confused and asks out loud, is there any way to actually counter these things? Wu Fu can only shake his head. Sorry, I have absolutely no idea either. But suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes straight out of the spirit sword. It boldly claims out of nowhere, destroying this pathetic ghost army is actually super easy, right? Hearing that, he gets super curious and asks, what kind of method do you have? The spirit sword takes its sweet time and does not answer, but instead throws out a shady demand. You have to break my seal first. It carefully explains the whole deal, saying its true power is sealed in dead water. If he breaks it first, it will immediately help him obliterate this entire ghost army. Wu Fu is super suspicious and replies, "What exactly do you want me to do?" It finally reveals its creepy demand. "Just a single drop of your blood will do." Suddenly, in a completely different dimension, another Wu Fu appears totally tied up. He screams at the top of his lungs, trying to stop the outside Wu Fu from making the deal. Wu Fu do not trust that old man. Right now, he is completely half-believing the spirit sword's sketchy words. Just breaking your seal is really enough. It confidently guarantees him. Yes, that is exactly how it works. Break the seal, kill the ghosts. You and I both know this is a trap, but then, the other Wu Fu screams again to stop his own self. Wu Fu, do not do it. Stop right now. Luckily, right as he is about to drip his blood onto that sword, the voice actually reaches his ears. "Little Fu, do not do it." Wu Fu wildly jerks his arm away just in time. Because of that, his blood drops straight onto the ground instead of the cursed blade. The spirit sword in Wu Fu's hand violently flashes with intense light. It gets totally furious and thinks, "Damn it, I was so close." Wu Fu is completely panicked, looking around everywhere to find the voice that stopped him. What was that sound just now? Could it really be? Right at that second, the ghost army charges straight at Wu Fu for a deadly attack. Thank God, Luoxi shows up just in time to blast them away. She warns him, "Wu Fu, you have to be careful." Wu Fu frowns hard and uses his sword to brutally slash at the ghost horde. "Just die." But these monsters just open their mouths, showing off the most sinister smiles. The ghost army rapidly regenerates their completely severed bodies like it is nothing. Luoxi stares at the ghost soldiers, swarming in thicker by the second, and they literally cannot put a dent in them. She screams out, "This is bad. Our attacks have zero effect on them." Wu Fu completely loses his patience and replies, "This sucks. If we keep doing this forever, we are dead. We have to escape immediately." Seeing that the situation is looking completely hopeless right now, Lady Zhang thinks to herself, "Looks like I have to use that move." She immediately speaks up to the group, "You two buy me some time right now." After that, Lady Zhang closes her eyes and solo casts the powerful water mirror spell. Bright moon reveals the void and all worldly illusions are completely fake. An overwhelmingly intense light completely engulfs the space as the elder loudly chants her ultimate spell, "Heaven and Earth Water Spirit, grant me your magic." The absolute second she screams, that light blasts the ghosts. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to see some wild stuff. What the heck is this? Wu Fu yells while Luo Shi is amazed. Talk about terrifying power. The eldest daughter pushes her limits way too far and instantly coughs up a massive mouthful of blood. Luo Shi rushes over totally panicked. "Miss Zhang, are you okay?" But she just wipes her mouth calm as ever. "I am fine. This ultimate move just costs my actual lifespan. Wiping out 80% of the enemies just for some blood loss. I just need a quick nap." Wu Fu looks at her, his heart totally aching. "Miss Zhang, I am so sorry for making you sacrifice this much." But the eldest daughter just takes it like an absolute champion. She smiles gently. "Hey, do not blame yourself. You saved my life once, so suffering a tiny bit for you is honestly no big deal. I would die for you without blinking." Suddenly, a totally awful screeching noise echoes around them right in front of our main trio. A literal tear in space rips open. Luo Shi points at it totally shocked. "Guys, look over there right now. There is a weird light." The eldest daughter steps up. "That is a space portal connecting straight to the core." Wu Fu instantly gets it and asks, "So we can enter the core from there?" She nods. "Yes. But now watch closely because that core zone is basically pure nightmare fuel. It is best if you stay out." But obviously, Wu Fu totally ignores her solid advice and stubbornly talks back like a typical hero. "No way. Going in there is my only cheat code to level up. I have to get ridiculously strong to protect the people I actually care about and figure out my own secrets. I am going in." Realizing he is way too stubborn, the eldest daughter finally stops arguing. She just rolls with it. "Understood, my savior. I will tag along." Luo Shi hops right into the conversation without missing a single beat. "Count me in too." Wu Fu grins totally satisfied. "Alright then, let's roll out together." And so the crazy trio marches right into danger. The moment they finally lay eyes on the core zone, she lets out a huge gasp. "Wait, this crazy place is actually the core." Wu Fu goes full serious mode. "Yep, this is it." The eldest daughter looks around at the absolute mess and sighs. "This heavy killer aura floating everywhere gives me some serious bad vibes." She puts on her smart glasses and starts analyzing. This core is packed with insane evil energy. Just being here ruins the whole secret realm, and this entire place is already totally corrupted. Every single monster we fought on our way here born straight from this thing. Wu Fu stands there quietly cooking up a crazy idea in his head. "If I just absorb all this junk, my power level will skyrocket." But wait, what kind of awful side effects will this evil energy give me? While he is busy overthinking, that weird purple gas floating all around them starts pulling together into one spot. And out of that thick smog pops the actual physical avatar of the core itself. It blasts out at lightning speed. And I know what you were thinking. Game over. Yep, she screams out, we are so totally busted. The core avatar takes a massive sniff and sneers. Wow, living souls smell absolutely delicious. Why do not you all become my tasty little snacks today? Right as it lunges for the eldest daughter, Wu Fu flashes right in front to block it, clapping back with pure main character energy. He swings his blade right into its body. Who is on the menu today is still up for debate, buddy, but the core avatar just eats his attack like nothing. Literally zero damage. It laughs straight in his face. Hey kid, your weak little hits do not even scratch me. Luo Shi charges in to back him up. Hang on, Wu Fu, I am coming. Seeing her rush in, the core avatar totally loses its temper. You annoying little bug, are you in a rush to die or something? Wu Fu screams at the top of his lungs. Watch out. The boss fires a massive blast straight at her, and Wu Fu panics. He dives in, grabs Luo Shi, and totally tackles her out of the way. They crash land nearby, and she immediately scrambles over to check on him. Are you okay? Clutching his chest, he groans out. I am fine, but this thing is completely busted. Just protect yourself and stay out of this fight. Luo Zi hesitates, but before she can even argue, suddenly right behind their backs, 4 glowing purple energy orbs come flying straight at them. Lu Si and Wu Fu are caught totally off guard, completely frozen in place. They have absolutely no clue how to dodge this, but as soon as they see those floating orbs, it clicks in their heads. They both whip around. Luo Shi calls out in total confusion. Miss Zhang. Wu Fu looks super worried about her too. Miss Zhang, but the eldest daughter just stays perfectly calm. Do not worry about me, just listen up and pay close attention. She quickly spits out the ultimate cheat code. This guy is the avatar, meaning the core itself is its one and only critical weak point. If you can just find an opening to rip that core straight out of its body, it loses all its crazy boss power and turns into literal dust. My attack is strong enough to rip it open, but I am absolutely running on fumes here. I can only use this power exactly one more time. You've got to make this count. Hearing her put all her trust in him, Wu Fu grips his spirit sword super tight and nods. Understood. He narrows his eyes, getting totally serious, and blasts forward like a literal rocket. Let's do this. The wind is absolutely howling as Wu Fu launches himself off the ground, diving headfirst right into the massive core avatar. It is totally stunned, but trust me, you and I are going to love what Wu Fu finds inside that crazy core next. Stick with me here. Wu Fu spots a purple light up ahead and yells out, I finally found the core. Wu Fu immediately reaches out to touch it. The core actually panics, desperately crying out, please no, let me go. But Wu Fu just glares right back with a totally cold killer instinct. You belong to me now, little prey. Meanwhile, the solid ground right beneath their feet suddenly cracks wide open into massive, terrifying chunks. Amy and Alex instantly sense that something is horribly wrong here. Just seconds later, the whole entire floor completely collapses into nothing. Alex acts super fast, pulling Amy closely into his protective arms, shielding her from the brutal drop. They just hug each other tightly as they plummet straight down. Landing super hard, Amy feels totally dizzy, her mind completely spinning out of control. Still, she totally worries about him first. Ouch, Alex, are you completely okay? Turns out Amy is accidentally sitting right on top of him in the rubble, making Alex feel super awkward right now. He stammers, I am perfectly fine, but you are kind of close. Yep, she finally realizes she is in a hilariously embarrassing and compromising position. They just blush wildly and stare at each other. Before the vibe gets any weirder, Luo Shi suddenly pops out of nowhere and interrupts them. Hey Amy, Alex, why are you two down here? Startled, Amy yells back, Luo Shi. Alex is definitely taken by surprise. Luo Shi, does that mean Wu Fu is somewhere around here too? She nods quickly. Oh yeah, Wu Fu is actually right. Turning around to point, she suddenly sees the core growing massively. Luo Shi completely freaks out, yelling, what in the absolute world is that thing? It is radiating some seriously crazy and unique energy. With Wu Fu nowhere to be seen, Alex gets confused. Where did Wu Fu disappear to? He was literally just standing right over there. Meanwhile, Amy gets totally hypnotized by the core's incredibly bizarre suction force. Staring blankly right at the glowing object, she mutters under her breath. This feeling is so intensely uncomfortable. Suddenly, Lady Z screams at the top of her lungs to warn everyone, do not go anywhere near that thing. Get back right now, the core just keeps growing insanely huge and abnormal, totally creeping everyone out. Alex stares hard at the crazy anomaly and says, we are so dead. Now watch closely here. Insane purple beams shoot straight out from the core's cracks. Lady Z completely panics, yelling, oh no. That core is literally turning into its own dimensional space. Wu Fu and those other two definitely got swallowed entirely. Right into that void, Luo Si asks, totally terrified. What will happen to them now? Lady Z quickly explains the horrific truth. That core is literally a breeding ground for pure evil energy. The space inside is completely corrupted. Without any kind of proper defenses, I am afraid they are totally doomed. She stares up at the giant core, completely speechless for a moment. Oh, Wu Fu. Meanwhile, Wu Fu gets totally lost inside a completely different spatial dimension, created by the core itself. He groggily wakes up and mutters, "Where am I?" I remember grabbing the core, a sudden blinding flash of light, and then I blacked out. Wait, could it actually be? Standing up, Wu Fu is totally shocked when he looks up at a massive purple moon. Right then and there, it finally hits him. Did I actually get sucked right into the core's inner space? He quickly calms himself down, realizing the truth. No wonder. I feel that intensely familiar evil aura. I am literally trapped inside the core's dimension, and the shape of that weird purple moon up there suddenly looks totally off, getting all bumpy and distorted like it is literally shape-shifting right in the sky. Frowning, Wu Fu takes a wild guess. Is that creepy thing actually the true physical form of the core? Suddenly, a shadowy girl slowly and vaguely appears right before him. Wu Fu gasps in pure shock. That mysterious silent figure just stands menacingly right in front of him, but she does not say a single word. Dumbfounded, Wu Fu wonders, who on earth is that? Meanwhile, back on the outside, Amy and Alex also got completely separated from Luo Xi and Lady Z. The poor girl is totally panicked, asking, "Where are we? Where did Luo Xi go?" Alex looks around the dark area and answers, "This place is super weird. Looks like we got sucked into some crazy dimension. And I know what you were thinking, here comes trouble." Suddenly, a chilling voice calls her name. Amy, hearing that totally creepy voice, she shivers down her spine and screams out, "Who is there? Who is calling my name?" Alex immediately denies it, saying, "Amy, what are you talking about? I did not hear anyone calling you." Amy nervously stammers back, "But I really heard it. It was super clear. I think it is coming from over there." Meanwhile, somewhere else, right now, Wu Fu is still completely trapped inside the core's illusion. He stands all alone in a massive flower forest with the wind howling loudly. Wu Fu looks around and questions everything. What actually is this place? Was I not just inside the dark core space? While he is deep in thought, nearby the ghostly figures of a mother and child suddenly appear. The mother gently calls out, "Little Wu Fu, come to mommy." That little boy happily cries out, "Mother," standing far away and watching this scene unfold. Wu Fu thinks to himself, Wu Fu stares hard at the mother and child over there, feeling super confused. Who is that woman? Even though he has zero clue who those two are, Wu Fu still feels this incredibly strange tug in his heart. And that little boy, why does he look so incredibly familiar? Before he even realizes it, tears start streaming down his face, until Wu Fu gets totally startled and snaps out of it. Suddenly, that woman reaches her hand straight toward him and says, "Wu Fu, come here to your mother." Wu Fu tragically mistakes her for his own mother. "Mom," he instantly runs over to the woman's side so she can gently pat his head. "So what do you and I take from this?" The one patting his head is actually that mysterious shadowy figure. "Alright, stick with me here, you're about to watch a wild possession." Earlier, that mysterious shadow knocked Wu Fu out. The inner demon smirks, getting exactly what he wanted. "Wu Fu, you finally gave me the perfect chance to take over your existence. Just hand your mortal body over to me right now." Scene shift back to Ameng and Ao Li. They are still walking deep into the woods together. The little girl spots something ahead and curiously points it out to Ao Li. "Ah, there seems to be something up ahead." He completely agrees, "Yeah, I see it too." "What is that?" Getting closer and closer, the image of a massive ancient tree slowly comes into view. Ameng asks, "Is that really a tree?" Right at that exact moment, that mysterious voice echoes out once again, whispering right in her ear, "Little Meng." Ao Li sees Ameng totally space out and asks, "Ameng, what is wrong with you?" She calmly replies, "I just heard that voice again. Someone is actually calling me, Little Meng." Then they both rush closer to the massive ancient tree. Once they reach it, they find Ayan sitting right there, barely holding on to his life. The little girl panics and screams. Father Ao Li anxiously drops down right next to him and asks, "Father, what happened to you?" Ayan thinks he is literally dreaming. Little Meng and even Ao Li is here. "Is it really you two?" Ameng frantically nods and answers, "It is us, Father. Are you going to be okay? Why are you out here?" His skin has already turned completely blue by now. Ayan just smiles and says, "This is so good. We both feel this heartbreak coming." He whispers, "I only prayed to see you before I die. Now I can rest in peace." She cries out, "Father, please stop saying unlucky things like that." Ayan weakly raises his trembling hand and offers a pill to the little girl. "None of that matters right now. The only important thing is that I finally found the actual cure for your mother." Ameng takes it, crying tears of joy. "The medicine. This means mother is finally going to be saved." Ao Li quickly speaks up from the side. "Father, just hold on a little bit longer. We are going to get you out of this place right now." He immediately refuses. "My strength is totally drained and I will fade away very soon." Ameng completely refuses to accept this and screams out, "No, why? This cannot be happening. Father, please do not abandon me." Ayan looks deeply into Ao Li's eyes and earnestly tells him, "Ao Li, you grew up so fast in the blink of an eye. I am leaving little Meng in your hands." He He cannot hold back his falling tears either. Father, his body is slowly starting to fade away into nothing. Right before leaving, An uses his last ounce of strength to give them one final instruction. Little Meng Ali, you both have to live good lives and take care of your mother. I am going on ahead. The second he finishes speaking, his body instantly turns into dust, vanishing into thin air. Ming screams out in pure agony, "No, father." Scene cuts. A purple triangle is literally floating in mid-air, and the inner demon is sitting right there absorbing power from it. After finishing his cultivation, his eyes glow with a blinding light. The inner demon flashes an absolutely evil smirk. "Ha ha ha," he roars out in total satisfaction. "Because I obtained Wufu's overwhelming power, I finally managed to steal this entire body." The inner demon smirks, staring deeply into the palm of his hand. "Not only that, but the evil power from this core directly pushed me straight into the deity transformation tier. Even though it is not my peak era, it is more than enough." Suddenly, massive cracks start ripping through the space right in front of him. Watch closely now because things are escalating. The inner demon looks around and realizes, since I fully absorbed the core, this entire dimension is about to completely shatter. He screams out to nobody in particular, "Time to go." Then the inner demon casually walks right up to those glowing dimensional cracks and declares, "Wufu, you just go ahead and rest in peace now. I will walk the rest of this journey for you." Meanwhile, on the other side, our two heroes, Ao Li and Meng, are sprinting like crazy, trying to escape with their lives. He looks ahead and frantically yells out, "Meng, hurry up. I see light up ahead, we need to get out now." The little girl nods. "Yeah, I am running as fast as I possibly can." The two of them successfully dive out of the core zone. Ao Li anxiously checks on her. "Meng, are you still doing okay?" The little girl sighs in relief. "I'm fine, just got a little spooked back there." When Luo Si sees them both escape, she immediately sprints straight over to the two of them. She urgently asks Meng, "Ao Li, neither of you are injured, right?" Ao Li nods. "We are totally fine." Luo Si then anxiously asks about Wu Fu's current situation. "Where is Wu Fu? Why did he not come out with you guys?" He turns his head to look at Meng and then replies, "He was not there. We did not see him when we went inside just now. He was probably sent to an entirely different dimension." She softly whispers, "Is that so?" Deep down, Luo Si secretly prays, "Wu Fu, please do not let anything bad happen to you." Right after that, the core starts making loud cracking noises. Wu Fu, now completely possessed by the inner demon, casually steps out of the portal. Luo Si immediately spots him and thinks it is Wu Fu. She instantly yells out, "Wu Fu, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" The inner demon just stays completely silent and coldly glares right at her. At this exact moment, Luo Si realizes something is horribly wrong. The eldest daughter notices those dimensional cracks spreading out wider and wider. She panics and loudly warns everyone, "We are doomed. This whole place is about to collapse. We need to get out of here right now." Suddenly, an incredibly sinister laugh echoes from right behind their backs. "Ha ha ha, do not even think about escaping from me. And trust me, that's a cliffhanger we won't forget." Everyone shivers hearing that sinister voice because the person laughing in the shadows is actually Yao. "All right, you and I are jumping right into the chaos." Yao smirks like a total creep while the eldest sister yells for everyone to stay alert. This dude is completely corrupted by the secret realm evil energy, getting a massive power boost. Without hesitation, he launches himself straight at the inner demon. He throws a massive strike, screaming, "Just die already," but the attack gets completely deflected, missing the inner demon entirely and blasting off to the side. Boom. A deafening explosion echoes out. Yao laughs like a total maniac, thinking if this strike lands, it will crush your bones into absolute mashed potatoes. But right as he assumes he easily finished off the inner demon, something happens that completely shatters his smug confidence and leaves Yao totally stunned. How is this possible? The inner demon actually blocks the incoming attack with just a single hand. Yao is completely panicking now, his brain short-circuiting. How could my ultimate attack get blocked? The inner demon just glares at Yao with pure disgust, calling him nothing but a pathetic little bug. Everyone watching is absolutely speechless. Luo Shi nervously calls out to Wu Fu while Ao Li stands there completely frozen in shock. He cannot believe his own eyes. Facing that terrifying display of power, Ao Li thinks to himself, "Now pay close attention here because this next move is pure insanity." He blocked a tribulation expert with one hand. The inner demon casually flicks his wrist. That simple motion sends Yao flying backward through the air. Yao is freaking out, wondering how is this real? Why did that guy suddenly get so ridiculously overpowered? Yameng asks in pure confusion, how did Wu Fu get so incredibly strong out of nowhere? Luo Xi stands right next to her, eyes wide with absolute shock. Yao goes into full rage mode. He grips his sword and charges, screaming, "Die, you bastard." The inner demon just smirks coldly and instantly draws his own spiritual sword. The movement is literally lightning fast, just a blur of slashes. Before Yao can even get close to the inner demon, his body takes two massive, devastating hits. Yao collapses to the dirt in agony, gasping, "How is this happening?" Ao Li's jaw drops as he watches Yao instantly die right there. dead on the spot. He literally one-shot a tribulation stage expert in seconds. Meanwhile, looking over at little Yameng, she still has zero clue what is going on, repeating why is Wu Fu suddenly built like a god. Meanwhile, back to the group. Luo Xi is sweating bullets but decides to stay totally quiet. The eldest sister finally chimes in to explain, saying it is because of the inner core. Our savior must have refined the core energy, which gave his overall power level an absolutely massive upgrade. Talk about a crazy system boost. Still, Luo Xi senses something very wrong. She immediately shares her creepy gut feeling with the older woman, whispering, I cannot shake this weird feeling. It feels like Wu Fu has turned into a completely different person. Is it just the core's side effects? The eldest sister thinks quietly for a moment. Probably. The inner core's evil energy is incredibly wild and violent. Our hero might just be having a hard time controlling all that insane power right now. Luo Xi is still super suspicious, slowly replying, is that actually the truth? Suddenly, massive cracks start forming in the space around them. The cracks multiply rapidly, looking like the whole area is going to explode. Aoli shouts out, oh no, we are doomed. The ground shakes even harder now, so everyone needs to run. The whole group frantically sprints toward the exit to escape the chaos. He practically shoves little Yameng, yelling, hurry up. Yameng groans in exhaustion, complaining, why does it feel like we are always running for our lives lately? Finally, all 5 of them make it out of that collapsing pocket dimension, greeted by a perfectly clear sunny sky right in front of them. Ao Li is standing there completely out of breath. Suddenly, Luo Xi raises her voice and yells, guys, look over there. What in the world is that? Yameng instantly recognizes it and answers, that is the sky tree. I cannot believe we actually ended up this close to it. The inner demon stares at the sky tree and a super creepy smirk spreads across his face. The legendary sky tree. We both felt that one absolute pure evil, right? He realizes, once I destroy that hidden heart, this powerful body is permanently mine. Because the eldest sister fought way past her limits, she starts coughing up blood. Luo Xi immediately rushes over to support her. She asks in total panic, are you going to be okay? The matriarch wipes her mouth. Nope, fine, just pushed myself way too hard back there. The eldest sister looks over at the inner demon. Knowing her own body is completely totally spent, she finally decides to speak up and tell him, I am so sorry, my savior, but I cannot fight alongside you anymore. The atmosphere instantly turns awkwardly silent, leaving only the soft sound of flapping wings. A few birds circle in the sky above. Luo Xi stares intensely at the inner demon, frowning deeply as her brain goes into total overdrive. Is Wu Fu genuinely brainwashed by that inner core? He is acting completely out of character. Yameng happens to glance over and notices Luo Xi's super stressed expression. The little girl curiously asks Luo Xi, what is wrong with you? You look like you just saw a ghost. Hearing that, Luo Xi immediately changes her expression. She forces a fake smile. Oh, I am totally fine. Yameng innocently tells her, then stay close to me. I am going to protect everyone. Luo Xi chuckles softly and replies, thanks Yameng. The 4 of them pack up and continue their journey, heading straight toward the massive sky tree. Yameng warns them, we are almost there, everyone get ready. Just a few tense minutes later, they finally arrive right at the base of the sky tree. The girl gasps, we made it. The spiritual energy from this tree is absolutely off the charts. Yameng spots something glowing on the trunk and points a tiny finger up at it, saying, hey, it looks like there is something stuck on the tree. The inner demon looks up and notices a really strange glowing magic seal. He chuckles in pure satisfaction, muttering, finally, we made it to the prize. So where do we go from here? The inner demon jumps up, but boom, a hidden trap blasts him. Trust me, the real chaos starts now. Let's dive right into the chaos. The inner demon senses danger instantly. He swings his spirit sword, slashing right at the projectile flying toward him. Boom! His sword strike and the mystery sneak attack collide perfectly mid-air, setting off a massive earth-shaking explosion. Luo Xi panics, screaming for Wu Fu. Yameng is totally terrified by that raw power, asking who the heck that is. Luo Xi's jaw drops. The spiritual energy is absolutely insane. Turns out that attack came straight from Bai Ying. Guarding the legendary sky tree, she furiously screams out, demanding to know who dared intrude. How dare they approach the sky tree? As the white smoke clears up, the inner demon is fully exposed. Bai Ying locks eyes with him. Her face instantly twists in pure shock. The inner demon glares back at her with absolute murder in his eyes, and Bai Ying recognizes him. She loses it, charging right at the demon. You bold trespasser, how dare you violate the body of an old friend? Their high-speed chase doesn't last long at all. Right after, Luo Xi rushes in, totally thinking she's helping Wu Fu. I've got your back. Now watch closely, because this gets crazy. The demon dodges Bai Ying's strike, and he's no pushover. He instantly fires back with his own counterattack. To her, that counterattack is just like a mosquito buzzing by. Meanwhile, Luo Xi is sprinting over at top speed, perfectly creating a tricky 2-on-1 scenario that completely corners Bai Ying. She doesn't even dodge, she stands her ground, taking on both their attacks head-on. The inner demon is furious. He snaps at Luo Shi instantly, telling her to get lost and stop being annoying. Her eyes widen, feeling completely betrayed and hurt. Hearing that insult before Luo Zi can even process it or talk back, Bai Ying swiftly forces the two of them apart in opposite directions. After knocking Luo Xi out of the way, the demon and Bai Ying immediately clash in a brutal all-out brawl. The demon summons his spirit sword again. He relentlessly unleashes a barrage of flashy moves straight at Bai Ying, but she's too quick, swiftly dodging aside to escape those fatal heavy hits. Bai Ying launches herself from the massive tree branch straight down to the ground. Then she unleashes two more devastating strikes. Luckily, Aoli acts fast, throwing up a huge energy shield just in time to block her attack. Thanks to that solid shield, every single bit of Bai Ying's attack gets reflected right back, forcefully blasting her away into the air. Remember Luo Xi getting knocked away earlier? She's still sitting there completely dazed and confused. Seeing this, Yameng urgently sprints over to check on her. Luo Xi, are you okay? You're not hurt, right? Stuttering, she replies that she is fine. But trembling, Luo Xi whispers that Wu Fu is acting incredibly strange. The little girl looks confused, asking what she means by strange. Luo Xi just nods. I don't even know how to explain it, but it feels like Wu Fu became a completely different person. Sweating bullets, she nervously keeps her eyes locked on that inner demon. But I really hope it's just my imagination. Meanwhile, Bai Ying is caught in a seriously bad spot, forced to battle both the inner demon and Ao Li at the exact same time. Both of them wield their swords simultaneously, launching their ultimate skills right at Bai Ying. The inner demon, with pure murderous intent in his eyes, suddenly roars out. Crushed by the demon's overwhelming, terrifying strength, Bai Ying simply cannot hold her ground anymore, and she gets violently blasted far away. Bai Ying grits her teeth, cursing him. How the heck is his power this insane? Gripping his blade tightly, the demon leaps high into the air. The demon aims a fatal strike to finish her off. I know what you're thinking, she's done for right, hanging by a single thread. Out of nowhere, Xu Qingqing rushes in and blocks Bai Ying. She screams for him to stop. Terrified, Xu Qingqing yells out, Wu Fu, please stop right now. This senior is my lifesaver. Seeing her jump in the way, the inner demon abruptly halts his attack. Luo Xi quickly runs over, asking in shock, Xu Qingqing, is that really you? Why are you here? Xu Qingqing brushes it off quickly, saying, Luo Xi, it's a very long story. I will explain everything to you slowly later. Xu Qingqing hurriedly introduces her to the group, saying, let me introduce you all, this is Senior Bai Ying. I was injured and fell unconscious earlier, and she is the one who saved me and brought me here. Just as she turns to introduce Bai Ying, her eyes suddenly bulge in terror. The inner demon could not care less about their little reunion. He instantly lunges forward to attack. Bai Ying reacts fast, yanking Xu Qingqing out of the way. Furious, Xu Qingqing screams at him, Wu Fu, are you completely insane? The inner demon keeps swinging, roaring back even louder for the trash to shut their mouths. Suddenly, the sharp, deafening sound of metal clashing rings out. It's Luo Xi. She used her own sword to block his brutal strike. Xu Qingqing screams out her name in pure shock. Ya Meng, watching from the sidelines, is absolutely stunned. She calls out to Wu Fu. Ao Li steps up beside her, demanding an answer. Wu Fu, what the hell are you trying to do? Luo Xi states it with absolute unbreakable certainty that Guy is not Wu Fu. Stunned, Xu Qingqing asks what she is even talking about. Frowning, Luo Xi stares fiercely at the demon and declares, the Wu Fu I know would absolutely never attack his own teammates. Luo Xi steps up, confronting the inner demon face to face, loudly demanding, who exactly are you? Exposed by Luo Xi, the inner demon drops his fake act entirely and charges forward. Figured it out this early, did you? If so, then I will send you straight to hell. Ao Li sharply reads the demon's deadly intent, so he bolts forward to shield Xu Qingqing and Bai Ying. He warns everyone to be careful. The demon goes totally berserk, and seeing Ao Li blocking his path, he swiftly spins his body around. Then the demon delivers a monstrous kick right into Ao Li, forcing him to absorb the absolute brunt of that crushing power. And immediately after, his whole body gets blasted backward over 100 meters. Ao Li falls completely out of control, dropping off the cliff. Ya Meng screams out his name in horror. Because he dared hurt her family, Ya Meng's rage hits the absolute peak. Trust me, you and I are about to see her snap. Stick with me here. You dare kill my Ao Li right now? Meng instantly turns into a completely different person. She screams with glowing red eyes. The inner demon just smirks at this as Meng practically transforms into a wild, raging beast. She looks absolutely fierce, clashing with the demon, but honestly, it only takes him a split second to completely overpower her. Bam! Meng gets blasted right into a massive wall. Bai Ying panics, yelling that they are coming to help, while Luo Zi and Xu Qingqing rush straight into the fight alongside her. Hand Wu Fu over or face the 7 immortal swords. The inner demon just flashes a cold smirk, casually replying that in this huge world, there really are not many girls like them, completely blinded by foolish love. He sneers, saying if they care about that useless trash so much, then he will happily grant their death wish. Raising the spirit sword high for a massive strike, the demon calmly slashes the glowing blade right at her. Luo Shi is fast enough to dodge the strike, but tragically, A Meng is standing right behind her. The blade slices directly into the poor girl's shoulder. A Meng screams in pure agony. Luo Shi frantically yells her name. Because the clash between these absolute monsters is so intense, the shockwaves are literally ripping the ground apart. She screams at the top of her lungs. The earth is collapsing, run away right now. Hearing that massive explosion from far away, the eldest daughter simply closes her eyes and thinks to herself, it is finally over. Watch closely here, things get absolutely desperate. Luo Shi throws herself into a frenzied melee with the demon. She is totally out of energy, her body practically shutting down on her. But then Bai Ying suddenly materializes right behind the demon. Gathering every last drop of her fading power, she whispers something tragic. I am so sorry, I am just a spirit, I cannot do much else. She completely detonates all of her spiritual energy straight into the demon's back. He shrieks in absolute agony as Bai Ying's final attack hits home. Finally, the dark entity is violently ejected right out of Wu Fu's body. The poor guy staggers forward and instantly collapses. Luo Shi sprints over to catch Wu Fu, trembling as she calls his name. Xu Qingqing rushes up in a panic, asking what she just did to them. Bai Ying replies calmly that this is karma, the will of heaven. She glances at the two of them, stating that if this woman's heart is truly pure and good, Wu Fu might survive this trial, otherwise both will fade into absolutely nothing. Right then, around Luo Shi and the unconscious Wu Fu, a glowing sphere of energy appears, completely wrapping around them. Xu Qingqing and Bai Ying stay there, standing guard over the couple for an entire night. She finally asks Bai Ying, it has been a full day, why are they still out? Cold Wu Fu is not showing any signs of waking up at all. He just lies there, head resting safely in Luo Shi's lap. She actually wakes up first, looks down at him leaning on her, and softly whispers, this is the very first time you have ever leaned this close to me. Xu Qingqing spots her awake and immediately runs over, asking if Luo Shi is okay. Are you feeling hurt anywhere? She just nods and replies, I am totally fine. Xu Qingqing, how are your injuries holding up? Xu Qingqing lets out a heavy sigh and answers, I am fine, it is just. A Meng and Ao Li are never coming back. You and I both feel the heavy silence as Luo Shi bows her head in pure sadness. Meanwhile, Wu Fu slowly starts regaining his senses. He grabs his aching head and sits up. Seeing literally everyone staring right at him, Wu Fu looks completely and utterly confused. He starts firing off questions in panic. Why is everyone looking at me like that? Where are A Meng and Ao Li? Where is Fatty Wang? Why am I here? Who is she? Where did the eldest daughter go? What the heck is actually going on? Slowly but surely, his broken memories start piecing themselves back together. An image of Bai Ying from the past flickers in his mind. Wu Fu carry Ling Er's mission and live a good life. Wu Fu flinches, his eyes going wide with absolute shock as her gentle voice echoes endlessly in his ears. Little Fu, come call me Auntie Ying. Even his father Yun Jian suddenly materializes in his memories, declaring that the spirit sword is his. Ying Ying, I am trusting my Fu to you. For the sake of all living beings, I must keep fighting. These fragmented, chaotic visions keep flashing one by one inside Wu Fu's overwhelmed mind. An unknown woman's voice screams out in raw anger, you shameless, vile old man. I will use your blood to sacrifice to my child's spirit, Mom, Dad. Third brother, uncle, are you all watching this? True justice finally defeated the true evil today. We actually won. After remembering absolutely everything that just happened, Wu Fu's eyes immediately turned bloodshot and teary. Tears pour down his face. It was her all along. Wu Fu breaks down, sobbing like a helpless child, letting the spirit sword slowly slip from his grip. Luo Shi steps forward to comfort him softly, asking if he is okay. Wu Fu lets out an agonizing roar that sounds like it could literally tear space apart. Wu Fu lowers his head in deep, crushing silence. The truth I fought so hard to find was nothing but a perfectly crafted lie. I was like a total fool, just letting fate push me around this whole time. Luo Shi gently pulls him into a warm, comforting hug. It is okay now, Wu Fu, everything is okay, I am right here. No matter what crazy things happen next, I will stay by your side. Wu Fu just stays completely silent, leaning into her embrace. Luo Shi tries her hardest to give him some strength. We still have so much work to do, we cannot just stay here. You are literally the spiritual pillar for all of us right now. If you fall apart, what are the rest of us supposed to do? Wu Fu slowly realizes the truth, he is their only real support now. Xu Qingqing adds, Fatty Wang is still waiting for rescue. That is where we pause. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Let's dive into this wild rescue. A day later, Xu Qingqing and Wu Fu finally save Wang Mengmeng. Wu Fu tells Xu Qingqing and Luo Shi, you two take Fatty Wang back to Penglei Manor first. I will be right back. He flies off completely solo, searching everywhere for Ao Li. After zooming around the sky for a bit, Wu Fu spots him. Found him right there. He lands and sits next to Aoli. After a quiet moment, Wu Fu whispers rest in peace. He carefully gives Aoli a proper, respectful burial. Scene shift. A creepy house slowly fades into view, cutting right through the super thick fog. Inside, Jing Song is force-feeding Wang Mengmeng his medicine. Shu Qingqing stands right there, frantically annoying her master with questions. Is he going to live? The old man just smirks and asks, "Oh, do you actually care?" She stammers, looking away. Who on earth cares about him? Whether he lives or dies has absolutely nothing to do with me. Jing Song side-eyes Shu Qingqing and playfully bluffs. Well, that is a real shame because this fatty might not actually survive. She instantly panics, terrified. Master, what did you just say? The old guy cracks up laughing. I am just kidding, just joking. Shu Qingqing glares at him and Jing Song just raises an eyebrow, thinking to himself, I thought you totally did not care about him. We then cut over to another room entirely. Wu Fu earnestly grabs Luo Xi by the hands to show his true feelings. Thank you. Blushing like crazy, she asks, why say that out of nowhere? He looks down at his palms and explains, if you had not volunteered to become the vessel for that heart, I would have been dead a long time ago. My life was saved by you, so my life totally belongs to you. Wu Fu is about to keep talking, but Luo Xi literally puts a finger on his lips to shush him. Red-faced, she says, do not thank me, especially not to me. You have always been the one protecting me, so the fact that I could actually help you out now makes me incredibly happy. So please no more thank yous, okay? Wu Fu immediately gives in and listens. He gently pulls Luo Xi into a warm hug. All right then. Suddenly the scene shifts deep into an empty forest clearing. Now pay attention here. The dirt next to Aoli's cloak suddenly bulges and a literal hand shoots right out of the rocky ground. That zombie hand belongs to Ya Meng. The little girl slowly crawls her way up from under that thick, heavy dirt. Time absolutely flies by after this. One whole month later, Wang Mengmeng is up and chatting with Shu Qingqing. She asks him with genuine worry, are you doing okay? You really need to lie down and get some rest. But Wang Mengmeng is too stubborn to listen. Let me walk just a few more steps. I have been stuck in bed for a month, my body is basically rusting. Meanwhile, Wu Fu and Luo Xi are out practicing their sword skills. He effortlessly disarms Luo Xi, sending her sword flying. She shyly ducks her head. I lost again. Wu Fu comforts her, saying you just broke through to the martial master tier, so this was the perfect time to test your limits. Just then, Shu Qingqing helps Wang Mengmeng waddle over and he immediately roasts Wu Fu. Why are you acting like some strict old teacher? You are completely killing the vibe. Shu Qingqing jumps right in to back him up. Seriously, you are being way too harsh on Luo Xi. Wu Fu just coldly responds, we are running completely out of time. It is literally a race against the clock. Wang Mengmeng panics. What do you mean we are out of time? Where are you guys planning to go? Luo Xi calmly answers, we are fully prepared to ascend to the next realm. Wang Mengmeng asks out of pure curiosity when exactly. She replies, in 1 week. Hearing that, Wang Mengmeng totally stutters. But my leg is not even healed yet. You guys are ditching me, I know what you are thinking, why leave now? The mystery of your origins is already solved. So why go? Wu Fu slowly looks up at the sky and explains, I want to visit the actual planet where my mother lived. The place she loved and fought so hard for, the same place I grew up. Plus, ever since my inner demon vanished, this crazy sword has been taking over my consciousness way more often. I need to find a way to completely destroy it. Jing Song suddenly pops up out of nowhere, cutting Wu Fu off. It is useless. The old man explains, you and the sword fused ages ago. Unless your physical body straight up dies, your connection to that cursed sword will never fully end. Well, unless there is one other way. Luo Xi spins around, super curious about Jing Song's teasing. Unless what? The old guy continues his dramatic explanation. Unless Wu Fu can completely shatter the sword spirit's restriction seal. She looks totally confused and asks, shatter the seal. Jing Song nods. Exactly, breaking that seal will force the sword's spirit and Wu Fu's consciousness to finally split apart. And then you just kill him. Wu Fu stares into his own palms and speaks up. If that method actually works, then I definitely have to ascend to the next realm. With my current power level, how could I possibly kill a former generation god king? He thinks it over for a second and makes his choice. I agree to it. Wang Mengmeng stammers awkwardly, then I will just wait here for your return. Shu Qingqing completely agrees with his brilliant plan. Yeah, I will stay at Penglei Manor too and wait for you both. Wang Mengmeng hears Shu Qingqing say this, and is totally caught off guard. He glances at her, but Shu Qingqing immediately shoots him down. Do not flatter yourself. I am not staying for you. Wu Fu and Luo Xi are just that strong. Typical tsundere, right? You would just drag them down. Jing Song rubs his chin in doubt. Really? All right, jump in with me here. The crew gathers under the sky tree, which has finally been completely purified. Wang Mengmeng and Shu Qingqing see Wu Fu and Luo Xi off. He promises Wu Fu, "Wait until I am totally healed. I will come find you." The duo immediately sets off. Wu Fu asks if she is ready and Luo Oshi gives a gentle nod. In a flash, the clear blue sky is swallowed by pitch-black darkness as the two hover in midair. She stares ahead in pure awe. Is this really the Abyss Realm? Wu Fu carefully begins to explain. It is a world with absolutely no solid ground floating endlessly through infinite space and an ocean of clouds. Up high, twin suns shine down. That thick fog hiding in the clouds, that is literally the graveyard for the living, and the final stop for the dead. Luo Si murmurs the Abyss Realm sounds totally gloomy, but seeing it now, it is actually magnificent. Wu Fu shakes his head, giving her a warning. The bottomless clouds here hide a terrifying power that devours the souls of all living things. Do not underestimate it. She peers down nervously. I didn't expect this cloud sea to be so scary. Suddenly, an eerie voice echoes out. It mockingly repeats Luo Si's exact words about the terrifying clouds. Wu Fu instantly goes on high alert. Now watch closely, things are about to get wild. Back-to-back, Wu Fu smirks, better late than never. Luo Si whispers, unpredictable enemies. Stay sharp. Suddenly, a massive mob of Shura zealots surrounds them. One guy steps forward, smiling wickedly. Looks like we have been tracked. Luo Si grips her sword tightly and growls. Who are you? Name yourselves. The Shura zealots completely lose their minds, frantically screaming, Astral Sword, Wu Fu, Wu Fu. Super confused, she turns to Wu Fu. What are they doing? Is this some kind of freaky sacrifice ritual? Without hesitation, he leaps up and unleashes a massive sword slash right at the chaotic mob. Whoever you are, slash two zealots near him are instantly sliced clean in half. But the crazy mob does not stop. They madly rush at Wu Fu, constantly chanting, Long live Mew, long live Doji. Long live Zamba, long live Crazy Blade. Hearing this nonsense, Wu Fu realizes the truth. Ah, friends of New and Crazy Blade. Makes sense. His face turns dead serious. Wu Fu instantly commands countless flying swords. As soon as he activates his technique, those glowing blades rocket forward, absolutely destroying the advancing zealots. Leaving 0 survivors, he smirks proudly. Now that I Wu Fu have arrived in this Abyss Realm, I guess many will be annoyed. But I only have one thing to say, he confidently shouts, not happy. I will beat you until you submit. Then the madman appears out of nowhere, laughing loudly. Haha, crazy kid. Radiating murderous intent, the madman glares at him. First you killed my friends New and Crazy Blade, and today you silently slaughtered my cult followers. Now you stand there talking trash. Do you really think you are some god king who can look down on absolutely everyone? Wu Fu does not back down at all. New and Crazy Blade wanted me dead, so I killed them. And your followers literally had a death wish. What is done is done. But on the other hand, you spouting all this absolute nonsense makes me sick. The madman is triggered to the point of pure rage. You saw that coming, right? Let's see if your fists are as tough as your mouth. The madman's eyes instantly glow blood red. Not only is Wu Fu completely unafraid, he casually challenges the guy. If you want to test me, bring it. The madman charges forward and Wu Fu dives in. The two clash in an epic explosive battle. Smirking, the madman says, no wonder you are so insanely arrogant. Turns out you reached the soul formation stage. Too bad I am half-step tribulation tier. You are going to die right here today. Just as he is about to grab Wu Fu's arm, our boy quickly blasts the madman far away. He replies, even full tribulation stage experts have been killed by me, you are just small fry. Luo Zi watches closely from below. Suddenly, she is startled by the appearance of yet another guy. Xuan Shi stands right in front of her. He casually issues a warning. Miss, it is best if you just stand aside and enjoy the show. Their grudge, let them settle it themselves. What do you say? Frowning, Luo Shi glares at him, thinking to herself. His aura is completely suppressing me, I cannot even make a move. This guy is at least a tribulation stage master. Testing the waters, she asks, who are you? Why are you interfering? Smirking, Xuan Shi introduces his own identity. I am Xuan Shi. I just hate interruptions. So what do you and I make of this cliffhanger? While right. Let's jump right into this crazy showdown. He claims he's just watching, but Luo Shi is absolutely not having any of it. I wouldn't trust him either. Over on the other side, total chaos. This lunatic is going totally berserk, throwing a massive punch straight for Wu Fu's face. But our guy is fast. He easily sidesteps the attack, gripping his legendary astral sword super tight, ready to do some serious damage. Without hesitating for a single second, he launches a brutal strike, piercing the sword straight through that cultist. Wu Fu's attack is just lightning fast. The maniac doesn't even have a split second to react. By the time he realizes what hit him, Wu Fu already took his head clean off. And standing right there on the sidelines, Xuan Shi has been quietly watching this entire brutal execution play out. Seeing the cultist totally destroyed, the guy just smirks. Wu Fu instantly snaps at him, yelling to stay the heck away from Luo Si. Xuanxi just smiles back, giving a super polite excuse. My bad, Jia Tianji didn't come here with any bad intentions at all. Blocking this gorgeous lady was just me sticking to my own weird principles. Honestly, I really hope you too can forgive the interruption. Saying that, Xuanxi literally turns around to face the surviving cult members left standing there. Now pay attention, this is where it gets interesting. He tells the crowd that since Wu Fu wiped the floor with the cult, there's nothing left for anyone to gawk at. He casually asks them to do him a favor, give him some face, and just pack up and go home. Once he finishes dismissing those random goons, he turns his attention right back to Wu Fu. Well, I won't bother your Mingyuan trip any longer. Let's hope fate brings us together again someday. Super dramatic exit incoming. My Tianji Pavilion is always happy to have you as guests. And just like that, boom, he literally vanishes into thin air without leaving a single trace behind. Now that he's gone, Wu Fu finally drops his guard and admits it. That guy is ridiculously strong. Tribulation, realm minimum. He acts all calm and friendly, but he is incredibly shady underneath. Luo Si totally agrees, giving him some solid advice. Until we actually level up and get stronger, we seriously need to avoid making enemies with that Tianji Pavilion. Big mistake otherwise. The second she finishes talking, Wu Fu reaches up and gently touches the blood dripping from his mouth. He casually wipes it off. Honestly, his control over his own power is still nowhere near the level of the absolute demon living inside him. Fighting a half-step tribulation expert definitely gave him some nasty internal injuries. Seeing this, Luo Si panics, totally freaking out. Are you okay? Where does it hurt? Wu Fu gives her this soft, reassuring look. Don't worry, I am totally fine. Just some minor internal damage, nothing serious at all. He quickly changes the subject to keep moving. We cannot waste time. Let's hurry up and find a safe spot to rest. Getting some solid intel is our #1 priority right now. The two of them keep pushing forward on their journey until they finally spot the silhouette of a city. But as they walk deeper into this new city, the whole vibe feels super cold and creepy. Wu Fu goes into full leader mode, laying out a plan. Let's see if anyone actually lives around here so we can get some real answers about where the heck we are. Right as he says that, a blood-curdling scream echoes out loud. Help me. The sudden noise totally startles Luo Si out of nowhere. You and I both know what's coming next. A terrifying monster is sprinting full speed, hunting a helpless grandma. Without even stopping to think, Wu Fu and Luo Si dash straight into the chaos. One clean, beautiful slice, and that ugly monster's head hits the dirt like a sack of bricks. Save at the very last second, the old woman frantically bows down to thank them. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, immortal lords, thank you, immortal lords. If you hadn't showed up, my old bones would have been monster chow. Luo Si rushes over, helping the grandma stand up while being super polite. Granny, please don't bow. We honestly just happened to be passing by and helped out, it's no big deal. Though we do actually have a few quick questions for you. She looks at them with pure worship in her eyes. Please ask away, immortals, I promise I won't hide a single thing from you. Luo Si keeps her voice totally gentle and calm. No rush at all, Granny. You're still hurt from the attack. Let's just find a place to sit down and chat. She instantly nods, completely agreeing with them. Yes, of course. How on earth did I forget my manners like that? If you two holy immortals don't mind, please come rest at my broken-down little house. Getting an invite right when they needed one, huge win for them. Well, thank you very much, Granny. A few minutes later, the old lady leads Wu Fu and Luo Si right back to her humble place. My lords, please forgive the mess. An old lady like me only has this rundown shack to live in. Total classic humble NPC behavior. Wu Fu checks out the cozy surroundings and just smiles. Not at all, actually. I think it feels super nostalgic and welcoming. Having a roof over your head like this is pretty awesome, right? Hearing that, the grandma practically beams with joy and praises him. You really have such a kind heart, immortal. All right, this old woman will stop rambling. You two just sit inside and get some good rest. Let me go boil some water and brew you some tea. The literal second she walks away, Luo Si immediately whispers what they're both thinking. This old lady treats us in such a weird way. And it's not just her, Wu Fu totally gets the exact same vibe. Yeah, she's acting way too respectful. It's totally different from other worlds. People here actually just default to calling us immortals. A little bit later, they head inside the grandma's house to get settled. So what do you and I make of this whole mystery? Luo Si tells the tea-bringing grandma to relax and sit down. And reading their minds, the old lady finally starts explaining things. Trust me, you're gonna want to hear this secret. Stick with me here. We are diving into a world where magic users are basically treated like literal gods. Only the chosen ones who enter the 3-tier Pure Land can ever learn those epic mystical skills. Everyone living in that glorious place is an absolute legendary immortal. But Oliver, he barely cares about that lore drop and cuts straight to the real chase. Hey Granny, we really need to find another magic user just like us to ask a few quick questions. Do you have any idea where we can find someone exactly like that around here? Hearing the young man ask, the old lady instantly drops the answer without missing a single beat. Well, that would absolutely have to be at our holy Buddhist sanctuary. You know the famous three-tier Pure Land, the exact grand place I just mentioned to you two a second ago. Hearing her extremely confident answer, both Oliver and Shu Qingqing gasp. They instantly share the exact same thought. The three-tier Pure Land. The sweet old granny quickly clears up all their confusion. Yep, our entire massive world was literally split into three whole tiers by the Buddha himself. The very first tier is just where normal folks live. People exactly like us survive here every day. The second tier is where the elders chill, and that top third tier is the Pure Land. The true core headquarters of Buddhism, she confidently adds. We all proudly live right under the grand shining protection of the legendary Buddha light. It totally welcomes the different beliefs of outsiders too. So the absolute best place for you two godlike immortals to go is 100% the third tier. After chatting a bunch, Granny realizes it is getting super late outside and gasps out loud. Oh wow, we talk so much, it is already dark. Please wait right here, you two immortals. I am going to cook up some nice vegetarian food. Now pay close attention, this is where things get interesting. As soon as she leaves the room, Oliver takes a tiny sip of tea and whispers to Shu Qingqing. We can finally understand why she was acting so incredibly weird earlier. This place is ruled by religion, and the social class divide here is just absolutely insane. High-level cultivators and regular commoners basically never ever interact in daily life. Honestly, other nearby places probably have this exact same ridiculous setup going on too. She gives a slight nod, totally agreeing with his logic. Yeah, you are right. It looks like we are incredibly easy targets standing out right now. Since this entire Buddha state completely belongs to one giant unified faction, even if we just want to hide out and level up quietly, it is going to be super annoying and complicated. But then Oliver quickly brainstorms another extremely clever plan. Actually, we are totally fine. Low-level commoners lack any real way to send fast messages, so even if they spot us, the news will not spread around very easily at all. Hearing this, Shu Qingqing frowns in deep thought and sighs out loud. Very true. But this still means if we really want to gather any useful intel, we absolutely have to break straight into the enemy headquarters ourselves. If they are friendly, fine, but if they are enemies, we are totally screwed. Oliver looks pretty frustrated about this mess. He slams his teacup down hard on the table. We have zero choice, we have to visit the Pure Land. We just need to prep super carefully for this wild mission. Right on cue, the sweet old lady returns carrying a massive tray of food. I am so sorry to keep you both waiting. Just some simple rice and plain soup, but it will definitely fill your stomachs up. Shu Qingqing looks at her spread and speaks very politely. You are way too kind, Granny. Wait, why do we not see anybody else around the house? Do you live all alone? The old lady honestly answers her right away. My poor husband went to the busy market to sell supplies 2 whole days ago. He should be back tomorrow. As for my son, well, he was blessed. The Buddha totally favored him. He joined the Pure Land a whole year ago and will officially become an immortal soon. I know exactly what you are thinking. Here comes the classic emotional side quest, she asks cheerfully. You two are heading to the Pure Land, right? If you see my boy, could you please check on how he is doing? If he is living a comfortable life, tell him to completely forget about us old folks and just rest easy. Praying to the Buddha is what really matters most. Shu Qingqing solemnly promises the sweet old lady. Absolutely, we can do that. What is your son's name? The granny beams the absolute brightest smile ever. Oh, thank you so much, kind immortals. My son is named Brian. He has a distinct hunting scar right near his mouth. You two will spot him immediately if you look. Thank you. Then she gently offers. Man, it is getting incredibly late outside tonight. If you do not mind my humble home, just crash here after we finish dinner. Overwhelmed by her warm hospitality, Oliver and Shu Qingqing gladly accept the kind offer. Thanks a million, Granny. Come on, let us all sit down and eat together. Time quickly flies by after that incredibly wholesome dinner. The very next day, Shu Qingqing politely waves goodbye to the old lady. Thank you so much for the amazing hospitality, but we really gotta hit the road now. Before they actually leave, the granny makes sure to send them off with pure blessings. Oh please, without the help of you two wonderful immortals, my old life would literally be over by now. You two are truly good people. The mighty Buddha light will absolutely shine upon your journey forever. After finally leaving the old lady behind, Oliver and Shu Qingqing use their epic footwork skills to dash straight through the gloomy dark forest toward their next big destination. Shu Qingqing scopes out the path directly ahead, aiming straight for a nearby town. That specific place probably has a secret route leading right up to the third tier. Then Shu Qingqing quickly warns Oliver about the rules. Since entering this holy state, free flight is totally blocked. Honestly, traveling everywhere on foot is becoming a massive pain in the neck. He gives a slight nod back. Yep, I can faintly feel this heavy, invisible restriction locking down the airspace everywhere around us. Trying to fly up in the sky right now would just be a total waste of energy anyway. After traveling a bit longer, they finally touch down at their exact destination. Right above the bright red walls is the city's actual name. Trust me, you and I are about to see something wild here. Su Qingqing stares inside completely amazed. Alright, come along with me. The city is super lively, so Wu Fu immediately suggests they check it out. So the two of them stroll right into the city. Taking in the oddly peaceful scenery in front of him, Wu Fu carefully looks around, sizing up the whole situation. Even though it is ruled by a religious sect, you can totally get why the people here are so ridiculously devoted. Seriously, he does not even see a single wandering beggar anywhere around here. But Luozi completely tunes out his logic, smoothly changing the subject. Come to think of it, since they met, she rarely sees him casually strolling through the mortal world like this. Getting all shy, she confesses her real feelings. She really hopes they can spend way more time just walking together just like this. Until then, no matter how long it takes, she will always stay by his side. But responding to her is Wu Fu with his classic emotionless poker face. Suddenly, a sharp sound of something slicing through the wind hits them. An arrow shoots out from nowhere, flying straight toward Wu Fu. But staying completely chill, he just waves his hand and easily blocks the strike. That sneaky little arrow instantly splits cleanly in half and clatters to the ground. Glancing down at the broken weapon, Wu Fu slightly frowns. A dark iron mystic arrow. Only real cultivators can even get their hands on this. It completely hides the spiritual energy of whoever uses it, basically the ultimate assassination tool. Hearing this, Luozi asks him with total confusion in her voice. Hiding their aura for a sneak attack right in the mortal market, that is just incredibly reckless. You probably already know who did this, right? Wu Fu gets a dangerous look in his eyes and confirms most likely the Divine King Palace. Now watch closely here. Dark iron arrows are not things normal people can just get. He bluntly curses them out with absolute disgust. Talk about annoying ghosts that will not leave. Sensing something totally off, Wu Fu slowly turns his head, glaring coldly behind him. Without them even noticing, he and Luo Si are suddenly surrounded by thugs from the Divine King Palace. Without a single second of hesitation, these guys instantly rush in to attack Wu Fu. He and Luo Si quickly leap away, perfectly dodging their vicious strikes. While evading, Shinoi complains out loud, "These five are coordinating way too perfectly. The civilians have not gone far, so we cannot attack," making this super tricky. Wu Fu immediately reassures her it is totally fine. Without real power, good teamwork is basically useless. Saying that, he instantly launches himself high into the air and loudly shouts his ultimate attack like a classic main character. Ancient Buddha fist art following every move from Wu Fu. A gigantic golden hand immediately appears, crushing down on the Divine King Palace squad. But while he is distracted, another dark iron arrow instantly shoots at him from a different angle. Luckily, Wu Fu manages to lean backwards just in time, perfectly dodging that deadly arrow. Right after that, he casually waves his hand and destroys the arrow. But what Wu Fu totally does not know is that yet another arrow is flying right at his back. And thanks to this tiny moment of carelessness, that dark iron arrow directly strikes Wu Fu right in the back. You and I both felt that one, right? Looking back, he is totally stunned. Seeing him get ambushed, Luo Si screams in absolute panic. "Wu Fu, you are hit." He immediately drops to his knees, kicking himself. So ridiculously careless. I cannot believe they came so completely prepared this time. And it does not end there, because another dark iron arrow comes rushing from another direction. Luo Si quickly dashes in and smashes that arrow away to a completely different side. Suddenly, something happens that makes her eyes widen in total shock. Right in front of them now are three Divine King Palace thugs rushing into attack. But right at this moment, a voice suddenly echoes from nowhere along with some mysterious magical chants. "You actually dare to kill someone inside the Buddhist territory? Does the Divine King Palace really think our sect has absolutely nobody left?" That guy shields Wu Fu and Luo Si safely inside his own protective barrier, forcefully blasting away the entire Divine King Palace gang. After driving them back, the monk finishes chanting, reciting Amitabha. Right after that awesome save, he casually walks straight over to where our guy is, politely apologizing. "Benefactor Wu Fu, my name is Yinbo. I am incredibly sorry that you had to experience something like this in my province. Truly, my deepest apologies. I hope you can visit our Pure Land to chat so my sect leader can apologize to you in person." Frowning slightly, he replies with a bit of suspicion in his heart, "The Divine King Palace came here for me, so you guys do not need to apologize. Honestly, though, I wanted to find the Buddhist sect to ask about some things, so this opportunity is actually a massive win for me." Hearing that, Yinbo quickly bows and invites him. "Wonderful, truly wonderful. Then please follow me, Benefactor Wu Fu." A short time later, he leads Wu Fu and Luo Zi up a massive staircase. While walking, he explains, "Ever since we arrived up here in the Buddhist province, we noticed it is super hard to fly. Is there some kind of restriction here?" "Yes, due to the unique nature of the Nether Abyss realm. If there were no flight restrictions in places where people usually gather, then all of the local architectural structures would be basically impossible to construct, and the trees and soil would just escape gravity completely. Us flying here was just an emergency move using restricted power." "Ah, that makes sense. Thanks for the quick backup." And that is where we leave it. Trust me, this arc gets completely wild. Alright, stick with me. Yinbo puts on this totally guilty face, apologizing that the Divine King Palace somehow slipped right past their security. He waves Wu Fu inside, basically saying, please do not stand on ceremony, just come right in. He points to a shiny teleportation array, bragging that it skips the traffic and goes straight to the third pure land. Honestly, this guy's mouth is running on overdrive. He literally does not stop yapping the entire way up. He apologizes profusely to Wu Fu for the mess today, offering him an all-inclusive 5-star stay at the Pure Land to make up for the crazy drama. He even throws in a free pass to the legendary Scripture Pavilion if he gets bored. Supposedly, all the answers he wants are right in there. Nearing the top, Yinbo finally stops his endless chatting and calls out to Wu Fu. He politely asks them to follow him, finally leading our exhausted duo to their sweet guest room to chill. By the time they settle in, the sun is already setting outside. In the soft candlelight, a super suspicious voice suddenly breaks the quiet room. We cannot trust these Buddhist monks at all. Luo Si frowns hard, totally voicing her deep suspicions about this extremely shady setup. Wu Fu nods. Yeah, it is super weird. I never even mentioned having questions yet. That patriarch acts like an absolute mind reader, offering free access to the Scripture Pavilion. It is a total trap to keep us locked down here. Wu Fu completely agrees with her. Now, pay attention because this is where the plot thickens and our guy starts connecting the dots. Think about it, they showed up way too perfectly to save us. I did not sense a single drop of spiritual energy approaching from a distance. The teleportation array is right in the city center. It honestly seems like they were just lurking nearby the whole time. Luo Si looks absolutely stunned. You mean the monks staged the whole attack just to frame the Divine King? Palace Wu Fu rubs his chin, thinking that is way too risky for them. They do not even have a motive. It is way more likely they just secretly allow the enemies to strike. Then they swoop in to play hero and win our favor. Hearing this wild theory, her frown just gets deeper and deeper. She mutters that it is way too convenient. His left shoulder gets injured, making it totally impossible for her to fight back properly. Plus, finding the exact hidden sniper in pitch darkness. Yeah, that is complete nonsense right there. With all these doubts piling up, Wu Fu confidently claims the monks pulled this whole stunt because they desperately want something from them right now. They will probably pull us aside for a private chat later. After venting, Luo Si decides to just drop the massive conspiracy theory. Let us forget the shady monks for now and heal your wounds. But suddenly, a super loud knock echoes from the wooden door outside. The patriarch invites you both. Wu Fu instantly yells for them to come in. A moment later, we cut straight to a totally different fancy room. A gentle voice chimes in. Sorry for bothering you, to grab a seat anywhere. Seriously, you do not need to be so paranoid right now. Wu Fu glares right at the old monk and immediately cuts to the chase. Just spit it out already. You put on this huge dramatic show, so what exactly do you want us to do? And more importantly, what is our payday? The old Buddhist patriarch actually chuckles at this, completely amused by his boldness. He praises Wu Fu for being incredibly brilliant, openly admitting that his little parlor tricks could never fool someone so sharp. I know what you are thinking, typical monk riddles, right? The old man demands one answer first and Wu Fu just stares back cool as ice. I really hope this is not some massive waste of time. Skip the philosophical garbage and get straight to the point. Bodhi drops the act and gets down to business. It is a very simple question, Wu Fu. How exactly do you view the Divine King Palace? Hearing this incredibly loaded question, Wu Fu frowns and delivers a perfectly cold, two-word answer: mortal enemies. This beautifully blunt answer clearly makes the old monk super happy. He smiles and just says, excellent. In that case, Bodhi locks his deep, intense eyes right onto our boy and drops a massive proposal. Are you interested in teaming up to absolutely annihilate the Divine King Palace? Honestly, hearing this crazy offer out of nowhere is wild. Wu Fu smirks, slightly leaning in. All right, I am willing to hear you out. Taking that green light, the monk continues. Bodhi lays out the ultimate trade deal. Right now, his Buddhist faction is totally ready to act as a safe haven for him. Plus, they will provide top-tier logistics and heavy support to help him crush the enemy. Hearing this sweet deal, Wu Fu gets pretty curious. So why not just fight the Divine King Palace yourselves instead of using my hands to do your dirty work? The old man does not hide a single thing. We have multiple enemies and all-out war just causes too much suffering and lost wealth. But you have both the crazy power and the perfect motive. Hearing this undeniable logic, Wu Fu agrees without a second thought. All right, then I accept your little request. So patriarch, about this massive operation to wipe out the Divine King Palace. I am betting you already have a super detailed master plan cooked up. Thrilled by Wu Fu agreeing, Bodhi instantly starts spilling the strategy. The palace might be insanely strong, but their actual structure is super loose with 3 main halls spread across the continent. So what do you and I make of this? A massive takedown is coming, but trust me, our boy still has burning questions. Alright, stick with me here. The Royal Ark is miles away from the Buddha Ark, so how exactly is backup arriving? Bodhi quickly answers him. We have already stationed hidden shadow guards in the area, and I will have them assist you directly. After running through the logistics, Wu Fu drops the final question. So, when exactly are you sending us out? Old Man Bodhi, completely ready and burning with long-held determination, tells him, tomorrow, we have a massive merchant ship heading straight to the Royal Ark. You two can easily hide inside it. Scene change. Before long, the scenery shifts to a super creepy dark forest right after they finish their chat with Bodhi and leave the area. Walking through the woods, Lu O.C. finally speaks up and asks, are you seriously just accepting his offer like that? Wu Fu gives a slight nod and replies, that is simply because he actually guessed that I would never refuse. He does not stop there, continuing his explanation. Out of the four great arcs, the Buddhist faction, Heavenly Secret Pavilion, Mad Cult, and God King Hall, we have already made enemies with three of them. I really cannot afford to reject the Buddhists' good intentions right now. I am simply not strong enough yet to be completely invincible in this world. As for getting revenge, he laid that out from the very beginning. Saying this, Wu Fu suddenly pauses for a second before softly muttering a few words. The hidden library. Hearing him say this, Lu Shi lets out a sigh, realizing just how deep and scheming that sect leader truly is. Wu Fu quickly follows up with his orders for her. You go to the hidden library and gather some intel. I need to do a little prep work for this upcoming crusade. In the blink of an eye, the scenery changes once again. We arrive at another location called the Hidden Library. Inside, there are towering shelves stacked with the exact kind of secret skill manuals that absolutely everyone dreams of having. Luo Shi struggles in there for a long time, groaning in total frustration. I have been searching all night and still have not found a single thing. The moment those words leave her mouth, a specific book on the shelf instantly catches her eye. Luo Shi reaches her hand out and pulls the manual down. Muttering to herself, supreme bliss. Could this actually be information about the unknown clan? Thinking that she doesn't hesitate for a second and flips the book open. Who knows what kind of wild images are on that page because it is completely censored out with some super heavy mosaic blurring. I know what you are thinking, classic anime trope, right? Reading the text, Luo Ci's face instantly burns red. She frantically slams the book shut, blushing like a tomato. Completely embarrassed, she screams internally. Why do they even have dual cultivation techniques in here? This is just too much. Even so, Luo Shi absolutely cannot resist her own burning curiosity, so she decides to take just one more little peek at it. Right at that exact second, Wu Fu suddenly walks in from outside and asks a question, making her jump right out of her skin. Did you find anything useful? Panicking, Luo Shi frantically shoves the spicy book deep inside her sleeve to hide it. Totally mortified, she stammers, why are you suddenly here? But he does not care about her weird reaction at all and just repeats his previous question. Did you manage to find anything? Hearing his question, she quickly adjusts her mood and replies. The content related to the unknown clan in here is actually very limited. Getting her answer, Wu Fu nods slightly, then hands over a strange piece of jade. Just as I thought. We have played pretend long enough. We need to hit the road now. Luo Zi takes the jade fragment and asks in total confusion, what exactly is this thing? He lowers his eyelids calmly, answering her at a steady pace. If I am unlucky and face danger, this jade can instantly teleport you to a magic circle I left behind. It is incredibly safe over there. Hearing that, Luo Ci's heart actually skips a beat with emotion. She silently prays and hopes she will never get the chance to use it. A little while later, the scene shifts to another location. On top of a strange object floating high in the sky, a voice calls out to announce, the two esteemed lords have arrived at the Royal Ark. As soon as Wu Fu and Lu Shi touch down, someone not far away waves them over. Over here, over here. The young guy quickly bows in respect to greet them. Then he introduces himself. Greetings to the two lords, I am extremely happy to assist you both. Saying that, the contact person immediately starts leading the way for them. Giving them a quick rundown of the plan, he says, we will head to a stronghold that is located extremely close to one of the main palace halls. When the time comes, our group will help you completely destroy that hall. Hearing his bold claim, Wu Fu immediately questions him. How many people do you actually have? The contact calmly answers him. Our total combat force is exactly 13 people and only one of them has reached the peak god transformation stage. Now pay close attention, this is where everything goes crazy. Scene change to a completely chaotic area, explosions booming and people screaming out loudly, we are under attack. Ambush. The guards watching from high up on the walls frantically yell and urge everyone. The enemy is not just a single person. Hurry up and call for backup, we absolutely cannot let them escape. And not too far away, standing on a very small boat, a familiar figure stands there as the boat slowly drifts closer. Wu Fu's eyes are completely ice cold, his true intentions totally unreadable. He just glances at the massive chaos unfolding right in front of him. At that exact same time, inside a wildly luxurious palace, a shadowy figure loudly questions the terrified subordinate kneeling on the ground. What the hell is going on out there? Why so loud outside? The lackey stammers, "Palace master, we are under attack," and that is where we leave it. We are both dying to see this bloodbath. Let us dive right back into the madness. Hearing this, the furious hall master barked out, 9 times out of 10, this is a rival faction. How did those worthless guards let these guys slip right inside? The words barely left his mouth when he suddenly sensed something dangerous. He snapped his head around immediately. And there was Wu Fu rushing in out of nowhere to launch a palm strike at Huang Huo. But the guy reacted just in time and blocked the hit. Seeing exactly who attacked him, he gritted his teeth in pure rage. "Wu Fu, it is you again." Before Huang Huo could even finish, an arrow flew out of thin air and struck his chest. Wounded, he collapsed, cursing with utter frustration. To think you would actually use such a dirty trick. In response, Wu Fu just pressed his razor-sharp sword right up against his neck. He spoke slowly, "As long as I win, that is fine. I do not want to take any unnecessary risks. I have something to ask you." Stubborn as always, Huang Huo instantly fired back, "I am not going to tell you a single thing." Hearing that, Wu Fu just stared down at him from above, stating with absolute confidence, "I will definitely make you talk." Time quickly slipped away and the bright moonlight slowly crept through the clouds, gently shining down onto the mortal world. Meanwhile, over at the harbor, Shu Luo made sure to thank Wu Fu and Luo Si right before seeing them off. "Thank you both for your help in capturing all of those surrendered enemies. Now pay close attention here." Feeling curious, he finally spoke up, "What does your Buddhist faction need these guys for?" Shu Luo just shook his head. "Honestly, I have no idea. I just follow the orders given by my higher-ups." Getting that super vague answer, Wu Fu quickly changed the subject and asked, "Wu Fu, you still be the one contacting us from now on?" "Exactly. I will handle all matters for both of you." During their stay in the royal province, he wanted to save everyone time, so he rapidly steered things back to the main topic. "Where is the next branch temple located?" Shu Luo flashed a faint smile and replied, "High up in the desolate wasteland. The terrain is steep and narrow with 0 blind spots around it. A sneak attack like today will be nearly impossible." Hearing this, Wu Fu frowned heavily. His voice carried a slightly terrifying edge. "Are you saying that when the time comes, you guys will not be able to help?" That intense look made Shu Luo panic a bit. Sweating bullets, he quickly explained, "No, it is absolutely not like that. It just means we will have to launch a massive frontal assault. We cannot keep things quiet and simple like we did today." Hearing his explanation, Wu Fu had no choice but to let it slide. "Fine, we will discuss it when the time comes. Let us rest up for today." Thrilled to find an escape route, Shu Luo quickly made up an excuse to leave. "I will go handle my work then." After he scurried off, he turned to ask Luo Si for her thoughts. "What do you think?" She rubbed her chin gently, looking deep in thought. "If this is Buddhist business, then it is honestly a little bit weird." She revealed with clear frustration, in this war between the Buddhists and the other factions, they seem way too obsessed with taking prisoners. "I know what you are thinking. Why suddenly?" Wu Fu pulled out a soul-charming bell, continuing her thought. "Not just that, but every single hall master carries a special artifact on them. And Hui Kong never mentioned a word about this." He stared intently at the item in his hand, muttering softly, "Soul-charming bell. The artifacts on his body will be extremely useful for the upcoming head-on clash." Walking right past Luo Si, he added, "As for the Buddhists' shady business, we will look into it later. Right now, they are not posing any real threat to us." She agreed completely, quickly nodding back, "Yeah, you are right. But who would have thought a divine king hall master would have 0 clues about the nameless clan?" Hearing this, Wu Fu instinctively looked up. Staring into the empty sky, he told himself, "Looks like our only option right now is to keep teaming up with these Buddhists. Once we wipe out the divine king hall, the answers will naturally reveal themselves." Time flew by and a few days passed. A familiar pair of leather boots gently touched down on the dry, cracked earth of the barren desert. 3 silhouettes were busy chatting away. "Why does the royal divine province have such a ridiculously desolate wasteland like this?" "Because the cultivation method of the hall master here requires him to bathe in massive amounts of beast blood from this very wasteland." Lu Shi looked totally disgusted, bluntly complaining that is absolutely gross. Right after she spoke, someone instantly popped out to greet them. "Amitabha, welcome you 3. I am Ah Chong, and I have been hiding out in this area. I came to welcome you." He wasted no time and immediately dropped some seriously important info. "We heard the hall master is currently away from the branch temple, which makes this the perfect chance for us to strike." Hearing that, Wu Fu eagerly asked, "Do you guys have a solid plan?" Ah Chong quickly laid out the entire strategy for him. "We can launch an ambush from underground, wipe out all his subordinates, and then take him down completely solo." Loving this sneaky plan, Wu Fu smirked in pure satisfaction and declared, "All right, then let us start slaughtering pigs." "Wu Fu, they pull it off. Trust me, we are in for a wild ride." Meanwhile, inside the royal temple, Lord Lu Mo was drinking with 3 youths. Cut to some guys complaining about life. "Honestly, the weeds on the roadside taste better than this garbage. Eating monster beast meat every single day. I'm literally going to throw up. But there is no other choice. The palace lord is about to break through to the divine realm soon. Just endure it for a few more days. Suddenly, over at the beast pens, a massive noise suddenly explodes, completely startling all the animals. Right after that, Wu Fu and his crew come waltzing into the area, locking eyes perfectly with those three random dudes. But hilariously, those guys don't care at all and just go right back to their drinking session. Come on, drink up. Seeing this ridiculous scene, Luo Xi is totally speechless. Did they really just get completely ignored? Wu Fu is struggling for words, muttering, "A wise man knows when to mind his business." With that, he turns around, getting ready to leave them behind, leaving those three drunks chilling in the cold wind. Let's go. You totally think Wu Fu is just going to walk away, right? Now watch this. He literally moonwalks back to the drunks and asks, "Hey big bros, which way to the main palace hall?" The drunk guy instantly points his finger in a random direction as his answer. Wu Fu looks that way and politely says, "Thanks a lot." And after following that direction for a good while, they actually manage to arrive at the main hall of the Divine King Palace. Right now, a chaotic battle is going down inside the hall, and Wu Fu just finished taking out one of the enemies. Witnessing this brutal scene unfold, Wang Qiang, who is kneeling on the ground, freezes up completely. Panicking, he desperately shouts out a question. "Who the heck are you?" Wu Fu looks down at him from above and in a freezing cold voice says, "Wuji clan." Wu Fu. Hearing this, Wang Qiang can barely believe it. He stupidly stammers, Aren't you supposed to be dead already?" "How is this possible?" Wu Fu gives him this dark, meaningful smirk and replies, "The king of hell rejected me, so I came back." Wang Qiang's heart absolutely drops into his stomach. He is so terrified that literal tears stream down his face. "Please, I beg you, don't kill me." Wu Fu doesn't waste a single second. He cuts straight to the interrogation. "Speak. Where is Madana?" But Wang Qiang doesn't answer right away. Instead, he tries to negotiate. "You let me go and I'll tell you everything." Just to get the answers he needs, Wu Fu goes along with it. Fine, getting Wu Fu's word. The guy immediately spills the info. Madana is in the cave behind the mountain. Hearing this, Wu Fu feels super confused and questions him. "Then why did I hear she left the Divine King Palace?" "You saw that twist coming, right?" Wang Qiang quickly explains. "That was entirely fake news she spread herself. She was terrified her enemies would ambush her while breaking through, so she put out the fake rumor that she left the palace." Hearing that, Wu Fu lightly rubs his chin, almost impressed by the sneaky tactic. "So that's how it is. This Madana is pretty cunning." After giving up the intel, Wang Qiang goes right back to begging for his life. "I told you exactly where Madana is hiding, now you can let me." But before he can even finish his pathetic sentence, two vicious sword slashes tear right through his body. Wu Fu coldly stares down at Wang Qiang's completely lifeless corpse on the ground and mutters, "Let you go, that's just letting a tiger back into the woods." He then declares that anyone who murders members of the Wuji clan will absolutely never be forgiven. Right at this moment, Luo Shi walks up from behind and asks, "How did it go on your end? Did you find Madana's location?" Wu Fu quickly shares the intel he just extracted with her. "Found her. Madana didn't actually leave the Divine King Palace at all, but went into closed-door training behind the mountain." Hearing this, a heavy wave of suspicion suddenly hits Luo Xi's mind. So does that mean the intel Chang gave us earlier was totally fake? Wu Fu doesn't even answer her. He just stays silent, frowning and staring straight ahead. The person he's staring at is Chang, who just killed a guy from the Divine King Palace right in front of them. After a long pause, Wu Fu finally speaks up. "Madana spread the fake news on purpose, but we really can't rule out the possibility that the Buddhist sect knew it was fake and still chose to hide it from us." He shoots her a side glance, warning her, "Luo Shi, we need to be extremely careful with the Buddhist sect." She gives a cautious nod and agrees. "I know. So what exactly should we do now?" Hearing her question, Wu Fu shifts his gaze toward the back mountain and simply says, "We go and kill Madana first." And with that, they both dash toward the mountain. Luo Si says, "I'm coming with you." "All right," he agrees. "Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next." "All right, stick with me here. We are kicking things off with an absolute banger." Reaching the peak, Wu Fu unleashes his Lone Spirit Sword, a technique breaking all magic. That single crazy strike slams straight into the massive boulder right in front of him, creating an absolutely deafening boom. Hearing this earth-shattering noise, Madana gets totally derailed from her cultivation session inside. She instantly snaps, "Who in the world dares to disturb my epic training?" The second those words leave her mouth, our boy Wu Fu and Luo Si stroll right in. Seeing these two, Madana flashes them this super arrogant smirk and sneers, "Oh, little couple on a date, you kids today clearly have zero manners, barging in without an invite. Do you think the Divine King Palace is your backyard?" Wu Fu skips the small talk and claps back. "Not a backyard, it is the graveyard for your bones." Hearing that spicy threat, Madana literally lifts her giant snake body out of the pool. "All right, stick with me here. So, you actually came to kill me." He completely ignores her endless talking. Luo Si and Wu Fu instantly rush in, swords drawn and ready to strike hard. Madonna pulls a terrifying face and snaps back. You want to kill me? Let us see if you actually have the guts. In a flash, her entire body mutates. Channeling the infamous Medusa Eye, her hair literally transforms into a writhing mass of hissing snakes. Madonna lunges straight at Wu Fu, using her magic to turn him to solid stone. This is what you get for interrupting my training session. Such a shame to ruin that pretty face of yours. Meanwhile, Luo Si stands in the corner, looking totally confused by this weird situation. What is wrong with her? Suddenly, Wu Fu, who was supposed to be crushed, casually answers from right beside her. Our mindbender bell drove her completely crazy, trapping her in an illusion. Hearing this, Luo Si draws her sword and quickly urges him on. Then let us use this chance and finish her off right now. Wu Fu nods without hesitation and says, "Got it, let us do this." The duo charges forward simultaneously, aiming a lethal strike straight at Madonna. But instantly, her massive snake tail whips out to counter their deadly attack. Using her Medusa tail technique, she literally moves a mountain of force to blast him away. Wu Fu takes a massive hit. He crashes hard into a giant boulder. Now watch closely, because just when you think they have her, that massive tail suddenly whips straight toward Luo Si. Madonna lands a direct hit, sending her flying backwards through the air. Wu Fu panics, sprinting over while desperately screaming Luo Si. He catches her securely in his arms, checking on her immediately. "Luo Si, are you holding up okay?" She weakly replies, "I am doing fine." At this moment, Madonna coldly interrupts their little emotional conversation. "The absolute power of my legendary Medusa eyes are specifically designed to shatter illusions. I saw right through your cheap little trick." Hearing this, Wu Fu sets Luo Si down and steps right up. Getting ready to fight, he thinks, "My mistake. I never expected her to break that illusion so incredibly fast." Seeing this, Luo Si looks a bit worried and asks Wu Fu, "What exactly is our plan now?" He quickly brainstorms a counterattack and gives her instructions. "I will draw her attention in a second and you back me up from the side." Luo Si, with a super tense expression, just nods and says, "Got it." And then Wu Fu charges straight in. He creates multiple shadow clones attacking Madonna from every single direction. She stays completely calm, turning them all to stone. Full of arrogant confidence, Madonna laughs out loud. "You cannot even take a single hit, but hey, you are celebrating way too early." While she is busy gloating, he suddenly appears out of absolutely nowhere, slicing his blade right across her neck. "Even if you somehow manage to kill me, your little girlfriend will never escape." Taken completely by surprise, Madonna screams out in pure disbelief, "How is this even possible? I clearly turned your physical body into stone." "I know what you are thinking. Game over, right? Well, think again." Wu Fu glares at her coldly and explains, "Your Medusa eyes break illusions, meaning you still fell into one. For that tiny fraction of a second before you activated those eyes, I used the Mindbender Bell to trap your mind completely inside my own fake reality." Luo Si just used that exact opening to land the fatal blow. In war, there is absolutely zero shame in using some good old deception. The moment he stops talking, Madonna slowly starts fading away into dust. Right before she disappears entirely, she screams out in absolute frustration, "I refuse to accept this. I will never accept this. How could I possibly lose to you?" Moments later, Madonna vanishes completely, and Wu Fu picks up her leftover, severed head, muttering quietly to himself. These eyes can literally turn living beings to stone, which might actually be super useful later on. After successfully destroying Madonna once and for all, Wu Fu and Luo Si immediately head back to the Buddhist group, noticing that they are heavily occupied doing something totally bizarre. Super curious, Luo Si asks what exactly are they up to. Ah Chong quickly walks over to explain, "We are saving souls, bringing these bodies to the Pure Land for purification. We clear away their worldly karma, sending them through the 6 cycles of reincarnation to return again." Hearing this nonsense, Wu Fu finds it absolutely hilarious, and sarcastically jokes, "You kill them and then purify their souls. You Buddhists really love your little games." Hearing his sharp comeback, Ah Chong hurries to find an excuse, saying benefactor Wu Fu is just joking, but sectarian warfare is simply impossible to avoid. The Pure Land really never wanted to start this war. After that, Luo Zi quickly jumps in to completely change the awkward subject. "We only have one single branch palace left to deal with." Hearing her words, Wu Fu instantly snaps back to their main mission. He asks where is this final branch palace and just how strong is its master. Ah Chong immediately replies to his important question. The final branch is out there on a massive ocean. And speaking of its master, he actually shares a bit of history of benefactor Wu Fu. Hearing that, his eyebrows automatically furrow in complete confusion, saying, "History with me." Ah Chong just gives him a very subtle nod. He reveals that the branch master Gu Ming was originally a guest warrior of the First Universe clan, but he defected to the God King Palace. Step by step, he climbed his way up to the top master position. Hearing this crazy revelation from Ah Chong, Wu Fu's face instantly twists with pure rage as he grits his teeth. So he's a traitor. Fine, I will clean up the clan's trash myself. Seeing his furious reaction, Ah Chong and the other Buddhist disciple silently exchange a deeply knowing glance with each other. So what do you and I make of this? He gives Wu Fu the final intel. This guy is currently at the middle venerable stage. She's the #1 expert under the Divine King Palace Master. Her actual power level, completely off the charts and unpredictable. Can benefactor Wu Fu actually guarantee a win against this crazy snake lady? Hearing this, Luo Ji gets super worried, rushing forward to warn him. Brother Wu Fu, you just trained in the Tribulation realm and literally fought 2 massive battles back to back. Fighting her right now is seriously pushing it. We need to fall back and make a long-term plan, but knowing his stubborn personality, like he is ever going to listen to her. No way this snake is a traitor to my mother's clan. They might actually have clues about my mom. To save her as soon as possible, this fight cannot be delayed. To pump up his hype levels even more, Ah Chong and that Buddhist disciple bow respectfully. The Buddhist faction will throw all our weight into helping you. Totally wipe out the Divine King Palace. Watching this wild situation unfold, Luo Si cannot help but feel nervously anxious about everything. Now watch closely as the scene instantly shifts to some crystal clear blue water. That water belongs to a massive ocean with hidden reefs scattered everywhere. Right now, way down in the deep sea, Wu Fu's crew and the Buddhist disciples are basically speed swimming straight across the giant ocean. After paddling for what feels like forever, they finally spot the coastline. The second they step foot onto the shore, there is already a shadowy figure waiting not too far away. The moment he spots Wu Fu, this random guy drops to his knees in respect. Young master, I finally get to meet you. Seeing this guy acting all dramatic, Wu Fu is completely confused. What the heck is going on? Right after he says that, the guy jumps up and starts rambling endlessly. Young master, did you forget about me? I am Cheng Tuo, the loyal bodyguard of your mom, Lady Wu Ling. Back when Nangong Dongfeng wiped out the Ignorance clan, Gu Ming turned traitor and wanted to destroy your physical body. I risked my own life to smuggle you out of the Abyss realm. I just prayed you would revive and return one day. I never imagined I would actually see you again. Hearing this massive lore drop, Wu Fu is still pretty suspicious. You were the one who took my body away. And how exactly did you end up joining the Buddhists? Cheng Tuo quickly clears up his confusion. When I returned and saw the clan destroyed, I wanted revenge against Gu Ming, but I could not beat him. I got heavily injured and was saved by Buddhist disciples. Once I healed up, I joined them to recover my strength. After that, I actually sneaked into Gu Ming's branch palace, just hoping for a chance to assassinate that traitor. Hearing you were heading to the Divine King Palace for revenge, I volunteered to join this epic raid. After that heartfelt confession, Wu Fu completely drops his suspicions. He gives him a super determined nod. Do not worry. I will absolutely handle that dirty traitor with my own 2 hands. Hearing his promise, Cheng Tuo is overwhelmed with gratitude, hyping him up even more. Young master, that traitor Gu Ming is right inside. You have to avenge everyone in our fallen family. I know what you were thinking, villains never cry, right? Well, inside the gloomy temple, someone is sobbing. Constantly blaming himself, he cries, Gu Yunjian, I, Gu Ming, have completely failed you. You fought for the 3,000 worlds at the border. As your brother, who literally went through life and death with you, I could not even protect your wife. I am just a useless, incompetent fool. While this old guy is totally drunk and rolling around in wine jars, a minion's panicked voice rings out from outside. Palace Master, bad news, something terrible happened. Gu Ming sits up high, glaring down at the sweating minion below. Speak, what the heck is going on? Kneeling on the floor, the minion desperately blurts out the situation. Palace Master Wu Fu has already smashed his way inside. Hearing that name, Gu Ming instantly sobers up, actually shouting with joy, you said Wu Fu. Which Wu Fu? Before the minion can even answer, our boy kicks down the door, holding the severed head of a guard he just clapped. Walking in, he smirks. Obviously, the Wu Fu from the Ignorance clan. Seeing him in the flesh, Gu Ming immediately stands up and rushes down. It is you, is really you. I cannot believe you actually came back from the dead. Wu Fu does not waste any breath, instantly interrogating Gu Ming for his crimes. Do you admit to your sins from back then? Saying that, he chucks a heavy sack straight at the old man. Gu Ming does not even flinch, straight up, confessing, I admit it. So what do you and I make of this crazy twist, Wu Fu? Let's dive right in. He felt a bit confused, but just shrugged it off. He admitted it that fast. Since it's like that, don't blame me. But little did Wu Fu know, Gu Ming was secretly thrilled inside. The day has finally come. Without missing a single beat, Wu Fu instantly swung his sword, slashing right across the old man's body. Gu Ming didn't even move, he just took the heavy slash, looking in real pain. He let out a loud groan. Seeing this crazy stunt, Wu Fu was just completely baffled and confused. Why didn't he even try to dodge? Gu Ming calmly explained the real reason. Back when the Wuji clan was wiped out, I carried a massive guilt. Even a deadly strike is totally deserved. Hearing that confession, Wu Fu raised his sword up once again. Stick with me, we are jumping straight into the action. He readies his strike, declaring, I will kill you to avenge my mother and fallen clan. But right at that moment, a mysterious voice suddenly echoes out to stop him. Little Fu, please stop instantly. The sword he is swinging down completely freezes right in midair. It stops just inches from Gu Ming's head. Wu Fu grabs his own head, completely confused, and wonders, was that my mother's voice just now? Does she really not want me to kill this guy? Thinking this over, he immediately interrogates Gu Ming. Who the heck are you? The old man stays kneeling on the ground full of self-blame, replying, a useless fool, a sinner deeply ashamed of failing his own brother's trust. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out from the divine temple corridor. Wu Fu. Who exactly is approaching now? He is totally caught off guard. Luo Si, why are you here? Following behind her is Zhang Tuo, who takes in the crazy scene before them. He is suspicious. What is going on here? Why hasn't Wu Fu killed Gu Ming yet? He originally thought that, relying on Gu Ming's foolish and blind loyalty, the moment Wu Fu attacked, he would definitely be able to wipe the old man out easily. To think Gu Ming is still alive. If my real identity gets exposed, I have to strike first and gain the upper hand right now. Now pay attention, this is where things get wild. He instantly forms hand seals, taking off his prayer beads without any warning. Zhang Tuo immediately launches a direct attack aimed right at Gu Ming. Gu Ming, you despicable coward. Years ago, you completely betrayed the Wuji clan, joining the Divine King Temple and causing our entire clan's total destruction. Today, I am representing all the lost souls of the Wuji clan. I will take your pathetic dog life. Even though he is severely injured, the old man manages to lean back, dodging Zhang Tuo's heavy strike. Gu Ming instantly summons tens of thousands of swords, launching a massive and deadly counterattack straight toward him. Wu Fu has every right to kill me, but what the heck are you to think you deserve to kill me? Zhang Tuo hurriedly summons a massive shield to protect his own body from Gu Ming's insane storm of swords. He summons a gigantic, immovable Wisdom King Buddhist avatar to completely block that devastating attack. Wu Fu watches them from the sidelines, absolutely amazed, and mutters, such fiercely powerful sword techniques. To think Gu Ming's sword mastery is actually this unbelievably high. If he had fought back earlier, I basically would not have had any chance to injure him. Right then, Gu Ming uses the myriad swords return technique to merge all the flying blades together into one colossal giant sword, loudly mocking him. A mere grain of rice light dares to compete with the bright rising sun, saying that the old man mercilessly slashes that giant sword straight down onto Zhang Tuo's Buddha statue. Under this brutal strike from Gu Ming, a little bit of blood drips from the corner of Zhang Tuo's mouth. He grits his teeth, cursing inwardly. Damn it. He is clearly heavily injured, so how the heck is he still this strong? Is this really the true power of a god venerable? Sensing the situation getting way too intense, Zhang Tuo immediately retracts his technique and leaps away to escape. Not good, I gotta run. Seeing him flee, Gu Ming quickly gives chase. Where are you going? Watching the old man close the distance so quickly, Zhang Tuo panics a little bit. Damn it, his speed is way too fast. Our cultivation levels are an entire tier apart. Based on this situation, Gu Ming is definitely going to kill me sooner or later. I know what you were thinking, hostage time, right? Yep. While trying to escape, his eyes suddenly dart toward Wu Fu and Luo Si. Got it, instantly. Zhang Tuo quickly changes his flight direction, lunging straight toward Luo Zi and forcibly grabs her tight in his arms. Pulling out a short blade, he aggressively threatens Wu Fu. Kill Gu Ming right now, or I will end her life. Seeing this cowardly move, Wu Fu immediately draws his sword and demands, Zhang Tuo, are you seriously trying to threaten me? Hearing that name being called out, Gu Ming furiously grits his teeth and says, I remember now, I knew your bald head looked so familiar. Turns out you are that exact traitor of the Wuji clan from back then. Hearing the old man say this, Wu Fu's mind instantly fills with heavy suspicion. Traitor? What traitor? As for Zhang Tuo, upon hearing those exact words, he immediately panics and yells in loud denial. Nonsense, you are the real traitor of the Wuji clan, young master. Just kill Gu Ming and I will safely return the hostage Luo Shi to you. The moment he finishes speaking his threat, Gu Ming immediately charges forward using his massive myriad swords technique to aggressively attack. You are completely twisting the truth. Back then it was you who tried to steal Wu Fu's body, and I caught you right in the act. Yet now you are actually using an innocent person to threaten Wu Fu. I, Gu Ming, can only enforce justice for heaven and slay you, demonic fake Buddha. Seeing the old man's insanely fast rushing speed, Zhang Tuo's eyes widen in absolute shock, screaming inwardly. Way too fast, I cannot dodge this. Just then, another sword suddenly appears out of nowhere, perfectly blocking Gu Ming's deadly blade. Wu Fu grips his sword firmly, violently pushing back the old man's heavy attack. Seizing this perfect opportunity, Zhang Tuo hurriedly yells, Young master, kill him right now. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you are going to want to see what Wu Fu does next. Stick with me, we are diving into an insane double-cross. Gu Ming coughs up blood and pleads, Wu Fu, you can kill me. But whatever you do, do not trust that little snake. He is the real traitor here. The moment those words leave his mouth, Zhang Tuo instantly jumps in shouting, young master, do not listen. He is just trying to divide us. You need to kill him right now. Hearing both sides scream at him, Wu Fu falls into a deep, heavy silence. Suddenly, Gu Ming notices the spiritual energy on the kid's sword fading away. Wu Fu slowly glances back at Zhang Tuo, standing right behind him, and asks a completely unexpected question. Both of you claim the other is a traitor, and that you were the one who saved me from the abyss, so let me ask you both, where exactly did you take me? Hearing this sudden test, Zhang Tuo panics for a second, totally stammering out, it has been way too long, I do not remember. But Gu Ming does not even hesitate, instantly blurting out Earth. Getting two completely different answers from them, Wu Fu quietly mutters something under his breath, and then boom. He dashes forward and aggressively stabs Gu Ming right in the gut. Taking that brutal hit head-on, the old man immediately crashes down to the dirt. Seeing Gu Ming get totally finished off, Zhang Tuo happily lets Luo Si go and starts sucking up hard. Young master, you are amazing. You actually killed Gu Ming. Keep in mind this guy was a literal divine realm expert. The exact second he finishes his cheesy praise, Wu Fu's sword suddenly flies over and stabs him right through the chest. Zhang Tuo grabs the blade, collapsing. He screams, young master, why now? Pay attention here. Right then, the kid casually walks up to him and replies, because Gu Ming's answer was the correct one. With that, Zhang Tuo completely hits the floor. Blood just wildly pours out of his lifeless body. Having dealt with the trash, Wu Fu turns around looking super worried about his companion. Luo Zi, are you okay? She gives a gentle nod and whispers, I am fine. Right in the middle of this sweet moment, Gu Ming shockingly grabs his wound and stands back up. Kid, you really are absolutely ruthless. Seeing him alive, Luo Shi is totally stunned, and instantly asks him, Wu Fu, what on earth is going on? He clearly has no clue, frowning slightly as he replies, I honestly want to know what is going on too. Gu Ming looks at the boy with a bit of absolute disgust, mocking him. You were such a smart and sharp kid. How did you grow up to be so clueless? Can you not even spot a basic Buddhist division tactic? Annoyed by the old man teasing him, Wu Fu aggressively claps back. I do not care if it is a trap. Right now, I only want to know one thing. Why are you relying on the Divine King Palace? Gu Ming hides absolutely nothing, answering instantly. If I did not fake my loyalty to them, how could I ever save your mother? Hearing something about the most important person in his life, Wu Fu instantly breaks his sweat, lowering his eyes to investigate. So you were saying you know exactly where my mother is locked up? The old man does not hesitate, giving a simple yes. Hearing this, the kid gets extremely anxious, pressing him, tell me. But right at this exact moment, a group of Buddhist disciples suddenly rushes in and interrupts them. Patron Wu Fu, those Divine King Palace fighters. Their cultivation is just way too high. We can barely hold them off. Suddenly, they completely freeze up. I know what you are thinking, right? They spot a lifeless figure lying on the ground right behind him. When Shu Luo finally realizes who it is, his heart takes a massive hit. At this moment, seeing them show up makes everything click for Gu Ming. Now I see why Zhang Tuo was creeping around here in the first place. Turns out all you bald monks arrived. Did your 18 arhats show up yet? Ah Chong steps right up to the front, ready to interrogate the old man. Gu Ming used to be a protector of the Ignorance clan, but back then you selfishly betrayed your own people for pure personal gain, causing the entire clan to be wiped out, plunging the abyss into absolute misery, and now you murdered our loyal believer Zhang Tuo. Today, our Buddhist sect joins forces with young Master Wu Fu to completely obliterate a vicious, cold-blooded wolf like you. Hearing this absolute nonsense, the old man gets super annoyed. He shifts into a combat stance, grabbing his sword to yell, a bunch of monks dare call me a traitor. And in a literal flash, Gu Ming's figure completely vanishes right in front of Ah Chong's eyes. He dashes past him at lightning speed, going for a brutal back attack, but Ah Chong reacts incredibly fast, instantly summoning a giant Buddha statue to protect himself. The two sides violently clash, triggering a massive earth-shattering explosion that rings out everywhere. But Ah Chong knows he lacks the raw strength, so he desperately leaps backward to dodge Gu Ming's deadly sword swing. The old man refuses to let him off the hook, chasing him down while roaring, Buddhist monk, hand over your life. In this extreme crisis, Ah Chong has absolutely no choice but to scream for help, Patron Wu Fu, save me. Instantly, the kid rushes up, blocking a heavy strike, coming straight down from Gu Ming. The old man is completely confused. He leans in real close and furiously whispers, what is your deal? Are you honestly still doubting me after all this? Wu Fu leans in and mysteriously whispers back, right now I still need these Buddhists to work for me, so we cannot turn on them yet. Hearing his explanation, Gu Ming gives a tiny nod and the two of them instantly split apart again. As soon as he separates from him, Wu Fu points and yells, he is the real traitor of our clan. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Stick with me here, things are getting wild. He just used Luo Xe's life to threaten me. We have all been played. Hearing this, Ah Chong yells out in total disbelief. What Jiang Tuo is a traitor, Wu Fu gives a slight nod and explains that this guy's real name is actually Jiang Tuo. He was originally a royal guard for the Wuji clan. Back then, he tried to destroy my body, but Gu Ming stopped him. That is the only reason I survived. Gu Ming hid inside the God King Palace just to track down my missing mother's whereabouts. He is definitely not a traitor to the Wuji clan. Hearing this, Shu Luo, who had been completely quiet, suddenly drops his head low. His mind is racing. He never expected Jiang Tuo's real identity to be exposed this fast. Right now, he absolutely cannot lose Wu Fu's trust. If he does, all of their careful planning goes straight down the drain. So he fakes a panicked look and cries out, "Benefactor Wu Fu, I had absolutely no idea about any of this. This Jiang Tuo guy suddenly joined our Buddhist sect. Even for this mission, he was the one who practically begged to tag along. We absolutely did not arrange this." Ah Chong catches onto Shu Luo's drift and quickly chimes in. "That is completely true, Benefactor Wu Fu. We only want to help you utterly destroy the God King Palace. Why would we ever take in a traitor from the Wuji clan?" The two of them fiercely point their fingers straight at Jiang Tuo's dead body on the ground. It is all this sneaky little rat's fault for hiding his true identity. Even our great Buddha was completely fooled by his lies. Watch closely here. Seeing them put on this little comedy act, Wu Fu curses them in his head. They really threw him under the bus. But out loud, he puts on a nice guy act to calm them down. I figured as much. Do not worry about it. I would never doubt my own allies just because of some petty rat. Hearing this solid guarantee from Wu Fu, they finally relax. Shu Luo looks incredibly grateful. "Thank you so much for your trust, Benefactor. We will investigate this mess thoroughly. We will definitely give you a proper answer." Someone drags Zhang Tuo's body out of here. Right after that, he turns around to officially address Gu Ming. He bows respectfully. Our Buddha has said many times that Palace Master Gu Ming is completely loyal to the Wuji clan. He would absolutely never betray his own people. And now that we finally know the real truth of what happened, in a few days I will have my disciples notify the Mingyuan sect factions to completely clear the Palace Master's good name. With the Jiang Tuo issue totally settled, Ah Chong quickly pivots to a different topic. Has the Palace Master managed to find any trace of Divine Mother Wu Ling? That is when Gu Ming steps up to reveal the truth. Years ago, right after the God King Palace War, Nangong Dongfeng suddenly lost all of his memories. All leads on Wu Ling's whereabouts just vanished. Hearing this, Wu Fu asks with a ton of suspicion, "So you mean you never found my mother?" The old man gives a slow nod. "Nothing at all." Catching on to his answer, Ah Chong immediately jumps right into the conversation. "It looks like we have to completely destroy the God King Palace to find out where Benefactor Wu Ling is. You and I both saw that coming, right?" Wu Fu frowns and turns to Gu Ming. "Where exactly is the main God King Palace? I am going to kill that absolute bastard Nangong Dongfeng right now and save my mother." The old man answers him quickly. The main hall of the God King Palace is built on a massive floating boulder. You can only get up there using special magic arrays, and our Buddhist sect does not have any access to those. But Gu Ming is not done yet. He lays out his plan with total confidence. "Do not worry about that. I can teleport you guys straight up there. All my years as an undercover spy definitely were not a total waste." Hearing this awesome offer, Wu Fu gets super polite. "Thank you so much, Uncle Gu." But hearing this rather awkward thank you from him, Gu Ming just bursts out laughing. "You little punk." At this point, Wu Fu looks incredibly guilty and rushes to explain. "Uncle Gu, you risked everything to send me to Earth so I could survive. I will literally never forget that lifesaver. Earlier, I let that traitor Jiang Tuo manipulate me, and I ended up hurting you. Please forgive me for that." The old man steps up and gently pats his shoulder to comfort him. "I failed to protect the Wuji clan back then, so taking this sword strike was completely worth it. Besides, a tiny scratch like this will not kill your Uncle Gu. What happened back then was Nangong Dongfeng's fault, not yours." His eyes turn dead serious as he gives his order. "The most urgent mission right now is rescuing your mother. Nangong Dongfeng is extremely tricky, and he cultivates the Saint Realm. We cannot just rush in blindly. We need a solid plan." Hearing this, Wu Fu looks super confused and asks him, "Wait, I thought he cultivated the God King Realm." Gu Ming immediately shoots down that whole idea completely. "What God King Realm? He only got the title of God King because he sits on the throne as the God King Palace Master. His real power is only at the Saint Realm tier." Wu Fu finally gets it, letting out a soft sigh. "So that is how it is." And that is where we leave it. Later that night, Wu Fu and Lu Shi step into Gu Ming's room to check on their injured uncle. "You are definitely going to want to see what happens next. Are you badly hurt?" Hearing his dumb question, Gu Jia angrily snapped back at him. "You literally tried to kill him, isn't it obvious?" Seeing her absolutely furious face, Gu Ming quickly tried to stop her from the bed. "Little Jia, what are you saying?" Wu Fu was manipulated by others. "He didn't know the real truth when he hurt me. But his soft words didn't calm Gu Jia's burning anger down at all. Instead, she actually blamed him too. Dad, you are honestly no better at all. A mighty divine venerable expert getting beaten into this state by a mere soul formation weakling. Have you zero shame? Gu Ming forced an awkward bitter smile and tried to explain. It's simply because I failed to protect your Aunt Wu. He carried some heavy hidden guilt so she wouldn't let him ramble. Gu Jia instantly cut him right off. Still, you absolutely didn't have to seek death. Facing her explosive temper, Gu Ming backed down just to soothe her anger. Okay, sweetie, I know I was completely wrong. Receiving his apology, Gu Jia stormed out of the room, brushing right past Wu Fu. She even shot him a look of pure disgust. Now pay attention here. Noticing their weird tense vibe, a super jealous Lu Oc angrily confronted Wu Fu. Why do you keep staring at that Gu Jia girl? He totally missed the jealousy and casually replied, wow, her hostility is seriously off the charts. Is it just because I injured Gu Ming? Hearing his clueless question, the old man quickly chimed in to reassure him. Wu Fu, please don't blame little Jia. She was honestly just worried about my safety. Hearing that, he felt a sudden pang of guilt and quickly replied, it was entirely my misunderstanding that got Uncle Gu hurt this time. How could I possibly blame her? Catching those words, Gu Ming suddenly flashed a super sneaky smile, dropping an absolute bombshell of a secret. Glad to hear it. Honestly, you and little Jia are basically childhood sweethearts in a way. Back when your mother was pregnant with you, we actually arranged an engagement for the two of you. Hearing the old man's crazy words, both Wu Fu and Luo Si were so utterly shocked they screamed in unison. An engagement. Right after that, she jealously turned away and complained. Turns out someone is already taken. You and I totally saw that jealousy coming, right? Seeing Luo Si act like this, Wu Fu let out a miserable sigh. I am so dead. Trying to escape this extremely awkward situation, he quickly changed the subject with Gu Ming. Uncle Gu, tell me about the past. Satisfying his burning curiosity, the old man immediately started his backstory. Back in the day, me and your father, Gu Yunjian. Hearing this sudden name drop, Wu Fu was completely stunned and blurted out, wait, I actually have a dad. Hearing that, Gu Ming found it hilarious and chuckled. Well, obviously, your mom couldn't exactly create you all by herself through sheer willpower. Realizing he totally overreacted, he quickly gathered himself and said, Uncle Gu, please continue. So Gu Ming went right back to his epic story. Your dad and I were clan brothers. Back then, we broke into the soul formation tier before even turning 20. Everyone hyped us up as the twin stars. Flashback time, the scene completely shifts back to Gu Ming's private mountain retreat during his prime cultivation days. He was still super young, energetically waving his hand at the guy standing right in front of him. Congratulations, Brother Yun. You became the fastest person in our entire clan to break through to soul formation. Brother Ming, hearing his name being called out, Yunjian immediately turned around with a smile. You broke through too. Gu Ming scratched his head modestly and said, I broke through shortly after you started isolation. But you are slightly younger than me, so technically, you were a bit faster. You are definitely the true number one. Yunjian just laughed it off, staying completely humble. There's always someone stronger out there. I'm just called the number one guy inside our own clan. But out there in the three great worlds, hardly anyone knows the name Gu Yunjian. While they were happily chatting, he suddenly shifted the conversation to a much bigger goal. I've decided to travel and explore the three great worlds out there, to carve out my very own legend. While speaking, Yunjian extended his hand toward Gu Ming with a massive offer. Brother Ming, want to take this journey with me? Without even a single second of hesitation, he instantly accepted the bold offer. Brother Yun, with a grand dream like that, how could I, Gu Ming, ever lose to you? Let's conquer the three great worlds together. Soon Gu Ming defeated the genius Meng Fei from the Sumeru realm, claiming rank 13,722 on the official three great worlds genius list. Meanwhile, Gu Yunjian completely crushed genius Zhao Long from the northern dark realm, taking rank 5,956 on the genius leaderboard. Not stopping there, Gu Ming then defeated the prodigy Xu Zhe from the Kanglan realm, landing rank 3,630. Next, Yunjin wrecked Yun Chao from Yun-Kong realm. Trust me, you're gonna want to see how this legend unfolds. Stick with me, you and I are jumping right into the genius rankings of the 3,000 great worlds. Meet the legendary twin star swords. Gu Yunjin and Gu Ming just smashed their way into the absolute top 100 geniuses of the 3,000 worlds. Talk about overpowered. After spending days exploring the realms, these two legends are just taking a super casual, totally relaxed stroll through the woods. They're just chatting when Gu Ming speaks up. Brother Yun, you and I both finally broke through to the Tribulation realm. We even made it onto the top 100 genius list. So what's your next big move? Yunjin strokes his chin for a second and replies, my next step, I'm going to build my own faction from scratch and lead my family straight to absolute glory. Right in the middle of their chat, a terrified scream echoes out. Help me! Yunjian and Gu Ming instantly snap their heads around and sprint straight toward the cry. Let's jump straight into the chaos. That person screaming for help. That is a young Wuling collapsed on the dirt. She is staring in pure terror at the guy walking up. Behind her, this creepy mystery man reaches out with some absolute garbage lines. He sneers, "Come here, little sweetheart, stop running and just be my cultivation vessel." While he is busy being a total creep, he is just about to grab Wu Ling, thinking she is totally trapped. But boom, out of nowhere, a sword flies at him like pure lightning. That demonic sect elder spins around super fast, catching the blade with one bare hand. Right on cue, the sword's owner drops in to crash the party. With a quick command, the blade zips right back into the hands of Yun Jian and Gu Ming standing over there. One of them immediately talks trash. "You are ancient man. Stop trying to prey on the young girls. Do you even know how to stand properly?" With an entrance, this flashy Wu Ling is totally starstruck by them. She blushes hard and thinks to herself, "Wow, these guys are seriously handsome." But meanwhile, the demonic elder just scoffs with zero respect, saying, "I expected a real threat, not two brats playing hero to save a beauty." Hearing this disrespect, Gu Ming gets furious, points his sword and yells, "Who are you calling brats? I am your grandpa, Gu, old man." This completely triggers the demonic elder, who growls, "Let me teach you brats a lesson since your family did not teach you to respect the strong." Huh. But young Gu Ming is not scared at all. He just smirks, looks around mockingly, and fires back, "Where exactly is the strong person here?" Then Gu Ming points right at himself with total confidence, "I am the strong one. I respect myself," which is called self-respect, dummy. Hearing that cheek, the demonic elder loses his mind and screams, "You little punk, you really tick me off. Now I am going to kill you." Now watch closely, Gu Ming is not stopping. From a distance, you can see him literally slapping his own butt to taunt the elder. "Bring it on, you old fossil." Grandpa Gu is not scared. Right as Gu Ming says that, a terrifying purple light suddenly erupts in the quiet space. The elder unleashes his demonic aura, creating a magnetic blast that sends both of them flying. Gu Ming frantically stomps his feet into the ground, and it takes him a good second to finally slide to a stop. Ignoring his own pain, he immediately turns to check on Yun Jian. "Brother Yun, are you okay?" He wipes the dirt off his face and calmly replies, "Well, I am not dead yet." After saying that, Yun Jian glares at their enemy and calculates, "This old monster is insanely strong. If this keeps up, we are definitely going to die." Right now, the demonic elder is completely high on his own power, just chanting over and over again like an absolute maniac. "Whoever blocks me will die, kill, kill, kill." And with that, he instantly charges forward, gathering all his crazy energy for a lethal strike on Yun Jian. But suddenly, a flaming sword comes flying straight at the elder's back from nowhere. The crazy old guy senses the danger immediately, tilting his body to dodge, letting the flaming blade graze right past his face. As soon as that fiery sword whizzes past him and stabs into the dirt, it straight up vanishes. Seeing this, the demonic elder's eyebrows automatically twitch in high alert. Who else is hiding out there? He whips around instantly, shouting into the dark, "Who is it?" The guy who just pulled up is Nangang. He acts super cool and smooth, stepping out to interrogate the villain. "You are a grand demonic elder. Yet here you are in broad daylight trying to force yourself on a holy maiden. Are you not afraid of becoming a massive laughingstock?" But his whole cool guy routine gets instantly shattered when Gu Ming awkwardly interrupts. "Hey bro, it's completely dark right now, not broad daylight at all." Immediately, the entire vibe between both sides just dies in awkward silence. You can practically hear the crickets chirping. Nangang just sighs helplessly and covers it up. "Fine, nighttime is terrible too." Hearing that, Gu Ming instantly plays along. "Yeah, exactly, doing it at night is bad too." But right then, you and I know villains hate jokes. The elder's body suddenly erupts with this weird, creepy smoke. He literally transforms into a furious, teeth-grinding demon, roaring, "Every single person who ruins my plans is going to die." Witnessing this absolute nightmare, Nangang, Yun Jian, and Gu Ming are all completely stunned. In a flash, the demonic elder charges straight at them like a beast, right when Gu Ming swings his sword to slash him. The elder easily dodges it and mocks him, "You cannot cut me." It is not just him. Nangang also gets completely clowned on by the demonic elder. "Cannot hit me, cannot hit me. Blah, blah, blah." All three of them are just surrounded by this guy, getting totally trolled and bullied. He's having the time of his life. Not forgetting to curse them out one more time, "You are all just trash." And obviously, this disrespect makes our trio even more furious. Raising his sword high, Gu Ming gets super annoyed and complains, "These ghost illusions are seriously getting on my nerves." Meanwhile, Nangang looks a little panicked and admits, "Yeah, fighting him like this is just not going to work out." During all this, only Yun Jian stays perfectly quiet, not saying a word. Then suddenly, out of nowhere, a soft voice echoes a literal whisper from the gods. That sound comes straight from Wu Ling. She actually summons a fairy statue that fires massive glowing chains right at the demonic elder. With her ultimate judgment chains, he is officially locked down tight. And trust me, you are going to love what happens now that he is bound. Stick with me, we are diving straight into the chaos. Nangang and Gu Ming flash absolutely wicked smiles. They charge and beating the poor guy black and blue. "Take that, stop running." The demonic elder gets completely jumped and utterly destroyed. He is screaming, "Help me, murder." While they casually demolish him, Yoon Jian smoothly walks right up to Han Wuling to check in. "Did you get scared?" he asks. She gets all shy and quickly replies, "Not at all." Suddenly, the space between them turns into this super pink romantic bubble and their hearts are totally racing out of control. Wuling is just standing there thinking to herself, "Wow, Yoon Jian is so incredibly handsome." It takes them forever to finally snap out of their staring contest. She blushes hard and stammers, "Thank you so much for saving me." Yoon Jian awkwardly turns away, acting super humble. "Oh please, it was really nothing. I hardly even did anything at all to help." Watching this entire cheesy romance play out, Nangong gets pretty annoyed and asks, "Is that guy seriously supposed to be your brother? Why are we the ones doing the dirty work while he just flirts with girls?" Guming scratches his head, looking totally confused. "How am I supposed to know?" he mutters. And just like that, the flashback ends, snapping us back to reality. Hearing all this ridiculous backstory, Wu Fu looks completely lost. "Wait, my mom and dad actually met like that?" Guming smirks and says, "Obviously, how else do you think you got here? If your dad was not fast enough, who knows who Wuling would have picked?" Hearing that, the poor guy just lets out a bitter laugh. "Such a generic romance, right? But you and I know he just realized something way more important from that story." "Wait, does that mean my dad and Nangong Dongfeng knew each other too?" Gu Ming gives him a slow nod. "Exactly. After that crazy day, the four of us became a tight squad, wandering through the three great realms together for many long years. We were basically life and death brothers." Hearing this, Wu Fu already sees the tragic plot twist coming from miles away. He cuts in. "But then he wiped out the Wu Ji clan and he locked my mother up." Guming lets out a super heavy sigh. "Yeah, we probably never should have gone there. Wu Fu, you really have to be careful with the Buddhist sect. Those Buddhist guys are way more complicated than they look." Hearing this warning, the kid frowns, his eyebrows squeezing tightly together. His eyes flash with pure anger as he mutters, "I know, Uncle Gu." Scene change and a whole chunk of time passes. Fast forward half a month to the Divine King Hall, right at the Sky Cliff. Down on the ground, a whole squad is gathering up. They stare up at the massive temple like they have been waiting forever for this exact moment. Someone points it out. That place up there is the main Divine King Hall, the floating sky fortress of Nangong Dongfeng. The crew standing below is totally mysterious, their identities completely unknown. Just a bunch of nameless fighters. But hidden right in the middle is Wu Fu whispering to himself, "Mom, are you really up there?" The second he stops talking, Gu Ming whips out his sword and screams, "Kill! Time to get bloody revenge for the Wuji clan." As their battle cries echo out, a massive magic circle instantly lights up right beneath their feet. "Kill them all, no mercy." Now watch this part closely. As the circle glows, Gu Ming pumps all of his crazy spiritual energy straight into the magic array. Right after that, a blinding pillar of light erupts from the circle, shooting straight up into the sky. We cut up to the very top of the sky cliff, right where the massive divine temple is sitting. Boom! That exact same pillar of light crashes down right in the middle of the empty courtyard. Gu Ming just used a teleportation spell to bring the whole squad up. Now that they have infiltrated the temple, they start creeping inside. It is way too quiet. Luo Shi looks around curiously and asks Gu Ming what is going on. "Is this really the main hall? There are not even any guards here." The old man starts feeling like something is seriously off about this. He frowns. "Logically speaking, it should not be this dead and empty, right? Let us keep moving forward and check it out." His minions quickly scatter in every direction, nervously checking every single dark corner. After a whole lot of paranoid sneaking around, Gu Ming senses something super weird and yells, "This is insane. Last time I came here, the place was absolutely packed." Wu Fu walks up and pats his shoulder. "Let it go, Uncle Gu. Finding Nangong Dongfeng and my mom is way more important right now." Hearing the kid speak some sense, Gu Ming finally calms down and agrees. "You are absolutely right." With that, he immediately starts dividing up the squad. "You guys go check out the main hall. Group 1 sorted," he points at Group 2. "You guys head to the back of the mountain." But when he gets to the third group, Gu Ming hesitates for a second, stroking his chin. "And you guys?" While the old man is busy playing commander, Wu Fu turns to Luo Shi and suggests, "Hey, we should go look around too." She does not even hesitate for a second. "Sure." But right then Gu Jia pops out of nowhere and runs over. "I am coming with you," and obviously Luo Shi is totally against it. She grabs Wu Fu by the arm and glares. "Just the two of us is perfectly fine." But Gu Jia is not backing down. She crosses her arms, totally confident, and snaps back. "Hello, I am literally his fiancée, so obviously I am going with him no matter what." Even so, Luo Xi refuses to let go. And just like that, Wu Fu becomes the center of a hilarious catfight. Honestly, you and I both know the harem struggles are real. Let us jump right into this madness. Wu Fu is stuck in the ultimate anime trap, totally panicking because he has no clue who to choose. He stammers and frantically grabs his very last lifeline, Uncle Gu Ming. But Uncle Gu completely sees right through this kid's desperate escape plan. he just scolds the brat. And without another word, the old man quickly flies off into the distance, completely abandoning him to his fate. Uncle Gu chases after the advance group, leaving Wu Fu with one final sentence before vanishing. I am going with the bros. Once again, he gets sandwiched between the two girls and dragged away. Let us go. Wu Fu desperately struggles to break free from their iron grip. He begs them to just let him go. Groaning internally with pure misery, he wonders what the heck is wrong with these two crazy women today. Did they take the wrong meds? But neither of them cares about his miserable face. Gujia turns around and angrily interrogates Luo Shi. Why are you following us? Luo Shi just raises an eyebrow and casually answers, I have been with Wu Fu for a very long time. The real question is, why are you following us? Gujia arrogantly snaps right back. Following my own fiancé is a completely natural thing to do. You have absolutely zero status, so why cling to Wu Fu? This totally triggers Luo Shi, who immediately fires back. What year do you think it is? Your arranged marriage garbage is way outdated now. It is all about free love. Hearing this bold claim, Gujia. Now watch closely, because this catfight is reaching absolute peak levels. Even if it is free love, I will never lose to you. Wu Fu will be mine sooner or later. Pushed into a corner, Luo Zi cannot even fight back out loud. She just angrily curses in her own mind. You shameless homewrecker. Right then, the two of them turn their deadly focus back to Wu Fu. Luo Shi pouts and strictly commands him. Tell this woman to leave right now. Gujia refuses to back down, throwing out a pitiful but threatening line, I waited for you. For so many years, you will not let me down, right? Still trapped tight between these two intense women. Wu Fu panics, sweating bullets and completely frozen. He drops to the ground in pure agony, holding his head. What do I do? Picking either side is a total death sentence. Somebody, please save me. But right at that exact moment, Wu Fu suddenly senses something super strange. His expression completely drops. Without him even summoning it, his trusty weapon just spawns entirely on its own. It radiates a crazy power that totally catches him off guard. The astral sword moves completely on its own and flies off in another direction. Wu Fu panics and yells, this is bad. Instantly he, along with Luo Shi and Gujia, fly straight after it, hurry and chase it. The exact spot the astral sword is heading towards is an incredibly old and creepy-looking temple. When the three of them finally land in front of the shrine, they hesitate for a second. You and I both know this is a trap, right? Let us check inside. Once they step in, Wu Fu's trio spots a mysterious guy just chilling right next to a tombstone. Wu Fu stares at the figure in pure confusion, wondering to himself, is that really Nangong Dongfeng? Hearing that cursed name, Gujia's eyebrows instantly pull together in a hard, serious frown. Luo Si watches him, sweating a little from sheer anxiety. This dude is leaking the exact same dark energy from when Wu Fu got possessed. Could there be some kind of hidden connection here? Nangong clearly senses that incredibly familiar spiritual energy arriving on the scene, and slowly raises his head. His villainous face now features a brand new nasty-looking burn mark right over his eye. Seeing the ancient relic, Nangong happily shouts out, Astral Sword, you have finally returned. As if the Astral Sword actually hears him, it instantly starts shaking like crazy. Seeing this wild, unexpected reaction, Wu Fu frantically screams out a desperate command, Astral Sword, come back. And following his absolute master order, the blade snaps right back into his arms. The second he grips the sword, Wu Fu's brows furrow in serious worry. He thinks to himself, I cannot believe it has been this long, and this guy can still somehow control the Astral Sword. Spotting our boy, Nangong brushes his hair back with a totally disgusted smirk, and says, I wondered who it was, but it is just the bastard child of Gu Yunjin and Wu Ling. Then leaning against the massive rock next to him, he suspiciously asks, little brat, did you not already die? Wu Fu grips the Astral Sword, super tight in his hand, and quickly snaps back, I was supposed to be dead, but the heavens said, you have committed way too many evil sins against the natural order, so they sent me back to finish you. Hearing his bold, heroic claim, Nangong literally bursts out laughing. His smile gets more and more psychotic as he declares, in this world, pure absolute power is the heavens. I am the absolute strongest of the Mingyuan realm. The crystal on Nangong's forehead instantly lights up with every single arrogant word he spits out. I am the god of the Mingyuan realm. Meanwhile, in another location, God King Huang and his disciples are hovering right over the back mountain. Uncle Gu Ming commands his subordinates for the big search operation, barking out, look a bit more carefully. Besides the people from the Wei clan, there are also two guys from the Buddha sect. Watching everyone hustle, Ah Chong speaks up to ask Shu Luo, do we need to join the search too? Shu Luo evaluates the mess and replies, let us wait. Suddenly, someone screams out, and that is where we stop. Trust me, you and I absolutely need to see what happens next. You and I are about to dive into absolute madness. The boss found something. Seeing the crowd move, Shu Luo tells Ah Chong to look. Meanwhile, Gu Ming literally shoves his way through the massive crowd. Step aside, let me see. Once he finally escapes the mob, he finds a massive stone cave locked down by a heavy ceiling formation. Staring at that thing, Gu Ming squints hard and grinds his teeth. This seal is absolutely massive. Could this actually be where Wu Ling is locked up? Trusting his gut, feeling the old man quickly spins around and flags down the whole crew behind him. Everybody back up, I am busting this seal wide open, following Gu Ming's loud orders. The whole squad immediately scrambles way back. Next, Gu Ming raises his sword, takes a huge breath, and pumps insane spiritual energy right into it. Instantly, a massive invisible supersized energy blade completely forms right over his actual weapon. Talk about overkill. With his shiny new mega sword ready to go, Gu Ming grips it tight, spins around, and swings with everything he has. This strike slams directly into the magic seal with absolute brute force. But surprisingly, after that first crazy hit, the barrier seriously does not even budge a single inch. Gu Ming quickly fixes his stance, completely ready to swing that giant blade again. He screams, "Give me more power." Gu Ming uses every single drop of spiritual energy in his body, forcing it into the sword. Now watch closely, guys, because that invisible energy blade gets even more ridiculously huge. Stacking all that power mid-swing, the old guy roars shatter, and the exact second Gu Ming's wild attack finally collides with the magic seal. They trigger a massive explosion that straight up looks like a volcano erupting. His eyes are dead focused, watching the barrier slowly crack apart right in front of him. But Gu Ming's destructive power does not stop there. That single epic strike unleashes a massive shockwave, spreading everywhere and completely blowing away everything in its path. Ah Chong and Shu Luo quickly form hand seals, summoning a giant protective Buddha statue, yelling at the others. The spiritual energy is blowing back. Everyone hide behind me and Ah Chong right now. A while later, the crazy dust cloud finally clears out, leaving behind a peaceful blue sky. After barely surviving that defensive struggle, Ah Chong and Shu Luo are absolutely mind-blown. Is this really the exalted god realm power way too strong? Meanwhile, Gu Ming just casually stands at the cave entrance and orders the crew, "Everyone follow me inside." He is naturally the first one to walk in, and deep inside that dark cave, there is a lonely figure chained up. Seeing her face, Gu Ming gets super emotional and practically shouts, "Little Ling, I finally found you after all this time." Wu Ling slowly looks up at the guy standing there. She completely gasps in shock. Big brother Gu Ming instantly swings his sword, slicing right through her heavy chains. He catches Wu Ling and says, "It is me, you have seriously suffered way too much lately." After a super tearful reunion, Gu Ming helps her stand up. "Let us go, your big brother is breaking you out." Right after that, "I know exactly what you were thinking. A safe, peaceful escape? Absolutely not." Suddenly, a massive explosion loudly echoes from the far distance, followed by a gigantic pillar of thick black smoke rising up. Wu Ling blocks the intense wind hitting her and asks, "Big brother Gu, are there other people here too?" Gu Ming thinks about it for a second and says it is probably Wu Fu and Xiao Jia's group. Hearing that name, she instantly panics and gasps. Wait, little Fu actually came too. Realizing he just slipped up, the old man awkwardly forces a smile to explain. "Hey, the kid is grown up now, he even inherited his dad's crazy star god sword." But hearing this, Wu Ling's face just gets 10 times darker and she asks super seriously, "You are telling me little Fu inherited the star god's sword?" Gu Ming still does not realize the huge problem, nodding like a clueless guy. "Yeah, no idea how he got it, but the star god's sword basically returned to its rightful owner. With that epic weapon protecting him, he should be perfectly fine. Seriously, do not stress about it." That is when she drops an absolute bombshell on the poor guy. Half of Nangong Dongfeng's literal soul is secretly trapped inside that star god sword. Hearing this insane info, Gu Ming's face completely freezes in pure shock. He literally yells in disbelief. "Wait, what? There's actually half of Nangong Dongfeng's soul inside the star god sword right now." Then Wu Fu and Xiao Jia are in huge trouble. Not wanting to waste another second, he quickly grabs her arm, yelling, "Little Ling, we need to go there now." And boom, the scene flashes back to the main hall just a few minutes earlier. Nangong flexes his terrifying villain aura and declares, "I am the literal god of the deep abyss realm." Hearing his crazy, arrogant speech, Wu Fu just smirks and roasts him. "You are way too cocky. I am giving you two choices right now. Either release my mom, and I let you die in one piece, or I completely destroy this entire place." Of course, Nangong is not taking that disrespect. The guy confidently claps back. "Look, if your legendary dad Gu Yunjian was the one standing here, I might actually care a little bit. But a weak kid like you, please trust me, you are going to want to see this insane showdown." Right after that insult, the creepy burn marks on his face start violently spreading across his cheeks, glowing with dark energy right behind Nangong's back. Let's jump right back into the madness. Out of nowhere, these creepy faceless ghosts spawn and instantly charge straight at Wu Fu to attack. He acts fast, using his spirit sword to slice one in half. But during the chaos, his guard drops for just a second. Another ghost sneaks up right behind him for a cheap shot. Seeing this, Lu Sai panics and screams out a warning, "Wu Fu, watch out." Right on time, Gujia dashes in and obliterates the spirit to save him. Wu Fu politely nods and thanks her for the backup. Gujia just casually shrugs. Protecting the weak is obvious. Hearing that, he chuckles a little and immediately questions her logic. You're saying I'm weaker than you? Standing back to back with Wu Fu, Gujia just smirks and throws the question right back at him. I'm already at the Venerable God tier. If you aren't weaker than me, does that mean I'm weaker than you? Now Wu Fu is totally confused. Isn't her dad only in the middle of the Venerable God tier? How did she already reach that level? Gu Jia takes the chance to act all high and mighty. This lady is a natural genius. How could an ordinary guy like you possibly understand? Watching them banter back and forth, Luo Xi feels a massive wave of anxiety and jealousy. Since when did Wu Fu get so close to this other girl? She tightly grips her sword, channels her spirit energy right into the blade, and makes a silent vow. I absolutely cannot let Wu Fu's eyes look away from me. Now pay attention to this wild move. Luo Xi suddenly charges straight at Nangong, all alone, screaming at him to die. Seeing her completely overestimate herself, he scoffs with pure disgust. You want my life? Like a weakling like you is even worthy. Saying that, Nangong raises his hand and summons a crackling orb of divine lightning. He ruthlessly hurls that massive lightning orb right at Luo Xi. Because Nangong's power is just way too incredibly high, she takes the full devastating force of his attack. She gets heavily injured and immediately coughs up blood. Seeing this horrific scene, Wu Fu completely panics and screams out in sheer terror. Luo Xi. Nangong's brutal technique knocks her completely unconscious, draining all her strength. Wu Fu desperately watches the exact direction her body gets blown away. He frantically calls out to her again, Luo Xi. That single brutal strike from Nangong sent her flying entirely out of the divine temple. Wu Fu rushes over, desperately catching her in his arms and pleading, Luo Xi, wake up right now. Gu Jia also quickly runs over and grabs Luo Xi's wrist to check her condition. Wu Fu frantically demands to know how is she. Can she still be saved? Gu Jia hesitates, looking grim as she replies, her heart and 5 internal organs are severely damaged. I'm afraid that she doesn't even need to finish. He already knows exactly what that means. Suddenly, shattered fragments of memories flood into Wu Fu's mind. Every moment he spent with Luo Xi comes rushing back. Gritting his teeth in deep self-blame, he mutters, if I knew this would happen, I never would have let you come. Right as he says that, Nangong flies over and lands right in front of them. Filled with absolute contempt, he sneers, this is what happens when you defy me. I know what you're thinking, is he actually going to surrender? Nangong arrogantly makes his demand. Wu Fu, out of respect for your father, if you kneel and beg for mercy right now, I might just consider sparing your pathetic life. But obviously, our boy isn't about to give up that easily. Wu Fu is absolutely furious. His face turns dark as he yells, you annihilated the Wuji clan and hurt Luo Xi. He tightens his grip on the spirit sword, fighting back. You want me to beg? Keep dreaming. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blows through out of nowhere, and Wu Ling along with Gu Ming appear in the distance. They slowly walk toward the group. The exact second Wu Fu lays his eyes on her, he's completely stunned. His jaw literally drops, entirely speechless. As for Wu Ling, she's totally overwhelmed with emotion and joyfully cries out, you're my dear Fu. Gu Ming nods his head and quickly backs her up. That's right, little Ling. That is indeed the son you and Yunjian had together, Wu Fu. Just then, the old man finally notices someone is hurt and turns to ask Gu Jia, what happened to Lady Luo Zi? How did she get injured this badly? She frantically explains the whole situation to him. She took a direct hit from Nangong Dongfeng's divine lightning orb. Her heart and all 5 organs are critically wounded. I'm afraid that. Hearing this, Gu Ming immediately cuts her off to reassure them. It's fine. With little Ling here, as long as she's breathing, she can be saved, right? Hearing the old man ask her that, little Ling hesitates for a second. I was locked up for way too long. My spirit energy was just released and hasn't fully recovered yet. Amidst this peaceful vibe, Gu Jia is the only one who feels something is totally off, thinking to herself that this Wu Ling seems really weird. Right after Wu Ling approaches Wu Fu. Seeing her, he's overwhelmed with guilt. Your useless son made you suffer so much. Wu Ling just reaches out and gently rubs his head. Comforting him, she smiles. Mother doesn't blame you. Just seeing you alive and safe is all I could ever ask for. But as they share this touching moment, Nangong finally decides to speak up and ruin it. What a truly touching mother and son reunion. And look, Gu Ming is here too. Saying this, he pauses for a second before his face turns deadly serious as he questions him. Didn't you already join my God King Palace?
Showing up with all these people. Are you planning to stage a rebellion?
Gu Ming immediately scoffs back at him. Me rebelling? Back then, who annihilated the Wuji clan to join the God King Palace and who exactly imprisoned little Ling? Hearing this, Nangong lets out a mocking laugh. No wonder you could never compare to Gu Yunzhen. And trust me, you and I definitely want to see this upcoming fight. Alright, stick with me, our villain is about to drop some classic winner-takes-all logic. Then he starts his whole dramatic routine. He rambles about his twisted philosophy. To him, the strong rule this world and Xiaoling's weak family clan. They have zero power to actually control the divine King Hall. Sooner or later, they were going to be targets anyway. Nangong acts high and mighty lecturing them. I'm just playing by the rules of this world, replacing the pathetic Wuji clan. Plus, let's be real from the very beginning. I was never loyal to the Wuji clan in the first place, so how is it treason? Right after he finishes his little speech, Gu Ming finally speaks up with a reminder. Big words, but don't forget you personally promised Yun Jian that you would protect Xiaoling perfectly. And responding to the old man, he casually smirks. Isn't Xiaoling perfectly safe right there next to you? Hearing that absolute garbage come back, Gu Ming is so insanely furious he can barely even speak. Gu Jia quickly steps in beside him and says, Father, why waste your breath on him? She swings her sword, pointing it right at Nangong and declares, let's just kill him. Seeing her take a stand, Gu Ming draws his own sword in agreement. Jia is right, we should just end your life right now. Nangong isn't a pushover either. He instantly shifts into a combat stance. Sore losers, today I will wipe every single one of you off the map. Just to tie up loose ends. The second those words leave his mouth, Gu Ming charges forward to grab the first strike. Dai Nangong just flashes a mocking smile and casually leans back, dodging the old man's blade with zero effort. Then, he reaches out and locks an iron grip right onto Gu Ming's sword wrist. And instantly, Nangong delivers a brutal kick to the old man. Then he completely snatches his weapon. He looks down with absolute contempt. Gu Ming, without your little sword here, you're basically a toothless dog who can't even bite. Now watch closely here because right out of nowhere, another blade suddenly appears in the frame. Thrusting forward with a familiar voice shouting, you are getting cocky way too early, Nangong frantically dodges to the side. He dodges that blade packed with intense spiritual energy, and the attacker is none other than Gu Jia. She gracefully spins her body for a second strike, thrusting her sword right at Nangong. This time, her blade actually manages to press dangerously close to his body, and then Gu Jia glides right past Nangong, gifting him a nasty slash across his back. Gu Ming watches from the sidelines, cheering with pure pride. Amazing job, Jia. But witnessing this entire scene unfold, Wu Fu is starting to feel super suspicious inside. Is that it? Didn't they say he had the cultivation level of a holy ancestor, the literal #1 strongest fighter down in the Ming Abyss? How is he already dead? No, that's completely wrong. He is definitely not dead. Meanwhile, Gu Ming still hasn't noticed anything is off. He steps closer to Nangong's body. Seeing this trap, Wu Fu panics and screams, Uncle Gu, get away from him right now, he's not dead. The second he says that, Nangong's eyes snap wide open in a creepy glare, and he quickly grabs Gu Ming's sword with his bare hand. Because everything happens in an absolute flash, the old man has zero time to defend himself, totally stunned, staring at the blade, flying at him. I know what you're thinking, game over, right? But luckily another sword drops in perfectly on time, blocking Nangong's fatal strike. Right after parrying that hit, Wu Fu grabs Gu Ming and drags him backward, getting as far away from that monster as possible. Nangong puts a hand over his chest, obsessed, muttering, the Star Spirit Sword is mine. Hearing this absolute delusion coming out of his mouth, Gu Ming instantly snaps back, bullcrap. The Star Spirit Sword was clearly left by Yun Jian for little Fu, getting splashed with that cold, hard truth. Nangong furiously grinds his teeth together, but Gu Ming doesn't even care about his rage. He's too busy complaining. If you hadn't stolen my sword, I wouldn't be scared of you at all. While they are distracted, trading insults like little kids, Gu Jia suddenly pulls out an extra sword from behind her back. Yep, she is dual-wielding 2 blades now, taking slow steps forward with absolute determination in her eyes. Instantly, Gu Jia stomps the ground to build momentum and launches herself soaring forward. She screams out, letting the enemy know she is charging straight at him with an absolutely overwhelming, terrifying aura. Hearing Gu Jia's battle cry, Nangong instantly shifts his focus. He quickly tilts his body to the side, dodging her slashing blade. Seeing Nangong just constantly ducking and weaving, Gu Jia is ready to openly challenge him. Let's see how long you can keep dodging. Saying that, she jumps into the air, swinging both of her swords. Dashing forward at lightning speed, both of Gu Jia's hands launch an attack that grazes right past Nangong's body. After dodging for a while, he's actually getting exhausted, groaning to himself. Damn it, why does it have to be the female lead's sword technique? Suddenly, Nangong's eyes snap wide open in sheer panic. This is literally that classic main character plot armor energy. Right then, Gu Jia unleashes an incredibly powerful, devastating slash, leaving him totally stunned. This is way too hard. Our villain Nangong is barely dodging Gu Jia's relentless attacks, while simultaneously trying to figure out how to counter her. So dangerous, she totally lives up to the female lead title. This sword art is a nightmare, so what do you and I think happens next? Yep, he suddenly hatches a sneaky little backup plan. Nangong instantly leaps backward to retreat. Gujia actually thinks he's just using that tactic to avoid taking more damage. Alright, you and I are about to dive into an insane battle. Thick purple smoke explodes everywhere. Suddenly, Nangong pulls out his signature shadow clone technique. He instantly spawns 3 exact copies of himself. 2 of those fakes sprint straight toward Gujia, but our girl just smirks and starts loudly praising him. She literally compliments his moves, then Gujia spins around, gathering her strength to absolutely wreck those 2 identical clones. Her sharp sword directly slices right into him, but out of nowhere, the clone reacts. The fake suddenly uses both his bare hands to block Gujia's blade. She gasps in total shock, yelling what Gujia is holding 2 massive swords now, slashing at the 2 clones, but unluckily both attacks get perfectly blocked. She totally panics and glances at the remaining fake, screaming, "Not this again." Seeing Gujia fully restrained, Nangong immediately summons another huge sword. He smirks proudly and forcefully hurls the flying blade directly at her defenseless body. "Now let us see how you block this attack." Gujia tightly frowns, realizing she is absolutely doomed. Right at that critical moment, Wufu jumps in just in time to shield her. He channels his spiritual sword power, effortlessly stopping Nangong's flying blade dead in its tracks. "Do not forget about me." Right after that, the villain continues controlling countless other sharp swords, launching them straight at Wufu. Our guy quickly deflects every single fast attack coming his way. Now pay attention to this wild teamwork. Wufu deflects attacks from all sides and yells, "Gujia, stop spacing out. Quickly, take care of those 2 clones. Get rid of them now. His skill level is way higher than mine, so I cannot hold him off for long." Hearing this, she instantly frees one hand and focuses all her heavy power into striking the first clone. "If you cannot hold him back, then you better make sure I can." She throws a brutal punch, smashing right into the arrogant face of that shadow clone. Because Gujia's attack speed is absolutely insane, he cannot even block it in time and gets brutally sent flying away. The remaining fake tries to sneak attack her from behind, but Gujia already figured out a clever counterplan. She happily thinks to herself, "Perfect timing." Gujia builds momentum and leaps high into the air. The panicked clone clumsily chases after her on the ground. While she does a sick mid-air flip, Gujia literally uses his shoulders as a stepping stone. After landing safely, she quickly grips the sharp sword tightly in her hand and fiercely stabs it directly into his head. The clone takes her fatal attack head-on. Just a few short moments later, his fake body completely starts fading away. Gujia quickly jumps backwards, completely stopping the fading clone from touching her. Once his artificial body entirely vanishes into thin air, the sword she used to stab him suddenly drops to the floor. The last surviving clone acts insanely fast, instantly rushing over to control her dropped sword on the ground. The hijacked blade flies back at an absolutely terrifying speed, aiming straight for Gujia. She immediately takes a defensive stance, totally ready to counterattack. Her own sword suddenly accelerates out of nowhere, flying right at Gujia's head. Luckily, she leans back just in time to dodge the hit. Gujia tightly frowns, glaring at him with ice-cold eyes. She mercilessly strikes back, stabbing a sword straight through his head exactly like the last guy. The final shadow clone slowly vanishes, still feeling totally bitter. After Gujia successfully wipes out every single fake, she finally takes a deep breath of sweet relief. Guming runs over, happily praising her. "Jia, you are so cool." Gujia responds with a super strict voice. "I cannot rely on my father, I can only depend on myself." The old man just looks around, totally changing the subject. "Where did my sword get thrown?" Cutting back to the main battlefield, Nangong looks down on Wu Fu. He mocks him loudly. "Little brat, you simply do not have what it takes. I only used a tiny fraction of my power and you are already overwhelmed." Our guy refuses to lose instantly, replying, "What a coincidence, I only used a fraction too." Hearing that, Nangong gets pretty annoyed. "You only used a fraction? Well then, let me show you even more of my real power." "I know what you were thinking. He is bluffing, right? Think again." Watch closely as glowing red energy completely wraps around his hands. Nangong gathers massive power into one spot. Wu Fu frowns in pure disgust. "An immortal old man like me advises you not to risk your life. You just lost 2 shadow clones. Do not let karma hit you back." Just a few short seconds later, behind Nangong, countless more exact copies spawn out of nowhere. Nangong arrogantly replies to him, "Losing 2 measly clone bodies does not matter to me at all. I can literally create as many of these shadow forms as I want." Wu Fu looks totally annoyed. Damn it. Is this immortal geezer some kind of professional cloner? He just waves his hand and summons an entire army. He turns toward Gujia, urgently warning her. "I am trapped on this side, so please be careful." She loses her patience completely and snaps back. "I do not need your warnings. These weak copies are way easier to handle than the main guy. The one standing in front of you is the real threat. So watch yourself and shut up." Wu Fu glares at Nangong with pure hatred. "I know, but do not worry about me. I already figured out exactly how to deal with this guy." Nangong casually challenges him again. Wu Fu, you sure boast a lot without feeling embarrassed. Even if your father Gu Yunjian showed up today, it would be useless. Nangong successfully pisses Wu Fu off completely. Right after that insult, a glowing snake eye suddenly appears right in the middle of his palm. Just as expected, it is the legendary eye of Medusa. So what do you and I make of this? He actually summons Medusa. It uses its petrifying eyes to stare straight at Nangong. You are going to love what comes next. The guy is smart enough to instantly recognize what he's looking at. The eyes of Medusa. How the heck did you get Medusa's eyes? The moment he says that, his hands literally start turning into solid rock. Wu Fu just smirks, looking completely smug, and says, "Loot from our raid on the God King's palace. Doesn't feel too good, does it?" And in just a split second, watch closely because things get wild right here. His entire body turns into a permanent stone statue. Nangong only manages one final scream before Wu Fu steps up. He is totally amazed. I didn't expect Medusa's eyes to be this overpowered. It literally insta-killed this immortal geezer in seconds. Then Gujia chimes in from behind him. Those aren't just any regular Medusa eyes. She starts putting the pieces together. To be able to petrify a top-tier saint-level powerhouse in such a crazy short time, it has to belong to the Medusa King. Hearing that, Wu Fu thinks for a second. Wait, could these actually be the eyes of the Medusa King? Gujia immediately shuts that down with her insane lore knowledge. You are literally dreaming. Since the ancient times, the Medusa race has only ever produced one god king, a literal goddess of death whose gaze turned millions of living beings into solid rock. No way you just casually looted her eyes. Well, Nangong Dongfeng is out of the picture. Hurry up and grab Aunt Ling and your wife, then let's bounce. What if something terrible happens to your wife? Don't say I didn't warn you. Wu Fu ignores her completely, just silently walking over to where Luo Xi is lying on the ground. He kneels down and gently helps her up. Luo Xi, I'm taking you to get healed right now. Wu Fu scoops her up and says, Mother, let's get out of here. But things get weird when she doesn't answer at all. Sensing something is wrong, Wu Fu turns and calls out again. Mother Gujia yells out too, shouting Aunt Ling, but here's the sick twist. That isn't his mother at all, just a puppet created by Nangong. I know what you're thinking. Game over, nope. They turn and see the puppet actually unsealing Nangong. Wu Fu screams in pure confusion. Mom, what the hell are you doing? Even though he keeps screaming her name over and over, the puppet completely ignores him. Gujia frowns hard. You definitely have a serious problem. She draws her sword and lunges forward to strike the puppet, but Wu Fu violently blocks her. He furiously snaps at her. What are you doing? That is my mother, Gujia quickly tries to explain. Something is clearly wrong with her. Are you seriously blind to this? But Wu Fu stubbornly stands his ground, blocking her. Even if something is wrong, she is still my mother. There is absolutely no way I will let you hurt her. Gujia is totally helpless against his insane stubbornness, so she just starts yelling at him. Is your brain completely fried right now? Get out of the way. But Wu Fu refuses to budge, shielding the puppet. Never going to happen. Not unless you swear you will not hurt my mother. Frustrated out of her mind, Gujia agrees. Fine, I promise not to hurt Aunt Ling. Just move. But while these two are busy arguing, it happens. Nangong is completely freed from the petrification by the puppet. He bursts into evil laughter. Too late, idiots. And then Nangong viciously bites straight into the puppet's neck. Seeing this, Wu Fu screams in pure terror. Mother Gujia grabs his arm just in time to stop him. Do not go, that is not Aunt Ling. The puppet gets all its life force completely drained out. Its entire body instantly shrivels up into a dried husk. Nangong casually tosses the ruined puppet aside while making sure to add some totally arrogant commentary, praising Gujia's sharp mind. Gu Ming actually raised a pretty smart daughter. You are right, she was never Wu Ling to begin with. Just a flesh puppet I forged using Wu Ling's blood. I prepped it to assassinate the God King, but I never expected you brats to have Medusa's eyes. You made me waste such an obedient little toy. He summons a massive, terrifying sword and roars. Now the only way to pay me back is becoming my new puppets. That is the only way to make up for my loss. Nangong controls the giant sword, sending it rocketing toward them at absolute lightning speed. Right at the fatal second, another sword blasts out of nowhere and blocks the strike. Gu Ming breathes a massive sigh of relief. Thank God, we made it back. The old master turns around totally panicked. Are you kids all right? Gujia answers. We are fine, but Aunt Ling, she. Gu Ming already knows exactly what happened. He glares at Nangong with pure murderous rage. I know everything, Nangong Dongfeng. Seems you have learned quite a few twisted tricks over these past few years, huh? The villain just stays totally chill and replies. There is only one true path in this world, and that is the path of absolute strength. Everything I learned was meant to make me more powerful. Gu Ming's face looks so heavy with disappointment. You never used to touch this kind of dark magic. I should never have let you go there. Nangong just cuts him off. Seems you want to fight for the sword again, and that's where we leave it. Wild, right? Let's jump right into the madness. The old guy stares at his blade, shouting, "This sword is my destiny, nobody can take it from me." Nangong smirks like an absolute villain and replies, "Destiny's swords might not be stolen, but they can definitely be completely destroyed." Right on cue, he raises his arm and charges up his energy. Nangong's arm literally morphs into a giant beast claw and he brutally grabs the sword. Then, with just a tiny squeeze of his hand snap, the supposedly legendary sword shatters right in half. The second that sword shatters, Gu Ming takes massive damage from the brutal backlash. Gu Jia completely loses her mind in panic. She screams out, "Father!" Wu Fu anxiously yells for Uncle Gu. She sprints over to the old man, crying for her dad, while Wu Fu stares at Gu Ming, shaking violently. Blaming himself, he stammers, "Uncle Gu, I am so sorry. I ruined you and Luo Si. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't be." "Stick with me here, this gets absolutely wild." Gordon just drops his head and sighs, saying he is the one who should apologize for failing to protect their mom. He is totally ashamed of failing Wyatt's dad. Suddenly, Gordon grabs Wyatt's arms super tight and warns him with his last breath. "Wyatt, you absolutely have to be careful of the Buddhist sect." The Buddhist sect, before Wyatt can even ask why, Gordon's voice just totally fades out. His grip goes entirely limp and his arm drops lifelessly to his side. Gia screams out in pure agony, "Father, no." Meanwhile, Nathan is just standing right in the back, totally smirking and endlessly mocking poor Gordon. "I told you from the start not to mess with me," Nathan sneers. "But you didn't listen, and now look at you." Gia shoots him a look of absolute burning hatred. Screaming, "I will kill you," she grabs her shiny sword and instantly charges straight at Nathan's smug face. He doesn't even bother flinching. He just effortlessly catches her wrist midair. "Anyone who tries blocking me from getting the spirit sword dies today." Wyatt instantly rushes up with his awesome spirit sword, yelling loudly, "Let Gia go," but Nathan already has her completely locked down and restrained. "Drop her right now," Wyatt roars furiously. Gia thrashes around helplessly, cursing him out. "You despicable creep." Sadly, Nathan realizes Wyatt walked exactly into his clever trap. "Now pay close attention here." Nathan just chuckles, and while Wyatt is totally distracted, he secretly controls another blade. It is a massive sneak attack right behind Wyatt. Seeing this happen, Gia screams out in total panic, "Wyatt, watch your back." She desperately tries to warn him, but she is way too slow. The flying sword instantly stabs right through Wyatt's entire body. Brutal hit. He collapses to the ground in massive pain. Seeing his evil master plan actually worked, Nathan yells out, totally satisfied, "The spirit sword is finally mine." The bloody blade gets yanked straight out of Wyatt's body, and at the exact same time, the spirit sword drops right out of his hand. But wait, another exact copy of Nathan is suddenly summoned right out of the shiny sword. Even after taking an absolutely critical fatal hit, Wyatt somehow isn't completely dead yet. He weakly looks up at this brand new Nathan in total utter shock. He is incredibly stunned. It is really him, but wasn't this guy completely sealed away? The new Nathan just casually moves a single finger in the air. Boom. The wicked sword that just attacked Wyatt shatters instantly. The evil Nathan sees his other half standing there and grits his teeth in pure anger. Aren't you supposed to be super dead right now? How are you still alive?" "Good," Nathan just answers him back completely calmly. "We share the exact same body, buddy. If you were not dead, yet how could I possibly be dead?" Evil Nathan totally scoffs at him. "Destroy me. In your dreams." Good Nathan is completely done talking, though, declaring loudly, "I am wiping you out for good today." This evil guy had it way too easy. Good Nathan firmly grabs the awesome spirit sword in his hand and calls out to Wyatt, "Watch closely, this is the real spirit sword." He raises the epic blade high up in front of his face and closes his eyes and starts chanting. Right from the dark clouds high up in the sky, a massive burst of terrifyingly insane power instantly shoots straight down. From that crazy energy, countless giant swords materialize out of thin air, all pointing their super sharp tips directly at the evil Nathan. He is totally locked on by infinite blades. I know what you were thinking, game over, right? Seconds later, every single sword shoots straight at him. Evil Nathan barely manages to throw up a strong magic shield, escaping death by a literal inch. He furiously screams out in blind rage, "Damn it." Good Nathan has absolutely zero plans of sparing this guy. Totally useless. "My epic spirit sword is already fully complete now. There is absolutely no way you can block it." Right as he says that, another controlled sword completely pierces straight through his pathetic magical shield. Evil Nathan is officially and brutally defeated. A huge burst of weird glowing purple gas suddenly escapes right out of his broken body. The surviving soul of that evil Nathan still talks super tough though. "Don't get cocky, yet my powerful race will definitely attack you sooner or later." Good Nathan doesn't even let the annoying villain finish his classic monologue. He slashes the soul away with his sword, simply muttering, "Way too noisy." Wyatt's battered body actually magically heals up. He slowly gets back on his feet, super confused, asking out loud, "What in the world just happened?" Good Nathan quickly and smoothly tosses the glowing spirit sword right back over to Wyatt. He calmly says, "Listen, Wyatt. I know you have a massive ton of questions, but finding your mom is the absolute top priority right now. I just read his evil memories. I finally found exactly where your mother is locked up. Wyatt gets super curious, where Nathan immediately turns around to walk away. He drops the epic answer, the underground dungeon. Boom, the scene cuts straight over to Wendy. Wyatt's mom is still hopelessly trapped deep underground, but the spirit sword flies ahead to guide him. Finally spotting her, Wyatt completely breaks down and screams, "Mom!" Hearing somebody finally call her name out loud, Wendy very slowly opens her tired eyes. The glowing spirit's sword quickly and sharply slices right through the thick ropes tying her down. Recognizing it, Wendy gasps in total shock. Is this the spirit sword? Almost instantly after that, the awesome magic blade successfully unties Wendy from all her painful restraints. She anxiously runs straight over to her son, crying out Wyatt. He runs up frantically holding Luo Shi in his arms, begging, "Mom, please use your powers to save Luo Shi." Wendy looks completely confused by this. Who is this girl? Wyatt awkwardly stammers out an answer. She's my friend. She catches on super fast. Wendy gives a little knowing smile and replies, "Mom understands." Then she immediately uses her magic to start healing up Luo Shi. Thanks to Wendy, Luo Shi slowly recovers. And trust me, you and I are gonna love this ending. She immediately looks for Wyatt and he hugs her super tight. "I am right here." "Alright, you and I are jumping right," and Wu Ling carefully says his wounds are healed with rest. Wu Fu happily replies, "Thanks for the trouble." Mom Luo Shi leans in super curious and asks, "Wait, you're actually his mother?" She just smiles and nods. "Yes, you kids had a rough trip." But Wu Fu looks super depressed and explains, "Mom, Uncle Gu. He got killed by Nangong Dongfeng while trying to save me." Hearing that brutal news, Wu Ling just lets out a heavy sigh. "I know." She glances up at Nangong and asks, "You turned into this total mess because you went over there, right?" He just quietly mutters a pathetic yes. She tries to comfort him, saying he shouldn't have done it if he knew the cost. Meanwhile, Wu Fu overhears this entire sketchy conversation. Our boy instantly connects the dots. It looks like Nangong Dongfeng totally got his body hijacked by that evil phantom. His mom seriously knows way too much. He was also possessed by a phantom before, so there has to be some crazy connection here, right? Desperate to uncover the truth, Wu Fu spills absolutely everything to Wu Ling. He calls out to his mom, "I was hijacked by a phantom too." She totally freaks out, screaming, "Wait, what?" But he just smirks and confidently brags that he already destroyed it. Nangong looks dead serious and shoots him down. "Nope, it is still inside your body." Wu Fu is absolutely shell-shocked and yells out in pure panic. "Now pay attention here," Wu Fu screams. "What? It is still inside me." Nangong just calmly replies, "You and the phantom are literally one entity. If it dies, you die too." Wu Fu is super confused. "Wait, you killed your phantom and you are still standing right here." He slowly explains the grim reality. "My time is basically up. I honestly doubt I will even survive past tonight." Wu Ling just stands there in dead silence, thinking hard. Then she quietly asks Nangong, "What the heck did you actually encounter back in the day? How did you end up looking like this?" He awkwardly admits it is a super long story. "Hey, remember when we traveled over to the heavenly great world and accidentally wandered into the borderlands?" Wu Ling clearly remembers that exact day, nodding and saying she totally recalls it. "We joined Gu Yunjian and his army, went out to battle, and then stumbled into a completely unexpected and crazy encounter. Plus, we made huge contributions. His cultivation even skyrocketed to the Holy Venerable tier, letting him become the squad captain." Nangong quietly stares up at the crescent moon and sighs. That is exactly where this whole mess started. And cue the epic flashback sequence. Back at the border fortress training grounds, everyone is hyping him up. "Congrats, Yoonjian brother Yoon hit the Holy Venerable tier and got a massive promotion. He is commanding thousands now. Talk about a massive double win. The future. We are definitely going to rely on you, brother Yoon." He just laughs it off, telling his bros they are being way too polite. "Honestly, I just got incredibly lucky this time." Meanwhile, Gu Ming is watching from the sidelines, angrily muttering about that brat Yoonjian. He is totally just getting dumb luck climbing the ranks non-stop. When is that kind of crazy success gonna happen to me? Nangong is standing right next to him, gripping his fists super tight. "Yeah, incredibly lucky." Fast forward a little bit of time. We both know peace never lasts, right? 3 days later, alien races attack again. Gu Yunjian orders his entire army to gear up for battle. Nangong tries so hard to convince him, saying his cultivation level is low, so he desperately needs this actual battlefield experience. "Plus, I have got you to protect me, right? Let's go." Yunjian hesitates and asks again, "Brother Nangong, are you absolutely sure about this? Your power is only at the exalted god tier right now, so marching out on this mission is going to be insanely dangerous." He is genuinely worried sick. He strictly warns him once outside those city gates, "Do not wander more than 10 steps away from me, got it?" Nangong totally fakes a smile and agrees, "Don't worry, I am sticking to you like glue." Out on the battlefield, Yunjian looks like an absolute boss captain. He commands his entire squad with epic energy, wipe out every single one of these invaders. Meanwhile, Deep down, Nangong is boiling with toxic jealousy. Gu Yunjian, our power levels were literally identical this entire time. Why are you so special? Everyone knows you just magically broke through to the Holy Venerable tier and instantly became the squad captain. He absolutely despises Yunjin now. You seriously think just because you kept your mouth shut, I do not know where you got that lucky break. Everything you and Wu Ling whispered about I heard, every single word. Scene cuts back to Wu Ling and Yunjian. They are having a secret chat in a super dimly lit room. Suddenly, she completely loses her cool and yells. What are you seriously telling me? There is another hidden sword manual out there. But neither of them realizes that sneaky Nangong is standing right outside the door. Listening to everything, Yunjin explains that he suddenly ran into something incredibly weird back there. The manual's inheritance got completely cut off, so I could not grab it in time. Give me a few days and I will go back for it. Wu Ling panics. A place that dangerous. You definitely should not go back there. It is literally just one single sword manual. Just forget about it. But he is super stubborn. No way, that is the legendary Star Spirit Sword Manual. It is directly tied to the unknown clan and our Gu family. I have to get it back no matter what. She hesitates because she is actually pregnant right now. He practically begs, trying his hardest to convince her. Once our kid is born, I will give them this ultimate sword and manual as a welcome gift. Trust me, you and I know this promise is going to end in tragedy. Let's kick this story off together. Wu Ling is still paranoid, leaving Nangong eavesdropping outside while he schemes for the Astral Sword Manual. While everyone else is fighting for their lives, Nangong sneaks off alone to find it. His eyes are dead set on the prize. He wants to hog the whole thing for himself. He thinks, take your time, losers, the Astral Sword Manual is all mine. So Nangong heads alone to the east of Shanhaiguan Pass, basically death's doorstep. It is pitch black and he wanders through the creepy darkness, the only sound crows cawing. Nangong keeps walking until he stumbles upon a gravestone carved with the name Yuan Shenshi. He reaches out and grabs a corner of the tombstone. After climbing all the way up there, Nangong is completely exhausted, panting heavily. Suddenly, the skulls buried underneath start leaking this bizarre, creepy aura. And right after that, the completely silent flock of crows completely loses its mind. They start shrieking wildly and scattering all over the pitch-black sky. Nangong glances over and immediately jumps back, completely startled by the horrifying scene. Without him even realizing it, an entire mob of undead zombies has already surrounded him on all sides. Are these things seriously zombies? He wonders. Seeing that Nangong has trespassed into their territory, the monsters immediately go wild and start shrieking at him. One of them takes the lead and charges straight at him like a maniac. Right after that, the rest of the undead horde catches on, and they all sprint right behind it. The zombies scream madly, lunging forward to tackle Nangong, like they want to swallow him whole. Facing this nightmare, Nangong wisely chooses flight and scrambles away from the area. Now watch closely because things get crazy. The zombies keep multiplying. Running for his life, he looks back and curses, why the hell are there so many of these things? Because Nangong is too busy panicking about the horde behind him, he totally misses the roots moving under his feet. By the time he finally notices, both of his legs are securely tied up. Game over. That creepy ancient tree literally dangles Nangong upside down. It opens its mouth and laughs wildly. He quickly controls his sword to slash through the root. After finally breaking free from its grip, Nangong makes a run for it, but it seems that demonic tree has zero plans to let him go. The thick roots all around it immediately slither after Nangong. He completely panics and screams, "Are you kidding me right now?" Nangong is being pushed straight into a dead end. He starts freaking out internally. Damn it, there is nowhere left to run. But just when Nangong is trapped in this absolutely hopeless situation, a giant bird, which is actually Li Qi in disguise, happens to fly right by. To him, this looks like the ultimate lifeline. This is his chance. Nangong jumps and grabs onto Li Kei's legs, successfully escaping from that terrifying zombie horde. Sitting on her back, he asks, "Hey, big bird, do you happen to know where the Astral King's tomb is?" Li Kei just shakes her head. No idea. After hearing her voice, Nangong is completely stunned. He says, "Wait, have birds become demons now too? That is totally a woman's voice. Are you a female bird?" Li Kei immediately gets furious. She tilts hard to the side to drop him straight down. Nangong teases her, "Wow, you have quite the temper for a bird. If a woman is this fierce, no man is ever going to want her." Hovering in the air, Li Kei angrily snaps right back at him. "You and I know he messed up." She yells, "I don't need a man, another bird is fine." Nangong gets curious. "Wait, so what kind of bird are we talking about here?" She completely ignores his nonsense, bluntly asking him, "Are you still taking this broken path, or what?" Li Kei simply flies away. Nangong feels completely disappointed and wonders aloud, "Hey, why did you leave?" Then he snaps himself out of it, focusing back on his original goal. "Whatever, I am still going to find the tomb of the Astral King." Hearing Nangong muttering to himself, she gets suspicious. Since when did this place have the Astral King's tomb hidden in it? Guess I will follow him and see. On his crazy journey to find the Astral King's tomb, Nangong faces an unbelievable amount of wild trials. First, getting aggressively chased by snake-like monsters, then running face-first into a massive demonic spider, and right after that being relentlessly hunted down by a crazy four-eyed wolf. He runs for his absolute life. Meanwhile, Li Qi just casually trails behind him in the sky. She thinks maybe this guy isn't a total idiot after all. Nangong finally escapes all the danger leaning against a tree while gasping for air. How the heck does this place have so many insane monsters roaming around? Nangong suddenly calls out to Li Qi. Hey, gorgeous, mind giving me a ride for a bit? She gets completely startled, wondering since when did this brat notice I was here. Even though he is in terrible shape, he still doesn't miss a chance to flirt. We are heading the exact same way, right? So let me hitch a ride. Look, if no man ever wants you in the future, I will take you. Li Qi totally loses it and screams, watch your filthy mouth. Who said nobody wants who? Even if every single person in the world died, it still wouldn't be your turn. While Nangong is busy teasing Li Qi, he notices something completely off. Wait a minute, something isn't right here. The second he says that, he gets teleported high into the air, falling straight down. After crashing into the ground, Nangong actually passes out for a while. Li Qi stands right beside him, constantly calling out, hey, wake up. Wake up. Pretty soon, Nangong finally opens his eyes. But trust me, you are going to love this. Li Qi transformed into her stunning human form. She says you awake. He is super confused by Li Qi's completely new look, asking who are you? She blushes hard and immediately scolds him. Stick with me here. Nate rode me this whole trip completely clueless, so let me formally introduce myself. The name is Luosi. I am the Beast Queen of the Deathlands, the Divine Dragon Bird, and officially your master. Nate just stares at Luosi, totally dumbfounded. He is thinking to himself, are all female monster bosses this straightforward nowadays? Nate looks around, scratching his head. Where exactly are we? She glances to the side and calmly replies, this is the God King's tomb that you were talking about earlier. He follows Luosi's gaze, and sure enough, there is an actual gravestone sitting right over there. The stone actually has words carved into it. The tomb of Star King Cole. Nate thinks about this for a second. Why does the Star King have the last name Cole? Could this guy be the ancestor of the Cole family? Luosi is super curious, so she starts probing Nate. I have lived in this place for hundreds of years, and this is the first time I am hearing about a God King's tomb. How in the world did you know about this? He fakes a cough. Just found out by accident. After that, Nate shuts his mouth. He confidently walks straight into the tomb. Stop talking and come look at this. Inside a God King's resting place. There has to be some top-tier loot. But inside is an absolute mess. Skeletons are scattered everywhere. Luosi is completely shocked. What on earth happened here? Why are there so many dead bodies laying around? Nate explains that back then, to protect the Bastion realm, the Star King led his loyal disciples into an all-out war. They battled hard against outside evil spirits, ultimately dying in combat alongside an emperor from a totally different nation. He frantically searches the area. Where the heck is it? She curiously watches Nate pacing back and forth. Watch closely now. What is he looking for? Luosi walks right up to the dragon horn. It is completely sealed by thousands of swords. She lights up with joy. It really is a dragon horn. If I can just grab this, Luosi thinks to herself, I could evolve my bloodline all over again. Right as she reaches out to touch it, Nate screams at the top of his lungs, do not touch that, but sadly, Luosi gets her arm completely snared by a dark energy from the horn. He sprints over at lightning speed, swinging his sword to save her. Get out of my way. Unfortunately, Nate just is not strong enough yet, and the energy blasts him flying backwards. An actual hand emerges from that dark energy, instantly grabbing Nate by the neck and choking him. Gasping for air, he spots a nearby sword that is starting to twitch. Nate risks it all and begs for help. Senior, please help me. Hearing Nate shout out in pure desperation, the sword seems to gain a burst of power, glowing brightly all around. The dark energy entity starts mocking him. Connor is long dead. What can you possibly do with just one sword? But in a split second, that glowing sword flies over and completely pierces the dark arm, instantly saving Nate. The dark energy screams in pure rage. Damn it. You people are already dead, yet a holy sword still keeps me trapped here. Everyone in the Bastion realm is going to die. Nate rushes over to catch Luosi, looking totally worried. Are you okay? She stubbornly talks tough. I am fine. I have lived east of the Mountain Sea Pass forever. A little demon trick cannot hurt me. But while he is holding Luosi up, I know what you are thinking. Classic anime moment, right? Her chest accidentally presses right against his arm. He shamelessly stares down at her. He cannot help but marvel inside. Wow, they are huge. Luosi notices his gaze and immediately gets mad. What is it? Nate literally cannot look away. His mouth just keeps spitting out praises. Not bad at all. Luosi glares at the dark energy and asks, but seriously, what is the situation here? That dark energy is still lingering around, completely refusing to fade away. Nate explains, these swords are here to guard the remains of the demons. She is totally confused. They are all dead. What is there to guard? Nate answers with dead seriousness. There are things you do not know. The life force of these monsters is insanely stubborn. There is basically no real way to kill them outright. You can only slowly make them fade away over time. Luosi finally gets it. So all these swords are, he cuts her off. They are here to erase the remaining consciousness of these demonic corpses. Nate looks around the room clearly, knowing a lot about this lore. Swords have souls. Even if their master is long gone, they still carry out their very last wish, which is to completely destroy these terrifying monsters. They are willing to be buried in a lonely, forgotten tomb for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. The second he finishes speaking, the swords pulse with a mystical power, violently and repeatedly stabbing into the scattered skeletons lying all over the floor. Even though these guys have already turned into dry bones, the swords have absolutely zero intention of letting them go. Luo Shi quickly notices something else. That right there is Star King Cole's body, right? Nate nods his head. Yeah, probably. To think the Star King died so many years ago, yet his body is still standing perfectly upright. Talk about an epic legacy. Nate paces around the Star King. So what do you and I make of this? Nate thinks to himself, how is this even possible? Stick with me here because things just got wild. The guy suddenly wakes up and grabs Nangong's arm. Nangong totally panics. What the heck is happening? He screams like a total madman. Gu Xingshen, how dare you plot against me? Nangong's brain is working in overdrive right now. This exiled demon's life force is absolutely insane. Surviving all these years without being destroyed, that is some next-level durability right there. He actually managed to possess the Star King's body, but Nangong is totally distracted, missing the absolute chaos unfolding right behind him. Li Ke is desperately dodging a zombie attack. Get away! Gu Xingshen sees her trying to slip past and shouts, you pathetic little rat. He casually launches a blast of energy to pin Li Ke down. Then he turns, eyeing Nangong carefully. Are you a descendant of the Gu family? Nangong stays silent for a second, then totally bluffs it. Yeah, I am. Gu Xingshen instantly sees right through him. Were you just looking for the Star Sword manual? Nangong nods again, playing along. Yeah. The guy smirks and says, I know exactly where it is. You just have to help me break this annoying seal first. It was created by Gu Xingshen. Break it and the manual is yours. Deal. Li Ke immediately screams from the ground, do not make a deal with him. If he gets out, he will destroy all 3,000 worlds. Annoyed, Gu Xingshen crushes her down with even more ridiculous magical force. Who told you to speak? Nangong stays quiet. Inside his head, the gears are spinning as he plots his next big move. First, the guy asked if I was from the Gu family before begging for help to break his seal. That is a huge clue. Watch closely, here's where it gets good. He figures the seal needs Gu family blood. So Nangong decides to just play along for now. I will grab the Star Sword manual first, then figure out an escape route. The demon impatiently interrupts his thoughts. Well, have you made up your mind yet? Nangong gives a sly smirk and says, all right, senior, you have a deal. Let me get the manual and I will totally break your seal. So where is this legendary book hiding anyway? Without missing a beat, the demon points right at his own chest. The Star Sword manual is locked directly inside my heart. Just drop some of your blood into this chest wound and the manual is all yours to take. Nangong acts fast, doing exactly what he is told, but deep down he is cooking up a massive betrayal. The demon thinks he has won. One drop of Gu family blood and my glorious seal will finally be broken forever. Once I am free, I am slaughtering both of these fools. Seconds later, the legendary manual literally floats right out. It clearly says Star Sword manual on it. Nangong is honestly shocked. Was it really that easy? I got the book, so about that seal. How do I break it? The demon eagerly points. The seal itself is actually attached to the Star Sword manual. Drip your Gu family blood right on the cover and the lock shatters automatically. This king is finally getting his freedom back. Nangong gets confused. Wait, is this trap the exact reason Gu Yunjin failed to get the manual in the first place? Nangong hurries over and helps Li Ke up. He needs to figure out a fast escape plan like yesterday. Well, senior, since your seal is broken, I will just excuse myself now. But Li Ke snaps back. No way, I am killing this demon. You and I both knew he was bluffing, right? He whispers. I am not a Gu. The seal is still active. We need to run. Otherwise, he is going to find out. She looks totally stunned and asks, are you serious? He winks at her. Why would I lie to you? If we stay, we are dead meat. The demon starts getting suspicious and calls out, Nangong, hold on a second. Do not leave just yet. Nangong shoves Li Ke forward, yelling, just go, but she refuses to leave him behind. Instead, she spreads her massive wings wide open. Li Ke literally transforms into a giant bird. She scoops up Nangong and they blast off into the sky together. The demon quickly fires a massive blast of energy right at her. He chuckles darkly. Where do you think you are going? Li Ke does not even care. She just flaps her giant wings and speeds away with the furious demon hot on their tail. But just as he tries to leap up the floor, Seal violently yanks him back. He stares down at the heavy glowing chains. Wrapping tightly around his body, he looks completely baffled by this. Wait, is this the seal? What is going on? Why is my seal still active? Furious, he whips his head toward the sky and screams at Nangong. You actually dared to trick me, Nangong just casually shouts back. Hey, were you not planning to murder me anyway? We were both plotting against each other, so we are even. Let's get out of here. Li Qi Nangong totally got what he wanted. He finally drops the mic with the truth. I am not a Gu descendant. Obviously, my blood was never going to break your seal. Countless glowing vines explode from the ground, tying his arms and legs down. The demon roars in absolute rage. You think you can escape me? Li Qi carries Nangong far away from the angry demon. Looking ahead, she tells him, the border to the realm is right up there. You will have to enter by yourself. Out of nowhere, Nangong asks her, hey Li Qi, want to come with me to the 3,000 worlds? Now Li Qi looks like a girl but is actually a guy. He starts seriously overthinking things in his head. So what do you and I think? Should he finally admit he is a dude? While he is panicking, a mysterious voice suddenly interrupts. Let's dive right back into the madness. Nangong interrupts the chat, turning around like, why are you guys here? Guming happily answers, we noticed you completely ditched the army, so we came tracking you down. Where are you even going? Nangong instantly makes up a total lie, claiming he spotted some enemy scouts from another nation. He says he followed them to see what their plan was, accidentally wandered way too far, and oops, sorry for worrying you guys. Classic excuse. Yunjian looks over at Li Qi, totally curious. And who is this lady? Nangong just keeps the lies rolling. He says her name is Delike, claiming she is a refugee from the 3,000 worlds living way out past the border. She is absolutely speechless, hearing this introduction. Like, why the heck is he calling me a refugee? Hearing this, Yunjian gets super worried and suggests something. If you are a refugee, you should totally come back with us. The borderlands are way too dangerous for a lady like you. Li Qi just nods and agrees. All right. The scene shifts, showing the Divine King flying ship hovering right in midair. Snapping back to reality, Nangong continues his story. After they returned, Yunjian was super worried because Xiaoling had actually gotten hurt. Since they were at the border, he asked Gu Ming and me to escort Xiaoling back to Mingyuan realm, begging us to protect the mother and daughter. But get this, nobody expected that I had actually caught some nasty demonic energy at the Divine King tomb. When that energy mixed with my own dark thoughts, it literally birthed a second soul, which caused all this awful stuff later. Wu Fu slowly pieces it together. You mean back then wiping out the Wu Yi tribe and stealing the astral sword? And then starting that massive massacre over at Heavens Beyond. That was all caused by your evil alter ego. Nangong frowns and just keeps explaining. Exactly. Later on, that thing even tried to swallow my original soul. I had absolutely no choice but to temporarily seal it away. I locked that dark soul right inside the astral sword, just biding my time through years of absolute chaos. Now pay attention here, this is where it gets crazy. The astral sword ended up with you anyway, pure destiny. Wu Fu just frowns. I have one question. I have never been to the Divine King tomb, and I definitely never touched any weird demons. So why do I have an inner demon? Nangong throws out a wild guess. Maybe you ran into one before and just forgot. Wu Fu scrunches his face, thinking hard about this. Met one and completely forgot. Wait, is he talking about my literal past life? And right on cue, a super creepy voice echoes right inside his head, actually praising him for having a quick brain. Wu Fu and his inner demon are suddenly face to face. Deep in his mind, he glares at him. You seriously dare to show up? Are you not afraid I will absolutely destroy you? The inner demon just acts chill, even mocking him. Wow, Wu Fu really has a terrible memory. Didn't Nangong literally just explain this? You and I share the exact same body, buddy. If I die, you are going straight down with me. But Wu Fu is still stuck on one huge question. What on earth happened in my past life to spawn a creepy thing like you? The demon just shrugs like he has zero clue. How should I know? I was not even born then? But relax, you will definitely bump into it again soon enough. Wu Fu thinks to himself, bump into it again? What the heck is this thing? His inner demon just smirks like a villain and slowly fades into the void. Meanwhile, Nangong is looking super weak right now. He reaches his trembling hand toward Wu Fu, calling out, my time is almost completely up. Wu Fu, get over here. I have something I need to give you. Wu Fu actually hesitates for a second, glancing over at Wu Ling. She immediately pushes him to just go. Wu Fu listens, slowly walking over to Nangong, and suddenly this absolutely blinding flash of light pops out of nowhere. Let's pause for a second. This is a huge moment. That glowing light in his hand morphs straight into a skill book titled Astral Sword Art. Wu Fu gasps in total shock. This is the legendary Astral Sword Art. Nangong just nods weakly. That is right. This is the exact Astral Sword Art that even your own father never managed to get. But Wu Fu just gets furious and yells, do not even think giving me this means I will ever forgive you. Nangong just softly replies, I know you are never going to forgive me. This manual and the astral sword were originally supposed to belong to your dad anyway. I am just returning them to their rightful owner now." Right after saying that, he lifts his hand toward Wu Fu. Nangong gently taps his head and starts intensely transferring every single drop of his cultivation. He is literally dumping his entire lifetime of power straight into Wu Fu. The kid is totally stunned. "Nangong, wait. Are you seriously trying to pass all your cultivation to me right now?" Luo Si absolutely panics, terrified Wu Fu might get hurt, and runs over screaming his name. But Wu Ling instantly steps up to block her. She quickly explains, "Nangong is passing his power to my boy. If you interrupt them right now." Wu Ling actually gets pretty mad and snaps Wu Fu will be completely ruined. Realizing she messed up, Luo Si immediately bows her head to apologize. She thinks, "Oops, I almost got Wu Fu killed." Finally, after Nangong finishes pouring every last bit of his power into Wu Fu, it is finally time for him to go. Nangong looks full of regret for all the chaos he caused. "My time is completely up now, Xiaoling. In this life, I totally failed you both. Tell Yun Jian I am sorry, if there is a next life." But before he can even finish that sentence, his body just shatters into dust. And that is where we leave it, guys. Wu Ling chokes back her pain, wiping away tears to make one last demand. Alright, let's jump back into this crazy story. Fuir, let's go. As Wu Ling turns, she spots Gu Jia approaching. "Are you Auntie Ling?" She praises little Jia for growing up beautifully just like her mom. Suddenly, Gu Jia drops to her knees. Panic mode, she tries to help her up. "What are you doing? Get up." But Gu Jia desperately pleads with her. "Auntie Ling, please reveal the truth to the Mingyuan realm. Clear my father's name." Wu Ling just firmly nods back. "I will absolutely clear Brother Gu's name." Gu Jia bows her head, thanking her profusely, and then quickly hurries away. Luo Si tries to call her back, but Wu Ling stops her. "Let her go. If fate allows, you will cross paths again." Luo Si immediately turns to Wu Fu, asking seriously, "Brother Wu Fu, what is your plan right now?" He answers instantly, "I want to head back to Penglai to check on Meng Meng and the others." She happily agrees. Wu Fu turns to ask Wu Ling, "Mother, do you want to come with us?" She gives a nod. "Let's go together. It has been so long since I've seen the outside world." They all leave. Right after they vanish, two young guys appear. Now pay close attention to this massive reveal. Qing Yun is totally stunned. "I cannot believe Nangong Dongfeng passed his cultivation to Wu Fu." Bei Feng guesses Wu Fu's current cultivation level has probably already hit the Holy Venerable tier. "Should we attack?" Qing Yun smirks. "It is just the Holy Venerable tier. Nothing to fear. Let's bring Nangong Dongfeng's body back first." He explains that having this guy's dead body is super useful. The sect master can forge a powerful puppet, so this trip wasn't a total waste. Bei Feng is curious. "What about Wu Fu?" Qing Yun smirks. "Let him live for 2 more days." The scene cuts over to the Penglai Zhao Manor. Xu Qingxing along with Meng Meng and Jing Song are still anxiously waiting for Wu Fu. She whines out loud. "When can we go find Wu Fu?" And Luo Shi Jing Song patiently replies, "Meng Meng is days away from the God Venerable tier. We wait until he breaks through first." Xu Qingqing really doesn't want to, but she reluctantly agrees. Staring at the sky, she wonders, "Alright, I wonder how Wu Fu and Luo Shi are doing." Meng Meng gives her a confused look. "Xu Qingqing, what are you even looking at?" Spotting something, she replies, "It looks like there are people up in the sky." It is Wu Fu returning with Luo Si and Wu Ling. She absolutely lights up and yells, "They are finally back." And Wu Fu brought another girl with him. Meng Meng shouts in shock. "What?" The moment Wu Fu lands, Xu Qingqing rushes over. She blasts him with questions. "Wu Fu, why are you guys back? Did you destroy the Divine King Palace yet?" He nods. "Completely destroyed." "Senior Liu, long time no see." Jing Song just laughs. "It is good that you all made it back safely. Xu Qingqing was just talking about you guys." Blushing hard, Xu Qingqing denies it immediately. "No, I wasn't." Then she glares at Wu Ling. "You and I both know this goes badly." Completely misunderstanding, Xu Qingqing scolds Wu Fu. "Is this a new girl you are flirting with? Why are you hitting on other girls?" You jerk, panicking. He quickly waves his hands. "No, this is my mother." Nervous Wu Fu turns to Wu Ling. "Mother, please do not be mad, she didn't mean it." Realizing she messed up, Xu Qingqing shyly bows to apologize. "Auntie, I am so sorry. You just look way too young and gorgeous. I thought you were his new girlfriend. So sorry." Wu Ling smiles happily, letting it slide. "It is completely fine. It is all because I am just so young and pretty that you got confused. Fuer, am I right?" Helpless Wu Fu thinks to himself, "My mom is so narcissistic, but I guess it is actually the truth." So he just nods and agrees. "Right." Seeing Meng Meng, Wu Fu quickly checks in on his condition. "Meng Meng, are your injuries better?" Meng Meng happily replies, "I have been fully healed up for a while now. Getting hurt this time actually cleared out all my meridians. My cultivation speed is literally 3 times faster than before." Meng Meng confidently flexes his muscles. "Right now, I have already reached the absolute peak of perfection. I am about to break through to the God Venerable tier." Talk about a blessing in disguise. Speaking of cultivation, Shu Qingqing curiously asks Wu Fu, what tier are you at right now? Wu Fu slowly answers, me, I am currently at the mid-stage of the Holy Venerable tier. Hearing his answer, both of them totally freeze. Meng Meng and Shu Qingqing both drop their jaws. Mid-stage, Holy Venerable, not believing him, she immediately starts patting him down. Wu Fu, are you practicing some kind of dark magic? He helplessly shouts back, no I am not. Meng Meng pats his shoulder. Meng Meng yells, you little punk, did you eat some insanely rare heavenly treasure or something? How are you leveling up so fast? Wu Ling watches Shu Qingqing and Wu Fu acting so close. She smiles. They're so close. Luo Xi sneaks a look. Trust me, we aren't ready for what comes next. All right, jump in with me. She figured Antling absolutely loved Qingqing. Meanwhile, Wu Fu looked dead serious, saying this insane experience showed him why raw power actually matters. If his mom hadn't completely mastered her healing arts, Luo Xi might have been doomed. Meng Meng replied in total shock, amazed they had survived such an absolutely wild journey. Thank goodness both him and Luo Xi were perfectly safe. Then he quickly switched gears to another topic. Stop beating yourself up, man. You literally reached the Holy Venerable tier. You are peeking across 3,000 entire worlds. So what is the game plan now? Wu Fu rested his chin, realizing Luo Xi had suffered enough alongside him. Next up, marriage. Then heading to the borders to find his dad. Meng Meng giggled, feeling super hyped for Luo Xi's future. He joked that a clueless kid like him wouldn't even notice her obvious crush. He promised that if they threw a wedding, it was going to be an insanely massive party. Tomorrow, he would prep all the wedding gear. But Wu Fu stayed chill, saying there was no rush until he asked his mom and his foster parents back on Earth. Even though they weren't his real blood, they still raised him well. Plus, they needed Luo Xi's family's blessing. Meng Meng immediately pointed straight at Qingqing and announced that the two of them would make a quick trip to Earth to grab them. Wu Fu carefully reminded them to keep it totally undercover. The mad cult absolutely could not find out, especially since his parents were just normal people, not cultivators. He confidently smirked. No sweat, leave it to the pros. Scene cuts right to Wu Ling's private room. Now pay attention, this part is crucial. He gently knocked, asking if his mom was awake to talk. She told him to enter. The second he opened that door, Wu Ling was already sitting there waiting for him. Looking super curious, she asked what was on his mind, slowly inviting him to take a seat. Wu Fu put his serious face on straight up, saying he wanted to marry Luo Xi after everything they survived together. She didn't object, giving one simple nod. He gasped in surprise, wait, you agree? Suddenly, Wu Ling's vibe shifted to dead serious. She asked him if he knew what her absolute biggest regret was all these years. He shook his head, totally clueless. She looked at him with such gentle eyes, and finally spilled her hidden truth. Her biggest mistake was not being strong enough back then to stay right by his father's side. It had been so long since she saw him, she was literally starting to forget his face. He was surviving alone at the border, and she refused to let her son end up just like his dad, losing his family's warmth. He let out a huge sigh of relief, admitting he thought she hated Luo Xi. Playing completely hard to get, she smirked, I actually don't like her. She joked he should head to the Mingxuan realm and bring Gujia back instead. Hearing that name, Wu Fu literally spit out his water. I know what you're thinking, busted. She jokingly roasted him for being a total playboy with too many girls in his head. Panicking, he begged her to stop joking about him and Gujia. The poor guy was blushing so insanely hard, he was completely speechless. Wu Ling finally dropped the act, sighing and promising no more pranks. Marriage is serious business, so she asked if he was truly 100% certain. He fired back that he was ready, but he desperately needed a favor first. Curious, she asked what it was. He leaned in close, whispering his master plan into her ear. She broke into a soft smile, whispering back, no problem. A soft breeze drifted right through the blooming cherry blossoms. Luo Xi looked absolutely gorgeous, standing completely alone under the fest. Beautiful night sky and the riverside peach forest. Anxiously, she wondered where on earth Wu Fu was hiding. Just when she started feeling lost, Meng Meng magically appeared. He was holding a cute right-pointing arrow sign. Confused, she asked if she was supposed to go right. Meng Meng just flashed a cheeky smile, refusing to say a word. Trusting him, she followed the arrow a little further, only to find Qingqing holding a sign pointing left. She mumbled, okay, left this time. Qingqing didn't say a single thing either, just giving her that exact same glowing smile. And waiting at the very end of this mystery path was Wu Ling. Totally bewildered, Luo Xi asked what Aunt Ling was doing there. She just patted her shoulder gently, urging her forward toward her son. Taking a breath, Luo Xi stepped forward. Wu Fu had been waiting right there the whole time. Blushing so hard, she shyly looked up, asking where on earth he got those clothes. He was rocking a full, sharp suit, holding a beautiful bouquet of fresh flowers. Flashing a grin, he asked if he looked handsome. She nodded softly. Right then he dropped to one knee, holding out the flowers. Looking into her eyes, he finally proposed, asking if she'd be willing to become this handsome guy's wife forever. And there we leave it, guys. She realized it was a proposal, broke into a huge smile, and finally said yes. All right, stick with me here. The second Luo Shi says yes, Shu Qingqing, Wang Mengmeng, and Jing Song absolutely lose their minds. Wu Ling and Luo Shi's parents all cheer, shouting congratulations. Fast forward, time just flies by after that epic moment. 3 days later is finally the big day. Shu Qingqing is busy styling Luo Shi's hair for the wedding ceremony. She cannot stop gushing, saying the bride looks absolutely stunning today. Luo Shi smiles back, saying Shu Qingqing looks gorgeous too. Qing jokes that back on Earth, Luo Shi was the untouchable flower on the high mountain. Who knew Wu Fu would win her over? She explains that Wu Fu is incredibly kind to everyone and super responsible. That is exactly what she loves about him. Then she drops a totally unexpected question. She asks, Shu Qingqing, do you have feelings for Wu Fu? Taken completely off guard. Shu Qingqing stammers, why ask that out of nowhere? Luo Si points out that back on Earth, the two of them were super close, always joking around exactly like a real couple. Shu Qingxing instantly shoots that down, saying that is nonsense. Luo Si gently clarifies, I am not blaming you at all. Honestly, you actually met Wu Fu way before I did. If you really like him, then it means I ended up stealing the guy you loved. Then she asks the big question one more time. Are you sure you do not like Wu Fu? Looking a bit uncomfortable, Shu Qingqing firmly says no. Luo Si just gives a gentle smile. Well then, my mind is at ease. Thank you so much for trusting me with your absolute best friend. Shu Qingqing instantly marches over and playfully flicks her on the forehead. Laughing, she says, stop overthinking everything, let us head outside first. We cannot keep Wu Fu waiting forever. Riding in a gorgeous carriage, Luo Shi enters the wedding hall surrounded by cheers and blessings. When Wu Fu sees her walking and looking that incredibly stunning, he literally thinks to himself, wow, Luo Shi is insanely beautiful today. Luo Shi's father takes her hand and gently places it into Wu Fu's. He looks him in the eye and seriously says, I am handing her over to you. Take really good care of her for me. He nods confidently, promising he will. But inside, Wu Fu feels a little bit guilty. He whispers, there are no cars here. I am sorry for wronging you. But Luo Si completely disagrees, saying it feels like a classic vintage European wedding. It is super romantic. Seeing her bright glowing smile, he finally breathes a huge sigh of relief. As long as she loves it. Jing Song steps up as the official wedding host. The ceremony officially kicks off. He looks right at the groom and asks Wu Fu, do you take Luo Si to be your wife for richer or poorer in sickness and in perfect health? And promise to never leave her side? Wu Fu nods without hesitation, saying, I do. Jing Song turns to Luo Shi, repeating the exact same question. Luo Shi, do you take Wu Fu for richer or poorer in sickness and in health? To never leave his side, she smiles, I do. The host announces the ring exchange. Now watch closely, because right when they trade rings, everything goes totally off the rails. A voice suddenly cuts through the air. Wow, sure is lively in here. They spin around and freeze. It is Yameng. Panicking, Wu Fu immediately calls out her name. Where have you been? All this time we have been looking everywhere for you. But the little girl is practically radiating pure, unadulterated hatred. Her hands tremble slightly as she sneers, you were looking for me. She furiously screams that back in Fu Rui he only ever wanted to get away from her. In the secret realm, you murdered Ao Li and pushed me off a cliff. Looking for me? Stop faking it. Luo Si quickly steps up, trying to explain the situation. She says Wu Fu was possessed by an evil remnant spirit back then. He did not actually do any of those things. Yameng has it all completely wrong, but she is not buying a single word of it. Possessed. Do you guys honestly think I am some clueless 3-year-old toddler? She just keeps yelling furiously, accusing them. Or are you just trying to protect the cold-blooded murderer who literally killed your own friend? Wu Fu finally speaks up, desperate. What do I have to say to make you believe me? Deep down, he already knows the bitter truth. It seems this massive misunderstanding cannot be cleared up with just words. Sobbing out of pure frustration, the girl screams, I will never believe a single thing you say. I know what you were thinking, demanding a blood sacrifice at a wedding, wild. She wants him buried with Ao Li. Wu Ling blocks her, saying, look here, little kid. Whatever your grudge is, today is his wedding with Luo Si. You cannot touch him. Hearing this, Yameng finally looks around and realizes, no wonder there is a huge crowd here, it is a grand wedding. Turns out she still has a tiny shred of humanity left. Before storming off, Yameng points and loudly declares, Wu Fu, I will not settle our old scores today. She is not completely heartless after all. Out of respect for your big wedding day, I am letting you off the hook just this once. But 3 days from now, I am coming for your life. Wu Fu just watches helplessly as Yameng turns around and angrily walks away. To think their relationship would end up completely shattered like this. What on earth can he do to prove his innocence? Luo Zi gently walks over to comfort him. She tells him to ignore Yameng's harsh words. Everyone here knows exactly what really happened back then, but Wu Fu just tightly clenches his fists in sheer frustration. He cannot stop blaming himself. No matter the excuse, Aoli's death was still caused by my hands, and I even almost killed Yameng in the past too. It is only natural that she completely hates me now. Luo Shi keeps trying to soothe his guilt, saying, "Do not talk like that, Yameng is just young. Her mind is simple, and she cannot grasp everything yet." Luo Shi calmly suggests they wait for the angry little girl to finally cool down. They will explain everything clearly later, hoping she finally understands, and Wu Fu agrees. "But trust me, you and I know it is never that easy. Stick with me here because this wedding is a disaster," he nods. "Sorry, Luo Shi, I can't believe our big day turned into this mess." They finally head into the bridal suite, and she is still being super sweet, comforting him. "It's totally not your fault, so stop blaming yourself." She lies down, giving Wu Fu this super shy look. He leans in and whispers, "Luo Shi, it's getting late, we should sleep." But Wu Fu is eager. "So can we start now?" Fast forward through the wedding night, and morning has already arrived, a soft breeze slipping right through the window. Luo Zi wakes up, sitting up and looking around. Where did Wu Fu run off to this early in the morning? She remembers what happened last night. She quickly changes clothes to go find him, but right as she hits the hallway, she bumps into Shu Qingqing. Luo Xi immediately asks her, "Why are you here?" Shu Qingqing drops a massive bomb. Some gorgeous demon just showed up to see Wu Fu. Luo Xi mutters, "Is it Yameng? I will go explain things." But Shu Qingqing grabs her arm, pulling her right back. Not Yameng, a completely different demon. Luo Xi is so confused. Another demon? Wait, could it be Gu Jia? Shu Qingqing nervously warns her, "Luo Shi, you two literally just got married and a demon is already looking for him. Watch your back." Plot twist. That demon is actually Li Ke, and right now she is discussing some major top secret business with Wu Ling and Wu Fu. Watch closely because things are escalating. He asks Li Ke in total disbelief, "Is the border crisis real?" She pulls out a letter. "This is the official dispatch from the border, read it yourself." Wu Fu grabs it. The letter mentions a foreign race. 1 million troops are attacking, the border is breaking, send help. He is absolutely stunned. 1 million troops. That many. How many soldiers do we have there right now? She holds up 3 fingers. Less than 300,000. Wu Fu frowns hard. So we are outnumbered by 700,000. Wu Ling carefully breaks it down for them. You can't just look at the numbers, this foreign race loves war. At the exact same power level, a single one of their warriors can easily take down 3 of ours. His mind is completely blown. I didn't expect them to be that strong. So basically their army equals 3 million of our troops. Wu Fu turns to Li Ke and asks, "They have 3 million, we have 300,000. How do we even survive that?" She answers immediately, "The border already sent an SOS to experts in the smaller worlds. Right now, backup is on the way." Wu Fu is still confused and asks Wu Ling, "What exactly is this foreign race and why are they so insanely strong?" She calmly asks him back, "Wu Fu, do you still remember Nangong Dongfeng and his evil intent?" He nods. "Yeah, I remember." Wu Ling explains. "In a way, that guy was actually part of the foreign race." Wu Fu completely freaks out. Wait, what? His dark evil intent was actually part of this foreign race. Now here's where it gets crazy. His inner demon suddenly interrupts. "My dark intent and his aren't the same." Wu Fu is lost. "Meaning what?" The demon explains. "That guy only turned evil after touching demonic energy. I have literally been living inside your body since the very day you were born. I'm just your other personality, but way stronger." He frowns, trying to process this. "Another side of me." Right then, Li Qi finally speaks up. "You guys saw Nangong Dongfeng. Where is he right now?" Wu Fu cuts her off instantly. "Dead." She analyzes it seriously. The circle of karma. This is his ultimate payback. "So Wu Fu, you're the strongest in Penglai now. By our agreement, you have to go with me to stop the enemy." Right at that exact second, Luo Si walks in with drinks and her heart just completely stops. Hearing those heavy words, the beautiful tea set in her hands completely slips, crashing and shattering all over the floor. Wu Fu is shocked. "Luo Si, why are you here?" She stammers. "Wu Fu, you have to go to the border," he explains gently. "My father is still there. I have absolutely no choice." Luo Si throws herself into his arms, refusing to stay behind. "Then I'm going with you. We literally just got married yesterday. I don't want to leave you." Wu Fu immediately shuts it down. "You can't go, it's way too dangerous. War is a man's job. Just be a good girl and wait at home. If you don't want to stay in Penglai, go back to Earth and wait." Suddenly, Shu Qingqing's voice rings out, cutting right through the drama. "Who says fighting is just a man's job? I want to go to the border too." Wu Fu gets mad. "What are you yelling about? Nobody is allowed to go. It's enough if I just go." She stubbornly yells, "No way." Shu Qingqing turns to Li Qi and asks, "Hey, demon lady, what are the requirements to join the border fight?" She answers right back, "There are no limits on fighting, but to officially join the army, your cultivation must be at the tribulation stage or higher." She stays super firm. "Hear that? Reach the tribulation stage and you can easily join the army." Right now, I'm at the mid-tribulation stage, totally meeting the standard to join up. Wang Meng Meng excitedly chimes in too. I meet the standards too, I want to go. Li Qi looks over at Wu Ling, super curious. Wu Ling, what about you? That's where we leave it, she smiles warmly. I haven't seen Yunjian in forever. I want to see him. Stick with me, we're jumping right back in. Hearing that, Wu Fu immediately stops her. Mother, your cultivation isn't fully recovered, yet you absolutely cannot go. Wu Ling is super determined. As a mother, I'm terrified for your father, but I'm also worried about you. How could a mother not love her own son? I want to go too. Li Kei is completely losing her patience, immediately speaking up. Are you guys done discussing? Wu Fu replies quickly. Yeah, we're done. We will depart for the border in exactly 3 days. Li Kei is super confused, wondering to herself why they need to wait 3 whole days. Luo Si finally gets it. Wu Fu, are you waiting for Yameng? He explains. We're heading to the border this time. It's a matter of life and death, so there are a few things I need to resolve before we leave. Li Qi overhears. She just can't hold back her sarcasm. Yao Meng, isn't that the beast-eared girl who used to hang out by your side all the time? Did you guys break up because she found out you already had another woman on the side? Luo Shi steps up to explain. Yao Meng is mad because Wu Fu was possessed by evil thoughts and ended up killing Ao Li. So she holds a huge grudge against Wu Fu. It's absolutely not what you think. Li Kei smirks. So he literally murdered her childhood friend. That poor girl has absolutely no parents, just one single childhood friend left in this entire world, and even he gets killed by you. If it were me, I would absolutely chop you into 100 pieces. She helplessly explains that Wu Fu's body was completely hijacked back then, totally out of control when he attacked Ao Li. She just rolls her eyes. Does that even make a difference? Luo Zi claps back with absolute confidence. Li Kei then slowly starts throwing some serious questions right back at Luo Zi. Everything you're saying. Now pay attention here. Even if that girl hears your excuse, do you actually think she will believe a single word of it? If Wu Fu was the one who got killed, could you stay this calm? She starts shaking a little bit. Luo Sai completely grinds her teeth, replying. If it were Wu Fu, I'm afraid I'd be even more furious than Yameng is right now. But I cannot let Yameng hurt Wu Fu. Absolutely out of the question. Right then, Wu Fu suddenly cuts them off. I already have a plan for this. You girls seriously don't need to argue anymore. Li Kei, top-tier experts from different worlds will be coming to the border, right? Li Kei slowly replies. Every single powerhouse above the Holy Venerable tier across all the 3,000 grand worlds. They have all been notified. If those experts aren't planning to betray us, they will absolutely show up to support the fight. Why do you ask? Wu Fu rests his chin on his hand, smiling softly. Nothing, just looking forward to it a bit. That casual reply makes her super curious. Looking forward to it? Time flies by in a flash. 2 days later, at the Zhao family gates, Yao Meng is already there, screaming at the top of her lungs, calling for Wu Fu. The murderer who killed Ao Li, get out here right now. Wu Fu steps outside with Luo Shi following closely behind. Yao Meng, you made it. Yao Meng is seeing red, screaming her heart out. You ruthless murderer. Give Ao Li back to me right now. Lu Axi steps up to clear Wu Fu's name. Yao Meng, this is a massive misunderstanding. Wu Fu's body was hijacked at that time. He had absolutely zero control. He wasn't the one who actually killed Ao Li. Of course, Yao Meng doesn't believe a single word she's saying. Don't you even think about tricking me. You and I both saw this coming. I literally watched him kill Ao Li. I will kill him for revenge. Right after speaking, Yao Meng instantly goes into full beast mode. She crazily lunges straight at Wu Fu. Lu O.C. frowns secretly, swearing to herself in that exact moment. I won't let you hurt Wu Fu. Xiu Xiu sword art. Her glowing blade is instantly fired right out. It aims straight for Yao Meng's eyes. Right at the critical second, Wu Fu quickly shoves Yao Meng completely out of the way. He uses his own body to block the hit for Yao Meng. Luo Shi panics, seeing that crazy scene. Wu Fu, why did you? Wu Fu bites back the pain. I'm fine. He looks right up at Yao Meng. Are you okay? The girl is completely confused. Why did you block the sword from me? Wu Fu explains it simply. You are my master, so isn't it completely natural for a servant to protect their own master? Yao Meng remains stubborn. You killed Ao Li, didn't you? I saw it with my own eyes. He feels completely helpless. Since Yao Meng won't believe him no matter what he says, Wu Fu just explains while taking the total blame. It was me. But it wasn't really me. The evil thought and I are one entity. He is me and I am him. Whatever he does is basically exactly what I do. Him killing Ao Li is the exact same as me killing Ao Li. Yao Meng can't take it anymore, her voice completely cracking. She demands, why the hell did you kill Ao Li? Yao Meng instantly bursts into loud tears. My mother already passed away. Ao Li and I tried so hard to finally find my father, but right when we found him, my father ended up dying too. Aoli was the absolute last family member I had left. She completely loses control, heartbrokenly scolding Wufu. If you killed Aoli, then I'm the only one left. I don't want to be alone. He reaches out to rub Yameng's head softly, apologizing. Wufu's also blaming himself so much right now. So what do you and I make of this? It's my fault. I'm too weak to protect you. But you got one thing wrong. Yameng stops crying, totally curious. What thing? Stick with me here. Wufu gently comforts Yameng. She wipes her tears as he smiles and drops this line. You are not alone in this world. You still have me. I am officially your most loyal servant. Hearing those exact words, Yameng's eyes go perfectly round. She stares at him with totally sparkling eyes and asks, my most loyal servant. Scene change. Everyone is already gathered at the giant flying ship. And wow, the crowd is absolutely insane here. Wu Fu looks around totally amazed. I did not expect this many people. Li Ke replies. The border is about to break. Experts from literally everywhere are rushing in as backup. This is just a tiny fraction. She also makes sure to remind him about little Yameng. That kid is staring daggers at him. She is radiating a dark, killing intent that makes anyone shiver just looking at her. Wu Fu. When Yameng sees him looking, she instantly turns her back and marches off. He tries to call her back, but she completely ignores him and just walks right off. Li Ke scolds him. What were you even thinking, letting this kid follow you? Wu Fu sadly replies, well, I still wronged her anyway. She quickly tries to comfort him. Honestly, you really do not need to care. I saw exactly what Nangong Dong Feng looked like when that remnant spirit possessed him. He was completely a different person then. Wu Fu still fully blames himself for everything. Ultimately, I just was not strong enough. If I had been stronger, I would never have been possessed. And Ao Li would not have died. Li Ke just smirks and points out you also pushed that little girl off a cliff back then. Her cultivation level is so incredibly low. Who knows how she even managed to survive all this time? Wu Fu remembers it clearly and quickly explains. Yameng actually told me about this. Back then, she and Ao Li fell down that cliff together. Now pay attention to this wild twist. With his last breath, Ao Li gave her a magical pill taken from the secret realm. After swallowing that immortal pill, her body rapidly shrank down to a kid's size. By the time I finally found Ao Li's dead body, I didn't realize Yameng shrank down, so I accidentally buried them both together. Luckily, Yameng somehow managed to come back to life later. She rests her chin and thinks deeply for a moment. I have never heard of a pill like that. Wu Fu very quickly changes the subject. No matter what happened, Yameng is still alive right now. Our most urgent mission today is solving this massive border crisis. We can talk about all that other stuff later. You have been to the border before, so tell me, what is it actually like? She glances at the solid wall next to them and begins her story. It is a massive fortress wall that literally has no end point, stretching across 3,000 major worlds and 2 outer realms. It is a barrier, our ultimate dignity and true glory. Li Ke gets dead serious, diving into the past. People build epic legacies out there while others just bury their blood and bones. Both your ancestors and mine fought absolutely brutal, bloody battles against those foreign evil spirits out on that wall. She reminds him that his father is still fighting enemies on the front lines right now. That land is deeply soaked in their blood, all to protect their people back home. Wu Fu thinks deeply for a long time. Dignity and true glory, huh? He tightly clenches his hand into his solid fist. In this life, I do not just want to become the strongest god standing above millions. I also want to fully protect this world from outside invaders. Then Wu Fu curiously asks her, how long until we actually arrive there? Li Ke thinks it over and replies, at our current speed, we should reach the border in exactly 1 month. Wu Fu glues his eyes to the star sword. When we get to the border, I will finally meet my father. Turns out this star sword was actually a gift from him. So me getting the star sword in my past life was definitely not a coincidence. He suddenly asks his inner voice, hey, did I meet my father in my past life? His inner demon pops up. You calling me? We all saw this coming, right? Wu Fu chuckles. Who else knows about my past life? The demon stays totally silent for a long time to remember. After digging deep through his ancient memories, the inner demon finally replies, yes, you met. Wu Fu is clearly surprised. Really? When was that? The demon bluntly drops the truth. The day after he died in battle, you saw his dead body. He is shocked. Wait, you mean my father is going to die? The demon calmly replies, everyone dies eventually. Wu Fu frantically keeps asking him more. How much time until my father dies in battle? The demon's mouth curls up slightly. Over 20,000 years. Wu Fu is very confused. That long? The demon explains. The border war simply came early. The state of emergency at the border in your past life was 20,000 years later. Wu Fu thinks deeply to himself. The massive war broke out this early. Did my actual reincarnation totally mess up and change the original timeline? He gets so caught up in the conversation that he completely misses the shady guy secretly watching him from a distance behind his back. This guy already wants to start trouble. I really did not expect that little brat to be on this exact ship. I will kill him right now. This psycho is the fanatic Zhang Long. Seeing him acting so recklessly, his partner Xuan Shi, who is also known as Si Tianji, instantly stops him. Do not rush. It is a long journey to the border, so we will have plenty of chances. Suddenly, the captain's loud announcement echoes out. The flying ship is about to enter the void tunnel. All passengers must return to their rooms immediately. Entering the void tunnel, return to your rooms. That is our wrap. Trust me, you will definitely want to see what happens next. Panic erupts on the ship. Everyone is rushing frantically, yelling to hurry and head back to the void tunnel. Stick with me here. Xuan Shi flashes a wicked villain smirk, whispering, look, hasn't our golden opportunity finally arrived? If they toss Wu Fu into the void rift, even 100 extra lives would not save him. Shortly after, everyone rushes safely back to their rooms. The massive ship finally enters the void tunnel. Ching Ching touches the thick glass window from inside, wondering why they activated every single defensive formation on board. Is this void tunnel really that dangerous? Wu Fu pops up out of nowhere to answer her, claiming it is honestly not that big of a deal. Yeah, just that if you accidentally fall into a rift, your body and soul get completely shredded into absolute nothingness. Hearing this, Ching Ching nervously steps back. That terrifying better stay far away then. Luoxi just smiles and tells Wu Fu to stop scaring the poor girl. Wu Fu replies with a deadpan face, I am not trying to scare her. The void is genuinely mysterious and incredibly terrifying. He seriously warns them not to step out of their rooms while passing through the void tunnel. Ching Ching and Meng Meng both nod their heads furiously. But Yaming, she has absolutely zero reaction to this warning. The little girl just keeps glaring daggers straight at Wu Fu, not breaking eye contact once. Scene shift, Zhang Long furiously slams his fist onto the table. Losing his patience, he complains that Wu Fu has kept his door completely shut for 3 whole days. Even the people around him have stayed locked in their rooms, and that room is heavily protected by a barrier, giving our guys zero chance to attack. Zhang Long suddenly gets an idea. Wait, could they have actually figured something out? Are they avoiding us on purpose? No, they are just chatting privately in the Tianji study. Xuan Shi replies, looking completely calm. Our hideout has not been exposed yet. There is no way Wu Fu sees through our plan. Plus, he casually sets his teacup down on the table, looking confident. Knowing Wu Fu and his giant ego, if he actually knew where we were hiding, he would definitely not run away. He would come hunting for us instead. Xuan Shi understands him perfectly. Wu Fu is deeply arrogant, incredibly conceited, and absolutely refuses to back down, thinking he is invincible. A guy like that does not know how to hide. Now pay attention here, because things are about to get wild. Zhang Long looks confused. So why hasn't he stepped out yet? Xuan Shi answers. It is simply because of the void tunnel. Suddenly, someone pushes the door open, interrupting their little villain plotting session. Zhang Long immediately goes on high alert, shouting, who is there? It is Yaming, appearing completely wrapped up in a dark cloak, from head to toe. Yaming stays completely silent and just boldly strolls right in. Xuan Shi steps forward cautiously, asking the stranger for their identity. The girl replies coldly, just like you guys, I am someone holding a bitter blood feud against Wu Fu. Zhang Long immediately steps up to Yaming. If we are on the exact same side, why hide your face like a coward? He actually reaches out, trying to lift her hood. Yaming just lets out a soft chuckle. Then boom, she suddenly unleashes a massive burst of power, blasting him backward. Zhang Long is completely stunned. He instinctively stumbles back in fear. Zhang Long screams out Saint Venerable Realm. He instantly pulls out his weapon, ready for a fight. Thinking to himself, this person is insanely dangerous. I need to control her first. But Xuan Shi unexpectedly steps right in to stop him. Zhang Long immediately freezes. Xuan Shi smooths things over, saying, Miss, you are incredibly young to already have cultivation reaching the Saint Venerable Realm. Truly a heaven-defying talent. May I ask what exact purpose brought a lady like you here today? Zhang Long looks totally shocked. A woman. Xuan Shi quickly tries to lighten the heavy mood. If we showed any disrespect, please forgive us. Yaming chuckles softly and offers, I can absolutely help you lure Wu Fu out. Xuan Shi looks a little suspicious at this. You and I both know the Saint Venerable Realm is overpowered, so revenge should be easy. Why do you need to team up with us? The girl lowers her head, explaining that Wu Fu is also in the Saint Venerable Realm. Plus, Yaming adds he actually possesses the Star Sword, so honestly, I might not even be his match. Furthermore, Yaming furiously screams out, killing that guy directly would only dirty my hands anyway. Xuan Shi just listens quietly to her rant, and even Zhang Long, standing nearby, does not dare to utter a single word to interrupt. He seriously asks for confirmation one more time. Did you just say Wu Fu reached the Saint Venerable Realm? Yaming mutters something quietly in response. Her words clearly put Xuan Shi in a rather tough spot. The two of them start having a secret whispered conversation with Zhang Long chiming in. Xuanxi finally chuckles, acting like he already has a master plan ready. After finishing the discussion, Yaming just shoots them a side glance instructing, "When the time comes, I am leaving it to you." Right before leaving, Yaming hands over the exact time and location for their ambush. "Tonight at 10:30 p.m., I will personally lead Wu Fu right up to the deck." After saying that, the girl blends seamlessly into white smoke and vanishes completely. Zhang Long squints with obvious doubt, asking, "Can this person actually be trusted at all?" Xuanxi thinks for a quick second before answering, "It is fine. As long as she lures Wu Fu out, we do not need to worry about anything else." He smiles evilly. "Worst case scenario, we just kill her too." Zhang Long smirks back, saying, "You truly are an absolute mastermind, calculating every single detail." Xuanxi commands him, "Go make some preparations right now. A Saint Venerable realm expert will not be easy to deal with." Zhang Long nods in agreement. "I will immediately order our men to set up an ambush." Scene shifts back to Wu Fu's private room. Wu Fu is cozying up to a shy Luoxi. "Wifey, bedtime. Trust me, you and I will definitely want to see what happens next. Let's dive right in." Just when things get good, a loud knock ruins everything. Xu Qingqing calls out, "Wu Fu, are you asleep?" She slowly opens the door, announcing she's coming in. Seeing this, Luo Zi quickly pushes him away. Xu Qingqing instantly starts teasing them. "What exactly were you two doing in here? Did I just interrupt something really important between you guys?" They both blush beet red, shouting no at the exact same time. She thinks to herself, late at night, newlywed couple. "Yeah, I totally don't buy that innocent act." Luo Xi quickly changes the subject, asking Xu Qingqing, "Why are you trying to find Wu Fu right now?" Xu Qingqing suddenly remembers why she even came over. "Oh right, I almost forgot Wu Fu. We have a massive problem. Amy is missing." He gasps in absolute shock. "What, Amy is gone?" The three of them just stare at each other, completely stunned in the candlelight. Wu Fu tries his best to keep his cool. Xu Qingqing explains exactly how Amy disappeared. Xu Qingqing looks down, looking really sad. "After dinner, I really wanted to head back to the room with her, but I couldn't find her anywhere at all. I asked Aunt Nancy and Li Mengjiao, but neither of them had seen Amy at all. She's getting super anxious now." Xu Qingqing starts guessing. "Wu Fu, do you think? Did Amy just run off somewhere? We haven't crossed the void yet. Could she be in some kind of serious danger right now?" Wu Fu quickly calms her down. "Don't panic. Just try to remember where exactly was the very last place you saw Amy." Xu Qingqing frantically searches her memory and replies, "I think it was the east corridor. But right now, that entire long hallway is completely empty of people." Now pay attention here, because splitting the party is always a bad idea. Li Mengjiao and Xu Qingqing team up while Luo Xi and Wu Fu go together. After a long, stressful search, the four of them group back up. Wu Fu immediately asks, in a total panic, "Did you find her?" Li Mengjiao shakes her head. "Nothing." Luo Xi quickly speaks up, "We need to spread out and check every single corner of this massive place. Let's meet back here at 10:30. Xu Qingqing nods in agreement. Time slowly ticks by, and soon it is exactly 10:30. Li Mengjiao returns and says no luck. He turns to Xu Qingqing, asking, "What about your side?" She shakes her head helplessly. "I got nothing either." Wu Fu totally loses his cool, angrily punching the wall. "Amy is the weakest one out of all of us when it comes to power. This ship is filled with all kinds of shady characters. What if the Mad Cult or the Oracle faction targets her?" Wu Fu instantly blames himself for everything going wrong. "This is entirely my fault. I never should have brought her along on this dangerous trip." Luo Xi tries to comfort him. "Wu Fu, please don't beat yourself up over this. Amy is a sweetheart and good people always get lucky. I'm sure she is perfectly fine." Seeing Wu Fu having an absolute meltdown, Li Mengjiao decides to speak up and offer a plan. "Xu Qingqing and I will head out and search the area one more time." He strictly warns them, "Contact me the exact second you find any clues at all." "Understood." He then suggests, "Luo Zi, let's go check our route one more time too." She immediately agrees, saying, "Sounds like a plan. You saw that coming, right?" Just moments after splitting up, Luo Xi suddenly spots something up ahead. It's Amy, walking away in the distance. Luo Xi shouts at the top of her lungs, "Amy, where are you going? Wait for me." But Amy ignores her, blindly walking forward. Luo Xi sprints after her as fast as humanly possible. Then Amy suddenly takes a sharp left turn, and by the time Luo Xi catches up, gone. Instead of finding the girl, she crashes right into Xu Qingqing. The sudden heavy impact sends Xu Qingqing tumbling hard onto the cold floor. She asks, in total confusion, "Luo Xi, why are you sprinting like a maniac?" Luo Xi helps her up and says, "Xu Qingqing, I just found Amy. Hurry up and go tell Wu Fu right now." Xu Qingqing is super surprised. Seriously, she looks around the empty hallway. Where is Amy anyway? Luo Xi points her finger and says, "She headed straight toward the flying ship's deck. You go inform Wu Fu first, and I'm going to." chase right after her. Without even waiting for Xu Qingqing to agree, Luo Si takes off running again. Scene shift to the ship deck where Tyson is already waiting. He looks absolutely annoyed and completely out of patience right now. It's almost 11:15. Why is Wu Fu not here yet? Did we just get played? But right at that exact moment, Amy suddenly shows up fully cloaked and hidden just like before. She gives a cold hard order. Wu Fu's girl is coming, grab her immediately. Wu Fu will definitely follow her here. Amy popping out of nowhere actually makes Tyson jump back in complete surprise. Lady, why are you being so insanely shady? Who exactly is this girl anyway? Right on cue, Luo Si arrives, her voice echoing across the deck. Amy, where are you? After rushing out onto the open deck, she anxiously scans the area, completely unaware of the trap. Amy, you're out here, right? It's way too dangerous outside. Come back with me right now. Amy just points right at Luo Si. That is her. He asks, that girl is looking for you, right? Even though Tyson looks like a total brute, he actually has some morals left. I've never hit a woman in my life. Can't you just drag Wu Fu here yourself instead of bringing her into this mess? He turns around to ask her, but Amy has already vanished into thin air without making a single sound. He completely panics. Where did she go? She was just right here. Tyson's goons step up and ask, boss, are we attacking or what? He nervously mutters, first time attacking a lady here. Luo Si stands alone confused. Trust me, you and I aren't ready for what happens next. I clearly just saw Yameng walking up here. How did she suddenly vanish? Right after that, she gets completely surrounded by Zhang Long's lackeys. They loudly bark, freeze right there. Luo Si goes on high alert demanding, who the heck are you guys? Zhang Long swaggers over with his sword on his shoulder demanding, are you Wu Fu's woman? She carefully sizes up the shady group. She thinks to herself, these guys are wearing crazy cult uniforms. Guess I'm dealing with the lunatic cult members. Luo Si feels a quick spike of panic suddenly remembering Wu Fu's warning. Wow, turns out Wu Fu was actually 100% right. Now watch this closely. There really are cultists on this ship. With this many enemies, escaping looks impossible. Luo Si talks back. Yeah, so what? Zhang Long drops his heavy sword down and sneers. Looks like you really are the girl who helped Wu Fu slaughter our cult followers back in the underworld realm. Luo Si yells right back, boldly admitting it. That's right, I killed them all. Shockingly, the guy tries playing nice to negotiate a deal. Zhang Long swore to never hit a woman. Just call Wu Fu over here and I will let you walk free. How about it? Obviously, she rejects him instantly. In your dreams, Zhang Long gets absolutely furious and decides to just eliminate her. You chose the hard way. Kill her right now. We will just use her severed head to lure Wu Fu out. His goons all shout together, understood. Luo Si pushes off the ground, leaps high into the air and chants a spell for her attack. The eighth form of the Shu sword, Art Silver River Fall. Countless glowing swords magically spawn behind her and Luo Si unleashes them. Scene shifts to the east corridor, where the trio regroups. Wu Fu anxiously asks for an update. Any luck? Did you guys find Yameng? Meng shakes her hands. I searched literally everywhere possible, but nothing. Xu Qingqing nods in agreement, saying, same here, she is completely gone. Sweating bullets. Wu Fu frantically racks his brain, thinking this flying ship is massive. Where could she even go? What if she got dragged into the void? While he is totally freaking out, a voice suddenly rings out Wu Fu. He looks over completely stunned and calls out Yameng. Faking like she just ran a marathon, Yameng stands there panting heavily. Xu Qingqing steps up and scolds her. Yameng, where the heck were you? We spent forever looking for you. Yameng immediately drops the fake bad news to lure him. Wu Fu, things are looking super bad. Luo Si is fighting the crazy cultists. That hits the three of them like an absolute truck, and Xu Qingqing gasps in pure shock. I know what you're thinking, total setup, right? What did you say? Luo Si is fighting cultists. Yameng fakes his sad face, claiming she saw it. So many of them. Wu Fu goes into an instant panic attack and screams out, where are they? Yameng spins around and points her finger, rushing him. Over on the main deck of the flying ship, Wu Fu, you have to hurry up. Luo Si can't hold out much longer. Wu Fu quickly orders Xu Qingqing take Yameng back to the room. Meng, follow me to save Luo Si. Xu Qingqing agrees instantly. She catches Yameng to support her and warns the two heroes, got it, you guys be really careful out there. Wu Fu silently prays in his head, Luo Si, please hang in there. I am coming for you right now. Back on the flying ship deck, Luo Si has already destroyed one cultist lackey. Seeing this, another guy charges and trying to sneak attack her. He screams from behind, go straight to hell. Luo Si stays sharp, spinning around instantly and casually dances her sword in a single smooth arc. The guy gets wiped out before he can even launch his attack. The remaining goons instantly change tactics, circling her to set up a deadly formation. 5 lackeys link up to create a killer array called the 5-pointed star sword formation. Luo Si calmly prepares to counter. The 9th form of the Shu sword art, she grips her blade super tight and screams out heavenly return. Instantly, a massive ethereal sword tip crashes down from the literal heavens. Just one epic strike completely wipes out all 5 guys at once. Zhang Long furiously charges in. You useless trash. You can't even handle one little girl. Looks like I have to do this myself. He blasts forward straight at Luo Si. The two of them clash in an epic showdown, but this time Zhang Long clearly has the upper hand. Luo Si struggles with all her might to push him back. She thinks to herself, this guy's sword technique is absolutely overbearing. Even though I blocked it, my internal organs are completely shattered. Meanwhile, Zhang Long stands off to the side, ruthlessly mocking the poor girl. You haven't even broken through the tribulation stage. Why risk your entire life for some stupid guy? So what do you and I make of this? He smirks and says there are plenty of men in this world. Wild right. Let's dive right in. If he's dead, just find another guy. But Luo Si refused to fold, clapping back immediately. I only love Wu Fu. He stayed silent, stalking toward Luo Si. Zhang Long raised his blade eyes, practically spitting fire. He aimed for a fatal strike on Luo Si. Suddenly, a wild blast of energy smashed right into his blade. Zhang Long's sword was instantly knocked back. Spooked, he screamed out, "Who is it?" Zhang Long scanned the area quickly, realizing Wu Fu had finally shown up. And right beside him was Wang Mengmeng ready for a fight. Wu Fu totally mocked him. Zhang Long, since when did the mad cult stoop so low to just bully defenseless women like this? Looking extremely satisfied, he sneered, Wu Fu, you finally showed up. Come along with me here, things are getting crazy. Wu Ling finally shows up seriously, questioning Xu Qingqing. What is the current situation? Why exactly did Luo Si suddenly bump into the mad cult? Xu Qingqing frantically explains the whole thing, saying she honestly has no clue. At that time, Yameng had completely vanished, so the four of them split up to track her down. When they finally found her, Yameng mentioned Luo Si was actively fighting the cult. Fatty and Wu Fu immediately rushed over there to help. Wu Ling frowns deeply, completely stressing out over Wu Fu's safety. The mad cult's power level simply cannot match the Divine King Palace. Their disciples are literally Saint Venerable tier. Right now, over 10 are heading straight to the border, even if they hold back their full strength. But with most of them showing up, Wu Fu is hopelessly outnumbered. Wu Ling instantly makes a totally urgent demand. Li Ke, aside from Wu Fu, your cultivation power is the absolute highest here. Please go help him out right now. Ah, I absolutely agree to do it. Li Ke turns to Xu Qingqing and quickly asks, little girl, where exactly are Wu Fu and Luo Si? She hastily answers, out on the deck. Scene cuts right to the airship deck. Right now, Wu Fu is intensely crossing blades with Zhang Long. The villain unleashes a brutal technique called Heaven-Devouring Shaman Blade, but Wu Fu is no pushover and he instantly fires back a heavy counterattack. Now watch closely, this gets wild. He triggers the 5th Huo Shuanger Sword Art Heaven-Piercing Strike. It manifests as a massive super-muscular giant. This giant effortlessly swings its heavy blade cleanly, slicing Zhang Long's twin phantom snakes right in half. Right after that, it directly targets Zhang Long himself. The guy violently stumbles back, yelling out, not good. Zhang Long barely blocks one hit, but Wu Fu is still completely overpowering him. Our boy charges forward, sweeping his sword right at his head. Zhang Long barely dodges the move again, and seizing the chance, he violently counterattacks. Meanwhile, Wang Mengmeng runs over and catches Luo Si. He smiles warmly and says, Luo Si, I will get you out of here first. Seeing the two of them trying to escape, the cult thugs immediately swarm around them. You need our permission if you want to leave here alive. Wang Mengmeng tries to stay back to stall. Luo Si, you run first, let me hold them off. But Luo Si completely refuses. She grips her sword incredibly tight, insisting, Fatty, you are absolutely no match for them alone. We are going to fight them together. The ruthless commander just laughs out loud. Nobody is leaving here alive, so kill them. The thugs quickly charge right at the two. He stays completely calm, balling his hand into a super tight fist. The second that thug gets close enough, he unleashes an absolutely fatal blow. It smashes directly into his body. Just one single punch sends the guy flying back over 100 meters. The commander looks at him totally annoyed, muttering, way too ruthless. By now, Wang Mengmeng is already in a battle stance, shouting a very bold warning. If you dare hurt Luo Si, you are bringing death upon yourselves. The commander calmly replies back, let us just see what you have got. Wang Mengmeng gestures with his hand, yelling, bring it on. The two instantly clash one-on-one, and Wang Mengmeng easily swats him away like a fly. He openly mocks him, I guess you are pretty weak. But wait, he just fell perfectly into Wang Mengmeng's trap. The commander answers completely unbothered. You and I both know what happens next. The commander smirks, sure, you might be fine, but that woman will not be so lucky. Wang Mengmeng suddenly remembers. Wang Mengmeng whips around in a total panic, screaming Luo Si right. When his guard is completely dropped, the commander shoves his heavy sword straight through Wang Mengmeng. He furiously coughs up blood, yelling, you dirty sneaking coward. He casually yanks his blade out. getting completely distracted during a deathmatch. You really cannot blame me for that one. Luo Shi is pushed into a terrifying spot. Her internal organs are badly damaged, but she still forces herself to keep fighting. The commander turns to walk away but suddenly feels something grabbing tightly onto his ankle. Wang Mengmeng uses every ounce of his remaining strength to hold him down. You are not passing me. The ruthless commander laughs out loud, raising his heavy sword high into the air. You are so annoying. He mercilessly chops right through both of Wang Mengmeng's hands. He screams out in pure, unfiltered agony, biting his lip incredibly hard. His severely injured body violently shakes. He is desperately trying to suppress the insane physical torture. Wu Fu sees this absolute horror, completely panicking as he screams out, "Fatty, Zhang," long sighs nearby. Never expected this brother of yours to be so incredibly loyal, ruining himself just for your woman. But regardless, every single one of you dies tonight. Wu Fu's expression turns completely murderous and he furiously roars. Absolute nonsense. Meanwhile, Luo Shi is finally reaching her absolute breaking point. Clutching her bleeding wounds, she violently coughs. The thugs seize the chance to end her right there. Go, die, Wu Fu screams in pure terror. No. Tears stream down as Luo Shi completely gives up on everything. Wu Fu, I will see you in the next life. Luo Shi squeezes her eyes shut, waiting for death. But totally opposite to what she expects, a deafening shriek suddenly rings out all around them. Luo Shi snaps her eyes open in total shock. That thug is completely pinned down by sharp feathers. Who did that? Li Ke fiercely glares at him. Massive glowing wings spread incredibly wide behind her. Wu Fu cheers in absolute pure joy. Li Ke. She stands perfectly in the middle. She stands there spitting out absolutely venomous words. Mad cult scum, it has certainly been a very long time. That is where we leave it for now, trust me. Scene shifts to the airship lounge. Wu Ling patiently asks Xu Qingqing how did Wu Fu provoke the mad cult. She carefully explained everything she knew, saying, I am honestly not entirely sure either. Back on Earth, the mad cult attacked us. Wu Fu has already clashed with these crazy cultists twice, so this officially makes it the third time. Ya Meng suddenly spoke up. The astral sword. Those exact words instantly jogged Xu Qingqing's memory. Exactly, it is for the astral sword. They literally want to kill and steal it. Wu Ling pondered deeply. Don't blink because things are getting wild. Who knew Yunjian's old sword would cause this much disaster? Xu Qingqing gently squeezed her hand. Aunt Ling, please do not worry too much. Wu Fu is already a Saint tier expert now. Plus, with Senior Li Ke there, I am absolutely sure they will return safely. Suddenly, remembering something important, Xu Qingqing immediately turned to ask her, Oh right, Yameng. Why did you run outside earlier? The little girl faked a complete lie to cover her tracks, saying I was just really hungry at the time. So I went to the kitchen for snacks. Since it was a sloppy lie, it had massive holes. Xu Qingqing was totally confused. I walked past the kitchen several times but never saw you anywhere. Sweating bullets, Yameng nervously stammered out a quick reply. Ah, right after I ate, I wanted to take a nice walk outside, so you probably just completely missed me. Then Yameng quickly changed the subject to deflect the heat. Escaping the brutal interrogation, she yawned, I am getting sleepy. I am going to bed. Surprisingly, Xu Qingqing did not doubt her words at all. She gently rubbed Yameng's head and replied, Off you go. And do not worry about Wu Fu, he is incredibly strong. Ya Meng's eyes went wide as she nodded, yeah. But Wu Ling, standing right behind them, saw straight through her shady little act. She glared at the girl with a really dark expression. Cut to the array control room. Xuan Shi boldly kicked the doors wide open and strolled right in. The manager immediately screamed out, Who are you people daring to break into the array control room? Two of his minions quickly pinned him down. He thrashed around aggressively, demanding, Let me go right now. The angry manager yelled right in his face. Si Tianji, you dare attack a warship. Are you seriously not afraid the border guards will punish you? Let's pause a second, this ego is insane. Xuan Shi confidently declared, I am the era's strongest oracle, able to predict both the past and future. Going to the border to predict war, a tiny ship like this is beneath me. Besides, I am not even planning to kill you. I just need you to cooperate a little. Is that a crime? The second he finished speaking, another minion rushed right into the room to give a report. He quickly updated Xuan Shi on the situation. Boss Wu Fu has already been totally tied up by Lord Zhang Long. Looking satisfied, he replied, Good. He glanced at the manager and ordered, Go shut down the ship's entire defensive array right now. The two minions replied in unison, Yes, sir. The manager immediately protested, Absolutely not. He tried desperately to stop Xuan Shi's incredibly dangerous and reckless actions, screaming out, Say Tianji. Do you have any idea the massive consequences of doing this? If someone gets sucked into the void, Rift, can you even handle the blame? He shrugged with a smirk. Someone getting sucked into the void is exactly what I want. The manager cursed helplessly, Say Tianji, you are completely insane. Xuan Shi smirked wickedly. If it means throwing Wu Fu into the void rift, then I will gladly be insane. Tie him up. The two minions obeyed instantly. Yes, sir. Outside, the ship was entirely surrounded by a glowing safety array. The moment Xuanxi messed with the controls in the array room, the ship's massive protective shield immediately started glitching out. Shortly after, the entire array completely vanished. Xu Qingqing noticed, instantly panicking. What is happening? Why did the defensive array suddenly shut off like that? Wu Ling knew something terrible was coming, screaming, "Little Fu." Meanwhile, Yameng stood alone on the ship's roof watching the defensive array completely disappear. She smirked with satisfaction. Time to go check on Zhang Long's group. Li Ke sensed the danger. This is bad. Someone shut down the defensive array. Hurry back to the cabin. Wu Fu agreed immediately. Got it. Before they could even move, a whole group appeared in the distance. Xuanxi laughed, pretending to ask, "Where is everyone heading?" The second Wu Fu saw Xuanxi, he instantly drew the sword right into his hand. Wu Fu angrily demanded, "Was it you who shut down the defensive array?" He did not deny it. Instead, he admitted it smoothly. "That is right. Your plot armor is too thick for normal traps. And trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. But if you fall into the Void Rift, even with 100 lives, you are dead." Heath brings a massive squad to completely surround Nate and Roxy. Nate looks around and mockingly claps. "Wow, so many guys. You really prepared for this, huh?" "I know what you're thinking," Nate's cooked. But Heath just casually replies, "That's because you're way too sneaky. Brought extra guys just to make sure you don't run away." Nate's face goes totally dark. "Putting in all this effort must have been hard for you." Heath instantly denies it. No, 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 not hard at all. He says as long as he can shove him into that Void Rift, even if it is 100 times more annoying, or 1,000 times harder, he would gladly do it. Nate is still super confident in his cultivation level, smirking. "Even if you brought an army here. Alright, you and I are about to watch a wild mess." Wu Fu smirks. "Your level is way too low to catch me." Xuanxi glances over at Luo Shi. He admits catching Wu Fu is tough, but snatching the beautiful girl right next to him, super easy. The second he finishes speaking, Jiu Shi dashes like a wild hurricane, instantly grabbing Luo Shi. Caught completely off guard, Wu Fu yells Luo Shi. Jiu Shi quickly moves her aside, leaving Wu Fu absolutely mind-blown by what just happened. That speed is insane. Xuanxi casually gestures to Jiu Shi, playing the polite host. "Meet my personal bodyguard, Taoist Jiu Shi. 12,300 years of cultivation all dumped into mastering exactly one single divine skill. Instant teleportation." Wu Fu grinds his teeth in pure rage. Teleportation is one heavily annoying trick. Holding Luo Shi hostage with his sword, Xuanxi sighs in fake disappointment. "I heard you just recently tied the knot with this gorgeous lady. We are old buddies. Why was I not invited to drink wedding wine?" He keeps creeping his filthy hands all over her. Wu Fu screams, "Do not dare lay a finger on her." He immediately lets Luo Shi go. "Fine, I will not touch her." Xuanxi draws his sword and grins. "How about I just kill her instead?" Losing his mind, Wu Fu charges forward with his sword. "I will kill you first." Xuanxi simply sneers, while Jiu Shi instantly triggers his teleportation spell. Unable to land a single hit, Wu Fu stops and furiously curses Xuanxi for being a shameless coward. "Now watch closely." The villain points at the void and smirks. "Oh, I can be way worse. See those void rifts? Jump in yourself and I will let your woman go." Lu Ji screams in panic. Wu Fu do not. Jiu Shi ruthlessly suppresses her again. Wu Fu nervously calls her name while Xuanxi patiently asks, "Have you thought it through?" Wu Fu clenches his fists tightly, carefully probing to confirm the deal. "You guarantee you will release Luo Shi if I jump?" To gain his trust, the villain actually forms a heavenly contract. Xuanxi raises his hand high. "I see Tianji swear a heavenly oath right here. If you jump straight into the Void Rift, I will release your woman or let heaven and earth destroy me." Massive thunder instantly roars across the sky. He looks dead serious. Heavenly lightning has arrived. The contract is sealed, so you can rest easy. Wu Fu is mildly impressed. "Swearing a heavenly oath, you actually have some guts." Xuanxi replies with pure confidence. "I definitely have that much courage." Wu Fu thinks quietly. A heavenly oath is absolute. There is no way he dares break it. Next, he turns and hands the Starfall sword over to Li Ke with a solemn request. "Please return this sword to my father. Tell him I cannot fight side by side with him anymore." She replies smoothly, "Do not worry. I will safely seal this sword and deliver it to your father." With everything settled, Wu Fu takes one last look down into the swirling void rift. But before jumping, he asks one final question. "Why have you always been so dead set on going against me?" He clearly remembers Si Tianji hunting him down in his previous life too. Xuanxi totally dodges the question. He just smirks. Heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. Wu Fu sighs. Knowing would not change anything anyway. "You and I know this is crazy," but he jumps. Dark clouds aggressively roll overhead, lightning totally shattering the sky. Heavy rain starts pouring down. Luo Zi sits helplessly in the mud, screaming his name in absolute agony. Wu Fu Wang Meng Meng, suffering from massive physical and mental pain, also howls out loud. Wu Fu Wang Meng Meng violently sobs in pure despair. Zhang Long scoffs, winning without even fighting, huh? Xuan Shi acts like this is completely normal. He calmly replies, no need to be so mad. Wu Fu dying as heavens will, we merely followed it. Zhang Long vehemently disagrees and roars, heavens will my foot. I have never believed in that garbage. Honestly, using a woman to threaten Wu Fu is ridiculously cheap and pathetic. Typical petty villain move. Xuan Shi mutters that those achieving greatness ignore minor details. He secretly prays Wu Fu is also someone who ignores minor details like this. Otherwise, suddenly, Yemeng interrupts his thoughts. Wu Fu, you are finally dead. Xuan Shi stays silent, just frowning at Yemeng. She stares right back, the two locking eyes in heavy silence. After a moment, Xuan Shi ignores Yemeng and stares into the blurry smoke rising from the void rift. He thinks this aura feels exactly like Wu Fu. Baffled, Xuan Shi tries analyzing it. Two different soul auras. Stick with me to find out who this really is. Cut to the Spirit Clan garden in broad daylight. Nate gets woken up by some crazy noise. Flora's annoying voice just keeps echoing right in his ear. Wake up, she literally screams at him. Hurry up and wake up. Nate finally snaps out of it and opens his eyes. Flora sighs in pure relief. You're awake, but Nate is completely distracted by how pretty she is. Inside his head, he can't help but scream. So gorgeous. He stands up, looks around the place and asks, where am I? She quickly answers him. This is my personal flower garden. Then Flora suddenly remembers. Wait, are you that flower thief my dad was talking about? She puffs her cheeks out, totally furious. Unbelievable, you actually dared to sneak in here and steal my flowers. You know how hard I work to grow these. Taking care of them every day. Nate helplessly denies it. No, I didn't. Then he thinks to himself, even if I was a real flower thief, I wouldn't pick these random weeds. This girl is way too gullible. Seeing him deny it, she gets super confused and asks, then why the heck are you in my garden? Nate is completely speechless. He honestly has absolutely no idea how to explain this. Oh, but right then, a sudden flash of memory hits Nate's brain, like he just remembered something terrible. Nate drops straight to the dirt, both hands violently grabbing his head and pulling his hair. Heath's annoying sarcastic face flashes before his eyes, followed by Roxy screaming her lungs out. Finally, all the memories come flooding back to him. He remembers literally jumping straight into the void rift. He drops his hands and stands right up. But get this, the one controlling Nate's body right now, it's his inner demon. His face is completely twisted with excitement, thinking to himself. Nate jumped into the void rift and his original soul fell into a deep sleep. Now I am the one controlling this body. Nate only knew the rift kills people. But here's what you and I know, the void actually connects every single world. Anyone falling in has a super tiny chance to get randomly teleported to another dimension. The inner demon looks all over the body and realizes something crazy. This vessel doesn't have a single scratch on it. Let's dive right into this. Looks like I got isekai'd, he thinks. Suddenly, Wu Fu's inner demon reaches out, violently choking Ling Ji, screaming, where am I? He threatens her. Speak up or you're dead meat right now. Ling Ji thrashes around, gasping. I'm warning you, let me go this instant, or else my dad will literally destroy you. The demon grinds his teeth in pure rage. So you rather die than talk, huh? Right then a creepy hand just appears out of nowhere onto Ling Ji's shoulder. Slowly, those fingers slide up and cover her eyes. It's Ling Ji's very own inner demon. She giggles, whispering, why are you begging him? Just hand over your body to me, and I'll handle this trash right now. Instantly, the dark demon hijacks Ling Ji's mind. The second she takes control, she lunges straight to attack Wu Fu's demon. He scrambles backward, barely managing to dodge her crazy attack in time. But Wu Fu's demon still takes a hit. He wonders to himself, a mental attack. The demon frowns, glaring at Ling Ji while analyzing her. Her eyes are blood red, and her entire vibe is completely different from a second ago. Now pay close attention here. She's just like Wu Fu, completely possessed by her own dark thoughts. She radiates insane killing intent, laughing as she praises him. Not bad moves. The demon casually replies, right back at you. I totally thought you were a sick kitten, but turns out you're a wild tiger. Ling Ji's demon stops wasting time, winds up and launches herself into the air. In a flash, Ling Ji closes the gap right in his face. The sword in her hand practically grazes Wu Fu's eyeball, almost blinding him. He rapidly swings his own blade. Ling Ji just smirks easily, sidestepping his wild counterattack. A second later, Ling Ji completely vanishes from the demon's sight, only to suddenly pop up right behind his back like a ghost. And she even summons two shadow clones. Ling Ji aims her bow for a sneak attack, but the demon quickly shifts his spirit sword backward, perfectly blocking the incoming arrow. But she didn't just fire one shot. An absolute army of Ling Ji clones suddenly appears, firing endless arrows straight at Wu Fu's demon. He erupts with power, frantically slashing through the crazy rain of arrows flying his way. Seconds later, the demon has sliced every single arrow completely in half, without missing a beat. He combo strikes every single one of Ling Ji's clones until only the true body is left standing. The demon totally thinks he won, smirking. Found you. We both saw that coming, right? His spirit sword flies straight at her eye, but surprise, it's just another fake clone. He's totally shocked, still a fake. That's when the real Ling Ji silently materializes right behind the demon's back. She gloats with a smirk. You lose. But the demon instantly triggers a secret jutsu, creating a wooden substitute to take the hit. Meanwhile, the real demon teleports directly behind Ling Ji's back, whispering, "What were you saying?" She panics, since when Ling Ji grips her bow tight, realizing she seriously can't win against this monster. Wu Fu suddenly gets all philosophical. You sneak into my flower garden to attack me. Is this how a guest should act? He sarcastically asks, wait, is this your flower garden or does it belong to that little girl from earlier? Terrified, Ling Ji backs away. I am her and she is me. I'm warning you, don't you dare touch a single hair on my head. Let's dive into this madness. The demon smirks at her. You aren't surviving either. Why act so childish? If I let you go, do I live? Nope. If I have to die, I'm taking a gorgeous beauty like you with me. That way, the trip down to the underworld won't be so lonely. Right? Ling Ji immediately snaps right back. Other perverts just want to assault women, but you want to kill me too, he sighs, still patiently explaining. You completely misunderstood me. I am not some creepy pervert and I definitely don't want to murder you. Ling Ji isn't buying it. Then why are you sneaking around my garden? He tells the actual truth, even though he knows she won't listen. I jumped into a void rift and randomly teleported here. Do you honestly believe that? As expected, she quickly shakes her head. Not a single chance. Nobody survives a void rift. Stop trying to trick a young, innocent girl like me. Demon Wu Fu agrees. That just shows how little you actually know. Most people who enter a void rift will die, sure. But a super tiny fraction actually gets teleported to an entirely different location. She glares. My dad says humans are giant liars. I don't believe a single word you say. He suddenly panics. Wait, isn't this human territory? She scoffs. Drop the act. This is the Western 13 provinces, the spirit capital 10,000 Spirit City. Nearly 10 million miles away from humans, he desperately tries to remember. He mutters under his breath. Spirit race. Li Ke actually told Wu Fu about this crazy place before. The decaying alien realms split into 5 regions, east, south, west, north, and center. She had carefully explained this. Now watch closely, this gets wild. The east holds the ancient gods and countless powerful demons. The south is human territory, the frozen north, that is entirely controlled by brutal bear tribes and snow maidens. The center is ruled by the most overpowered demon race. Meanwhile, the north has a tiny population, but the west houses the absolute hardest race to deal with, the spirit race. They can literally predict the future and perfectly see the past. Demon Wu Fu finally realizes, I teleported straight into the alien realm. Suddenly, Ling Ji's soldiers swarm the area completely surrounding Demon Wu Fu. Lai Long barks out, you bold pervert. You harassed noble ladies in the capital and now you dare try to assassinate the princess. Surrender immediately. Ling Ji nervously draws her bow but accidentally lets the bowstring slip from her fingers. The second that arrow flies, she realizes she messed up. But instantly another arrow shoots out, perfectly splitting her arrow in half with insane force. A second arrow is fired simultaneously, blocking a spirit sword aiming right for her. Both arrows then slam directly into a nearby tree. You saw that right, Lai Long fired perfectly. The demon gasps. A double arrow shot. One stops the crazy tiger lady, the other stops my sword. This guy's archery is incredibly elite. His cultivation has to be peak saint level. Lai Long yells, take him down. A guard shoves Wu Fu. Behave. He instantly realizes what they just slapped on his wrists. These cuffs completely seal away human spiritual power. With the demon fully restrained, Lai Long drops to his knee, bowing to Ling Ji. Your Highness, forgive my delay in rescuing you. Ling Ji has finally calmed down and reverted to normal. She sighs. I'm fine, it's not your fault. But is. She runs over and brutally kicks Demon Wu Fu. It's this disgusting human's fault. Weren't you acting all tough and arrogant a second ago? Why so pathetic now? Come on, try to kill me. He just grits his teeth, thinking to himself. Even a fierce tiger gets bullied by dogs when out of its territory. I'll remember this. Lai Long quickly intervenes. Your Highness, I still need to properly investigate if he's actually a pervert. Please don't resort to personal torture. It makes my job incredibly difficult. Ling Ji blinks in surprise. Wait, no personal torture. He nods respectfully. No, Your Highness. She clearly doesn't care. Ling Ji winds up her leg again, kicking Wu Fu one more time. I'm just kicking him to vent. This totally isn't actual torture. She is literally fuming with anger. Lai Long physically steps in front of the demon, patiently reminding her. I just said no personal torture. Why won't you listen to me? She crosses her arms stubbornly. A few kicks won't kill him, Lai Long sighs, turning to his soldiers. Take this creep away. Cell 137 Ling Ji leaves and he yells, wait, trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Let's dive into this wild mess. Two guards are chatting, pointing out Cell 137, the absolute worst slaughterhouse prison ever. The general is definitely furious since this guy harassed the princess. Inner demon Wu Fu completely interrupts them, yelling, I didn't touch your precious princess, and I am not some flower thief. Despite his loud denials, those two guards treat him like absolute thin air. They just keep gossiping away. The general and the princess are childhood sweethearts, you know. They grew up totally close together. Since the princess got assaulted by this creep, our general is absolutely seeing red. Oh yeah, the general might act completely calm, saying no private punishments. Inner demon screams out, are you idiots even listening to me? They just ignore him, dragging him along. They literally keep chatting the entire walk to the grand dungeon, whispering, we are throwing this poor punk into that literal hellhole. Isn't that basically guaranteeing he won't survive the night? Do you think the general is just using his public power for personal revenge? Shut up, that is exactly what he's doing. Scene cuts to the busy main streets of 10,000 Spirits City, where Wuhan, also widely known as the capital's infamous flower thief, has literally ruined over 10 noble ladies just this past month. People call him the noble lady killer. Right now, he is silently creeping on the pretty girls around town. That figure, that pretty face, that perfect aura. Absolute top tier. I'm hitting her house tonight. Suddenly, a loud paperboy starts shouting, extra extra, the capital's flower thief just assaulted Princess Ling Ji right inside her own royal flower garden. Caught red-handed by General Lei Long, currently locked in the sky prison, Wu Hen just blinks, totally stunned. Huh. Wait, aren't I the capital's only flower thief? He calls the kid over. Hey bro, give me a paper. The kid holds it out, saying, 1 copper. Wu Hen instantly tosses a coin right into his hand. Here. He starts reading the article super seriously. Capital's flower thief fails to assault Princess Ling Ji, captured completely alive by the mighty General Lei Long. Wu Hen literally gasps in pure awe. Going straight for the actual princess, so gutsy. Even I can't compete with that. Fully grasping the situation, he casually folds the paper up. Wu Hen sneers with total disrespect. Caught on your very first try. Absolutely tragic. I can tell just by looking, your prep work was straight up garbage, my guy. Suddenly, a random thought completely hits him. Wait a second, haven't I totally visited this specific beauty before too? Weren't they first-timers for me too? Wait. Wu Hen is totally shocked. Does this guy share my exact exotic taste? Now watch what happens next. He panics. No way, I definitely have to go rescue my ultimate soulmate. Back at the Royal Grand Dungeon, those two guards dragging inner demon Wu Fu still haven't stopped their annoying yapping. They literally keep babbling while walking. The 10,000 Spirits Clan dungeon is split into 5 massive tiers top to bottom, ranging from Tier A down to Tier E. Tier C and lower basic tribulation realm criminals. Above Tier C holds the heavyweights. Tier A is maximum security, locking up the absolute worst villains alive. Every single one boasts Holy Venerable cultivation or higher. And right here, they casually drop a massive piece of intel. The absolute most dangerous psycho is locked in Cell, a 137, a terrifying half-step God King tier powerhouse. He literally slaughtered 4 tribes, 13 regions, and 26 cities. Tens of millions of innocent souls perished under his bloody blade. Just talking about it, one guard's face goes completely pale. He is an unbelievably strong, straight-up horrifying monster of a man. The second guard visibly shivers in pure terror, replying. The last guy locked in with him literally got swallowed alive. Those two quickly yank out their keys, swing the massive cell door wide open, and instantly shove inner demon Wu Fu right inside. Before bailing, they yell, you're on your own now, buddy. He just sits there, in total silence. The exact second he's locked in, those cowardly guards literally sprint away, screaming, hurry up, let's go. You and I both know he ain't scared. He just thinks, is it really that terrifying? Then mere seconds later, a creepy voice echoes from the pitch-black shadows. Another fresh meat, inner demon gasps, realizing, wait, this is a human's aura. Scene cuts outside the dungeon, skies perfectly clear. Wu Hen takes total advantage of the empty patrol routes. He swiftly leaps across the city, rooftops masked up looking exactly like a ninja. Where did they lock up my soulmate? Hours literally drag by. Wu Hen just stubbornly stakes out the entire dungeon perimeter until super late into the night. Suddenly, a random guard randomly glances straight up at the roof. Spooked out of his mind, Wu Hen instantly ducks into hiding. Dripping with cold sweat, he sighs, way too close, almost got busted right there. He watches carefully, then finally leaps down. Right at that moment, Lord Su unexpectedly visits the prison. Spotting him, the guards happily bow. Welcome back, Lord Su. He cheerfully waves back at them. Hello, hello. Seeing Lord Su leave, an absolutely devious plan pops into Wu Hen's head. Bingo. He totally disguises himself as Lord Su. Trust me, you're going to want to see how this crazy infiltration plays out next. Let's jump right into the chaos. Why did you come back? Wu Hen lies. Didn't General Lai Long catch that flower thief today? He ordered a night interrogation. The guard totally falls for it, nodding. Ah, I see. Officer Su works so hard, they buy it, but these two guards still look a little confused. Did this fat guy offend General Lai Long? Interrogating the flower thief means bumping into that crazy prisoner. Sweating bullets, Wu Hen keeps digging for info. Not hard work at all, just doing my noble duty. By the way, where is that flower thief locked up? I suddenly forgot. The guard secretly curses him. You did not forget, you just do not care. The guard replies, cell block B, number 137. Wu Hen hears this and completely freaks out. What did you just say? Block B, number 137. He nods. Exactly, General Lai Long arranged this personally. Do you want to do the night interrogation right now? Let me get the keys for you. He panics. No need. Wu Hen desperately invents another excuse to bolt. I remembered my mom is cooking meat, gotta go home. The soup will dry up, tomorrow is fine. The guard agrees. Yeah, you better head back early. Before finishing his sentence, he sprints away. See ya, the guard yells after him. Hey, Officer Su. Come early tomorrow, I will have the room keys ready. Wu Hen completely ignores him and keeps running. The guard watches him leave helplessly. Man, he is fast. Wu Hen dashes out like a literal hurricane. He quickly hides in an empty alley. Then he tears off all of Officer Su's annoying clothes and throws them out. Now pay attention, this is wild. Are you kidding me? My soulmate is locked up with that crazy mass murderer Bai Qi. He jumps out and accidentally steps right on the clothes he just tossed. Furious, Wu Hen screams out loud. That little punk Lai Long is totally taking personal revenge. Did he not just mess around with the princess a bit? Feeling super unfair for Wu Fu, he screams into the night. Is it even worth it? Looking absolutely heartbroken, he continues to yell under the bright full moon. My poor soulmate will not even see tomorrow's sunlight. Is this what they call a doomed friendship? So tragic. Meanwhile, in the main prison, Wu Fu's inner demon faces the absolute bloodthirsty monster inside Bai Qi. His eyes glow red, letting out a terrifying laugh. The demon stares at Bai Qi's chains. He smartly notices these chains look different but work exactly like his own restrictive cuffs. They seal away human spiritual power. Honestly, this is great news for me. He dashes at the demon, wildly screaming. Blood, I want blood. Wu Fu's inner demon knows he cannot match Bai Qi's strength. We both feel that insane killer intent, right? His combat experience is way higher. Can I actually beat him with just my skills? He smirks evilly. Bai Qi raises his fist, ready to strike. He channels all his power into a massive punch. The demon dodges perfectly. Missing Wu Fu, Bai Qi's fist violently connects with a thick prison wall instead. A massive explosion echoes loudly throughout the entire dungeon. Bai Qi does not stop there, leaping high into the air. Wu Fu's demon grabs his arm. He sneers. Caught you. Bai Qi just laughs loudly, then completely flips the script with a brutal kick, hitting the demon with agonizing pain. That surprise attack instantly makes him cough up fresh blood. Wu Fu's blood splatters across Bai Qi's face, and he happily licks it off. The demon, in pure agony, curls into a ball on the cold floor, internally panicking. Why the hell is he so ridiculously strong? Bai Qi lifts him by the collar. You are way too weak. Call out your other soul. The demon gasps. How do you know I have another soul? Cut back outside the prison walls. Now covered in a blood-red defensive magic array. Wu Hen stands nearby, totally chilling out, admiring the glowing prison light. Haven't seen something this bright in forever. My soulmate, you better hold on and survive this absolute madness. Scene shift to Princess Lingji's bedroom, watching everything unfold from a completely different city. Seeing the faint glow, she immediately blurts out. The prison's defense array got triggered, Lai Long explains. Anyone locked in cell block B number 137 will definitely provoke that guy. He asks, Your Highness, I do not get it. You saved him, so why lock him with Bai Qi? Isn't that basically a death sentence? Trust me, and I want to see this. Remember how we first met him? Flashback to 1 month ago. Stick with me, we are diving into a wild one. A void rift tears open right in the royal garden. Lai Long screams, Your Highness, careful. That crack right there is a spatial tear. Wu Fu literally just teleported out of that void directly into their world. Princess Lingji steps up to observe. Lai Long is super confused. Who the heck is this guy and why drop into our palace? Plus, he is completely covered in brutal wounds. Lingji takes one look and answers. This guy just went through a dark side heavenly awakening. Probably some human genius from the southern region, she guesses out loud. The human race is super skilled with teleportation arrays. Most likely, he was being hunted by enemies, completely panicked, and accidentally warped right to this exact spot. Lingji sends her energy into Wu Fu to check. Unfortunately, his dual primordial spirits are wrecked and his light side is basically collapsing. His dark side is totally dormant too. But suddenly, she spots something crazy. Wait a minute, what is this power? Lingji barks an order. Instantly, Lai Long, go grab the soul-nourishing grass right now. He quickly bows and obeys. Snapping right back to reality, the princess continues her thought. I found pure void energy buried deep inside of his primordial spirit. Now pay attention, this is huge. The high priest predicted that whoever holds void energy will become the absolute ultimate wild card in the upcoming war. The massive war between our realm and the 3,000 worlds. Lai Long frowns. If that is true, why did you even save him? Wouldn't just killing him be way less of a headache? Ling Ji simply asks, did the high priest ever specify if this wild card was good or bad? He shakes his head. Never, your highness. While the high priest was alive, he could literally read the heavens. He secured victories from miles away, but his visions were always super vague and incredibly hard to decode. Us normal officials definitely cannot read divine secrets. Ling Ji casually swirls her wine glass, since the outcome is a total coin flip right now. Why rush things? The Southern 100 tribes are constantly at war, so we need to be fully prepared as soon as humanly possible. Lai Long pushes his luck with another question. Then why exactly did you lock him in Block B's cell number 137? Ling Ji answers calmly. Did you happen to notice that his sword looked incredibly familiar? He pauses, then realizes, you are right, it really did. I have definitely seen it somewhere before. She suddenly turns completely around. Then she gazes upward. Is it from this exact painting right here? Lai Long gasps, suddenly realizing it is the legendary Star Sword. I know what you were thinking. Action time. Cut to cell Block B, room 316. Late at night, Wu Fu's inner demon is totally pinned down by Bai Qi. He instantly recognizes the weapon. The Star Sword. Wait, are you actually a descendant of Gu Xingchen? The inner demon sneers. Looks like you were pretty good friends with my ancient ancestor, huh? Then he fires off an attack without warning. The Star Sword shoots straight at Bai Qi's back. He turns around and catches the blade bare-handed. Bai Qi literally laughs at him. Way too weak. That kind of basic attack does absolutely nothing to me. The inner demon glares. Oh, are you sure about that? He only used that initial strike as pure bait. His real ultimate move is the Star Sword Art Falling Galaxy. Bai Qi starts getting super hyped. The Star Sword Art, wow, it has been a long time since I saw that. But do you seriously think a move like this is enough to take me down? Cut right back to the Spirit Tribe Palace. Inside the princess's bedroom late at night, Ling Ji is still chatting with Lai Long, happily responding to what he just said. Spot on, that is the Star Sword. If I am right, that guy has to be the God King Gu Xingchen's direct descendant. Lai Long is slow on the uptake. But what does any of this have to do with Bai Qi? Ling Ji carefully explains. Bai Qi used to be our tribe's absolute strongest warrior. At age 13, he triggered the Heavenly Awakening and unlocked his dark side. At 15, he became a legend in just one fight. He fought 1,732 battles in his life, losing only once. People called him the Thousand Wind War God. She reveals the heavy past years ago after his one crushing defeat to Gu Xingchen. He completely fell from grace. Ling Ji knows exactly why he changed so drastically. His light side went into a very deep sleep. The dark side hijacked his body for way too long, ruining the balance. Bai Qi simply turned into a mindless slaughterer. Ling Ji stares into her wine glass, scheming. If we can just wake up his light side, our tribe gets its war god back. She firmly states that to awaken his light side, they absolutely have to destroy his inner demon once and for all. Bai Qi only lost one fight his entire life. His ultimate inner demon is Gu Xingchen, who died in battle a long time ago. So the only way to summon his light side is... Suddenly, Lai Long finally connects the dots in his head. He has to be Gu Xingchen's descendant, but he hesitates. Princess Bai Qi cannot use any of his spiritual power right now. Meanwhile, that kid can fully wield the Star Sword. I am really worried. Ling Ji gently sets her wine glass down. She reassures him, do not panic. Light and dark, good and evil counter each other. With the light gone, his dark gets even stronger. Bai Qi cannot use spiritual power, but he controls literally endless killing intent. He erupts with terrifying force, snapping the swords right in half. A massive summoned hand lunges straight at the inner demon. Trust me, you and I absolutely need to see what happens next. Let's jump right into the madness. He barely dodges the attack and boom, 5 massive handprints smash directly into the prison floor. That earth-shattering strike was so incredibly powerful, it actually shook the magic barrier covering the entire prison. 2 guards outside are literally shaking in their boots. They mutter he is starting up again. This is absolutely terrifying. Someone marvels at the scene. His spiritual energy is completely sealed, yet he can still set up such a massive array. Truly worthy of being our god of war. Wu Hen sneaks right into the group of guards, thinking to himself, soulmate, this time next year, I will burn some incense for you. Just rest in peace, buddy. Back at the Capital Prison's cell block B number 317, inner demon Wu Fu is dodging nonstop right now. He is desperately avoiding Bai Qi's brutal attacks. Sweating heavily, he realizes that raw power is totally undeniable even without any spiritual energy. The guy literally turns pure killing intent into a physical entity. No wonder those guards were absolutely terrified. Bai Chi grabs an arrow. He laughs like an absolute maniac. You run pretty fast. Kid Bai Chi slowly steps forward looking majestic as hell while drawing his bow. Like a real god of war, his aura completely overwhelms inner demon Wu Fu. This is the legendary Heaven and Earth avatar. Watch closely, this is insane. Manifesting an avatar with zero magic, just pure killing intent. Right after Bai Chi decisively lets go, a massive storm of arrows violently targets inner demon Wu Fu. Luckily, he throws up his shield just in time to block most of them. One remaining arrow is still flying straight at the inner demon's face. He quickly summons his mental sword and slices that arrow right in half. Inner demon Wu Fu is starting to panic. Damn it, if this keeps up, this absolute madman will kill me sooner or later. But right at that moment, a voice suddenly rings out, "Just leave this to me." The inner demon is completely shocked. "It is you." We cut to the princess's dark bedroom. Lai Long rests his chin, thinking hard. So that is it. But doing it this way, Bai Chi's murderous aura from slaughtering 10 million people is absolutely not something an ordinary guy who does not know how to use spiritual energy can actually survive. I fear Bai Chi's righteous mind has not even woken up yet. That guy already died under Bai Chi's arrow. Ling Ji already calculated everything perfectly from the start. She reassures him, "You need not worry about this." His righteous mind has already been fully restored. She walks over to the balcony, looking at the starry sky and says, surviving death itself. The light has not faded. After a massive disaster, that light grows incredibly strong. Ling Ji shifts her gaze towards the prison. She continues her analysis. Bai Qi, innate light naturally suppresses the darkness. By now, the righteous mind of Gu Xingqian's descendant has become ridiculously powerful. If you want to defeat him, your only option left is to finally awaken the sleeping half of your own soul. We cut back to the capital prison cell block, a number 137 at night. Bai Qi flashes a truly dark smile. "You and I both know this villain's speech." He glares at Wu Fu. "Kid, if you can't hold on, kneel and beg for your life. Considering who your ancestors are, I will at least leave your corpse completely intact." He states this so calmly. "Are you done talking? Because now it is my turn." The inner demon stabs his sword straight into the dirt rapidly, switching his primordial spirit. Getting ready to fight Bai Qi, his eyes instantly change. He glares right back with a gaze as sharp as a deadly blade. Bai Qi laughs loudly. "Oh, you switched back." The inner demon is stunned. He actually noticed I swapped my primordial spirit. The spirit in front of him suddenly bursts into fierce raging flames. He panics, asking himself out loud, why did Wu Fu's soul turn into this? Bai Qi just keeps drawing his bow. "So what if you switched? You still die." 3 brutal arrows are fired simultaneously. Inner demon Wu Fu just smirks. Gripping his mental sword incredibly tight, he swings 3 fast strikes effortlessly, deflecting all 3 incoming arrows away. At the exact same moment, he launches off the ground. In a literal blink, Wu Fu closes the entire distance right up to Bai Qi. Bai Qi uses his bow to block the sword. He retreats while rapidly shooting, but the inner demon's new spirit form is just so much stronger. He confidently slices the next arrow in half and immediately chases Bai Qi down. The inner demon is going straight for the ultimate finishing blow. Right at the most critical second, a literal third eye sprouts directly on Bai Chi's forehead, and he just sneers. A blazing arrow forms straight out of that eye. It shoots out at lightning speed, easily blasting the mental sword completely out of the way. Inner demon Wu Fu hastily jumps back to keep a safe distance. Bai Qi barely escaped that deadly exchange in one piece. He analyzes the fight. After switching to his righteous mind, his speed is honestly many times faster than it ever was before. If it were not for my heavenly eye being able to predict his every single move, I would definitely be severely injured right now. Inner demon Wu Fu stares at the still glowing arrow stuck in the dirt. He admits, "You really have quite a few crazy tricks." Bai Qi slowly replies, "The exact same goes for you. I thought your mind shattered, but trust me, you absolutely need to see Wu Fu's wild new body transformation next." Let us dive right into this wild story. Memories of his fall into the void tunnel flash back where his inner demon confidently declared, "I will not let you die here." Just before that, when Wu Fu was teleported over to this place, he luckily got patched up by Ling Ji using some extremely rare medicinal herbs. At the time, she literally gasped, saying, "100 spirit herb is incredibly precious. This kid is hitting the absolute jackpot." The primordial spirit of Wu Fu, that had faded by almost half just moments ago, suddenly gets fully restored. His inner demon is completely confused, asking, "What do you mean by righteous thoughts?" Bai Qi keeps his bow drawn, aiming right at him and smirks. "If you want to know, defeat me first, then I will tell you." The inner demon practically radiates energy. "Exactly as you wish." Meanwhile, Lai Long stands there thinking hard about what Ling Ji had just told him. Your Highness Bai Qi is literally the absolute strongest warrior our clan has ever seen. Back then, when he went up against Gu Xingqian, both were at the early Divine King tier. They were evenly matched. So why did he actually lose? She explains it simply. That royal brother of mine had massive pride. At the time, he was the literal war god of the spirit clan. His battle records were legendary, while Gu Xingqian was just a total rookie stepping onto the battlefield for the first time. Ling Ji sits down carefully, recounting the exact reason. He genuinely thought Gu Xingqian was not worthy of his full power, so before fighting, he swapped his god-slaying arrow for a sword. It was his weakest weapon. Fighting someone at the exact same tier using his weakness against their biggest strength, of course he lost. Lai Long finally puts the pieces together. Oh, that makes sense. Extremely curious, he asks, so, what if Bai Qi had actually used his god-slaying arrow? Ling Ji's face instantly goes dark, and she replies, the arrow lives up to its name, gods. Arrive, slay gods. Buddhas arrive, slay Buddhas. Now watch closely, back in the dungeon, the clash between Bai Qi and Wu Fu's inner demon is far from over. The inner demon steps straight up into the air, while Bai Qi immediately draws his bow tracking right behind him. Where are you running? His arrow smashes right into the side wall. The inner demon completely vanishes, leaving Bai Qi staring in pure shock. Where did he go? The moment he speaks, Wu Fu's inner demon suddenly pops up right behind him. Are you looking for me? He lunges forward, attacking Bai Qi with a star sword. But with years of hardcore veteran battle experience, he instantly predicts the inner demon's attack angle. Even though he saw it coming, Bai Qi's body still takes a nasty scratch from the hit. He casually brushes it off, saying, injured by this kid again. The other primordial spirit inside him starts mocking, you are way too weak. Those words instantly make Bai Qi completely furious. Shut your mouth. But that annoying voice just keeps echoing, constantly tearing him down. If he keeps this up, you are definitely going to lose. The other primordial spirit inside him just keeps throwing out insults. You already lost to Gu Xingqian once, and now you are losing to his descendant. Absolutely enraged, Bai Qi punches the empty air in frustration. Then he screams out loud, I told you to shut up. The inner demon stares at Bai Qi in total surprise, secretly wondering to himself, did this guy just go totally insane? The other primordial spirit inside Wu Fu quickly warns, no, he is talking to his own alternate primordial spirit. I know what you are thinking. This is bad. He cannot let him switch spirits. The inner demon panics, instantly gripping his star sword tight, planning to finish Bai Qi with one clean strike. But Bai gently dodges to the side, catching the blade bare-handed. Right after that, his hair starts shifting into a blazing, brilliant gold, glowing just like the sun itself. The bright side of Bai Qi has officially been awakened by Wu Fu's demon. Even the bow in his hands undergoes a massive, crazy transformation. Next up, he just smiles and grips his bow. The inner demon frowns, cranking his guard up to maximum. Meanwhile, the guards outside the cell are constantly gossiping in total chaos. They have been fighting for an hour. This new kid is seriously tough. No matter how he resists, he will lose anyway. Is that really our undefeated god of war? Suddenly, Wu Hen chimes in from behind, completely cutting off their entire conversation. What undefeated god of war did he not still lose to Gu Xingqian anyway? Hearing this, the two guards immediately flare up with absolute anger. They glare daggers right at Wu Hen and shout, what do you even know? Back then, before the war god went into that battle, he swapped out his god-slaying weapon, which is why Gu Xingqian won. If the war god had just used his god-slaying arrow, victory would have absolutely belonged to him. Wu Hen is not scared at all, stubbornly arguing using his own bizarre logic. Gu Xingqian uses a sword which is meant for close combat. The god-slaying arrow can only be used to attack from a long distance. Once Gu Xingqian gets close, it would only make Bai Qi lose even faster. The guards are absolutely furious, driven completely insane by his annoying words. This little punk dares to mock our great war god, let us beat him up. They all scream out in unison, yeah, beat him to a pulp. The guards rush in and hilariously start punching each other. They have absolutely zero idea that Wu Hen has already sneaked away from the chaos. He shakes his head in total disappointment. Young people today are just so rude, fighting over the smallest things. But right at that very moment, Wu Hen gets spotted by another guard outside who yells out, that kid is over there, chase after him right now. Wu Hen instantly books it, running for his life. You and I just watched peak comedy, he still shouts back, come catch me. The angry guards chase after him, hey, punk, do not run. Let's dive right in together. Wu Hen is running for his life in absolute panic, staring straight at the main gate ahead. Seeing his chance, he sneaks inside to dodge the heavily armed guards hunting him down. But the second he steps in, he sees Wu Fu's inner demon slammed hard against a wall. He gasps in pure shock, is this my true soulmate? Looking at that brutally beaten body, it's just completely pathetic. The inner demon just silently, slowly forces himself to sit up. Meanwhile, Bai Qi grips his bow and arrow tightly, floating menacingly high in the air. Bai Qi glares down at them and confidently announces, "The god of war of Wanling City has finally returned." Scene shift, Lai Long gets curious and asks, "Your Highness, if Gu Xingqian's descendant somehow survives past tonight, how exactly should we deal with him?" Ling Ji thinks it over for a second before deciding. When dealing with an unpredictable wild card, the absolute best method is to keep him working right under our noses forever. Completely misunderstanding her actual meaning, Lai Long's face instantly drops in pure, utter shock. "Are you saying you want Gu Xingqian's descendant to become your royal husband?" Ling Ji turns around, completely confused, and goes, "Huh." He awkwardly tries to explain, "Isn't a royal husband the person closest to a princess?" She looks even more confused and replies, "Aren't you standing incredibly close to me right now, too?" Only after saying that out loud does Ling Ji finally realize. She awkwardly clears things up. "I actually meant putting Gu Xingqian's descendant into our military." Still uneasy, he openly shares his own worries. "Gu Xingqian's descendant is an outsider. I am afraid he might have some hidden dangerous ambitions." Ling Ji just softly chuckles and replies, "Those dangerous ambitions are exactly what I want. Now pay attention here because you don't want to miss this." Back in the prison, the brutal fight continues with endless swords relentlessly raining down. Bai Qi immediately leaps back smoothly, dodging every single relentless attack coming his way. Then he draws his bow and takes aim directly at Wu Fu's demon. The demon uses his star sword to casually deflect that incoming arrow away, but right after being knocked off its deadly path, that arrow slams straight into the nearby wall. Fueled by absolutely terrifying raw power, that solid stone wall instantly cracks and shatters into massive chunks. The inner demon gasps in shock, thinking, "That arrow is way too overpowered. Lai Long and Bai Qi are absolute monsters. Is the Spirit Clan actually specialized in archery? Why did Li Ke never mention this crazy detail?" Bai Qi immediately pulls his bow back again. He yells out a loud warning, "Hey kid, don't get distracted now." Bai Qi brutally fires off yet another lightning-fast arrow, slamming it right near where the inner demon is standing. Wu Fu's demon looks up, scanning the tiny prison cell, and suddenly gets a brilliant idea. "If I just flood this entire tiny cell with my sword aura, his arrows won't even be able to scratch me." With a solid plan in mind, the inner demon violently stabs his blade straight into the ground beneath him. He unleashes an epic technique known as the Star Sword Art, the heaven-breaking strike. Meanwhile, Bai Qi stands off to the side, relentlessly pulling his bow and firing endless arrows at Wu Fu's demon. Getting slightly annoyed, he thinks to himself, "Under this kid's intense sword aura, my arrows literally cannot hit him at all." Suddenly, Bai Qi realizes that the entire space around them has completely shifted. "It is too cramped in here, my movements are totally restricted. If this keeps dragging on like this, I will have no choice but to awaken that guy." The inner demon smirks proudly and says, "Your bow and arrows are completely useless now. You lose on this next move." "But I know what you are thinking." He suddenly looks up in panic and screams, "Not good." Immediately, a massive sword crashes straight down right where he was standing. The inner demon watches the whole epic impact from a short distance away. He mocks him, "You lost." Yet Bai Qi does not have a single scratch on him. He bursts out laughing, "Little kid, who exactly are you calling the loser here?" He praises, "That sword is truly incredible, actually managing to slice through the iron chains that trapped me for tens of thousands of years. You truly live up to being Gu Xingqian's descendant." Only then does Wu Fu's demon finally notice the heavy chains lying snapped at his feet. The demon instantly flashes back to how Bai Qi acted just moments ago, perfectly dodging out of the way right as the sword slashed down. The demon keeps replaying it, carefully analyzing every single move, realizing he literally used the Star Sword's strike to slice through those chains. What an absolutely brilliant plan, but he quickly spots something off here. There is one weird detail: the iron chains were cut by my own attack. The inner demon carefully scans Bai Qi's entire body, noticing there is still absolutely zero spiritual energy flowing through him, so he quickly shifts his focus over to the heavy chains down at Bai Qi's feet and deduces, looks like the real thing sealing his spiritual energy away was actually the chains on his legs, not the ones on his upper body. Wu Fu's demon flashes a wicked smirk. If he still cannot use any spiritual energy, then what is there to even be afraid of? Meanwhile, staring off into the distance, Ling Ji suddenly spots something. Overjoyed, Ling Ji whispers to herself, "Royal brother, you have finally come back." She quickly runs off to get a closer look, calling out, "Lai Long, come with me to the grand prison immediately." He instantly replies, "Yes, your highness." Scene shift to outside the capital's grand prison. Every single soldier below kneels down in complete unison to welcome Bai Qi, celebrating the god of war's glorious return to the mortal world. He steps out of the prison, step by step, repeatedly calling out, "My dear little sister." Bai Qi deliberately teases her, "If you are already here, why hide? Are you scared?" Ling Ji panics. "What are you saying? We're siblings." And that's where we leave it, trust me. You'll want to see what happens next. Let us dive into this wild family drama. Seriously, since when does a little sister ever actually fear her own big brother? Bai Qi looks down from above and says, you locked me in a massive prison before and kept me there for tens of thousands of years. Now that I am finally out, of course, you are terrified I will get revenge. Hearing this, Lingji gets absolutely furious and yells out an order. Why are you standing up there? Get down here right now. Bai Qi immediately starts sweating, lowering his voice completely. I am coming down right now. The second he lands, Lingji grabs him by the ear, scolding him. You massacred the merfolk and Medusa tribes. You destroyed 26 cities and wiped out 28,230,000 innocent lives back then. Do you have any idea how much money I had to pay in compensation for that? She screams, absolutely losing her mind. And you still dare to act tough with me. Do you want a beating? Terrified, the great warrior Bai Qi quickly stammers, Little Ling, I was totally wrong. Can you please let go of my ear? So many people are staring right now. Lingji completely ignores the huge crowd watching them. She just drags Bai Qi away by the ear. The two nearby guards are smart enough to play along. They awkwardly pretend to change the subject. Wow, the moon is so round tonight and barely any mosquitoes. Overhearing this, Wu Hen lets out a long sigh. I cannot believe the legendary god of war is actually terrified of his own little sister. Suddenly, another random voice chimes in from out of nowhere. And I never thought Bai Lingji was actually an old woman who lived for tens of thousands of years. Wu Hen replies without even thinking twice. Not just tens of thousands, more like millions of years, right? After saying that, Wu Hen finally realizes something is totally off and turns around. Wait, who said that? He runs over and grabs Wu Fu's inner demon by the hand. My soulmate, you are not dead. The inner demon violently swats his hand away. Who is your soulmate? Wu Hen pulls out a whole list filled with pictures of girls he has flirted with. Look at this, we basically chase after the exact same type of women. He smirks and adds, but I never actually went after the princess. Either way, the two of us clearly have the exact same taste. You are basically my soulmate. Now pay attention. This is hilarious. Hearing this, the inner demon gets absolutely furious. So this is why everyone thought I was a flower thief. So what do you and I make of this? The demon yells at Wu Hen, taking the blame for her while Bai Qi just watches. All right, let us jump right into this mess together. He smirks. Wow, you swap souls fast. Sin Mo coldly replies, it is all the same anyway. Ling Ji suddenly spots Wu Hen lurking there and asks Qingqiu, Wu Hen, what in the world are you doing here? He immediately makes up a terrible lie. I heard the scenery is pretty, so I came looking. Well, since it is getting dark now, I really should bounce. The second he finishes talking, he literally turns tail and sprints away like an absolute coward. Ling Ji carefully bandages Shin Mo up. He immediately starts whining, I told you already I am no flower thief, but you never listen. She just smiles and says, yeah, I know you are not the thief. Shin Mo angrily yells back, then why lock me in a cell with that lunatic? We both feel his frustration here, right? Holding back his pain, he asks, the real thief literally just ran away, are you guys not going to catch him? Ling Ji gets totally serious. We do not dare. Shin Mo is totally baffled. You guys are literally a princess and a war god, who can you not catch? She carefully explains that Guy is the prince of the Qingqiu Fox clan, honestly the #1 strongest tribe in the east right now. He might even become the next demon emperor, so I absolutely cannot offend him. After finishing up the bandages, Ling Ji stands up and says, your wounds are not that bad. Just rest for a bit, and you will be fine. Bai Qi chimes in, if you had not secretly told me to spare this kid, well, trust me, you and I know how that ends. Let's jump right into the madness. He's been dead a long time, Ling Ji tells Lai Long, immediately turning her back. Lai Long, taken back to the royal palace, he immediately replies, yes, your highness. Meanwhile, Wu Hen stands on a city rooftop quietly plotting to himself. The humans have always claimed the legendary Star Sword had completely vanished, but now it seems that was just a giant bluff. He turns and orders his subordinate, go back and report to my mother. I won't be returning for now. I need to see exactly what game the Spirit Clan is playing. The subordinate respectfully bows. Yes. Cut to the Spirit Clan's royal palace. It's daytime and Wu Fu has finally taken back full control of his own body. He wakes up and kicks off the blankets. Wu Fu pushes the window wide open, soaking in the warm, bright morning sunlight. Wu Fu quickly gets dressed. He stares up at the sky, feeling super homesick, wondering how Luo Shi and the others are doing. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoes from outside his door. He calls out, come in. A Spirit Clan maid respectfully announces, sir, the princess has summoned you to the Great Hall. Wu Fu just nods his head, replying, sure. Walking into the massive hall, he can see from a distance that 3 people are already standing there waiting for him. Looking closer, those 3 are none other than Bai Qi, Ling Ji, and Lai Long. Wu Fu follows the maid, nervously glancing around as he walks. He wonders to himself, so many people, are they trapping me like a rat? The maid leads him right to Ling Ji and respectfully says, Princess Young Master Wu Fu has been brought here. Ling Ji snaps her fingers and orders, all of you leave us at once. The spirit maids bow their heads, saying yes. Suddenly changing her entire vibe, Lingji loudly interrogates him. Speak, who exactly are you? Why did you suddenly appear in my garden? Wu Fu thinks to himself there is absolutely no way I can reveal my true identity. So Wu Fu makes up a wild lie. If you all know the Star Sword, then you must know I am the descendant of Gu Xingchen. Lingji looks totally suspicious. But your last name is Wu. He calmly replies, I took my mother's name. She is from the Wuji clan. Now watch this smooth save. Wu Fu is secretly panicking, unsure if the alien realm even has a Wuji clan. Bai Qi is shocked. Unbelievable. You possess the bloodline of two major royal families. Spit it out. What is your exact purpose in coming to the Spirit Clan? Hearing this, Wu Fu secretly thinks to himself, two major royal families. I only knew this realm had humans. I had zero clue the Gu family and Wuji clan were actual royalty here. Then he helplessly explains, I already told you guys. I accidentally fell into a void tunnel and got teleported straight here. I do not have any secret grand purpose at all. Wu Fu loudly threatens them. Since you know I carry the bloodline of two major royal families, you should know I am not someone you can just mess with. Just let me go and I promise I will not hold this kidnapping against you. On the outside, he looks super serious, but internally Wu Fu is screaming and just wants to sprint away from this terrifying place. I need to escape first, then find a way back to the border. Lingji sneers and replies, do you really think we do not know what happens with you humans? Her pupils suddenly shrink and a brilliant glowing light completely envelops her entire body. We can predict the future and look into the past. Nothing escapes our eyes. Lingji immediately recounts the dark history from 500 years ago. Our high priest prophesied that the human race would absolutely rebel. 100 years ago, your 5 emperors wanted to devour each other, officially sparking the chaotic 5 Emperors Rebellion. Let's pause for a second. She points out the giant hole in Wu Fu's story. At the very forefront of that war were the Gu family and Wuji clan. A century has passed and both sides have become mortal enemies. Yet you somehow possess the royal bloodline of both clans at once. Lingji sneers, asking, tell me, are you the magic seed that resolves their hatred or just extra firewood, making the flames burn even brighter? Wu Fu is completely stunned. The 5 Emperors Rebellion, I cannot believe this alien realm also has brutal civil wars. She slowly walks back to her seat. Meanwhile, Lingji carefully analyzes every single detail. When we finally found you, your entire body was heavily injured. You must have been hunted down, pushed straight into the void tunnel, and teleported directly to my clan. She loudly demands, spit it out. Was it the Wuji clan or the Gu family hunting you down? Seeing his chance, Wu Fu rolls with it and keeps lying. As expected of the brilliant Spirit Clan princess, you guessed it perfectly. I lived in the Wuji clan since childhood, but because of my Gu family blood, I was treated like absolute trash. To prove myself, I sneaked into the Gu family and stole the Star Sword, leading both clans to fiercely hunt me down. I accidentally got pushed into the void tunnel. I thought I was dead for sure, never expecting to end up here and be saved by the princess. Surprisingly, his crazy lie perfectly matches everything Lingji had already deduced. Exactly as I thought. So what are your plans now? So what do you and I make of this? He sighs in relief. They bought it. So gullible. Then he fakes being sad. I have nowhere to go next. Stick with me because Wu Fu is totally cut off from the Gu and Wuji families now. Lingji instantly seizes her chance. She throws down an offer. Why not stay in Wanling City and put all your effort into serving our spirit tribe? Wu Fu just blinks in total surprise. You want me grinding for your spirit tribe? Lingji smirks. You bet I do. Pretty soon the southern tribe is launching a massive all-out assault on the Badian world. Since you get zero respect from the Gu family and the Wuji tribe, why not join us, build a real legacy, make a name, and completely wipe out all that past humiliation? He frowns, his brain working overtime. The foreign realm is pushing an all-out attack on the border this fast. Looks like heading back is impossible now. I need to stay right here and gather solid intel. After weighing his options, he gives a nod. All right, I am in. So what exactly is your next move here? Lingji shoots back. If you want to fight, obviously, you join the military. What are your thoughts on that? Wu Fu just shakes his head. No complaints here. But inside he is celebrating. Perfect, this is the easiest way to grab Spirit Tribe military secrets. Lingji barks out an order. Lai Long escort Wu Fu to the giant wolf army. He nods while Bai Qi just stands nearby. Bai Qi is completely confused by this play. Lingji, the giant wolf army, is literally the most fearless squad in our entire tribe. Letting a total outsider join them, is that really a smart move? But Lingji quickly explains that they are the frontline vanguard unit. They might be our bravest tribal army, but they are also definitely the ones who die the fastest. She smirks already, plotting her next big move. Stick with me here because I tried looking into this guy's future and it is completely blocked by some mysterious fog. Literally cannot see a single thing. Bai Qi throws out a wild idea, asking if even she is totally blind to it. Why not just take him out right now and cancel the threat? Lingji plays it totally cool, saying there is zero rush. Let us just see what kind of crazy variables he brings first. Cut to the giant wolf army camp outside 10,000 Spirit City. Lai Long looks up and casually announces they finally made it. A random soldier instantly runs up to greet him like royalty. Lai Long asks if General Gar is hanging around camp today. I have some very official business to discuss with the guy. The soldier immediately nods and quickly points the way over. Right this way, sir. Inside the bustling camp, everyone is busy taking target practice, firing arrows at a beat-up dummy. The whole place is super hyped up. Amazing shot. One extremely imposing general shows up radiating absolute boss energy, flexing his skills while riding a massive beast. The crowd goes wild, cheering in perfect unison. What a shot! Wu Fu looks totally amazed, noting that this archer looks practically like a kid. Yet his archery skills are completely off the charts. Lai Long brushes it off, saying that is basically nothing special here. The Spirit Tribe elites actually have a third eye. They predict enemy movements, instantly making them absolute natural-born snipers. He gasps, finally getting it. So your archery rank in the tribe must be top tier, right? Maybe first or second place. Lai Long shakes his head. Archery is not even my main thing. I barely scrape by in fourth place. Wu Fu mentally facepalms, not his main skill, yet still ranked fourth. So who's number 3, he asks. They keep chatting as they walk. Lai Long explains that first place easily goes to the princess. One arrow from her shatters any magic. Third place is the war god who once shot straight through a massive mountain range. As for second place, you are about to meet him right now. Wu Fu looks baffled, asking if Bai Lingji really outranks him. I honestly thought their archery skills were way worse than yours. Lai Long chuckles and explains you flatter me too much. Compared to those two absolute monsters, the princess was totally going easy on you. And as for the war god, during your fight his leg chains were custom-made limiters. They do not just seal his spiritual energy, his raw physical strength was completely nerfed by 70%, plus he had just woken from a deep sleep. Now pay attention to this insane power scaling. Wu Fu is stunned, so Bai Qi only used 30% of his physical strength against me. Lai Long answers without hesitating. Honestly, probably even less than that. The princess had him locked up for literally millions of years, so he could not tap into his full power. Wu Fu gets curious, what realm is Bai Qi exactly? Lai Long thinks for a second. At his absolute peak, the war god was a mid-tier god king. After slipping into that long nap, he dropped to half-step god king, but now he is back up to the early stage. Wu Fu suddenly looks extremely stressed out. He starts sweating. If the Spirit Tribe princes are god kings, how terrifying is their actual ruler going to be? The soldier from earlier suddenly interrupts them. That right there is General Gar's tent. Lai Long walks up, throwing the tent flap open while dropping a grand introduction. Meet the commander of the giant wolf army, General Gar. He is also the official second-best archer in our entire tribe. They step inside, and Gar literally has a pretty girl on each arm, both giggling and begging the general to down just one more cup. We all saw this comedy trope coming, right? Gar happily agrees. The trio stands there utterly speechless before Lai Long furiously grabs him by the collar. Gar, how many times do I have to tell you? This is a military camp, not a dating club. Gar is way too wasted to even care. He hiccups loudly. Lai Long, is that you, bro? Want to grab a drink with us? Wu Fu slowly turns to the random soldier. Is this seriously your commanding general? The guy panics and makes excuses, saying their boss just likes to party hard sometimes. But deep down, he is a solid guy. Gar suddenly snaps back into serious commander mode. Spit it out, what do you want? Annoyed, Lai Long immediately points at Wu Fu and drops the news. The princess ordered me to bring this kid straight to you. Starting today, he belongs to the giant wolf army. Gar gets right up in Wu Fu's personal space, checking him out before asking a question. Do humans even know how to use a bow? Wu Fu mishears him and replies, well, I know how to use a sword. Gar pulls out his gear. Take a shot, let me see what you have got. Wu Fu snorts, wait, you meant a literal arrow? Gar casually sits down to eat fruit, obviously. What else would I mean? Wu Fu casually summons his star sword and smirks, saying he thought Gar meant this thing. When Gar sees the glowing blade, his jaw drops in disbelief. Is that the star sword? Wu Fu blinks, you actually recognize this sword. Gar gets dead serious, turning to Lai Long. Did the princess say what rank he is supposed to hold? Lai Long repeats Lingji's exact orders. She said, throw him in as a low-level grunt. Gar is completely stunned. Wait, a low-level grunt? Lai Long loudly confirms it. Yes, exactly. He stands up and cracks up laughing. Looks like somebody's nepotism plan totally failed today. Gar instantly yells out for his soldier Abu. So what do you and I make of this? Abu appears in a flash. General Gar orders him to drag our guy to the barracks for standard rookie hazing. All right, stick with me here. Abu bows respectfully to the general. Outside the tent, Wu Fu is curious. What exact procedures does a new guy need to do? Abu quickly lists out all the required information for him. He lets Wu Fu know that the giant spirit army is the vanguard. Once they hit the battlefield, they are literally the first ones sent out to face certain death. That is why, in this army, pure strength is absolutely everything. Ever since General Garth took command, he completely reformed the military promotion system. Anyone below Major General gets promoted purely on strength. Above that rank is a 50-50 split between raw power and actual merits. Suddenly, it all makes sense to Wu Fu. No wonder Bai Lingji felt so totally relaxed, letting him join the giant spirit army. She definitely thought he would end up dead in no time out here. They arrive shortly after. Abu explains the base rules. Here we are, go ahead and register all your personal details first. Then you head straight to the martial arts field and fight an officer. If you win the match, their rank becomes yours immediately. Wu Fu looks pretty gloomy hearing this. Is it really that direct? Abu just smiles and nods. He then introduces the new guy to the registrar. New recruit here, the guy asks, your age, gender, and race. Wu Fu answers him clearly, 27 male human race. The guy gasps in absolute shock. You are only 27. Wu Fu looks confused. Why? Abu gets super excited and asks Wu Fu guess how old I am right now. Wu Fu just throws out a random number, 30. He confidently holds up 4 fingers, 4,521 years old. Wu Fu pretends to be impressed, looking young, but inside he is thinking about the truth. In my past life, I actually lived to be over 30,000 years old. Abu hands over the paperwork. Registration is complete. He looks incredibly hyped up. Come on, let us go get you tested. Now pay attention, this is where it gets good. Over at the martial arts field, loud clapping interrupts the training. Every single soldier turns to look. Abu steps up to make an announcement. Hold up everyone, we have a rookie who needs to do the procedure. Wu Fu steps forward looking extremely confident. I will help the new guy with his orientation. Abu gives a very quick introduction. This right here is Wu Fu, a level 2 soldier. Right after that, the two of them step onto the field to fight. The crowd of soldiers goes wild cheering. Come on, Wu Fu, teach this new recruit a very good lesson. Wu Fu thinks to himself, even these low-level soldiers are this incredibly aggressive. No wonder their border defenses completely fell apart. Wu Fu smirks with total confidence. Do not worry, I will definitely teach him how our rules work. Wu Fu is actually feeling a little bit worried. Even a level 2 soldier is already at the deity realm. This alien territory's power is seriously no joke. Wu Fu cups his hands in a formal greeting. Bring it. Wu Fu perfectly mirrors his exact movement. Wu Fu instantly leaps into the air, aiming to land the first major strike. Wu Fu just casually swings his spiritual sword, and just like that, Wu Fu is knocked completely down. The soldiers are absolutely stunned, whispering like crazy. Wu Fu got dropped, he is way too strong. Wu Fu helps Wu Fu back to his feet, checking on him politely. You alright, man? Wu Fu just shakes his head. Yeah, I am fine. Do you mind telling me your cultivation level? Wu Fu just smiles calmly and replies. High level, exalted deity realm. Wu Fu screams in pure shock. Peak exalted deity realm, does that mean you have the exact same power as the lieutenants? And top tier at that, he instantly turns around and announces this to every other soldier on the field. Hey brothers, this new guy right here is at the peak, exalted deity realm. Everyone immediately starts gasping and gossiping. Peak exalted deity, that is absolutely insane. I knew right away that this brother was definitely not an ordinary guy. Wu Fu waves his hands humbly. No, I still have a long way to go. But inside, he is pretty surprised. It seems these aliens, or at least the military. You and I both know what happens next, right? Their obsession with strength is completely fanatical. So Wu Fu gets an idea he can just slowly reveal his true power. While laying low, he can simultaneously rack up a ton of military merits. Once he has enough of those merits gathered, he will unleash his full strength. Who knows, he might even snag a high-ranking general position in this army. He seriously looks around and starts calculating his next move. After all, he is entirely alone in this strange alien world right now, carrying the massive burden of gathering intel on their military forces. He has to play it extremely safe. He will use this downtime to lay low and stabilize himself first. After all, his Saint's sovereign realm cultivation was just given to him through inheritance, so it is totally unstable. The exalted deity and supreme realms still need some serious and careful polishing. Suddenly, a loud voice booms out. Why are all of you slacking off gathering around the stage? The soldiers hear that exact voice and instantly freeze in pure terror. They panic and whisper, oh no, it is Instructor Wu Fu. Instructor Wu Fu absolutely hates it when people gather around making noise instead of taking their training seriously in the camp. One of the guys mutters, I have a bad feeling we are about to get heavily punished with extra training. Another immediately shushes him. Sheesh, keep your voice down. Wu Fu is super curious now and asks, who is this guy? Wu Fu quickly introduces him. That is Instructor Wu Fu. He is not even 5,000 years old yet, but he has already reached the Saint's sovereign realm. He is a rising star the generals completely adore. And trust me, you are going to want to see what this guy does next. You and I are jumping right into the craziest training camp arc. Everyone is hyping up Weir as a fearless leader with huge military respect. Wu Fu stands face to face with Weir, his mind racing. He carefully sizes up the man standing right in front of him. His spiritual energy is perfectly solid and united. Taking one look, Wu Fu cannot help but be amazed. Every single movement looks completely natural. Softness, hiding pure iron. He can shift his fighting stance instantly. This guy is definitely not an ordinary fighter. It is just a feeling, but after, Wu Fu looks at the whole picture and notices something off. Why the heck is this guy so incredibly short? Weir shouts loudly, "Excuse me. What is going on here? Why were all of you making so much noise?" Two soldiers quickly explain the whole situation. "Instructor Weir, it happened exactly like this. Just now when this new brother saw your tiny little body, Wu Fu could not hold it in and burst out laughing, holding his stomach." Weir instantly turns around and glares right at him. He is actually pretty surprised. A newbie at peak exalted god tier, well, that is somewhat interesting. Wu Fu glances down and answers with a straight face, "I cannot accept such high praise." Weir asks, "You passed the last challenge and already hit rank 2 soldier. So what do you say, do you still want to keep fighting?" He nods his head and replies, "Absolutely, right now Wu Fu already has a plan brewing. His current military rank is way too low, so he cannot access important information, making it terrible for gathering army secrets. At the very least, he needs to show off some real power to earn a matching rank." Weir lets out a confident smirk. "All right then, who exactly do you want to challenge?" Now watch this bold move closely. Wu Fu suddenly shouts, "Can any brothers help me out and call an early supreme tier officer over here? I want a quick spar." Every single soldier there is absolutely stunned and starts yelling out, "Early supreme tier." He wants to fight above his level. Wait, is not the supreme tier literally instructor level? Hey man, this guy is absolutely not afraid of death. Weir thinks quietly to himself. Fighting above your own rank, very interesting. One of the soldiers speaks up and says, "I will go call for instructor Yulong. He is exactly at the early supreme tier. I saw him in the army camp before, I just do not know if he is still around." Weir instantly stops him. "Hold on, do not rush." Weir walks in a slow circle to carefully size up Wu Fu from head to toe. He lightly chuckles and asks, "You really want to challenge an instructor?" He replies with absolute seriousness, "If the early supreme tier means being an instructor, then yes." Weir smirks confidently and answers, "Well, that is pretty interesting. Then how about I become your opponent instead?" The soldiers standing right there immediately start whispering and gossiping endlessly among themselves. Officer Weir is testing him personally. Is not this just straight up bullying the poor guy? Even though Officer Weir is technically an officer too, there is a massive power gap between different officers. Wu Fu feels curious and carefully asks, "Officer Weir, is your true strength at the early supreme tier level?" He speaks up and answers, "No, it is not, but I can easily limit my power output right down to the early supreme tier." Right at this moment, Wu Fu gets super serious. "If that is the case, it is exactly what I was hoping for." Let us pause for a second. You and I know General Kale went back to drinking wine right after dealing with Wu Fu. He has a gorgeous girl on each arm. Come on, Lai Long, it has been forever, just have a simple drink with your brother. Why the angry scowl? Lai Long is literally trembling with pure anger. "Kale, no matter what you say, this is still a military base. Drinking all day like this is absolutely terrible." The pretty girl in Kale's arms suddenly shifts her gaze right over to Lai Long, flashing him a teasing smile. Kale immediately understands her intention. Right, you are totally right. Drinking wine is not good. Bring these two beauties over to my good brother Lai Long." He is completely helpless and can only sigh in frustration. Kale laughs out loud, saying, "Did your brother not tell you? If you want them, just say so. There is absolutely no need to be shy between us." Lai Long cannot hold back anymore and starts cursing. "You damn fool, sooner or later you are going to die because of your lust." Right as he turns around to leave, a soldier suddenly rushes inside the tent to report, "General, I have an urgent matter to report." Kale orders him, "Speak up." Lai Long stops in his tracks to listen for a moment, thinking it might be a true military emergency. "Maybe I can actually lend a hand here." The soldier reports that on the martial arts field, a new recruit wants a higher rank, so he challenged Officer Weir and both of them are getting ready to fight. Kale rests his chin on his hand and replies, "A newbie challenging Weir, now that is really interesting. What is this new guy's name?" Lai Long looks like he could not care less. "Weir is a rookie with insane potential, but that has nothing to do with me." Sweating nervously, the soldier answers, "I think his name is Wu Fu." Standing to the side, Lai Long quietly peeks at Kao's reaction. Hearing that name, Kao gets super excited and says, "Oh, now this is fun. I need to go see how much real power the current Star Sword owner actually has." All the soldiers crowd around the arena, cheering and shouting wildly. Lai Long looks totally surprised. That is a seriously huge crowd. Wu Fu looks up and immediately notices that Lai Long and Kale came to watch the match too. He thinks with pure admiration. What epic prestige. Lai Long carefully observes Wu Fu, and trust me, we are in for a wild fight. Let's dive in. We are about to see exactly how much power this so-called anomaly actually has when using his spirit energy. Wu Fu's massive presence totally overshadows Wu Fu. Our boy secretly admits this guy is an absolute beast of an opponent, just hoping he can somehow withstand that terrifying demonic blade. Then Wu Fu immediately pulls out his star sword, getting ready for the absolute worst. Wu Fu is already gripping a weapon tightly in each of his hands. One of the random soldiers steps up to play referee. A second later, the guy shouts at the top of his lungs, "Fighters, take your marks, let the battle begin." The two of them clash with lightning speed. But right out of the gate, Wu Fu's star sword gets completely locked down by Wu Fu's insane strength. He instantly jumps back to create some distance. From the sidelines, you can hear the other soldiers just losing their minds cheering. That high-level god-tier spirit energy is no joke. The new guy is incredibly strong. The crowd watches Wu Fu like a hawk. Everyone is just shouting wild praises, completely hyping up Commander Wu Fu. Looks like Commander Wu Fu is actually giving up his own massive level advantage here. Fighting at the exact same realm, he is dropping from the supreme level right down to a high-tier god realm just to be fair. What a total alpha move from Commander Wu Fu. Right after getting into his stance, he dashes straight toward Wu Fu, moving as fast as a passing hurricane. Then Wu Fu channels his power and throws a brutal horizontal slash right across his face. Wu Fu swings hard at Wu Fu, who barely dodges it, thinking that slash was way too fast. Then he sees another attack coming. Wu Fu quickly blocks Wu Fu's blade with his sword, realizing things are getting really bad. Wu Fu immediately backflips out of the danger zone. He bites his lip, completely shocked by that terrifying physical strength. Stepping back, Wu Fu realizes he almost got knocked straight out of bounds. Squinting his eyes, he comes up with a plan. He funnels all his strength right into his legs. Dropping his center of gravity, he leaps high into the air and dashes right behind Wu Fu. But Wu Fu instantly throws his blade back to defend. Wu Fu spots his opening. Now pay close attention here, this is epic. He shouts, "Star, sword, art, star, fall." Countless illusionary swords instantly materialize overhead. The blades rain down on Wu Fu. He raises his weapon to block, kicking up a massive dust cloud. Wu Fu smirks, thinking so much for all that hype. But when the smoke clears, he sees the guy hasn't taken a single scratch. Wu Fu squints in pure disbelief, wondering literally zero damage. How is that even possible? He felt the impact of a direct hit, yet it was completely blocked. Wu Fu just speaks up, totally unbothered. Meanwhile, up in the stands, Carl asks, "So what do you think? That kid Wu Fu is pretty good." Wu Fu nods back, saying, "Yeah, he's alright." He secretly analyzes the fight, wondering is that some kind of automatic defense skill. He gives a little smirk. "So how exactly are you going to break through that?" The scene shifts as Wu Fu turns around, tilting his chin at Wu Fu, asking, not attacking anymore. He grips his star sword tight, telling himself he needs to figure out exactly how the guy actually blocked his ultimate attack. Staying calm is the best move here. Wu Fu drops into a low stance and says, "Well, if that is the case, I am done holding back." He launches forward with a heavy slash toward Wu Fu. Our guy quickly blocks the strike as their blade and sword violently clash against each other, shooting huge sparks everywhere. Stepping back, Wu Fu starts chanting his spell really fast. Earth, spirit, rock, spikes. Wu Fu easily weaves right through the jagged rocks. So Wu Fu chants again, fire, spirit, burst, flame. A huge blast of fire shoots out. Wu Fu crosses his twin blades in front to block it. Using that distraction, Wu Fu activates his focus aura blade technique. He thrusts straight at him, but a glowing defensive shield suddenly appears right in front of Wu Fu. Surprised, Wu Fu asks himself, "What is this?" Wu Fu is super confused. "We both saw that, right?" Wu Fu speaks up, saying, "A sword aura technique that is pretty perfect for an assassination." He instantly backs away to process this. Automatic defense. Not just that, but an automatic defense strong enough to completely block his hit. It stopped the star sword completely. He grits his teeth, knowing absolutely no technique in this world is truly flawless. If that is true, this skill's weak point has to be its cooldown time. Suddenly, a sharp clicking sound rings out. Wu Fu's inner clone speaks up in his mind, asking, "Since when do you get such a massive headache over a problem as insanely simple as this?" He fires right back, "You call this problem simple? Are you saying you actually have a way around this?" The clone speaks casually. A flawless move aiming right at its one weakness. That is hilarious. He just keeps talking. There is a saying that absolute raw power crushes all tricks. Just unleash your full, holy, supreme realm cultivation to suppress him completely. No matter how fancy his skill is, it is just an illusion, like a reflection in the water. One touch and it breaks. Hearing that, Wu Fu replies, "You are totally right, but I simply cannot do that right now." The clone is super confused. Why can others do it, but you refuse to? Wu Fu thinks it over. First off, I am totally alone in this bizarre alien world. Plus, I am on a mission to spy on the alien military, so I absolutely cannot expose my true strength yet. He squints lost in thought. If the focus aura blade helps me hide my true level, then I have to keep using it. The longer I hide, the less attention I attract. That way, I can easily handle whatever crazy situation pops up next. Second, my goal is to become the absolute strongest God King ever. If he can't dominate his own tier, how can he be the best? Trust me, things are about to get wild as Wu Fu brutally charges in. Now pay attention here. Wu Fu is sweating bullets, barely blocking relentless strikes and panting like crazy. He locks his eyes dead onto Wei Er's body. Raising his blade, he smirks. Oh yeah, he finally figured it out. The startup animation takes exactly 0.5 seconds and the active window is 2 seconds. That leaves a precise 1.5 second gap to strike. Time to end this. Let us gamble everything on that one move. He raises his spirit blade high and silently chants the activation sequence. Star Spirit, Sword Art, Flowing Light. In a pure flash, Wu Fu teleports directly behind Wei Er. A massive wave of dread instantly hits the instructor. He launches high into the air mentally, calling out Star Ape. Combining both forms, he brings down an absolutely devastating vertical slash from above. Wei Er frantically crosses his twin blades to block, but the force is just too insane. His guard is completely ripped wide open. Wu Fu ruthlessly commits to the final strike, totally convinced that he just bagged the win. The heavy blade slices directly into Wei Er's shoulder. Seeing the blood, his squad completely panics, screaming for the medics to save instructor Wei Er. But suddenly, a guy squints and points. Hold on a second, something is wrong here. Look back at the arena, look at the instructor. Up on the stage, Wu Fu and Wei Er are locked in dead silence. Wei Er slowly pushes the blade aside. You really are insanely strong. Wei Er steps forward, casually dropping a heavy hand onto his shoulder. All right, kid, I will admit it. You officially passed my test. He keeps walking right past him, tossing back a grin. Welcome to the squad, my new comrade. But Wu Fu is stunned. Wait a second, how did you even block that? His mind is racing. Impossible. Did I completely mess up the battle calculations? Let's pause for a second. You and I both thought Wu Fu had him right, but Wei Er just laughs. You probably figured out my skill effects and trigger conditions, huh? But you missed one massive detail. The exact same technique used by a spirit realm versus a supreme realm expert is completely fundamentally different. He gives a cheeky little wink. Did you not say you wanted to challenge a beginner-level supreme realm boss? Wu Fu slowly nods, finally putting the pieces together. So basically, if our cultivation realms were actually equal, I would not have lost. Deep inside his mind, Space's clone is absolutely screaming. Look at you, you still got totally flattened by a pure level advantage. I have zero clue why you are so stubborn. Tag me in, let me take the wheel and just use our invincible realm to crush them. If we can just steamroll them with raw power, why do you care about all these useless details? Wu Fu just sneers right back at him. Steamroll with power, we are not exactly some million-year-old immortal monsters, you know. Crush them how? Are we just supposed to hide in a corner acting all edgy and tough to build fake confidence? He stands tall and declares, even with all the transferred power inside me, right now, I am only at the Holy Spirit realm. If I keep pushing forward, the enemies standing in my way will always have higher levels. But I am going to grind this out step by step, one step at a time until I reach the absolute peak. Watching his clone burn with pure passion, Wu Fu shakes his head. The absolute peak, bro, you should probably figure out how to survive the God King tier first. Nobody actually thinks hitting the God King level is a walk in the park, right? Back in reality, Wei Er steps off the arena to absolutely deafening cheers. He flashes a huge grin. Oh yeah, since I officially declared you passed my test, according to military rules, my current rank actually belongs to you now. The troops immediately start freaking out. Wait, Officer Wei Er's position. He is the commander of the 1st Vanguard Battalion, the ultimate pride of the giant wolf army, the absolute ace of aces. So what happens to him then? Wu Fu starts sweating, realizing he just played way too big. And that is where we leave it, folks. Watching Ji casually stretch on the camp road. Let's dive right in. Lai Long asks, thoughts? Jer replies softly. With its current master, the Star Sword is not scary at all. Lai Long just covers his face and thinks not scary. Seriously. Scene shift to the Royal Hot Springs. Lai Long reports to Ling Ji, so here is the deal. Wu Fu just became the commander for Vanguard Battalion, one of the Giant Wolf Legion. Under the bright moonlight, Ling Ji happily hums a little tune. She stretches her shoulders to loosen up hot water dripping from her skin. Ling Ji happily wiggles her toes in the steaming water, looking completely satisfied. She closes her eyes, just soaking in the absolute luxury. Then she dunks her head under. Seeing her cute expression, Lai Long actually blushes a bit, but suddenly she speaks up. Vanguard Battalion. One commander, her eyes light up with mischief. Let him be. Let us see what kind of crazy surprises he can bring us next. Cut to a super rundown house. Wu Hen is sitting there practicing calligraphy when Ajin speaks. He finally joined the Giant Wolf Legion, taking over as the commander of Vanguard Battalion 1. Hearing this, he jumps straight up and laughs. Is that right? My good brother finally went and joined the Giant Wolf Legion. Wu Hen waves him off. All right, you can leave now. I have some serious official business to handle. The guy bows, saying, yes, sir. The door slams shut, and watch closely here. Wu Hen opens a little notebook packed with names: Zhang Xiaoye, Yu Xiaoan, Li Xiaohong, and Sun Xiaoshang. Let's dive right into this wild ride. He smiled like a total creep, saying, let's see which lovely lady is waiting for me to pluck her tonight. Under the moonlight, Wu Fu stayed silent. Even though a lot of crazy surprises happened over at the Great Wolf Army camp, he thought to himself inside his tent, but hey, at least I got the job done. Wu Fu rolled his eyes, looking around the massive empty room. Vanguard Battalion Commander. It wasn't too high, not too low, but perfect for getting early intel on all the army's movements. Actually, it was completely perfect. He frowned slightly, realizing there was one serious problem he desperately needed to fix right now. Deep inside his mind space, Wu Fu yelled out, hey, where are you? Get out here. I need to ask you something. Suddenly, Wu Fu noticed a lotus-shaped candle. He looked at it totally confused. What's this about? Is it telling me to come over? Seeing the crazy scene in front of him, Wu Fu completely lost it. What the hell? His clone was literally cuddling with a bunch of beautiful women. Furious, he cursed in his head, I'm out there fighting for my damn life, and you're in here chilling like a king. Every single girl was absolutely stunning, perfectly proportioned, the whole package. The clone literally opened his mouth to eat a grape and said, hey, you could always let me work outside while you stay in here and relax. Wu Fu just gloomily sat down in the corner. Then he sighed, I need to ask you something. The clone laughed, go ahead, ask whatever you want while I'm in a good mood. He threw out the question, looking completely annoyed. Why the heck can absolutely everyone recognize the Star Sword so easily? Back when I was studying energy focus, I clearly sealed that thing away, and you literally told me before that nobody would try to steal the Star Sword anymore. So what's the deal now? The clone just calmly crossed his arms and replied, to everyone else, the Star Sword just looks like a totally normal soul weapon right now. You won't run into those hopeless, deadly situations anymore. Watch this part closely. Wu Fu suspiciously pulled out a piece of the Star Sword and asked, how exactly did you do that? The clone acted all mysterious. You'll naturally find out later. For now, I'll just say this, unless you go all out and use the Star Sword's maximum power, you never have to worry about anyone trying to steal the weapon from you again. He hugged a beauty and said smugly, as for the other problem, let's just say my skill level wasn't quite high enough back then, so I miscalculated. Wu Fu ground his teeth and asked, what does that mean? The clone kept having fun with the girls and answered, just summon the Star Sword, use your Divine Lord tier cultivation and feel it out for yourself. You'll understand. Why do you always act so mysterious? Wu Fu grumbled. He summoned the Star Sword and it suddenly shot straight up into the sky. Now tell me you weren't shocked by this. Wu Fu stared up and yelled, what is that? Suddenly, a voice echoed out, Supreme God, King only I am the star. The clone asked him, well, did you hear that? The sound of the great Tao. Wu Fu frowned, totally confused. The sound of the great Tao. He nodded and continued, spot on. The sound of the great Tao. Years ago, the star god, King Griffin, left his voice echoing on the Tao. Since the Tao never dies, it lasts forever. Anyone who's qualified to touch the great Tao can absolutely hear it. Wu Fu mumbled, mastering a Tao makes you a god king. So starting from the Holy Lord tier, people can more or less feel the Tao's presence, which means any being at the Holy Lord tier or higher who sees the Star Sword can automatically hear this voice. The clone kept partying and said, oh, but it doesn't stop there. Back then, the Star God King used the Star Sword to connect to the Tao and swore an oath to prove he was the Supreme King. He declared war on all the other God Kings. The great Tao shook so hard, literally everyone in the world heard that voice. In all that excitement, anyone who managed to survive from back then all the way to today would instantly hear the voice again and recognize the Star Sword the moment they saw it. Wu Fu pictured that epic day in his head. The majestic Star King shouting, today I, the Star God King Griffin, have come here to claim my proof as the Supreme God King. Let the whole world be my witness. Let the great Tao shine upon me. Wu Fu rubbed his chin thinking. So that's why even some random scrubs can recognize the Star Sword. Turns out they just lived a really long time. Well, if that's the case, suddenly Wu Fu looked up and saw his clone hugging Lu Ling. He completely snapped. Get your hands off Lu Ling right now. But the clone just gently touched Lu Ling's cheek. Wu Fu clicked his tongue in pure disgust. Hugging the beauties, the clone said, don't be so petty. You and I are literally the exact same person. Doesn't that make your wife my wife too? Wu Fu just stared silently at the memory version of Lu Ling. The clone lazily scratched his ear. The two beauties in his arms looked incredibly tempting, and then Lu Ling and Alice joined them. Wu Fu stuttered. What are you trying to do? He just laughed. Stop pretending. Don't forget this is your own mind space. If you didn't secretly have these kinds of dirty thoughts, do you honestly think my current level of control could project all of them out here so perfectly like this? Seductive whispers filled his ears. Wu Fu asked himself, wait, are these really my own thoughts? And honestly, I think you and I just witnessed his total awakening. You and I are diving into something crazy here. Wu Fu bites his lip. Why did he even question this? He sighs. The laws of heaven, emotion versus emptiness, it's totally wild. What exactly is the true path? Is it full of feelings or totally emotionless? He squeezes his eyes shut, questioning everything. No, wait. It's not about what the path is. What am I? I am the path. Finally, Wu Fu makes his ultimate decision. He can't change who he is for some silly path. He needs a path that perfectly matches him. Going with the natural flow is absolutely the best way. He focuses hard. Peak God tier, early stage of the supreme tier. After going through this insane moment of total enlightenment, his God tier cultivation is completely stable now. It literally can't go any higher. Time to start grinding out his brand new supreme tier powers. Suddenly, a noise outside his door. Wu Fu glances over. Who is it? Alice lifts the tent flap and casually walks right in. She gives a sharp salute and barks out, Deputy Officer of the 1st Vanguard Battalion Giant Wolf Army, Alice reporting for duty, sir. Wu Fu completely checks her out. He stares directly at her chest, then slowly lets his eyes wander all the way down her legs. He frowns, thinking to himself, why do I feel like I've totally seen this girl somewhere before? Wu Fu speaks up. Take a seat. What's up? She looks around the room, then reports. The main Vanguard General is looking for you. He looks suspicious. Right now, Alice immediately replies, yes, right now. Wu Fu quickly stands up and sighs. Well, if that's the case, let's go. He secretly plots in his mind. Now watch this carefully. You and I need to see what kind of guy this Vanguard General actually is. On the way, noticing Alice's super weird expression, he asks suspiciously, just say what's on your mind. She doesn't even hesitate before asking, did you just break through to the supreme tier back there? Wu Fu nods his head. Yep, you are exactly right. When you were peeking into my tent, I just so happened to break through to the supreme tier. He chuckles internally. Let's see. Let's see what kind of funny reaction this girl will have. Alice just nods once and keeps walking. Wu Fu is totally shocked, thinking to himself, this girl is way too boring. He looks around in every direction, totally checking out the military camp's crazy layout. Wu Fu continues his review. This entire camp layout definitely forms a secretly hidden tactical formation. He glances over at the completely serious guards heavily patrolling around. They are not slacking off one single bit. Wu Fu looks over at Alice, thinking, this spirit tribe army is intense. They seem way harder to deal with than I originally imagined. Right in front of him is the main tent. 2 heavily armed guards stand there strictly watching. Seeing Alice walk straight in, Wu Fu acts surprised. Wait, don't we need to announce ourselves first? He looks over at a massive bulletin board. Year 64 of the Origin Era Vanguard Giant Wolf Army absolutely crushed 38,000 enemies. Year 76 of the Origin Era Giant Wolf Royal Guards wiped out 88,000 enemy troops. Then in year 78 of the Origin Era, the Royal Guards slaughtered 65,000 enemies. Year 64, the cavalry wiped out 82,000 enemies. You and I know that is a crazy kill count. Wu Fu thinks to himself, this is the glorious epic history of the Giant Wolf Vanguard Army. I seriously wonder what our human army camps actually look like right now. He stares at the general's back. So this is the legendary Vanguard main general. The guy honestly gives off an insanely intimidating vibe, like a massive mountain. Suddenly, recognizing a familiar silhouette, Wu Fu yells out, wait, why is it you? Wu Fu turns his head around. He politely says, you finally made it, take a seat. Wu Fu sits down. The room's vibe instantly turns super mysterious, super secretive. Suddenly, Alice lunges forward and tightly hugs Wu Fu. She cheerfully screams out, brother Wu Fu, I miss you so much. He gently pats her back and naturally comforts her. Okay, Alice, let go for a second. Wu Fu is super confused. What exactly is going on here? Wu Fu says, my sister has bothered you enough. He thinks to himself, no wonder I felt like I had totally seen this crazy girl somewhere before. It turns out she is actually Wu Fu's sister. Wu Fu judges them silently. But are you absolutely sure you two are brother and sister? And not sister and younger brother, he replies back to him. Oh, it's nothing. Your sister is honestly great in every single way. Right after saying that, Wu Fu mutters internally, why do those words feel so weird coming out of my mouth? Inside his head, he keeps picturing Alice's very curvy figure. Wu Fu looks totally serious now. I called you here because I have a specific mission to hand over to you. He quickly replies, go ahead and tell me. Wu Fu thinks, I really didn't expect a mission to get here this incredibly fast. Wu Fu speaks up. Even though uniting the tribes to attack the human race is our main military goal this time around, among the different tribes themselves, it definitely doesn't mean we get along perfectly. On the front lines, we actually have a small squad that lost all communication near the demon territory. Your main mission is exactly this. Go investigate where this squad went and try your absolute best to recover the super special mission data from them. I'll be honest. This was supposed to be a spy mission, but your ability to hold your breath and hide your presence is unmatched. Plus, your fighting power is definitely not weak. Unexpected things won't take you down easily. So when I was setting up this mission, you were the first person I thought of. You can simply refuse and wait until a mission from the 1st Vanguard Battalion comes up. Wu Fu thinks deeply. This is a genuinely amazing chance to find out the real frontline strength of all these tribes. Plus, he might contact the southern humans again, finding news about Lu Ling, Li Mengjiao, and his mom. Stick with me, we have to see what happens. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the madness. Wu Fu sighs. Fine, I will take the mission. Wu Fu nods. Perfect, once the files are ready. I will have my little sister hand them over to you. Wu Fu stares at him. I still have one question. How exactly did you become the Vanguard commander? Does a commander not need massive achievements and crazy strength? Like Supreme Realm at the bare minimum, Wu Fu just gives him a smirk and casually replies, You are not wrong, those are the exact military rules. Wu Fu suddenly pictures Wu Fu wearing a frilly little dress and shudders at the thought. So if your cultivation level is too low, how did you get the job? Do not tell me you had to pay some soul-crushing price, or trade your dignity for it, Wu Fu asks straight up. Seriously, how did you actually manage to become the head commander here? Forget achievements, raw power is a hard requirement. Shu Qingqing innocently chimes in. Are you seriously doubting my big brother and his actual combat skills? Wu Fu rubs her head and says, setting aside the fact that Supreme Realm cultivation can sometimes match blows with a Saint Realm expert. What makes you so sure that I am only at the Supreme Realm anyway? Wu Fu narrows his eyes. Wait, why am I so sure? After thinking for a second, it hits him. Right, if I can hide my true cultivation level, obviously other people can hide theirs too. Surviving alone among alien races means I need to be extra careful. He stands up, cups his hands, and says, lesson fully learned. Wu Fu waves his hand casually. Nothing else to discuss, you can head out now. Wu Fu turns and steps right out of Wu Fu and his tent. Now here is where things get interesting, so stick with me. 1 month later, inside a small spaceship, Wu Fu carefully checks the map. Looking at the coordinates, they are almost at the front lines. Suddenly, someone reaches out and opens the door. He does not even turn his head, just glances over. Shu Qingqing yawns widely, strolls right in and whines. Are we seriously not there yet? Are we not already way past the estimated arrival time? Honestly, it looks like your spaceship piloting skills are absolutely terrible. Wu Fu gets momentarily distracted by her very full chest. He snaps back angrily. If you are so good, you fly it. Shu Qingqing pouts. So what if I cannot? You do not have to be so mean. Blah blah blah. Wu Fu teases her. You are literally the vice officer of the Vanguard, and you do not know how to fly a ship. She casually stretches and replies, Whenever I went out before, my brother drove. I never had to do this stuff, so why bother learning? He asks her. So then, why exactly did your brother tell you to tag along on my mission? She looks confused, then flashes a cheeky smile. I have no idea. Do not worry, I will not drag you down. Wu Fu gives her a highly doubtful look. Really, Shu Qingqing confidently smirks. Looks like I need to show off my real skills. She forms hand seals and poof, she vanishes instantly. Wu Fu blinks in shock. Wait, she actually disappeared. He stands up and looks around. Where did she go? Suddenly, she pops out and slaps his back. Wu Fu jumps back in pure panic while she just laughs. Well, not too shabby, right? Wu Fu sighs in admiration. That is completely unique. She cheerfully brags, Yup, my brother taught me all of that. Basically, whatever he knows, I know too. Suddenly, Wu Fu gets dead serious and asks her, So do you know that crazy self-blocking technique that your brother uses to defend himself? He remembers their past sparring match where Wu Fu effortlessly blocked absolutely every single attack he threw. You and I both knew she was hiding something. Oh, the ultimate shield, of course, I know it. What do you want to learn it? I can teach you. Wu Fu looks genuinely surprised. Are you actually serious right now? Shu Qingqing immediately replies. Of course. She continues, I am joking. Keep dreaming, I am the only one who ever gets to freeload off other people. Nobody gets to freeload off me. Wu Fu tries to bargain. Not freeloading, I can trade some of my own martial arts skills for it. Shu Qingqing deliberately teases him. Trade, but I am not lacking any martial arts. Next time, okay, definitely, maybe next time. He glares and says grumpily, Has anyone ever told you that your personality makes you extremely punchable? Shu Qingqing plays dumb and asks, Oh, what did I do? Why would anyone hit me? Wu Fu immediately imagines Shu Qingqing acting all arrogant and responding to other people. So what? Just like this and this and this. Definitely next time, absolutely next time. He wonders to himself, if Wu Fu was not around, would this arrogant brat have survived until now? Wu Fu finally speaks up again. During our first meeting, I honestly thought you had a totally serious and boring personality. She blinks innocently and replies, inside the military camp, I have to tone it down. Plus, you are my superior officer. I am not stupid. But outside, no need to pretend. Besides, you and my brother are super close anyway, so it does not matter. He looks a little surprised and asks her, you think your brother and I are super close? Shu Qingqing nods. If you were not, why would you take his mission? It seems you are not some random parachute hire. My brother actually feels totally completely at ease. Letting me go on a mission outside with you alone, how could you not be close? Hearing this, Wu Fu thinks to himself, right, how could we not be close? But honestly, we are really not. What is the real reason Wu Fu arranged all of this? What was he basing it on? Suddenly, Shu Qingqing cheers with pure excitement. Look quickly, we have already reached the border buffer zone. Trust me, you need to see this. How do you know? He squints and suddenly a massive fortress wall appears right in front of him. All right, you and I are jumping right in, Wu Fu stammers, staring at the 8 million-mile sword aura wall. Nier just laughs. Epic, right? This legendary 8 million-mile defense line. The human race spent countless generations building it up. He sighs, wondering when his spirit race will get something this cool. Hearing that, she looks at him totally confused. Doesn't the spirit race have similar defenses? She shoots him. A look of pure disgust. You really do not know, do you? What rock did you crawl out from? Wu Fu forces a smile. He thinks to himself, honestly, you would not even believe me. I actually popped out of a void tunnel. Nier just keeps talking. Obviously, the borders need serious defense lines set up. The spirit race is no exception. Our border has the Infinite Universe 8 Desolations array, which we literally just passed through earlier. Wu Fu blinks in shock. We passed it. I felt absolutely nothing. She sighs and explains. Yeah, that is exactly my point. You felt zero pressure walking through it. It is weak. It does not even come close to matching the human race's giant sword wall. That 8 million-mile sword wall is insane. Anyway, we had our mission documents, so the border array did not block us. Without those papers, the array stops anyone trying to cross the border. Try to force your way inside, boom, blown to pieces. Wu Fu rubs his chin. If we just hold our breath, can we sneak through the spirit race border smoothly? Nier shrugs. Depends on how well you hold it. I could easily do it, and honestly, you probably could pull it off too. I mean, my brother did send you here on a super secret infiltration mission in the first place. If you could not even cross a border, you would be a total joke. But this giant wall, yeah, no way anyone sneaks past. Holding your breath will not work. Now watch closely, things are connecting. Wu Fu stares into the distance, silently calculating the timeline. Have Luo Si Meng Meng and his mother already made it to the human border by now? Are they standing inside the sword wall looking out right now? He shakes his head, deciding to just drop the subject for now. Focus on the mission first. Later, he can find someone from the southern human territory and casually ask about the situation. Meanwhile, Nier casually flops onto the bed. I am taking a nap right now. Wake me up when we finally get there. Their ship speeds forward, heading straight into the massive wall. Cut to the southern human territory right at the border city. Xuan Shi walks down the stairs. Fine, if Wu Fu is really dead, I will stop making things difficult for his family members. Call off the surveillance. Zhang Long scoffs at him. Wu Fu is dead and you still had guards watching his people. I am ashamed to even be associated with a guy like you. Xuan Shi just laughs. Hey, better safe than sorry, my friend. But looking at how miserable they act, Wu Fu is probably a goner. Zhang Long crosses his arms and spits out his reply. If someone jumps into a void tunnel and actually survives, I will literally run circles around them like a loyal dog. Pure nonsense, he waves his hand in dismissal. Let us go stay away from this guy. Honestly, if we had not just collaborated, I would have gladly beaten this arrogant punk down. Xuan Shi waves goodbye to Zhang Long, but his mind is already spinning with plots. Let's pause for a second. With Wu Fu handled, what is his next move? He wants to completely destroy this legendary border city, the only one in the world. Meanwhile, two random guys are gossiping nearby. Wonder how things are holding up at the border. The other replies, with the sword wall protecting us, it should be fine. Scene change. Back to the ship inside Luo Si's room. Li Ke speaks up. The surveillance is gone. Meng Meng and Luo Si look totally shocked. Qing Qing is literally tearing up right now. Her face is swollen from crying so much. Meng Meng chimes in. I sighed so hard, my lung capacity actually went up. Wu Ling asks proudly. Well, how was my acting? Back in the day, I had all my fanboys spinning in completely dizzy circles. Luo Shi looks worried. Is Wu Fu actually going to be okay? Li Ke just shrugs. Honestly, I am really not too sure about that. But he is definitely not dead. That star sword he trusted me with, it already got summoned straight back to his hand. and he is the only one who can actually summon the Star Sword. Oh man, I still remember when it randomly flew away. Li Ke stretches his arms. All right, we arrive at the border city. Let us head inside first before talking about anything else. A moment later, Luo Shi steps out. She is wearing a super flattering outfit that really highlights her very generous curves. Wu Ling clicks her tongue in praise. My daughter-in-law has an amazing figure. Are you really going into the city dressed like that? I do not mind, but I am worried my son will get super jealous later. Hearing this, Luo Shi blushes completely red. Meanwhile, Ching Ching kicks Meng Meng, who is spraying a massive nosebleed right out the window. Luo Shi, please go change your clothes first. We will wait for you outside. Luo Shi's face gets even redder. Cut to everyone stepping outside to admire the absolutely stunning view. Meng Meng gasps. So majestic. Wu Ling lifts her chin and declares, all right people, let us head straight into the city. It has been ages since I visited. Wonder what changed. She turns back. Yunjian, I am back. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Let's dive into something epic. Meanwhile, inside the Sword Chi Great Wall, Yunjian is meditating at the formation node. He sneezes loudly, classic anime logic. Someone's definitely talking about him. Down in the city, the atmosphere is absolutely booming with life. One guy shouts out, bro, we've only met once, but it feels like we're old friends. How about we hit the Drunken Moon Pavilion and get wasted? The other guy replies, hell yeah. Then another merchant yells out, records of the previous era's God King just went up in price. Best manuals just dropped, don't miss out. Ching Ching looks around thinking to herself, she can tell these people are no joke. On average, the cultivation levels in this place are seriously high. She speaks up, if I'm not mistaken, that guy just now was a God King. Li Ke chimes in, more like a half-step God King. Incredibly close to the God King realm, literally just one step away. The man's body is practically radiating raw spiritual energy. She continues, anyone brave enough to make a living in the border city is definitely no ordinary character. Even an actual God King is a pretty rare sight. But heads up, don't act shocked or point fingers. Doing that to top-tier experts is basically asking for death. Ching Ching laughs, got it. Wu Ling then suggests, we should probably go find Wu Fu's father first. We can always go sightseeing later. Hearing this, Meng Meng instantly replies, okay, whatever you say, auntie. As they walk, Wu Ling asks, Li Ke, the military camp is still this way, right? Li Ke answers, of course. No matter how the border city's layout changes, the military camp is always stationed right at the absolute edge. At the border camp's entrance, guards step up to block their path. This is a restricted military zone. No unauthorized personnel are allowed inside. Wu Ling gently says, I'm looking for Gu Yunjian. Now pay attention because this casual name drop is about to shake things up. The guards look completely shocked. Gu Yunjian. You mean General Gu? Who exactly are you supposed to be? She answers with a totally straight face, I'm his wife. Hearing that, the guard instantly breaks into a full-blown panic. Turns out you're General Gu's wife. Please forgive my disrespect. The other soldier quickly chimes in, but General Gu isn't actually in the camp right now. Wu Ling's face immediately shows concern. Not in the camp. Did he go out on some kind of dangerous mission? Is he in danger? When will he be back? The guard immediately waves his hands to explain. Madam, please don't misunderstand. Even though General Gu isn't physically inside the military base, he's actually stationed right nearby. He points off into the distance, explaining. For the past millennium, General Gu has been the one personally guarding the Sword Chi Great Wall. General Gu is right over there. Wu Ling follows his gaze, her face totally lighting up with joy. The guard politely adds, since we have to guard the camp, we can't just leave our posts to escort you there. But how about I call a few of my brothers to take you over? She simply waves her hand, brushing it off. No need to bother the soldiers. We can head there ourselves, thanks anyway. He nods respectfully. Then please make yourself at home, madam. The other soldier quickly nudges him. You really just bought that? Are you absolutely sure she's telling the truth? We're seriously just letting random people stroll up to the Sword Chi Great Wall. He replies, they don't look like liars. Plus, the Sword Chi Great Wall doesn't actually restrict people from getting close anyway. But look, has anything bad ever happened at the wall? Add in General Gu, whose power is on par with a God King and his absolute authority. With the Sword Chi Great Wall under his control, we don't need to fear any shady schemes. Hearing that, the other guard completely agrees. Makes sense. Meanwhile, Wu Ling's group flies straight toward Yunjian. You already know this reunion is going to hit different. Back at the formation node, Yunjian is still meditating when suddenly a genuinely happy smile spreads across his face. A spatial vortex rips open in the sky above. Wu Ling and Yunjian finally lock eyes. She's literally crying tears of absolute joy, silently calling out his name in her heart. He looks back at her with pure emotional devotion. Watching Wu Fu's parents finally reunite, Luo Shi feels a sharp ache, thinking, Wu Fu, where are you? I miss you so much. Cut to somewhere else. On a small airship, Ayer is completely passed out while Wu Fu slowly creeps closer to her. Wu Fu pokes Ayer's shoulder and says, we're almost there, wake up. but she just grumpily swats his hand away. He quietly watches as Ire rolls over and keeps sleeping. He tries poking her again, but she completely ignores his existence, so Wu Fu just snaps his fingers. Boom! A tiny explosion goes off right under Ire, shocking her wide awake. The sound echoes across the Rocky Mountains as Ire furiously screams, "You scared me to death. Speak, how do you want to die?" She grabs him and shakes him violently, but he just laughs it off and replies, "If I absolutely have to choose how I die, I hope to drown peacefully in my hometown." Suddenly, Wu Fu narrows his eyes, shielding Ire behind him and signaling her to be careful. Out of nowhere, their ship gets blocked and then completely explodes. Up above, two dudes in black robes are hovering and watching. One of them says, "No signs of life left down there. Looks like it was just some weak nobodies passing through." The guy adds, "Stay alert. Don't ruin King Wu's plan." The other guy snaps back, "And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens. Stick with me here because this duo is wild." Leo and Ellie hide behind a huge rock just waiting for those two shady guys in black to vanish. Ellie whispers quietly, "How did you even know there were guards out here? I honestly had no clue someone was watching this place. I just threw out a possibility." He glances up at her and says, "But hey, if there actually are guards stationed out here, then for our specific mission, that is honestly the most fantastic news we could get." Ellie stares at him, her face full of absolute confusion. "Guards being out here is good news. If we act up, we'll totally alert the whole enemy camp." Leo just nods his head. Someone camping out here to ambush this special squad proves that their main goal still hasn't been achieved yet. They need scouts pushing ahead to bring back backup so they can actually achieve whatever they want. And what kind of help can scouts really bring? Obviously, our exact mission: target the resonance signal from that highly classified special mission file. Honestly, it looks like this shady guy completely knows the Spirit Army's mission protocol perfectly inside and out. Got any clues about who this guy might actually be? Ellie scratches her head and quickly answers, "Knowing the Spirit Army's protocol perfectly, with just that detail, the suspect list is still way too massive. Planting just one single spy inside is more than enough to figure everything out. But to plant a rat inside the Spirit clan, that definitely can't be some small, weak organization. It's highly likely to be someone from another race. Of course, we completely can't rule out the chance they just bought the intel somewhere else." Hearing this, he analyzes the situation. Enemy identity unknown, special squad status unknown. Looks like this mission is going to take some serious heavy lifting. Ellie suddenly blurts out, "I always just assumed you were a completely reckless, muscle-headed idiot. Is your brain actually working properly for once right now?" Leo's face darkens instantly with pure annoyance. He mutters to himself, "What do you mean I'm just a reckless, muscle-headed idiot? Are my incredibly shredded muscles just not impressive enough, or do I really just look that dumb?" She ignores his muttering and asks again. "Now pay attention, here is where she roasts him. The second you entered camp, you challenged my brother. Had not hard enough. If he hadn't gone easy, could you even be an officer right now? A Vanguard Battalion officer taking a secret scout mission, isn't that the definition of completely reckless? There's literally zero reward for finishing it, and you get dragged down if you fail. Is this seriously something a guy with a working brain would do?" Leo coughs lightly, trying to save face. "You just don't get it. Raw violence is the absolute most direct way to solve problems. In the military camp, every newcomer wants to establish total dominance. Isn't a huge fight the fastest way to do that? See, I really was using my brain back then. Go rewatch the recording if you doubt me." Ellie dramatically rolls her eyes and shoots back. "We literally did watch the recording. I was standing right below the ring and you absolutely were not thinking about a single thing up there. You just felt invincible, recklessly rushing in to end the whole fight." Leo's eye twitches violently. Who the heck could have known your brother was actually that strong? He quickly changes the subject. "All right, let's stop talking about the past. What exactly should we do right now? Got any bright ideas?" She just nonchalantly shrugs her shoulders. "Hey, don't ask me. I'm the real reckless idiot around here, remember? You make the call." Honestly, if you ask me, the only thing I can think of is we both charge and capture those two guys in black, totally alive, torture them, and wrap this up. Leo feels utterly helpless. We both felt his pain there. "Then you really are dumb." He stares off into the distance. "You're honestly a fantastic scout. Just please don't ever do it again. Let's wait. If there are guards stationed here, someone will probably show up to contact them soon. When that happens, we'll watch the newcomer and find our opening to strike." She happily points right at herself. "Wait, so can I go back to sleep?" Furious, Leo smacks the top of the girl's head, standing right beside him. "Sleep my foot, wake the heck up." "No, wait, track those two guys in black for me. We'll take one each." Ellie aggressively rubs the massive lump forming on her head, with actual tears streaming down her face, crying out, I know, just stop yelling at me." Leo's cheek violently twitches as he asks her, "Can you actually find the exact locations of those two guys? Do you know any secret stealth tracking methods?" Ellie crosses her arms together, proudly puffing out her chest with absolute confidence. I guarantee I can track them perfectly, and zero chance of getting caught. Leo raises his hand, which is now glowing with an intense yellow aura. Great, then let's start right now. He drops down to one knee, presses his hand onto the dirt, closes his eyes, and chants, Earth Spirit Aura, feel the rhythmic pulse. In an instant, starting right from where Leo is planted, countless massive shockwaves of raw power ripple out in every single direction. Somewhere far out in the rocky ravines, thanks to the spell he just cast, he clearly spots the silhouette of a guy in a black cloak. Leo curses silently. I only found one of them. The other guy isn't touching the ground at all. This is bad. He stands up, calculating fast. Looking at how this guy is moving, he's probably scanning the entire area using his own special method too. Looks like I'm going to have to suppress my presence and hold my breath constantly. Leo quietly mutters to himself. Trust me, we've all been there. As long as I don't look embarrassed, the other person will be the embarrassed one. Then he smoothly waves his hand, calling over to Ellie, who still has her eyes totally closed. Well, did you find those two yet? Suddenly, two glowing little Sif spirits appear just hovering right in the air. Ire opens her eyes and reports back. Found them. One guy hiding in the rocks, the other up in a tree. Hearing this, Wu Fu makes a quick plan. Great, I will track the guy in the rocks. You take the dude up in the tree, cool. Meanwhile, his brain is working overtime. Her magic is insanely unique, especially that ultimate shield trick. If I get the chance, I definitely need her to teach me. Ire throws both hands up, stretching lazily as she yawns. Sounds like a plan. If we are done here, I am going to sleep. I am exhausted. Wu Fu glances over, wanting to ask more. Is your tracking spell totally automatic? But Ire is already flat on the ground. With her eyes closed, she mumbles an explanation. Yep, the Wind Spirit secret art is an all-in-one magic system. It handles scouting, attacking, defending, and buffs. The best part, it is completely automatic, so I do not even have to focus on it. Hearing that, Wu Fu just sighs internally. Never mind, I cannot keep squeezing top-secret info out of this dummy. My conscience is actually starting to hurt. I will just have to beg her brother for lessons later. He then asks, wait, did your brother invent all these insane spells specifically for you? Suddenly, Ire pops right back up, looking super proud as she asks, how did you guess? Isn't my older brother amazing? Wu Fu's face just goes dark as he mechanically gives her a fake thumbs up. Oh yeah, super amazing. He groans internally. We both felt that one right. What is with this random pity? It must be so tough being you, Ire. She just turns her back to him. She just grumbles, hey, hey, hey. Later that night, a massive full moon hangs high up in the dark sky. Down below, the guy in the black cloak is sitting cross-legged on the dirt, his entire body glowing with this weird purple aura. Meanwhile, Wu Fu is meditating on a rock nearby while Ire is just standing off to the side looking completely and utterly bored. Suddenly, she notices one of her little Sif spirits glowing and making a slow beeping noise. She immediately yells out, hey, I think we have movement. Wu Fu quickly rushes over to her and asks what kind of movement. A glowing ring of light starts forming right around the little spirit. Wu Fu waves his hand. Let me see. The spirit's eyes shoot a beam straight up, projecting something that looks exactly like a little video screen. The screen shows a live feed. The first cloaked guy floats up and asks, what is the situation? The second cloaked guy up in the tree gives his report. Reporting to the Holy Maiden, everything is normal. The so-called Holy Maiden just frowns and warns him. Keep a very close eye on things, do not slack off and report any movement instantly. If absolutely necessary, you are cleared to use forbidden arts. The cloaked guy in the tree watches her shadow. As she slowly fades into the moonlight, he bows respectfully. Understood, I will handle it. Back on our end, the hologram screen totally vanishes. Wu Fu gives the order, have your little spirit chase her. We are tracking this new target. Ire nods. You got it. Right after that, Wu Fu and Ire fly off trailing behind the spirit. At that exact same time, back on the tree branch, the first guy asks, did the fish take the bait? The second guy smirks. If everything goes according to plan, they definitely took the bait. Out in the pitch-black desert, the hushed scheming of the two cloaked guys echoes softly through the night. How did you know those two were a problem? I honestly did not detect a single trace of them before they attacked my airship. A direct hit on a human is supposed to absorb their life force, but I did not get any of that feedback from my attack. Ah, makes sense. They probably went chasing the Holy Maiden. So what do you and I make of this? A perfect trap for any decent spy. All right, jump in with me. You think our saintess is in trouble, please. She doesn't need us stressing. I already magically texted her the whole crazy situation anyway. She's going to handle this perfectly. Honestly, since this whole scheme is going so smoothly, the bonus points alone will let me splurge like crazy. Zero ambition, bro. I am hoarding my points for something massive. Meanwhile, fast forward to nightfall, the sky is absolutely clear. Fluffy clouds are just chilling around this massive glowing full moon while a couple of random night birds chirp out in the distance. Deep in the woods, our sneaky duo Finn and Ellie are on high alert. Two shadowy figures dodging behind huge tree trunks. Pushing forward on their little stealth mission, they end up belly flopping into some ridiculously tall green grass just to stay completely hidden. Moving to the next spot, Finn and Ellie manage to find a massive boulder to crouch behind and completely break line of sight. Ellie is totally losing her mind with all this creeping around. She groans and asks, "This is getting annoying. How much longer are we tailing her? Can we just grab her and force some answers?" Finn looks ready to explode. He sighs and breaks it down for her. "Look, even if we snatch her up right now, let's say we do grab her, there is zero guarantee she actually knows the intel we need. Forcing her to talk would just tip off the enemy. Relax if our target decided to sprint down this path on foot. Now watch this logic. Without a flying ship, her destination has to be super close." Ellie suddenly lights up, totally pumped by his big brain. "Oh right, that actually makes total sense." Classic Finn, noticing the absolute smallest details like a total nerd. "Not bad at all, buddy." She smiles and pats his shoulder. "Do your best. When we return from this mission, I will make sure you get top credit." Let's pause here. You and I both know Wu Fu is literally her boss, so his brain is entirely full of question marks. Doesn't he report the merits? Does she not understand the basic rule that a subordinate's hard work belongs entirely to their boss? Or does she have connections up top making her this arrogant? Snaps back to reality, staring straight ahead. We are getting close. Let's follow them. A little while later, they arrive at an isolated, completely deserted cliffside. The black-robed figure known as the Holy Maiden finally stops. She slowly lands on the ground, her entire body glowing with bright energy. A magic barrier circle appears right on the cliff face. The Holy Maiden steps inside and vanishes into thin air instantly. After a bit, checks out the situation. "Looks like a super high-level stealth barrier," she points out. "We probably cannot follow her inside. What is the plan?" Wu Fu and walk over to where the maiden just stood. Surprisingly, an entrance to the barrier pops up for them too. Wu Fu steps up, observing closely. The mission target intel is inside. "Looks like we found the right spot." Is too hyped to wait. "Well, what are we standing around for? Let's go inside." Now watch closely, because you and I know jumping headfirst into a magic barrier is usually a terrible idea. Wu Fu is pretty suspicious. He mentally pieces everything together. Something about this whole setup just feels completely off. Think about it. If the guys in black already found the mission documents, what was the point of ambushing us back then? Plus, they didn't even need any tracking magic to search for our documents. Turns around to ask his opinion. "So what is the move? We just heading straight in?" Wu Fu doesn't answer right away. He is deep in thought. Overthinking this won't actually solve anything right now. Whether it is a trap or pure hell ahead for the future of the spirit race, this mission absolutely must be completed. Any obstacle in their way, they will just crush it themselves. He rubs his chin and asks seriously, "You good with this barrier? Be careful, don't get caught." Hearing Wu Fu say that, instantly explodes into a massive fit of rage. She gives him this completely weird look and starts yelling, "Seriously, why does your intelligence bounce up and down so much? Give me a break. I was deployed out here to execute this exact mission. You do realize that this assignment already carries a pretty huge risk of total failure, right? We have to sneak straight into demon race territory. Even against the demon race elite guard formations, I guarantee we will slip in without anyone noticing. Could this barrier really be stronger than that?" Wu Fu's face darkens. He thinks to himself, "Am I seriously getting my intelligence questioned by a total idiot right now?" He laughs awkwardly and scratches his cheek. "I was just worried you might forget to keep your stealth magic active. If you say so, let's go in." After saying that, Wu Fu steps toward the barrier while stares at his back. She huffs, "I'm not mad." Then she takes the lead, using her sword aura to focus her spirit, and steps right through the entrance. Wu Fu follows closely behind her into the barrier. Suddenly, an incredibly long stone staircase appears right in front of the two of them. The stairs lead up to a temple. Now hold your breath, because a guard at the door twitches. He definitely senses someone coming. But when he blinks and looks again, Wu Fu and have completely vanished without leaving a single trace behind. Hiding behind a pillar, whispers, "Should we take them out?" Wu Fu stops her. "No, we just sneak around them." Simply replies, "Fine by me." Wu Fu shudders a bit, stealthily creeping his way behind the massive stone staircase. The two slowly move deeper inside. In the dead quiet hallway, you can hear them constantly bickering back and forth. Wu Fu groans, "It is way too dark in here." "Aren't they afraid of going blind?" guesses. "Or they are cave people, so they are already blind anyway." Feeling totally helpless, Wu Fu asks, "Hey, can you just speak normally for once?" Shoots back, "Are you deaf?" Finally, Wu Fu completely gives up talking. He tries his hardest to hold back, mainly because his inner rage meter has officially hit its absolute maximum peak. Wu Fu looks ahead and sees a wooden door slightly open at the end of the hall. His pupils shrink. His eyes go wide. What is this? He spots a whole group of people with animal ears praying quietly inside the room. He whispers, "So they really are the demon race, huh?" Wu Fu slowly turns his head around. He looks at standing right behind him and asks, "Are they demons?" hides safely behind the heavy door. She peeks her head inside and scoffs, "You really are blind. If this isn't the demon race, what else could it be?" Hearing that sarcastic jab, Wu Fu snaps. He swings his iron fist and punches her completely across the hull. Screams out loud. Wu Fu looks like he is about to catch fire from sheer anger, but he tries to endure it, clenching his fists super tight. "So what do you and I learn from this mess?" Gritting his teeth, he asks. "What is the exact difference between demons and beasts?" Crosses her arms. She glances sideways and gives a massive explanation. "Are you crazy? The demon race and beast race have a huge obvious difference. Demons cultivate raw magic, while beasts focus purely on training their physical bodies. The beast race keeps most of their animal traits, but the demon race evolves to look human. Plus, the demon race is crazy diverse. We are talking animals, random plants, weird objects, and literally just natural weather phenomenons out here. Anything can be a monster, while the beast clan is purely animal." An image of a random girl pops into Finn's head, prompting another question. "So if the lion folks look human doing both magic and physical training, do they count as the beast clan or the demon clan?" Ellie gives him this super deep look and says, "Well, it obviously depends on their own vibes. If they identify as beasts, they are beasts. If they vibe with demons, they are demons." After dropping that weirdly profound logic, she excitedly snaps her head back to peek inside the room. Finn is getting a massive headache. He curses under his breath, "Freaking hell, she actually outsmarted me with nonsense." Fast forward a little bit. Inside the room, all the demons have huddled up into these little gossip circles, just chatting away and making an absolute ton of noise. Ellie raises her hand for an audio spell, secretly chanting in her mind, "Wind spirit, secret art time to eavesdrop like a pro." A tiny listening spirit pops out and buzzes right into the room. It quietly sneaks around, sucking up every single sound and broadcasting it outside. "How many points did you farm?" "Almost 100, about to buy a bloodline pill." "Oh, really? Your wife actually laughs like a maniac." "Yeah, I think it is hilarious too." "Have you eaten lunch, Li Meng Jiao? Your work-life balance is honestly incredibly healthy." "Bedtime at 8 p.m., early to bed, early to rise. You and I both know that intel is total garbage." Outside, they finally stop eavesdropping. Ellie groans in pure disappointment. That was absolutely zero useful information. Finn just waves it off. "Hey, if there is no intel, who really cares? This isn't even our actual mission. We just need to finish our own job. Let the higher-ups get massive headaches over all the rest." Ellie cancels her spell, eyes shining as she stares at him. "You are right. Our mission is completely different. Why was I sweating over pointless gossip?" Finn looks like he desperately wants to complain but swallows his words. "Whatever, as long as she is happy. I secretly just wanted juicy lore drops anyway. Like finding out if they were setting up some ridiculous trap for us, but honestly, not hearing it is perfectly fine too. Am I actually catching stupidity from this total airhead?" He tilts his head and squints right back into that incredibly chaotic room. Suddenly spotting something sketchy, Finn crosses his arms like a total boss and drops a completely different bombshell right on Ellie. The target files are sitting right on that altar. Ellie gasps, totally pumped up, and asks him, "Oh, so what is the play? We just storm in and trash them, and then just invisibly snatch the loot?" Finn's mouth twitches in pure disgust. He brutally roasts her. "What, are you secretly a god king now? Are you totally blind to the massive Saint Venerable aura coming off those dudes?" Ellie just blinks like a confused puppy. Trying to form a backup plan, she mutters, "So we just invisibly sneak over and snatch it." Finn rubs his chin, entering deep thought mode. Probably an awful idea too. These guys are absolutely not blind, and they definitely have hidden security alarms set up. Even if they miss us sneaking in, they will instantly notice the missing loot. Ellie groans like she is completely done with life. "Oh my god. We can't fight, we can't sneak. How the heck are we actually supposed to beat this ridiculous stealth mission then?" Finn looks up, his brain completely working in overdrive. Something feels incredibly sketchy here. What exactly are these ridiculous buffoons actually plotting right now? I swear I am missing a giant clue. Whatever, I just need to secure the bag. The higher-ups can stress over the bigger conspiracy. Finally, he steps up with a crazy suicide plan. "All right, we go invisible and sneak up right next to them first. The second we grab the files and trigger the alarm, you run for your life. I will stay behind and be the meat shield." Ellie whips around with a massive smirk on her face. "Are you okay in the head, String Bean? Sacrificing yourself for a stupid fetch quest? Just take the penalty, she will cover for him." Finn just grumbles uncomfortably. "So what do you and I make of this messy duo? Absolutely chaotic. Stick with me, we're diving into a crazy mission." Earlier she promised him credit, but now he's carrying the whole team. She's definitely the real boss, right? Wu Fu reminded her again, "Your only job is carrying these documents. Seriously, just don't get yourself caught out there. Ignore literally everything else." Alice scoffed, crossing her arms. "You really don't appreciate a good person." Wu Fu smartly chose to stay totally quiet. He just confirmed the plan. "If there are no other issues, prepare to move out." Suddenly, Alice threw up 3 fingers to stop him. "Hold on." She immediately activated the ultimate shield technique. "All right, if I didn't actually know how to use this move." How could my big brother ever trust me to follow him on dangerous missions? It's just that casting it on others doesn't make a physical shield. It's strictly a one-time use kind of deal. Wu Fu stared at the glowing circle surrounding his entire body, looking super curious. Wait, this move works on other people too. He quietly sensed the shield's spiritual energy flowing perfectly. The internal structure was seriously profound. Wu Fu narrowed his eyes and gave the signal. All right, let's make our move. A sudden weird noise echoed, completely startling the monster clan and abruptly cutting off all their casual chatter. One monster finally sensed something was way off and screamed, "Who goes there?" Boom! Alice instantly triggered a massive explosion. Then she bolted out of there at top speed, totally leaving Wu Fu to clean up the mess, just like they planned. Instantly, Wu Fu and a massive monster rushed into a head-on clash. Wu Fu glared intensely, a silent realization hitting him right in the middle of combat. Let's dive right into the madness. The cloaked figure stares at our guy, getting utterly swarmed by demons. They watch him getting mobbed and think, Wu Fu, why the heck is he here? The demon mob keeps launching non-stop attacks at Wu Fu, but honestly, they aren't making a single dent in him. Because he has a massive shield up, Wu Fu looks up, totally ready to drop a massive ultimate attack on them. He mutters to himself, oh, so that's it. All that weird tension from earlier finally makes perfect sense now. Wu Fu glances around. Right now, there is an absolute ocean of demons completely surrounding him from every single angle. Suddenly, a mysterious figure steps up from behind, barking loud orders at the demons. You guys go chase the one who ran away. Leave this guy to me. The figure commands them to block the escape. The demon mob responds in perfect unison. Yes, holy maiden. Then they use max speed to completely vanish into thin air. Finally, in this huge open space. Now watch closely. It's just the two of them left, Wu Fu and the mysterious cloaked figure facing off. Both of them actually blurt out the exact same question, why are you here? The mysterious cloaked figure answers first. I'm obviously here on a mission. But you, why'd you sneak into Team 5 of the Spirit Clan? Wu Fu just looks down and sighs heavily. A lot happened. Basically, I'm considered a double agent for the spirits right now. After saying that, he looks back up at her, greeting her by name. I almost thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. Seriously, long time no see, Claire. Who would have guessed? She stops hiding, casually pulling down her hood to finally reveal her true face to him. Claire smiles and greets him right back, saying, same to you, it really has been a while. Wu Fu takes a few steps forward to chat. They both start catching up, swapping their crazy survival stories. After listening, Claire sighs with a ton of genuine feeling. Honestly, I don't even know what to say. Surviving a fall into the void tunnel, is that just terrible luck? Or insane good luck? But now you're wandering around the Spirit Clan and that sounds pretty sketchy. Wu Fu shakes his head, saying she hasn't had it easy either. I thought you left because of your dad's whole situation. Yet here you are doing this crazy dangerous mission. Claire's eyes suddenly turn super serious as she evaluates the whole thing. That was my father's own choice. I can't blame the people around him for that, and I'm definitely not holding any grudges over it. As for this mission, do I actually look like I am in any danger? As long as I plan things out properly, there is zero danger at all. Wu Fu completely agrees with her logic on that one. Fair enough, kind of like my Spirit Clan mission. It is actually super safe, because you obviously have to let a spy go back, right? So the spirits can go back and report everything they experienced. Wu Fu thinks to himself, you and I both saw this coming, right? This whole mission was the humans plotting to ruin the spirit and demon relations. With this strategy, all those weird, totally illogical moves those cloak guys made earlier when looking at it from the demon's perspective. Suddenly, it all makes total sense. Then Wu Fu and Claire both blush a little, just staring at each other with goofy smiles for a while. Claire suddenly flares up with fake anger and says, well, actually, only one person needs to go back and report to the spirits. Honestly, keeping a guy like you who knows the whole truth alive is way too risky. After all, I have absolutely zero proof that you are still actually on the human side anymore. Wu Fu lowers his head, looking totally defeated, thinking, oh crap, she has a solid point. I'm speechless. Claire just covers her mouth, giggling. All right, I'm just kidding. Look how scared you got. Wu Fu glances up at her cute, twitching animal ears and suddenly feels super curious about them. Claire tilts her head, totally catching his stare. She twitches those ears on purpose and teases what is wrong. Do you want to touch them? You can't just go around randomly touching a demon's racial features, you know. Wu Fu awkwardly covers his mouth, coughing to hide his embarrassment. He denies it, saying, no way, I'm just wondering how your ears work. If it is a disguise, it looks incredibly realistic. Claire brushes it off super casually. It's just some bloodline transformation secret art, nothing really worth mentioning. Then she frowns, looking genuinely worried. You're the one who needs to survive with the spirits. With your current sketchy situation over there, if you don't score a massive achievement, going back to the humans will be impossible. Without any real travel logs, outside the sword energy barrier, absolutely nobody is going to vouch for whose side you are actually on. Wu Fu shuts his eyes tight and just lets out another long sigh. I know I will do my absolute best. Claire reaches her hand over, patting his head while giving him one last warning. All right, time is almost up. Those subordinates of mine are going to be back here any second. Like I said earlier, actually wiping you out right now would be the absolute safest play. And that's where we leave it. I can't guarantee my squad won't try to kill you too. The martial world is a long road, so please take care of yourself. Wu Fu respectfully clasped his hands. He gave her a dead serious goodbye. Take care too. The world is vast. We will meet again. With that epic exit, he launched himself forcefully into the air and completely vanished from sight. Fast forward a little bit later. Now watch closely, things get wild here. When only one person remained, Korra's entire body started trembling for absolutely no reason. She raised a hand slowly, covering one eye, and let out the creepiest, most bizarre laughter. Korra stood completely alone in the dark stone cave, cackling like she had totally lost her mind. Who knows how much time actually passed. Still giggling like an absolute maniac, she turned around, only to find a whole squad of monsters standing right behind her, respectfully clasping their hands and bowing deeply to her. Korra wiped away a tear with a shaky hand. Oh man, it's been ages since I laughed that hard. Classic. One brave monster stepped forward and asked respectfully, Holy Maiden, what is so funny? Korra rubbed her head casually. Oh, it was absolutely nothing much. I just met a total idiot who believed every single word I said. Pretty entertaining, honestly. Then her face turned dead serious, planting hands on her hips. She demanded answers. How exactly is the infiltration plan progressing? The first monster confidently replied, disguised as demons to provoke the monster clan. We completed the operation flawlessly. The second monster proudly stepped up, adding, disguised as demons to provoke the beast clan. That mission was also a total success. The third monster quickly chimed in. This time we disguised ourselves as monsters to severely provoke the spirit clan. We have confirmed. The spirits received the fake intel perfectly. Plan is moving smoothly. The fourth monster didn't want to be left out, adding, we have already planted enough spies inside the human faction too. The final monster gave his report, disguised as the Ghost Clan provoking the beasts. Executed flawlessly without a hitch. After hearing every single part of this insanely chaotic master plan, Korra happily clapped her hands, praising them all. Excellent work. The multi-clan alliance attacking the humans is now reality. Once the humans stubbornly fight back, you and I both know this is pure evil. Everything we've done will plant seeds of endless suspicion between these clans. With just a little more guidance, this massive free-for-all war between the races will get brutally intense. She flashed a wildly excited smile, giving the final order. Let us use a magnificent world-shaking war. To properly welcome the arrival of King Wu Fu, every single monster present immediately threw their hands up and roared, Long live King Wu Fu! Eternal Holy Clan, long live King Wu Fu! Eternal Holy Clan! Meanwhile, out in the desolate wasteland, Wu Fu's silhouette was violently dashing across those mountains at breakneck speed. Suddenly, his eyes bugged out like he just spotted a ghost. Without missing a beat, Wu Fu stopped and launched a devastating attack straight at the white shadow ahead. A massive cloud of dust completely swallowed the area after his brutal strike. When the smoke finally cleared, Alice was just standing inside her shield, coughing loudly. She yelled, "What the heck are you doing?" Wu Fu saw her and scrunched his face up. "Why are you still here? Didn't I tell you to take the documents and head back first?" Alice crossed her arms, scoffing sarcastically. "Oh, you're really asking me that without feeling embarrassed? Is this what you call cutting our tail? So many guys chase me. Good thing I am agile, fast, and know how to hide. Otherwise, I would have been totally busted." Wu Fu was sweating buckets, now awkwardly looking away to completely avoid making any eye contact. "Hey, I blocked the strongest guy in their group. I honestly couldn't handle the rest." Alice's tone completely softened with worry. "Wait, so are you okay then? They couldn't find me and left. I stayed as backup for you. And trust me, you're gonna want to see what happens next. Stick with me here." Wu Fu fakes a weak cough. "I am fine. I just used a super rare substitute item to barely escape." Ire panics, dumping out crazy top-tier loot. Black Jade, Snow Lotus, and life or death pills. Even Ascension pills. She yells, "You call this fine? Look at all this premium medicine. Which one of these do you need right now?" Sweating bullets, Wu Fu frantically shakes his head. "Not right now. We need to leave this place first. Those guys might still be chasing us." Without hesitation, Ire tosses Wu Fu onto her back and marches forward. "Yeah, let us go fast." Riding on her back, Wu Fu is absolutely drowning in massive waves of guilt. "My conscience really hurts," he thinks, "but if I do not take those pills, other parts of me will hurt worse." Wait, is humanity already trying to separate the clans to save themselves? Since everyone is working so hard, I cannot fall behind either. This burden with the Spirit Clan, let us see how much I can carry. Wonder how Luo Shi is doing. Meanwhile, at the human border city in some courtyard, Wu Ling questions the person ahead. "Have you really thought this through? With Yunjian around, having the logistics team manage them is no problem at all." Lu O.C. loudly and firmly declares I have thought it through. Derek and my father both confirmed it. Anyone entering the void tunnel who survives will just get teleported to some random location in this world. Now pay attention, this is crucial. Since Wu Fu is missing from the southern human lands, she boldly declares, I am finding him. Wu Ling shuts his eyes trying to reason. You do not need to search yourself, let alone join the deadliest scout unit. Yun Jian will watch for any news carefully since he is his son too. If something terrible happens to you, I could never face Wu Fu. Luozi says, completely seriously, I decided. Finding him is just one part of this. Plus, I am totally suited for this job. Someone has to take on these incredibly dangerous missions anyway. Why not me? I have the breath-holding technique Wu Fu taught me, making me much safer than anyone else. Xu Qingqing speaks up. Well said, if my cultivation tier was not so low and my skills so lacking, I would absolutely join you. Wang Mengmeng stands nearby agreeing me too. Yan Meng just stands there smiling warmly. Completely helpless, Wu Ling sighs. Fine, fine, I will not stop you anymore, just please stay safe out there. Luo Zi stares at the sky. Wu Fu, you are definitely fighting hard somewhere out there right now, right? You surely will not fear danger, keeping an eye on the border, war between humans and other races, right? This time, let us charge forward from both sides. Working hard toward the exact same goal, we will reunite in the end, right? Tell me I am right, Wu Fu. At a military camp entrance, the guard raises one hand firmly, signaling the new arrivals to stop. Next up, Wu Fu and get escorted by soldiers straight to an interrogation area. The final step is completing their identity registration process. Wu Fu and step forward together, entering the giant wolf army base. Glancing around, he guesses, looks like things are getting really tense. Glances back, asking why bring this up randomly. Are you just completely bored and making small talk? You see this right, let us submit the quest. I am sleepy. Wu Fu's face darkens, thinking silently. Whatever, why am I arguing with an idiot, seeing this heavy atmosphere and still acting foolishly optimistic? But out loud he fakes it, yeah you are right. Opens the tent flap, sighing with fake pity. Smart 1 second, dumb the next. How is he like this so young? Inside Wei Er's tent, instantly hugs him. Brother, I am finally home. She practically swings onto her big brother's head, happily blabbering away. Listen, I absolutely flex my incredible power on this crazy mission. After hearing everything, Wei rests his chin, thinking hard. It was the demon clan. Who knows how much time passes before he looks up at Wu Fu. What is your take on this? He answers him simply. Though this mission had many weird loopholes, I basically agree with Er's final judgment. Wei stares at the ground, sinking right back into his deep thoughts again. Is that so? Question marks pop up around as she tilts her head. What are you guys doing? Annoyed my report lacked details. I just added a tiny bit of artistic flair. Wei smiles, explaining to her. Not at all, you both nailed this quest perfectly. I will report the results and your military merit points will drop instantly. Looking back at Wu Fu, he adds military merit can be traded for awesome supply gear. So what do you and I make of this? Army supplies means Spirit Clan treasures massive upgrades for cultivators. Let's jump right into this hilarious mess. Wu Fu suggests taking a look if he has time. Wu Fu calmly replies, I know anything else. If there's nothing else, I'm heading out. Closing his eyes, he respectfully cups his hands together to say goodbye to Wu Fu, getting ready to leave the tent. Suddenly, Alice shouts out to stop him. Wait a minute, Wu Fu pauses right in his tracks, turning his head with a totally confused look. What's up? Alice quickly reminds him of something huge. Didn't you want to learn the ultimate shield technique? He's right here, just ask him. Wu Fu is caught completely off guard and blurts out, I can actually learn it. He thinks to himself, I was planning to just steal the technique later. Wu Fu stares right at him with deep suspicion and asks, you really want to learn the ultimate shield? Wu Fu comes up with the absolute perfect excuse. Yeah, it is. The most insanely broken defensive move I have ever seen. If I cannot beat it, I definitely want to join it. The entire tent suddenly drops into dead silence. Nobody says a single word. Wu Fu narrows his eyes slightly, then shockingly blurts out, fine. Wu Fu literally cannot believe his own ears and asks to confirm it again. Are you serious? Do I need to pay you something? I can trade any martial art I know for it. But Wu Fu just lays out one simple condition. I do not need your martial arts. Just use all the military merits you earned from this latest mission to cover the cost. Of course, you could also choose to keep your military merits, then head to the quartermaster and pick out other skills or items that might actually help you. Wu Fu does not hesitate at all and makes his choice instantly. No need for that, I choose the ultimate shield. Finally, Alice chimes in with one more suggestion. Alright, come back here tomorrow. I will set up your training tasks then. Honestly, the real value of my technique is probably way higher than your little military merits anyway. Pay close attention here. I just hope that when you hit the front lines soon in situations where I cannot protect you, As my younger sister's direct commanding officer, you can actually step up and take better care of my little sister Alice. Hearing this from the side, she waves her hands, totally rejecting it. Huh, I need him to protect me. Me protecting him is more like it. Bro, you have no idea how many times I had to carry him on this last mission. The next day, inside some random valley near the military camp, standing right by a towering waterfall, Wu Fu stares at Alice doing some seriously weird pose in front of him, wondering to himself, what does this mean? Wu Fu is completely clueless and asks the girl just standing totally frozen in front of him, why are you even here? Cue the flashback. Earlier, Wu Fu was busy writing up some documents while casually talking to Alice. Oh, you are here. 20 miles west of the camp there is a mountain valley. Head over there to train. I have already finished putting the whole plan together. You will see soon. Back in reality, and I know you are going to love this. Alice coughs twice with her hands behind her back, taking a few steps closer. Student Wu Fu, watch your attitude right now. Seeing her smug vibe, Wu Fu just glares with wide eyes and dumbly asks, huh, what does that mean? Alice tilts her head and proudly winks. I will be the one teaching you how to train now. For the ultimate shield, remember to call me Teacher Alice. Wu Fu helplessly rubs his head and asks, so that preparation Wu Fu was talking about was just setting you up to teach me. Alice confidently fires right back at him, so what if it is? Isn't having a master personally train you way better than any other kind of prep? Wu Fu completely sinks into a state of absolute exhausted defeat, forced to just accept it. You are right, so when can we actually start? Alice gets annoyed and quickly reminds him, I already told you. Watch your attitude. If you do not want to learn, then don't. It just gives me way more free time, honestly. Wu Fu closes his eyes and plays along respectfully, raising his hand as he calls out, Teacher Alice, when can we finally begin the lesson? Alice happily tilts her chin up to the sky and orders him, louder, I cannot hear you. With a voice that tiny, you still want to learn martial arts. Wu Fu's anger bar just spiked 2 whole levels, but he forces himself to endure it and asks again, Teacher Alice, when can we start this? Inside his head, he is already swearing to himself. Just you wait, you better never fall into my hands, because if you do, I will definitely show you what a real nightmare feels like. Alice smugly covers her mouth, looking super proud as she praises him. Not bad, not bad. Looks like student Wu Fu is very eager to learn, so let's not waste any more time. The class starts right now. Wu Fu focuses his mind, closing both his eyes tightly, and lets out a long breath to calm his raging mood. Alice begins tossing out questions. Student Wu Fu, please answer me in your eyes. How exactly does the ultimate shield work? Wu Fu grits his teeth and answers based on what he already knows. Detect an incoming attack and the spiritual energy automatically activates. Alice raises both of her hands, crossing them together to form a big X shape. Wrong. It is feeling the attacking movement and then the spiritual energy automatically activates. Millions of question marks just pop up inside Wu Fu's confused brain. Isn't that the exact same thing? What kind of absolute nonsense is she talking about? Alice holds up 2 fingers and slowly starts explaining it. Once we understand how it operates, we figure out that to learn the ultimate shield, the 2 absolute most important points are sensing the attack and the auto-activation. Now here is what you and I love to see, she passionately declares. We are moving to the next stage. Secretly hyping herself up in her head, she thinks, I truly am a genius teacher. Meanwhile, Wu Fu just furrows his brows, completely lost, silently wondering, are you kidding me? What the heck is this? That is the entire lecture. We are really just starting the next phase already. Alright, jump in with me, this gets hilarious. Su Qingqing flashes an innocent smile and casually orders, take off your clothes. Wu Fu freezes solid. He just stares at her, eyes wide in pure shock. After forever, he starts stripping down while awkwardly muttering to himself in absolute disbelief. What kind of shady lesson is this? Why do I have to get naked? Seeing his dramatic reaction, Su Qingqing actually loses her temper completely. Stop wasting your teacher's precious time. But the literal second she catches a glimpse of Wu Fu's shredded abs, her entire attitude does a crazy 180-degree flip. Not bad, not bad. Your physique is pretty decent. Su Qingqing points directly at the crashing waterfall and orders, walk under there right now. Use your spiritual energy to stop yourself from getting soaking wet. Make sure your spiritual energy stays tight, just maintaining a barrier right on your skin. Wu Fu calmly steps up to follow her exact instructions. He walks right in, crossing his arms under the heavy waterfall. What is the actual point of this? Honestly, any basic foundation tier cultivator can do this easily. Su Qingqing suddenly leaps straight up the massive cliff face. Don't rush me, your teacher has her reasons, just wait right there. She pulls out a tall glass bottle and dumps whatever is inside straight out. Those mysterious little drops of glowing liquid from the bottle slowly mix right into the crashing waterfall. Suddenly, it feels like a literal electric shock hits. Wu Fu violently yelps out loud, what the heck was that? He ultimately collapses flat on his stomach, face planted in the water, completely motionless. Down below the mountain, the heavy waterfall actually starts shaking slightly, like some kind of wild hidden power is directly hitting it. Stick with me because this training session gets absolutely hilarious. Wu Fu slowly stands up from beneath the water, totally surrounded by a glowing blue aura. A few heavy drops of sweat slide right down his cheek to his chin. Honestly, Wu Fu's eyes are looking completely dead and utterly exhausted right now. He is clearly struggling to keep it together. Suddenly, he spots Alice, jumping straight down from the high cliff, and he immediately starts yelling at her. "What on earth are you doing?" She takes a few casual steps toward him and just asks right back, "Didn't you brag earlier that literally any foundation tier cultivator could handle this basic stuff? If I do not add a little extra pressure, how will you actually get any real training results?" Wu Fu is completely speechless and can only shoot her a dirty look, asking, "Couldn't you have given me a tiny heads up before doing that?" Alice just closes her eyes and calmly waves her hand at him, saying she totally forgot, but whatever. Stop dragging out the time. That special water relic I used is specifically meant to drain your spiritual energy way faster. So do not waste the power of those spirit stones. Right after that, her bossy voice echoes loudly through the entire area once again. "Get back inside." Alice points her finger straight ahead and gives him one strict warning. "Remember, your aura absolutely cannot leave your physical body. It has to stay right on your skin." Wu Fu is absolutely furious, but he can only grit his teeth and secretly vow, "Just you wait. I am going to settle the score with you soon." He pushes hard to activate his power and his whole body erupts with raw energy. Right after that, a dark silhouette appears right inside the crashing waterfall. Wu Fu stands completely still with his head bowed under the freezing heavy current. He thinks to himself, this water pressure is insane. Slowly pushing himself up to stand straight, his brain immediately starts analyzing the crazy situation. Watch closely here. Keeping the aura just on the surface means his magic has to constantly adapt based on the crazy feedback he gets. This is actually pretty tough. Wu Fu closes his eyes silently, realizing that the absolute hardest part of this training is the massive aura drain. I have to perfectly balance the energy outside. Meanwhile, Alice looks super satisfied, literally praising herself out loud, saying, not bad at all. Hitting the zone that fast means he clearly has a genius teacher like me." She happily closes her eyes and lets out a massive lazy yawn. Alice casually turns around, deciding to completely ditch him for a bit, muttering that she needs a nap. Some time definitely passes by. Wu Fu is somehow still standing strong right under that punishing waterfall. His entire body is frozen, stiff eyes shut tight as he focuses his spirit intensely. Wu Fu quietly wonders how long has it been. This is actually a perfect method for aura control because his energy is feeling way more solid now. At that exact second, Alice suddenly teleports right behind his back. She slowly raises her leg up high. Using full force, she ruthlessly kicks Wu Fu straight into the deep water. The surface shakes violently as his heavy body crashes right into the river. A massive splash echoes out. "You and I totally saw that coming, right?" Alice rubs her nose, smiling proudly, bragging about herself. Time passes again. Wu Fu stumbles up, taking a few shaky steps out of the water. He furiously screams right in Alice's smug face, "What the heck are you doing now?" She goes wide-eyed, acting completely innocent, asking what he means. She claims she's just teaching him a new skill. Wu Fu grinds his teeth in rage. He angrily demands, "So that is your excuse for sneak attacking me?" Alice keeps that totally fake innocent look and continues, explaining calmly, "Student Wu Fu, did you suddenly forget exactly what martial art you are trying to master here? Supreme Heaven style, literally an automatic defense system. You seriously did not think just soaking in freezing water was enough, right? If you want automatic defense, you absolutely have to actually feel an attack, right? Without getting hit, how do you sense an attack?" Wu Fu immediately asks another question. "Then could you not have at least told me the training method beforehand just so I could be a tiny bit prepared?" Alice wildly waves her hands in protest, saying that ruins it. You actually need that raw element of surprise to make it work, understand? Taking a hit when you are completely ready for it totally defeats the purpose of automatic defense. Suddenly, she claps her hands like a light bulb went off. "Oh, I get it now, Student Wu Fu. Do you seriously think your teacher was just looking for an excuse to beat you up?" Alice dramatically turns her head away, fake crying. She whines that her heart is broken because Student Wu Fu completely misunderstood her noble intentions. Between fake sobs, she loudly complains that she never even wanted to hurt Student Wu Fu. She waves him off. "Whatever, forget it, the lesson is officially over." Wu Fu lightly taps his own head. His face is literally twitching with absolute rage, but he still has to bite his tongue and just swallow his pride. "Teacher Alice, the problem is completely my fault. Please continue the lesson." But Alice just keeps fake screaming and crying, refusing to teach him anything anymore. Finally, she shoots him a sneaky side glance and drops her real demand, "Unless you get down and literally beg me to beat you up." Wu Fu drops his head and squeezes his eyes shut, standing perfectly silent for a long time. Finally, he looks back up and slowly says, "Teacher Alice, I am begging you to keep teaching me. Please, I beg you to hit me." Deep inside, Wu Fu is already secretly plotting his ultimate revenge. "Just you wait, I am absolutely going to wreck you one day." Alice pretends to be shocked and asks, "Really? If I hit you, you won't blame me anymore?" Wu Fu tightly clenches his fists and firmly confirms it. No blame at all. I know this brutal beating is absolutely necessary. A student never blames their teacher. Right now, Alice is literally dying of laughter inside her head, but she somehow manages to keep a completely straight face on the outside. You said it yourself. She points one finger straight out, ready to drop her final demand. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. You and I are diving into this madness. He just keeps his aura dry and waits for his teacher to beat him up. Wu Fu says yes and quickly jumps right over there. Ayer watches him go, nodding a few times, looking completely satisfied with her student. Then she uses her teleportation magic. In just a split second, she completely vanishes into thin air. Suddenly, something moves inside a bush right next to the roaring waterfall. Ayer quietly hides herself behind a massive ancient tree. She stares at the rushing water. Fast forward a few days, Wu Fu is sitting cross-legged on a rock underneath it, eyes closed. There is a glowing protective barrier surrounding him, so the insane pressure of the heavy water does not affect him at all. Meanwhile, something hiding inside those green bushes causes the leaves to start shaking just a little bit. Suddenly, a face peeks out from the leaves, rocking a super sneaky, mischievous smile. Ayer pulls her fist back and charges outward with absolutely lightning-fast speed. Her heavy fist aims straight for Wu Fu, attacking him while he is still sitting under the water. As Ayer gets dangerously close, his tightly closed eyes slowly open up. Wu Fu stays completely calm, not showing a single drop of fear. He just glares fiercely straight ahead. Seeing his rock-solid expression, Ayer rolls her wrists and praises him. Not bad at all, she says. You learn incredibly fast. Truly worthy of being my student, you already have half of my amazing talent. She smiles brightly and points right behind her back. All right, this phase of your training is officially over. Head to the shore, the waterfall is useless now. Wu Fu curses her in his head, swearing he has never met anyone so shamelessly thick-skinned in his life. Following Ayer's orders, Wu Fu moves his body and stands up straight. He uses his magic to vanish in the blink of an eye. Just a few seconds later, Wu Fu is safely teleported up onto the shore. Ayer raises her hand to summon an object, making thousands of water drops gather together. Then she tightly balls her hand into a fist. She slowly pulls the water inward. Wu Fu glances back at the rock under the rushing waterfall, but there is absolutely no one sitting there anymore. Right after that, Ayer also uses her teleportation magic to return to the shore. Wu Fu rests his chin on his hand, deep in thought. He feels like those magical treasures over there have some serious power. Ayer loudly claps her hands to announce, all right, it is time to start your final training phase. She holds up two fingers, instantly grabbing Wu Fu's attention. That is, Ayer continues, explaining, you cannot actively maintain your spiritual energy anymore. You and I need to watch closely. He takes a beating until his aura defends him. The corners of her lips slowly curl up into a super unpredictable, wicked smile. Honestly, who knows exactly how much time passes next? Wu Fu's entire face gets beaten, completely swollen. Ayer pats him on the shoulder, laughing a bit to comfort him. Do not worry, student Wu Fu. Your teacher is going to take great care of you. Another few days pass by and Abu is walking alone deep into the forest. He turns his head left and right, searching everywhere. Finally, he gets really close to this absolutely massive rock. Abu seems to spot something and suddenly stops in his tracks. He happily waves his hand and calls out, hey, Boss Ayer, big brother, Wire told me to come get you. I know what you were thinking, but wait. Abu suddenly stops talking, looking totally stunned. He quickly covers his blushing face with both hands and screams loudly. I am absolutely blind. I did not see anything. Inside Abu's head, a few highly questionable and completely misleading images start popping up, because he sees Ayer completely pinning Wu Fu to the ground. Hearing his loud shout, Ayer casually glances over and asks him a question. Oh Abu, what do you need? Trying to recover, Abu quickly reports the message again. Big brother Wire told me to call both of you back right now. Ayer turns her head and answers him, understood, you go on ahead. We will be heading back in just a minute. Abu turns around, dropping one last funny reminder before he finally leaves the area. Alright, just come back soon. After he walks away, Ayer finally stands up, looking down at the beaten guy on the ground to announce something. Alright, looks like our special training has to end right here. Let's head back. Wu Fu lies completely flat, closing his heavy eyes with a sigh. Yeah, sorry for all the trouble. He reaches out, clenching his hand tightly into a fist. Well then, let's head back home. The exact moment Wu Fu steps inside the tent, he sees Wire charging straight at him with a giant blade in his hand. He instantly activates his power, creating a solid protective shield right in front of him, which forces the deadly blade to stop completely. Looking totally confused, Wu Fu stares at him and asks, what is your problem? Wire puts his blade away and comments, Ayer taught you extremely well. You have already mastered the ultimate shield. Wu Fu's mouth twitches a little instantly, recalling that deeply scheming, evil look on Ayer's face. Yeah, she was a really amazing teacher. Off to the side, Ayer dramatically opens up her arms and calls out a loud greeting. Then she gets ready to jump right onto Wire. but he quickly raises his hand to stop her. This time I have an urgent mission for the two of you to handle. Wu Fu and Ayer point at each other, totally confused, asking in unison. Wait, the two of us are working together again. Wu Fu takes a guess. Please tell me is not another boring scouting mission. Wire points his finger straight at him and explains the mission. This time, the higher-up specifically requested you by name to get this done. So what do you and I make of this? A human spy spotted in Fuxian City and he has exactly 1 week to catch them. Alright, you and I are jumping right back in. Wu Fu asks straight up, is the spy male or female? What is their build? Is Luo Si actually out here looking for me? Wu Fu holds up a piece of paper. Here's the sketch of that human spy. Wu Fu just stares at the picture in absolute shock. He carefully probes for info, asking if you do manage to catch this human spy. What exactly are you going to do to them? Inside, he is screaming. That silly girl Luo Zi actually came all this way for him. Wu Fu doesn't hesitate for a second. We torture them for information first, obviously, and then we hit them with the death penalty. Wu Fu plays it cool, acting totally curious. Why give this mission to me? I am a human too, after all. Aren't you worried I might feel bad for my own kind and let the spy go? Wu Fu just stares him down. Total silence for a long, heavy moment. Finally, he reaches out and shoves the portrait into Wu Fu's hands. You are a smart guy. I am sure you can imagine the brutal methods our spirit race uses to deal with traitors. It gets incredibly messy, so you wouldn't do anything stupid. But hey, if you want to back out of this mission right now, I would completely understand. Wu Fu grips the picture. Wu Fu just handed him. Not a chance. I will take the mission. Cut to the next day. Wu Fu stands at the front of their ship. What city is that? Xu Qingqing steps up from behind to explain. That originally used to be a massive trading hub right on the border. Wu Fu catches that wording. Originally, Xu Qingqing starts to explain the dark history. After a bunch of brutal turf wars with other races, that city became a massive battlefield. She gets a distant look, remembering the horrible past. The city was totally burned out by the fires of war and lost all its former glory. Xu Qingqing crosses her hands behind her back. She drops more info. Now it is just a massive hub for border hoppers, shady traffickers, and illegal alien smugglers. Now pay attention here, things are getting tense. They finally arrive and jump straight off the ship. Wu Fu is sweating inside. Luo Shi, where are you? He subtly side-eyes Xu Qingqing behind him. His brain is working in overdrive. Once he finds Luo Shi, he has to take Xu Qingqing out permanently so she cannot run back and snitch. But Xu Qingqing catches him staring. She snaps at him, completely annoyed. Hey, what exactly are you looking at over here? Wu Fu keeps a perfectly straight face and smoothly lies. You misunderstand. There was just an ugly bug right there. Out of nowhere, the sketchy guy in a huge black cloak pops up right in front of them, totally blocking their path. You two looking to buy some goods? I have got all the fresh arrivals right here. Wu Fu holds up the suspect portrait for him to see. You got anything that looks like this? The sketchy cloaked guy grins like a creep and nods his head super fast. Oh yeah, absolutely. Wu Fu frowns, clearly not buying this guy's vibe. Lead the way then. Show me. The cloaked guy immediately throws his hand out, doing a super dramatic, welcoming gesture to follow him. The shady cloak dealer leads Wu Fu and Xu Qingqing deep into this super sketchy ruined pile of rocks. It is completely deserted. Here we are, folks. Wu Fu takes a quick step forward, losing his patience. Where is the stuff you promised? Suddenly, like 3 more sketchy guys in matching black cloaks step out of the shadows. The very first cloaked guy immediately drops the friendly merchant act. The goods are right here. Now hand over every single valuable item you have on you. Another cloaked thug sticks his tongue out, disgustingly licking his own blade. That spirit race chick stays behind to serve our boss. If he likes her, she becomes a slave. If not, the boys will have some fun and then sell her off to the highest bidder. Xu Qingqing hears that absolute garbage and gives them a look of pure disgust. I am going to rip your head straight off your shoulders. Wu Fu just dashes forward, swinging his sword and stabbing a cloaked thug right in the gut. On the flip side, Xu Qingqing unleashes her power. I know you saw this beatdown coming. Xu Qingqing absolutely decks another guy. Wu Fu tilts his head, signaling her. Hey, do not kill all of them. Leave at least one breathing. Xu Qingqing listens to him, stomping her foot down hard right on the back of a cloaked thug, pinning him down so he cannot escape. Meanwhile, Wu Fu is still swinging his sword, moving literally as fast as lightning, taking out every single remaining cloaked bandit in the area. Done with a warm-up, he takes a knee right next to the thug that Xu Qingqing has pinned straight to the dirt. Tell me the truth. Have you actually seen the girl in this picture or not? The thug looks up, completely shaking in terror as he begs. Please spare me. I swear I have never seen the girl in that painting. But I know a guy who definitely has. Wu Fu aggressively pats the guy on his cheek, threatening him. Why the hell should I ever believe a word you say? The thug throws his hands up in a total panic. I swear on the lives of my wife and my own daughter. I am totally not lying. Wu Fu gives Xiu Qing a silent look, signaling her to lift her foot and let the guy go. Then he leans in to give one final warning. I will trust you this last time. But if you try to play me again, you were the very first one dying. The cloaked guy clasped his hands together, bowing frantically. Thank you. Thank you for sparing my pathetic life. Please just follow me, forces a super awkward smile. So where is this guy leading them? You and I will find out soon enough. The three of them casually walk right past a busy street stall. All right, stick with me here. Behind a dusty stall, an old lady shouts to the crowd selling cheap trinkets from humans and beastmen. Wu Fu tilts his head, eyeing the junk on display. He secretly guesses that all this stuff was definitely stolen right off the bodies of kidnapped victims. But then out of nowhere, a familiar blue outfit tossed on the counter completely grabs his attention. Wu Fu snatches it up and asks the old woman where she got it. He instantly recognizes it. This is definitely Lu Ling's dress. The old vendor ignores his question completely. Instead, she just smirks and says she can give him a nice little discount if he really likes it. Why care about where it came from, right? Wu Fu is having none of it. He violently grabs her collar, lifting her up. I am not negotiating. You are going to tell me exactly what I want to know. But right then, a heavy rock comes flying straight at his head from the shadows. Luckily, Wu Fu's invisible energy shield blocks the attack without breaking a single sweat. He turns around to see a furious little boy screaming at the top of his lungs, "Put her down right now, or I will kill you." Wu Fu snaps back to reality and lets the terrified old lady go. Honestly, she is just another miserable soul trapped at the absolute bottom of society just like him. Why make her life harder? He was just losing his mind out of pure worry. The kid runs over crying and diving right into the old woman's arms. She hugs him tight, whispering softly that everything is going to be perfectly okay. Wu Fu presses his hands together and bows to them. He sincerely apologizes for his sudden outburst, but explains that the owner of this dress is extremely important to him. He begs her to tell him its origin. The old lady gently pats the boy's head and explains that all these dirty items were brought by the stray gang. Wu Fu looks totally confused and asks her what the stray gang is. The very second he drops that exact question. Now watch closely. A guy in a black cloak tries to sneak away, but Wu Fu and Alice spot him instantly. Wu Fu grabs the fleeing gang member and interrogates him. Why are you running? He strictly demands to know what the stray gang is. But the guy literally covers his own mouth, shaking his head. Wu Fu immediately resorts to a blunt threat. Sure, the gang might kill you later if you talk, but I will definitely kill you right now if you do not. Suddenly, the gang member collapses violently, vomiting a mouthful of blood. Wu Fu quickly checks his breathing, then turns around with a grim look. He is dead. Alice looks super confused, asking if the guy was hit by some kind of spell. Wu Fu examines the body for a second before answering. He had poison hidden in his teeth. Whatever this gang does, it must be far more terrifying to him than simply dying. An incredibly eerie silence falls over the sparse, rundown village. Wu Fu clenches his fists, absolutely determined to find Lu Ling no matter the heavy cost. He swears he will track her down. Alice scratches her head, looking clueless, and asks if they should go catch the other two guys. Wu Fu just waves it off. Forget it, let us leave them alone and find our own clues. They stand before a row of completely collapsed, miserable makeshift tents. An absolutely foul stench rises from the sleeping beggars. The horrible smell forces them both to cover their mouths. Alice immediately complains, saying the place totally reeks. He steps up to a tent and calls out for whoever is inside to come out. A terrified little girl cautiously steps into the open. Standing nervously in front of Wu Fu, she quietly asks if he has any food because she is starving. Without hesitation, he hands her a piece of flatbread. It is all he has left. She snatches it up and instantly starts chewing like she is starved. Taking advantage of the moment, Wu Fu pulls out a portrait to ask if she has seen the person in the drawing. With bread still stuffed in her mouth, she looks up innocently and says she has definitely seen this older sister. He desperately grabs her shoulders, demanding to know exactly when and where. She calmly replies that she saw her at the slave market locked inside a cage being sold. Wu Fu gives her a dead serious look. I know what you are thinking, things just got really dark. He tells the kid this woman is crucial. Are you absolutely sure it was her? The girl thinks for a second and firmly confirms that it was definitely her. Wu Fu quickly tries to sweet-talk her, calling her kiddo. Can you lead me to this slave market? He promises that once they find the woman, he will buy her as much delicious food as she wants. But the girl looks sad and says that even if she takes him, they will not find her right now. The slave market only opens at exactly midnight. Alice excitedly pats his shoulder, asking what this human spy really means to him. Wu Fu stands up, hiding his panic and returning to a totally calm demeanor. He completely denies it with a wave of his hand. I was just casually digging for some military intel. I do not actually know that person at all. She mocks him right back. Hey, I am not stupid. I can easily tell whenever you are lying straight to my face. This woman is undeniably someone incredibly special to you. Wu Fu quickly cuts her off, reminding her that whoever this woman is simply does not matter. Completing the mission is the only important thing here. Alice loses her patience and groans, so we just have to wait around in this dump until midnight. I do not want to stay in this awful place for another single minute. Wu Fu remains calm and comes up with a quick solution. Why do you not go find a clean spot to rest? First, I still want to walk around and check out the area for a bit. Disgusted by the terrible smell, she pinches her nose and agrees. Fine, just stay safe out there. And with that, Alice turns around and completely runs off. Wu Fu sits back down in front of the kid, gently rubbing her head. How old are you? He watches Alice get further away until she disappears from sight. The girl calmly replies that she is 14. Wu Fu asks about her parents while scanning her over. So what do you and I make of this? Something is completely off here. Let's dive right in. This 14-year-old kid looks 8 because of malnutrition, and she just calmly dropped the most heartbreaking lines ever. Mom got sold by dad, so I killed him. Wu Fu's eyes practically bug out of his head. You killed your own dad. She just innocently nods. Yeah, he wanted to sell me too. In this messed up city, literally everything and everyone is for sale. Hearing this, Wu Fu's face turns super dark. He starts panicking, realizing a gorgeous human girl like Luo Shi would be a top-tier bestseller. He can't waste another second. Grabbing the little girl's hand, he says, Hey kid, you need to take me to the human market right now. The girl shakes her head, looking totally terrified. We can't go right now, the place is completely crawling with the market's creepy overseers. Wu Fu plays it cool, trying to calm her down. Don't worry about the overseers, just point me in the right direction. Still worried about him, her tiny voice trembles. You fed me, so you're a good guy. I really don't want you to die. He looks her dead in the eye. I'm not going to die. Just tell me exactly how to get to this market. Squeezing his hand, she points straight ahead. Go to the end, walk 300 meters right, then turn left. You'll see a creepy road lined with wooden spikes. The spikes have skulls on them, and that leads straight to the market. Letting go, Wu Fu says thanks and immediately sprints off. Suddenly, she calls out to him. Wu Fu stops and looks back at her. Timidly biting her finger, she asks, Mister, after you find your sister, are you still going to bring me some more food? He waves with a big, confident smile. Don't worry, kid, whether I find her or not, I will absolutely come back with food, and with that Wu Fu dashes off. A little while later, he stops dead in front of an area covered in literal skulls. Wu Fu thinks this has to be the place. Now watch closely. 5 Grim Reaper guys with scythes suddenly float out of the sky. Wu Fu just calmly watches them. Under those cloaks, just gross skulls sticking out their obnoxiously long tongues. They slowly start closing in on him. Wu Fu throws his hand up, summoning his sword. Quick as lightning, he charges in and starts wildly hacking them to pieces. He easily breaks right through the overseer's ambush. But unfortunately, just a brief second later, their bodies just completely stitch back together like nothing happened. Annoyed, Wu Fu mutters, I guess going for the head is the only way to kill them. He rushes forward, slicing one of the monsters right in half with a single swing. But surprise, it instantly morphs right back into its original shape. Sweating a bit, Wu Fu thinks, wait, are these freaky guys literally invincible? Before he can even process that, 2 of the creepy market overseers warp right in front of his face. One overseer lunges in, swinging his massive scythe straight down at Wu Fu. He quickly tilts his body, barely dodging the lethal strike. Wu Fu reaches out, trying to snatch the weapon barehanded. But the exact second he touches it, the thing just dissolves into an illusion. Wu Fu is so confused. Are these market guards just holograms? The overseer, who totally missed his first swing. He lets the scythe slam into the dirt, cracking the ground wide open. Seeing that very real damage makes Wu Fu tense up instantly. Yeah, definitely not holograms. Suddenly, feeling intense danger from behind, Wu Fu's survival instincts kick in and he rapidly leaps backward. You and I both know he barely dodged that second deadly scythe. Then suddenly a massive fireball shoots past Wu Fu, flying straight into one of those terrifying market guards. The dude takes a direct hit and bursts into flames. Right then, a voice behind Wu Fu calls out, hey, those things are actual spirits. They're bound by an ancient curse. Feng Ling is standing right there, literally summoning another tiny flame in her hand. She continues, physical attacks won't do a single thing against them. Looking super guarded, he asks, who are you? Completely unbothered, she answers, I'm Feng Ling, and I used to be a slave at this exact human market. While they were busy chatting, those annoying market overseers, fully regenerated, they group up, getting totally ready to launch another brutal attack. Feng Ling immediately grabs Wu Fu's hand and yanks him away, dragging him into a full sprint. While running, she yells out, there's only one way to destroy them. You have to smash the talismans binding them. Still sprinting, Wu Fu shouts back, so where are these magic talismans? She deadpans right back at him, dude, if I knew that I would have destroyed those guys a long time ago. Annoyed, he questions her, so we really just have to wait until midnight to sneak in. Right behind them, the relentless market overseers are still hot on their trail. Feng Ling and Wu Fu run a bit further, finally stepping out of the market's territory. The creepy guards get blocked by some invisible boundary. They literally can't chase them anymore. Once they're safe outside, she casually explains, I actually ran a few experiments on this before. Their movement range is locked to exactly 980 meters, but honestly, I have absolutely zero clue if the talismans are hiding inside that zone. He looks at her skeptically. You seem suspiciously familiar with these things. Feng Ling just nods openly, admitting it. Yeah, I've messed with them plenty of times. Wu Fu is totally baffled. Why would you constantly do something so insanely dangerous? Her whole mood suddenly drops. Because of my little brother. Pushing a bit more, he asks, wait, your brother is stuck in the human market. Feng Ling shakes her head. During a slave riot last year, I escaped, but he didn't. So where do we go from here? Stick around because it gets crazy. Now pay close attention because the mood totally flips. We were both just merchandise for 1 year. Wu Fu probes deeper while she silently stares at the gloomy sky. An indescribable flash of pure sorrow appears in Feng Ling's eyes. She starts remembering her tragic past, flashing back to a white tent set up in an empty dirt lot. Inside are rows of iron cages locking up humans and beastmen alike. A frustrated lion beastman angrily speaks up, that absolute bastard, 1 year. Literally feeds us nasty pig slop every single day. When business goes bad, he takes his anger out on us. I seriously cannot take this anymore. We have to figure out a way out. The beastman next to him agrees completely, saying the next time he feeds us, we make our move. The lion beastman quickly warns, keep your voice down, he is coming. 1 year approaches holding a bucket of gross food, loudly cursing them out. Damn it, you useless trash cannot even be sold, but you sure eat enough. Someday I am going to lose it, kill you all, and make stew. He walks up to an iron cage and starts dumping the food. Suddenly, from the shadows, a hand reaches out. The lion beastman grabs his arm and bites down incredibly hard. The beastman angrily roars out, go straight to hell. 1 year collapses to the dirt in pure agony, clutching his severed arm. He runs out completely, terrified, screaming rebellion. Where are the market guards? Get over here now. Feng Ling, who is tightly hugging her younger brother, gets rescued as he breaks their cage open. The lion beastman yells, hurry up and get out. She deeply replies, thank you so much. But then a dark shadow suddenly appears right behind him. I know you think they escaped, but wait. Feng Ling frantically screams, watch out. Too late, a grim reaper's scythe swings down, splashing fresh blood directly onto her horrified face. Her eyes go incredibly wide in sheer shock as she begs no. The brutal human market guard instantly locks his deadly sights right onto the siblings. Acting purely on instinct, Feng Ling desperately shoves her little brother away to dodge his brutal incoming attack. Meanwhile, the one-armed 1-er rips open the curtain, his face dark with absolute rage, ordering kill all these slaves. I would rather lose the entire batch of merchandise. Razor-sharp scythes ruthlessly hack down the fleeing beastmen one by one. Spotting a tiny gap, Feng Ling uses the utter chaos to make a run for it. She throws open the heavy curtain, revealing the vast outside world. Feng Ling turns her head back and frantically yells, Feng Sha, run this way. She then sprints as fast as possible out of that pitch-black nightmare. Snapping back to the present, Feng Ling's eyes are filled with heavy guilt and sorrow. Speaking softly, she admits, since the day I escaped, I have never seen my brother again. I honestly have no clue if he is even still alive. If I could just go back, I swear I would never leave him to run away alone. Wu Fu keeps his face completely deadpan, offering some classic anime comfort. Do not worry, your brother is definitely alive, and the person I need is fine too. Feng Ling gets totally curious and asks, was your family member sold to the human market too? He slides his hand straight into his coat, digging around for something. Wu Fu whips out a small portrait and suggests, let us make a deal. I help you find your missing brother, you help me find this specific person. She quickly points out their huge current problem. But we basically have zero chance of slipping past those strict market guards to get inside. Wu Fu rubs his chin, going into full analysis mode. We cannot sneak in. But we can totally disguise ourselves as buyers and just walk right through the front door openly with the other customers. So what kind of disguise do we actually need? Feng Ling quickly answers him, the buyers actually dress extremely casually. But every single one wears an animal mask. Those masks act as their entrance tickets, sold by a guy named Liu Bang for about 10 gold coins each. He speaks up, absolutely overflowing with determination. Even though we are totally broke in this world, raw violence is the very best currency. Fast forward to the afternoon inside a totally empty alley, a shady deal is going down. Liu Bang's men stare at the two guys and ask, did you prep the money? The impatient buyer just tosses a heavy coin pouch at him bluntly, saying, you count it yourselves. Trust me, you are going to love this. Wu Fu and Feng Ling appear right behind Liu Bang's men holding the cash bag. Let's dive in because things are about to get hilariously violent. One guard spots them and shouts as two angry dudes march forward. A Liu Bang goon dramatically points his finger, acting super tough. He barks, we are the Liu Bang gang. Do you have any idea what happens when you mess with us? Are you guys entirely clueless? Wu Fu just casually tilts his head under the dramatic afternoon sunlight. He deadpans. I don't know what happens when you cross Liu Bang, but you are about to find out the painful consequences. of crossing me. Faster than lightning, he dashes forward and deletes the first guy with one clean sword strike. You and I gotta appreciate this next move. He spins around and instantly one-shots the second goon. The two shady buyers witness this and absolutely lose their minds. They try to sprint away in pure panic, but Feng Ling steps right up to block their path. One buyer starts sweating bullets and cries out, "We are not with the Liu Bang gang, we are totally innocent. Please, just let us go." She lowers her voice, dripping with sarcasm. Innocent Feng Ling furiously calls out their absolute garbage excuse. If it wasn't for you creepy buyers, nobody would be getting kidnapped to begin with. Meanwhile, Wu Fu is busy looting the fallen guards like a true gamer. Jackpot. He holds up two masks and asks her, "You said the entrance tickets looked exactly like these." She nods firmly. "Yep, that is precisely what we need." Wu Fu immediately says, "All right then, let's roll." But Feng Ling stops him, walking over to thoroughly search the pockets of those two buyers. She says, "Hold up, let's take their cash to buy back your lover and my brother. So what do you say, ready for a wild rescue mission? Stick with me here, it is best not to clash head-on with Liu Bang's crew." Shortly after, she holds up a massive bag of cash. Feng Ling guesses there are over 200 gold coins inside. Wu Fu, these guys overcharge them for the goods. Time quickly ticks by. Midnight at the underground flesh market. Wearing fox masks, the two of them blend perfectly into the crowd. Liu Bang's guard sizes them up, then nods. "Go in." Wu Fu and Feng Ling step inside the chaotic place. Right at the entrance gate, a guy is aggressively auctioning off a girl. Look here, a completely flawless human maiden. Just 3 walnut tokens and you can take her away to ruin however you please." He stares in absolute shock, secretly cursing these total animals in his head. They basically do not even treat humans like actual living people. Feng Ling speaks up, snapping Wu Fu back to reality. "What on earth is that walnut he mentioned? He's just as clueless about it." "I have absolutely no idea. Let's find someone to ask." Wu Fu stops a guy wearing a tiger mask walking past. "Hey boss, we haven't strolled through the flesh market in ages. Can you tell us what the deal is with these walnut tokens?" The guy calmly replies to them. "Man, you guys really have been gone a long time. 6 months ago, Liu Bang made a brand new rule. If you want to buy anything at this market, you have to trade him 10 gold coins for 1 single walnut token. Any unused walnuts, he will only refund you 9 gold coins. Total ripoff." Wu Fu keeps probing for more. "So where exactly is Liu Bang's exchange counter?" The tiger mask guy continues, pointing the way for them. Liu Bang's exchange shop only shows up on the 1st and 15th of the month. If you guys do not have walnuts, you are waiting until next time to buy any slaves here. Wu Fu thinks it over and makes an offer. "Hey bro, got any spare walnuts on you? We want to buy your walnuts for 11 gold coins each." The guy violently shakes his head no. Liu Bang completely bans buyers from secretly trading. Trading walnuts, that is. Anyone caught gets skinned alive. Now pay attention, this is where Wu Fu gets clever. But he only bans secretly trading the actual walnuts themselves, right? The tiger-masked guy speaks up, sounding extremely suspicious of him. "What exactly are you getting at?" He confidently pitches his sneaky loophole. "Even though we cannot buy your walnuts directly with our gold, we can totally buy the goods that your walnuts purchase, right?" The guy replies with a ton of caution in his voice. "I guess that works. Why should I even help you guys?" Wu Fu generously smiles. "Obviously, I will not make you do this work for free. Since paying 11 gold coins for 1 walnut is off the table like we said earlier, how about we give you 20 gold coins for every single walnut token instead? How does that sound?" The tiger mask guy starts doing the math. While they talk business, Feng Ling starts actively scanning their shady surroundings. Her eyes go wide as she gasps in pure shock. Is that Wu Fu notices the commotion and turns around totally confused. "Wait, is that one?" Feng Ling firmly nods. "Yes, it is." She storms forward with aggressive energy, shouting loudly, "Your big sister Feng Xia is here to save you." A massive fireball suddenly ignites right in Feng Ling's hand. Wu Fu quickly steps up, grabbing her arm to stop her. "Chill out, now is not the time to fight." They both look up at the creepy guys in black hovering ominously all around them. Feng Ling finally calms down and replies, "Okay, you are right." Ku spots them staring from a distance and immediately starts aggressively pitching his sales. "Hey boss, come check out this sturdy human male over here. He has an incredibly strong and healthy body, an absolutely perfect worker for any job, and he will only cost you 2 walnuts." She immediately plays the role of a picky buyer and asks, "Got any other goods? Our household is actually missing a young child, preferably a human boy." Ku quickly shakes his head and replies, "Ah man, you guys are way too late for that. I just sold the only human boy I had to the Beast Clan." Feng Ling starts totally panicking inside and blurts out, "Sold to the Beast Clan. You and I both know he is literally going to be eaten." The slaver calmly shrugs. "Who I sell to is my freedom. I do not care what buyers do with them. Scram, scram. If you are not buying, then go somewhere else." Wu Fu steps in fast to smooth out the tense situation. "Hey, he is right. Business runs on a strict first-come, first-served rule here. Ko-er looks incredibly smug and boasts, "See, your husband gets it way better than you." He casually pulls some gold coins from his pocket and smiles nicely. "If possible, I would love to know which direction that Beast Clan guy who bought the boy went. Which way did he head?" Ko-er points directly at a market overseer nearby. "We do not accept raw gold currency around here anymore." Wu Fu stares at the gold coin in his hand, realizing the crazy truth. Even buying basic information requires those stupid walnut tokens in this place. Information and spending both seriously need walnuts. The slaver notices their hesitation and immediately seizes the moment, pointing right at the chained-up boy. "Buy him, and I will tell you exactly where that beast went." He smirks like a total villain, holding up 2 fingers. "It will just cost you 2 walnuts." Wu Fu hesitates, thinking to himself, "Man, without those walnuts, taking a single step in this market is completely impossible." Suddenly, the tiger mask guy appears out of nowhere, holding up a bag of walnuts. "I am buying for my friends here. Now tell them. Keep him here for safekeeping." Then he turns to Wu Fu and gives a quick hand signal. "Do not forget my 40 gold coins once we leave this market." Holding the money bag, the hyped-up seller happily spills the exact tea they needed. "Thanks for the business." That Beast Clan guy went straight toward Liu Bang's absolute biggest store in the entire market area, muttering about checking out a flawless human female. Hearing this, Wu Fu freezes. Could it be Luo Xi? Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. He loses his cool. "All right, stick with me here." Grabbing the guy's shoulder, Wu Fu demands the location, but Cole just chuckles. He jokes that getting this hyped over pretty girls will probably piss off his wife. Meanwhile, Wu Fu quickly blocks Lin from walking away. He asks if she knows where this mystery place is. She stammers back, I have no idea." Suddenly, a dude in a tiger mask steps up. "I know the way, follow me." Wu Fu thanks him and the 3 head off together. The place is absolutely packed with shady buyers. The tiger guy looks at Wu Fu and asks, "Are you just here for the human beauties too?" Wu Fu stays quiet, totally dodging the question. Instead, he mutters that whatever they are selling definitely won't be easy to get. The tiger mask guy points straight at a massive tent right in the middle of the crowd. "Right there." Wu Fu immediately starts scanning the area. "Making a move here, way too dangerous." Suddenly, a random buyer throws his hand up and screams, "I bid 50 walnut cores." Wu Fu gasps in shock. 50. The guy next to him nods in total agreement, whispering, "Yeah, this is not going to be cheap." The whole crowd starts screaming bids like crazy. 55. Make it 60. The tiger guy stays chill and points out good stuff always draws a crowd. Suddenly, Wu Fu just leaps right up into the air over the massive crowd. "I want to see what the heck is actually worth 60 cores. Now, watch this closely." From way up high, he gets a crystal clear view of the person locked inside that iron cage. It is not some random stranger, but someone he actually knows. He whispers, "Luo Xi." It really is her. The guard next to the cage yells, "Hey, who said you could fly up to look? How am I supposed to sell front row seats now?" Wu Fu completely ignores the angry guy. He actually flies even closer to the stage. Inside the cage, Luo Xi slowly looks up, totally confused and wondering who this crazy flying guy is. Then a familiar sword appears. Wu Fu draws his blade, locking straight into full-on attack mode. "You need to be alive to spend that money." Luo Xi bursts into tears of joy. She instantly recognizes the aura of the star sword. It's Wu Fu. He finally came. She is actually saved. But suddenly, the shady market guards dressed like literal grim reapers come flying right at him. Messing with the Liu Bang gang, do you have a death wish? Wearing his fox mask, Wu Fu just casually swings his epic sword. Every single swing drops another body to the floor. But there is one super annoying catch. These creepy reaper guys can literally regenerate infinitely. But thankfully, destroyed bodies still need a little time to recover. After quickly slicing up the first wave of these ugly market guards, Wu Fu lands straight on the auction stage. He points his bloody sword right at the gang boss and threatens, "If you want to live, then tell your freaky monsters to back off." But the boss just laughs. Nobody messes with Liu Bang. "See you in hell, kid." Right on cue, the creepy market guards pop right back up and completely surround him. Luo Xi screams out, "Wu Fu, watch your back." Meanwhile, somewhere else in the market, Lin has been casually trashing anyone in her way. Right now, some creep in a bear mask is dragging a poor little girl across the dirt. Seeing Lin standing in his way, the guy snaps, "The hell are you doing blocking the road? Don't you know I'm trying to have some fun here?" Now I know exactly what you're thinking, this guy messed with the wrong girl. Under her fox mask, Lin just quietly summons a blindingly hot fireball. She hurls it straight at the bear mask creep. "Go to hell, you absolute scum. You all deserve to die." The flames instantly roast him alive. He screams in absolute agony. The terrified girl scrambles backward, getting as far away from the crispy creep as possible. Job done, Lin blends into the crowd. Seeing the scythe-wielding guards rushing the stage, the crowd goes totally wild with gossip. A rabbit mask guy sneers, where did this absolute idiot even come from? Actually picking a fight with the Bang Gang. A lion mask dude scoffs. He looks kinda tough but causing trouble here. On their home turf, even a god king would think twice before doing that. Meanwhile, in the middle of the crowd, a girl in a weasel mask is just happily enjoying the drama. Oh, this is gonna be a great show, but she has no idea Lin is watching her. Underneath her mask, Lin has finally found the exact person she was hunting for. It is you. And then out of nowhere, hellfire completely engulfs the weasel mask girl. Her entire body just suddenly bursts into massive raging flames. The crowd violently scatters. Piercing screams and pure panic echo everywhere as people yell, "What the heck is going on? How is this even happening?" Back over with Wu Fu, he has already slaughtered these annoying guards more times than he can count. He is getting seriously annoyed. These guys literally never end, but then he catches a glimpse of the huge fire blazing in the distance. Is that Lin's power? Why is she randomly roasting people in the middle of the market? Wu Fu quickly tries to piece it together. Did she find something about her brother? Pushing it aside, he brutally swings his sword, instantly shattering the iron cage, holding Luo Si. Pulling her out of the ruined cage, he grabs her hand tight. We definitely shouldn't hang around this crazy place. Let's get out of here. But suddenly a demon mask guy drops in laughing like a maniac. Leaving won't be that easy, kid. Wu Fu easily swings his sword, blocking their sickles. You really think you guys can stop me? The demon mask pulls out a talisman, scoffing. Why don't we find out? Neither you nor that crazy fire chick are leaving alive. Instantly, him and the guards pool their energy, activating the spooky talisman. Right after the guards float up like they're about to fuse together. Trust me, you're gonna want to see how this wild fight ends. Alright, stick with me, we are diving right into the madness as these guards fuse into one massive immortal prison monster roaring with rage. Luo Si is completely paralyzed by this insane sight, but seeing Wu Fu standing solo against this beast, she grips her sword. I am coming to help you. Boom. It takes everything they have just to block a single massive punch from this giant freak. Wu Fu mutters to himself, this is seriously not looking good. Suddenly, a massive fireball shoots in from out of nowhere, but that giant monster actually teleports right in front of the guy wearing the demon mask. It easily tanks Feng Ling's fireball. Everyone else realizes they are doomed and immediately scrambles away. Meanwhile, Feng Ling just casually controls the flames dancing on her hand. She glares at the masked guy. So the soul-binding talisman controlling these freaks is actually right in your hands. Wu Fu channels his spiritual energy, wrapping his entire body in blazing fire. The monster might be immortal, but the guy pulling its strings definitely is not. Just destroy the talisman. A gigantic hand smashes down exactly where Wu Fu was standing, but he totally dodges out of the way. One of Liu Bang's guys is just floating up in the sky, holding the talisman with killing intent. Wu Fu yells out his orders, Luo Shi Feng Ling, cover me. A brutal sword strike drops from above and slices the guy clean in half, but then his massive wounds immediately start stitching themselves back together. Luo Si starts pouring all her spiritual power right into her blade. She locks onto Liu Bang's goon and unleashes her ultimate attack, Maiden Sword Art. It honestly does not matter how incredibly sharp the attack is. In just a few seconds, all of their disgusting wounds just completely regenerate. You can literally watch them heal in real time. Luo Shi gets super frustrated, thinking to herself, damn it, they just keep bouncing back. A whole mob of Liu Bang's guys in black cloaks rush Wu Fu all at once. He swings his blade, knocking them right back. They furiously scream at him to get out of the way. One of those guys is actually pretty strong, barely managing to stay on his feet after taking that hit. Now, pay close attention here. He analyzes Wu Fu's true strength and instantly panics. This guy is a god king, we are doomed. Over on Luo Shi's side, things are looking pretty bad. She is desperately trying to block these attacks that keep getting wilder and more vicious. Coming from that giant monster, she is seriously confused, wondering why in the world does this freak actually get a massive power boost every single time it revives. The monstrous beast unleashes a deafening roar, blasting a crazy barrage of pure energy beams straight out of its mouth. Wu Fu panics and screams Luo Shi's name, but Liu Bang's lackey refuses to let him get distracted, instantly rushing in to keep up the relentless assault. Luo Shi spams her techniques, doing everything possible just to buy some time, but her fading strength does absolutely zero damage to this giant hulking monster. Its massive attack is still charging right at her. She thinks it is totally game over until a random fireball suddenly blasts onto the scene. It completely blocks the lethal strike. Feng Ling grabs Luo Zi by the arm and drags her away, yelling, run. Her mind is racing as she hesitates. What should we do? Stay and fight these freaks to the death or run away? Meanwhile, Wu Fu stays completely locked into his battle. He quickly shouts his order, get Luo Si out of here. Feng Ling stops in her tracks and boldly declares, I am not leaving. These absolute animals murdered my little brother. Even if it kills me, I am going to drag them down to hell with me. Luo Si also stays totally firm and says, with Lady Feng Ling backing me up, I can actually hold off this giant meathead for a little while. Wu Fu, I believe in you. He starts taking things way more seriously, muttering to himself, looks like I really have to push my own limits here. Right after that, an absolutely massive surge of spiritual energy explodes around Wu Fu's body. Liu Bang's men try to sneak attack him while he is distracted, but Wu Fu blocks it effortlessly like it is nothing. Suddenly, his flying sword has mysteriously appeared directly behind the rest of the enemy squad. Wu Fu violently drives his blade straight through Liu Bang's guy, pulling out a terrified scream, and the craziest part, his sword just keeps moving. I know what you were thinking, fight over right, wrong. His sword slashes another guy who screams, no, how can it end? Wu Fu collapses from total exhaustion, groaning to himself that he definitely overdid it this time. He slowly reaches right down. He snatches that crazy talisman right out of the goon's hand. The guy is bleeding on the dirt, gasping out, you are an absolute lunatic. Risking your entire life just for some woman, Wu Fu shoots back with a deadly cold stare that is absolutely none of your business. Back over with Luo Shi and Feng Ling, the giant monster has finally been scorched to ashes. She looks around suspiciously, asking is it finally over? Suddenly, this insanely thick black smoke materializes out of thin air, rushing straight for Wu Fu. It instantly coils around his entire body. Wu Fu completely panics and shouts, what the heck is this? Liu Bang's dying goon sees this and starts laughing like an absolute maniac. Anyone who actually destroys the protection talisman gets permanently banished straight to the underworld, trapped with demonic spirits forever. Go rot in hell. Luo Si and Feng Ling helplessly watch him get completely swallowed by the dark smoke, desperately screaming Wu Fu's name. Now Wu Fu is chained up tight, standing right in front of Yama's palace. He looks around, completely confused, thinking, is this really the underworld? Am I seriously dead? The ox-head demon leading the way gets super impatient and snaps, hurry up, Lord Yama is a very busy guy. The captive crowd of souls slowly shuffles inside. He is still totally in disbelief, asking himself, is this place the underworld? Am I really dead? The ox-head demon walking up front angrily pushes them to walk faster, complaining that Lord Yama is incredibly busy today. So what do you and I make of this? The chained crowd walks inside, but looking around, he realizes something is terribly wrong here. Let's dive into a wild one today. Our guy wakes up feeling like this isn't his first time here. Honestly, everything just feels way too familiar. King Yama flips through the Book of Life and Death, asking, who is the dead guy? Come over here and state your name. He casually replies, Wu Fu. The absolute second that name drops, pure, unadulterated terror washes right over the old king's face. He gasps, what you said you are, Wu Fu? The scene cuts straight to the brutal magma hell. Tragic screams echo everywhere. It hurts so much. Meanwhile, Wu Fu from his past life sits completely silent in the lava. He opens his eyes, speaking calmly. It is finally here. Time to take back everything that belongs to us. Back at Yama's hall, a terrified scream echoes out. No, this is really bad. A panicked subordinate rushes and drops to his knees and frantically reports. That guy in the magma hell completely shattered the formation. He is heading straight toward the 10 halls of Yama right now. King Yama rubs his temples with a massive headache. Damn it, is the entire underworld seriously under his control now? He yells out, ox head, horse face. Those two instantly pop up, ready to follow his orders. Yama urgently barks his command. Hurry up and get that Wu Fu guy out of the 10 halls of Yama immediately. As far away as possible, the two demons grab Wu Fu and sprint off yelling, yes sir. Yama shudders, recalling past life, Wu Fu's terrifying presence. To think this day finally came. The guy who caused absolute chaos across all worlds is actually here. Suddenly, Yama's pupils dilate like he just saw a total nightmare. Past life, Wu Fu casually strolls in, speaking with polite sarcasm. It has been a very long time, King Yama. I came to find you because I need to meet someone. Suddenly, Yama's entire hall drops into a heavy dead silence. Past life, Wu Fu steps closer. He pats the old king's shoulder super casually, dropping a deeply meaningful reminder. After being reborn, I came to the underworld too. It is officially time to fulfill our promise. Watch closely because here is where it gets funny. Outside the 10 halls, Oxhead and Horseface are literally sprinting away carrying Wu Fu. He calmly senses his body changing. That power he totally lost earlier, it is rushing right back. And just like that, Wu Fu easily shatters the heavy chains wrapped around him into a million pieces. Oxhead and Horseface scream in shock. What Wu Fu just smiles friendly and asks, could you guys kindly explain what exactly is going on here? This is my first time in the underworld, so I don't get the rules. Oxhead thinks nervously. He looks different from that other guy, but he is just as tough to handle. Horseface panics inside. We can't drag this out. Think fast. After a quick brainstorm, they start leading him on a wild goose chase around Yama's hall. Wu Fu follows behind them, asking suspiciously, so based on what you are saying, my lifespan isn't actually over yet. Me coming down to hell was literally just an accident, and now I need to chill in Ghost Town for a bit. and I just wait for King Yama to figure it out before sending me back to the living world. Horseface awkwardly replies, exactly. Countless people enter the underworld daily, so mix-ups happen all the time. Oxhead winks, secretly praising his partner for the quick lie. You are a genius. Let's just have him follow us straight to Ghost Town right on the border of hell. You and I both know this is a sketchy plan. It will take time for his past life to track him, and this guy is way too dangerous to underestimate right now. Meanwhile, back inside Yama's hall, the king grabs his weapon, screaming out a furious warning. Hey, you don't even dream about it. Massive spheres of spiritual energy blast toward past life Wu Fu. He steps back, totally relaxed, saying, Stop wasting your energy, King Yama. You know perfectly well you can't stop me alone. With one completely effortless sword swing, he strikes the old king down to the ground. Wu Fu takes slow, heavy steps toward Yama, who is now forced to his knees. The king's eyes are still burning with intense caution. He speaks with absolute conviction. Even if it costs my life, I will never let a total monster like you leave this hell. Past life, Wu Fu glares at Yama with cold, dead eyes and replies, Sounds real heroic. The dead in the underworld only get to be reborn at the Wanhu River. Yama keeps his fierce aura standing back up to glare at him. Past life, Wu Fu angrily demands Wu Fu gathered the spiritual essence of God Kings from both worlds. More than enough to break past the God King tier and rule forever however I want. And this time I train entirely with my own pure strength. Why do you stubbornly insist on stopping me? The old king suppresses his rage, growling. After all this time, do you still not get it? Yama explains with bloodshot eyes. If you actually break through, you will completely sever the fate of every single living creature in the entire world. Heaven and Earth's spiritual energy is limited. Every being maxes out their cultivation at the God King tier. Breaking past the God King tier literally means stealing other people's cultivation to fuel your own. Refusing to submit, Wu Fu darkly fires back. Of course I know that. When I tried breaking through, those top factions wanted me dead. Wasn't that just to protect your own precious cultivation? And don't you forget, I am only still here because of our little bet. King Yama just closes his eyes, staying completely silent without a word. He starts flashing back to Wu Fu's insanely tragic past life. In the beginning, gods from every single realm teamed up with the heavenly Tao just to kill Wu Fu. That battle literally shook heaven and earth, plunging all living things into pure misery. Yama lets out a heavy sigh, reflecting on the brutal past. So what do you and I make of this? Who actually wins this bet? Yama stares at Wu Fu with complex eyes, totally lost on what to do next. Let's jump into a wild flashback. The King of Hell remembers, even though Wu Fu was dead, his soul was still ridiculously overpowered. It was honestly just a matter of time before this guy broke the entire reincarnation cycle and revived himself. Standing by a literal river of blood, they met for the first time. The king was sweating bullets, wiping his forehead with a towel, nervously asking, Immortal Wu, why are you in such a huge rush? To break through the God King tier, even without it, you're literally already the absolute strongest guy out there, way beyond everyone else. Do you even know what breaking that boundary actually means? Hearing that, his eyes got super sharp. The past life version of Wu Fu replied, It means cultivation limits drop across the board. Those greedy immortals can no longer use their insane powers to bully helpless mortals anymore, and those so-called all-powerful almighty gods can't treat everyday people like dirt. You definitely get what I mean, right? The king awkwardly stuttered back. He nervously explained that in the immortal realm, top-tier cultivators wipe out entire families for zero reason. Normal folks without immortal perks just end up in the underworld as ghosts, hoarding their own trauma just to exist in the afterlife. It's literally been this terrible forever. Suddenly, a creepy gray hand pops out of the river and a demon surfaces, echoing a super gloomy voice. Free, I am finally free. Wu Fu raised an eyebrow. Is it seriously always like this? The king felt guilty and completely dodged the question. Honestly, I totally get it. Immortal Wu, why not let me broadcast this across all realms? We can warn those stuck-up cultivators that if they do not want their magic completely nuked, they better treat mortals nicely. He looked up thoughtfully. That won't work. It would only hold them back temporarily. Now watch closely, things get crazy here. The king suggests a bet, and the past Wu Fu firmly says, How will we know without trying? Remembering that moment, he thought, I will scatter my own soul. Let one piece reincarnate with zero memories of the underworld or our bet, and send it 10,000 years into the human world's future. I want to see exactly how terrible the world is then. Back then, 1/10 of his old soul entered his current body. He wakes up totally confused. What just happened? I actually survived. The past Wu Fu secretly promised himself, if the world hasn't improved like I predicted, I will casually smash the God King barrier and absolutely wreck the cultivation of every other realm. He then recalled the wildly corrupt memories he had seen. How are people acting now? Wait until my soul enters the underworld, then I'll get my answer. Back to the present, inside the ghost palace, he totally destroyed the king. Past Wu Fu turned away super coldly, dropping a savage warning. Look at your pathetic attitude. Even 10,000 years later, the human world still only respects raw power and people live worse than absolute stray dogs. The heavily injured king laid in the dirt panicking. Why is this guy so overpowered? If he actually finds his reincarnated self, this entire realm is totally doomed. Past Wu Fu casually stepped out of the hall. The king panicked hard. He had to revive Wu Fu fast and find some poor sucker to buy him time. You and I saw this coming. He mocked the purple flames. Calling your master, what a perfect chance for me to see exactly how strong these outer realm immortal cultivators really are nowadays. Past Wu Fu gripped his sword tightly. Watching the sparks flying right at him, he calmly said, based on this cowardly reaction, it seems the outside world hasn't changed a single bit in tens of thousands of years. The flames swarmed to a specific spot. Immortal Yu saw them and freaked out, grabbing a spark. King of Hell, why do you have time to visit? The fire flared up, delivering a desperate message, begging everyone to team up and kill Wu Fu before he breaks through. Then the flame completely vanished. Immortal Yu stared into the distance, looking totally serious. I've been grinding non-stop, since hitting the God King tier specifically for today. Time to fight for all immortals across every single realm. Wu Fu's crew stood before wandering Soul Street, instantly spotting gorgeous girls everywhere. Oxhead awkwardly spoke up. Lord God King, you can go have fun on this street. The entertainment bill will be totally covered by me and Horseface. He gave him major side-eye. Who do you think I am? Wu Fu closed his eyes, sensing the vibe, and started analyzing. Is this place honestly the underworld? Why do I sense immortality here? So what do you and I think? Is he trapped in some wild illusion? Alright, stick with me here. He suddenly sits down to cultivate, leaving Ma Li Mengjian totally confused. Dude, what are you doing? Wu Fu thinks to himself, maybe I can use this leftover immortal energy to break right through the illusion. Up in the sky, a crazy weird energy spike drops. Wu Xian steps right out of the portal, looking around. He sighs, saying it has been a hot minute since visiting the underworld. He spots Wu Fu deeply meditating. That ancient immortal aura feels super familiar. Suddenly, Wu Xian realizes exactly what is going on, his eyes going wide. He sees the massive blade strapped to his back and mutters, that is the Star God's sword. It is Wu Fu. Sensing pure danger, Wu Fu snaps his eyes open. He instantly dodges the attack, shouting out loud, there is killer intent. Totally annoyed, he snaps his head back to look. Who the heck goes there? How dare you try a sneak attack? Wu Xian quickly unleashes his spiritual power, his aura exploding with fierce anger. You killed the descendant of Qiankun Wu Xian 10,000 years ago. Today is the day I get my brutal revenge. Now pay attention, this gets wild. Outside the 10 halls of Yama, while past life Wu Fu is fighting, a portal pops up. Seeing those guys step out, he casually points his sword at them. What, 10,000 whole years later and you are still mad? Do you losers even remember who I am? Liu Ming puts on a super self-righteous face. 10 millennia have passed. You still have not given up? Shang Lang starts interrogating him too. The absolute order of the underworld since ancient times. How could you just flip the system so easily? Past life, Wu Fu is absolutely not buying any of this boomer nonsense. He raises his blade and laughs. Acting so holy when really you are just terrified of losing your own precious power. Talking is useless, just bring it on. Liu Ming conjures up a giant ice shard aimed right at him, yelling loudly. For 10,000 years we trained constantly just to crush scum like you, catching Wu Fu off guard. He gets completely wrapped up in magic fabric. He fang smirks like a winner. As long as we lock down that sword, you are no longer a threat. All four pin him down and rush in for the kill. Past life, Wu Fu stares right at them. Just smirking coldly, he tells them, you guys are not the only ones who leveled up over 10,000 years. I know what you are thinking. Our guy is cooked. Back at Wandering Soul Street, he is definitely losing. Using his massive sword as a crutch, he groans out loud. Damn it, this guy actually hit the absolute peak tier. A literal god king. The old man looks down at him, visibly super disappointed. I never expected the legendary evil cultivator who threatened all the realms to be this incredibly weak and totally pathetic. Hearing this, Wu Fu gets super confused. An evil cultivator threatening all realms? Bro, are you absolutely sure you do not have the wrong guy? Wu Xian ignores the excuse completely. He just raises his hand up and coldly replies, the wrong guy. Do you think I wouldn't recognize the Star God's sword? Just die. But suddenly, right behind Wu Fu, a massive blast of sword energy erupts. Both of them stare completely shocked at the blinding bright light. And they both yell out at once. Another Star God's sword, right at this very second. He feels his entire body leveling up. Wu Fu quickly checks his stats, thinking to himself, did the Star God's sword just get a major power boost? Over at the 10 halls of Yama, the enemies fighting past life, Wu Fu, are completely wrecked. Liu Ming is pinned to the floor by the sword, totally bitter. How in the world is this even possible? You monster, you are an absolute monster. Past life, Wu Fu stays silent, just yanking the blade out. Looking at the defeated guy, he calmly says, "You guys actually improved a bit. I did not expect you could completely destroy a soul like this. Too bad, your power is still absolute garbage." Wu Fu rests the sword on his shoulder. "If the rest go after my reincarnation, that sucks. That is going to be a massive headache." Meanwhile, back at Wandering Soul Street, King Yama revives. Seeing the absolute destruction everywhere, he sighs. Who knew Wu Fu was actually on this crazy level? So what do you and I take from this? Cutting off his respawn point is basically their only play now.